You have clearly awakened the SSS level class, Undead Calamity. Yet in the next moment, you decide to give up that class. Then, you transfer to the despised class of Spirit User, even loathed by the gods. All the faculty and students mock you as a big fool. Even Sister Land Rover says she wants to slap you 10 times. In response, you can only sigh at how ignorant and foolish these people are. Because only you know that other classes must serve the gods as slaves, never able to become divine themselves. Yet as a Spirit User, you only need to perform sacrifices to become a god. Sacrifice a goblin to gain plus 100 in buried magnetic power attributes. Sacrifice an undying Trey ant. Gain magnetic photosynthesis, enhancing all recovery effects by 500%. Finally, sacrifice the incomplete divine essence of the 5 springs of Sakura Valley to achieve the god of artifacts. At this moment on the awakening platform, you gaze thoughtfully at the god before you. The god is an old wolf with white hair, leaning on a skeletal staff wreathed in eerie blue flames, looking at you with a hint of admiration. Awakened one, I am the king of the underworld. Submit to me, and I will grant you the power to control life and death. Such a domineering tone and words, you think to yourself that there must be a hierarchy among the gods. In the next moment, a line of ancient white text appears before you. Choose to submit to the king of the underworld and transfer to the SSS level class, Undead Calamity. Basic skill, Undead Summon, Bone Substitute, Death Tactics. Talent skill, King of the Underworld's Messenger, becoming a servant of the King of the Underworld, capable of summoning an unlimited number of undead. In an instant, a dark cloud of the underworld suddenly appears like a mirage, rushing towards you. Upon closer inspection, you see that what floats within the cloud is not mist, but countless eerie skeletal figures. The dark cloud is actually an army of trillions of skeletons. Faced with this terrifying scene, you realize that choosing this class equates to selecting a destined start, a path free of obstacles, even destined to leave a mark in history. However, you gently shake your head. You want to see the next god, who is less a deity and more like a mere mortal. With a broken and incomplete body, disheveled black hair, and blood-red pupils, this god holds only a flickering torch. What kind of god can look so wretched? Compared to the grand presence of the previous deity, this one seems like a beggar. Yet, as soon as this beggar speaks, you feel a shiver run down your spine, cold sweat soaking your back. You, too, are a traveler from Blue Star, and suddenly, your mind explodes with realization you are not of this world, but from Blue Star, a secret you have never told anyone. Even the previous god could not see through your background, yet this incomplete figure before you sees right through your origins. And what do you mean? Is this incomplete god also a traveler from Blue Star? You are filled with shock, but before you can ask your question, the incomplete figure speaks urgently. Do not follow the gods, this is all a conspiracy of the deities. We are all pawns, all sacrifices. Gods can be killed, and we can also become gods. His words leave you confused and bewildered. However, the incomplete figure suddenly begins to slowly dissipate, as if being slain. You have countless questions in your heart, but it is too late. Suddenly, a line of text appears before you. Choose love. Reject the gods' gifts, become one cast aside by the deities, and gain an unknown level class, Artifact User. Basic skills are like initial talents. The incomplete divine essence, though flawed, can still enjoy it. As an artifact user, killing any monster allows you to sacrifice its essence to gain one of its attribute talents or skills. And the moment this option appears before you, you are horrified to discover a strange scene unfolding. You see that the god before you has a deep red to black bloodline appearing above his head, with a health count in the trillions, clearly visible. This scene shocks you profoundly, your worldview collapses and reconstructs in that moment. So gods have health bars too? Can humans really become gods? In an instant, a surge of battle power fills your heart, and your hands tremble slightly as you suddenly understand the value of the incomplete divine essence talent. Originally, humans could not enjoy traps, only gods could. Class awakeners could only kill monsters and sacrifice the monster's starfire to their chosen gods to gain new memories and second-turn gifts. But the incomplete divine essence is still a divine essence. Possessing a divine essence means you can stand on equal footing with these gods and also enjoy traps. Thus, after a spirit user kills a monster, it is no longer a sacrifice to the gods but rather to themselves. The attribute talent entries from those monsters can be used for their own benefit. Although it starts as a blank class, it has unlimited growth potential, even the possibility of becoming a true god. The first 3 gods, one is arrogant and stingy, another lures like a predator, and the last simply demands submission. You reflect deeply, followers cannot truly submit, and none enjoy genuine respect or freedom. In the eyes of these gods, perhaps humans are merely ants to be toyed with. As previously mentioned, you are a Blue Star person, one who firmly believes in self-determination rather than fate. The final words of that incomplete figure echo in your heart. Gods can be killed, and we can also become gods. In the next moment, you finally make your choice on the awakening platform. As the 4 light pillars on the ancient stone tablet almost simultaneously dissipate, wisps of mist settle on the awakening platform. As the mist clears, the broken great sword, the void black knife, and the skeleton of the undead Calamity all slowly vanish. At this moment, only one last totem remains with you, a torch that is nearly burnt out. It circles around you before embedding itself in your forehead. The entire venue erupts in chaos. No way! The old principal, Lin Jiangnan, suddenly freezes, rubbing his eyes in disbelief, and asks director Zhang beside him, did Sang Biao really not choose Undead Calamity? The leaders of the 4 major guilds are also stunned on the main stage, watching as the last wisp of black cloud from the awakening ceremony gradually dissipates, disbelief evident in everyone's eyes. How is this possible? He actually did not choose Undead Calamity, a class akin to a disaster. Is Sang Biao foolish? Does he not know the class information? Lu Lian, the president of the Flame Guild, shakes his head and sighs, regretting that it was not him on the awakening platform. This Sang Biao is still too young, not realizing the value of the Undead Calamity class. At this moment, the old principal Lin Jiangnan, who had experienced great joy and sorrow, charged onto the awakening platform like a mad copper bull. The Calamity of the Undead was a rare SSS-level profession, and thus Sang Biao rejected the awakening platform. Just after awakening your profession, you barely have time to react before the 4 deities and the scenes before you gradually fade away. Then, the scenery around you suddenly shifts, and you find yourself transported from the ancient stone tablet to another unfamiliar place. A voice suddenly sounds in your ear, informing the new awakeners that you have entered the Tower of Trials. You quickly survey your surroundings and see that you are in an ancient forest, shrouded in darkness. Sunlight filters through the dense canopy above, appearing and disappearing sporadically, while strange, indistinct sounds echo around you. This should be the first level of the Tower of Trials. Each level within the tower exists as its own space, and only by defeating the guardian monsters of this level can you proceed to the next. You quietly call upon the attributes panel, and before you appears a screen displaying all your current data. Sang Biao, profession, artifact user, level 1, health, 200, mana, 100, attack, 20, defense, 20, constitution, 5, strength, 5, agility, 5, spirit, initial skill, 5, talent, incomplete divine power. Indeed, you are pitifully weak. You can't help but lament that the profession of artifact user is truly like a blank slate, with all 4 initial attributes, constitution, strength, agility, and spirit only having a meager 5 points. Even your health and attack are lower than the weakest earth-level professions, and you have no initial skills. You only possess an incomplete divine power talent. As you check this incomplete divine power, you squint, realizing that you have virtually wagered your entire fate on this dark red talent market. Common talents range from the lowest levels of gray, white, green, and blue to higher tiers of purple and orange. The higher the level, the stronger the talent. However, your incomplete divine power talent appears as a strange blood red color. Then, a line of description appears before you. Incomplete divine power, this is the essence of a being abandoned by the gods. Although incomplete, it allows you to enjoy traps, and as a new inhabitant of traps, you can complete your incomplete divine power. I hope I haven't gambled wrong, you think, gritting your teeth. As your fingertips brush against your surroundings, you find a huge weapon chest nearby, filled with swords, shields, spears, bows, and staves. All these weapons are, without exception, the most basic blank slate weapons, intended to provide the fairest environment for the Tower of Trials. After a moment of thought, you select a heavy iron spear. Your profession currently has no weapon specialization bonuses, so you choose the spear for its longest range among melee weapons. For your currently fragile physique, it provides the safest environment for output. After equipping the heavy iron spear, your attack power rises to 35. At this moment, rustling sounds emerge from the surrounding jungle, signaling the appearance of the guardian monsters of the first level of the Tower of Trials. Before you stands a hunched humanoid creature with pointed ears and a sickly green skin. It's a goblin. You immediately recognize this monster, part of a race that has thrived on the continent due to its powerful reproductive abilities. Although goblins are among the weakest monsters, you cannot afford to be careless against them, given your nearly blank slate attributes. You grip your spear tightly and cautiously step back, noticing 3 goblins in front of you. If you find yourself surrounded, your fragile body would be almost instantly killed. Fortunately, at this moment, you lean against a massive tree whose roots rise from the ground, giving you an advantageous height. The goblin at the front charges toward you, screeching, brandishing a rusted iron sword with its green-furred claws. As it swings down at you, a sharp clanging sound rings out as you deftly deflect the goblin's sword with your spear. This is a basic fighting technique, but if you had a blocking skill, it would have caused the goblin to become unbalanced. Unfortunately, you don't even have the most basic blocking skill. Facing the goblin's powerful strikes, your hands tingle from the impact. Nevertheless, as someone skilled in combat and occupying a high position, you still manage to keenly grasp the opportunity for a counterattack. Taking advantage of a moment of vulnerability, you thrust your heavy iron spear into the goblin's chest, dealing -29 damage. This is your current attack power, reduced by the goblin's defense. The goblin lets out a scream as it is struck, and with its unstable footing on the tree root, it sways dangerously. You step forward suddenly, sweeping and stabbing with your spear, inflicting 2 more hits of -31 and -29 damage. The health of the first goblin has already dropped by more than half. At this moment, the other 2 goblins charge at you with angry cries, flanking you from both sides. You suddenly lunge forward, driving your spear forcefully through the lead goblin, dealing -27 damage and clearing its remaining health instantly. This is your fighting style, decisive and ruthless. Since you face many foes, you must prioritize eliminating one first. The first goblin slowly falls, its eyes still showing a hint of unwillingness. You've also gained a crucial piece of information: a goblin's health is roughly around 100. With your attack power using the iron spear, you will need at most 4 strikes to defeat one. Seeing their companion fall, the other 2 goblins become enraged and charge at you even more fiercely. Faced with simultaneous attacks from both sides, you remain completely calm, dodging while using your spear to block. If someone were to watch your perspective now, they would undoubtedly be amazed by your agility and precise control over the weapon's reach. Despite being attacked by a goblin on each side, they not only fail to land a hit on you but are also counterattacked and gradually lose health. 5 minutes later, the last goblin slowly slides down your spear, transforming into a corpse. 3 strands of white light gather from their bodies to envelop you, granting enough experience for you to level up, and you receive 5 free attribute points. However, your attention is drawn to the corpses of the 3 goblins. You notice that faint sparks of fire appear on each goblin's corpse. This is starfire. By killing monsters, you can obtain starfire. If you collect enough starfire to offer to the deity you follow, you may earn their favor and be granted new skills or promotions to 2nd or 3rd tier professions. However, given your incomplete talent, divine power means that you can sacrifice this starfire to yourself. Without hesitation, you perform the sacrificial ritual with the goblin's starfire. This moment is crucial for success or failure. The 3 starfire sparks from the goblin's corpse swirl around the tip of your spear and then fade one by one around your body. Goblin starfire sacrifice successful, +1 spark. Goblin starfire sacrifice successful, +1 spark. After the 2 consecutive sacrifices of starfire, a pleasant notification chimes in your ear: Goblin starfire sacrifice successful, +1 spark. You have gained a talent, concealment decrease, +100 strength attribute. Done. Shia Chen was instantly overjoyed and hurriedly opened his talent panel. He saw that the originally solitary page for the incomplete divine fragment talent had indeed added a new entry: Savage, D rank. The effect of this entry was quite simple: strength +100, level increased by 1, but it only granted 5 free attribute points. However, just the Savage entry had given Shia Chen a full 100 points of strength, and this was just the low tier, Savage. Shia Chen opened his attribute panel and saw that his previously pitiful 5 points of strength had transformed into a full 105 points. This was equivalent to a direct level increase of 20 levels. For most melee professions, the strength attribute was directly linked to attack power, and at this moment, with a total of 105 points of strength, Shia Chen's attack power had surged to 135. Is this what it feels like to enjoy a sacrifice? Shia Chen couldn't help but glance at the incomplete divine fragment in his talent panel. Just a fragment of a divine fragment could yield such a powerful sacrificial effect. Those gods with complete divine fragments enjoyed countless sacrifices from their followers every day. How terrifyingly strong must they have become? And all they offered their followers were just some skills and job changes. It seemed that Shia Chen had made the right bet this time. Although Shia Chen's initial blank profession lagged far behind those S-rank professions in both attributes and skills, with the ability to sacrifice, it wouldn't be long before he could catch up or even surpass them. Moreover, having gained such a powerful entry from sacrificing just 3 goblins, what about sacrificing stronger monsters? What about elite bosses? Dragon-level creatures? This was simply a talent with infinite growth potential. Holding his spear, Shia Chen continued deeper into the jungle. The first layer of space was still vast, far beyond just 2 or 3 goblins. He needed to defeat their leader to enter the next layer. Soon, Shia Chen discovered a small group of goblins again, another squad of 3 to 5 goblins. However, this time, with an attack power of 135, Shia Chen only needed 1 thrust to take down a goblin minion. Hiding in the shadows, Shia Chen took the initiative, suddenly swinging his spear and accurately slicing the throat of the nearest goblin. 129. A damage of 129 points took it down in one shot. The goblin minion squad was immediately startled and terrified, scattering in a panic, but their confusion gave Shia Chen the opportunity to reap them. Like a celestial being descending, he took down one goblin after another. Soon, a pile of goblin corpses lay before him, and streams of white light experience gathered around Shia Chen, allowing him to level up once more. And all the goblin embers from the corpses were naturally sacrificed by Shia Chen without missing a single one. Goblin Ember Sacrifice Successful. Ember +1. Goblin Ember Sacrifice Successful. Ember +1. Lines of successful sacrifice notifications appeared, but he did not gain any new entries. It seems that sacrificing embers also requires accumulating them little by little. At this point, after defeating an entire squad of goblins, Shia Chen was nearing the center of this ancient forest. In the woods ahead, torches flickered like stars, suggesting the presence of an entire goblin tribe. Where there was a tribe, there was a leader. It seemed that the opportunity to enter the next layer of the trial space was right here. At this moment, Shia Chen's level had reached level 3. To enhance his agility, he allocated all 10 free attribute points to agility, then tightened his grip on the spear and performed a flourish, finding that his movements had indeed become much quicker. Agility is not only related to movement speed and attack speed, it is also closely tied to critical hit rate and damage from weak point attacks. The higher the agility, the more accurately one can hit the monster's vital points. A dual focus on strength and agility is the path that Shia Chen intends to take in the future. Shia Chen carefully observed the goblin tribe in front of him. Perhaps the goblin squads had all been dispatched for patrol, as only a few goblin minions remained in the tribe. Among them was an orc goblin, significantly larger than ordinary goblins, sleeping soundly. Clearly, this fellow was the mini-boss of the first level of the trial tower. Shia Chen gently tossed a small stone he picked up on the road. The sound of the stone hitting the ground immediately drew out several vigilant minions. Before killing the boss, he needed to clear the minions first. This is a principle everyone learns from textbooks. With the rough iron spear in his hand becoming increasingly easy to wield, Shia Chen effortlessly dealt with these goblin minions. Next, it was time to take action against the goblin leader. Sensing that his little brothers had fallen silent one by one, the large half-orc goblin let out a roar, raised a massive wolf-tooth club, and began to patrol the area. Shia Chen hid behind a fence, waiting for the half-orc goblin to turn its back, and struck first. The rough iron spear thrust fiercely into its thigh, and the high-strength value pierced through, creating a bloody hole. 95. It seemed that this tough-skinned, thick-fleshed half-orc goblin had significantly higher defense than the minions. At the same time, the goblin leader's health bar appeared before Shia Chen, showing a full 2,000 points. The goblin leader, in pain, turned to see Shia Chen, the attacker, and swung the massive wolf-tooth club down. However, this slow motion was completely dodged by Shia Chen. The 10 points of agility were not added in vain. Shia Chen danced around the goblin leader, thrusting the rough iron spear again. 98. Such a high defense, high health but slow-moving monster was like a clumsy puppet in front of Shia Chen. 88. 93. Damage numbers continued to pop up on the goblin leader, and even with a health pool of 2,000 points, it was already below half. At this moment, the goblin leader's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and it seemed to go berserk, its destructive power suddenly increasing. However, the enraged goblin leader's wolf-tooth club had lost its rhythm. The frenzied goblin leader swung its massive arms, clawing and smashing as it lunged at Shia Chen. This, however, played right into Shia Chen's hands. With the goblin leader bent over, losing its height advantage, it exposed its vital points right in front of Shia Chen. Shia Chen quickly stepped forward, thrusting the spear fiercely into the goblin leader's neck. In an instant, a high damage number exploded forth, 187. Weak point attack, double damage. For this greedy and brutal mutated goblin, Shia Chen felt no pity. Taking advantage of its weakness, he thrust the spear at perfect angles again and again. With each weak point damage explosion, the massive goblin leader crashed to the ground. The substantial experience from this elite mini-boss allowed Shia Chen to level up twice, reaching level 5. The ember that appeared on the half-orc goblin's corpse was also significantly larger than that of the other goblin minions, offering the goblin leader's ember. Shia Chen touched the goblin leader's corpse with the tip of his spear and began the sacrifice without hesitation. Immediately, a line of prompts appeared before him. Goblin leader's ember sacrifice successful. Ember +5. Acquired skill, Berserk, B rank. A skill has been obtained. Shia Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. He hadn't expected that this goblin leader, who possessed half-orc blood, would actually grant him the unique orc skill, Frenzy. Shaq skill. Shia Chen immediately brought up the skill panel, and the previously empty skill bar finally displayed its first skill, Frenzy, skill level, B rank, effect, a unique skill of the orc race, upon activation, increases damage and attack speed by 30%. However, after the effect ends, the user will enter a weakened state for a period of time, with defense reduced by 50%. It is well known that the difficulty in killing orc-type monsters lies in the fact that once their health drops below half, they will enter a frenzy state. Orcs in a frenzy have significantly increased destructive power and attack desire. Although if one can survive this period of frenzy, the orc-type monsters will be in a weakened state. 90% of adventurer teams often get wiped out during the orcs' rampage. This is because the orcs that enter a frenzy are simply terrifying. A direct increase of 50% in attack power is enough to crush most tank positions in adventurer teams. Now, this orc-exclusive talent had fallen into Shia Chen's hands. Just as Shia Chen felt a slight thrill in his heart, a line of text appeared before him again. Do you want to consume 10 seed points to enhance this skill? Shia Chen was taken aback. So this is the purpose of seed points. They can actually be used to enhance acquired skills? Enhance! Shia Chen decisively chose to enhance his only skill. Consume 10 seed points. The frenzy skill has been enhanced to Beast Blood Boiling. Beast Blood Boiling, level, a rank, effect, a talent skill possessed by high-tier bloodline orcs, upon activation, increases damage and attack speed by 50%. After the effect ends, the user enters a brief weakened state, with defense reduced by 30%. Additional, killing a target can extend the duration. Perhaps Shia Chen did not know that outside the trial tower there was actually someone closely watching his perspective, his homeroom teacher from first high school, Tang Wanner. After Shia Chen rejected the sensational SSS-level profession of undead calamity, which had caused a stir throughout the city, all the onlookers stopped paying attention to Shia Chen, the clown, and turned to watch the trial situations of the 3S-level professionals, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran, no longer regarding Shia Chen as a waste. Only Tang Wanner quietly locked her observation device onto Shia Chen's perspective. Shia Chen was her student, and only she knew how outstanding he truly was, so she understood the pain an exceptional prodigy would feel when facing a significant professional disparity. She feared that Shia Chen would be disheartened by this huge gap. Moreover, as a member of the teaching group, Tang Wanna knew that this year's trial tower was not that simple. Just the first level's goblin tribe was enough to wipe out half of the awakened ones. When Tang Wanner opened the observation device, she happened to see Shia Chen surrounded by the first wave of goblin teams. As a professional mentor, she naturally knew the consequences of a blank profession being surrounded by goblins. One misstep could lead to instant death. However, just as she was sweating for Shia Chen, she saw him quickly seize the high ground in the midst of the crisis, backing against a large tree. Then, wielding his crude iron spear, he executed the goblins one by one with textbook-like precision. Well done, Shia Chen! As the main instructor for combat classes, Tang Wanner couldn't help but secretly marvel. This performance by Shia Chen was something that even among the entire cohort of awakened ones in Long Country, there might not be 5 who could achieve it. What brought Tang Wanner even more comfort was that Shia Chen did not display the self-destructive behavior she had imagined. Instead, he calmly made his way toward the center of the first level of the trial tower, decisively eliminating one goblin after another. This child, Shia Chen, is even more resilient than I expected. Even if he has a blank profession, it may not be his end. In the trial tower, a notification sound rang in Shia Chen's ears. Congratulations! You have defeated the guardian of the first level of the trial tower. Transferring to the second level of the trial tower. Shia Chen felt a moment of dizziness as the goblin tribe and the corpse of the goblin leader gradually disappeared. Then, the scene shifted, and Shia Chen was teleported into a vast, dark cave, surrounded by stone walls and damp earth. It seemed this was the second level of the trial tower. At this moment, Shia Chen felt more excitement than nervousness. Just by sacrificing the goblins in the first level, he had already gained the significant talent attributes of brutality and beast blood boiling. What kind of surprises would the next monsters bring him? It was important to know that in the trial tower, one would not truly die. Death here would only result in being teleported out, ending the trial. This meant Shia Chen had no worries and could charge forward, sacrificing more monsters to gain additional attributes. While he pondered, the monsters of the second level of the trial tower began to reveal themselves. In this enormous cave, something seemed to be stirring in the soft, damp earth beneath his feet. Suddenly, black roots, resembling old vines, burst forth from the ground. The branches on these roots were sharp like thorns, sending a chill down his spine. Shia Chen quickly jumped back, only to see 2 nearby vines whip toward the spot where he had just stood. The spiked vines immediately left deep marks in the soil. Fortunately, he avoided being hit. Reacting swiftly, Shia Chen raised his spear and swung it fiercely, slicing at the 2 vines. -30, -30. The 2 damage numbers popped up simultaneously, and at the same time, the 2 vines were severed by Shia Chen's spear. They writhed on the ground as if they were alive. It turned out these vines only had 30 health points? Shia Chen was puzzled. Logically, the monsters in the second level of the trial tower should be much stronger than those in the first level, but these vines had such low health. Just then, as if to confirm Shia Chen's thoughts, several more vines emerged from the damp earth. Surrounding Shia Chen, he quickly seized the opportunity while the vines had not fully grown, and with precision, he cut them all down with his spear. 30, 30. Still only 30 health points, but around the severed vines, the ground began to stir again, and more vines broke through the surface. There were at least a dozen of them. Is this never ending? Shia Chen immediately realized the seriousness of the situation. Although these vines had low health, for every one he cut down, 2 more appeared. The more he killed, the more they multiplied. It was impossible to finish them off. Wait, these vines should just be the offshoots. Shia Chen gradually came to a realization. He noticed that each vine stretched out from the earth like a snake before breaking through the surface. The vines were merely offshoots. Only by killing their main body could he completely eliminate them. And the direction of their main body should be where the earth was stirring. Shia Chen immediately picked up the long spear and charged towards the direction where the earth was surging. Along the way, countless vines had already emerged from the soil, but Shia Chen skillfully dodged them one by one. Feeling the cold wind from the thorns whipping behind him, even Shia Chen couldn't help but gasp. This enormous underground cavern twisted and turned, yet Shia Chen was not lured by any of the bends. Instead, he followed the direction of the extending roots and pressed forward. Sure enough, after winding through about 7 or 8 caverns, a massive ancient tree root, thick enough to be surrounded by dozens of people, appeared in the center of the cavern, with countless roots ending at its base. Even more bizarrely, a gigantic human face had grown out of this tree root. It seemed this must be the mother body. As he saw the vines that had sprouted behind him slithering towards him like water snakes, Shia Chen no longer hesitated. He raised the coarse iron spear in his hand and fiercely thrust it towards the enormous root. 137. Accompanied by a damage number popping up, the health bar of the massive tree root appeared before Shia Chen. Undying Treant, rank, elite boss, health, 50,000, danger level, high risk. Description, unknown. That long health bar actually reached a staggering 50,000. What was even more despairing was that just a few seconds after the damage number appeared, a recovery number suddenly showed up on the Undying Treant. Plus 100. The damage dealt by Shia Chen was almost completely restored within seconds. Not only did the Undying Treant have a health bar of 50,000, but its recovery ability was also terrifying. So that was it. Shia Chen immediately understood the purpose of the second level of the trial tower. To completely eliminate these root vines, one must kill the enormous Undying Treant. However, this Undying Treant not only had a deep health bar but also an astonishing recovery rate, making it impossible to kill quickly in a short time. The longer it dragged on, the more vines the mother body would nurture. Thus, this level tested the output capability of the professionals. Those with insufficient output would eventually be overwhelmed by the increasing number of vines. If the first level of the trial tower, the goblin tribe, would eliminate half of the awakened professionals, then this level's Undying Treant would wipe out all remaining non-output professions. Who on earth designed this year's trial tower? Shia Chen couldn't help but sigh, while simultaneously calculating in his mind. The Undying Treant's health bar totaled 50,000, but it would recover 100 health every second, so only damage exceeding 100 per second would count as effective output. If it were the Shia Chen who had just arrived at the first level of the trial tower, he would have almost been able to surrender and exit right here. But for the current Shia Chen, it was not impossible to fight. The enhanced Beast Blood Boiling could significantly increase damage and attack speed during its duration. Moreover, killing targets could extend its duration, and the countless vines sprouting from the Undying Treant, each with only 30 health, were just right to refresh the duration of Beast Blood Boiling. Outside the trial tower, watching the new batch of awakened professionals being wiped out by more than half on the first level, the old principal Lin Jingnan's brows were almost furrowed into creases. Damn it! Who designed this year's trial tower? Next to him, Director Zhang quickly reminded Principal Lin in a whisper that the media cameras were still on their faces. Principal Lin hurriedly adjusted his expression, putting on a kind smile. At this moment, from their vantage point, the awakened ones who successfully cleared the first level of the trial tower, represented by the 3 S-rank professionals Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran, had already entered the dark and damp cave. Countless vines, sprouting like bamboo shoots after rain, began to attack Wang Biao. As an S-rank melee-class dragon monk, Wang Biao immediately swung his battle staff. A battle skill adorned with dragon patterns was unleashed, instantly strangling the vines. Fortunately, this second level is still somewhat manageable. Lin Jiangnan was just about to catch his breath when he saw Wang Diao also discover the underground network of these vines, chasing them all the way to their mother root. The moment the massive mother root appeared on screen, everyone present couldn't help but gasp. Heavens, is that an undying treant? Even a level 10 professional would find it hard to kill this thing. Who put the undying treant on the second level? This is too ridiculous. The old principal Lin Jiangnan couldn't help but curse. He knew all too well how difficult it was to kill an undying treant. It was likely that just this second level could wipe out more than half of this year's awakened ones from their first high school, and all non-damage dealing classes would probably be stuck here. In another corner, the homeroom teacher Tang Wanner was also anxiously watching the situation on Shia Chen's side. Although relying on Shia Chen's exceptional skills allowed him to clear the first level of the goblin tribe, the undying treant on the second level was a gap that couldn't be bridged by mere skill. Shia Chen's almost blank class had no sufficient output to kill the mother root, no matter how well he operated. However, in the footage she was watching alone, Shia Chen had already begun to attack the undying treant's mother root. As a professional in combat techniques, Tang Wanner immediately noticed Shia Chen's movements, which seemed almost twice as fast as when he was in the first level. What's going on? Even Tang Wanner was secretly astonished. At this moment, Shia Chen was frantically outputting around the undying treant's mother root. The mother root itself had no offensive capabilities. All attacks relied on the thorny vines extending from the ground. Thus, the second level of the trial tower was essentially a test of explosive output. The rough iron spear in Shia Chen's hand continuously thrust into the undying treant's mother root, dealing damage numbers like 179, 158. Each hit was a damage figure exceeding 200. This was naturally because Shia Chen had activated Beast Blood Boiling, directly increasing his attack power and speed by 50%. At this moment, Shia Chen could output over 200 damage per second. Subtracting the undying treant's recovery of 100 health per second, his average effective output reached 70 points per second. Even though the undying treant had a total health pool of 50,000, it was definitely not unshakable. However, killing this undying treant was not as simple as just outputting damage. The damp ground was almost constantly sprouting thorny vines every minute and second. If these vines were not quickly cleared, they would accumulate more and more. But if he diverted his attention to deal with these vines, he wouldn't be able to focus on outputting damage to the mother root. This was the challenge set by the designer of the second level of the trial tower. However, for Shia Chen's operations, multitasking was not that difficult. The vines growing around him instead became targets for refreshing beast blood boiling. Shia Chen was outputting to the core of the undying tree spirit while swiftly using his rough iron spear to slay the newly sprouted vines. Killing thorn vines, beast blood boiling effect extended by 10 seconds. With a 10-second cycle, Shia Chen maintained a very steady rhythm, targeting only those vines that were relatively close to his output position. As for the vines that were too far away to attack him, he ignored them completely. He knew very well that as long as he killed the core of the undying tree spirit, no matter how many vines sprouted, they would instantly wither away. Under Shia Chen's exquisite control of rhythm, the undying tree spirit's health bar, which was as high as 50,000, gradually diminished. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, this high-intensity, highly focused operation continued for an unknown amount of time. Finally, when Shia Chen thrust his spear into the body of the undying tree spirit, the last sliver of that seemingly bottomless health bar was emptied. The massive tree spirit's roots suddenly snapped and withered, turning into a cloud of dust. The vines that had almost covered the entire cave also instantly turned to dust. The undying tree spirit fell before Shia Chen. A large amount of experience and white light flowed directly into Shia Chen's body, and this troublesome boss allowed him to level up 3 times, reaching level 8. However, what interested Shia Chen more was the abundant embers left on the ground by the undying tree spirit. Sacrificing the embers of the undying tree spirit. Shia Chen's sacrificial actions had become increasingly proficient, and he saw the tiny embers, like a swarm of fireflies, swirling around the tip of his spear before gradually dissipating. Sacrifice of the undying tree spirit's embers successful. Fire seed plus 20. Gained talent attribute, photosynthetic recovery. Photosynthetic recovery, attribute level, S rank. Embers burn, sacrificing all spirits. As the dim flames danced like fireflies, a chorus of ethereal sounds echoed, as if celebrating the birth of a great attribute. The entire dungeon trembled. It was as if something terrifying was being born in the void. S rank attribute. Shia Chen suppressed his excitement, took a deep breath, and slowly opened the attribute, photosynthetic recovery, attribute level, S rank, effect, the undying tree spirit's formidable recovery ability, when bathed in light, enhances all self-recovery effects by 500%. Additional, automatically recover 1% of maximum health per second. Indeed, it's an S-rank attribute. Although the undying tree spirit was merely an elite-level boss, its powerful recovery ability was among the top tier of all monsters. A 500% increase in recovery effects. For a human practitioner, not only would the effect of blood potions be directly increased fivefold, skills with lifesteal and recovery effects could also be directly enhanced fivefold. Before Shia Chen could fully express his excitement, a familiar voice rang in his ears again. "Congratulations! You have killed the guardian of the second layer of the trial tower." Teleporting to the third layer of the trial tower. In the blink of an eye, Shia Chen was teleported from that dark, damp cave to an open swamp. At that moment, he heard another prompt. "Congratulations, you are the fifth awakened one to enter the third layer of the trial tower. Remaining awakened ones in the trial tower, 47. Shia Chen was suddenly taken aback. He certainly was not the first awakened one to kill the undying tree spirit. After all, some high-output professions, especially those with fire attribute attacks, would have a natural advantage in killing a wood attribute monster like the undying tree spirit. But now, there were only 47 people left in the trial tower? In other words, apart from the 5 who have already reached the third level, including Shia Chen, there are only 42 awakened ones left, still struggling against the undead tree spirits on the second level. The elimination is happening too quickly. It should be noted that this year, over 10,000 students participated in the awakening ceremony in Beijing. The design of this year's trial tower is unknown, but the elimination mechanism is incredibly cruel. The goblin tribe on the first level directly wiped out half of those with insufficient combat power, and the undead tree spirits on the second level eliminated all remaining non-damage dealing professions. So what kind of brutal challenge awaits on the third level? Shia Chen had no time to ponder, as he found himself in a dark, murky swamp, where 3 humanoid monsters had already emerged. They grew from the mud, yet their bodies were pure and flawless, revealing half of their alluring forms from the swamp, making the young Shia Chen feel a surge of blood rushing to his head. The enchanting faces of the swamp spirits were intoxicating beyond measure. A wave of melodious singing suddenly swept towards Shia Chen. Swamp sirens. Shia Chen was startled and quickly dodged into the jagged stone piles nearby. The next moment, a wide-range sound wave attack struck the very spot he had just occupied, causing the entire marble slab to tremble slightly. A magical attack. As Shia Chen had guessed, the guardian monsters of the third level were indeed 3 swamp sirens. These creatures, with their beautiful and alluring figures, had claimed countless lives of professionals with their eerie sound wave attacks, making them extremely difficult to deal with. The reason is that their attack method is not ordinary physical damage, but rather a wide-range sound wave attack that is nearly impossible to evade. Moreover, the third level of the trial tower was specifically designed with such a vast swamp terrain, with only a few large rocks in the center providing cover. Killing these swamp sirens is not difficult, as long as one can get close. Their physical defense is not particularly high. However, the challenge lies in the fact that as soon as one exposes themselves to attack one of them, the other 2 sirens will launch sound wave attacks. In the swamp terrain, challengers already suffer from a slowing effect, and their sound wave attack range is vast, making it hard to avoid, almost guaranteeing damage. Therefore, this level tests the challenger's mobility and evasion skills, or rather, their endurance. Understanding the designer's intent for the third level, a smirk appeared on Shia Chen's lips. In terms of evasion ability, Shia Chen might not compare to those A or S-class agile professionals, but when it comes to endurance, having just acquired the passive skill, photosynthetic recovery, he felt unbeatable at this stage. Although the swamp siren's sound wave attacks have a vast range, their damage is not fatal. As long as Shia Chen can endure a few hits, trading blood for blood, then return to the central stone pile, relying on photosynthetic recovery to restore his health and fight again. With this shameless strategy, Shia Chen could almost breeze through the third level of the trial tower. Without hesitation, Shia Chen suddenly sprang up and charged towards the nearest swamp siren. His steps slowed as he felt the swamp's slowing effect, but his killing intent remained undiminished. As he frightened the swamp siren into a pale expression, he thrust his rough iron spear fiercely. 137. Then Shia Chen withdrew and ran, never greedy for more hits. At that moment, the sound wave attacks from the other 2 swamp sirens had already arrived. Waves of ripples struck his forehead. Shia Chen felt a jolt to his head, and 2 damage numbers exploded from his body. 150. 150. Now at level 8, Shia Chen's total health had reached 500. After taking those 2 attacks, he had just under half of his health remaining, while his previous shot had already pierced the swamp witch, taking nearly a third of her health. At this moment, hiding behind the rocks, the effect of photosynthetic recovery on Shia Chen was already in play, and his health was visibly recovering at a rapid pace. Next, he just needed to wait for his health to fully restore before repeating his previous actions. Thus, on the third floor of the trial tower, a scene unfolded. A young man wielding a rough iron spear braved the soundwave attacks coming from behind him, suddenly charging towards the swamp witch. After stabbing once, he dashed back into the chaotic stone formation at the center, then timidly waited for his health to fully recover before once again charging out tirelessly. After more than 10 minutes, Shia Chen, leaning on his rough iron spear, let out a long breath. With this shameless and sneaky tactic, he had finally managed to take down all 3 swamp witches without any danger. Experience flashed, and Shia Chen leveled up to level 11. Offer the swamp witches. Shia Chen activated the sacrifice ritual again, and the flames of the 3 swamp witches slowly dissipated around him. Sacrifice of the swamp witches successful. Gain skill Water Step. The second skill. Shia Chen hurriedly opened his skill panel, and aside from Beast Blood Boiling, the second skill was quietly resting in the skill bar. Water Step. Skill level B. Effect. A unique talent skill of aquatic races, summons water currents to envelop the body, granting immunity to most slowing control effects. Passive effect. Increases movement speed by 15%. A supportive non-control skill. At this moment, Shia Chen had yet to realize that this seemingly unremarkable non-damaging skill would greatly assist him in the upcoming 4th floor of the trial tower. Congratulations! You have defeated the guardian monsters of the 3rd floor. Teleporting to the 4th floor of the trial tower. Tip: it is not necessary to defeat all guardian monsters on this floor. You only need to survive and reach the central teleportation array. No need to defeat the guardian monsters? A wave of confusion rose in Shia Chen's heart, and after witnessing the malicious intent of the designers in the first 3 floors, he couldn't help but become even more vigilant. The 4th floor of the trial tower was definitely a trap. A few seconds later, after being teleported to the 4th floor of the trial tower, Shia Chen was instantly dumbfounded. Instead of a few monsters guarding here, there was an entire Ghostfire spider nest. The Ghostfire spider swarm, a spine-chilling arthropod monster, with its densely packed compound eyes and unsettling crawling movements, was enough to deter 9 out of 10 female awakeners. The layers of spider silk, like a heavenly net, turned the 4th floor of the trial tower into a true spider cave. Anyone who stepped into this place would gradually be bound and then overwhelmed by the swarm of spiders. These demonic spider-like monsters would use their most adept means to devour their prey through the ghostly fire toxin sealed within their venomous fangs. This was an attack method with both fire and poison attributes, causing burning and poisoning damage over time, capable of instantly killing any tank-like profession. Oh my goodness! Shia Chen frantically fled through the web traps, dodging the strands of silk shot at him. Water Step, activate. He quickly activated the new skill he had just obtained, and a surge of water rose from around him, slowly enveloping his feet, creating a barrier of water. Feeling a lightness beneath him, Shia Chen stepped onto the web again, but this time there was no longer the previous sense of obstruction and stickiness. At this moment, Shia Chen could hardly imagine that without the divine skill Water Summoning Step, which immunizes against slow control effects, he would have been devoured by the myriad of Ghostfire spiders just a few minutes ago. Feeling uncomfortable all over, Shia Chen hurriedly took advantage of the time while Water Summoning Step was in effect to dash towards the center of the 4th layer. However, despite his intricate movements, even Shia Chen found it difficult to avoid being hit amidst the swarm of ghostly flames. He suddenly felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, poisoned by ghost fire toxin. The next second, the continuous damage from both poison and burning began to emerge above Shia Chen's head. Burning damage -9, poison damage -5. Although the damage numbers were not high, it was important to note that he had only been bitten once, accumulating a layer of ghost fire toxin. If he were to be bitten a few more times, stacking 3 or 4 layers of burning and poison, he would probably not be able to move much longer. Shia Chen's entire being was tense, constantly dodging, moving. After a while, disregarding everything, Shia Chen had almost charged to the center of this layer, and looking up, he could vaguely see a teleportation array at the top of the Ghostfire spider's nest glowing with a blue light. Taking advantage of the effect of Water Summoning Step, Shia Chen hurriedly climbed up in leaps and bounds. However, just as he was about to step into the teleportation array, he suddenly stopped, his feet hovering at the edge of the array, and he turned around. Looking at the dense swarm of Ghostfire spiders chasing after him, a greedy and risky thought suddenly arose in Shia Chen's mind. He abruptly raised the rough iron spear in his hand and fiercely swept it towards the few Ghostfire spiders lunging at him. 1-0. 1-0. Damage numbers immediately popped up. These Ghostfire spiders had even lower health than the vines on the second layer, barely 10 points, and could be killed with a single hit. However, whether he could flawlessly kill every Ghostfire spider approaching him was a significant test of his weapon usage. Moreover, at this moment, Shia Chen was still affected by the Ghostfire toxin. His health was gradually decreasing, and if it weren't for the photosynthetic recovery restoring his health every second, his health bar would have almost dropped by half. Opportunities are few. Shia Chen narrowed his eyes, and with precision and decisiveness, the rough iron spear pierced through every ghost fire spider that charged at him. As the swarm of spiders grew larger, Shia Chen knew he could not block all attacks perfectly, but before that, he needed to kill as many ghost fire spiders as possible. What is Shia Chen doing? Tang Wanner, the only one watching from Shia Chen's perspective, was suddenly stunned. He had clearly reached the teleportation array, yet he turned around to kill these ghost fire spiders? Doesn't he hear the prompt for the fourth layer? Tang Wanner couldn't help but feel anxious. To her, Shia Chen's actions seemed futile. Even though there were many palm-sized ghost fire spiders, each one provided very little experience, and grinding them for experience was merely a waste of time. Didn't Shia Chen know that if the trial takers ended up at the same layer, the one who reached the final layer first would achieve a higher score? Time is money. Shia Chen, what on earth are you doing? At this moment, Shia Chen was also in a state of high tension, needing to ensure that no ghost fire spider got too close to him while also keeping an eye on his health bar, which was continuously eroding due to the ghost fire toxin. Finally, as the swarm of spiders grew larger and Shia Chen's health bar dropped to nearly a quarter of its total, he had to enter the teleportation array. However, at this moment, the ground around him was already covered with the dense corpses of ghost fire spiders, nearly 100 of them. Offer the flames of the ghost fire spider. Shia Chen twirled the tip of his spear and hurriedly initiated the sacrificial ritual at the last moment. At the same time, he stepped back, 1 foot landing in the teleportation array. As the surroundings spun wildly, over 100 notifications appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. Ghostfire spiders flame sacrifice successful, flame seed +1. Ghostfire spiders flame sacrifice successful, flame seed +1. Ghostfire spiders flame sacrifice successful, flame seed +1. Finally, a pleasant voice echoed in Shia Chen's ear, gain talent skill, Ghostfire poison. This incredibly delightful notification instantly filled Shia Chen's heart with ecstasy. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. At this moment, all the risks taken were worth it. This was the reason Shia Chen had just risked everything to turn back and kill the Ghostfire spider, Ghostfire poison. It is known that among all abnormal states, the type of monsters most restrained by poison is the greatest. The vast majority of monsters, except for those of a corrupt nature, are affected by poison, and the second most restrained type of monster is fire. Most furred creatures or wood-type beings are weak to fire. The Ghostfire spider's Ghostfire poison just happens to combine these two abnormal states, making it a powerful weapon for monster hunting. However, for human professionals, collecting and refining poison is inherently a highly dangerous task, with only a few hunters and assassins possessing the skill to extract poison from weapons. But Shia Chen was different. Being able to enjoy the sacrificial benefits, he could directly obtain the monster's talent attributes. However, sacrifices are probabilistic and not guaranteed to succeed on the first try. That's why Shia Chen had taken the risk to kill as many Ghostfire spiders as possible, but fortunately, everything was worth it now. The Ghostfire poison, which restrains the vast majority of monsters including human awakeners, now quietly lay in his talent skill bar. Check skill effects. Shia Chen softly called out, Ghostfire poison, attribute level, A-class, attribute effect, a unique poison of the Ghostfire spider species that grows in lava and toxic miasma. When used, it can attach Ghostfire poison to weapons. Hitting a target will add a layer of burning and a layer of deadly poison effect. Burning, continuous damage and reduces target's defense. Deadly poison, continuous damage and suppresses target's recovery effects. What a Ghostfire poison! Shia Chen couldn't help but secretly rejoice, then quietly surveyed the scene on the 5th level of the trial tower. Upon reaching this 5th level, the surrounding area had become much narrower. It resembled an arena, with neatly laid marble on the ground. Just then, a series of tremors suddenly resonated from the ground. The guardian monster of the 5th level was about to appear. Soon, a massive figure emerged in Shia Chen's line of sight. It was a giant bear, its body as large as a small mountain, with coarse fur like needles and claws on its paws sharp as blades. Ghost Claw Bear, status, adult, level, 15 elite boss, danger level, extremely dangerous. Shia Chen immediately tensed the bowstring. It was finally time to face the monster head-on, with no way to evade. This adult Ghost Claw Bear could at least match the strength of an ordinary professional team, and there was no place to hide in the surrounding area. However, Shia Chen had no intention of surrendering. The reason was simple. The Ghost Claw Bear had a thick layer of fur, indicating weakness to fire. Its type belonged to ordinary creatures, indicating weakness to poison. At this moment, outside the trial tower, on the awakening ceremony square, the old principal Lin Jiangnan stared at the large screen with a dark expression, silently squeezing out a few words through clenched teeth. which dog day designer created this trial tower this year? The Goblin Tribe and the Undead Treant on the first 2 levels of the trial tower wiped out nearly 90% of the awakened. Next, on the 3rd level, the Swamp Witch eliminated all the clumsy warriors and knight classes. However, some ranged classes like archers and mages managed to hide in the crevices of the rocks, killing 3 Swamp Witches from a distance with their long-range attacks. By the time they reached the nerve-wracking 4th level, the Ghost Fire Spider Nest, resembling a small building, left Lin Zhengnan feeling utterly hopeless. On the live broadcast screen, only a few seed players who had awakened S-Class professions and a handful of A-Class professionals remained. The Dragon Scale Monk, Wang Biao, relied on his high resistance and output as a semi-tank to charge towards the teleportation array at the center of the nest, enduring damage all the way. Even so, when he reached the teleportation array, he was left with only a sliver of health, which was quite a sight to behold. The Frostblade swordsman, Lin Xueming, was not much better off. His ice abilities were countered by the Ghost Fire Spider, and he barely made it to the teleportation array thanks to the shield from his S-Class profession. Qin Yanran, who had awakened the Agile, Blood Pattern Hunter profession, seemed to have skills that granted her immunity to slow effects, skillfully dodging webs and the spider swarms that would deter most girls, reaching the teleportation array and becoming the only female awakened to reach the 5th level. Meanwhile, Lu Ruyan, who had previously relied on her Fire Element Mage attributes to kill the Undead Treant first and then exhaust the Swamp Witch with long-range fire spells, felt utterly hopeless upon arriving at the Ghost Fire Spider Nest on the 4th level. As a fragile mage, she could barely take a few steps before being ensnared by webs, watching the overwhelming swarm of Ghost Fire Spiders crawl towards her. With a pale face, Lu Ruyan chose to forfeit, ending her trial performance there. As the first high school's awakened ones dwindled to just a few seed players, Principal Lin and Director Zhang, cursing under their breath, followed Wang Biao and Lin Xueming's perspective to the 5th level of the trial tower. The appearance of the adult ghost clawbear in the arena made them all unable to hold back their curses again. Damn it, who the hell put this thing in the trial tower? Don't even mention newly awakened professionals. Even a whole team of practitioners might not be able to defeat an adult ghost clawbear. Who designed this year's trial tower? I heard a big shot from the military came. At that moment, in a military research institute in Shangjing City, high-definition screens filled the observation room, all displaying scenes from within the trial tower. Although 95% of the screens had turned black and white, indicating elimination. Dressed in professional attire that accentuated her perfect figure and wearing gold-rimmed glasses, Nie Xiaoyu showed a hint of disappointment and said in a calm tone, "It seems this year's trial tower ends here. No one from Shangjing City can break through the 5th level." Beside her, researcher Wang Lin, dressed in military uniform, looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears left, saying, "Of course, who would put an adult ghost clawbear in the trial tower? Even an S-Class professional would have no chance of soloing a ghost clawbear right after awakening, right?" Nie Xiaoyu lightly twirled a strand of hair, looking somewhat innocent as she replied, "Is that so? But when I participated in the Dragon Scale assessment, taking down a ghost clawbear before the first transition was just the most basic test for combat personnel." Beside him, researcher Wang Lin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. This year, the sudden arrival of Nie Xiaoyu, who was fully in charge of the trial tower at the research institute, spoke without any reservations. The name of the organization that slipped from her lips was a military secret that someone of Wang Lin's rank could never hope to access. Habitually biting the pen in her hand, Nie Xiaoyu said in a somewhat indifferent tone, "It's just a pity that this year's awakeners can't even get past the 5th level, let alone the hidden layer. I put in quite a bit of effort to catch that little guy." Wang Lin, on the other hand, was drenched in cold sweat. If even this ancestor found it troublesome, what on earth was that hidden layer? "Commander, the 5th level has an adult ghost clawbear. What kind of monster did you actually catch from the hidden layer?" Nie Xiaoyu replied in the most casual tone, yet her words sent chills down their spines. "Oh, nothing much, just a dragon cub." At this moment, Shia Chen, who was on the 5th level of the trial tower, did not rashly launch an attack. An adult ghost clawbear was not something an ordinary practitioner could handle. This level was set up for practitioners of S rank and above. The ghost clawbear was as massive as a small mountain, its coarse fur on its back as thick as armor. Its fierce eyes glared fiercely at Shia Chen, who had intruded into its territory. Since he had already come this far, it was not Shia Chen's style to back down without trying. Like its robust physique, the ghost clawbear was also a powerful monster with high health. Its speed was fierce but not swift. To maneuver around it, one had to rely on agile positioning. Shia Chen had now reached level 13, and he allocated all the free attribute points gained from leveling up to agility. After activating Water Step, his movement speed surged once again. At this moment, the ghost clawbear let out a low growl and charged fiercely at Shia Chen. The attacks of bear-like creatures were simple and reckless: 1 pounce, 2 hugs, 3 sit-downs. These were all learned from the notes of predecessors he had read in the school library. 1 pounce. The ghost claw bear lunged at him like a truck, its force overwhelming. Even a shield warrior with high defense would not withstand this blow, and one must not dodge too early. Never underestimate the turning ability of the ghost claw bear. Shia Chen steadied his stance, watching as the bear charged within 4 to 5 meters of him, then suddenly rolled to the side. Though it was a bit awkward, he narrowly avoided this deadly strike. Having dodged this attack, Shia Chen dared not let his guard down and suddenly dashed towards the bear's rear position. 2 hugs. He saw the ghost claw bear miss its pounce and immediately extend its 2 thick arms to grab at Shia Chen. If it caught him, his life would almost certainly be forfeit. But Shia Chen happened to run towards the bear's back, a blind spot in its vision, which was just the right angle to escape the bear's attack range. Now's the time. Shia Chen's gaze sharpened, and, ghost fire toxin, activated instantly, the tip of his iron spear wrapped in a flickering toxic effect, plunging fiercely into the bear's back. Target has entered ghost fire toxin state. With a successful strike, Shia Chen did not pause for a moment and quickly jumped back. In the blink of an eye, the ghost claw bear's broad and sturdy backside suddenly sat down, dragging its mountain-like back across the ground. Even the marble slab was instantly dented. This was the 3 sit-downs. Although this move looked clumsy and comical, its lethality was substantial. It was a key point in combating bear-like monsters, summarized by countless practitioners with their lives. If one is not familiar with the attack patterns of bear-like monsters, recklessly attempting a rear attack will likely lead to disaster. Fortunately, Shia Chen had anticipated this early on and withdrew in time. However, looking at the large stone slab that had been shattered into pieces, he still felt a lingering fear. Meanwhile, the ghost claw bear had also been successfully afflicted with ghost fire poison by Shia Chen. The thick fur on the bear's back was instantly ignited, causing burning damage while also suffering from the effects of the poison. 1015. The ghost claw bear, now burning and in pain from the ghost fire poison, became increasingly frenzied, revealing its health bar. Adult ghost claw bear level, 15 elite boss health, 4953/5000 in just a few seconds. A small segment of its health bar was rapidly depleted by the poison, while Shia Chen used the speed boost from water summoning step to quickly distance himself from the rampaging bear. Next, he just needed to find the right opportunity to apply another layer of ghost fire poison and then create a safe distance. If all went smoothly, defeating this ghost claw bear would not be a problem. However, the other awakeners who had reached the 5th level of the trial tower were not as fortunate as Shia Chen. Wang Biao's profession was an S-level melee class, the Dragon Monk. Armed with his signature weapon, a battle staff, he charged at the bear, which resembled a small mountain, thinking it would be like the undead treant on the 2nd level, large in size and health but slow in attack. Knowing that countless spectators, including his father, were watching outside the trial tower, Wang Biao let out a low growl and rushed forward, eager to showcase his ability to withstand and fight. However, the ghost claw bear quickly taught him a lesson. It lunged at him with the speed of a freight train, and he barely had time to react. 891. A damage of nearly 900 exploded on Wang Biao's head. Fortunately, as an S-level melee class with decent defense and health, he was not instantly killed. However, the spectators outside the trial tower shook their heads at the sight. The leaders of the 4 major guilds, except for Wang Biao's father, Wang Meng of the Black Hawk Guild, all found the scene amusing and mercilessly mocked him, saying, "It seems that young Master Wang's fighting skills need more practice." Wang Meng's face darkened, and soon after, the screen showed Wang Biao getting caught in the ghost claw bear's double hug. The bear's powerful arms firmly grasped Wang Biao and then pulled him tightly into its embrace. Bear hug. This seemingly simple term only reveals its terror when witnessed firsthand. 1526. The terrifying damage overflowed from Wang Biao's health bar, instantly turning him into a white shadow. The screen then turned gray, displaying the announcement. Tester Wang Biao has been eliminated, final score, 5th level. The leader of the Black Hawk Guild hurriedly flattered President Wang Meng, saying, "President, Xiao Biao's performance was quite good. Who could avoid the ghost clawbear's attacks right after awakening their profession?" Wang Meng remained silent, his face dark. The bear-like monster's moves, lunge, hug, and sit, were techniques that even he, as a guild leader, had only learned after countless dungeons, but seeing his son fall victim to 2 of them in front of everyone was still somewhat embarrassing for him. Another S-rank awakened professional, Lin Xueming, was not in a much better situation. Having humbly followed behind Shia Chen for 3 years in high school, he naturally learned a lot, so he did not recklessly attack the ghost clawbear right away. Instead, he narrowly dodged the first strike, which was as powerful as a locomotive. Using the unique skill of the S-rank Frostblade Master, he slowed the bear's movements with a chill, avoiding a deadly embrace. Then, he swiftly moved behind the ghost clawbear and began to unleash a flurry of attacks with his long sword. To deal with such a clumsy giant monster, one had to get behind them, a lesson Shia Chen had taught him. Unfortunately, Lin Xueming had only grasped the basics. Not every giant monster's back was its weak point, as was the case with the small mountain-like ghost claw bear before him. When the old principal Lin Zhangnan and the onlookers, including director Zhang, saw Lin Xueming successfully evade the first two heavy attacks and maneuver behind the ghost claw bear on the live screen, they were all overjoyed. Lin is truly a genius seed from our first high school. With such agile positioning and his S-rank profession, he might just make it through the 5th level. Principal Lin Zhangnan grinned, stroking his chin. I've had my eye on Lin Xueming for a long time. Finally, our first high school has produced a talent. Lin's future is limitless. However, Tang Wanner, who looked up at the big screen, frowned at the scene. Lin Xueming was being too greedy. Although his Frostblade Master had impressive output after activating the Frost attribute attack, he could not afford to output from the same angle for too long against a fierce boss like the Ghost Claw Bear. Sure enough, on the big screen, the Ghost Claw Bear, feeling a chill on its backside, let out a roar and suddenly sat back down. Lin Xueming, caught up in his attacks, had nowhere to dodge, his eyes wide as he watched that mountain-like rear come crashing down on him. Lin Xueming was both shocked and anxious, wanting to curse, damn. However, before he could finish his thought, a massive number exploded above his head. 2158. It shattered his frost shield. This was the most terrifying move of bear-type monsters, the 3 seat stools. As Lin Xueming's health bar was nearly emptied in an instant, leaving only a sliver, it wasn't over yet. The Ghost Claw Bear, not satisfied with just sitting, then lay down, its broad back pressing Lin Xueming into the ground and rubbing against him. 951. 861. A few heart-stopping numbers popped up. Lin Xueming became the first trial taker in this round of the trial tower to be crushed to death by a single butt, transforming into a stream of white light. The screen showing his perspective instantly turned black and white. Trial taker Lin Xueming has been eliminated. Final score, 5th level. Seeing this scene on the big screen, Principal Lin's smile instantly froze, and he squeezed out a few words through gritted teeth. Director Zhang. How many are left who haven't been eliminated? Director Zhang hurriedly looked down to check and replied, Principal, our first high school still has 2 people left. One is S-rank profession Qin Yanran, and the other. Is it actually Shia Chen? Director Zhang's eyes widened in shock, while Principal Lin, looking impatient, said, Shia Chen? That waste who awakened a blank profession is probably still stuck on the 1st level. Immediately switched to Qin Yanran's perspective on the big screen. Without a second thought, Director Zhang complied, and the big screen switched to Qin Yanran's perspective. Holding a longbow, she was the only agile-ranged S-rank profession, blood pattern hunter. In the limited space of the 5th level of the trial tower, Qin Yanran moved gracefully around the perimeter of the duel arena, maintaining a considerable distance from the Ghost Claw Bear. The longbow in her hand continuously unleashed a barrage of arrows at the bear. One after another, the swift arrows struck the Ghost Claw Bear, spinning and bursting into sprays of blood. This was her signature skill, blood pattern arrow feathers. Although the crude iron longbow in Qin Yanran's hands couldn't inflict high physical damage on the bear, it caused bleeding effects. The bear's health bar gradually decreased. Kite strategy. This is the kite strategy. The crowd erupted in admiration. Class beauty Qin Yanran already had many followers at school, and with her privileged background in the awakening of an S-class profession, she had become the object of everyone's adoration. Good. Well done, Qin Yanran. Principal Lin, this time, dared not speak too definitively, only blushing as he led the applause. All eyes were focused on Qin Yanran's perspective, and even Tang Wanner couldn't help but be captivated by her movements, secretly admiring the effort Qin Yanran must have put into her positioning. Following this tactic, as long as nothing unexpected happened, they might really be able to wear down the Ghost Claw Bear. Then, Tang Wanner looked down at the monitor in her hand, displaying Shia Chen's perspective, and her eyes widened in shock. On the monitor, Shia Chen, wielding a spear, danced around the Ghost Claw Bear, each strike precise and decisive. In contrast, the enraged Ghost Claw Bear seemed like a clown, unable to even touch a hair on Shia Chen. What shocked Tang Wanner the most was that the bear's health bar was alarmingly near the bottom. How is this possible? What kind of damage is this? As a professional who taught combat classes, Tang Wanner couldn't fathom how Shia Chen, with his blank profession, could deal such high output in such a short time. Observant as she was, Tang Wanner slowly began to see the clues. The reduction in the bear's health bar wasn't solely due to Shia Chen's attacks. It seemed to be losing health continuously on its own, and the amount was quite significant. Could it be that Shia Chen has also inflicted a debuff? Announcement. Awakener Wang Dong from First High School, eliminated with a final score at the 3rd level. Awakener Lin Tian from First High School eliminated, final scene at the 2nd level. First High School. As the trial tower's large screen broadcasted elimination information one after another, those awakeners who knew they had no hope of breaking through the higher levels and were trying their best to survive a little longer in the second and third levels to improve their scores were gradually eliminated. At this moment, on the large screen in the awakening ceremony, only Qin Yanran remained. In the image, in the vast duel arena, relying on the skill, blood pattern arrow feathers, Qin Yanran was able to inflict considerable damage on the tough-skinned ghost claw bear, gradually wearing its health down to nearly half. Qin Yanran truly deserves to be our role model at First High School. Indeed, a woman can stand shoulder to shoulder with men. I believe Qin Yanran has a chance to break through the 5th level of the trial tower and achieve a perfect score. A flame of hope flickered once again in the eyes of the old principal Lin Zhangnan, while Director Zhang beside him incessantly flattered, "Isn't that right? I say Qin Yanran is our pride." At this moment, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, who had already been eliminated from the trial tower, were also teleported out. They looked at the large screen where Qin Yanran was still fighting in the duel arena on the 5th level, and both of their faces revealed complex expressions. Qin Yanran, who was always polite yet distant towards everyone, was recognized as the school beauty of the First High School, surrounded by many admirers, including Wang Biao. Despite being the heir of the Black Hawk Guild, one of the 4 major guilds, and undoubtedly a high and handsome figure, Qin Yanran showed him no exception, keeping her distance just the same. In the eyes of others, Wang Biao had crafted a persona of a deeply affectionate and wealthy handsome man, but unfortunately, Qin Yanran hardly acknowledged him. In today's awakening ceremony, although he successfully awakened an S-level profession, compared to Qin Yanran's skillful movements on the big screen, his earlier clumsy performance felt like that of a clown. At this moment, Wang Biao's face was filled with regret and resentment, regretting his recklessness on the 5th level. Otherwise, he could have been on par with classmate Qin Yanran on the big screen now. On the other hand, Lin Xueming's face showed a hint of gloom. Unlike Wang Biao, who had built a deep affection persona, Lin Xueming had actively confessed to Qin Yanran. However, in front of everyone, Lin Xueming, who thought he had shown enough sincerity, was politely rejected by Qin Yanran. Since then, the way Lin Xueming looked at Qin Yanran had changed. Qin Yanran. Lin Xueming gazed at Qin Yanran on the big screen, his eyes filled with resentment and jealousy. If he couldn't clear the 5th level, then Qin Yanran absolutely couldn't either. Just then, an accident occurred on the big screen. An arrow that was supposed to hit the body of the ghost claw bear veered towards its head. 169. In an instant, a critical weak point damage appeared on the screen. What seemed like a good thing to the onlookers turned out to show Qin Yanran in a bit of a panic, and the leaders of several guilds below, including the president of the Black Hawk Guild, Wang Meng, frowned instantly. Not good. The reason Qin Yanran had been able to maintain a safe distance to execute her kite strategy was that she had deliberately aimed her arrows at the ghost clawbear's body, not its weak point, to prevent it from entering a rage state. But this arrow had triggered a critical hit. The ghost clawbear on the screen let out a furious roar and indeed entered a rage state. It suddenly crouched down and charged wildly at Qin Yanran, its speed increasing by more than half. Qin Yanran instinctively dodged, but the entire open duel arena had no cover, and she could only try to sidestep. However, in her panic, she still couldn't evade. The enraged ghost clawbear struck with a single paw, turning Qin Yanran into a wisp of white light. 1150. As a fragile agile profession, Qin Yanran simply couldn't withstand this blow. First High School awakener Qin Yanran has been eliminated. Final score, 5th level. As Qin Yanran's perspective gradually turned gray, the trial of the last S-level profession in the trial tower came to an end. Principal Lin, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but curse angrily. Who designed this year's trial tower? One touch and you're instantly killed. Who could possibly defeat that ghost claw bear on the 5th level? Meanwhile, Director Zhang, who knew some insider information, hurriedly leaned in to whisper something in Principal Lin's ear. Upon hearing it, Principal Lin's face turned pale, and he whispered, "What? It was designed by someone from the military? Why didn't you tell me sooner?" Director Zhang could only nod submissively while maintaining a smile. As the last hope, Qin Yanran, was eliminated, the onlookers at the awakening ceremony believed that this year's awakening ceremony had come to an end. The First High School had produced 3 S-Class awakened students, but unfortunately, no one had managed to break through the 5th level of the trial tower to achieve a perfect score. Just as the crowd began to rise and leave, and Principal Lin and the heads of the 4 major guilds also stood up, the large screen of the trial tower suddenly switched to a different scene. This indicated that the trial was not over yet. Wait, how is there still an awakened one in the trial tower? Haven't all the others been eliminated? Didn't the 3 S-Class awakened ones already come out? Who could it be? The departing crowd turned their heads in surprise, directing their gaze toward the large screen of the trial tower. On the screen, an awakened one who had never been seen before was wielding a thick iron spear, moving with extreme precision, constantly positioning himself in the blind spot of the ghost claw bear. The bear's health bar was horrifyingly down to 1/5. Among the entire awakening ceremony, only Tang Wanner quietly set down her monitor and focused on the large screen. Who is this? How did he make it to the 5th level of the trial tower? Look, the ghost claw bear seems to be about to be killed by him. Wasn't there only 3 S-Class awakened ones from the first high school this time? How could he possibly? The onlookers, including the heads of the guilds, widened their eyes in disbelief, but the awakened ones from the same cohort had already recognized him. Wait, that person seems to be Shia Chen. Shia Chen? Look, isn't that Shia Chen? How is that possible? Didn't Shia Chen only awaken a blank profession? How could a blank profession make it to the 5th level of the trial tower? This is impossible. Wang Biao's eyes widened as he slammed the table, staring in disbelief at Shia Chen on the screen, while Lin Xueming beside him couldn't believe his eyes either. Starting off with the extremely difficult half-orc goblin leader, the 50,000 health undead Treant, and the troublesome swamp witch, the ghost fire spider's lair. Lin Xueming prided himself on reaching the 5th level of the trial tower, believing it to be an extraordinary performance. But Shia Chen was just a blank profession. How could he also have made it past the 5th level? He should have been crushed by the goblin leader on the 1st level, dying under the vines of the undead Treant, eliminated early on. Yet the large screen clearly showed that Shia Chen had reached the familiar marble-paved 5th level arena, and in front of him was the ghost clawbear, which had left psychological shadows on Lin Xueming and Wang Biao. Its health had already been reduced to 1/5 by Shia Chen. No way! Lin Xueming immediately raised his voice in doubt. Shia Chen must be cheating. How could a blank profession possibly kill the 50,000 health undead Treant? Lin Xueming's words instantly awakened Wang Biao and the other awakened ones nearby. They had all personally experienced the trial tower, the undead Treant, the swamp witch, the ghost fire spider's lair. Each level of the trial tower was like a cruel hell, and how could Shia Chen, a blank profession, possibly pass these challenges? Cheating! He must be cheating. The principal must investigate him thoroughly. Shia Chen must be cheating. There's no way he could have passed the previous levels. Must severely punish the cheaters. However, amidst the doubts, Shia Chen on the big screen had already pushed the health bar of the ghost claw bear down to its last sliver. At this moment, the ghost claw bear had long fallen into a state of rage, yet every violent attack it made couldn't even touch a hair on Shia Chen. Shia Chen's movements were not fast, and his agility was not high. Yet, he managed to dodge every attack without a hitch, demonstrating a remarkable control of distance. Just then, Qin Yanran, who had just been teleported out of the trial tower, happened to witness this scene. Shia Chen has also reached the 5th level. After a brief shock, Qin Yanran's expression grew increasingly serious. Watching Shia Chen steadily maneuver around the enraged ghost claw bear, her gaze became more intense. So that's it. Sometimes, it's not just about creating distance to dodge. Moving around the target allows one to exploit the timing of those clumsy monsters' turns. Shia Chen, how strong are you really? Amidst the voices of doubt and disbelief, the health bar of the ghost claw bear was gradually reaching 0. Lin Xueming suddenly erupted with veins bulging on his forehead. Look, the ghost claw bear's health bar isn't decreasing with Shia Chen's attacks. Cheating! Shia Chen must be cheating. Lin Xueming's words immediately stirred up a commotion, and a group of people stood up, shouting loudly about cheating. In the eyes of the same cohort of students, Shia Chen had suppressed them for too long. Yet at this moment, a Shia Chen who had awakened an ordinary blank profession was about to break through the 5th level and achieve a perfect score in the trial tower right before their eyes. This was something they would rather die than believe. They would rather believe that Shia Chen had achieved this with an S-level profession than accept that a blank profession could rely solely on skill to defeat the ghost clawbear on the 5th level. The noise of agitation and doubt grew louder, and Tang Wanner, the combat teacher, could no longer hold back. She had witnessed Shia Chen's journey to the 5th level firsthand. Standing up, she frowned and scolded, "Everyone quiet down. The health bar not decreasing with attacks means the ghost clawbear has been put into an abnormal state by Shia Chen. Can't you all see this basic principle? Have my combat lessons been in vain?" As a beautiful and respected combat coach in the entire grade, Tang Wanner's words immediately silenced the group of guilty students. However, Lin Xueming had already gone mad, standing up to retort Tang Wanner, "Teacher Tang, you can't protect him just because you favor Shia Chen. We all know that Shia Chen has only awakened a blank profession. How could he possibly cause the ghost clawbear's abnormal state? He must be cheating." Tang Wanner looked at Lin Xueming with a hint of displeasure, but even she couldn't figure out how Shia Chen had come this far with a blank profession. "That's right, Teacher Tang, you can't protect him. Shia Chen must be cheating. Cheaters should have their scores cancelled and be disqualified from the trial tower. Waves of questioning voices echoed throughout the awakening conference. Meanwhile, Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium frowned as they watched Shia Chen on the big screen. Shia Chen? How could it be that kid? He's just a useless profession. No matter how good his skills are, he shouldn't be able to reach the 5th level. Is there something wrong with the trial tower? Did that guy find a loophole? At this moment, everyone could see that the ghost clawbear's health was down to its last sliver. Even if Shia Chen ultimately did not kill the ghost clawbear, according to the rules of the trial tower, the tester who could deal more damage to the monster would achieve a higher score. Therefore, Shia Chen was almost destined to be the first place in this trial tower. Principal Lin couldn't help but turn to Director Zhang and whisper, "What's going on? If the reward for the first place in this trial tower goes to him, wouldn't that be a waste?" This time, in addition to the military rewards, the first high school also provided an extra reward for the first place in the trial tower. Principal Lin Zhangnan had invested heavily in this reward. The purpose was to get closer to the promising first place, so the winner could be Wang Biao, Lin Shuiming, or Qin Yanran, but it absolutely could not be that Shia Chen, who awakened a useless profession. Director Zhang also said with a dark face, "I didn't expect that kid Shia Chen, with a blank profession, could actually achieve this step. But principal, even if we had said it before, such a good thing must not be wasted on a useless person." Old Principal Lin Zhangnan looked at the crowd below that had turned into chaos and couldn't help but say, "Do you think there's a possibility that the trial tower really has a problem, allowing that kid to take advantage?" Director Zhang immediately swore, "Principal, I think it's definitely the case." Principal Lin nodded expressionlessly, and looking again at the increasingly loud cheating accusations around the awakening ceremony, he made up his mind that even if Shia Chen ultimately killed the ghost clawbear, the final reward could never go to this useless Shia Chen. At this moment, on the 5th floor of the trial tower, as Shia Chen successfully stacked another layer of ghost fire poison on the ghost clawbear, a prompt appeared before him again. Target has fallen into ghost fire poison state. Poison layers, 10. With a full 10 layers of ghost fire poison effect stacked, this was the reason Shia Chen could unleash such high output in a short time. One layer of ghost fire poison could only stack one layer of burning and one layer of poison effect, deducting only a few drops of health per second, but 10 layers of ghost fire poison could deduct nearly 100 drops of health per second. At this moment, the steel fur on the ghost clawbear was almost completely burned away, and the poison made its mind dizzy and its eyes blur. 121, 139. The continuous damage numbers exceeding 100 finally corroded the ghost clawbear's 5,000 health points completely. As the massive body of the ghost clawbear collapsed with a roar, the huge experience points directly leveled Shia Chen up to level 15. Sacrifice the ghost clawbear's flame. Without hesitation, Shia Chen performed the sacrifice ceremony, as he was more eager to see what this elite boss, the ghost clawbear, could bring him compared to the massive experience. Ghost clawbear's flame sacrifice successful. Gain talent skill, berserk charge, skill level, A-class, skill effect. The ghost clawbear charges towards the target with unstoppable force, causing a stun effect upon hitting the target. What a great mobility skill! Shia Chen couldn't help but feel delighted, but suddenly a familiar voice rang in his ears again. "Congratulations! You have cleared all levels of this trial tower. Would you like to open the hidden level? The hidden levels screen will not be live-streamed." A hidden level? Shia Chen was momentarily stunned. Didn't previous trial towers only have 5 levels? He didn't expect this year to add such a great difficulty and even include a hidden level that wouldn't be live-streamed? What exactly was the designer trying to sell? But since he was already here, he might as well take a look. Entering the hidden level. As soon as Shia Chen's voice fell, the surrounding images began to swirl as if the world was spinning. It felt as if he had arrived at the peak of a towering mountain, surrounded only by endless clouds and blue sky. Suddenly, there was a crack underfoot, and Shia Chen hurriedly looked down, only to see that he had crushed a white bone. At that moment, he realized that all around him were the eerie white skeletal remains of various monsters, some even larger than a ghost clawbear. Their deaths were all the same, devoured to the bone. What kind of monsters were hidden in this secret level? Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The madman who designed this trial tower this year was beyond what any normal human could predict. Just as Shia Chen stood frozen in place, he noticed a pair of large eyes peeking out from a massive pile of bones ahead, curiously observing him. However, the pupils of those eyes were golden vertical slits, surrounded by scales that glimmered with a dark red sheen. At the same time, a pair of slightly immature yet proud wings emerged. Shia Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. Good heavens! Who brought a dragon hatchling here? Dragon species, one of the most terrifying races among all monsters. This creature, recorded in ancient legends from various countries, was born at the top of the food chain, naturally possessing unparalleled magical resistance and scales that ordinary weapons could hardly penetrate. Even the lowest-tier dragon hatchling had the strength of a golden-level boss. The scene before him, resembling a monster graveyard, was enough to illustrate this fact. Even the massive mammoth had inexplicably become food for this young dragon species. Looks like this is the end. Shia Chen shook his head, feeling somewhat helpless. It was pointless to dwell on who designed this year's trial tower. He knew very well that this seemingly harmless dragon hatchling was in existence that his weapon could not inflict even the slightest damage upon. A single breath of dragon fire from it would be enough to turn Shia Chen to ashes. He simply put away the rough iron spear in his hand and stepped forward. Even if he were to be eliminated by this little creature's dragon breath, it would be worth it. The chance to observe a dragon species up close was not something everyone could experience. Most ordinary awakeners would spend their entire lives without ever seeing such high-tier monsters. To Shia Chen's surprise, as he approached, the young dragon did not display much desire to attack. Instead, it stared at him with its big eyes, curious. Shia Chen had already walked within 4 or 5 steps of it. At that moment, he couldn't help but marvel at how wonderful dragons truly were. The scales, dark with a hint of red, shimmered with a dim light like the night, and although its wings were still somewhat immature, the streamlined wing membranes exuded a sense of power. It was said that an adult dragon could spread its wings to reach hundreds of meters, flying like a meteor, swift and fierce. Only a handful of powerful awakeners in the world could contract with dragons and become revered dragon knights. Shia Chen had also dreamed of this, standing atop a towering dragon. Just the entrance alone would be enough to draw attention. Now, Shia Chen had come close enough, just a few meters apart, both dragon and man curiously yet cautiously observing each other. He could even feel the young dragon's nostrils flaring as it huffed, seemingly sniffing the scent on him. When he realized he was just a human, he should have been able to use a breath of dragon fire to send himself out of the trial tower, right? Just as Shia Chen locked eyes with the dragon cub, a prompt suddenly appeared before him. The obsidian dragon, juvenile, is initiating a contract with you. Do you wish to sign the contract? In that instant, Shia Chen felt as if struck by lightning. What's going on? Every cell in his body surged with ecstatic joy. How could this happen? Such a monumental stroke of luck. How could it befall him? Signing a contract with a monster was an extremely rare act, binding both parties as one, inseparable. Usually, only beast tamers possess this ability. Even among beast tamers, how many in the world could sign a contract with a dragon clan? I sign. If Shia Chen hesitated for even a second, it would be disrespectful to the dragon clan. The next moment, a special ritual of contract materialized between Shia Chen and the dragon cub. Since the dragon cub was the one to initiate the contract, the entire ritual proceeded very smoothly. Soon, a prompt appeared before Shia Chen, successfully contracted with the obsidian dragon, juvenile. Obsidian dragon, level 5, status, juvenile, race, obsidian dragon clan. A unique summoning icon for the dragon clan appeared on Shia Chen's panel, and he quickly felt a subtle connection with the obsidian dragon cub before him, as if he could sense its thoughts. In a moment of clarity, Shia Chen finally understood why this obsidian dragon cub chose to actively sign a contract with him. It was due to the unique talent he was born with, flawed divine fragment. Only monsters with the highest bloodlines could perceive the supreme existence of a divine fragment, and this obsidian dragon just happened to possess such noble blood. From Shia Chen, it felt a divine-like pressure, strange yet undeniably real. In other words, the still juvenile dragon regarded Shia Chen as a true deity. To sign a contract with a genuine deity was an unparalleled honor, even for the dragon clan. Both the human and the dragon felt they had struck a great deal. And at the moment the contract was completed, a prompt appeared before Shia Chen. Congratulations, you have cleared the hidden level of the trial tower and will soon be teleported out of the trial tower. Do you wish to recall your contracted beast, the obsidian dragon, juvenile, to the summoning space? Shia Chen immediately nodded. Recall. Of course, he had to take this little dragon cub out before being teleported. This little guy was 100 times more precious than the rewards for winning the trial tower. Cheating. Shia Chen must be cheating. Severe punishment for cheaters. We cannot allow anyone to take shortcuts. At that moment, the crowd outside was still shouting in righteous indignation. As the blood bar of the ghost clawbear on the big screen gradually approached zero, the voices of the crowd grew quieter, each person's gaze fixed intently on the bear's blood bar, hoping for a miracle at the last moment. However, they watched helplessly as the last sliver of the ghost clawbear's health hit zero. Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and the others watching felt their hearts sink. Under everyone's gaze, the ghost clawbear, which no one believed could be defeated, fell to Shia Chen's iron spear. The big screen displayed the final prompt. First High School Awakened 1 Shia Chen has successfully cleared the 5th level of the trial tower. The trial ceremony has concluded. In the control room of the trial tower in Shangjing City, Nie Xiaoyu, holding a cup of coffee, leisurely pushed open the door and immediately saw the notification on the screen. This session of the trial tower has ended. All participating awakeners have been teleported out of the trial tower. Oh, it's over? Nie Xiaoyu walked calmly to the control panel, as all the results were exactly as she expected. An adult ghost clawbear was simply not something the newly awakened professionals could handle. It was a pity that the hidden level she had worked so hard to set up as a surprise for everyone would not be seen by anyone. The young obsidian dragon was a little creature she had just caught in collaboration with the research institute, and since the research plan had not yet been approved, she simply brought it to the hidden level of the trial tower. A dragon cub of this level was a high-level weapon in the entire military research base, unmatched in both military research value and strategic significance. If it weren't for Nie Xiaoyu's madness, no one would dare to bring out this dragon cub. However, Nie Xiaoyu was not worried that anyone could harm the dragon cub. After all, even a juvenile dragon was definitely not something newly awakened professionals could deal with, not even a scratch. But just as Nie Xiaoyu was operating the teleportation array, intending to teleport the dragon cub out of the trial tower, she suddenly froze. Wait, where's my dragon? Where's my big dragon cub? The cup of coffee in Nie Xiaoyu's hand suddenly fell to the ground, and her hands skillfully manipulated the teleportation array and the entire surveillance footage. Her big eyes filled with confusion and a bit of panic as she searched the entire 6th floor of the World Tower. However, in the hidden layer filled with various giant bones, she could not find any trace of the dragon cub. Killed? Impossible. Nie Xiaoyu instantly denied the absurd thought that had surfaced in her mind. Newly awakened professionals simply could not have the ability to kill a dragon. Moreover, the dragon cub had a special chip implanted in it, and if it had already died, they would have received a red alert long ago. But now, there was no alert from the chip at all. Open the video record of the hidden level on the 6th floor of the trial tower. A slight sweat broke out in Nie Xiaoyu's palm as she hurriedly called up the surveillance record. Fortunately, there was only one record. In the entire trial tower of Shangjing City, only one person had passed the 5th level ghost clawbear and reached the hidden level. Someone actually managed to kill the ghost clawbear on the 5th level. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but squint her eyes, slightly surprised. However, when she saw what happened next in the surveillance, she suddenly stood up in shock. What's going on? Is he signing a contract with the dragon cub? Who is this person? Is he crazy? How could a newly awakened professional possibly sign a contract with a dragon? Wait, Nie Xiaoyu's beautiful eyes widened like copper bells. He succeeded in signing? What the hell? The shock and confusion in Nie Xiaoyu's heart were beyond words. A newly awakened professional had so easily contracted the dragon they had painstakingly captured? Just like that, it was shoved into the summoning space and taken away? You, leave the dragon cub for me. Nie Xiaoyu was so anxious she could cry. Everything happening was too illogical. After they had painstakingly brought the dragon cub back to the research institute, they had not been able to successfully sign a contract with it either. However, it wasn't just Nie Xiaoyu. Even the beast tamers in the team who were at level 200 couldn't sign a contract with this dragon cub because they couldn't gain the recognition of the dragon clan. Yet, this newly awakened guy managed to contract the dragon cub so easily and smoothly. Who on earth is this guy? A bead of sweat appeared on Nie Xiaoyu's forehead. If the higher-ups found out that she had lost this dragon cub, she might end up in a military court. Nie Xiaoyu quickly searched the control panel. First high school, Shia Chen. She murmured Shia Chen's name softly. The news that a dragon cub had been contracted by a newly awakened professional absolutely couldn't get out. Otherwise, it would not only attract the interest of various forces in the dragon cub but also pose a threat to that kid's personal safety. This is serious. I need to contact their chief examiner immediately. Meanwhile, at the awakening ceremony of First High School, as the announcement of Shia Chen successfully passing the trial tower slowly appeared on the big screen, the entire awakening ceremony fell into silence at first, followed by a wave of doubts and curses. Cheating! Shia Chen must be cheating. We strongly demand an investigation into Shia Chen's passing process and severe punishment for the cheater. Don't let a useless profession ruin this year's trial tower. Feeling that the time was right, Principal Lin suddenly stood up, lightly coughed to signal for silence, and then opened the microphone to address the crowd. Dear students and citizens of Beijing, I have heard your concerns. Rest assured, I have never favored any cheater during my years as principal of First High School. We always demand fairness and transparency from our students. So here, Principal Lin paused with a slight smile. I, as the principal, will act on your behalf to request the chief examiner to thoroughly investigate Shia Chen's passing record and determine whether he engaged in cheating. If cheating is found, we will not be lenient and will expel him. Principal Lin immediately exchanged a knowing glance with Director Zhang beside him. The genius they had nurtured for 3 years had awakened a useless profession, which would have made first high school a laughingstock in the education sector. However, now they could take advantage of the cheating opportunity in the trial tower to expel Shia Chen directly, saving their reward funds from being wasted on a useless student. Director Zhang quickly stood up in agreement, saying, "That's right. Our first high school will severely punish any cheater. Such opportunistic individuals do not deserve the final rewards of the trial tower." The principal and Director Zhang not only showed no favoritism towards their student but instead called for a strict investigation, which immediately garnered applause from the audience. The crowd echoed, "Yes, we must not be lenient with any cheater. Severely punish Shia Chen, expel him. Shia Chen must be cheating. Thoroughly investigate Shia Chen. Severely punish the cheater." In the crowd, as if under a spell, only Qin Yanran remained silent, her brows tightly furrowed. No, Shia Chen She believed Shia Chen had the ability to kill the 5th level ghost claw bear. However, before she could finish her words, she was drowned out by the shouts of the crowd. This is human nature. In such situations, no one would listen to her. Also silenced was the homeroom teacher, Tang Wanner, who was desperately trying to defend Shia Chen. Director Zhang, principal. "Believe me, classmate Shia Chen did not cheat. I witnessed his entire progress through the levels." Tang Wanner anxiously picked up the monitor in her hand and was about to rush to the podium, but was swiftly stopped by Director Zhang, who snatched the monitor from her grasp and glared at her, saying, "Teacher Tang, mind your identity. The podium is not a place for you. You can't just spout nonsense here." At this moment, the chief examiner Yang Wen, standing at the awakening ceremony, found himself in a dilemma. On one hand, Yang Wen had personally presided over the entire awakening ceremony and the trial tower, and even he couldn't believe that Shia Chen, who had awakened as a blank profession, could clear the 5th level of such a difficult trial tower. On the other hand, the unique space formed by the trial tower's teleportation array had served the awakening ceremony for hundreds of years without a single mistake. This year's designer was a high-ranking military official, and the possibility of them making an error was negligible. How could he question it? Comrade Chief Examiner. At this moment, Principal Lin, who fancied himself on the side of the onlookers, sternly pressured Yang Wen. "I hope you will immediately contact the designer of the trial tower and thoroughly investigate Shia Chen's cheating." Just as Yang Wen was feeling troubled, the communicator by his ear was suddenly forcefully connected. A voice immediately rang in his ear. "Is this the chief examiner of First High School? Hello, I am Nie Xiaoyu, the designer of this trial tower." Chief Examiner Yang Wen immediately tensed up and stood at attention. "Sir, I am Yang Wen, the chief examiner of First High School." Both the designer's identity and military rank were far above Chief Examiner Yang Wen. Hearing Nie Xiaoyu's undeniable tone through the communicator, she said, "Did you see that classmate Shia Chen from First High School cleared the 5th level of the trial tower and entered the hidden layer?" Chief Examiner Yang Wen broke out in a cold sweat. As the chief examiner, he was supposed to monitor the situation of every participant. However, just now, he had been focused on the 3S rank professionals, Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran. If it weren't for the big screen automatically switching to the last participant, he wouldn't have even known that Shia Chen had cleared the 5th level, and he had reached the hidden layer? Chief Examiner Yang Wen was both shocked and flustered, stumbling over his words. If this got out, it would be a dereliction of duty. Just then, he heard Nie Xiaoyu's voice in the communicator. "I order you to immediately seal this information and not allow anyone to know that Shia Chen has ever reached the hidden layer. This trial tower only has 5 levels, no hidden layer, do you understand?" Chief Examiner Yang Wen's mind went blank, feeling somewhat confused, but it seemed that this way, everything had nothing to do with him. Yang Wen quickly replied, "Report, sir, I understand." Nie Xiaoyu continued through the communicator. "The information I convey to you must not be disclosed to anyone. As the chief examiner, you should know this basic principle, right?" Chief Examiner Yang Wen's brain raced, as if he had realized something. In previous trial towers, there had been awakeners who were noticed by the military due to their outstanding performance, and information about these individuals was invariably kept confidential. So, this Shia Chen. "Report, sir, I understand," Yang Wen replied decisively. At this moment, the scene of Chief Examiner Yang Wen communicating with designer Nie Xiaoyu through the communicator was also projected onto the big screen, allowing everyone at the awakening ceremony to witness this moment. Although they could not hear the content of the military communicator, everyone was waiting for the verdict on Shia Chen's cheating behavior. Principal Lin Jiangnan and Director Zhang looked at Yang Wen with eager eyes. Seeing this, the chief examiner Yang Wen felt a bit guilty and asked the communicator again, "Sir, how should we interpret the results of this trial tower? Is student Shia Chen still in first place?" On the other end of the communicator, Nie Xiaoyu replied straightforwardly, What do you mean by how to interpret it? Isn't he the only one who passed the 5th level? Then of course he is in first place. Report, sir. Understood. Chief Examiner Yang Wen let out a long sigh. With such a clear response from his superior, what else was there to question? After hanging up the communicator, Chief Examiner Yang Wen immediately straightened his face, took the microphone from Principal Lin Jiangnan, and said with authority, as the chief examiner of this awakening ceremony, I have consulted with the designer of the trial tower. I hereby officially announce there were no issues throughout the trial tower, and student Shia Chen did not engage in any opportunistic or cheating behavior. Ranked first. Since student Shia Chen is the only trial participant to pass all levels of the 5th layer, he has achieved a perfect score. Next, I will personally award student Shia Chen the special prize for achieving first place in the trial results. Chief Examiner Yang Wen's words instantly silenced the entire awakening ceremony. The onlookers who had been clamoring just moments ago, along with the other awakeners from the same cohort, were left dumbfounded. This result was undoubtedly the final verdict. Was there anything more authoritative than Chief Examiner Yang Wen's words? Meanwhile, Principal Lin and Director Zhang on the podium had their faces frozen in shock. They had thought that Principal Lin, who was supposed to stand with the crowd, had been thoroughly slapped in the face. Now, not only had he failed to establish an image of fairness and justice, but he would also become a foolish principal who questioned his own student, turning into material for the media to sensationalize. How? How is this possible? Chief Examiner, are you mistaken? Principal Lin, still unwilling to accept, stepped forward to press Yang Wen for answers. Seeing Principal Lin's shameless demeanor, Yang Wen frowned and coldly replied, Principal Lin, are you questioning the integrity of our military's chief examiner? Or do you have doubts about the trial tower designed with our military's participation? With such blatant accusations, Lin Jiangnan was both shocked and terrified. He hurriedly waved his hands, saying, No, how could I question you? I just, Shia Chen. Just then, as a flash of legendary light passed by, the person at the center of this chaos, Shia Chen, was finally teleported out of the trial tower. The main character has appeared. As cameras immediately pointed at Shia Chen like a barrage of guns, old Principal Lin Jiangnan instantly changed his expression, hurriedly putting on a warm smile as he approached Shia Chen, taking his hand and saying enthusiastically, Congratulations, student Shia Chen. Congratulations on becoming the first place in this trial tower in Beijing. Truly worthy of being an outstanding student from our first high school, you are our pride. At this moment, Shia Chen, who had just contracted with the little dragon cub, was completely bewildered. In his impression, this old man Lin Jiangnan was quite snobbish. He would never be so warm and fair to someone like him, who had awakened a useless profession, right? Could it be that he had misunderstood him all along? Was this old principal actually a good person? Director Zhang, hurry! Old Principal Lin Jiangnan immediately exchanged glances, and Director Zhang beside him hurriedly presented the generous gift prepared by their first high school. Shia Chen, this is an additional reward specially prepared for the first place in the trial by our first high school, 100,000 dragon coins. I hope it will help you in your future development. Principal Lin Jiangnan said through gritted teeth, looking at Shia Chen, while feeling deep regret inside. Originally, he had prepared this 100,000 dragon coins to build a connection with the first place in the trial, but unexpectedly, it ended up in the hands of Shia Chen, this useless person. So what if he got first place? A useless profession destined him to have no future. The 100,000 dragon coins he had put out was like throwing money into the water. Although Shia Chen, who had just been teleported out, did not know what had happened, he could infer from Principal Lin's splendid expression that this old guy was probably forced into a corner and had no choice but to do this. However, for this substantial 100,000 dragon coins, Shia Chen gladly accepted it, smilingly saying, Thank you, Principal, for your cultivation. I will definitely work hard and bring glory to our first high school in the future. His words were so grandiose that they made Principal Lin and Director Zhang's faces turn from green to white. The chief examiner, Yang Wen, could not help but scrutinize Shia Chen, who had passed the 5th level of the trial tower, thinking to himself what kind of ability this guy had. Clearly a useless profession, yet he managed to pass the 5th level of the trial tower? However, these were no longer his concerns. Since this kid had already attracted the attention of the military, what he needed to do was to logically award the first place prize of the trial tower to him. Yang Wen immediately raised the microphone in his hand and announced seriously, on behalf of the military, I am here to present the award to the first place of this trial tower, Shia Chen. Yang Wen then handed an envelope containing a card to Shia Chen and explained, This is a weapon equipment exchange voucher for the military arsenal in Beijing. With this voucher, you can exchange for any golden level equipment below level 30 at the arsenal. I believe it will be a great help for your early development. Shia Chen was instantly delighted. Golden level equipment? He didn't expect that this time the military had really invested heavily in the trial tower. The levels of weapon equipment are divided into whiteboard, black stone, fine iron, silver, gold, and then further up to brilliant, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and other high-level weapons. A piece of golden-level equipment is basically worth 100,000 dragon coins in the market. If it were a weapon, the price would be even higher. It seems that this time, Shia Chen's trial tower experience was quite fruitful. In contrast, the faces of the other awakeners sitting below the awakening platform were extremely colorful. Lin Xueming looked at the weapon exchange voucher in Shia Chen's hand, his eyes burning with jealousy. He was not as wealthy as someone like Wang Biao, and coming from a poor family, he couldn't afford to buy an initial set for himself. He originally thought that the final reward of this trial tower would be his alone. Unexpectedly, it fell into the hands of that useless Shia Chen. Why should it be like this? Lin Xueming couldn't help but mutter, golden-level weapon equipment in the hands of a useless person like Shia Chen is simply a waste. His words immediately sparked agreement and echoes among the crowd surrounding him. That's right. So what if Shia Chen got first place in the trial tower? A useless profession is still a useless profession. When he goes into dungeons in the future, he will suffer sooner or later. Exactly, with such a useless profession, he will surely reveal his true colors on the battlefield. The military sending such a precious golden-level weapon exchange voucher into his hands is simply a pearl cast into the dark. The voices of discussion and doubt grew louder. Naturally, it reached the ears of Shia Chen, who stood on the awakening platform. From the moment he chose the fourth profession, God Abandoner, Shia Chen had anticipated that this group of awakened ones, whom he had suppressed for 3 years, would gloat and mock him. But he didn't expect that Lin Xueming, who had been following him and humbly seeking advice every day, would change his face so quickly. In the center of the crowd, like a star surrounded by the moon, Lin Xueming looked at him with undisguised resentment and gloom. Beside him, a newly recruited lackey shouted at Shia Chen without thinking, "Shia Chen, if you know what's good for you, hand the golden-level weapon exchange voucher over to Brother Xueming. Having it in your hands is simply a waste. Yeah, what use is it to you, a worthless profession, even if you have such a good thing?" One after another, mocking voices echoed from the crowd. As the target of these sharp words, Shia Chen raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Hand it over? If it were you, would you give away this golden-level equipment exchange voucher?" The voices of some indignant people gradually quieted down. This kind of golden-level weapon, no one would ever consider giving it to someone else. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Shia Chen held in one hand the storage card for 100,000 dragon coins issued by the old principal Lin Jiangnan, and in the other hand, the golden-level weapon exchange card issued by the chief examiner Yang Wen, and swaggered down the awakening platform. The more natural Shia Chen appeared, the more defensive those who claimed that a worthless profession did not deserve rewards became. Amidst the opposition and even curses, Shia Chen walked straight into the crowd. As he brushed past Lin Xueming, he said, "Lin Xueming, have I offended you in any way during these 3 years of high school?" At that moment, Lin Xueming showed no concealment of the gloom in his eyes and coldly replied, "Offend? No, Shia Chen, you haven't offended me at all. On the contrary, you are a very good teacher, you are so dazzling, but have you ever thought about how I feel following behind you? Every time you guide me from a high position feels like charity, but from now on, it will be you who is humble." Shia Chen was momentarily stunned. Reflecting on the 3 years of high school, he realized that he had never taken a high and mighty stance with Lin Xueming, who often sought his advice, nor had he ever been arrogant. Yet in the eyes of some, no matter what you do, it is seen as pitying them. "Ah, I understand now." Shia Chen chuckled lightly, shook his head, and then turned to walk out of the crowd. A dilapidated old rental apartment, resembling a dangerous building, had been Shia Chen's home for the past 3 years. However, today, as he stepped into the stairwell, he looked up and saw someone he never expected to appear here, Qin Yanran, the recognized school beauty of the first high school. At that moment, Qin Yanran had changed into casual clothes, her smooth hair tied back, perfectly highlighting her delicate profile as she lazily leaned against the railing. Shia Chen had to admit that even standing in front of his rental apartment plastered with various small advertisements, this girl was still so beautiful that it was somewhat shocking. Looking at this somewhat incongruous scene, Shia Chen couldn't help but be surprised. The Qin family was large and prosperous in the capital city, and Qin Yanran was the extremely favored sole heir. Logically, she should have no connection to Shia Chen's dilapidated rental building. Unless this building is also someone else's asset? But even if it's for collecting rent, there's no need for this little princess of the Qin family to come in person, right? Just as Shia Chen was lost in thought, Qin Yanran also spotted him and stood up first to greet him. Hello, Shia Chen. Hello, Shia Chen replied politely, but in his heart, he was puzzled. Could it be that Qin Yanran specifically came to find him? It seemed that Qin Yanran noticed the confusion in Shia Chen's eyes, and with a gentle smile, she explained, I got your address from Teacher Tang. Ha, she really did come to find me? Shia Chen was taken aback and asked, is there something you need, classmate Qin? Although they were both among the 4 prodigies of the first high school, in Shia Chen's impression, they had almost no interaction, and they hadn't even spoken much. Moreover, Qin Yanran had many admirers at school, always the center of attention wherever she went, and Shia Chen habitually avoided her. Qin Yanran blinked her big, sparkling eyes, and a hint of a shy blush appeared on her usually cool face. Then she suddenly spoke. May I ask if classmate Shia Chen has any guilds he wants to join? Shia Chen frowned and then smiled self-deprecatingly, saying, I would like to join a guild to get a stable subsidy. But with the profession I've awakened, I'm afraid no guild would want me, so for now, I'll just be a lone player. Qin Yanran, however, blinked her big, sparkling eyes and said, but many areas and dungeons are difficult to explore alone. It's hard to develop quickly by yourself in the early stages. This surprised Shia Chen. This was not something the usually indifferent Qin Yanran would say. What exactly did this young lady from the Qin family want? Shia Chen decided to ask directly. What exactly do you want to say, classmate Qin? It seemed that Qin Yanran also realized her slip and a slight blush rose on her cheeks as she said, Sorry, classmate Shia Chen. Please forgive my intrusion. Qin Yanran raised her clear eyes and sincerely said, I plan to establish a new guild under the name of the Qin Group and would like to invite you to join, classmate Shia Chen. Shia Chen was taken aback. This was explosive news. The Qin Group, which had never participated in the guilds of the capital city, was actually going to step in. Classmate Qin Yanran, you should know that the profession I've awakened is a blank slate, right? Shia Chen shrugged and said, I know. Qin Yanran's gaze was intense as she stared at Shia Chen, then smiled and said, but I know even better the value of a blank slate profession that can clear the 5th level of the trial tower. Sorry, classmate Qin. Shia Chen shook his head and politely declined. Thank you for your invitation, but at this stage, I have some personal matters to attend to, and joining a guild would be a bit inconvenient. Unexpectedly, Qin Yanran suddenly turned and stood in front of Shia Chen. At such a close distance, looking into the eyes of this recognized beauty of the first high school, even Shia Chen couldn't help but hold his breath, marveling at her beauty. This girl isn't trying to use her looks to persuade me, is she? Qin Yanran blinked her big, sparkling eyes and said, Classmate Shia Chen, would you like to hear my conditions first? Shia Chen shook his head again and said, Sorry, 50,000 dragon coins a month. Wait, how much? Shia Chen's body trembled. After all, the rent for his apartment for a year was only 3,000 dragon coins. Qin Yanran smiled and said, As long as classmate Shia Chen joins my guild, you'll receive a basic salary of at least 50,000 dragon coins every month. After awakening as a professional, equipment, potions, going into dungeons. All sorts of consumables cost money. Shia Chen was not like an S-class professional who was destined to be free from worries about food and clothing the moment they awakened. Can I ask why the Qin Group suddenly decided to intervene in the professional association? Shia Chen calmed down and curiously inquired. The capital city had long been divided among the 4 major associations. How could there be room for a new association to rise? Even the Qin Group would find it incredibly difficult to start from scratch among so many established associations. It's not the Qin Group's decision, but my own. Qin Yanran smiled, biting her lip as she spoke. As for the specific reason, if you agree to join, I'll tell you. Hearing this, Shia Chen had already guessed some clues. In recent days, many rumors from the school had reached his ears. It seemed that the Qin Group had encountered a major issue, with many of its businesses being transferred out, and it was said that they had taken on huge debts. As the sole heir, Qin Yanran was destined to bear the burden of the Qin Group. Creating a new association was her way of breaking the deadlock. However, even with her awakening an S-class profession, starting a new association was not as easy as it sounded. But this girl was indeed responsible and extremely clever. Should he agree? Shia Chen hesitated. After all, he really needed money at this stage. Shia Chen, have you thought about it? Qin Yanran tilted her head and asked. One condition. Shia Chen pondered for a moment and said, I want the privilege to act independently. I have the right to refuse participation in any non-essential actions of the association. Okay. To his surprise, Qin Yanran agreed so readily. Shia Chen continued, and for the next few days, I want to temporarily leave the association and act alone. How long is temporarily? 1 month. Deal. Qin Yanran immediately extended her delicate hand, smiling, Shia Chen, welcome to my association. Shia Chen happily shook her hand. Pleasure working together. future president. Before leaving, Qin Yanran also left Shia Chen a gift, a brand new communicator, saying it was for convenience in contact. This device was essential for professionals, and the communicator Qin Yanran gifted was a high-end brand. Buying one himself would have been a significant expense, so Shia Chen naturally accepted it without hesitation. His future president was not at all stingy. Even though the Qin group was facing some issues now, it was still a major player in the capital city. As soon as Shia Chen opened the door and returned to his less than 20 square meter rental room, a sudden wave of urgency surged in his mind. Oh no, the dragon cub is about to come out. Shia Chen quickly got up, and a prompt appeared before him. Do you agree to release the obsidian dragon, juvenile form? Before Shia Chen could agree to release the little creature from the summoning space, a shimmering summoning array suddenly appeared in his cramped rental room. The little dragon cub actually came out on its own? The black-red scaled juvenile obsidian dragon appeared in Shia Chen's rental room, its curious vertical pupils surveying the surroundings. The little dragon cub was only about 1 meter long now, but in this narrow rental room, it already felt a bit cramped. It seemed that it wouldn't be long before he would have to spend money to find a bigger place. Shia Chen rubbed his forehead in thought. Raising a dragon was clearly an extremely costly endeavor. However, the little dragon cub didn't seem to mind the small space at all. Instead, after sniffing around every corner of the rental room out of curiosity, it flapped its wings and jumped onto the sofa, lazily curling up, looking quite content. Good dragon! Shia Chen felt quite relieved. Truly, a dragon does not mind a poor home. However, before Shia Chen could catch his breath, he noticed that the little dragon was staring intently at him, innocently letting out a couple of whines. The little dragon was hungry. Shia Chen immediately rummaged through the fridge, and fortunately, there were a few pieces of frozen meat left. He heated up the pan, added oil, and started frying the meat. Shia Chen skillfully maneuvered in the cramped kitchen, while the little dragon sat obediently on the fridge, watching curiously. Before Shia Chen could serve it, the freshly cooked meat was snatched away by the little dragon in one precise bite. Hey, be careful, it's hot, Shia Chen instinctively warned, but he saw the little dragon swallow it whole, burp, and even let out a puff of light smoke. Shia Chen suddenly realized that his worries were indeed unnecessary and foolish. A dragon that can breathe fire. Why would he worry about it burning its mouth while eating? However, this little dragon had an astonishing appetite. What was supposed to last Shia Chen at least half a month was devoured in one meal. Looking at the empty fridge, Shia Chen couldn't help but sigh. It seemed he would need to get a bigger fridge. Raising a dragon is truly a money-burning endeavor. After being well-fed, the little dragon curled up on the sofa and soon fell into a deep sleep. Seizing the opportunity, Shia Chen checked the little dragon's attributes: Obsidian Dragon Level, 5 Status, Juvenile, Contracted, Race, Obsidian Dragon Clan Attributes, Health, 30,000 Attack, 1390, Defense, 2500 Talent Skills, Dragon Breath, Obsidian Scales Dragon Breath, S-Rank, a unique breath attack of the dragon race, causing intense damage over a wide area. Ignores burning resistance. Obsidian Scales, SS rank, the innate scales of the Obsidian Dragon Clan, immune to most attribute attacks including fire, lightning, ice, etc. And ignores most abnormal states. My goodness! Shia Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes. This little dragon was only level 5, yet it had a whopping 30,000 health. 2 talent skills, one being Dragon Breath, which was already S rank. The other, Obsidian Scales, astonishingly reached SS rank. Almost immune to all attribute damage in abnormal states. Its attack and defense attributes completely crushed Shia Chen at present. No wonder the dragon race is considered a force of nature. Even in its juvenile form, it could rival a golden level boss. If it were to grow up, each one would be a calamity. Even as a juvenile, the Obsidian Dragon could easily overpower all the new generation of practitioners just with its outrageous defense and health. Not to mention it also had Dragon Breath for wide area damage. With this little guy, didn't that mean he had a natural invincible tank? Shia Chen felt a surge of excitement. After all, he had already signed a contract with this little dragon, making him its master. Little dragon, sit, Shia Chen thought, but the sleeping dragon lazily opened one eye, gave Shia Chen a glance, then closed its eyes again as if it hadn't heard, continuing to sleep peacefully, its tail swaying leisurely. Ha! Shia Chen felt a bit stifled. He was sure that the little dragon had received his thought, but it was simply too lazy to respond. Could it be that my method is wrong? Shia Chen began to doubt himself. Although he had read almost all the practitioner textbooks during high school, he had only skimmed through the subject of beast taming without delving too deeply. Moreover, this little guy was not just any beast. It was a genuine obsidian dragon, the proudest and hardest to tame of the dragon race. Shia Chen sat up and opened the terminal on the desk, connecting to the database of First High School. searching for fundamentals of beast mastery. Meanwhile, in the control room of Shangjing City, Nie Xiaoyu's slender fingers were also tapping away at the terminal, but her military clearance was the highest in Shangjing City, granting her access to the entire city's database. Soon, line after line of data appeared before her eyes. First high school 71st student Shia Chen achieved full marks in all subjects during 3 years of high school, hailed as one of the 4 genius seeds of first high school. Last year, achieved an S+ in holographic combat simulation, breaking the record in Shangjing City. Nie Xiaoyu immediately squinted her eyes, especially when she saw the latest sensational news about Shia Chen, the genius seed Shia Chen, yet unable to distinguish between professions? The muddled Shia Chen, tragically besieged by the 4 major guilds. How could someone refuse an SSS-level undead catastrophe profession and choose a useless profession instead? Interesting. Nie Xiaoyu stretched lazily beside her, softly murmuring, "What right does a blank profession have to contract a dragon species?" On her terminal, an extremely detailed address also appeared, 3rd floor, No. 1, Factory Street Residential Building, Xinguang Road. The next day, when Shia Chen woke up from bed, he felt a tingling in his legs. As he got up, he saw that the little dragon cub was lying at his feet, half of its body resting on his legs, sleeping soundly. As Shia Chen slowly pulled his legs out, he couldn't help but marvel at how peculiar dragons were. Even though they could withstand high temperatures internally, their scales exuded a coolness on the surface. However, Shia Chen had something to do today, which was to go to the armory to exchange the golden level weapon equipment voucher in his hand. Making the best use of resources, a good weapon should be used in the present. In all of Shangjing City, the highest grade equipment and weapons were concentrated in 3 places. First, the military armory of Shangjing City. Second, the auction house under the first financial group of Shangjing City Bully Group. And lastly, the underground black market, which couldn't be openly mentioned but was known to all. Among them, the military armory had the highest threshold. The collections in this confidential storage designed for the military couldn't be bought just with money. Only those with special exchange vouchers and credentials issued by the military could enter to purchase equipment. The golden level weapon exchange voucher in Shia Chen's hand was the entry credential. After the heavily guarded soldiers at the entrance verified his credentials, Shia Chen was allowed to enter the seemingly unremarkable but vast armory. Looking around, a dazzling array of equipment filled row after row of shelves. Arranged according to different tiers and professions, they were neat and distinct: heavy armor, leather armor, cloth armor, robes, covering all professions from warriors to assassins, mages, and more, while various weapons, great swords, shields, staves, bows and arrows, and so on, were all available, with just the greatsword category filling up more than a dozen shelves. However, Shia Chen's goal this time was not equipment or damage-dealing weapons. He aimed to exchange the precious golden-level weapon voucher for a type of offhand weapon, a battle shield. When facing the ghost claw bear in the trial tower, Shia Chen relied entirely on agile and precise positioning to evade its frenzied attacks. However, monsters in the real world were often even more brutal. There were countless monsters far more agile than the ghost claw bear, and merely relying on positioning could not handle all situations. Being able to defend and attack was the hard solution. In the shield area, various shields of different shapes filled row after row of shelves, and the names and attributes of each shield caught Shia Chen's eye. Refined brass shield grade, golden artifact type, kite shield. Imperial Guard great shield grade, golden artifact type, giant shield. Golden round shield grade, golden artifact type. Small round shield. Shields were divided into several types: giant shields, kite shields, equipment type shields, round shields, and whole shields. The largest in size were the giant shields and kite shields, which had the highest defensive attributes but were also the heaviest. Generally, only the sole frontline warrior in a team would use them. This type of giant shield, which almost abandoned offensive means to focus entirely on defense, was naturally not what Shia Chen wanted. The small shields and round shields served as secondary weapons for agile professions to save their lives. Although they were nimble enough, their defensive power was greatly reduced. Even if they successfully blocked an attack, they could not withstand most of the damage, and they were also not Shia Chen's target. What Shia Chen wanted was a branch of the equipment-type shield, the battle shield. It was a type of shield that mostly resembled a diamond shape, capable of blocking most damage when perfectly defended, and could also be used in conjunction with the main hand weapon for counterattacks like shield bash. It was the most commonly used shield by all warrior-type professions skilled in combat techniques. Shia Chen's gaze swept across the rows of battle shield shelves, and finally, a shield's name caught his attention: Fierce Tiger Battle Shield. Although the name was somewhat ordinary, the unique white tiger pattern on it made Shia Chen's eyes light up. This was a distinctive mark of a renowned blacksmith family from one of the 4 main cities, White Tiger City. The Fierce Tiger pattern. This blacksmith family from White Tiger City had a legacy of over 100 years, with almost every head of the family becoming a blacksmith, and even producing several master-level blacksmiths. Every weapon and equipment crafted by their family had absolutely excellent attributes and would always come with a highly practical additional attribute or skill. Shia Chen immediately stepped forward to inspect it, and the attributes of the Fierce Tiger Battle Shield appeared before him. Fierce Tiger Battle Shield Grade, Golden Artifact Strength Requirement, 100 points defense, plus 300 block effect, Strong Damage Immunity Attribute, Constitution plus 45 additional entry, block counterattack increases damage by 30% after a successful block. This is the one. Shia Chen immediately picked up the Fierce Tiger Battle Shield, gently wiping away a layer of fine dust that had settled on it. He wondered why a shield from this blacksmith family would be gathering dust in the warehouse. But in any case, he had stumbled upon a great find. This Fierce Tiger Battle Shield not only had the strong damage immunity block effect but also added 45 points to his constitution. 1 point of constitution could increase health by 20 points, so equipping this Fierce Tiger Battle Shield was equivalent to directly raising his health limit by 900 points, which was crucial for Shia Chen, a fragile character. Moreover, it had the damage bonus entry for block counterattack that Shia Chen valued the most. No wonder it was a golden artifact level equipment. This Fierce Tiger Battle Shield would undoubtedly become Shia Chen's life-saving weapon as he swept through the leveling areas around the capital city. After a thorough registration process, Shia Chen successfully withdrew the Fierce Tiger Battle Shield from the armory. At this moment, walking on the streets of the capital city, he saw crowds everywhere, bustling with activity. Today is the first day of the new batch of Awakeners becoming professionals. Not only are all the guilds bustling with activity to recruit newcomers, but many solo players are also looking for fixed teammates on the streets. However, more prominent are the small vendors selling equipment for them. Such a large group of Awakeners in need of beginner gear is undoubtedly a huge business opportunity. After all, not everyone has enough capital to buy a full set at the auction house. Hey, you there! You're also one of the new Awakeners, right? How about a leveling area map around Heisu City? A small vendor in a denim outfit suddenly brightened up and stopped Shia Chen, easily discerning his identity from his age and ordinary attire. 50 dragon coins for a map, all the latest for this year. Shia Chen did not refuse. The leveling areas around Heisu City are not set in stone, where new dungeon rifts appear, and which areas have monsters running amok. This information changes every year. Shia Chen promptly tossed out 100 dragon coin note and said, "I'll take a map, and also the latest intel on the leveling areas of each guild." The vendor in denim looked at Shia Chen with an understanding gaze and quietly pulled out an envelope from his pocket, handing it to Shia Chen while whispering, "You really are an expert. This information was just gathered last night. The leveling areas that the 4 major guilds plan to monopolize are marked on it. We solo players trying to make a living should definitely avoid crossing paths with them." This was exactly the intel Shia Chen wanted. In the early stages of each batch of Awakener professionals, the 4 major guilds often brazenly occupy a region to train the newcomers they recruit, and many other capable guilds also adopt this monopolistic approach. It would be best for Shia Chen to avoid these areas to prevent being overwhelmed by the crowd. Opening the envelope, he was greeted by several explosive news articles about the new batch of S-level Awakeners. S-level professional Awakener Lin Xueming from First High School has chosen to join one of the 4 major guilds, the Bai Guild. S-level professional Awakener Wang Biao from First High School has joined the Black Hawk Guild. A-level professional Lin Tian from First High School. Lin Xueming, Wang Biao. Shia Chen couldn't help but squint his eyes, repeating these 2 names. Wang Biao had long made it clear during their time at First High School that he was Shia Chen's arch-nemesis, employing all sorts of underhanded tactics. However, Lin Xueming was different. He was extremely cunning. Shia Chen had already sensed that Lin Xueming, who followed him every day, was deeply scheming, but he never expected this person to be so narrow-minded. The kindness Shia Chen showed him was seen as condescension in his eyes. Now that Lin Xueming had joined one of the 4 major guilds, Bai, and was being groomed as a key talent, he would definitely not let things rest easily. But this time, the roles were reversed. Lin Xueming was in the light, and Shia Chen was in the dark. Bai Guild. Shia Chen murmured. The Bai Guild was the wealthiest among the 4 major guilds. President Tang Jinyuan controlled a conglomerate worth hundreds of billions, and almost all of Bai's resources were acquired through money. The elite members within the guild enjoyed generous treatment, especially those key talents being cultivated. Given Lin Xueming's S-level professional talent as the Frostblade Master, it was not surprising that he was chosen by Bai Yi. However, as one of the 4 major guilds, Bai Yi would not go out of their way to target a solo player like Shia Chen just for Lin Xueming. This gave Shia Chen a chance for wild development. Shia Chen flipped through the rest of the sensational news articles and opened the latest area distribution map. From the latest leveling area distribution map around Heisu City, there were quite a few low-risk leveling areas suitable for Shia Chen that were below level 30. Northern Wasteland Monster Distribution, Mutated Wolf Pack. Abandoned Mine Monster Distribution, Corpse Poison Bats. Southern Mountain Ruins Monster Distribution, Large Goblin Tribe. Fierce Winds Cemetery Monster Distribution, Skeleton Soldiers. For ordinary awakeners, the focus is not on the quantity of monsters but on their quality. Especially in the early stages, these low-level monsters are merely a means to level up. However, for Shia Chen, each type of monster can offer a word entry or a skill as a sacrifice. Naturally, the more types of monsters he can farm, whether low-level or high-level, the better. Therefore, sweeping through all these low-level maps is imperative for Shia Chen. It's just a matter of prioritizing the order. Corpse Poison Bats. Upon seeing the monster distribution in the abandoned mine, Shia Chen's eyes lit up. Having already experienced the powerful effects of ghost fire poison in the trial tower, he became increasingly interested in the poison specialization. If he could further stack new toxins, it would undoubtedly be a powerful weapon in monster farming, especially against boss-level monsters. Moreover, the abandoned mine is located in a dark underground area with a complex network of tunnels, making it a less frequented choice for professionals, allowing him to avoid unwanted attention. Without hesitation, Shia Chen went to a potion shop on the street, spending over 1,000 dragon coins to purchase 2 sets of health potions, 1 set of mana potions, and 1 set of antidotes. After making thorough preparations, he set off for the abandoned mine. The nearest city gate to the abandoned mine is the North City Gate of Shangjing City. To guard against monster attacks, the entire Shangjing City is surrounded by tightly secured city walls with formations, allowing entry and exit only through the 4 city gates in the east, south, west, and north. Each of the 4 gates is heavily guarded by military forces, and every awakener entering or leaving Shangjing City must undergo strict registration. It is said that these measures are not only to guard against monsters but also to prevent awakeners from enemy nations from infiltrating. After completing a series of strict registrations, Shia Chen, for the first time as a professional awakener, arrived in the true wilderness. What greeted him was the vast, boundless wasteland. The remnants of human civilization, once thriving, have been eroded by monsters and dungeons over hundreds of years, leaving only faintly visible paths. As he gradually distanced himself from Shangjing City, the surrounding professionals became fewer, and Shia Chen opened his attribute panel. Shia Chen Profession, God-Forsaken Level, 15 Health, 1950, Mana, 230 Attack, 175, Defense, 320 Constitution, 50, Strength, 105 Agility, 75, Spirit, 5 Initial Talent. Incomplete Divine Nature Talent Entries, Barbaric, D rank, Photosynthesis, S rank, Ghost Fire Poison, A rank, Skills, Water Summoning Step, B rank, Beast Blood Boiling, A rank, Barbaric Charge, A rank. Now that Shia Chen has equipped the Tiger Fierce Battle Shield, his defense and health have significantly increased. He has already collected 3 passive entries, Barbaric Photosynthesis Ghost Fire Poison. At the same time, he has gained 3 active skills, Water Summoning Step Beast Blood Boiling, which can be said to be a considerable leap compared to his initial blank profession upon awakening. With these entries from various monsters, Shia Chen boasts that even facing A-level professionals at this stage, he is not the least bit intimidated. The only downside is that his means of output are still somewhat lacking. Aside from Beast Blood Boiling, he has no other damaging skills and can only rely on the significant damage boost from his Berserk state for output. At this moment, Shia Chen suddenly recalled the scene in the trial tower when he had consumed Fire Seed points to enhance the skill, Frenzy, into Beast Blood Boiling. He never expected that this was the true use of Fire Seeds. Now that he had cleared the trial tower, he should have accumulated quite a few Fire Seed points, right? Check Fire Seed points, Shia Chen whispered, and a prompt immediately appeared before him. Fire Seed points acquired, 85. Check skills that can be enhanced. Instantly, 2 entries from the talent and skill bars appeared before Shia Chen. Brutality, D rank, can be enhanced. Water Summoning Step, B rank, can be enhanced. Besides these, other entries and skills were displayed in gray, insufficient Fire Seeds. So that's how it is. Shia Chen quickly understood the mechanism of Fire Seed enhancement. The amount of Fire Seeds required to enhance each entry and skill increased exponentially. Back in the trial tower, Shia Chen had consumed 10 Fire Seed points to enhance the B rank, Frenzy, to A rank, Beast Blood Boiling. Now, to enhance the A rank, Beast Blood Boiling, to S rank would require a full 100 Fire Seed points. The Fire Seed points he had accumulated from clearing the entire trial tower were not enough. Moreover, to enhance the already S rank, Photosynthetic Recovery, to SS rank would require a staggering 1,000 Fire Seed points. It seemed that the most important task at this stage was to harvest a large number of Fire Seed points. Shia Chen remembered that he had only gained 1 Fire Seed point from killing a goblin soldier, and even after defeating over 100 small ghost fire spiders, he had only received a little over 10 fire seed points. He couldn't afford to squander them. As the number of entries increased in the future, enhancing skills or talent entries would also require careful selection, using fire seed points on the most critical entries. However, enhancing beast blood boiling was definitely not a bad choice. This skill, which provided a momentary increase in damage unique to orc-type monsters, was among the best of all similar skills. Shia Chen's advantage was that he could easily obtain entries and skills that these human awakeners could not access through sacrifice. The goblins, brutality, the undead trance, photosynthetic recovery, the ghost fire spiders, ghost fire toxin, these were Shia Chen's unique and unparalleled advantages. Following the map's guidance, Shia Chen gradually arrived at the abandoned mine. This abandoned mine was located in a desolate area, with the entrance having collapsed halfway, the remaining half precariously supported by rubble, making it no wonder that most people were unwilling to come here. Seeing the dilapidated state of the abandoned mine, Shia Chen couldn't help but prepare himself mentally before stepping inside. I'll take a look around the perimeter first. If there are signs of collapse, I can escape in time. Shia Chen took out a glass tube from his backpack, inside which a creature resembling a firefly lay quietly, emitting a glow that illuminated a radius of 3 to 4 meters around him. This creature was called a lighting bug, a type of mutated organism that Shia Chen had bought from a street vendor. It was affordable and could provide long-lasting light, making it an essential item for various underground dungeon quests. Holding the lighting bug, Shia Chen cautiously stepped down the stairs of the tunnel, moving deeper into the mine. The mottled stone walls around him testified that this ruin was at least several hundred years old. Before long, black, sand-like substances began to appear on the ground. Bat droppings. Shia Chen immediately became alert, tucking the lighting bug into his waist, drawing out a rough iron spear in one hand while equipping the Tiger Fierce battle shield in the other, carefully moving forward under the faint glow of the bug. Suddenly, a flurry of wing flapping sounds echoed from above the tunnel ahead. In the next moment, several dark shadows lunged towards Shia Chen, at least a dozen corpse poison bats. Each one was as large as a hawk. Shia Chen quickly lowered his head, raising the Tiger Fierce battle shield to protect his head and chest. Instantly, he felt several violent impacts and muffled sounds. However, Shia Chen only staggered back half a step and suffered no harm. This was the power of the golden grade weapon, Tiger Fierce battle shield. Its strong blocking effect allowed Shia Chen to completely withstand this wave of surprise attacks. The dozen or so corpse poison bats crashed against Shia Chen's shield as if they had hit a wall, with a few of them dazedly falling to the ground. Seeing this, Shia Chen swiftly raised his spear and fiercely stabbed at the corpse poison bat at his feet. Thud, with the sound of the spear piercing flesh, a damage number erupted from the corpse poison bat, 157. At the same time, the bat's health bar appeared. Corpse poison bat, level 11, health 43 out of 200. A corpse poison bat had around 200 health, and now, with a single shot, Shia Chen could take away 3/4 of its health. He quickly followed up with another shot, sending this corpse poison bat to its demise. A white light immediately flowed into Shia Chen, and his experience bar visibly increased a small segment, which was quite substantial for his current level. However, the death of one corpse poison bat caused the remaining bats to fly around in a panic. In the dark and narrow mine, Shia Chen had nowhere to dodge, and one bat that slipped behind him took the opportunity to bite him hard from the back. 29. Although the damage was not high, a prompt immediately appeared before Shia Chen: you have entered the corpse poison state. 5. Dizziness value accumulating. Shia Chen instantly felt a wave of dizziness, as if his mind was becoming increasingly foggy. This was the effect of corpse poison. Although the poison damage per second was not high, it could accumulate a state of dizziness. If he did not quickly use an antidote, the accumulated dizziness value would reach a threshold, causing the target to enter a state of complete immobility. Shia Chen immediately leaned against the wall, one hand holding the shield to protect his front, while the other hand pulled out a bottle of antidote and drank it down. As his vision gradually cleared, the continuous poison damage effect on him also weakened. Dizziness state has lessened. Goodness, a bottle of antidote can't completely remove the corpse poison state? Shia Chen quickly drank another bottle of antidote, finally eliminating the poison state. This showed just how troublesome the corpse poison was, but it also strengthened Shia Chen's determination to grind out the corpse poison entry. Using the light from the fireflies, Shia Chen felt a depression in the wall behind him, just enough to accommodate a person. He quickly slipped into the recess, holding the shield to cover almost his entire body, while the rough iron spear thrust forward fiercely. Although the angle of attack was somewhat limited, the number of corpse poison bats was sufficient, and each thrust would surely deal significant damage. To improve the efficiency of monster grinding, Shia Chen directly activated beast blood boiling, allowing him to refresh the duration with each kill of a corpse poison bat, instantly doubling his output efficiency. Soon, there were no more sounds of flapping wings in the nearby mine, and the ground beneath Shia Chen was already covered with the bodies of corpse poison bats. Sacrifice the corpse poison bats for the flame of rebirth. A wisp of faint fire suddenly flowed from the corpse of the corpse poison bat into Shia Chen's body. The sacrifice of the corpse poison bat was successful. Fire seed +1. The sacrifice of the corpse poison bat was successful. Fire seed +1. After a series of successful sacrifice notifications, the phrase Shia Chen wanted to hear did not appear. It seemed that the term, corpse poison, was not so easily obtained. Shia Chen wiped the blood-soaked tip of his gun and continued deeper into the mine. Along the way, he slaughtered group after group of corpse poison bats, but what troubled Shia Chen even more in this extremely dark and convoluted mine was that those corpse poison bats always seemed to sense his arrival in advance. At every gathering point, they would surprise him with a group attack, and with just a slight misstep, he could be bitten and fall into the corpse poison state. Fortunately, the experience gained was quite rich. As streams of experience white light flowed into Shia Chen's body, his level rose to 17, and he casually sacrificed all the fire from the corpse poison bat's body. Accompanied by a series of successful sacrifice notifications, a very pleasant voice finally appeared in Shia Chen's ear. Talent term obtained, corpse poison. Finally, I've got you. Shia Chen was instantly filled with joy and hurriedly opened the talent term panel, where he saw a bright green, corpse poison, term securely placed there. Corpse poison, level, B grade, effect, after attacking and hitting the target, apply the corpse poison effect, causes continuous toxin damage and accumulates dizziness value. It was indeed the authentic corpse poison. Having just personally experienced this corpse poison, Shia Chen was all too familiar with the disorienting dizziness it caused, especially when used on fellow human practitioners. It would have surprisingly effective results. An absolute poison control weapon. Just then, as Shia Chen delved deeper into the abandoned mine, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He looked up and saw a pair of bulb-like eyes staring directly at him, hanging upside down above his head. Shia Chen raised the illuminating bug to take a look, and saw a corpse poison bat hanging upside down on the rock wall, but its size was 3 times that of an ordinary corpse poison bat, with its white poisonous fangs resembling daggers. A boss has appeared. Shia Chen's heart sank, and he raised the Tiger Fierce shield towards the top of his head, taking a battle stance. As a gust of dark wind swept by, the giant bat suddenly lunged at Shia Chen, crashing violently into the shield. The force was far more intense than that of the previous groups of small bats, instantly knocking Shia Chen off balance and onto the ground. In the dim glow, he saw the dagger-like poisonous fangs rushing towards his neck, and Shia Chen hurriedly raised his shield to block. Feeling a violent tremor in his palm, the beast's strength was astonishing. For a moment, Shia Chen was pinned down and unable to rise, and worse still, during the struggle, the illuminating bug test tube stuck at Shia Chen's waist seemed to have hit something and shattered with a crack. Shia Chen immediately sensed trouble. He saw that the glowing illuminating bug had barely flown a few meters before being swallowed whole by the giant corpse poison bat. The entire mine was plunged into darkness. This is bad. Before Shia Chen could pull out a spare illuminating bug from his backpack, he felt a gust of foul wind rushing towards him again. It crashed violently against the shield, 197. Even though he was in a blocking state, he still lost so much health. However, in the pitch-black mine where he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, Shia Chen thrust his spear forward, but it struck nothing. In the darkness, the giant Bat King, a creature of the night, moved freely. Shia Chen could only judge whether the giant bat was attacking by the sound of its flapping wings, and then a wave of foul wind rushed in. Shia Chen silently counted the time in his heart. Now is the moment. Ghost fire poison suddenly activated. The rough iron spear in Shia Chen's hand erupted with a burst of burning light, illuminating the surroundings, and he thrust it fiercely at the giant Bat King right in front of him. 134. Target has entered burning state. Target has entered poison state. As the 2 lines of prompts appeared, a flame ignited on the giant bat's body, particularly conspicuous in the dark underground cave. Now let's see where you can escape. Holding his shield, Shia Chen boldly stepped forward, thrusting the rough iron spear repeatedly into the giant Bat King, creating several bursts of spear flowers. 137. Burning damage, -35. 129. Burning damage, -35. The piercing damage, along with the effects of burning and poison, instantly caused a significant drop in the giant Bat King's health. It seemed that this corpse poison bat, which had lived for a long time in the damp mine, was indeed a creature weak to fire. The giant Bat King, engulfed in flames, flapped continuously in the narrow underground cave but could not extinguish the fire on its body. Losing the cover of darkness, the flaming giant Bat King became a target right in front of Shia Chen. Shia Chen raised his shield and pressed forward, the rough iron spear wrapped in ghost fire poison continuously outputting damage, and another series of mixed damage erupted, leaving the corpse poison Bat King with less than half of its health. Seizing the opportunity, Shia Chen decisively activated Beast Blood Boiling, a new power surged through him, greatly increasing his damage and attack speed. 219-238. With a wail from the corpse poison Bat King, this boss, which had been lurking in the abandoned mine, finally fell beneath Shia Chen's rough iron spear. A stream of experience white light flowed into Shia Chen's body, allowing him to level up directly. At the same time, a new flame appeared above the corpse of the corpse poison Bat King. Sacrifice the flame of the corpse poison Bat King. Shia Chen decisively performed the sacrifice ritual. Sacrifice of the corpse poison Bat King successful. Fire Seed plus 10. Gain talent entry, sonar detection, B rank. Sonar detection? Shia Chen was taken aback, not expecting to unlock this entry from the giant corpse poison Bat King. No wonder just now, in that dim underground mine, the corpse poison Bat King could attack him with such precision, even able to detect his movements in advance. Biologically speaking, bats can determine their surroundings and the location of prey by emitting ultrasonic waves. Unexpectedly, this group of corpse poison bats had inherited this ability, and even advanced it further. Check sonar detection. He saw that this B rank skill was already in his skill bar. Sonar detection rank, B skill effect. By emitting high-frequency sound waves that spread outwards, it detects the surrounding environment and the approximate location of enemies. Effective distance, 30 meters indeed, it was a good skill for anticipating enemies. He never expected that a mere corpse poison bat from a low-level area would drop such a powerful skill for him. At this moment, a prompt suddenly appeared before Shia Chen. You have 135 fire seed points. Would you like to enhance the skill? Shia Chen realized that after clearing this abandoned mine, he had accumulated quite a few fire seed points, enough to enhance an A-rank skill. However, nowadays, Shia Chen has 3 skills that he can enhance: the A-grade skill Beast Blood Boiling, the B-grade skills Water Summoning Step and Sonic Probe. After some contemplation, Shia Chen made a decision. While Beast Blood Boiling is currently his main means of output, Sonic Probe can sense the monsters or other practitioners that appear around him in advance. Knowing in advance is undoubtedly much better than passively being attacked. Enhance Sonic Probe, Shia Chen said decisively, consuming 10 fire seed points. Sonic Probe, B-grade, enhanced to Ultrasonic Probe, A-grade. Ultrasonic Probe grade, A-grade skill effect, emits high-frequency ultrasonic waves to quickly probe the surrounding terrain and accurately determine the enemy's position. Additional attribute, effect doubles in narrow spaces. Effective range, 50 meters. The effective range increased directly from 30 meters to 50 meters, and it can more accurately determine the enemy's position. But that wasn't enough. Shia Chen gritted his teeth and said, continue to enhance. A prompt immediately appeared before him. Do you want to consume 100 fire seed points to enhance the skill Ultrasonic Probe, A-grade? Yes. Consuming 100 fire seed points. Ultrasonic Probe, A-grade, enhanced to Ultrasonic Targeting, S-grade. Ultrasonic Targeting grade, S-grade effect, emits high-frequency detection with ultrasonic waves undetectable by humans, quickly probing the surrounding terrain and extremely accurately locating the positions and movement trajectories of nearby enemies. Additional attribute, includes enemies in stealth and crouching states, but not those in a void state. Effective range, 100 meters. This is an S-grade skill. Shia Chen immediately felt that spending those 100 fire seed points was incredibly worthwhile. Not only did the detection range increase to a full 100 meters, but it also gained the ability to detect enemies in stealth and crouching states. It was simply a divine skill against assassins. The experience Shia Chen gained from 3 years of combat simulation classes in high school was that assassins are often the most troublesome practitioners. Assassins with stealth skills can often catch you off guard with a surprise attack. But now, with this ultrasonic targeting skill, it would be nearly impossible for any assassin to ambush Shia Chen in the future. Moreover, the 100-meter detection range is enough for Shia Chen to avoid some high-risk monsters in advance, making both monster farming and dungeon diving much safer. Just a single abandoned mine brought Shia Chen so many surprises, and in the following 3 days, having tasted the sweetness, Shia Chen swept through all the low-level leveling areas around the capital city. North City Wilderness, sacrificing the fire of the mutated wolf. Gain talent attribute Bloodthirsty, C-grade, melee attacks have a 5% lifesteal effect. South Mountain Ruins, sacrificing the fire of the goblin shaman. Gained talent attribute, Focus, D-grade, mental attribute, plus 100. Gale Graveyard, sacrificing the fire of the skeleton soldier. Gained talent attribute, Undead, D-grade, poison resistance plus 100. The 4 leveling dungeons not only raised Shia Chen's level to 25 but also dropped several pieces of low-level equipment for him: rusty chestplate, leather bracers, decayed leggings, beastskin boots. Although they were all low-level black stone items, lacking any additional attribute bonuses beyond basic defense, they still completed a full set of equipment. After equipping them, Shia Chen's attributes saw another qualitative improvement. Shia Chen, occupation, godforsaken, level, 25, health, 2920, mana, 450, attack, 271, defense, 470, constitution, 50, strength, 105, agility, 155, spirit, 105, initial talent, incomplete divine personality, talent attributes, barbaric, D rank, light and recovery, S rank, ghost fire toxin, A rank, bloodthirsty, C rank, skills, water summoning step, B rank, beast blood boiling, A rank, barbaric charge, A rank, ultrasonic detection, S rank. While Shia Chen tirelessly rushed to various low-level training areas in the capital city to sacrifice monsters for attributes, he unexpectedly caught the attention of some fellow awakeners from his cohort. Look, the once genius seed Shia Chen can now only wander around in some low-level training areas, of course. Who told him to awaken a useless profession? Going to high-level areas is just asking for death, right? Yeah, what a pity. If I were him, I'd just quit being an awakener and stay in the city as a cook or a blacksmith. A useless profession is ultimately useless. No matter how hard he trains, he can't catch up with others. Some people, completely unconcerned about being overheard by Shia Chen, openly posted such remarks in the class channel of their communicator. Among them, there were even some busybodies who specifically tagged Shia Chen. I wonder if our former genius seed needs someone to carry him? Just call me daddy, and I'll take you to do B-rank dungeons. Ha, the person who said this was named Li Feng. To be honest, Shia Chen had no impression of this name. Li Feng, Shia Chen repeated the name in his mouth, but from now on, he would remember it. Scrolling up, in stark contrast to the derogatory remarks about Shia Chen were the flattering faces of those praising Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran, the 3 S-rank professionals. I heard Xueming has already joined the 4 major guilds, the Dominance Guild? From now on, we'll have to rely on Xueming to take care of us. Lin Xueming then replied loudly in the group, "Don't worry, we're all classmates. Anyone with eyes should follow me from now on. No need to say more. At least it'll definitely be better than some useless person." Lin Xueming's appearance sparked a wave in the class channel, and his sarcastic remarks immediately turned everyone's attention to Shia Chen. Don't mention that useless Shia Chen. What a drag, he's purely lowering our class's standards. Isn't that right? I heard Xueming has already become a small regiment leader in the Dominance Guild's branch in the capital city. The big shot is so busy, yet he still remembers us classmates. I heard there's a new dungeon appearing in the Crimson Scorpion Desert, and the danger level hasn't been determined yet. I wonder if Xueming will take the brothers from the Dominance Guild's branch in the capital city for the first clear. Lin Xueming didn't hide his status at all, saying, "First clear? That's a given. Right now, I'm the regiment leader of the Dominance Guild's branch in the capital city. The new generation of professionals in the Dominance Guild is managed by me, and we must secure the first clear of this new dungeon." Xueming is mighty. Amidst a series of unabashed flattery, Shia Chen keenly picked up on a key piece of information. A new dungeon has appeared in the Crimson Scorpion Wasteland? This was indeed a crucial piece of intelligence. Due to the instability of spatial rifts, any area could potentially have a new dungeon appear. Moreover, the danger level of new dungeons is often unknown, so the military in the capital city offers extremely generous rewards for the first clearers of new dungeons. Not only that, but many special dungeons contain some one-time reward chests and bosses that can only be obtained by those who clear them first. This has led various guilds to eagerly compete for the first clear of the new dungeons. Since the areas surrounding the capital city are mostly low-level zones, even newly appeared dungeons generally do not pose too high a danger level. The elites of the major guilds usually do not waste their time here, often giving the opportunity to the new awakeners in their guilds. Thus, new dungeons often become a coveted prize for the latest batch of job changers. For Shia Chen, this new dungeon is also something he must contend for. A new dungeon means new monsters. New monsters mean new attributes. The Red Scorpion Desert is also an area near the capital city. However, this desert spans over 1,000 kilometers, and there are still many parts of its depths that have yet to be explored, so discovering a new dungeon is not surprising. Moreover, since the teleportation arrays in the desert have not yet been established, all professionals wishing to reach this newly discovered dungeon must travel on foot. The scorching sun and the endless yellow sand in the Red Scorpion Desert make it a place where few professionals would willingly venture. However, for this new batch of job changers, it is an opportunity that everyone is eager to seize. This is the first new dungeon to appear in this batch. Not only will the military in the capital city offer extremely generous rewards to the first clearers, but for these new job changers, it is also a chance to make a name for themselves. So when this news spread, the once desolate desert immediately became lively. As Shia Chen made his way to the Red Scorpion Desert, he found himself surrounded by eager professionals heading to this new dungeon, most of whom were either part of a guild team or grouped in 3s and 5s. There were almost no lone wolves like Shia Chen. Everyone knew that the emergence of a new dungeon, while representing opportunity, also meant danger. The danger level of this newly established dungeon was uncertain, and there had been cases in the past where professionals seeking fame had been wiped out. The more teammates, the more reliable. Among them, a team noticed Shia Chen alone and extended an invitation to him. "Hey, you must be one of the new job changers, right? I see you're going to the new dungeon alone. Do you want to team up with us?" The speaker was a tall warrior, his gaze constantly sizing up Shia Chen, mainly eyeing the nearly complete set of equipment he had. At this stage, being able to gather so much equipment meant one was either wealthy or possessed considerable strength. Shia Chen turned to assess the tall warrior's team. From their varied outfits, it was clear they did not come from a single guild but were a makeshift group. 2 men and 2 women. Aside from the tall warrior, one girl was a mage and the other a priest, while the other man was an archer. Judging by their similarly pieced-together equipment, their professional level should be C or B grade. The team composition was fairly balanced, but unfortunately, they lacked a roaming off-tank role. If the only frontline warrior mismanaged aggro, the remaining fragile classes would face significant danger. Shia Chen's professional instincts led him to evaluate this team. "Sorry, I'm not looking to team up at the moment." Shia Chen shook his head and politely declined. The tall man seemed a bit persistent and invited him again. "Come on, the new dungeon might be fraught with danger. Having more teammates is always a safeguard. Why not consider it? My name is Deng Hao. If nothing else, let's exchange contact information." A notification popped up on Shia Chen's communicator, showing an ad request from Deng Hao. This person could be considered sincere, but before Shia Chen could click to accept, he noticed the priest girl behind Deng Hao looking at him with a strange expression. She tugged at Deng Hao's sleeve and whispered something in his ear. Deng Hao's gaze towards Shia Chen changed, and he directly cancelled the ad request, stammering, You are Shia Chen? Sorry, let's find someone else," he added. With those 2 sentences, Shia Chen immediately understood everything. Clearly, he had been recognized by the priest girl as the one who had chosen a useless blank profession during the awakening ceremony. Even this low-level loose team didn't want Shia Chen's useless profession to hold them back. Shia Chen didn't care and simply turned to leave. Behind him, whispers began to circulate. "Did you see that? So he is Shia Chen. He's the one who chose a useless profession. I heard he was once a genius seed from the first high school. Look at his gear, he's doing worse than us." These mocking remarks didn't bother Shia Chen at all. At that moment, a message suddenly popped up on his communicator, from his only contact, Qin Yanran. "Shia Chen, have you heard about the new dungeon appearing in the Red Scorpion Desert?" "On my way," Shia Chen replied immediately. "What? Are you coming too?" Qin Yanran almost instantaneously responded, "I would like to go, but I have to go for the guild creation approval today, and then I'll be busy with some recruitment matters." It seemed this girl was indeed not just talking but was a person of action. Qin Yanran sent another message. "I heard that the Black Hawk and Dominance guilds have also gone to the Red Scorpion Desert, so be careful on your own." The news from the Qin group was indeed quite swift and accurate. "Okay," Shia Chen simply replied with one word, and Qin Yanran did not send any more messages. At this point, Shia Chen had gradually reached the depths of the Red Scorpion Desert, getting closer to the location where the new dungeon was reported to appear. From a distance, he could see a considerable crowd gathered ahead. The dungeon was originally an ancient tomb covered beneath the yellow sand, which had been exposed by the strong winds that blew away centuries of sediment, revealing the entrance to this underground tomb and opening the dungeon's entrance. Lolan General's tomb danger level, unknown? The crowd around the dungeon entrance was eager to try their luck, with many who arrived early already preparing to step into the dungeon first. Among them, Shia Chen also spotted a few familiar faces, one of the 4 genius seeds from the first high school, Lin Xueming, who had crossed paths with him. The Dominance Guild has indeed arrived. After a few days, Lin Xueming had donned the special uniform of the Dominance Guild, surrounded by former classmates like stars around the moon. Looking at those fawning faces, Shia Chen didn't need to listen to know what they were saying. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out from behind Shia Chen. "Shia Chen, what are you doing here?" He turned to see that it was his former deskmate, Lu Ruyan. However, she had long since changed out of her school uniform and was now dressed in a more mature and alluring outfit. She wore the Dominance Guild's uniform on her upper body, but her lower half was clad in a very short robe, revealing a section of tight black stockings that drew countless gazes. Lu Ruyan's words instantly made Shia Chen the center of attention in the crowd. A flurry of eyes turned towards Shia Chen. Shia Chen? What is this useless profession doing here instead of staying in the capital city? Could he be trying to enter the new dungeon too? This is not a place for someone with a blank profession. I heard he was grinding monsters in the low-level area a few days ago, too scared to even go to the intermediate danger zone. Ha ha. Does he still think he's that once great prodigy? It's understandable. People always want to regain their glory after losing it. Under a barrage of malicious taunts, Lin Xueming pushed through the crowd and walked up to Lu Ruyan, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and provocatively glancing at Shia Chen. Shia Chen, you didn't come here following Ruyan, did you? Let me tell you, Ruyan is mine now, so stay away from her from now on. Lin Xueming's domineering declaration of protecting his wife immediately made Lu Ruyan blush, her beautiful eyes glaring at him in mock reproach. Xueming, there are so many people here, what are you saying? Her voice was delicate and charming, making Lin Xueming feel immensely pleased as he looked at Lu Ruyan with affection. Don't worry, Ruyan, from now on, I will never let him get close to you again. However, seeing the two of them posing in front of him, Shia Chen really didn't want to be part of their play. Frowning, he said, well said, but there's one question, Lu Ruyan, have I ever gotten close to you before? Lu Ruyan's expression changed instantly. She knew in her heart that although many people thought she and Shia Chen were as close as a couple back in first high school, it was all just a facade she had created. In reality, Shia Chen had never responded to her and had always kept his distance. Yet hearing such words from Shia Chen, who had now become a useless person, further broke her defenses. Shia Chen, I know you feel bad for not awakening a good profession. Even though we are no longer in a relationship, considering we were classmates, if you want financial compensation, I can give it to you. But you must apologize to me. Lu Ruyan had always been a good actress. Just a few words, combined with her tearful expression of grievance, instantly labeled Shia Chen as someone who was jealous and clinging on. Despite Shia Chen merely asking, have I ever gotten close to you before? The crowd around them was stirred up by her performance, angrily exclaiming, that's right, Shia Chen the useless one should take a look at whether he deserves Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan is an A-grade fire element mage. She and brother Xueming are a perfect match. Exactly. Especially Lin Xueming, who glared at Shia Chen with a dark expression, said fiercely, Shia Chen, you must apologize to Ruyan today. Lin Xueming drew his weapon, revealing a long sword that, judging by its luster and quality, was at least a golden grade weapon. It seemed the Dominance Guild truly treated him well. The golden grade sword was instantly enveloped in a layer of frosty mist, the signature skill of an S-grade frost swordsman. Lin Xueming sneered at Shia Chen, half-threateningly saying, Shia Chen, this is no longer the capital city. Kneel down and apologize to Ruyan. Behind him, a group of Dominance's lackeys fanned the flames, bullying our sister-in-law. Shia Chen, take a look at what kind of useless person you are. Brother Xueming, cripple him. Watching the uproarious crowd, each one considering themselves the moral high ground, it seemed the one who should apologize was indeed Shia Chen, and Lin Xueming had become the righteous enforcer, just as Lu Ruyan had intended. This was also Lin Xueming's tactic. Shia Chen did not get angry but instead smiled coldly, looking at Lin Xueming and saying, you all keep saying that I insulted her. Why don't you tell me which words of mine were insulting? To add a crime, there's no lack of excuses. What if I refuse to apologize? In Lin Xueming's eyes, Shia Chen's indifference became the greatest provocation. The people behind him kept urging him on, Xueming, why waste words on this trash? Dare to insult my sister-in-law? Cripple him. The S-Class professional Lin Xueming had become a godlike figure in their eyes. Perhaps to maintain the image he had painstakingly built, Lin Xueming took action. The frost sword in his hand suddenly slashed towards Shia Chen, accompanied by a wave of area-damaged sword energy. Shia Chen, you brought this upon yourself. The distance between the two was only a few steps, and the frost sword energy surged forward. However, in the next second, a shield adorned with white tiger patterns appeared in Shia Chen's hand, producing a sound of metal clashing. The Tiger Fury Battle Shield firmly blocked the sword strike, dispersing the overwhelming sword energy in an instant. A perfect block. With the Savage attribute bonus, Shia Chen's strength had already reached 100 points. Holding the Tiger Fury Battle Shield, he did not retreat a single step, instead shaking Lin Xueming's arm numb, causing him to stagger. Yet before he could steady himself, the thick iron spear in Shia Chen's other hand suddenly thrust forward, precisely pressing against his throat. This scene unfolded in just a few seconds, but the crowd that had been shouting just moments ago fell silent, all stunned by the sight. An S-Class professional's full-force strike was easily blocked by Shia Chen, even countered directly. Did you not learn anything in 3 years of high school before attacking without knowing your opponent's weapon? Shia Chen said coldly and proudly. In that instant, fear surged back into Lin Xueming's heart, recalling the years in high school when he had been completely suppressed by Shia Chen. Not just him, but all the students from first high school present had that genius youth, who had dominated their high school years like a god, flash back into their minds. No, this is impossible, you are just a waste now. Lin Xueming's dazed face twisted into a snarl as he stood up, ready to attack again. However, at that moment, the yellow sand beneath the gathered crowd suddenly began to flow, like a massive whirlpool, causing everyone to sway unsteadily, as if a tomb's entrance was slowly emerging from beneath the sand. Nearby, a corner of the tomb revealed in the yellow sand burst forth with golden light, attracting everyone's attention. What's going on? Is there an earthquake? Or quicksand? It seems like a dungeon is about to open. Isn't there supposed to be only one entrance? What's happening? As the crowd grew a bit panicked, a prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. The tomb of General Lulan dungeon has been opened. Shia Chen glanced around and directly charged into one of the tomb's entrances. Since the dungeon had opened, there was no need to waste time with Lin Xueming and the others. Obtaining those one-time special rewards within the dungeon was the key. Although Lin Xueming still wore a fierce expression, glaring at the departing Shia Chen, he quickly calmed down and shouted, "Brothers of the, follow me. We must secure the first clear of this dungeon." The other scattered teams also quickly realized and entered the entrance of the tomb of General Lulan one after another. Shia Chen, who was the first to jump into the entrance, slid down the passage and landed about 10 meters underground. With the faint light, the underground tomb chamber revealed an incredibly vast space, truly a hidden paradise. Carvings with a Western region style were everywhere, and various colorful murals on the walls were gradually fading as they succumbed to the air. Shia Chen looked up and saw, not far away, a long corridor ending with a treasure chest covered in dust. The unique knowledge and patterns on it proved that this chest was definitely a special treasure from the tomb of the General of Lulan. Moreover, it could only be opened once, first come, first served. However, Shia Chen did not act recklessly. Instead, he activated the ultrasonic detection. A series of high-frequency sound waves, inaudible to humans, echoed in the narrow corridor, and soon the results came back. 3 red dots appeared around Shia Chen, indicating that there were 3 other people nearby besides himself. The 3 were very close to Shia Chen, clearly having entered through the same tomb entrance. Sure enough, a few seconds later, footsteps approached from behind. The 3 newcomers were wearing the same uniform, each bearing a special emblem on their chests, the Kanglin Guild. These 3 were actually from the same guild. They also noticed Shia Chen, and a look of vigilance immediately appeared in their eyes, especially when the leader, a bespectacled boy, spotted the treasure chest at the end of the corridor gleaming with brilliant light. People die for wealth, birds die for food. The 3 exchanged glances, drew their weapons, and quietly surrounded Shia Chen. "Brother, that treasure chest isn't for you to take. If you know what's good for you, keep your distance. We 3 have our eyes on this chest," the bespectacled boy said harshly, raising a glinting dagger and pointing it at Shia Chen. This person was likely an assassin. The other 2 beside him were a mage and a warrior wielding a sword and shield. Shia Chen sneered inwardly. Items in dungeons were inherently unowned, governed by the principle of first come, first served, or that the strongest would take them. However, this chest was placed at such a conspicuous end of the corridor, so it probably wouldn't be so easy to obtain. This dungeon was called the Tomb of the General of Lulan, and the burial goods within the general's tomb were not so easily claimed by anyone. Shia Chen directly sidestepped, clearing the path to the treasure chest, and gestured to the 3, indicating they could go ahead. Yet the bespectacled boy still glared at Shia Chen warily, saying, "If you're going to leave, get far away, don't get in the way here." Clearly, they were also afraid that Shia Chen would ambush them while they opened the chest. Shia Chen shrugged and turned to walk towards the stairs in another direction. When he had just used ultrasonic detection, he had already mapped out the nearby terrain clearly. By going around this corner of the stairs, he could reach the second floor platform. From the second floor, he could unobtrusively observe the situation in the corridor below. As Shia Chen disappeared from their sight, the bespectacled boy and his companions began to move. Little did they know, Shia Chen had not gone far. He had quietly crept above them, observing them closely. The 3 did not recklessly advance. Instead, they wisely had the only frontline warrior hold up his shield at the front. This person was not only equipped with a large, heavy shield but was also clad in full heavy armor, armed to the teeth. The other 2 hid behind him, forming a formation like an eagle catching a chick, inching along the side of the corridor, carefully feeling their way forward. They were quite cautious. However, the leading bespectacled man, being an agile assassin, should have been at the front to disarm the traps, yet he chose to stay at the back of the group for his own safety. Suddenly, the warrior at the front, holding a large shield, stepped into a pitfall, and with a crisp sound of a mechanism triggering, several poison arrows shot in from both ends of the corridor. The warrior hurriedly raised his shield to defend, but the mage behind him was caught off guard and was hit in the leg by an arrow, crying out in panic. "What are you panicking for?" The bespectacled man kicked him from behind and said, "Quick, drink the antidote." The mage looked at his rapidly depleting health bar and quickly rummaged through his backpack for a bottle of antidote, tilting his head back to gulp it down. This managed to stop the effects of the poison just in time. However, at that moment, the marble slabs of the corridor suddenly began to crumble. The warrior at the front found himself with nothing beneath his feet and stumbled down. Looking below, he saw rows of spiked traps, but fortunately, he reacted quickly and grabbed onto the floor behind him. "Li Xiang, be careful!" The mage behind him hurriedly reached out to grab the warrior's arm. They were only a few meters away from the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. Yet, the bespectacled man, who had been at the back, not only did not reach out to save his companion but instead leaped over the trap and rushed towards the treasure chest, his eyes filled with greed. "Brothers, I'll go check out what's in this treasure chest for you." The chest at the end of the corridor looked extraordinary, likely containing equipment and weapons of gold grade or higher. In the face of such temptation, the bespectacled man clearly abandoned brotherhood and teamwork. "Damn it, Wang Tong! Get back here!" The mage cursed loudly, finding it difficult to pull the heavily armored warrior Li Xiang up by himself. Meanwhile, Li Xiang, clinging to the edge, was nearing exhaustion, his eyes red with anxiety, but the heavy armor was his greatest burden. Just then, a rope suddenly dropped from above the corridor, landing right next to the warrior Li Xiang. They looked up to see it was the earlier feigning departure of Shia Chen. Shia Chen secured the rope to the railing above while coldly saying to them, "Take off your shield and armor. Do you want to save your life or keep your equipment? You choose." Hearing this, the warrior Li Xiang looked down at the sharp spiked traps beneath him, swallowed hard, and hurriedly tossed down the heavy shield he was holding, stripping off half of his gear. With one hand on the rope and the other assisted by his mage teammate Zhan Wei, he successfully climbed up. On the other side, the bespectacled man Wang Tong, who had jumped over the trap early, was already ecstatically standing in front of the treasure chest, unhesitatingly pulling out a set of lockpicking tools from his backpack, skillfully unlocking the chest, a specialty of the assassin class. "Damn it, Wang Tong, you won't die a good death." Li Xiang, who had just escaped with his life, immediately cursed at Wang Tong. "I must have been blind to team up with you." Another mage teammate, Zhan Wei, also angrily scolded him. However, such behavior of abandoning teammates in the face of immense profit had long become a common occurrence in this world. "Don't worry, it's not that simple," Shia Chen said coldly. From his vantage point on the second-floor platform, he could see clearly that behind the treasure chest at the end of the corridor was a very concealed teleportation array. If his guess was correct, the condition to activate this teleportation array was to open the chest. Unaware of the situation, Wang Tong squatted in front of the treasure chest with a greedy expression, his lockpicking tools clattering in his hands as he sweated profusely, desperately trying to unlock the chest. Wang Tong was a sea-level assassin, and ever since he awakened this profession, he had invested all his savings into the lockpicking skill, hoping that one day he could soar to great heights through the special treasure chests in dungeons. Now, this dreamlike opportunity was right in front of him, and greed and desire made him overlook the corner of the teleportation array peeking out from beneath the chest. What brothers and teammates? Can they compare to a piece of golden equipment? Wang Tong's eyes sparkled, mumbling indistinctly as he fiddled with his lockpicking skill, "Just a little more, just a little more." Finally, with a crisp sound, the treasure chest opened with a click. A flash of golden light erupted from within, revealing an ancient-looking ring, a golden artifact. Moreover, it was an extremely precious piece of jewelry. Even selling it directly on the black market would earn him hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. Overjoyed, Wang Tong couldn't help but reach for it, but just as his hand entered the chest, the teleportation array beneath it suddenly activated, pulling him in an instant. What's happening? Wang Tong was both shocked and panicked, but half of his body had already been sucked into the teleportation array. The next second, he found himself suddenly back on the spike trap in the middle of the corridor. The end point of the teleportation array was right here. Then, a dramatic scene unfolded. The quick-footed Wang Tong was now hanging in mid-air above the trap, with only one hand desperately gripping the edge, precariously close to the spot where his teammate Li Xiang had almost met his demise. "Help! Quickly save me!" With only one hand holding onto the edge of the trap, Wang Tong's feet were frantically pushing against the wall, but the smooth surface of the trap offered no grip. "Li Xiang, Zhan Wei, hurry, pull me up!" Wang Tong shouted anxiously, but all he received in response were two indifferent gazes. The two former teammates had already seen through his true nature. Especially Li Xiang, who had discarded all his equipment to escape, now stood just a step away from Wang Tong, coldly watching him. "Quickly save me, brothers, I just wanted to take a look at what was in the chest for you, and I would come back to pull you up," the smooth-talking Wang Tong hurriedly explained, but Li Xiang sneered and said, "No need for you to pull us. Wang Tong, you despicable scoundrel, fend for yourself. Let's go." Li Xiang reached out to pull his teammate Zhang Wei and turned to leave, glancing gratefully at Shia Chen on the second-floor platform before departing, cupping his hands and saying, "Brother, I can't thank you enough for your kindness. I've lost my equipment. Staying in the dungeon is equivalent to seeking death, so I'm leaving first. My name is Li Xiang. I will treat you to a meal when we return to the capital." After saying this, the two turned and left, leaving Wang Tong alone to cling to the trap, facing his fate. Rope, rope. Wang Tong suddenly remembered the rope Shia Chen had just lowered from the second-floor platform and hurriedly turned to look for it. However, Shia Chen had already put away that rope, now wrapped around his arm, and with a push against the railing, he swung down like a pendulum, landing at the treasure chest at the end of the corridor. At this moment, the teleportation array beneath the chest had been destroyed, clearly a one-time magic array. And within the chest, a golden, ancient-looking ring lay quietly. "Thank you for scouting for me." Shia Chen gently picked up the ring from the chest and equipped it directly. The attributes of the ring immediately appeared before Shia Chen. Jade hidden ring level, golden artifact level requirement, level 20 description, a collection from the family of the General of Lulan, crafted from the unique jade of the Lulan Kingdom. It is crystal clear and transparent, and wearing it has a refreshing effect. It is also the key to opening the General's tomb. Attributes: spirit value, plus 50, strength, plus 50 additional affix, clarity, stun resistance increased by 35%. Indeed, it's a golden artifact. Shia Chen put the jade hidden ring on his hand and raised it to show Wang Tong, who was lying in the trap. "By the way, I have to thank you, brother, for paving the way for me." Wang Tong, with only one hand clinging to the edge of the trap, glared at Shia Chen with red eyes, filled with urgency and hatred. "Damn it." Before Wang Tong could finish his words, he forced a smile on his face and said to Shia Chen in a good-natured tone, "Brother, since you've already taken the equipment, could you kindly spare me a life? I will definitely repay you well once I get out." Shia Chen raised an eyebrow. Wang Tong was indeed flexible, changing his attitude so quickly when his life was at stake. This cunningness was truly frightening. Shia Chen smiled and shook his head, coldly saying, "If you had just cursed me out, I might have thought you were straightforward and pulled you up. But you disregarded your teammate's life for a treasure chest. Now, to save your life, you can even give me the golden level equipment. If I really pull you up, you might turn on me faster than flipping a book and stab me in the back, right?" Wang Tong's expression changed instantly, his earlier smooth talk turning into desperate pleading. "Brother, we are both awakeners from Beijing. Please save my life. I can't hold on much longer. I'm begging you." After obtaining the jade hidden ring, Shia Chen once again grabbed the rope hanging from the platform and swung to the entrance of the corridor. Looking at Wang Tong, who was desperately pleading with only one hand clinging to his feet, Shia Chen took a deep breath, slowly walked forward, and was about to reach out to pull him when he suddenly saw Wang Tong's eyes sharpen, and the dagger in his other hand lunged toward Shia Chen. However, with a clang of metal, the dagger was firmly blocked by a shield adorned with white tiger patterns. Shia Chen smiled coldly. He had anticipated this trick. Wang Tong was an agile class, and the leather armor he wore was quite light. With his awakened attributes, he could have easily pulled himself up with the other hand to escape, but he had always hung with one hand on the trap wall, while the other hand was hidden in his clothes. It was likely that as soon as he was sucked into the trap by the teleportation array in the treasure chest, he had already devised this deadly scheme. He was waiting for Shia Chen to approach him, suddenly attacking to kill Shia Chen and reclaim the golden level ring from the treasure chest. However, this little scheme in his heart had long been seen through by Shia Chen. As the sudden strike was blocked by the tiger fierce battle shield, Shia Chen kicked him down fiercely. "No, no," Wang Tong wailed, his eyes filled with unwillingness before death. However, the sharp spikes below the trap pierced through his body directly. 1500, 1500. As huge damage numbers exploded, Wang Tong had completely turned into a corpse. However, the next scene made Shia Chen's eyes widen in shock, for he saw sparks rising from Wang Tong's corpse, just like the sparks that appeared on the bodies of the monsters he had killed. A line of text that made Shia Chen's whole body tremble appeared before him. "Do you wish to sacrifice the human professional Wang Tong's flame? Human professionals leave behind flames even after being killed." Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a shock in his heart. This was not just a groundbreaking discovery, but also a challenge to Shia Chen's own morality as a human. If human professionals could also be sacrificed, could one resort to any means to become stronger? "Do you wish to sacrifice the human professional Wang Tong's flame?" Looking at the prompt that appeared before him, Shia Chen hesitated for a moment before choosing to confirm. He was not a saint. Some people deserved to die, and after killing them, their value should be utilized to the fullest. As the flame from the trap floated and dissipated around Shia Chen, a line of prompts also appeared: sacrifice of Wang Tong's flame successful. Acquired skill, lockpicking, a rank. Unexpectedly, a C-rank professional assassin like Wang Tong actually possessed an A-rank lockpicking skill. It seemed he had spent quite a bit of resources. No wonder the treasure chest at the end of the corridor did not look like an ordinary chest, and Wang Tong had managed to unlock it in just a few minutes. However, this lockpicking specialization exclusive to assassins now fell into Shia Chen's hands. This lockpicking skill was essential for team dungeon runs and was one of the important values for professions like assassins and thieves. Now it had become a significant boost for the lone wolf Shia Chen. After leaving that corridor, Shia Chen once again surveyed the surroundings, confirming there were no other treasure chests or items to obtain, and it was time to continue deeper into the Lulan General's tomb dungeon. The jade hidden ring, obtained from the treasure chest, was described as a key to unlock a certain important mechanism within the general's tomb, but it was unclear what it referred to. However, this general's tomb dungeon resembled an entire underground palace. Even with thousands of professionals flooding in like a tide, it was impossible to explore every corner in a short time. Moreover, aside from the numerous mechanisms within the tomb, the monsters guarding the tomb were also obstacles for these professionals. Not long after leaving the long corridor, Shia Chen discovered a team of professionals nearby through ultrasonic detection, and they seemed to be encountering monsters within the general's tomb. The sounds of their battle reached Shia Chen's ears. Following the sounds quietly, he saw this team of professionals breaking into a side hall of the tomb chamber. The team consisted of 5 members, with a complete lineup from frontline damage dealers to healing support, working together seamlessly as they fought against a monster resembling a centipede. Centipede Soldier Pupa, level 25, description: a creature that is neither human nor beast, turned into a war captive of the Lulan General and made into the guardian of the general's tomb through special witchcraft. This Centipede Soldier Pupa stood upright, towering over a person, looking quite unsettling. However, under the coordinated efforts of this team of professionals, even facing 2 soldier pupas at once, they remained composed. It seemed they were a long-term team that had chosen these centipede soldier pupas as their leveling targets. At this moment, the team of professionals also spotted Shia Chen, and the leading warrior in the group waved to him from a distance, saying, "Brother, be careful. Further ahead are all these monsters." Shia Chen cupped his hands in return and said, "Thank you for the reminder." In fact, not all professionals encountered in the dungeon were cunning and self-serving like Wang Tong. Most people would kindly remind or help strangers they met. Passing through this side hall, the tomb passage ahead was also filled with wandering centipede soldier pupae. In fact, Shia Chen's target was also this centipede soldier pupae. He wondered what attributes the guardian monsters in this somewhat unsettling tomb might possess. Shia Chen raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hand and walked straight into the dimly lit tomb passage. The team of professionals still in the side hall was somewhat shocked by this scene, and they immediately exclaimed, "Captain, why is that guy charging in alone? This is too reckless." The captain, who had just reminded Shia Chen, looked at him rushing into the tomb passage alone with a slightly stern gaze. After observing for a moment, he said, "That person doesn't seem like a reckless individual. The shield in his hand should at least be a golden artifact. He should be confident enough to solo the centipede soldier pupae. He's probably at least an A-rank professional. No wonder. Looks like we've encountered a big shot." At this moment, the captain of the professional team also said to the priest girl behind him, "Xiaoxue, give him a buff." The girl in the priest robe, who was surrounded and protected in the middle of the team, waved her staff, and a beam of white light fell on Shia Chen from afar. "You have received a blessing from the professional Li Shuer Light's protection. During the duration, the ghost damage you receive is reduced by 20%. Shia Chen was taken aback. Although it wasn't a particularly powerful buff, it made him feel the goodwill from this unfamiliar team of professionals. "Thank you." Shia Chen turned back and waved to the professional team, expressing his gratitude. The captain of the professional team nodded slightly and turned to lead the team to tackle the next centipede soldier pupae, continuing their leveling up. After parting ways with this chance encounter of professionals, Shia Chen soon discovered a lone centipede soldier pupae not far ahead in the tomb passage. "Come on, let's see what you can do." Holding the Tiger Fierce battle shield in one hand, Shia Chen stepped forward, thrusting the rough iron spear in his other hand straight at it. The centipede soldier pupae also noticed this uninvited guest, its body writhing like antennae, making a series of clattering sounds as its shell collided, crawling towards Shia Chen. Shia Chen thrust his spear, but he clearly felt an obstruction at the tip. 135. A random damage number popped up, but it was much lower than Shia Chen had expected. In the dim light, Shia Chen could see clearly that the centipede soldier pupae had a layer of armor embedded in its flesh, serving as its strongest defense. Shia Chen's thrust had struck one of its armored scales, which had blocked half of the damage. Armor growing from flesh? Shia Chen couldn't help but recall that this centipede soldier pupae was a monster created by the Lulan people using witchcraft, sealed in this tomb to guard it for the Lulan general forever. It seemed that the methods of the ancient Lulan people were indeed terrifying. Immediately after, the centipede soldier pupae retaliated swiftly. The large creature raised its upper body high, its limbs, resembling those of a centipede, each equipped with backward-facing hooks, clawing at Shia Chen like a storm. Fortunately, Shia Chen reacted in time, and the tiger-fierce battle shield steadied in front of him. A harsh sound of claws scraping against metal echoed through the narrow tomb passage. Although all the damage was blocked by the shield, at the same time, wisps of black gas suddenly surged from the backward hooks of the centipede soldier pupae, spreading like smoke before Shia Chen. Is it poison? Shia Chen immediately held his breath, and then a sudden damage appeared on him. Soul damage, -34. Soul. Shia Chen squinted his eyes. No wonder that priestess had specifically cast a light's protection buff on him before parting. It turned out that these thousand-legged soldier pupae actually carried a special soul damage. Soul damage is a type of damage unique to undead monsters. It has the property of ignoring physical defenses and is one of the most troublesome types of monsters. However, it was fortunate that this thousand-legged soldier pupae only had a trace of soul attributes and was not entirely that troublesome soul damage. With Shia Chen's current health points, combined with the S-rank talent, photosynthetic recovery, providing a 5-fold recovery bonus, he could easily ignore this mere 30-something points of soul damage. Shia Chen immediately raised his tiger-fierce battle shield in front of him, while his other hand thrust the rough iron spear fiercely forward. Ghost Fire Poison was activated immediately. Soul-type monsters inherently ignore poison effects, but this thousand-legged soldier pupae could at most be considered half soul-type and half biological, so at least it couldn't escape burning damage. The spear, now coated with ghost fire poison, ignited the surface of the thousand-legged soldier pupae. Burning damage, -39. Burning damage, -39. As the burning damage exploded one after another, Shia Chen did not stop his spear's output. Using the firelight from the burning monster, he observed closely and discovered that the armor on this monster's flesh did not completely cover every corner of its body. Instead, it was like scales, with small gaps between each piece of armor. If he could attack these gaps, he could ignore the defense of the armor embedded in the flesh. Shia Chen's spear suddenly thrust out, accurately piercing through the gap between the scales. Sure enough, this time he did not encounter any obvious obstruction, and a massive damage was dealt, -319. Indeed, it was a weak point damage. Having found the method, Shia Chen directly activated Beast Blood Boiling, increasing his damage and output capability again. -475, -481. One after another, damage numbers exploded that were several times higher than before, and in just 2 minutes, he had knocked off more than half of this thousand-legged soldier pupae's health. This monster, created by witchcraft, seemed to have no emotions at all. Even when its health was nearly depleted, it remained in a numb state. It seemed to only know how to attack intruders. As it lunged again, Shia Chen firmly blocked it with his tiger-fierce battle shield, and with his other hand, he thrust the spear fiercely. A huge damage number immediately finished off its last health bar, -629. This was the effect after stacking the block counterattack damage bonus. As a stream of experience flowed into Shia Chen's body, a wisp of flame also appeared on the corpse of the thousand-legged soldier pupae. Sacrifice the flame of the thousand-legged soldier pupae. Shia Chen decisively sacrificed it. This bizarre creature, which should not exist in the world, had been like a walking corpse in this General Lolan's tomb for hundreds of years and should have long since dissipated from the world. Sacrifice of the thousand-legged soldier pupae's flame successful. Seed +1. Sacrificing just one thousand-legged soldier pupae indeed did not easily yield its entry. Shia Chen continued deeper into the tomb passage, where, under the dim light, he could see at least 7 or 8 more crawling in the passage ahead. Shia Chen tightened his grip on the tiger-fierce battle shield and pressed forward. With his current attributes and combat power, facing one thousand-legged soldier pupae was quite manageable. Even when facing multiple thousand-legged soldier pupae, as long as he wasn't caught in a pincer attack, it wouldn't be a problem. Rushing forward, the narrow and dimly lit tomb passage was littered with the corpses of the thousand-legged soldier pupae. On the other side, the team of professionals that had cleared all the thousand-legged soldier pupae from the side hall also chose to continue deeper into the tomb. "Captain, should we take this tomb passage too?" The archer Lin Fei pointed to the passage that Shia Chen had just left, saying, "Maybe we can catch up with that person. He shouldn't be able to go too far alone. If something happens, we can lend a hand." Captain Hong Liang nodded in agreement, although he had also noticed that the strength of that person was definitely not ordinary. But he felt that no matter how strong he was, it would take a lot of effort for one person to kill a 1,000-legged soldier pupa. Let's go! If we run into him, we can invite him to temporarily join our team, Hong Liang said in a deep voice, leading the team into that tomb passage. As usual, I'll go first, Lin Fei, Li Yang follow me. Xiao Shui in the middle, Chen Song, you take the rear. The two warrior professionals positioned themselves one in front and one behind, with the main damage dealers and the priest protected in the middle. However, after just a few steps, Hong Liang saw a corpse of a 1,000-legged soldier pupa lying in the middle of the passage. This guy really can kill a 1,000-legged soldier pupa by himself. Hong Liang couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Although he, as a frontline warrior, could also withstand the attacks of the 1,000-legged soldier pupae, relying solely on his own output would almost be impossible to penetrate the thick armor of the 1,000-legged soldier pupa. They had to rely on the output of the archer and mage in the team. That guy actually had such high output capability alone? But this was just the beginning. Before they could walk a few more steps, Hong Liang, who was at the front, discovered the second corpse of a 1,000-legged soldier pupa. Lin Fei, how long did it take us to kill 1,000-legged soldier pupa just now? Hong Liang asked, somewhat incredulously. The archer Lin Fei also widened his eyes and replied, Captain, it took us at least 10 minutes to kill 1,000-legged soldier pupa with all 5 of us working together. That guy has already killed 2? As they ventured deeper into the tomb, more corpses of 1,000-legged soldier pupae appeared before them. As the top damage dealer in the team, Lin Fei's worldview was somewhat collapsing. Captain, what kind of monster was that guy just now? It hasn't even been an hour, and that guy has at least killed a dozen 1,000-legged soldier pupae. Is his output really higher than our entire team's combined? Captain Hong Liang also wore a face of disbelief, raising the lantern in his hand to carefully observe the corpses of the 1,000-legged soldier pupae on the ground. That guy seems to have some burning attack methods, but relying solely on burning attacks shouldn't yield such high output, right? Could he be an S-rank professional? But aren't there only a few S-rank professionals in the capital city? This is really strange. Hong Liang was a C-rank heavy armor warrior, just one level above the lowest D-rank profession, struggling on the edge of relying on being a professional to make a living or giving it up to become an ordinary person. However, this did not diminish Hong Liang's enthusiasm for choosing to become a professional. His dream since childhood was to form a team of professionals, explore dungeons, and kill monsters. After a tiring day, he wanted to return to the capital city and enjoy a refreshing beer in a small tavern. His enthusiasm and sense of justice were his greatest strengths. It was precisely because of this that he could become the captain of this team of professionals as a C-rank professional. In this 5-person team, aside from the main damage-dealing archer Lin Fei, who was a B-level profession, the other members, Priest Li Shuer, Mage Li Yang, and Berserker Chen Song, are all C-level professions. They gathered together because of their captain, Hong Liang, and diligently practiced teamwork every day. As their mutual understanding grew, they gradually became a team capable of earning loot from dungeons. As the captain, Hong Liang felt very gratified and was increasingly motivated. Walking through the tomb passage, he joked to Lin Fei behind him, Xiao Fei, once we complete our goal today, let's go to the tavern for a drink. Aren't you already over 18? You should learn to drink. I heard you have a crush on that girl from the jewelry shop. Tonight, let your brother Song give you some advice. The youngest and shyest Lin Fei immediately felt embarrassed. Before he could respond, the priest Li Shuer complained, Captain, don't lead Xiao Fei astray. Ha ha ha. The Berserker Chen Song, walking at the back, laughed heartily, that's right. Xiao Fei, let me teach you a few tricks. The mage Li Yang mercilessly interrupted, you listen to Chen Song? How many times has he been dumped? Who says I've been dumped? Ha ha ha. The dim and narrow tomb passage was suddenly filled with laughter as they teased each other. Although Lin Fei's face turned red, there was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. He really liked this atmosphere. Under the leadership of their big brother Captain Hong Liang, they felt like a family. Lin Fei turned his head to look at Chen Song at the back, who was being teased, when suddenly, the unique sharpness of the archer profession alerted him, and he noticed a shadow moving behind Chen Song. Brother Song, watch out behind you. Lin Fei shouted urgently, but it was already too late. He watched in horror as the smile on Chen Song's face gradually stiffened, and then a dark dagger pierced through his chest. 993. A huge damage number exploded from Chen Song, and as a berserker, his health bar almost instantly dropped to a sliver. At that moment, the captain Hong Liang and the others, hearing Lin Fei's shout, turned around just in time to witness this horrific scene. The priest Li Shuer, standing close to Chen Song, was so frightened that she panicked and quickly raised her staff to cast a healing spell on him. Plus 500. Just as Chen Song's health bar rose slightly, 2 more flashes of black blades suddenly struck, and 2 consecutive damage numbers appeared, 753. 719. The health he had just regained, along with the last sliver of his health bar, was instantly wiped out. Chen Song was dead. He didn't even have time to turn around and see who the owner of the black dagger was before he fell to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. Who? Lin Fei, who witnessed this, was both shocked and terrified. His trembling hands knocked an arrow and shot at the shadow behind Chen Song, but he missed. The shadow that killed Chen Song vanished again in the dark tomb passage. Who is it? Captain Hong Liang, seeing his teammate suddenly die before his eyes, couldn't help but roar hoarsely, raising his shield and rushing forward to protect the fallen Chen Song. Chen Song. Chen Song. However, Chen Song's face was already stiff, blood pouring from his chest, and he had long since lost his breath. The dagger had pierced his heart directly. Lin Fei. Light arrow. Hong Liang shouted angrily. Already stunned with fear, Lin Fei hurriedly shot a glowing arrow into the tomb passage behind him. The pale light instantly illuminated the entire tomb passage as if it were daytime, yet there was no sign of any presence. At that moment, a shadow leaped down from the ceiling of the tomb passage like a ghost, and this time its target was the only healer in the group, the priest Li Shuer. The black dagger hidden in the shadows lunged towards Li Shuer's back. Xiao Shui, be careful. Li Yang, witnessing this, suddenly yanked Li Shuer back, and then hurled a fireball spell at the shadow. The blazing fireball exploded on the shadow, but the damage it dealt was a number that filled him with despair. 315. His most proud output method had only dealt such low damage at such close range. The shadow, having its plan thwarted, seemed to be filled with a mix of shame and anger, turning around and stabbing the dagger into Li Yang's chest. Feeling the sharp pain in his chest, Li Yang saw a pale, ghastly face beneath the shadow grinning at him. Hee. Killing you is the same. Then, a massive damage burst forth from him. 1332. As a robe-wearing mage, he simply could not withstand such high damage. The shadow struck true and vanished from everyone's sight once more. Li Yang was dead. Before he died, he left behind a single sentence: Captain is a human profession. His eyes widened to the point of almost cracking, his mind ringing with a loud noise. In just a few seconds, Chen Song was dead, and Li Yang was dead. Anger surged within him, but fear and panic crept in as well. He charged forward like a madman, wildly swinging his longsword but hitting nothing. Who are you? Why? Show yourself. Come out. At that moment, the hidden shadow seemed to have grown bored, slowly revealing itself before him. It was a boy with triangular eyes and a pale face, seemingly no older than Lin Fei. The black dagger in his hand confirmed his profession: assassin. The boy looked at the terrified and panicked Hong Liang and the others as if they were prey, then darkly smiled and said, Why? Of course, it's because you're just a bunch of C-class useless professions, while I am A-class. I want to kill you, and so I did. Hong Liang's face twisted in rage, but fear surged within him. The strength of an A-class assassin was truly terrifying. They were now down to just 3 people, and they were no match. Not a match at all. Xiao Shui, Lin Fei, run. Hong Liang suddenly shouted, charging at the person like an enraged bull, shield raised high. Abandoning all offensive techniques, he only wanted to use the most primitive means to buy them a little more time. Captain! Li Shuer cried out in despair, but Lin Fei suddenly realized, recalling what Captain Hong Liang had once told them about what to do in the most critical situations. He forcefully grabbed Li Shuer and fled madly towards the depths of the tomb passage. There was still one person ahead, perhaps they could save their lives. Deep in the tomb passage, a massive centipede soldier pupa slowly fell, and Shia Chen skillfully pulled out his spear from it. A faint flame flickered above the corpse of the pupa, more intense than those of the previous pupae. This one seemed to be an elite leader. Sacrifice the flame of the centipede soldier pupa. Shia Chen expertly directed the spear tip towards the flame, and finally, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. Sacrifice of the centipede soldier pupa centurion's flame successful. Gain talent entry ghostly grievance, A-class. Finally, he succeeded. Shia Chen didn't have time to examine this new entry in detail when a flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from the tomb passage behind him. He turned around cautiously, only to see that it was Li Shuer, the priestess from the adventurer team he had just encountered. The girl stumbled in panic, her once pristine robe now stained with mud, and tears streamed down her delicate face. Upon seeing Shia Chen, Li Shuer fell to her knees at his feet, pleading, Please, save them. Shia Chen furrowed his brow, putting away his shield and reaching out to help the priestess girl who had once granted him the blessing of light. He asked, What on earth happened? Judging by Li Shuer's appearance, something terrible must have occurred. Help! Chen Song is dead. Li Yang is also dead. Li Shuer's face was filled with terror, her words tumbling out incoherently. Her tear-filled eyes were full of sorrow and despair. The captain stopped him, told me and Xiao Fei to run, but Xiao Fei was caught up by him. Please, save them, I beg you. Li Shuer, who had just been helped up, fell to the ground again, pleading. From her disjointed words, Shia Chen quickly pieced together the truth of the situation. According to the style of their adventurer team, they would never take risks with monsters that could lead to total annihilation. The only possibility was that a human adventurer was hunting them, and in that short span of time, he had already killed 2 of her teammates. The assailant must be at least an A-rank adventurer. To be able to act in the dark tomb passage, he was likely an assassin class. Shia Chen helped Li Shuer up again and said one thing, "Take me there." Stepping back into the tomb passage, he activated sonar detection. Sure enough, 2 red dots appeared in the passage, seemingly entangled in a struggle. If one was Lin Fei, as Li Shuer had mentioned, then the other, moving at high speed, must be the hunter. Such high agility was something Shia Chen had never seen since his awakening ceremony. "He's an assassin, right?" Shia Chen asked as he rushed forward. Li Shuer, still lost in sorrow and despair, widened her eyes, trying to recall what had just happened, and said, after he killed Songgu, "He just disappeared. Lin Fei couldn't find him even with a flare arrow. Just now, Lin Fei was caught by him. Indeed, it was an assassin class." Shia Chen's heart sank, and he activated Water Step, greatly increasing his speed. At the same time, he couldn't leave Li Shuer, a defenseless priest, behind. He had to keep her close, always within his line of sight. When Shia Chen returned to the tomb passage, he saw Lin Fei, covered in wounds, leaning against the wall, his health bar barely hanging on. He was raising his bow in fear, aimlessly looking around. That person was toying with Lin Fei. It was as if he was playing with prey he had completely under control. The appearance of Shia Chen and Li Shuer caused the man to slowly reveal himself in the tomb passage. With a rather fair face and a pair of slanted eyes, he looked at Shia Chen and Li Shuer with interest, his gaze as indifferent as one would have towards prey. "Oh, you brought a helper?" Just in time, I was still feeling unsatisfied with the kills. Upon seeing the near-death Lin Fei, Li Shuer completely broke down, frantically trying to run over, but Shia Chen grabbed her arm. "Lin Fei, how are you?" Li Shuer cried out, while Lin Fei in the distance hoarsely shouted, "Xiao Shui, don't come over. Run! You must run." Shia Chen raised the long spear in his hand, shielding Li Shuer behind him, and said to her in a deep voice, "If you want to save him, don't go over." From the man's words and expression, Shia Chen had already seen through his intentions. He wanted to toy with his prey like a game of hunting. He had long lost interest in ordinary killings, otherwise, he wouldn't have revealed himself just now. If Li Shuer ran over, he would definitely kill her in front of Lin Fei first. "It seems you are also a new awakened one, right?" Shia Chen suddenly asked. "What grudges do you have with them that you need to wipe them out completely?" The man seemed to have heard something amusing, a mad smile appearing on his pale face. "Grudges? There are no grudges at all. Killing you is simply because I want to kill. The awakening ceremony has determined that we are not of the same class. The upper class should possess everything. You lowly waste professions should always be prepared to be killed." Hearing such mad and inhumane words, Shia Chen suddenly laughed, curling his lips and saying, "I thought you were someone important. Turns out you're just a complete lunatic. I only asked you one question, and you went on to preach so much. Looks like you're just a pitiful worm." The smile on the man's face instantly froze, his slanted eyes glaring fiercely at Shia Chen, grinning as he said, "What a smooth talker. Such a bold prey is rare. I hope you can still talk so well later." The man sneered at Shia Chen, his figure slowly sinking into the shadows, disappearing from Shia Chen's sight. Seeing this scene, Li Shuer gripped Shia Chen's arm in terror, but Shia Chen whispered to her, "Listen to my command in a moment. When I say run, you go save your companion." Li Shuer was a bit scared but still nodded. In fact, Shia Chen had said so much to that man just to wait for the cooldown of ultrasonic targeting. The man's disappearance relied on the assassin class's exclusive skill, stealth, and only by using ultrasonic targeting could he detect his location. The cooldown time for ultrasonic targeting is 3 minutes. Shia Chen had already used it once when he just returned to the tomb passage, and after some effort and conversation, it was now ready again. However, the timing for its use was not now. There was only one chance to uncover the hidden enemy. Shia Chen protected Li Shuer with one hand and held the spear with the other, squinting at the direction where the man had just vanished, which was about 30 meters away from his current position. Estimating with at least an A-class agility, it would take about 5 seconds or even less, but it wouldn't be so simple as to charge straight from the front. The man in stealth was even more at ease in the dimly lit tomb passage, and it was impossible to detect him with the naked eye. Moreover, the floor of the tomb was smooth marble, leaving no trace to follow. An invisible enemy is the most terrifying. The man, holding on to this thought, wanted to toy with Shia Chen, and suddenly a small stone was thrown from the shadow, landing at Shia Chen's feet. Shia Chen's reaction was indeed as he had anticipated. Holding the spear, he hurriedly changed his position, panicking like a headless fly. Then another stone. Li Shuer, hiding behind Shia Chen, tensed up, almost crying out of fear, and at that moment, Shia Chen suddenly whispered, "Run." Li Shuer gritted her teeth and ran towards Lin Fei without hesitation. Almost at the same time, from the shadows, a pitch-black dagger suddenly appeared, fiercely stabbing towards Shia Chen's back. However, the expected sound of the dagger piercing flesh did not occur. Instead, there was a crisp sound of metal clashing. Clang! The clear sound echoed in the narrow tomb passage. At the critical moment, Shia Chen suddenly turned around, and in his hand, the Tiger Fierce battle shield was equipped, perfectly blocking the attack. The person hidden in the shadows was immediately shaken out of their stance by the suddenly appearing massive shield, their eyes widening in shock as they looked at Shia Chen, who had turned to face them, meeting their gaze with a cold smile. From the astonishment in those slanted eyes, it was clear that they never expected their seemingly certain strike would be blocked by Shia Chen. However, Shia Chen did not give them any time to think. The spear in his right hand thrust forward fiercely, counter-block. The spear, with a 30% extra bonus, viciously stabbed into the person's chest, but the damage number that popped up surprised Shia Chen, 275. It actually dealt less than 300 damage? Judging by this person's class, they should only be an agile assassin, and the leather armor they wore definitely could not have such high defense, unless they had more than one piece of golden equipment. The person sneered, then skillfully stepped back to create distance from Shia Chen, saying, "What a counterblock. He, you low-tier class trash probably have never seen the defense of golden-grade equipment, right? But you actually managed to see through my invisibility. It seems you must have hit the jackpot with a skill that can detect stealth. This is getting more and more interesting." The person under the cloak revealed a mad grin on their fair face, saying, "A trash class actually has a skill to detect stealth? If I'm not mistaken, that skill of yours probably has a cooldown of several minutes, so what will you do now?" After saying this, the person suddenly pulled out an item from their backpack and smashed it onto the ground, a cloud of ash-like smoke instantly enveloping their entire body. The person disappeared from Shia Chen's sight once again. Strong stealth. Shia Chen furrowed his brows. This was a more advanced skill for assassins and thieves, allowing them to forcibly enter stealth again before the cooldown of their original stealth skill was over, using certain items. This person was indeed a tricky character. The entire tomb passage fell silent again. Not even a sound of footsteps could be heard. But Shia Chen knew it wouldn't be long before the person would launch an attack. Because they couldn't afford to waste too much time, they had to strike before Shia Chen's detection skill cooled down. Not far in the tomb passage, Li Shuer had already run to Lin Fei, using healing magic to preserve Lin Fei's last bit of health. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen suddenly moved. He abruptly slung the shield behind him, turned, and strode towards the other direction of the tomb passage. To anyone watching, it looked as if he was abandoning his teammates to escape alone. Li Shuer and Lin Fei, seeing Shia Chen running off in another direction, also felt a sense of despair. But Shia Chen was betting. He was betting that the madman's interest in killing him was far greater than that of Li Shuer and Lin Fei. He was betting that the person would never just watch him escape right under their nose. Only in this way could he lead that person away from Li Shuer and Lin Fei. Otherwise, once that person reacted and used Li Shuer and Lin Fei's lives as leverage, the situation would become difficult. Sure enough, Shia Chen's gamble paid off. Just as he was sprinting in the opposite direction down the tomb passage, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his ears, "Want to run? Don't you think it's a bit too late?" The person's speed was incredibly fast, at least half again as agile as Shia Chen. The moment the voice reached him, a black dagger suddenly lunged at Shia Chen from another direction. The voice was indeed a decoy. Die! The figure appeared beside Shia Chen with the black dagger, eyes filled with malice and madness. It was so fast that one couldn't react. However, a faint smile appeared on Shia Chen's lips. He paid no attention to the shadow that had suddenly appeared beside him. Berserk charge! Shia Chen's form surged forward like an enraged ghost claw bear, raising his shield and charging fiercely in one direction. He actually crashed through the empty air, revealing a shadow. The earlier voice was a decoy. The shadow that had just appeared beside Shia Chen was also merely a clone. When the person's true body was forced out of stealth by Shia Chen's charge, their eyes widened in shock, and before they could speak, they fell into a daze. This was the effect of berserk charge. In the midst of that person's incredulous expression, Shia Chen thrust his spear sharply, ghost fire toxin, corpse poison, soul. As damage numbers exploded one after another, a series of negative effects were instantly applied to that person. How is this possible? How did you see through my clone? Seeing the terror in that person's wide eyes, Shia Chen coldly replied, "You guessed right, I do have a skill that can detect stealth, but the first time, I didn't use it at all." Shia Chen's ultrasonic detection had a cooldown of 3 minutes, but during their first encounter, he hadn't used it at all. The reason he was able to accurately block the first ambush with the Tiger Fury shield was entirely due to Shia Chen's awareness and judgment. During 3 years of high school combat simulation classes, Shia Chen had fought countless times against rogue classes, and he had come to understand that sometimes experience is more useful than detection skills in determining the location of a stealthy enemy. So, having kept ultrasonic detection as a trump card until just now, Shia Chen directly discerned that the shadow was merely a clone, and the true body was now clearly in front of him. He locked onto the target with berserk charge. As the person regained consciousness from their daze, they gritted their teeth and tried to distance themselves from Shia Chen, but suddenly felt a wave of dizziness. Their movements slowed significantly. How is this possible? The person looked at the series of negative statuses on themselves: corpse, poison, burning. Fear finally showed on their face for the first time. Shia Chen looked at him with a cold smile. Where's your strong stealth technique? I want to see how someone on fire can hide. Without any hesitation, Shia Chen activated Beast Blood Boiling. Attack power and speed surged. The spear in his hand blossomed like a lotus, piercing fiercely into the person's neck and heart, each thrust targeting a weak point. 518, 679. Damage numbers mixed with poison and burning effects rapidly depleted the person's health. As a fragile assassin class, their health was still over 3,000. This indicated that they had at least 3 pieces of golden grade equipment. When an assassin class loses their proud stealth and agility and faces a warrior head-on, the outcome is utterly powerless. The man raised the black dagger in his hand in a panic to block, but in front of Shia Chen, he was as clumsy as a clown, only able to scream in despair as he watched his vitality dwindle away bit by bit. Who are you? Spare me. I'll give you all the golden items on me. I have money. I can give you everything. A deep fear and humble pleading finally appeared on that fair face, but Shia Chen had already heard such words more than once today. There are always some people who see themselves as hunters and others as prey waiting to be slaughtered. But when the tables are turned, they foolishly beg for mercy? It is truly somewhat laughable. Shia Chen looked at him with a cold smile. Golden items, wealth. He was not interested in any of that. What he was interested in now was what kind of attributes he could obtain by sacrificing this A-grade assassin in front of him. No, don't kill me. I have a lot of money. I'll give you anything. What do you want? Golden items, properties. I have it all. The man's face was very fair, clearly raised in an extremely wealthy family, but at this moment, that fair face was filled with terror and despair. Because he saw the look in Shia Chen's eyes, it was exactly the same as how he had previously looked at his prey. It was a murderous intent that showed no mercy whatsoever. When the tip of Shia Chen's gun pressed against his throat, he was still frantically begging for mercy, trying to assert his identity. Don't kill me. I am. But before he could finish his words, the gun's tip had already pierced through his throat, taking away his last breath. 319. Shia Chen could tell that this person had a significant background. If he came from an ordinary family, he wouldn't have developed such a mad and bloodthirsty character. But Shia Chen could not spare his life. Letting him go would only bring endless trouble. Since he had decided to kill him, it was better not to know who he was or what his background was. That would be the best concealment. Shia Chen treated today as if he had killed an ant, not knowing its name. A faint flicker of ethereal flame appeared above the man's corpse, a flame that only Shia Chen could see, proving that his life had completely ended. Sacrifice the flame. While Li Shuer and Lin Fei were still at the other end of the tomb passage, Shia Chen decisively held the sacrifice ceremony. The ethereal flame merged into his body, and a line of prompts appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. A-grade profession Ghostblade Assassin's Flame Sacrifice successful. Gain talent skill, Ghost Shadow Clone, A rank. Ghost Shadow Clone, effect, summons a Ghost Shadow Clone identical to the main body for a short time, can remotely control its movement and actions, but the clone has no physical form. Unexpectedly, this skill was obtained. Just now, Shia Chen had also experienced the realism of the Ghost Shadow Clone up close. If it weren't for the ultrasonic targeting, revealing that it was just a phantom, it would have been impossible to distinguish it with the naked eye. In battles with professionals, it could be said to be a surprise killing move. It's just a pity that he didn't obtain the assassin class's specialized skill, stealth, or that strong concealment technique. However, it is likely that specialized skills for each profession are not so easily obtained. The burning effect on the man's corpse was still ongoing. Without any life recovery, the body would soon be burned to ashes. Before that happened, Shia Chen rummaged through his body and indeed found 3 pieces of golden level equipment. They were the dark dagger in his hand, the wrist guards, and the chest armor. Breaking Shadow Dagger, grade, golden, level requirement, level 25, attack power, plus 315, attributes, agility plus 34, critical hit rate plus 15%, additional attribute, armor break, attack carries 25% armor penetration. Serpent Scale Bracers grade, gold level requirement, level 25 defense, plus 210 attributes, constitution plus 30 additional affix, steel, can withstand 100 points of melee physical damage. Golden Silk Armor grade, gold level requirement, level 25 defense, plus 328 attributes, Constitution plus 15, Strength plus 15 additional affix. Heart protection reduces weak point damage by 35%. The 3 pieces of gold equipment with special affixes directly granted a fragile assassin nearly the same defense and health as a warrior. This further confirmed that this person was indeed not to be underestimated. A typical family could never afford to buy 3 such exquisite pieces of gold equipment for a newly awakened professional. From him, Shia Chen also managed to strip off a waist pouch. Inside was a black gold dragon coin storage card, several potions, and some materials. Looking at this exquisite black gold card, Shia Chen could imagine that it contained at least hundreds of thousands of dragon coins, right? However, anyone daring to use this card would inevitably be tracked down by the family behind him. Without hesitation, Shia Chen directly threw all these items from his backpack into the burning fire, turning them to ashes. When Shia Chen returned to the tomb passage with the 3 pieces of gold equipment, he saw Lin Fei, under the healing of the priestly Shuer, finally managing to keep his life. The two looked at the equipment and the black dagger that had once brought them the deepest fear, trembling as they gazed at Shia Chen. "He's dead," Shia Chen said flatly. The two couldn't help but burst into tears, a sorrow born from witnessing a teammate die before their eyes, mixed with the complex emotions of escaping death. Li Shuer suddenly pulled Lin Fei and knelt before Shia Chen. "Thank you, benefactor." Shia Chen stepped forward to help them up, but there was not a hint of relaxation on his face, for he knew the matter was not yet over. "Take me to see your teammates," Shia Chen said solemnly. To truly eliminate future troubles, not only must the killer's body be dealt with, but those he killed must also be cleaned up. For an unknown large family, any trace left behind could become a noose around their necks in the future. Li Shuer and Lin Fei exchanged a glance, their faces once again showing immense sorrow. Lin Fei silently led the way, bringing Li Shuer and Shia Chen back to that nightmarish tomb passage. "Li Yang, Samgu." Upon seeing this scene, Li Shuer couldn't help but cry out again. The first thing that caught her eye was Li Yang's body, the mage in a robe who had been pierced through the chest to protect Li Shuer. Then there was the corpse of the berserker Chen Song, lying face down on the ground, his fatal wound in his back. At that moment, sharp-eyed Lin Fei suddenly noticed a body leaning against the wall in the corner of the tomb passage that trembled slightly. It was their captain, Hong Liang. "Captain! Captain!" Lin Fei rushed over, only to see that Captain Hong Liang still had a breath left. "Xiao Shui, the captain is still alive." Upon hearing this, Li Shuer hurriedly ran over like mad, waving her staff, wanting to cast a healing spell. However, having already exhausted her magic power, she cried in desperation, unable to cast it. "Drink this." Shia Chen quickly walked over, handing Li Shuer a bottle of magic potion while taking out a bottle of blood potion to support Hong Liang and feed it to him. At this moment, Hong Liang had lost his human form, although he still had a breath left. One arm and both legs had already been severed. The reason he hasn't died yet is purely because that madman wants to keep him alive to slowly torment him. Li Shuer and Lin Fei were first overjoyed to find that their captain, Hong Liang, was still alive, but then they couldn't help but cry out loud upon seeing how he had been tortured to this extent. They knew that if it weren't for the need to hold off that lunatic for a moment to allow the two of them to escape, Captain Hong Liang wouldn't have ended up in such a tragic state. "Captain!" Li Shuer could barely speak, her voice hoarse. Suddenly, they heard Shia Chen behind them say, "As long as he can survive. His tendons and bones in his arms and legs have been severed. If we can find a 5th-tier priest with the skill, rebirth of flesh and blood, it might not be impossible to heal him." A glimmer of hope appeared in Li Shuer and Lin Fei's eyes. But then Shia Chen's next words doused that hope with cold water. "The price for a 5th-tier priest's help is at least 2 million dragon coins. Your captain's injuries must be treated within a month," Shia Chen said calmly, "so you no longer have time to grieve." 2 million dragon coins. Li Shuer and Lin Fei exchanged glances, and the light in their eyes gradually dimmed. Their team of adventurers had worked diligently for a year, earning only a little over 100,000 dragon coins by trading materials from dungeons. To gather 2 million dragon coins in just a month was simply a pipe dream. Even if they sold all their equipment, it wouldn't be enough. Then they saw Shia Chen toss 3 pieces of golden equipment he had stripped from that man in front of them, saying, "These 3 pieces of golden equipment come with top-tier attributes. If sold on the black market, they could fetch nearly 800,000 dragon coins. But don't sell them in the capital. Find a way to sell them in another black market, and be discreet about it." Shia Chen didn't look down on these 3 pieces of golden equipment. Rather, wearing them would be like flaunting a weapon, and the best way to handle them was to sell them in the black market of another city. Even Lin Fei and Li Shuer knew the value of these 3 pieces of golden equipment, and Shia Chen giving them to them was like saving their captain's life once more. "Thank you." Li Shuer bit her lip, unsure how to repay Shia Chen's kindness. Lin Fei, who had always regarded Captain Hong Liang as his older brother, looked at Shia Chen with gratitude in his eyes and said, "Please leave us your name, benefactor." "I, Lin Fei, owe you a life." Unexpectedly, Shia Chen shook his head and said coldly, it's better that we don't know each other's names. You should also be aware that the person behind this is not someone to be trifled with. Now that he has died in this dungeon, someone will definitely come to investigate. If you don't want to be hunted for revenge after we get out, what happened in this tomb must not be known to anyone else." Li Shuer and Lin Fei nodded in unison. Then they exchanged a glance, as if making a decision. Li Shuer suddenly took out a rolled-up map from her backpack and said to Shia Chen, "Benefactor, I have no way to repay your great kindness. Please accept this map. This is something our captain, Hong Liang, accidentally found in a side hall when we first came to this general's tomb dungeon. It depicts the entire map of the general's tomb. The path to the main hall of the general's tomb should be marked on it." Shia Chen was taken aback as he saw that Li Shuer was handing him an ancient parchment map, on which someone had meticulously drawn the paths of the tomb and the numerous chambers, clear and precise. Li Shuer and Lin Fei helped Captain Hong Liang up, their eyes filled with sorrow as they said, "Our team can no longer continue forward. We can only quickly take the captain out for treatment and bring Li Yang and Chen Sun's bodies out as well. I heard everyone is looking for the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb. You must get there before them." Shia Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. It's often said that many things in dungeons are obtained by those with fate, but who would have thought that the map of the Lulan General's tomb would end up in Li Shuer in their hands? I'm afraid others, including Lin Shueming and the rest, have already gone mad searching for it. Alright, for this gesture from Li Shuer and Lin Fei, Shia Chen accepted it without hesitation. They could have waited until they exited the dungeon to sell this map at the auction house for a considerable sum, but they chose to give this crucial map to Shia Chen instead. "Let's exchange contact information," Shia Chen said as he took the map. "If I find something valuable in the main hall of the tomb, I'll share it with you once we get out." Li Shuer hesitated. Shia Chen had already done enough for them, but the Captain Hong Liang's injuries still required a significant amount of money. Before she could refuse, Shia Chen proactively sent a contact request. In the contact list, besides Qin Yanran, a second name finally appeared: Li Shuer. "Farewell." Shia Chen nodded gently, while Li Shuer and Li Fei had many things to do, including taking Captain Hong Liang out for treatment and personally handling the bodies of their former teammates. Shia Chen. Li Shuer looked at the name on the contact list, placing her hands on her chest, and from a distance, performed a priestly gesture of light. "May the God of Light bless you." As Shia Chen continued deeper along the tomb path, he carefully examined the parchment map. The map was drawn in great detail. It turned out that the entire Lulan General's tomb was divided into 3 levels, upper, middle, and lower, and Shia Chen was currently in the uppermost level. According to the map, the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb was located at the very center of the deepest level. To reach the main hall, aside from clearing each level, there was also a special path that could directly pass through the middle second level to reach the third level. This path was marked in deep red ink on the parchment map. It is said that many tomb designers leave themselves an escape route in case they are sealed in the tomb by the family of the deceased for burial. It seems this special path was the designer's way of leaving a backdoor for themselves. Following the map's guidance, Shia Chen groped his way toward the entrance of this small path. Along the way, he encountered other adventurers entering the dungeon, some battling soldier larvae, while others searched for hidden paths and treasure chests. Desire was written in everyone's eyes, and no one noticed Shia Chen, who appeared unremarkable in terms of equipment. As he passed by them, Shia Chen picked up some information from their fragmented conversations. "Have you heard? There's actually another layer below this tomb path. The leading Baiyi guild has already reached the second layer. After all, Baiyi is one of the 4 major guilds, and this time the team leader is the S-rank adventurer Lin Shueming, so their progress is definitely much faster than ours. But I also heard that Wang Biao from the Black Eagle Guild has brought people over. Although they came late, their progress isn't any worse than theirs. Looks like the Lulan General's tomb dungeon is quite a prize. 2 of the 4 major guilds have their eyes on it. Not only that, my brother seems to have seen people from the Poly group outside. I didn't expect the wealthy Poly group would come to tackle such a dungeon. Wow, they are all big shots. Forget about that, let's hurry and see if we can get a taste of the spoils too. Even if I can't get to the main hall, I can still check out some treasure chests in the side halls. The 3 major powers of the capital city, Bei, Black Hawk, and Bully Group, have surprisingly gathered in a newly emerged low-level dungeon. It seems this Lulan General's tomb is not as simple as it appears. Normally, although the 4 major guilds are quite competitive with each other, they would never go all out over limited resources, especially for a newly emerged low-level dungeon like the Lulan General's tomb. Usually, if one guild from the 4 takes action, the other 3 would disdain to interfere. Yet now, not only have Black Hawk and Bei entered this dungeon, but even Bully Group has sent people? What could possibly be in the Lulan General's tomb that warrants the involvement of these 3 major forces? Shia Chen couldn't help but carefully observe the sheepskin map in his hand. Besides the red-marked path leading directly to the third underground level, there were also some branching paths that had been specially marked, such as the corridor where Shia Chen obtained the jade hidden ring from a treasure chest. So that's it. Shia Chen suddenly realized that this sheepskin map was likely not just an escape route but a treasure map. The person who drew this map not only marked an escape route but also indicated all the valuable burial items within the Lulan general's tomb. It seems this predecessor not only wanted to leave a way out for himself but also intended to loot the Lulan general's tomb. However, judging by Shia Chen's acquisition of the jade hidden ring from the treasure chest at the end of the corridor, this predecessor, for some reason, did not succeed, at least not in taking all the treasures away. Now, this has become a windfall for Shia Chen. The Lulan general's tomb is vast and intricate, like an underground city. Without a map, even thousands of people would struggle to search every corner. But now, Shia Chen feels as if he has divine assistance. According to the markings on the map, there is a treasure chest specially marked on a nearby relic tower. Seeing that there was no one around, Shia Chen directly activated Water Summoning Step, his figure flashing as he slipped into the 3-story relic tower, climbed the stairs, and looked up to see a silver glimmering treasure chest sitting atop the tower. Shia Chen carefully observed and confirmed that there were no teleportation traps around the treasure chest like before. He immediately decided to use lockpicking. Shia Chen had actually prepared several sets of lockpicking tools in his backpack, but with the A rank lockpicking he obtained from Wang Tong, the wear on the tools was almost negligible. In just a few moments, he opened the silver glimmering treasure chest, and inside lay an ancient-styled necklace, jade unicorn necklace, rank, silver, level 30, description, a jade necklace crafted with special techniques from the Lulan kingdom, symbolizing the noble status of the general's tribe. Attributes: strength plus 25, constitution plus 25. Although it was just a silver item, it was a piece of jewelry with an extremely low drop rate. The dual attribute bonuses also significantly enhance combat power. Previously, after defeating those 1,000-legged soldier pupae in the tomb, Shia Chen's level had already risen to 29, just a step away from level 30, and he would soon be able to equip it. Following the map's guidance, Shia Chen immediately headed to the next marked location. Including the 2 treasure chests Shia Chen had already obtained, there were a total of 5 marked locations on the first level of the Lulan general's tomb. The other 3 locations happened to be near the secret passage leading to the third level. Shia Chen's Water Summoning Step never stopped, charging ahead directly to each location. Coupled with the early detection from ultrasonic targeting, he avoided monsters he could, and swiftly dealt with those he couldn't, focusing on efficiency. While others were still blindly groping around like headless flies, Shao had already opened all 3 remaining treasure chests he had marked. Light Feather Beastskin Boots, grade, silver, level requirement, 30, defense, plus 215, attribute, agility plus 25, Guardian Chest Armor, grade, silver, level requirement, 30, defense, plus 310, attribute, constitution plus 31, Ice Silkworm Silk Bracers, grade, gold, level requirement, 30, defense, plus 210, attribute, strength plus 35, additional attribute, focus-based critical hit rate plus 15%, 2 silver items and 1 gold item. All the attributes perfectly aligned with Shia Chen's pursuit of dual cultivation in strength and agility. The gold item, Ice Silkworm Silk Bracers, even added a rare critical hit rate to early equipment. The experience gained from dealing with the soldier pupae blocking his path finally brought Shia Chen to level 30, and all his attributes were once again directly added to agility. Equipping 4 pieces of level 30 gear at once instantly revitalized his overall attributes. Shia Chen, class, Godforsaken, level 30, health, 4520, mana, 810, attack, 391, defense, 975, constitution, 126, strength, 165, agility, 205, spirit, 105, initial talent, incomplete divine nature, talent attributes, barbaric, D rank, light and recovery, S rank, ghost fire toxin, A rank, skills, water summoning step, B rank, beast blood boiling, A rank, barbaric charge, A rank, ultrasonic targeting, S rank. Shia Chen's potions had hardly been consumed, everything was ready, and the secret passage leading directly to the third level was right in front of him. According to rumors, neither Lin Shuiming of the Bai Yi nor Wang Biao of the Black Hawk Guild had found the way to the third level yet, still struggling to clear the second level. This was a golden opportunity. Shia Chen took out a luminescent insect and jumped into the secret passage disguised as an ordinary tomb chamber. The passage sloped downward, having accumulated a layer of dust from being unopened for 100 years. Shia Chen covered his mouth and nose, sliding down directly, and after sliding nearly 30 to 40 meters, he finally reached the bottom. Looking around, the tomb chamber was shrouded in darkness, and the luminescent insect in his hand could only illuminate a few meters around him. To be safe, Shia Chen activated ultrasonic targeting once more. The ultrasonic waves immediately echoed from Shia Chen's position, revealing the entire terrain and information. Indeed, there were quite a few moving guard monsters around. Moreover, they weren't moving randomly as singles, it seemed they moved in teams of 3, patrolling within this third level's tomb chamber. This meant he would have to face at least 3 monsters at a time. Tricky. Shia Chen opened the sheepskin map in his hand again, using the light from the luminescent insect to check. The main hall of the General Lolan's tomb marked on it was right in the central area of the third level, but the only way to reach it was currently blocked by 2 groups of guard monsters. Since he couldn't go around, there was no choice but to fight. With his equipment completely renewed, Shia Chen's defense was no longer that of a fragile little thing. Coupled with the blocking effect of the Tiger Fierce battle shield, facing 3 opponents at once was not out of the question. Holding his shield, Shia Chen stepped forward, and around the corner ahead, 3 monsters entered his line of sight. To his surprise, they were 3 soldiers clad in the armor of the ancient Lulan kingdom. The leader held a shield and a long sword, followed closely by one wielding a spear, while the last one, dressed in leather armor, carried a crossbow. At the same time, the attributes of these guarding monsters appeared before Shia Chen. Lolan Guardian Squad Level, 35 Attributes, Unknown. Description: Elite Guardians personally trained by the Grand General of Lulan. These Guardians form a deadly trio with their special combination, posing a lethal threat to any intruder. Ugh! Upon discovering Shia Chen's presence, the 3 Lulan Guardians immediately displayed a fierce demeanor. The leading Guardian struck his shield with his long sword, attempting to let out a battle roar. However, after years of decay, his jaw had become a mass of rotten flesh, producing only a strange, muffled sound. The leading Guardian raised his shield, and the spear wielder charged toward Shia Chen. At the same time, with the sound of a crossbow being drawn, a bolt shot toward Shia Chen from a distance. Shia Chen raised his shield to block, feeling the immense force of the bolt, but fortunately, it was not enough to break through the Tiger Fierce battle shield's defense. The 2 melee guardians had already rushed up to him. A powerful swing of the longsword came at him, and Shia Chen adjusted the direction of his shield to block again. Suddenly, the spear wielder, who had been hiding behind the shield guardian, lunged forward with a swift thrust aimed at Shia Chen's waist. The speed was incredibly fast and fierce. Shia Chen had no way to evade. 513. A damage number instantly popped up from Shia Chen's body. These well-trained guardians in formation were indeed formidable. The long sword from the shield guardian came down from above, while the spear wielder struck from 3 different angles, making it hard to defend against. But Shia Chen's counterattack was equally swift. The spear in his hand accurately avoided the guardian's shield and fiercely pierced into his chest. Although these guardians were well trained, the decay of time had made their movements stiff, and they naturally could not block Shia Chen's attack. 451. At the same time a damage number appeared, a recovery number also showed up on Shia Chen, plus 113. This was the bloodthirst attribute that had dropped from the mutated wolf pack, granting a 5% lifesteal effect on attacks. However, with the S-rank attribute Light and Recovery providing a 5-fold recovery effect, it turned into 25%. This was Shia Chen's reliance when facing multiple foes. With a 25% lifesteal recovery effect, combined with his own health recovery potions, even if some attacks were unavoidable, he could still continue fighting. Shia Chen held his shield with his left hand to block, while his right hand thrust the spear, engaging in a back-and-forth battle with the 2 surrounding guardians. Although his health bar dropped a bit, he had already reduced the shield guardian's health to a sliver. Shia Chen raised his spear to take his life, but at that moment, a series of crossbow bolts suddenly shot toward him. The firing rate had increased several times compared to before. 153. 149. Forced to retreat and raise his shield to block, he looked up to see that the crossbowman in the distance had actually planted the bolts into the ground. He wondered what kind of mechanism allowed this crossbow to fire continuously. It turned out that the crossbowman hiding at the back was the real killing machine. The Lulan Guardian squad was indeed troublesome. Shia Chen narrowed his eyes, quickly calculating his health, then suddenly charged forward, braving the damage from the rain of arrows, and with one thrust, he took down the foremost shield guardian. 418. While taking down the shielded guard, Shia Chen was also hit by several arrows, and his health bar instantly dropped to half. He hurriedly raised his shield and retreated, tilting his head back to gulp down a bottle of health potion. A low-tier health potion restores 500 health points, but with the potion's recovery effect, it can also receive a 5-fold boost from photosynthetic recovery, making one bottle nearly fill his health bar. Fully restored, Shia Chen advanced again. Without the obstruction of the shielded guard, a mere spear guard was no match for his assault. Beast blood boiling was activated, and Shia Chen charged through the volley of arrows from the crossbowman, ruthlessly dispatching the spear guard. Then he charged towards the distant crossbowman, knowing that once he closed the distance, the fate of the leather-armored crossbowman would be to be pierced through by Shia Chen's spear in just a few strikes. 691, 981. The final critical hit dealt nearly 1,000 damage. 3 members of the Lulan Guard fell one after another before Shia Chen, one of whom dropped a piece of equipment. It was a helmet filled with the style of the ancient Lulan kingdom, adorned with colorful feathers. Lulan Guard helmet grade, bronze level requirement, level 30 defense, plus 150 attributes, constitution plus 15. A bronze item that perfectly filled the gap in his helmet equipment. Shia Chen equipped it directly, feeling a weight on his head but gaining a sense of security. The flames of the 3 Lulan Guard corpses were also directly sacrificed by Shia Chen. Lulan Guard's flame sacrifice successful. Flame Seed plus 9. Although no special attributes were dropped, he still gained 9 points of Flame Seed value, which was not a loss. After restoring his status, Shia Chen continued forward. Now only a long corridor remained between him and the main hall marked on the sheepskin map. However, within the corridor, there was still a team of Lulan Guards patrolling numbly, coincidentally blocking the necessary path. The configuration was still a sword and shield warrior, a spear guard, and a crossbowman. This time, however, with experience under his belt, Shia Chen activated water summoning step from a distance and took the initiative. At this moment, the team of Lulan Guards also noticed the approaching Shia Chen and once again assumed the same formation. However, as he got closer, Shia Chen suddenly activated Brutal Charge, skillfully dodging the shield warrior and spear guard in front, charging straight at the crossbowman hiding at the back. The bewildered crossbowman didn't even have time to set his crossbow on the ground before Shia Chen knocked him out cold, then directly pierced him through with 2 strikes. 719, 723. 2 damage numbers popped up, directly ending the leather-armored crossbowman's life. With the crossbowman eliminated, the remaining sword and shield warrior and spear guard were naturally no longer a threat. A few minutes later, the 3 Lulan Guards lay dead before Shia Chen. Sacrifice the flames of the Lulan Guards. Shia Chen's sacrificial ritual was now second nature to him. As the flames flickered and dissipated, a pleasant voice rang in his ears. Lulan Guard's flame sacrifice successful. Gain talent skill, Step Thrust, B rank. Step Thrust rank, B effect, a combat technique from the ancient Lulan kingdom, stepping forward with swift steps to thrust at the target, dealing 150% physical damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Finally, a damaging skill was obtained. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel joy in his heart. Although the damage boost of this step thrust wasn't particularly high, its value lay in its speed. There was almost no skill wind-up. In the heat of battle, a sudden thrust was nearly impossible to evade. Moreover, Shia Chen could also use the accumulated fire seed points to enhance this skill, upgrading it from B rank to A rank, which didn't consume much fire seed value. Enhanced step thrust. Shia Chen directly chose to enhance, and immediately a line of prompts appeared before him. Do you want to consume 30 fire seed points to enhance step thrust, B rank? Shia Chen nodded in confirmation. Yes, step thrust has been enhanced to thunder thrust. Remaining fire seed points, 45. Thunder thrust effect. Move a short distance forward with lightning speed and thrust at the target, dealing 180% physical damage. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Additional attribute. This skill can critically hit. What a thunder thrust! The physical damage bonus increased to 180%, and it not only added a critical hit attribute but also reduced the cooldown to 10 seconds. This meant that the move Thunder Thrust could completely serve as his regular output method. It was quite a harvest. Shia Chen didn't dare to linger here. The patrol routes of the Lulan Imperial Guard were moving, and he had to seize this opportunity to rush to the main hall of the Lulan General's tomb immediately. Following the guidance on the sheepskin map, he walked through the long corridor ahead, and a magnificent main hall, polished by the passage of time, appeared before him. This was the deepest and central part of the Lulan General's tomb, also the resting place of the former general of the ancient Lulan kingdom. The entire Lulan General's tomb resembled a giant underground city, reflecting the general's status in the Lulan kingdom at that time, likely at least one person below the emperor and above 10,000 others. Shia Chen stepped forward and saw that the main door was engraved with the general's life achievements in some ancient Lulan script. Although Shia Chen knew of the existence of such characters, he could only recognize some of the most basic ones, making it nearly impossible to understand the inscriptions. However, through some general formats, Shia Chen still found the name of this Lulan general, Fu Hua, a name that carried the essence of the ancient Lulan kingdom, and the murals around the door depicted scenes of war, with the exceptionally tall figure standing on a chariot pulled by 4 horses likely being General Fu Hua. Entering the main hall was urgent. Shia Chen no longer hesitated and stepped forward to push with all his might. The massive door creaked, and with little effort, it opened automatically. Shia Chen raised his fierce battle shield, cautiously stepping inside, where the entire main hall was exceptionally spacious, revealing one soldier statue after another. The sculptures were lifelike, neatly arranged in the main hall, like an army ready for battle. The atmosphere was solemn and fierce, even making Shia Chen feel a bit apprehensive. These soldier statues couldn't all come to life, could they? Shia Chen took small steps, not daring to make a sound. The thousand-legged soldier statues in the first layer of the tomb were already not something an ordinary person could handle, and the soldier statues in the main hall were even more imposing. If they all came to life, Shia Chen feared his life would end here. Fortunately, these soldier statues seemed to show no signs of coming to life, standing there like stone carvings. At the end of the soldier statue formation, there was a chariot also carved from stone, pulled by 4 horses. On the chariot was a gilded coffin. It should be the resting place of General Fu Hua. At this moment, Shia Chen felt like a tomb raider, but since he had come this far, he sought the treasure chests buried with the coffin. Shia Chen immediately looked around, and he saw 3 shining golden treasure chests placed around the coffin at the back of the main hall. I apologize for the disturbance. Shia Chen immediately bowed to the coffin of the talisman general. What he wanted were those 3 treasure chests. As for the coffin on the 4-horse chariot, Shia Chen decided not to disturb the rest of this general from the ancient Lulan kingdom. Judging by the heroic achievements of this talisman general in life, he must have been a formidable figure. If a vengeful spirit of a general were to emerge, it would likely be at least a level 50 golden boss. Just then, Shia Chen suddenly heard a commotion coming from the corridor behind him. It seemed that quite a few professionals had already arrived on this 3rd floor. They came so quickly? Shia Chen thought to himself, realizing he had underestimated the 2 major guilds, Bai Yi and Black Hawk. Even though it was just the branch in the capital city, the team of professionals led by Lin Shuiming and Wang Biao were definitely elites. The team probably consisted of at least A-level professionals. But at that moment, several screams echoed from a distance. It seemed they had already encountered the Lulan Imperial Guard, and this group of guards was not easy to deal with. They could at least hold them off for several minutes. Shia Chen no longer hesitated. He directly activated Water Summoning Step and rushed towards the 3 treasure chests behind the main hall. He took out his lock-picking tools and hurriedly got to work. He needed to grab everything from these 3 chests before they reached the main hall. Up close, he saw that the carvings on the 3 chests were all adorned with the same decorations of the ancient Lulan kingdom, and without exception, they all shimmered with brilliant golden light. It seemed there were at least 3 golden items inside. Shia Chen focused his mind, and with a crisp sound of the lock opening, the first treasure chest sprang open. Inside lay a black cloak, the tail end of which was embroidered with a pattern of slaughter. Black Moon Cloak, grade, golden item, level requirement, none, attributes. Shia Chen didn't have time to examine its attributes in detail and hurriedly moved on to the next chest, his lock-picking skills becoming increasingly proficient. Before long, the second treasure chest opened with a click, revealing a gilded longsword sealed in its sheath, the hilt adorned with various exquisite carved gemstones. King's Gift Sword, grade, golden item, level requirement, level 50, attributes. It was actually a level 50 golden item. However, the noise from the corridor behind him was getting closer. Shia Chen bent down and hid behind the stone-carved chariot, while his lock-picking skills raced against time. The sounds from outside the corridor grew nearer, and almost simultaneously, the 3rd treasure chest was finally opened by Shia Chen. He barely had time to look at it before he grabbed the contents and stuffed them into his backpack, retreating towards the back of the main hall. The back of the main hall was a smooth wall, seemingly devoid of any hiding spots. Suddenly, Shia Chen noticed a groove on the wall that looked somewhat familiar. The jade hidden ring. Shia Chen suddenly remembered the ring he had obtained from the treasure chest in the corridor, which was the key to opening a hidden chamber in the tomb. He quickly took off the ring and inserted it into the groove, and a small secret door suddenly opened in the previously smooth wall. Shia Chen crouched down and slipped inside. At the same time, the commotion had reached the entrance of the main hall. Shuiming, look! The main hall is right there. We finally found it. After Shia Chen entered the secret chamber, the door slammed shut behind him, leaving no trace on the smooth wall. Anyone who came would never suspect that someone was hiding behind it. At this moment, the noisy commotion had entered the main hall, sounding like at least 30 or 40 people. It seemed that all the members of the Bai Yi Guild led by Lin Shuiming had arrived here. Shuiming, look! There are treasure chests. Those with sharp eyes had already spotted the 3 treasure chests behind the 4-horse chariot coffin, and they immediately shouted in excitement, unaware that Shia Chen had thoughtfully locked the chests again after opening them. In the eyes of this group from the Bai Yi Guild, they still believed they were the first to arrive at the main hall. Quick, take me to see. A hint of wild joy surfaced in Lin Xueming's eyes. The monsters in the General's tomb instance were far more challenging than those in other lower-level instances. The treasure chests in the main hall would surely not disappoint him. Lin Xueming rushed to the chests, and seeing the 3 dazzling golden chests up close made him unable to contain his excitement. "Where's the rogue class? Hurry up and unlock it!" Lin Xueming called out impatiently, and a rogue hurried forward, pulling out a set of lockpicking tools and getting to work. Lin Xueming held his breath, his eyes filled with desire. At that moment, Lu Ruyen walked over, linking her arm with his, and said sweetly, "Xueming, what do you think will be in there?" Feeling the warmth from her arm, Lin Xueming felt a bit lightheaded and replied, "Don't worry, Ruyen, as long as it's mage gear you can use, it will definitely be my treasure first." Lu Ruyen was instantly filled with joy, casting a flirtatious glance at Lin Xueming. The two paid no mind to the strange looks from their Bai teammates behind them. Although Lu Ruyen was also an A-class fire element mage, she had contributed nothing in the instance. She either pretended to be scared when encountering monsters, hiding in Lin Xueming's arms, or got tired after just a few steps, choosing to stay back. During team fights, her performance was poor, releasing skills at random and showing no understanding of teamwork. Now that treasure chests had appeared, those diligent mages who had been dealing damage had no right to choose first. The few of them exchanged glances, feeling helpless. After all, Lin Xueming was the team leader this time. He was a solid S-class profession, a key talent nurtured by Bai Yi, so naturally, the one with the strongest backing had the final say. At that moment, the rogue, who had been sweating profusely in front of the chest, finally heard a crisp unlocking sound, and the chest opened. The rogue peered inside and immediately widened his eyes. "Brother Xueming, this." Lin Xueming pushed him aside and rushed forward to take a look, only to find that the lavishly decorated chest was completely empty. Not even a single hair? This is impossible. After all the effort to reach the main hall, the chest was actually empty? Lin Xueming suddenly had a bad premonition, his gaze shifting to the other 2 chests beside him as he coldly said, "Go, open those 2 chests and see." The rogue dared not delay and hurried over with his lock-picking tools. A few minutes later, Lin Xueming looked at the 3 empty chests, his face turning ashen, and he said nothing. After all that effort, leading the Bai Yi members to be the first here, he never expected that all 3 dazzling golden chests in the vast main hall would be empty. Had someone gotten there first? That couldn't be. From the first layer of the tomb all the way here, Lin Xueming believed that Bai Yi had definitely arrived ahead of everyone else. Even Wang Biao's Black Hawk had been left behind. Could it be that these chests were empty from the start? Lin Xueming couldn't help but doubt the very existence of this general's tomb instance, yet the guild's higher-ups had specifically instructed him that there was a high possibility of finding that item within the Lulan general's tomb. At this moment, hiding in the secret chamber behind the main hall, Shia Chen finally had the chance to take a good look at the 3 golden artifacts he had obtained from the treasure chest. The first treasure chest contained a pitch-black cloak, Black Moon Cloak grade, golden artifact level requirement, none attributes, agility plus 30, evasion plus 30 additional effect, Black Moon time. When enveloped by the Black Moon, your form becomes blurred, increasing movement speed by 50% for a short duration. Duration, 30 seconds, cooldown, 10 minutes. An equipped additional skill. Shia Chen's eyes lit up. Although the attribute bonuses of this cloak were not high, it came with an active skill, Black Moon time. When activated, his form would become blurred, and his movement speed would increase by 50%. Coupled with Shia Chen's water step speed enhancement, it was simply a divine skill for escaping after killing and looting. The second piece of equipment was a dazzling great sword, King's Gift Sword grade, golden artifact level requirement, level 50 attack power, plus 1100 attributes, strength plus 50, agility plus 50 additional effect, Royal Majesty. When killing a target, it instills a fear effect on nearby enemies, preventing them from counterattacking or parrying for a short time. A sword that directly added over 1,000 attack power. No wonder it was a level 50 golden artifact. In contrast, Shia Chen's current total attack power was barely over 500. This showcased the terrifying power of high-level golden artifacts. However, Shia Chen's level was still quite far from 50, so he could only focus on leveling up for now. Next was the last treasure chest, which Shia Chen barely had time to look at. It turned out to be a jade tiger talisman. The craftsmanship was extremely exquisite, and the entire talisman exuded a fierce aura. However, it was only half of it, not complete. Lulan Tiger Talisman Yin Grade, Epic Item Description, the national talisman of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, gathering the powers of Yin and Yang. Collecting both the Yin and Yang halves can break through 1,000 armies and slay 10,000 horses. Attributes: Yin Tiger Talisman, when activated, restores 50% of the maximum health of all allied units within the talisman's range. Effective range, 1,000 meters, cooldown, 12 hours. Just a single word made Shia Chen gasp in surprise. Epic item. Above golden artifacts, brilliant and extraordinary, comes epic-level equipment. He never expected that this half-jade tiger talisman in his hand was actually a complete epic-level item. It transcended 2 tiers, instantly restoring 50% of the maximum health of all allied units within a 1,000-meter range. Whether in guild wars or national wars, it could play a role in turning the tide. No wonder the 3 major powers, Black Eagle, Dominance, and Bully Group, had all come out in full force. It seemed their target was also the most valuable item in this general's tomb, the Lowland Tiger Talisman. But now this Lowland Tiger Talisman had fallen into Shia Chen's hands. According to the description, this Lowland Tiger Talisman also had a counterpart, the Yang Tiger Talisman. Collecting both halves could unite them into one and face 1,000 armies. This meant that if he could gather both the Yin and Yang talismans, the skill effect would be significantly enhanced. Indeed, it was a great item. However, there were currently no clues indicating where the other half, the Yang talisman, was located. At that moment, Shia Chen also heard a considerable commotion outside. It seemed everyone was searching for something in the main hall. He could also hear Lin Xueming's furious voice from outside, "Search! Turn this place upside down! I refuse to believe that after all the effort to get here, there's nothing to find." A group of people from the Dominance faction suddenly erupted in chaos within the main hall, like the wind sweeping away the clouds. However, the outcome left Lin Xueming extremely dissatisfied. In the vast main hall, apart from 3 empty treasure chests, there was nothing else. Had all his efforts to rush into the main hall ahead of the Black Hawk Guild been in vain? Lin Xueming's expression darkened, and the surrounding Dominance members dared not speak. This was his first time leading a division of Dominance as a small commander, and such a result was absolutely unacceptable. At this moment, only Lu Ruyan's gaze was darting around the hall, eventually landing on the coffin pulled by 4 horses. "Xueming, don't be anxious. Do you think the real treasure might be hidden in the coffin of this general of Lulan?" Lu Ruyan's words instantly awakened Lin Xueming from his stupor. His eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but scrutinize the 4 horse-drawn coffin before him. That makes sense. Who wouldn't place their most precious belongings in their own coffin when buried? Perhaps the item handed down by the guild's higher-ups was indeed inside this coffin. If he obtained that item, he could say his first time leading a team was a complete success. A hint of determination flashed in Lin Xueming's eyes as he waved his hand. "Brothers, open the coffin." The Dominance members accompanying him looked shocked. Everyone knew that the coffin likely contained the general of the ancient Lulan kingdom. If the coffin were opened, there was an 80 to 90% chance a boss would emerge. "Xueming, should we reconsider? Do we really want to open this coffin? There's no need to take this risk." Lin Xueming coldly scanned the Dominance members and said, "What are you afraid of? We have over 40 people here, all elite members of the division. What kind of boss can't we handle? I'll personally lead you all into battle today. Everyone, return to your positions. Shield warriors to the front. Mages and archers, fall back." Lin Xueming issued orders with an undeniable attitude, and the Dominance members quickly followed his commands, forming their formation. All the shield warriors and frontline fighters stood bravely at the forefront, protecting the mages and archers in the center of the team, while the healing priests took their place at the back. As the captain and also a melee fighter, Lin Xueming stood at the very front, gripping his longsword tightly. He had to lead the charge to open this coffin. Lin Xueming strode up to the 4 horse-drawn coffin, gazing at the vividly carved, majestic horses. Even he felt a slight sweat in his palms. This was the tomb of a general from the ancient Lulan kingdom. But there was no time to think about that. Lin Xueming gritted his teeth and plunged his longsword into the seam of the coffin, then activated the skill, Mystic Ice Slash. A wave of cold air erupted from his sword, splitting open a crack in the sealed coffin. In an instant, a wisp of black mist leaked out from the coffin's gap, initially resembling strands of hair, then gushing out in torrents like mercury. The coffin, sealed for hundreds of years, trembled violently. "Damn it! There really are living beings inside." Lin Xueming dared not stay at the front any longer and turned back to join the team, standing in a line with several shield warriors. "Everyone, don't panic. Prepare to face the boss." Lin Xueming appeared confident, and the next moment, as if in response to his call, the lid of the coffin suddenly exploded open, and a towering figure far exceeding the norm stood up from within. The muscles all over his body had stiffened, his eyes glowing a blood red. Gripping a blood-colored spear, he stood defiantly on the war chariot pulled by 4 horses, just like the scene depicted in the mural. "Charge! I want to see just how much weight this general of the ancient Lulan kingdom can bear." With a command from Lin Xueming, the long sword in his hand swung down fiercely. The sharp blade pierced flesh, shattering the armor that had decayed over hundreds of years, yet it could not reveal the flesh and blood of this Lulan general. 95. A number barely over 100 left Lin Xueming in shock. This was the damage skill of an S-Class professional. At the same time, waves of arrows from the formation of Bai rained down like a storm upon the Lulan general before them, yet the numbers that appeared were both alarming and laughable. 45, 33, 9. All the damage was under 100, with some even dealing a pitiful single-digit damage. Meanwhile, the attributes of the Lulan General finally began to unfold before everyone. Lulan Corpse General symbolized level 50 Golden Boss, health 500,000, description: the invincible general of the ancient Lulan kingdom, who swept through nations in life, was buried here with royal honors after death. After 100 years, any disturbance to the general's peace will result in becoming a soul beneath the blood-colored spear. A 50-level golden boss. Lin Xueming's eyes widened in disbelief. This was far beyond the capabilities of their group, none of whom were above level 40. Not to mention that staggering 500,000 health. The elite members he had brought were all from the branch, and after a barrage of attacks, the enemy's health bar didn't even budge. The members of Bai Yi were trembling, but it was too late for regrets now. The Lulan general's eyes turned blood red, revealing a hint of a murderous gaze. The blood-colored spear in his hand suddenly erupted with a burst of light, sweeping toward the Bai Yi camp with an unstoppable force. Defend! Lin Xueming shouted anxiously, and the shield warriors in the front row immediately raised their shields to protect the formation. However, a blood-red spear swept across, 2355, 2988, 2783. Each had dealt near-instant kill damage to these elite shield warriors of Bai Yi, like a gale cutting through grass. The front row shield warriors Lin Xueming had brought were all carefully selected from the Bai Yi Guild's Beijing branch. Almost all were above B-class professionals, each equipped with at least a few pieces of silver gear. With the defensive bonuses of the shield warrior class, their defense had accumulated to over 1,000. Yet before this 50-level golden boss, they were as fragile as paper. The Lulan Corpse General swung the blood-colored spear, dealing damage as high as 2,000 to 3,000. Such terrifying damage left Lin Xueming speechless. Even his own defensive skill, Ice Shield, was shattered with just a graze. Back row healers, keep up! Lin Xueming shouted urgently, and beams of white healing light immediately swept from the back of the formation. Fortunate that they had brought many priest classes this time. All healing skills concentrated on the few shield warriors in the front row, momentarily pulling their health bars back up. Good! Lin Xueming exclaimed with joy. As long as we don't get one shot, we have hope. Output classes, focus your fire. Lin Xueming himself did not stop outputting either, delivering a strike of profound ice that cleaved into the Lulan Corpse General, finally dealing the first damage over 100-291. As an S-rank class, his output capability was nearly equivalent to that of 3 mages. The mage and archer team within the Dominance Guild was composed of carefully selected elites. Although their damage numbers were low, there were many of them. The output frequency kept up, especially after the support roles in the team provided aura enhancements, making the overall output quite formidable. Within a few minutes, they had ground down the Lulan Corpse General's health by over 10,000. As the health of the level 50 golden boss visibly dropped, everyone in Dominance felt a surge of hope, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Hold the line! Lin Xueming shouted excitedly. If he could lead the team to take down this level 50 golden boss, it would be the first of its kind in the entire capital city, even nationwide. It would undoubtedly be the first golden kill for this generation of Awakened. Not only would the higher-ups of the Dominance Guild regard him with newfound respect, but he could also rise to fame as a commander. The opportunity was right before him, and Lin Xueming couldn't help but feel a sense of pride for his earlier boldness. Even if he couldn't find the item the higher-ups mentioned, defeating this boss would still be a significant achievement. However, things were likely not as simple as he thought. While everyone's attention was focused on the Lulan Corpse General, Shia Chen quietly opened a crack in the secret chamber door. He hadn't expected Lin Xueming to take the risk of opening the coffin. After discovering that the Lulan Corpse General was a level 50 golden boss, he did not retreat but instead stubbornly led the team to attack. In Shia Chen's view, this was tantamount to seeking death. Although it seemed that Dominance was currently withstanding the damage from the Lulan Corpse General, and was continuously outputting effectively, many bosses would enter a second phase of rage, at which point the damage would inevitably surge. Moreover, this was a level 50 golden boss. While the frontliners of Dominance were well equipped, they could only barely hold on in the early stages. Once the boss changed tactics, it would surely break through their formation, and by then, it would be too late for Dominance to retreat unscathed. Sure enough, as if to validate Shia Chen's concerns, the situation in the hall suddenly underwent a dramatic change. The catalyst was Lu Ruyan, who stood at the center of the mage team. As an A-rank fire element mage, she was equipped with several items Lin Xueming had withdrawn from the guild, making her damage and output nearly the best among the Dominance mages. Seeing her teammates looking at her and Lin Xueming with unusual gazes, Lu Ruyan felt a surge of anger within her. Who do you think you are? How dare you talk behind our backs? Lu Ruyan waved her staff, unleashing a series of explosive fire spells on the Lulan Corps General, resulting in a considerable amount of burning damage. 98-95. It seemed Lu Ruyan was deliberately trying to outshine her mage teammates, who were inferior in equipment and class, to prove her strength. However, her pride made her forget that when in a team, the core output class must carefully control their output, because if the output was too high, it could risk drawing the boss's aggro away from the frontline shield warriors. As the team leader, Lin Xueming noticed this and was about to remind her, Ruyan, you. At that moment, the Lulan Corps General swung its spear towards him, and Lin Xueming hurriedly dodged. But that brief delay had already been too late. Lu Ruyan's blazing spell stacked the burning damage on the Lulan Corps General to 10 layers, suddenly dealing a massive amount of damage. 982. Lu Ruyan's face lit up with joy as she disdainfully glanced at her teammates. Heh, you bunch of useless fools. However, before she could finish her sentence, she heard Lin Xueming, who was at the front, shout loudly, not good, the boss's aggro is shifting. Frontline shield warriors, hold your ground. As soon as he finished speaking, the Lulan Corps General fixed its blood-red eyes on Lu Ruyan, who was at the center of the team, making her heart race with panic. The surrounding mage teammates looked at her as if she were a fool, and many had already quietly begun to disperse towards the back of the team, distancing themselves from her. Hold your ground, Lin Xueming shouted anxiously. After 3 years of following Shia Chen, he had learned some unbreakable rules of team combat. He knew very well what would happen if the front line was breached. The Lulan Corps General's eyes turned even bloodier. Suddenly, it gripped the end of its blood-red spear with both hands, took a wide stance, and swept it around. The blood-red spear spun like a blood-colored full moon. In an instant, massive damage erupted, sending the 5 shield warriors in the front line of the Bai Yi team flying. 2 shield warriors, whose health bars hadn't even been fully replenished, were instantly killed. A prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. The Lulan Corps General used the skill Moonlit Sweep. After sweeping away the front line, the former general of the ancient Lulan kingdom charged into the Bai Yi formation like a killing god, heading straight for Lu Ruyan. Ruyan, be careful, Lin Xueming shouted urgently, but he didn't throw himself in front of the Lulan Corps General. Instead, he hid to the side. Frontline shield warriors, hold your ground. Lin Xueming yelled fiercely, but the Bai Yi team he led was made up entirely of newly awakened professionals from this generation. They hadn't been together for long and had no deep trust in him as their so-called captain. Faced with the 50-level golden boss, Lulan Corps General, rampaging through their formation, everyone panicked and scattered to escape, while Lu Ruyan, who was already at the center of the team, found herself completely trapped, unable to run. Xueming, save me! Lu Ruyan shouted in a panic. But in her fluster, Lin Xueming didn't even glance her way. Meanwhile, hiding in the secret chamber of the main hall, Shia Chen coldly observed everything, but he couldn't save her and had no intention of doing so. People must pay the price for their choices. If Shia Chen hadn't managed to hide in the secret chamber in time and had been discovered by Lin Xueming, then the target of this group from Bai Yi would likely not have been the Lulan Corps General, but himself. If Lin Xueming and this group from Bai Yi could die in this dungeon, Shia Chen felt no sympathy. In fact, he would welcome it. However, a twist of fate was about to occur. Just as the Bai Yi team was being scattered by the Lulan Corps General, another group had already arrived in the main hall, led by Wang Biao and the Black Hawk Guild. Watching the tragic and chaotic scene before him, Wang Biao revealed a hint of glee, hiding with his subordinates at the entrance of the main hall, and shouted from a distance to Lin Xueming, how did your Bai Yi end up in such a miserable state? Lin Xueming, already flustered and at a loss, felt even more furious seeing Wang Biao enjoying the spectacle. Wang Biao, stop talking nonsense. This is a 50-level golden boss. Wang Biao was taken aback upon hearing this. A level 50 golden boss? This was the first time for the awakened ones of their generation to encounter such a creature. If they could lead the charge and take it down, it would undoubtedly make them famous. At that moment, Wang Biao's thoughts mirrored those of Lin Xueming earlier. Everyone wanted to make a name for themselves, and as the son of the Black Hawk Guild's president, he was especially eager to prove himself. However, looking at the dire state of the Dominance Guild, Wang Biao couldn't help but feel a twinge of doubt. After all, he knew that the group Lin Xueming brought was not any weaker than his own. Even though the Dominance Guild had already whittled down a significant portion of the boss's health, they certainly didn't have 100% confidence in taking over, unless, after pondering for a moment, Wang Biao suddenly hardened his gaze and shouted from a distance, Lin Xueming, let's make a deal. We Black Hawk will help you Dominance take it down. Once it's done, we'll split the loot evenly. Lin Xueming couldn't help but spit in anger upon hearing this. Damn it! They had worked hard for half a day and had already lost several teammates, and now the final spoils were to be shared with Black Hawk? But now Lin Xueming had no choice. If they didn't cooperate with the Black Hawk Guild, all their previous efforts would be in vain. We'll split the loot in half, but Dominance gets to choose first. After all, we've already lost so many. Lin Xueming gritted his teeth and said, losing several team members on his first time leading a dungeon run meant that if they didn't achieve a result, the higher-ups of the Dominance Guild wouldn't let him off easily. Wang Biao didn't waste any more time arguing. The Dominance Guild had already taken down a significant amount of the boss's health, and cooperating was a sure-win deal for the Black Hawk Guild. He nodded immediately. Deal. Lin Xueming urgently shouted, then hurry and let your Black Hawk frontliners charge in. Wang Biao didn't hold back either, personally leading the frontline warriors of Black Hawk into the fray. He himself was an S-rank frontline class, the Dragon-style monk, capable of both taking hits and dealing damage. In terms of defense, he was far superior to Lin Xueming's Frost Swordsman, who specialized in agility. As the team's primary shield, Wang Biao charged to the front, raising his specialized weapon, the Dragon-style staff, and executed the skill, Skybreaker, drawing the boss's aggro onto himself. At that moment, the entire Black Hawk team entered the arena, with frontliners, mages, and healers forming a solid formation to stabilize the situation. The Dominance members also took the opportunity to reorganize and intersperse themselves within the Black Hawk formation. All backline healers, focus on me, Wang Biao shouted confidently. With his current equipment, combined with the Dragon-style monk's special defensive skill, Dragon-style Vessel, not only did his defense increase significantly, but his health also soared to over 8,000. Wang Biao claimed to be the second best in defense among the awakened ones, and no one dared to claim the first. Standing at the front, he absorbed the effects of all healing classes, becoming an indestructible shield. This was also the signature move of Wang Biao's team. The Lulan Corpse General's blood-red spear swung at Wang Biao, dealing only a little over 1,000 damage. 1284. And this damage, under the combined healing of over a dozen healers, was almost instantly replenished. A frontliner capable of taking hits was worth more than a dozen inferior frontliners. Seeing this scene, Lin Xueming's eyes revealed a hint of shadow. Wang Biao's S-rank Dragon-style monk was indeed not weaker than himself. However, at this moment, the two guilds, Black Hawk and Dominance, had to join forces to take down this level 50 golden boss, the Lulan Corpse General. The teams from the two top guilds gathered together, with Wang Biao serving as an unbreakable shield in the front line, while the mages and other damage-dealing classes in the team doubled their output. Waves of arrows, mixed with fire, ice spikes, lightning, and various other elemental spells bombarded the Lulan Corpse General. Even this level 50 golden boss's health bar was visibly decreasing. With a total of 500,000 health points, they had already whittled it down to half within half an hour. The cooperation of the two guilds was indeed unusually smooth. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they could achieve the first kill of this session's golden boss. Wang Biao and Lin Xueming exchanged glances in the crowd, both feeling a hint of excitement in their eyes. The first kill of a golden boss was the supreme honor for every session of Awakeners. However, unbeknownst to them, there was another person in the bustling main hall who was just as excited, hiding in a secret room, Shia Chen. At this moment, Shia Chen had already donned the Black Mooncloak, secretly calculating the distance from the secret room to the Lulan Corpse General, and then to the exit of the main hall, 30 seconds. The speed boost effect of Black Moon Time was significantly enhanced. Stealing this boss was not impossible. The Bai Yi and Black Hawk guilds had nearly 100 people combined, each one an elite carefully selected from the new batch of professionals. Their average level was close to 40, and under the bombardment of this large group, even the level 50 golden boss, the Lulan Corpse General, was starting to struggle. Not only had its health dropped below half, but the fierce counterattack was also endured by Wang Biao, who was supported by a group of healers. This was the power of teamwork. As long as there was a front line that could hold up, paired with a group of healers, along with damage-dealing mages and archers, any boss, no matter how tough, could be worn down. However, as the health bar of the Lulan Corpse General continued to dwindle, the leaders of the two guilds, Lin Xueming and Wang Biao, began to harbor ulterior motives. Although they had agreed to split the loot evenly if they could kill the boss, they hadn't specified who would deliver the final blow. It was well known that the one who dealt the final blow would directly receive half of the experience. The remaining half would then be shared among all present. Moreover, this was the first golden boss spawned for this session of Awakeners. Whoever landed the last hit would have the right to claim the first kill of a golden boss. Lin Xueming couldn't help but cast a dark glance at Wang Biao, clearly realizing that discussing it now was no longer feasible, and Wang Biao would never willingly leave the opportunity for the final blow to him. Meanwhile, Wang Biao, at the forefront, watched the boss's health bar decrease and began to calculate in his mind. Both of them tacitly slowed their output rhythm, saving their highest damage skill for the last hit. The members of Bai Yi and Black Hawk, who were familiar with their captain's thoughts, immediately began to coordinate with each other. In fact, among all the participants, only Wang Biao and Lin Xueming had the golden equipment provided by their guilds, making them the only ones capable of dealing significant single-skill damage. The entire boss-pushing operation gradually turned into a battle of wits between the two. Although Wang Biao at the front had been holding back his strongest move, he was still the team's primary shield, enduring the damage for the entire team. But Lin Xueming, the main attacker of the close combat profession beside him, evidently slowed down his output pace, and his lackadaisical attitude sparked dissatisfaction among many members of the Black Hawk Guild. "Hey, your Bai's captain is just slacking off, hasn't dealt any damage for ages. If you ask me, your Bai's output is just as bad as your captain's, completely useless." As one of the 4 major guilds, how could the Bai members tolerate such words? They immediately retorted, "When did our Bai's captain become your concern? Just take care of yourselves. You Black Hawk just picked up some scraps, so enjoy it quietly." Although both guilds were still outputting, they had already started a heated argument. "Without us, you would have been wiped out long ago." "Nonsense. If we hadn't revealed the boss's attack patterns, you would have been just as useless. Our captain is nothing like your fragile captain. What are you trying to say?" As the tension escalated, both sides had no doubt that once this boss fell, they might just start fighting. Lin Xueming secretly sent a message in the Bai Guild's communication channel, "When this boss is about to die, everyone get ready to cooperate with me for the finishing blow. The final hit on this golden level boss cannot be stolen by Black Hawk." The Bai members who received the message in the communication channel began to prepare in secret. Meanwhile, Wang Biao no longer held back, directly shouting at the Bai members beside him, "Everyone get out of my way. Let's see who dares to steal the last hit from me." Wang Biao's words made the Bai members even more dissatisfied, and at that moment, the health of the Lulan Corps general was dropping rapidly, finally nearing the killing line. "Now's the time." Wang Biao gripped his dragon coiling staff tightly and stomped on the ground. The massive tremor caused the surrounding Bai members to retreat, clearing a vacuum around the boss and giving him space to land the final blow. Aiming at the boss, he was about to unleash his killing move. However, Lin Xueming was even more cunning. At this critical moment, he suddenly said in the Bai chat channel, "All output professions in Bai, stop." In an instant, half of the mages and archers halted their attacks, and the team's output was halved. The boss, which was about to reach the killing line, suddenly had a sliver of health left. Wang Biao's killing move struck the Lulan Corps general, dealing a massive damage of 816. But it did not take away its last sliver of health. The health bar of the Lulan Corps general was nearly empty, yet it still had a visible sliver of health remaining. Lin Xueming suddenly charged out from behind, his sword bursting with a chill, heading straight for the Lulan Corps general. "Damn it, you're playing dirty with me." Seeing this scene, Wang Biao couldn't help but roar in anger, but his killing move had already entered cooldown, and ordinary attacks couldn't take down the boss's last health bar in such a short time. Frustrated and anxious, Wang Biao gritted his teeth and stood directly in front of Lin Xueming. "Wang Biao, get out of my way!" Lin Xueming shouted urgently, his eyes wide, "Or I'll take you down with me." Both of them were now blinded by rage, and in this critical moment, no one noticed a shadow suddenly emerging from the wall behind the main hall, speeding towards the Lulan Corps general, which had only a sliver of health left. The figure moved so quickly it was like a fleeting shadow, barely visible in the dimly lit tomb. Before anyone could react, a damage number erupted from behind the Lulan Corps general. This level 50 golden boss let out a roar of unwillingness and suddenly collapsed to the ground. A prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. "Congratulations! You have killed the level 50 golden boss Lulan Corps general." The experience from defeating a golden boss at a higher level caused everyone present to level up by 1. However, both Lin Xueming and Wang Biao only saw a flash of white light, and they too only leveled up by 1, missing out on the massive experience from the final blow. "What's going on?" Wang Biao and Lin Xueming exchanged shocked and confused glances. In the eyes of these two bewildered leaders, a shadow sprang from the fallen Lulan Corps general's body, sweeping up all the golden glimmering equipment dropped by the level 50 boss as if carried away by the wind. Then, it transformed into a shadow and darted towards the entrance of the main hall. "Damn you, Lin Xueming! You were hiding a Baya assassin behind us, how sneaky!" Wang Biao mistook the shadow for someone from Baya and couldn't help but curse, while Lin Xueming was taken aback, quickly realizing and widening his eyes. "What? Isn't that one of your Black Hawk people? What do you mean? No way! Shit! Stop him! Damn it! that bastard. The shadow was, of course, Shia Chen, who had activated the skill, Black Moontime, that came with his cloak. His movement speed increased by 50% for 30 seconds, and his figure had a blurring effect, making it impossible to see him clearly. Just as Wang Biao and Lin Xueming were scheming to claim the final blow on the boss, Shia Chen, with Beast Blood Boiling and Water Step activated, unleashed his highest damage skill, Thunder Strike, from behind the boss. With one shot, he took down the once mighty level 50 golden boss. Without even looking back, Shia Chen gathered the most dazzling pieces of equipment dropped by the boss into his arms and casually sacrificed the Lulan Corpse General's Fire Seed. Before the members of Baya and Black Hawk could react, he had already reached the entrance of the main hall. Damn it, stop that guy. Wang Biao, now aware, shouted in a fit of rage, while Lin Xueming was so furious he was practically on fire, shouting hoarsely as he chased after, "Why aren't you chasing him yet? Notify all the brothers in Baya. We must catch him." The two major guilds had teamed up to take down the boss, yet not only did they fail to claim the final blow for the kill experience, but all the dropped equipment was also snatched away. If this got out, both Black Hawk and Baya would be humiliated by their two leaders. Meanwhile, Shia Chen had already burst out of the main hall, turning into one of the tomb paths. A series of white lights flashed over him, and the experience from the level 50 golden boss's final blow allowed Shia Chen to level up 8 times, bringing his level directly to 38. Without a moment's hesitation, Shia Chen decisively allocated all the attribute points gained from those 8 levels into agility. He would run as fast as he could. There was no time to examine the equipment in his arms, he tossed everything into his backpack. Just then, a familiar prompt sounded in his ear, Lulan Corpse General's Fire Seed sacrifice successful. Fire Seed plus 100. Gain talent skill, Full Moon Sweep, a rank. Although his running posture was somewhat awkward now, Shia Chen couldn't help but grin widely. Just moments ago, in a flash, he had sacrificed the fire of that Lulan Corpse General, and this level 50 golden boss was indeed different. It not only granted him 100 points of Fire Seed value but also dropped an A-grade skill. And it should be the very move that the Lulan Corpse General had used to wreak havoc, Moonlit Sweep. This time, I've hit the jackpot. Shia Chen felt that Wang Biao and Lin Xueming were truly his lucky stars. Wherever these two appeared, he could always rake in a fortune. However, the situation was not to be taken lightly. Feeling the vibrations and shots of anger coming from behind, it was clear that Lin Xueming and Wang Biao had brought the people from the Dominance and Black Hawk guilds chasing after him. Arrows of light and fireballs were being hurled forward, attempting to illuminate the shadow's position. Yet, with his speed reaching its peak, Shia Chen took advantage of the lingering effects of the Black Moon and swiftly turned into a side path, instantly shaking off the pursuit of Dominance and Black Hawk. Damn it! Which way did that kid run? Lin Xueming hurriedly led his men in pursuit but was momentarily dumbfounded at the three-way intersection before him. Forget it, split up and chase. With Wang Biao's command, the two reached an agreement. The forces of Dominance and Black Hawk united to split into 3 paths, each entering one of the side routes. But within the tomb's side paths, there were more forks. The convoluted design of the mechanisms made it easy to lose one's sense of direction, and at every fork, they had to split their tracking team again and again. However, Shia Chen had a seemingly divine item in hand, a sheepskin map. No one understood the terrain and structure of this tomb better than Shia Chen, including those winding little paths and secret doors. Moreover, Shia Chen possessed an extraordinary detection skill, ultrasonic targeting. With the help of these two, he could often anticipate the enemy's movements and take the path with the fewest people. However, the group pursuing him from the main hall was not just the entirety of Dominance and Black Hawk that had entered the dungeon this time. Besides the elites led by Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, there were also many from Dominance and Black Hawk training on the first and second floors of the dungeon. At this moment, under a command from Wang Biao and Lin Xueming over the communicator, they immediately surrounded from above, with enemies in front and pursuers behind. Even if Shia Chen could play hide and seek in this maze-like tomb, escaping was not an easy task. Turning into a dark chamber again, Shia Chen quickly raised the illuminating bug and looked at the sheepskin map in his hand once more. The predecessor who drew this map was the designer of this Lulan General's tomb, so besides the entrance to the dungeon, there should be a hidden exit. Shia Chen carefully flipped through the sheepskin map and finally found a lightly sketched path leading outside the tomb on the back of the map. However, this path was actually opposite to the entrance of the dungeon, and the exit from the tomb was located in the main hall where Shia Chen had just come from. So that's how it is. Shia Chen couldn't help but admire the ingenuity of the map's creator. The escape route was right near the main hall. Who would have thought? At this moment, hidden in the dark chamber, Shia Chen also heard the sounds of pursuit coming from around him, which were from the group of Dominance and Black Hawk that had chased over from the main hall. Shia Chen held his breath and remained silent, quietly waiting for this group to pass before emerging from the shadows and darting in the opposite direction, towards the main hall. Along this route, there were already no signs of people. No one would expect that he would dare to run back. The so-called most dangerous place is actually the safest place, and that ancestor who designed the entire general's tomb clearly understood this principle. Hundreds of years later, it has indeed benefited Shia Chen, the later individual. Returning to the main hall along a familiar path, Shia Chen successfully found the hidden passage that led out of the tomb's replica, concealed beneath one of the thousands of soldier figurines standing in the main hall. It was square-shaped, just large enough for a person to crawl out. Just before exiting, Shia Chen seemed to notice something unusual. The figurine above the passage appeared different from the others, holding not a sword or dagger, but a brush. It must be a civil official. Could this be the creator of the parchment map? Hundreds of years have passed, and the truth is long lost. Shia Chen could only respectfully bow to this figurine before crawling into the secret passage, leaving the tumultuous general's tomb replica behind, returning with a full load. Outside the Lulan general's tomb replica, the crowd was still bustling, with many latecomers eager to get a share. However, when they arrived at the entrance of the replica, they were informed that a joint pursuit by two major guilds was underway inside. The exact reason was unclear, but it was said that the leaders of the Black Hawk and Dominance guilds had personally issued a notice to jointly hunt down an Agile class player wearing a black cloak. The player's profession level was at least A grade, possibly an assassin or a thief. Even at the entrance of the replica, there were heavily armed members of these two guilds guarding it, strictly checking every Agile class player entering or exiting. Many people were watching the excitement with schadenfreude, and quite a few had pieced together a fact from the whispers of witnesses. Have you heard? It seems someone stole equipment from Dominance? Stole equipment? Shoo! I heard someone killed members of the Dominance guild inside. What? Who is so bold as to kill Dominance members? Indeed, I heard that Black Hawk members were also killed by him. I wonder where this ruthless person came from. My brother inside said that person is an A-grade assassin. An A-grade assassin killed someone? How terrifying. But even if it's an A-grade player, being jointly hunted by two major guilds, it would be hard to escape this replica. Right, to offend two major guilds at once takes a lot of guts. Amidst the bustling crowd, Shia Chen, dressed in mixed professional gear, quietly crawled out from another exit of the general's tomb replica. Having long since changed out of the conspicuous black moon cloak and some golden equipment, he now appeared as a D-grade warrior, easily blending into the onlookers. Listening to the exaggerated rumors around him that didn't match his reality, Shia Chen couldn't help but chuckle. Indeed, rumors only grow more exaggerated, and trying to catch him based on these characteristics would likely be futile for a lifetime. Before leaving the general's tomb replica, Shia Chen noticed something unusual. At the entrance of the replica, it seemed that all the members of the poly group had withdrawn from the replica but had not left. Instead, they were waiting for something. Shia Chen's expression suddenly sharpened. It seemed that throughout their time in the Lulan general's tomb replica, the actions of the poly group had been somewhat strange. They neither competed with the Black Hawk and Dominance guilds for the treasure chests inside nor organized their members for leveling up. In fact, Shia Chen had hardly seen any members of the poly group inside the replica. They seemed to be merely going through the motions, or perhaps accompanying someone through this replica. Shia Chen couldn't help but recall the black-clad assassin who had died at his hands. That man had begged for mercy before his death, claiming to have a powerful background. Adhering to the principle that ignorance is the best concealment, Shia Chen didn't wait for him to finish speaking before ending his life. But now, Shia Chen had to consider the worst-case scenario that the assassin with the fair face was likely connected to the bully group. Hiss! Shia Chen narrowed his eyes involuntarily. The bully group, although not officially involved in the profession guild industry, had high-level professionals working for them that were not any fewer than those in the four major guilds. The wealthy bully group almost monopolized all the main industries in the capital city, making them a force to be reckoned with. Getting on their bad side could be even more troublesome than crossing the four major guilds. If that man truly was a respected young master of the bully group, his death in the General Lulan dungeon would undoubtedly trigger 1,000 eyes to investigate. Shia Chen hoped that Li Shuer and Lin Fei would remember his advice and flee to another city's black market to sell the 3 pieces of golden equipment they had stripped from that man. Otherwise, with the bully group's surveillance, it wouldn't be long before they were found out. However, within the dungeon, Shia Chen had handled things quite cleanly. The body and equipment had been completely burned away in the sacrificial ritual, leaving no trace to investigate. Unexpectedly, just as Shia Chen blended into the crowd and was about to leave the General Lulan tomb dungeon, he overheard a ridiculous yet convincing statement from the murmuring crowd. Have you heard? The 4th young master of the bully group is also here in the General's tomb dungeon, and so many people from the bully group are here to protect him. I heard this 4th young master of the bully group is extremely spoiled and eccentric, and he has awakened an A-level assassin profession. Shoo, let me tell you a secret. but don't tell anyone else. I heard that the one who killed the people from the Bai and Heiying guilds was him. What? No wonder. Who else would have the guts to touch people from the two major guilds besides this fourth young master of the bully group? Some say this fourth young master of the bully group is insane and has a bloodlust. That must be him. This dungeon is going to be lively. Shia Chen was taken aback, then suddenly realized. When he activated Black Moon Time and seized the final kill experience and equipment from the Lulan Corps General, from Bai and Heiying, his movement speed had nearly doubled. His swift actions led them to assume he was an agile profession, either an assassin or a thief, and at least an A-level professional. The man who died at his hands just happened to be clad in black gear, wearing a large black hood that covered half his face, and his profession was indeed an assassin. An A-level assassin. Black clothing? Assassin? The two perfectly matched. So, to the onlookers, the act of killing the people from the Bai and Heiying guilds was attributed to this fourth young master of the bully group. Only this eccentric and powerful fourth young master of the bully group would dare to kill people from the four major guilds. Isn't that unreasonable? It's too reasonable. Even Shia Chen, the actual culprit, was left somewhat dumbfounded by the powerful imagination of the onlookers, which had inadvertently created a natural way for him to escape. Moreover, at this moment, the situation in the General Lolan's tomb dungeon had already turned chaotic. The two major guilds were working together to pursue and intercept, while the fourth young master of the bully group, who had killed members of both guilds, was hiding and playing tricks on his pursuers. This incident had now escalated to involve two of the four major guilds, along with the bully group, creating explosive news among the three giants. It became a spectacle that the onlookers, who loved to watch the excitement, found particularly entertaining. The so-called golden cicada shedding its shell strategy was perfectly executed by the crowd, allowing Shia Chen to reap the benefits. At the entrance of the Lulan General's tomb dungeon, the bully group's convoy of off-road vehicles was neatly arranged in a circular formation. A secretary dressed in the bully group's uniform cautiously approached the nanny van that was surrounded in the middle, raised his hand, and gently knocked on the door. Uncle Chin, there are some rumors outside, and I don't know if they're true. It's about the fourth young master. The door of the nanny van slowly opened, revealing a middle-aged man in his 50s, known as Uncle Chin, who was leaning back in his seat, wearing sunglasses. His full name was Chin Shan, the butler of the chairman's family in the bully group. Although he held no official position within the group, he was still a significant figure, having dedicated his life to serving the bully group. Uncle Chin slowly removed his sunglasses, having long been accustomed to this light sleep that could awaken at any moment. What rumors? Uncle Chin asked, fully aware of the fourth young master's personality, whom he had watched grow up. Eccentric, pathological. Those were merely surface-level disguises. In his eyes, the fourth young master of the bully group was a complete psychopath with a penchant for killing. Uncle Chin's task today was to keep an eye on him and ensure he didn't go too far. But first, he had to let him play. As the fourth young master of the bully group, a mere low-level dungeon, even if it was his first appearance, was hardly worth his attention. The only purpose for the boy to come here was to seek some real fun. Robbery, bullying, even murder. Uncle Chin's job was to clean up after him, and this wasn't the first time he had done so for the fourth young master of the bully group. No matter how big the mess he made, Uncle Chin could clean it up thoroughly. This was his half a lifetime of experience in the underworld and his value to the bully group. Uncle Chin. The secretary knocking on the door was a bit afraid to meet Uncle Chin's eyes. Everyone here was somewhat scared of him, especially after witnessing him deal with those corpses. The secretary cautiously said, "Someone said the fourth young master killed someone inside, and it seems to be members of the four major guilds." Uncle Chin's brow furrowed involuntarily. The damned little beast had indeed killed again. However, Uncle Chin did not panic, he merely found it somewhat troublesome. Even though the four major guilds and the bully group had intricate ties of interest, resolving this matter wouldn't be too difficult. Four major guilds? Is it Black Hawk or Dominance? The secretary trembled as he spoke. I heard they were all killed. Now the people from Black Hawk and Dominance are working together to hunt down the fourth young master in the dungeon. Uncle Chin took a deep breath. Among the four major guilds, the president of Dominance, Tang Jinyuan, was like a businessman, always prioritizing interests. Many matters could be resolved through dealings based solely on profit, but Black Hawk was not so easy. The current president, Wang Meng, was a ruthless character, and if they truly killed their people, it would take considerable effort to smooth things over. Find out clearly who the fourth young master has harmed. Were they elite seeds from their guild? Uncle Chin said. Also, who is the captain leading the team from Dominance and Black Hawk this time? The secretary hurriedly replied, trembling. The team leader from Bai is called Lin Xueming, a newly recruited Sss-Class professional this year. The one from Black Hawk is President Wang Meng's son, Wang Biao. Uncle Chin frowned again, and after a moment of silence, said, "Bring a few people and follow me into the dungeon." The secretary immediately gestured, and 4 professionals from the bully group quickly assembled and followed. Uncle Chin stepped out of the car, stretched his limbs, and, under the gaze of the onlookers, led the way into the tomb of the General of Lulan. 10 minutes later, in a relatively spacious chamber on the second level of the Lulan General's tomb, Uncle Chin sat quietly on a polished stone tablet, while 2 young professionals stood respectfully beside him, one wearing the emblem of Bai Yi and the other that of the Black Hawk Guild. "Notify your guild's channel about this team leader and have them come over. Just say that the bully group has something to discuss with them." Uncle Chin's voice carried an undeniable authority, and the 2 newly awakened professionals dared not disobey, immediately contacting their guild's communication channel. Before long, Wang Biao and Lin Xueming appeared together in the chamber. "Uncle Chin, what brings you here?" Wang Biao was somewhat surprised to see him. Given his family background and connections with the bully group, he recognized this most loyal hound of the bully group, Qin Shan. Upon hearing Wang Biao call him Uncle Chin, Lin Xueming also respectfully followed suit. He did not know the steward of the bully group, but from his attire and demeanor, it was clear that this man was no ordinary person. "Weren't you already a 5th transition expert decades ago? Why are you still interested in this low-level dungeon?" Wang Biao asked, puzzled. His words astonished Lin Xueming. This middle-aged man had been a 5th transition powerhouse decades ago, so what level of strength must he have now? Lin Xueming wanted to ingratiate himself, but his inherent humility and fear made him swallow his words. Uncle Chin smiled at Wang Biao and said, "Xiao Biao, I heard that you and Black Hawk are teaming up to catch someone? What's going on?" Wang Biao immediately raised his eyebrows and gritted his teeth, saying angrily, "Sorry to trouble you. We teamed up to take down a level 50 golden boss in the main hall of the 3rd level of this tomb, and we were just about to succeed when, damn it, an assassin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Not only did he steal the boss, but he also took all the dropped equipment. Can you believe how unlucky that is?" Uncle Chin's eyes moved slightly, then he nodded in praise. "You've only just transitioned, and you can already team up to take down a level 50 golden boss. Truly impressive." Wang Biao immediately grinned and said, "Uncle Chin, you flatter me. It's nothing compared to you." However, Uncle Chin casually shifted the topic and asked, "Did you get a good look at what the person who stole your boss looked like?" Finally having the chance to speak, Lin Xueming hurriedly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Chin, I saw it clearly. That guy is an assassin, dressed all in black, probably at least an A-class. I don't know how long he hid in the main hall, but he must be quite crafty to survive." Lin Xueming failed to notice that Uncle Chin's expression had subtly changed, because Uncle Chin knew all too well that the 4th young master of the bully group was indeed an A-class assassin. "So, did you catch him?" Uncle Chin asked with a smile that was not quite a smile. Wang Biao shook his head in annoyance and said, "Not yet. The terrain in this tomb is really too complicated. That kid is like a mouse." Halfway through his words, Wang Biao suddenly realized something. He had occasionally heard his father mention at the dinner table that the 4th young master of the bully group had an extremely eccentric personality and had caused quite a few troubles, but fortunately, Qin Shan was there to clean up after him. "Uncle Chin, did you come here with the 4th of the Chen family?" Wang Biao's expression changed, and he asked tentatively, "Could it be that the person who stole from their boss was the 4th of the Chen family? If it really was him, then according to the connection between the bully group and the Black Hawk Guild, this matter would probably end up unresolved." Uncle Chin grinned, knowing that Wang Biao had already guessed it. "Indeed, you are a clever child, no less than your father." Lin Xueming, who was nearby, was still in a fog, not understanding what the 2 were talking about, but he saw Uncle Chin stand up and say solemnly, "Both of you will be the pride of the guild in the future, with limitless prospects. I ask you to do me a favor, let the matter of chasing that little thief come to an end. As for the equipment of that level 50 golden boss, the bully group will double the compensation for you. Once we get out, the bully group will also help promote your youth and talent." Wang Biao's face showed no expression, but his mind was racing. Knowing the connection between the 4 major guilds and the bully group, he quickly understood the implications and said with a slight headache, "All right, everything will be as Uncle Chin says." Although Lin Xueming still didn't fully understand, he didn't want to seem foolish by digging deeper and also pretended to agree, saying, "I will listen to Uncle Chin." Not to mention the double golden equipment reward, just the promise from the bully group to promote them was enough to excite the 2. After all, what they sought was just a name. After sending off Wang Biao and Lin Xueming, Uncle Chin's face showed no signs of relief. Having navigated through years of bloodshed, he always had a sense of foreboding. Frowning, he said to his secretary beside him, "Check the location of the 4th young master." The bank card carried by the 4th young master had a unique positioning mark from the bully group, and as long as they were in the same instance space, they could track his location. The secretary immediately took out a special terminal, and after a round of inquiries, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Uncle Chin, we couldn't find him. What do you mean you couldn't find him? Uncle Chin's frown deepened. According to the temperament of his own fourth young master, after causing such a big stir, he should have returned pretending to be a decent person. The secretary was already drenched in cold sweat, forcing himself to explain, Uncle Chin, it really can't be found in this instance. Could it be that the fourth young master has already left the instance for somewhere else? Uncle Chin shook his head and said coldly, impossible, because today was the birthday of the lady of the Chen family from the bully group. Even if the fourth young master was rebellious, he would never dare to miss the evening banquet. The bully group's banquet was extremely grand, and even the fourth young master of the Chen family had to go early to try on the evening gown. Moreover, no matter who he defied, he would never defy the lady. After all, she was the one who spoiled him the most in the entire bully group. The lady was practically indulgent towards her naturally eccentric youngest son. Send everyone down to search. Don't miss any corner. See if there are any hidden rooms in this instance, or teleportation arrays and the like. For the first time in decades, Uncle Chin felt a twinge of panic in his heart. Even if the fourth young master of the Chen family had stirred up a huge mess today, he could still clean it up for him. But the fourth young master absolutely could not go missing, and he certainly could not come to harm, especially since today was also the madam's birthday banquet. Uncle Chin raised his wrist to check the time on his watch. It was already 3 in the afternoon, with 5 hours left until the evening banquet. Before that, he had to find the fourth young master of the Chen family. There's no time to waste, immediately transfer people from the group and seal off the entrances and exits. Uncle Chin's face darkened, and his unease grew stronger. The professionals around the Lulan General's instance seemed to have witnessed a grand spectacle today. The 2 major guilds, Dominance and Black Hawk, had withdrawn their people from the entrances and exits, but the people from the bully group had taken over the area? Every professional coming in and out had to be thoroughly checked by their stern faces. Some onlookers, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire, gradually dispersed like birds taking flight. Shia Chen, who had long since left this place of trouble, did not immediately return to his small rental apartment in the capital city. Instead, he circled around those low-level leveling areas to avoid being targeted by anyone. He also took the opportunity to check the few pieces of equipment he had snatched from Dominance and Black Hawk, a level 50 golden boss. At least a few golden items should be there, right? He had been too rushed at the time and hadn't had the chance to look. Now, opening his backpack, he found 4 additional items inside. 3 of them were gleaming golden equipment. The first was a snake-shaped staff that seemed to be twisted from ancient vines. Ancient Lulan High Priest staff grade, golden item level, 50 spell damage, plus 1050 attributes, spirit, plus 45, mana, plus 1000 additional attribute, focus reduces casting time by 25% when casting spells. Description: the staff used by the High Priest of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, crafted from golden silk sandalwood, embodies the knowledge and spirit of this great priest's assured victory. What an exquisite golden staff! Shia Chen's heart leaped with joy. Although this staff was not his specialized weapon, it could definitely fetch a high price at the auction or black market. Even though they were both golden items, weapons often commanded higher prices than equipment, and as levels increased, their value rose accordingly. A top-notch level 50 golden staff with an additional attribute that reduces casting time would definitely sell well even at a price of 600,000 dragon coins. The second item was a pair of leg armor adorned with black feathers. Its appearance was not flashy, but it was polished to perfection, flexible yet not heavy. Black feather leg armor grade, golden item level requirement, 50 defense, plus 450 attributes, agility, plus 45, constitution, plus 45 additional attribute. Light armor increases movement speed by 15%. Description: a lightweight leg armor designed by a uniquely creative individual, maintaining high-intensity defense while reducing weight for greater agility. Another quite practical level 50 golden item, a top choice for agile warriors, but Shia Chen did not plan to consign the black feather leg armor. He intended to keep it for himself when he reached level 50. After all, he was still wearing the level 20 black stone item decayed wood leggings, which could not compare to the formidable attributes of golden items. The third item was a crescent-shaped necklace, delicate and translucent, with a hint of light purple. New Moon necklace grade, golden item level, 50 attributes, spirit, plus 50, mana, plus 500, critical hit rate, plus 15%. Additional attribute, moon chant restores 0.5% of maximum mana per second when out of combat. Description: a necklace in the traditional style of the ancient Lulan Kingdom, crafted from extremely rare glazed stone, once became a token of love among Lulan nobles, possessing miraculous restorative effects. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel both joy and helplessness. The joy came from the fact that this equipment was undoubtedly a mana regeneration artifact for a mage. The additional attribute, Moonchant, which continuously restores mana when out of combat, was an invaluable trait for any mage class at this stage. Not everyone could afford to waste mana potions as if money were nothing. Moreover, due to limited backpack space, even the wealthiest mage couldn't carry too many potions into a dungeon. Once mana ran out, the mage class would be rendered utterly useless. But sadly, while the new moon necklace was excellent, it was practically tailor-made for mages, with added attributes of spirit and mana, which were somewhat misplaced for Shia Chen, a strength and agility warrior. To extract the maximum value from this necklace, he could only consign it along with the ancient Lulan High Priest's staff to the auction house. One reduced the casting delay of spells, while the other ensured mana sustainability. Any mage who could gather these two pieces of equipment would see their output capability increase by at least one tier. 3 pieces of golden gear, and only one was usable by him. Just as Shia Chen felt a bit regretful, his gaze fell upon the 4th item that had appeared in his backpack. It was a spiraled ring, engraved with an ancient totem that resembled a ghostly figure. Instead of radiating a golden glow, it emitted an unusual blood-red light. Just holding it in his hand, a surge of ecstasy flooded Shia Chen's heart. Ghostly ring grade, brilliant gear. It's actually a brilliant gear. Ghostly ring grade, brilliant gear level requirement, level 50 attributes, strength plus 100, agility plus 100, critical hit rate plus 20% additional attribute, ghostly transformation. When continuously attacking the same target, each attack increases attack speed by 5%, lasting for 15 seconds, stacking up to a maximum of 15 layers. Description: a mysterious ring of the ghostly warrior tribe, containing the unparalleled power of the ghostly shadow, will present a terrifying ghostly transformation state when continuously attacking the same target. It was actually a brilliant level ring, a full level above golden gear. With 3 attribute bonuses and an additional special attribute of ghostly transformation, Shia Chen couldn't help but feel even more delighted. If the previous star and moon necklace was tailor-made for mages, then this ghostly ring was custom-made for Shia Chen, the strength and agility warrior. Continuously attacking the same target, being able to stack attack speed, was simply an artifact for soloing elite bosses. It perfectly matched Shia Chen's current lone wolf playstyle. Brilliant level equipment was indeed formidable. With this, along with the king's sword he had looted from the Lulan general's tomb, Shia Chen had already gathered half a set of level 50 equipment. Once Shia Chen's level reached 50, his combat power would undergo a qualitative change. Snatching the finishing experience from the Lulan Corps general from the Baya and Black Hawk guilds had directly propelled Shia Chen's level to 38, not too far from level 50. Therefore, the next goal was to level up to 50 as soon as possible. Since leveling up was the target, the experience from the low-level training areas around the capital city was no longer sufficient. What Shia Chen needed now were training areas of at least level 30 or above, preferably with some elite monsters and bosses, and these high-level areas were all, without exception, located far from the capital city. But now, Shia Chen was lighthearted and had the perfect opportunity to leave the capital city and avoid the limelight. He decided not to return to the capital, took screenshots of the attributes of the 2 items in his possession, the ancient Lulan ritual staff and the new moon necklace, and posted them on the online trading platform of his communicator. After restocking enough food, potions, and a camping tent from the small vendors outside the capital, he headed straight to the high-level leveling area in the distance. For the next 5 days, Shia Chen planned to stay in the leveling area until he reached level 50, treating it as a camping trip. Little did he know, his departure caused trouble for someone in the capital. That person was Nie Xiaoyu, a senior officer dispatched by the military, who was originally responsible for designing this year's trial tower. However, in a moment of boldness, she had whimsically placed a recently captured obsidian dragon cub in the hidden layer of the trial tower as a hidden boss, never expecting that the usually proud dragon cub would be accidentally contracted and taken away by Shia Chen. That was a dragon cub that could be considered a strategic level weapon. Panicking, Nie Xiaoyu quickly found Shia Chen's address in the military database and, dressed in civilian clothes, went to see who this person was that could contract a dragon cub right after awakening. She arrived at Shia Chen's home but found nothing. Oh no? That guy isn't running away with the dragon, is he? Unwilling to give up, Nie Xiaoyu blocked Shia Chen's door for 5 days, but she didn't see a single shadow. This time, Nie Xiaoyu was completely panicked. If this incident was blamed on her, it would be enough to send her to a military court. I've made significant contributions to the organization. Surely my merits and faults can't lead to imprisonment. The more she thought about it, the more aggrieved she felt, almost crying. She glanced at her newly acquired major rank, which she hadn't even had time to warm up to, and now it seemed she might not only be demoted but could even be expelled from the military. Just as Nie Xiaoyu was preparing to report this incident to the organization, even considering surrendering to ensure they would quickly send someone to nationwide hunt down Shia Chen, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed from the dilapidated rental building. With the sound of a key turning, the door to the rental unit opened from the outside. Nie Xiaoyu sprang up from the worn-out sofa, her eyes wide as she stared at the figure standing outside the door, carrying a tent. She would never forget that face she had seen in the database. Shia Chen. That guy actually came back. Nie Xiaoyu shouted hoarsely, venting her frustration. Shia Chen, where have you been all this time? Who are you? Shia Chen asked warily, looking at the woman who had suddenly stood up from his sofa, momentarily stunned by her bold question. Wait, this seemed to be his rental unit. Why was this strange woman in his home? After surviving for 5 days in the high-level leveling area, even with enough food and a camping tent, Shia Chen still looked somewhat worn and tired. However, the woman standing in his home seemed even more haggard than he was. Her disheveled hair looked like it hadn't been washed in days, and the dark circles around her large eyes resembled a panda, full of resentment. Wait, who are you? Shia Chen squinted, hands on his hips, and asked, This is my home. How did you get in here? Nie Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback by Shia Chen's retort, and only then did she realize that when she couldn't catch Shia Chen the next day, her bad temper led her to directly find someone to pry open the door lock and simply move into Shia Chen's house to wait for him. Nie Xiaoyu was momentarily at a loss for words. After all, as a high-ranking officer sent by the military, it was quite embarrassing to admit to breaking into someone's home. Don't worry about how I got in. Nie Xiaoyu rubbed her temples with 2 fingers, took a deep breath to calm herself, and then looked at Shia Chen and asked, Where's my dragon? Shia Chen was taken aback by her words. Dragon? How did this woman know about his contract with the obsidian dragon? Since coming out of the trial tower, Shia Chen had never let slip a word about it. Dragon? What dragon? With his mind racing, Shia Chen immediately put on an act, his face calm and his heart steady, saying, What are you talking about? Are you sick? Having witnessed the scene of Shia Chen contracting the obsidian dragon cub in the hidden layer of the trial tower through surveillance footage, Nie Xiaoyu was infuriated by Shia Chen's feigned ignorance and shouted, Stop pretending. There was an obsidian dragon cub in the hidden layer of the trial tower. This year's awakening ceremony had only you reaching the hidden layer. Where's my obsidian dragon cub? Shia Chen was startled. The information in her words was enough to prove that this woman was no ordinary person. The hidden layer of the trial tower was not broadcasted to anyone, so how did she know about it? Unless she was a big shot. Realizing this, Shia Chen immediately played the obedient card, his expression changing in an instant as he smiled and asked, May I ask who this sister is? Seeing Shia Chen's attitude, Nie Xiaoyu's anger subsided a bit. She sat down on the worn-out sofa, crossed her legs, and said, Who am I? I am a high-ranking officer sent by the military, the designer of this year's trial tower. By military rank, you should call me Major Nie. Major Nie. Shia Chen was shocked. This woman was indeed a big shot. He had heard that this year's trial tower was designed by a high-ranking officer sent by the military, and it turned out the designer was right in front of him. No wonder she knew about him contracting an obsidian dragon cub from the hidden layer of the trial tower. She was the one who designed it. It was likely that everything he did in that hidden layer was already under her watch. However, once a beast contract was made, it was nearly impossible to undo. Even if Shia Chen wanted to return the dragon cub to her, it wouldn't be that easy. So, where's the obsidian dragon cub? Nie Xiaoyu's expression turned serious as she coldly said, her commanding presence finally settling down at her young age of over 20, having been promoted to major due to her outstanding military achievements. Just a moment. Shia Chen calmed his emotions and quickly thought. There was no way to hide it. In front of this high-ranking officer, it was better to cooperate directly than to conceal things unnecessarily. Moreover, the military personnel couldn't just forcibly take it, right? Shia Chen immediately chose to summon the obsidian dragon cub, using action to respond. However, as he sent out the summoning intent, the obsidian dragon cub in the summoning space did not respond at all. It seemed to be sound asleep. Shia Chen had noticed this from the very beginning. Ordinary summoning could not command this noble dragon cub. When it wanted to come out, Shia Chen couldn't stop it, and when it didn't want to come out, Shia Chen couldn't summon it. Watching the increasingly impatient expression on Nie Xiaoyu's face, which looked even more haggard and murderous, Shia Chen broke into a sweat and anxiously said, Ahem. Commander, please don't rush. It's not that I don't summon it, it's that the little dragon won't listen to me. It just won't come out. Nie Xiaoyu was also worried about losing the little dragon, and now that she couldn't see it, she felt even more unsettled. But upon hearing Shia Chen's words, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly calmed down, her eyes brightening as she said, are you saying that the black dragon cub can freely break through the limitations of the summoning space? Shia Chen hurriedly nodded, exactly. Recalling the time spent with the cub, it seemed that the little dragon could come and go as it pleased. During those days of leveling up in the wild, it would always come out when Shia Chen set up a campfire to cook dinner at night, as if it could smell the food. Usually, in dungeons, whenever Shia Chen wanted to summon it for battle, he could never get it to come out. Thinking of this, Shia Chen suddenly slapped his forehead. Wait, I have a way. Shia Chen suddenly stood up, pulled out a piece of leg meat he had bought on the way, and hurried to the kitchen. Nie Xiaoyu watched this scene in confusion, her eyes wide as she unconsciously followed Shia Chen into the kitchen, muttering to herself, the black dragon can break the rules of the summoning space. That's a major discovery. When we were researching it back then, we suspected that the powerful defensive ability of the black dragon scales seemed to be related to spatial rules. This is a new piece of evidence. As Shia Chen skillfully cut the meat, lit the fire, and pan-fried it, he quietly observed the young colonel. This Colonel Nia seemed to be a military research figure. When she spoke about the research on the black dragon, she entered a state of complete immersion. She talked about many research-related matters, seemingly forgetting Shia Chen's presence. In fact, there were many things Shia Chen didn't know whether he should listen to. Shouldn't that stuff be military secrets? Until Shia Chen specially plated 2 servings of the fried meat and handed one to Nie Xiaoyu, saying, Commander, would you like to have some? Nie Xiaoyu's mouth suddenly stopped, a strong aroma of fried meat rushing into her nose, and almost instantly, a very obvious sound came from her stomach. Goop coming back to her senses, Nie Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed. She had been here blocking Shia Chen for days, eating nothing but biscuits and instant noodles. Now, the aroma of the freshly fried meat was simply overwhelming. Then I won't be polite. Nie Xiaoyu ultimately couldn't resist, and when she took the plate of meat, her eyes lit up. Meanwhile, Shia Chen felt a surge of delight. As the saying goes, a short mouth eats a short hand. This Colonel Nia couldn't just turn her back on him, right? As Nie Xiaoyu took a bite, she found it crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, the rich meat flavor bursting in her mouth, making her want to cry. Unable to hold back, she let out a strange sound, woo-woo. Only children make such sounds when they eat something delicious. Nie Xiaoyu's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, but she didn't stop eating. Just then, a flash of light from a teleportation array illuminated the shabby rental room, and the large black dragon cub suddenly appeared, its curious vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, precisely focusing on the fried meat that Shia Chen had already prepared. It immediately walked over and sat down, waiting to be fed by Shia Chen. Seeing this scene, Nie Xiaoyu was completely stunned. Wait, is this still the noble and unruly black dragon? When she saw Shia Chen toss a piece of fried meat, identical to the one they had just eaten, to the obsidian dragon cub, a thought involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Wait, doesn't this dragon cub eat this well every day? This life is quite rewarding. Nie Xiaoyu shook her head, dismissing this inappropriate thought, and then her professional curiosity kicked in, leading her to carefully observe the obsidian dragon cub before her. In just a short week, it seemed to have grown a whole circle. This growth rate was comparable to the results they had achieved in the research base over half a year. What exactly had Shia Chen fed it? No, it should be because after contracting with a human practitioner, the contracted beast could also gain growth value from the experience obtained by humans. This was also the reason why the military research base had tried every means to get this obsidian dragon cub to sign a contract with a practitioner as soon as possible. However, no matter how excellent the military practitioners they found were, they could not successfully contract with this obsidian dragon. What kind of magic did Shia Chen possess? Watching the affectionate scene of the man and dragon feeding each other playfully, Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It seemed that the contract between Shia Chen and the obsidian dragon cub was not a bad thing. In a certain sense, it actually solved the problem for the military. However, a strategic beast like the obsidian dragon cub must be paired with a sufficiently powerful practitioner to unleash the highest combat power of a dragon species. Was Shia Chen qualified for that? But Nie Xiaoyu remembered that Shia Chen was the only one in this trial tower who had passed all levels to reach the hidden level, yet he was ultimately just a D-level practitioner. What kind of magic could a D-level practitioner possess to contract with an obsidian dragon? Unless he had some special talent trait, could it be dragon affinity? Nie Xiaoyu's eyes suddenly sparkled. That was an extremely rare talent. In terms of strategic value, it could be said to be even higher than an SS-level talent trait. Historically, almost half of all dragon warriors and dragon knights who sign contracts with dragon species possess this extremely rare trait. A practitioner with the dragon affinity trait, under the cultivation of the research base, could almost certainly become a dragon knight in the future. Dragon affinity practitioners were practically born dragon knights. A practitioner with the dragon affinity talent trait would have unparalleled conditions when interacting and training with such noble creatures as dragons. Dragons, being proud and powerful beings, are very difficult to get along with. Even the strongest among humans find it nearly impossible to establish a relationship with them. That kind of pride stemming from their bloodline cannot be smoothed over by time and effort. Therefore, every country pays a huge price when cultivating dragon knights, and even dragons raised from a young age would never easily recognize a practitioner. There are even numerous cases of practitioners being killed by their paired dragons. Thus, for every country, a practitioner who naturally possesses the dragon affinity talent trait is a tremendous and valuable asset. Could it be that the Shia Chen before her is such a rare dragon affinity practitioner? Nie Xiaoyu's heart couldn't help but race. When the higher-ups handed over the strategic level obsidian dragon cub to their research team, everyone in the group was extremely excited. If they could successfully cultivate a dragon knight, it would be a significant boost to the entire Dragon Kingdom's combat power. However, after this period of research, even with several exceptionally strong warriors brought in from the military, they could not gain the recognition of the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub, and the progress of the Dragon Knight training program had nearly come to a standstill. At this moment, Shia Chen, who naturally possessed the dragon affinity trait, appeared just in time. Even in the hidden layer of the trial tower, he easily established a contract with the Black Demon Dragon Cub. This was simply a gift from fate. Nie Xiaoyu couldn't help but smile widely. With Shia Chen, the dragon affinity user, the subsequent series of plans to cultivate dragon knights could continue, and it was almost certain to go smoothly. What was most noteworthy was that Shia Chen was merely a student who had just awakened his profession. He was a fresh graduate. Nie Xiaoyu could even help him participate in the military's secret plan. Even if he was just a D-rank warrior now, after coming out of that secret military plan, he would undoubtedly become a capable warrior. Moreover, if he could truly become a complementary dragon knight with the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub, his strength at that time would be more than enough to surpass S-rank professionals. Nie Xiaoyu even felt that military honors were beckoning to her. Discovering a Dragon Knight professional would be enough to add another star to her military rank. Shia Chen, right? Nie Xiaoyu gently rubbed her temples and spoke with the softest tone and a smile, not wanting to scare him. Whether it was the Dragon Knight training program or the military's high-level secret plan, these were not realms that Shia Chen could currently access. Telling him directly would likely only frighten him. Little did she know, at that moment, Shia Chen, who appeared to show no signs on the surface, had already guessed about Nie Xiaoyu's background and thoughts with remarkable accuracy. From the way Nie Xiaoyu couldn't stop talking about the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub, it was clear that she was a complete research fanatic. The Black Obsidian Dragon Cub had been placed in the hidden layer of the trial tower by her. By a twist of fate, he had contracted the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub and brought it home. A dragon cub, even within the military, was considered an absolute strategic resource. No wonder she had hurriedly sought him out and waited at his home for several days. However, now Shia Chen had indeed signed a contract with the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub. Even if he wanted to break it, he couldn't. As a major engaged in research work, Nie Xiaoyu should be well aware of this, so she would never force him to dissolve the contract with the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub. But what would she do next? Officer, Shia Chen replied calmly, "What can I do for you?" He noticed the enthusiasm in Nie Xiaoyu's gaze towards him was no less than that towards the Black Obsidian Dragon Cub, and she continued, "Shia Chen, do you usually live alone?" Seeing Nie Xiaoyu's sudden 180-degree change in attitude, Shia Chen felt puzzled. Was she trying to get closer to him? Yes. Shia Chen replied, somewhat confused, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Nie Xiaoyu's excited exclamation, "That's great. Can I move in and live with you?" What? Shia Chen was taken aback, nearly dropping the spatula in his hand. This is a bit too sudden, right? Although Nie Xiaoyu was quite a bit older than him, she was still a stunning mature woman, and her background was not small. Moving in to live under the same roof as him? What kind of talk was that? Seeing Shia Chen's strong reaction, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly blinked her eyes and said with a hint of pitifulness, "This black cub is a task assigned to me by the organization. Now that you've contracted it, I have no way to report back. Logically speaking, with such a big mistake, I could be sent to a military court, boo-hoo." But Nie Xiaoyu changed her tone, her eyes shining as she said, "If I can move in and monitor the growth of the dragon cub at all times, it would actually be a great help to my research. Our research team has long observed the spatial laws on the scales of the black, but we have never been able to confirm it. Moreover, I am the best dragon expert in the military research team. No one knows more about dragon habits and how to tame a dragon than I do. You must have noticed that this little guy doesn't listen to you at all, right?" With a sly glint in her eyes, Nie Xiaoyu half-threatened, half-tempted Shia Chen, "You wouldn't want to contract a full-fledged dragon but be unable to make it fight for you. would you? Shia Chen suddenly shivered. This line sounded a bit strange. However, although he had contracted the black cub, he indeed had not found a way to tame this little guy to help him in battle. He had searched through the entire database of the first middle school. However, there was indeed very little information on dragons, and it was evident that data on such a noble and powerful race should be held in a higher-level database. For example, the military database. And Nie Xiaoyu in front of him was an expert in this area. So, what do you think, Shia Chen? Nie Xiaoyu blinked her eyes and coaxed, "A free dragon cub nanny." Shia Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. How to tame this black cub was indeed a big problem. Moreover, he was just a half-baked beast master. If he went down the wrong path and couldn't unleash the powerful strength of the black in the future, it would undoubtedly be a waste. Alright, Shia Chen nodded decisively. Hearing his response, Nie Xiaoyu immediately revealed a satisfied smile, and the weariness on her face seemed to vanish in an instant. A strand of lazy hair fell on her cheek, and at that moment, Shia Chen noticed that this Nie Xiaoyu, who was only about 27 or 28 years old, was definitely a beauty. However, her messy short hair and the glasses on her nose concealed her looks. Upon closer inspection, her high nose bridge and the heroic beauty in her eyes made her a perfect mature woman. Living under the same roof was not a loss at all. By the way, Nie Xiaoyu suddenly seemed to think of something and took out an extremely small communicator from her backpack, handing it to Shia Chen. "This is a special communicator from the military. It has my direct line. If you encounter any problems, you can contact me anytime. Whether it's the black cub or your safety, both are very important to me," Nie Xiaoyu said earnestly. She wasn't lying. To her, Shia Chen was as important as the dragon cub. A natural dragon affinity user was hard to find even with a lantern. So, is there still fried meat to eat? Nie Xiaoyu asked shyly, a hint of crimson rising on her cheeks. She felt a bit embarrassed saying this as a 27-year-old female colonel. "There should be, just wait a moment." Shia Chen helplessly took a piece of meat from the fridge and got busy again. It seemed he had become the head chef this time. Although Shia Chen's old, shabby rental apartment was simple, it had always been kept clean and tidy. The rental house only had 2 rooms. Aside from the one where Shia Chen lived, the other was brazenly occupied by Nie Xiaoyu. The two slept with a wall between them, both having endured a week of exhaustion and weariness, and it wasn't long before the sound of snoring filled the air. Early in the morning, both of them, despite being in separate rooms, opened their eyes at the same time. Nie Xiaoyu took out her military-grade confidential communicator and sent a message to her assistant at the research base. "The black obsidian dragon cub has been found. I have discovered a new direction and will begin the next phase of research experiments. I won't be returning to the base for a while, so don't worry." Meanwhile, Shia Chen also got up early. Even though there had been such a strange occurrence in the rental house he had lived in for so many years, he could not let it delay his development plan. After grinding monsters in the high-level training area for a full 5 days, Shia Chen's level had reached 50. Not only had he gained several new talent attributes, but he had also finally equipped himself with the level 50 King's Sword, Demon Ring, Black Feather Greaves, and other golden grade equipment, resulting in a significant change in his overall attributes. Shia Chen class, God-Forsaken level, 50 health, 9540, mana, 2150 attack, 1595, defense, 1588 constitution, 181, strength, 315 agility, 345, spirit, 155 initial talent, incomplete divine nature talent attributes, barbaric, D rank, light and recovery, S rank, ghost fire toxin, A rank, skills, water summoning step, B rank, beast blood boiling, A rank, full moon sweep, rank, ultrasonic targeting, S rank. Reaching level 50 meant he was qualified for a class advancement. Shia Chen's next step was to prepare for this advancement. According to the regulations of Shangjing City, a practitioner who reached level 50 needed to independently clear a dangerous A-level dungeon or clear a dangerous S-level dungeon with a team of no more than 10 people to obtain a proof of strength. Only with this proof could one proceed to the central area of Shangjing City for class advancement. This was what was referred to as the first advancement. The first advancement was crucial for any practitioner. Not only could they gain new specialized skills, but all attributes could also be significantly enhanced once again. It could be said that the combat power of practitioners before and after the first advancement was in 2 completely different realms. Shia Chen was also curious about how far his God-Forsaken class could go after the first advancement. However, whether it was clearing a dangerous A-level dungeon alone or teaming up to clear an S-level dungeon, neither was an easy task. The threat level of the newly emerged Lowland General's Tomb Dungeon was S-level, and it had taken the combined efforts of the 2 major guilds, Bai and Black Hawk, to finally defeat the final Lulan Corp's general boss, even when the practitioners at that time were all in their 30s. Although Shia Chen's level had now reached 50 and his combat power had already doubled, he still could not afford to be careless. Moreover, in the past few days, over 20 people had already reached level 50 on the Shangjing City leaderboard. Among them, S-level practitioners like Wang Biao, Lin Xueming, and Qin Yanran were at the forefront, all of them preparing diligently to be the first to obtain proof of strength and become the first to advance in this awakening generation. Achieving this honor would not only shine brightly in the eyes of the citizens of Shangjing City but would also earn a special reward from the Practitioner Bounty Association. Only practitioners who had undergone their first advancement could officially register with the Bounty Association and qualify to accept various high-reward tasks. By that time, it would truly be the moment for practitioners to start making money. Every person who chooses to become a bounty hunter is almost always in it to make a fortune from the Bounty Association. A bounty task with a danger level reaching S-Class can yield rewards as high as 1 million dragon coins upon completion, enough for an ordinary family to live without worry for a lifetime. Shia Chen also needed this way to make money. Therefore, his next goal was to find an A-class dungeon with the lowest risk, one that not only met the conditions for solo clearance but also minimized interference and sabotage from others. However, before that, Shia Chen had to go to a place, the trading post in Shangjing City. The ancient Lulan priest staff and crescent necklace he had listed earlier had already been sold, and the person who bought both pieces of equipment was the same individual, with the offline transaction scheduled for today. Before leaving, Shia Chen saw Nie Xiaoyu suddenly poke her head out of her room, curiously asking, "Where are you going?" Shia Chen honestly replied, "To check some dungeon information and trade some equipment." Nie Xiaoyu nodded obediently, blinking her eyes and saying, "The earlier you go, the earlier you come back." Shia Chen was speechless, her familiar tone. This sister really didn't treat him as an outsider. Just before he left, he noticed Nie Xiaoyu was talking into a communicator, not avoiding him at all. It sounded like she was arranging for someone from the military research base to deliver some equipment. It seemed this sister really wanted to turn her shabby rental into a research lab. Shia Chen scratched his head but didn't mind. The trading post was an official trading venue established by Shangjing City. Once any equipment listed on the communicator was bid on, it could be traded in person here. The official authorities of Shangjing City were responsible for the safety of both parties in the transaction, providing the greatest assurance. Shia Chen's ancient Lulan priest staff and crescent necklace, both top-tier level 50 mage equipment, ultimately fetched a staggering price of 1 million dragon coins. After deducting a 10% handling fee, he still had nearly 1 million in income. The person who won the bid for these two pieces of equipment left the online name Tang Jianchuan. Although no other information was provided, the transaction was quite smooth. This person directly paid a deposit online and arranged to meet for the transaction today. Upon arriving at the trading post and registering the transaction serial number, Shia Chen was led to a booth where he found that the trading partner had arrived even earlier than him and was already waiting inside. "Are you the one trading the ancient Lulan priest staff and crescent necklace?" Upon seeing Shia Chen, the person immediately stood up excitedly. It was a slender young man dressed quite modestly, likely around the same age as Shia Chen, both being from the current batch of awakeners. However, Shia Chen had never seen him at first high school. He must have come from a county affiliated with Shangjing City. Hello, my name is Tang Jianchuan." This person even left his real name online, which was quite straightforward. In contrast, Shia Chen had only left a trading code online. Tang Jianchuan's eyes were clear as he looked Shia Chen up and down, but there was no rudeness in his gaze. He said to himself, "These two pieces of equipment have really helped me a lot. I'm about to lead a team to get my job transfer certificate, and if it weren't for these two level 50 golden items, I would really be feeling uncertain." This person spoke without any pretense, directly revealing that the two golden pieces of equipment were for his own use, and being able to spend 1 million dragon coins on them indicated that Tang Jianchuan's family background was definitely solid. "Are you a mage?" Shia Chen asked politely, to which Tang Jianchuan nodded repeatedly, smiling as he said, "That's right. S-Class profession Thunder Domain Mage. Please give me your guidance." Was he really an S-Class profession mage? Shia Chen was also taken aback. It seemed that even in the affiliated counties of the capital city, there were hidden talents everywhere. An S-Class profession mage, combined with these two pieces of level 50 golden equipment, had an output capability that could rival a whole team. This person would definitely stand out in the future. Moreover, Tang Jianchuan had always been polite in his speech and demeanor, leaving a good impression on Shia Chen. Shia Chen promptly took out the two pieces of equipment, placed them on the appraisal table at the trading post for confirmation, and then directly traded them to Tang Jianchuan. Tang Jianchuan immediately transferred the remaining balance to Shia Chen's card. Pleasant transaction. Looking at the sudden increase in the balance on his card, Shia Chen felt a wave of joy. Before leaving, Tang Jianchuan politely asked, this classmate, would it be convenient to add each other as friends? If you have any suitable mage equipment in the future, just name your price, and I will definitely buy at the highest price. This person was quite generous. Shia Chen happened to lack such a benefactor, so he happily added him as a contact. On Tang Jianchuan's contact information, there was also a note of his guild, Fire Beacon, one of the 4 major guilds, alongside Dominance and Black Hawk. No wonder an S-class mage could find a place to thrive among such prestigious guilds. Seeing Shia Chen's slightly surprised expression, Tang Jianchuan straightforwardly said, I am currently the small regiment leader of the Fire Beacon Guild's Beijing branch. I wonder if this brother has a guild. With a talent like you, if you could join our Fire Beacon, it would definitely be a win-win situation. Tang Jianchuan's attitude was extremely sincere. Although he still didn't know what profession Shia Chen was, being able to produce 2 pieces of level 50 golden equipment at this stage was definitely not something an ordinary person could achieve. Sorry, I already have a guild, Shia Chen declined. Tang Jianchuan, however, was not discouraged and asked, Oh, which guild did you join, brother? Shia Chen was taken aback. He had verbally agreed to join Qin Yanran's guild, but at that time, they hadn't actually registered it yet. So now, Shia Chen didn't even know the name of his own guild. It's a newly established guild, and we haven't decided on a name yet. A look of great regret suddenly appeared in Tang Jianchuan's eyes as he advised, I'm not trying to persuade you, but someone with your talent should have a bigger platform to showcase your abilities. Or are you planning to go solo? Shia Chen smiled and shook his head, saying, A gentleman's word. I have already promised that person to join her guild, so I naturally cannot go back on my word. Tang Jianchuan frowned slightly, then smiled brightly and said, A good gentleman's word. Since that's the case, I won't press you further. But since it's a guild that someone like you has set his sights on, it must be extraordinary. It seems we will meet again sooner or later in the future. Farewell. Farewell. After leaving the trading post, Shia Chen opened his communicator and found one named Li Shuer, sending a message, Where are you now? Is it convenient to meet? Within a few seconds, Li Shuer replied on the communicator, We are in the inpatient department of the 3rd hospital. Wait a moment, I'll send you the location. Being able to successfully obtain the Black Moon Cloak and Tiger Talisman from the main hall was, in a sense, thanks to the sheepskin map gifted by Li Shuer and Lin Fei. After exiting the Lulan General's tomb dungeon, Shia Chen, for safety's sake, did not return directly to the capital city but wandered outside for several days. Now that 2 pieces of golden level equipment have been sold, it's time to fulfill my promise. The emergence of priests with healing spells has ushered the entire world into a new era of medical care. However, as adventurers continue to venture into dungeons, they inevitably suffer from various strange injuries and ailments. Coupled with the appearance of many unstable dungeons in residential areas, it has become a disaster. Thus, hospitals have not decreased but have instead multiplied. When Shia Chen arrived at the inpatient department of the 3rd hospital, he saw that Hong Liang, who had narrowly escaped death, had regained consciousness, but his entire body was wrapped tightly in bandages like a mummy, lying in bed with only his face exposed. Upon seeing Shia Chen, Hong Liang was excited and tried to get up from the bed, his speech still somewhat slurred. Thank you, brother. I owe you my life. Hong Liang cannot repay this kindness. Beside him, Li Shuer hurriedly urged Shia Chen to sit down, her cheeks slightly flushed, her eyes brimming with uncontainable excitement. Shia Chen, please sit. Lin Fei also looked at Shia Chen with gratitude. Brother Shia Chen, you really made it out of the dungeon. Little Shui has been worried sick these past few days. Lin Fei's words brought a hint of embarrassment to Li Shuer's face. What are you saying? Shia Chen gently cleared his throat and asked, How is the captain's injury? The 3 exchanged awkward glances, and finally, it was Lin Fei who spoke. The captain's condition is stable for now, but just as you said, to regain mobility, we must find a priest of at least 5th transition. We asked the 3rd hospital, and they said they could contact someone, but we need to prepare at least 8 million dragon coins. The situation was indeed as Shia Chen had anticipated. With such severe injuries as those of their captain Hong Liang, without the intervention of a priest of 5th transition or above, he was destined to become incapacitated. Lying on the hospital bed, Hong Liang sighed but managed to squeeze out a smile, saying, It's no big deal, Lin Fei, little Shui, don't feel so pressured. If worst comes to worst, I can just step back and still do some things. Lin Fei, however, said excitedly, Captain, don't say that. Even if it costs us our lives, we must get you healed. Li Shuer quickly nodded. Their feelings for Captain Hong Liang had long surpassed that of family. The ward was suddenly filled with a sense of helplessness. Shia Chen unexpectedly interjected, How much money do you have now? Li Shuer bit her lip and said, We've pooled all our savings and borrowed some from friends. We now have 600,000 dragon coins. Shia Chen narrowed his eyes and asked, have you found an opportunity to sell those pieces of equipment? Li Shuer and Lin Fei exchanged glances and shook their heads. Lying on the hospital bed, Hong Liang took over the conversation, saying, I stopped them from selling. The force behind the person who attacked us is not ordinary. I was afraid they would fall into a trap. Shia Chen nodded. Captain Hong Liang's actions were indeed correct. Earlier in the dungeon, when Shia Chen had advised the two of them, he had considered the deep influence of the person behind it, but he hadn't expected that the person would be the fourth young master of the bully group. The name bully group was beyond mere influence. Even in the black markets of other cities, it would be hard to escape their surveillance. Not selling was the right choice. You should know who that person is by now, right? Shia Chen's expression changed, and his tone became stern. In recent days, rumors from the Lulan General's tomb dungeon had gradually spread to the capital city. With some media digging like they had found treasure, a rumor reached people's ears that the fourth young master of the bully group had gone missing in the Lulan General's tomb instance, seemingly besieged by the two major guilds, the Dominance and the Black Hawk, before his disappearance. The lady of the bully group was furious, but until now, her most favored fourth son remained missing. It was said that the high-ranking members of the Black Hawk and Dominance guilds had already contacted the bully group, but to this day, they had not provided any explanation. People have always loved to watch the spectacle of wealthy elites tearing each other apart, but only Hong Liang, Li Shuer, and Lin Fei in this hospital room knew the real truth. The assassin chasing them was the fourth young master of the bully group, and he had already died at Shia Chen's hands. As for how Shia Chen had shifted the blame onto the Dominance and Black Hawk guilds, Hong Liang and the others couldn't figure it out. They only felt increasingly impressed and even deeply awed by Shia Chen. Got it. Lin Fei and Li Shuer gritted their teeth and nodded. Although they feared the bully group, they felt even more hatred in their hearts. There are debts to be paid. That fourth young master of the bully group had cruelly killed two of their teammates. His death was not regrettable. Shia Chen sighed and said, next, the bully group will definitely conduct a thorough investigation of all markets. So you should find an opportunity to destroy those three pieces of equipment in your hands and never use them again. Lin Fei immediately became anxious. But what about the captain's illness? If we don't sell the equipment, how will we gather the remaining 2 million dragon coins? Lying on the hospital bed, Hong Liang said solemnly, Xiao Fei, listen to brother Shia Chen. He's right. Once the bully group finds out, not only will the three of us die, but it will also implicate brother Shia Chen. Lin Fei's face suddenly showed a sense of helplessness. Sometimes, having money can buy a person's life. Without money, one can only watch Hong Liang become useless. I can lend you the remaining 2 million dragon coins. Shia Chen suddenly spoke up. After obtaining nearly 1 million dragon coins from the exchange, plus the bonus Shia Chen received from the trial tower, he had almost exactly 2 million dragon coins. This was all he had. No way. Hong Liang, lying in bed, hurriedly refused. Brother Shia Chen, saving my life is already an unpayable favor. Even if you cure me, we would still find it hard to repay this 2 million dragon coins. Hong Liang knew their own strength. They could never repay this favor from Shia Chen. Li Shuer and Lin Fei also lowered their heads and fell silent. They owed Shia Chen too much already. If you can't repay it, just take your time. At worst, I'll charge you interest. Shia Chen said lightly. What he was doing was not only to help Hong Liang but also to eliminate the risk of being discovered by the bully group. Your Captain Hong Liang's injury must be treated as soon as possible. Because next, the bully group will definitely investigate everyone who has been to the Luolan General's tomb instance one by one. And the injury on you is the most damning evidence. It must be erased within 3 days. Hong Liang was stunned, and the three of them finally realized the seriousness of what Shia Chen was saying. The bully group was not so easy to fool. They would spare no effort to investigate the cause of this fourth young master's death. Okay. Hong Liang nodded with difficulty, knowing this was the only choice. Brother Shia Chen, we will definitely repay this money. Money can make the devil push the millstone. With this 8 million dragon coins, the hospital could quickly contact a 5th-tier priest to help, and the 5th-tier skill, reconstruction of flesh and blood, could even restore Hong Liang's previous mobility within a day. No one would think that spending 1,800,000 dragon coins was not worth it, nor would anyone believe that earning money as a 5th-turn priest was too easy, because a priest who can reach level 250 and achieve the 5th turn is a rare gem in the entire Dragon Kingdom. The higher the level, the more difficult it becomes to level up, like crossing a chasm. The difficulty for a priest to reach level 250 is dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of a combat profession. A priest who has reached such a status, aside from being supported by major families and top financial groups, is already considered a saint if they are willing to come out in charge for healing others. Only by healing Hong Liang's injuries can the clues be completely erased. When facing a giant like the Poly Group, no trace can be left behind. and Shia Chen must seize every moment to grow stronger. At this moment, he truly realizes how helpless an ordinary person can feel against the threat of a giant force like the polygroup, like an ant. Fortunately, Shia Chen is currently in the shadows, and the strategy of diverting disaster in the dungeon has temporarily shielded him from the crosshairs of the two major guilds, Bai Yi and Black Hawk. Completing the first turn is imminent. After leaving the third hospital, Shia Chen went directly to the Bounty Association. Here, there is more official information and intelligence about dungeons. Only by completing dungeons rated A level or above by the Bounty Association can one obtain a job transfer certificate. Here, Shia Chen also saw many familiar faces from the first middle school. Most of them were of A level or higher professions, and in the race against time at the beginning stage, everyone was keeping up with the progress, with many already reaching level 50. However, Shia Chen did not see Lin Xueming and Wang Biao among them. It seems that due to the case of the disappearance of the fourth young master of the polygroup, they are also stretched thin. This just gave Shia Chen an opportunity. Just as Shia Chen was carefully browsing the A-level dungeon information provided by the Beijing Association, a voice suddenly came from behind him. "Hey, are you here for the job transfer certificate too?" Shia Chen turned around to see a melee profession with dual swords on his back, half of his equipment at least silver grade, and his level also reached 50. "Yes," Shia Chen nodded. The boy with dual swords looked Shia Chen up and down, then said, "Great, want to join our team? We're all going for the job transfer certificate and plan to tackle an S-level dungeon. We just need a few more members." The boy with dual swords turned around and gestured to a group of people in the distance, who also waved back at him, all of whom had reached level 50. "What do you think, brother? Teaming up is much more reliable than soloing." This person immediately extended a team invitation to Shia Chen. Although S-level dungeons are only one level more dangerous than A-level dungeons, the difficulty and risk increase several times. That's why the Bounty Association's requirement was relaxed to allow teams of fewer than 10 to pass the S-level dungeon to obtain the job transfer certificate. "Don't worry, our team has 3 A-level professions, and we guarantee we can clear the S-level dungeon." The boy with dual swords continued to persuade, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sizing up Shia Chen's equipment. Shia Chen had deliberately covered his gear with rags and sandpaper to make it look worn, so passers-by would not realize that it was all precious golden equipment. Moreover, clearing the S-level dungeon can yield a lot of golden equipment. The distribution will be based on the team's needs. The boy with dual swords kept enticing him, seemingly eager for Shia Chen to join their team. His enthusiastic attitude made one suspect there was something fishy going on. "All right," Shia Chen suddenly nodded with enthusiasm, and the boy carrying 2 swords immediately showed a hint of wild joy in his eyes. He quickly waved to his companions in the distance and said, "Great, no time to waste, let's set off now." Several companions quickly gathered around, consisting of a heavily armored warrior, 2 mages, a priest, and an archer. Including the boy with the 2 swords, there were a total of 6 people, and the gazes of these newcomers were also subtly sizing up Shia Chen. The heavily armored warrior warmly extended a hand to Shia Chen and said, "Welcome, brother, to our team. Don't worry, with us around, we will definitely clear this S-level dungeon." Before the polite words were finished, the group had already shouldered their backpacks and equipment, ready to set off. Shia Chen squinted and asked, "Have you already chosen the dungeon?" The heavily armored warrior was taken aback, then smiled and explained, "That's right, brother. The dungeon we've chosen is the S-level Ghost Beast Valley. Rest assured, we have prepared all the information about the Ghost Beast Valley, and we will definitely clear it." Seeing that Shia Chen seemed to have doubts, one of the mages hurriedly said, "Actually, we mainly chose the Ghost Beast Valley based on our team's strengths. You can trust us." "Exactly, the timing is just right today. I think we should set off now," the boy with the 2 swords immediately suggested, and the rest of the companions nodded in agreement, surrounding Shia Chen as they headed towards the city gate. "Wait a moment," Shia Chen suddenly spoke up, interrupting them, causing the expressions on their faces to freeze for a moment. Shia Chen continued, "Aren't you going to ask me my name and profession?" The heavily armored warrior smiled awkwardly and said, "Look at us, we were so eager that we forgot about that. Let me introduce myself. My name is Yuan Changhe. May I ask what this brother's name is?" The boy with the 2 swords quickly smiled and said, Right. My name is Yuan Changting. I am Yuan Xiaoyu." The corners of Shia Chen's mouth curled slightly as he pretended to be indifferent and said, "It's nothing, my name is Shia Chen." But in his heart, he had already figured it out. This group of people all shared the same surname and should all be from the same affiliated county in Heisu City, definitely a group of fellow townsmen. They seemed to have their sights set on Shia Chen, and there was definitely something fishy about the Ghost Beast Valley. The Ghost Beast Valley is located to the north of Heisu City. As Shia Chen followed this group towards the North City Gate, he noticed 3 more people waiting for them outside the gate. 2 of them were very familiar with the Yuan family members, while only one petite female shield warrior seemed somewhat out of place among them. "These three are also with us," the boy with the two swords, Yuan Changting, explained to Shia Chen with a smile. With Shia Chen's 7 people and the 3 newcomers, they just made up 10 in total. Along the way, the Yuan family members and the 2 newcomers kept glancing at Shia Chen, pretending to exchange looks. Little did they know that all of this was noticed by Shia Chen. They must have their own private communication channel. Only the later female shield warrior, like Shia Chen, appeared somewhat confused, indicating she was not part of their group. This girl was petite but carried a giant shield almost as big as her entire body, creating a somewhat endearing contrast. Seizing the opportunity to bend down and adjust his gear, Shia Chen approached the girl and struck up a conversation. "Hello, were you also called by them to help with the job transfer proof?" The girl immediately nodded, a hint of embarrassment on her face. It seemed like a shy, socially anxious personality. "My name is Shia Chen." Shia Chen immediately introduced himself, and the girl hurriedly replied politely, "My name is Gu Shiyu." This simple exchange caught the attention of Yuan Chanha and Yuan Changting ahead of them. The 2 brothers discreetly kept an eye on Shia Chen with their peripheral vision, noticing that he only exchanged a few words with her before returning to the front of the line and turning his head away. At that moment, Shia Chen quietly sent a friend request through his communicator to Gu Shiyu, and a few seconds later, she accepted the invitation. The Ghost Beast Valley is located at the foot of a mountain near Heisu City, bordered by mountains on the left and plains on the right, with several natural ravines in between. These ravines can reach depths of several dozen meters, creating a world of their own. Due to good lighting conditions and a humid climate, shrubs over a person's height grow within the ravines. Among them lurks a deadly creature, the Ghost Beast. It resembles a monkey, covered in black fur, with a naturally formed bony mask on its face, bizarrely resembling a human face. Hence, it is named the Ghost Beast. The Ghost Beast is a highly aggressive, pack-hunting monster that resides in this valley, moving swiftly and exhibiting a strong sense of teamwork, with astonishing destructive power. Before it was classified as a dangerous S-level dungeon area, there were often reports of lone adventurers accidentally wandering into the Ghost Beast Valley and meeting their demise. When a group of people arrived at the Ghost Beast Valley, everyone's faces tightened. The heavily armored warrior Yuan Changha led the way, followed closely by the agile dual-sword fighter Yuan Changting, while the other mages and archers found their respective positions. The cooperation among these 8 individuals displayed an unspoken understanding, clearly indicating they had been teaming up for years. "Brother Shia Chen, sister Gu Shiyu, you 2 are also melee classes, so stay close to me," Yuan Changha called out to Shia Chen with a wave of his hand, which was perfectly reasonable. Shia Chen promptly took out his weapon from his backpack and moved to the front of the line, but instead of the level 50 golden weapon, King Sword, he pulled out an ordinary bronze long sword that had dropped in a previous dungeon. Yuan Changting, also wielding 2 long swords, glanced at the sword in Shia Chen's hand before turning away. The entire team began to cautiously push forward. Soon, a rustling sound emerged from a nearby bush. A nimble black shadow seemed to flash by within it. Shia Chen observed closely, and the heavily armored warriors Yuan Chanha and Yuan Changting noticed it as well. They exchanged a glance, and Yuan Changha suddenly charged forward. He raised his shield and slammed it into the bushes. This was likely his charge skill, and Yuan Changting quickly followed, swinging his 2 long swords like a whirlwind. A scream erupted from the bushes as a ghost beast, about half a person tall and covered in black fur, was knocked out. Just as the ghost beast was about to let out a loud cry to attract its companions, it was swiftly silenced by 2 spells and a long sword from the team, ending its life. The team's cooperation was incredibly seamless, directly taking down a ghost beast right off the bat. Shia Chen didn't even have time to act. The Yuan brothers team indeed possessed the strength to clear S-level dungeons. But why did they bring him and another shield warrior girl, Gu Shiyu, to this Ghost Beast Valley under such pretense? Shia Chen felt a sense of vigilance in his heart, yet he showed no signs on the surface. As they advanced through the Ghost Beast Valley, everything seemed to go particularly smoothly, with every lone ghost beast they encountered being silently taken down. Having advanced deep into the valley, the surrounding cliffs on both sides towered 4 to 5 stories high. Among the thickets, some disheveled straw was visible. Shia Chen used his sword to part the bushes and discovered a dilapidated lair of ghost beasts. The nest made of straw had been chopped into pieces. It seemed that someone had been here before. Could it be that the Yuan brothers had already come here once? Doubts arose in Shia Chen's mind, and just then, he heard Yuan Changting's surprised shout from behind, "Look, what is this?" The group immediately gathered around, and Shia Chen turned his gaze to Yuan Changting. He was holding a piece of ore that emitted a brilliant blue light. Spirit Essence Ore. Shia Chen instantly recognized the item in Yuan Changting's hand. It was a mineral material used for enchanting high-level weapons, extremely valuable, almost measurable by the gram. The others around him also gasped in astonishment, this must be spirit essence or, right. I heard this stuff is worth a fortune. How could we find it here? Yuan Changting's face showed an expression of excitement. I don't know. I just stepped on something hard in the bushes, and when I picked it up, it turned out to be spirit essence or. The leader of the group, the heavily armored warrior Yuan Changha, also spoke with shining eyes. Spirit essence or definitely doesn't appear alone. Everyone, quickly scatter and look around. There might be a vein here. If we can find a vein, we'll be rich. Yuan Changha immediately pointed in a direction and commanded, pair up. Changting, Xiaoyu, you two go that way. Dashan, Erzhan, you two check the west. Shia Chen, Gu Shiyu, you two go together to the eastern cliff. It seems there's a cave over there. The shield warrior sister, Gu Shiyu, seemed to believe Yuan Changha's words, nodding excitedly. Shia Chen nodded as well. A spirit essence vein? He wanted to see what kind of scheme Yuan Changha was up to. Spirit essence veins were a new type of ore that appeared alongside dungeons and monsters on this planet. Due to their innate strong affinity for magic, they were the best material for enchanting high-level weapons and equipment. However, these veins were extremely rare and followed no discernible pattern. Every practitioner who had ever discovered such a vein had, without exception, risen to great heights. Could it be that there was actually a spirit essence vein hidden in this ghost beast valley? Shia Chen's heart grew more vigilant. The piece of ore emitting a brilliant blue light that he had seen in Yuan Changting's hand was undoubtedly spirit essence ore, but he absolutely did not believe that the Yuan brothers would share such a valuable find with two strangers they had just met. They must have been putting on an act. However, as long as they didn't reveal their intentions, Shia Chen would not act rashly. The direction Yuan Changha pointed for him and Gu Shiyu was ahead, where there was a cave deep within the cliff, appearing pitch black from a distance. The shield warrior sister, Gu Shiyu, raised her illuminating device to peer inside, and instantly, specks of brilliant blue light burst forth. It's spirit essence ore. Inside the cave, Gu Shiyu exclaimed excitedly, ready to step in. But Shia Chen reached out to stop her, placing a finger to his lips to signal silence, then quietly sent her a message through the communicator, be careful, that group has something up their sleeves. Natural spirit essence ore is often mixed within rock layers and is covered by an oxidation layer, so the brilliant blue inner layer wouldn't be exposed on the surface. The ores in the cave are clearly placed there intentionally. This was a tactic of enticement. It's simply too clumsy. Gu Shiyu was taken aback, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at Shia Chen. Shia Chen shook his head at her, then turned to Yuan Changha and Yuan Changting, who were searching in another direction, and said, there are no ores in the cave, let's go look for them elsewhere. His words immediately drew the attention of the Yuan brothers, and Yuan Changha's expression froze before he forced a smile and said, Brother Shia Chen, why not search a bit more carefully? That essence ore is quite valuable. I've heard a single piece can sell for over 10,000 dragon coins. Shia Chen frowned and replied, there really isn't any in this cave. And weren't we here to get a job transfer certificate? His words caused Yuan Changha's expression to darken, and he said, the job transfer certificate can be obtained anytime. That essence or vein is something you can encounter but not seek. If we really find it, we could strike it rich. Shia Chen suddenly smiled at him and said, Brother Yuan, if we really find it, how should we divide the ore? Yuan Changha was momentarily taken aback and replied, well, naturally, it should be divided equally. Everyone gets a share. You should go take another look inside the cave. However, Shia Chen took another step away from the cave entrance and said, there really isn't anything in this cave. Since that's the case, let's hurry and look elsewhere. How is that possible? Yuan Changha's expression finally changed, a hint of malice flashing in his small eyes, and his tone turned cold. Brother Shia Chen, do you not trust me? You haven't even gone in. How do you know there are no ore veins inside? The true nature was finally revealing itself. Shia Chen sneered and said, how can you be so sure there are essence or veins in this cave, Brother Yuan? Did you put those ores in there yourself? His words directly pierced through Yuan Changha's thoughts, and at that moment, Yuan Changha stopped pretending, his face cold as he seemed to say something in a group chat. In the distance, Yuan Changting and several others from the Yuan family quickly surrounded them, each already armed with weapons. Hee, I didn't expect you to see through it. Yuan Changha sneered and said, but today, whether you want to or not, you two will have to go in. A group of people surrounded Shia Chen and Gu Shiyu at the cave entrance, their true nature exposed. What do you want? Gu Shiyu, the shield warrior, panicked and raised her massive shield, stammering, we don't want to go into this cave. Shia Chen narrowed his eyes, coldly scanning the group before him. The Yuan brothers were the best equipped, with nearly half of them wearing silver gear. The others, though not as well equipped, hid behind the two brothers, forming a battle formation. A gang operation. This group must be habitual offenders. If I'm not mistaken, there probably aren't any essence or veins in that cave. Instead, it must be the lair of those ghost beasts. Shia Chen sneered and said, You went to great lengths to lure us here just to use us as bait for those ghost beasts, so you could free your hands to search for the real Ervains. Yuan Shangting's twin swords rubbed against each other as he grinned maliciously. You're quite clever. But today, we can only sacrifice you two to fulfill our brother's dream of rising to the top. Yuan Shangting was a cautious person. He had already seen that Shia Chen was no ordinary individual and understood the principle that too many words lead to mistakes. He quickly turned to Yuan Changhe and said, "Brother, don't waste time talking to them, let's make our move." Yuan Changhe gave a command, and suddenly, two mages in the team acted in unison. With a fierce wave of their staffs, two streams of murky yellow light shot out like snakes from the staffs, landing at the feet of Shia Chen and Gu Shiyu. Earth Dragon Technique. In an instant, the ground beneath Shia Chen and the shield warrior Gu Shiyu erupted violently, a powerful force surging from the earth, pushing both of them into the cave like a dragon. Not good. Shia Chen's expression changed. He hadn't expected that both mages in the Yuan family team were Earth attribute mages. Although this Earth Dragon technique didn't deal much damage, it was a forceful pushing skill. The ground beneath them had turned into a steep slope, forcing them to slide into the cave. Shia Chen stomped his feet on the ground and agilely climbed forward, but unexpectedly, Gu Shiyu in front of him had already tilted and collapsed to the ground, taking her massive shield down with her, crashing down towards Shia Chen like a giant lid, forcibly pinning him back down just as he was about to climb out. Damn! Shia Chen was knocked down by Gu Shiyu, rolling into the cave. When he opened his eyes again, everything around him was dark. The two Earth attribute mages had sealed the cave entrance with their skills. Both of them were trapped inside the cave, and Shia Chen, feeling dazed, noticed a weight like a small Iron Man pressing down on him, with the huge shield still resting on his head. How could this seemingly petite girl be so heavy? This time, he had really been harmed by her. He heard Gu Shiyu's soft voice beside him. Woo, I'm sorry. Cough, how about you get up for a moment? Shia Chen gasped for air, not expecting that this petite Gu Shiyu, who looked to be just over 1.5 meters tall, weighed at least 300 to 400 pounds. Her entire outfit was made of thick, heavy armor. More than half of the health he had just lost was due to her crashing down on him. Oh, I'm sorry. Gu Shiyu rolled over and got off Shia Chen, then hurriedly reached out to help him. Classmate, are you okay? I'm fine. Shia Chen took a deep breath, covering his mouth and nose, while reaching into his backpack for a glowworm. In the midst of the dust, the glowworm could only illuminate a radius of 4 to 5 meters. Looking up, he saw that the entrance of the cave they had fallen into was completely sealed. Shia Chen, still not giving up, climbed a few steps to check, only to see that it was the Earth Mage's construction technique. The entire entrance had been turned into a thick earthen wall, and when he struck it with the hilt of his sword, it was so solid that it didn't even echo. It seemed impossible to break through this wall from the inside. I'm sorry. Gu Shiyu's soft voice suddenly sounded beside him. If I hadn't blocked you just now, you would have already climbed up. Shia Chen felt a bit helpless. However, this girl did seem to have a bit of conscience. She had already apologized to him 3 times in a short while, and her attitude was extremely sincere. What else could Shia Chen do? Moreover, now they were both in the same boat. Shia Chen stopped talking and buried himself in thought about a way to escape. But then he heard Gu Shiyu suddenly say, "But don't worry, we will definitely get out alive. I will protect you." Shia Chen was taken aback. In the dim light of the glowworm, he saw Gu Shiyu's face filled with determination. "You protect me?" Shia Chen said in surprise, and Gu Shiyu nodded seriously, saying, "I am a shield warrior, with very high defense. If you encounter a ghost beast, just hide behind me." Shia Chen couldn't help but rub his forehead, unsure whether to say this girl was too naive or too innocent. However, her words were oddly touching. Yet, the Yuan brothers had lured the two of them into this cave for a reason. From their various behaviors, it seemed they had already been to this Ghost Beast Valley once before, and had likely marked their spots. This cave was most likely the lair of the ghost beasts. Let's not forget, this Ghost Beast Valley was an S-level dungeon. That meant the boss inside was at least a dangerous S-level monster. At that moment, a heavy and violent aura suddenly emanated from the depths of the cave ahead, and both Shia Chen and Gu Shiyu immediately became alert. He could sense Gu Shiyu beside him was visibly tense, her hands gripping the shield trembling slightly. "Don't panic," Shia Chen whispered, then gently rolled the glowworm along the ground, its dim light spinning as it moved deeper into the cave, illuminating the source of that violent aura. To their shock, it was an enormous ghost beast, as large as a truck. Its thick, fat limbs and huge belly were wedged in a twisted position deep within the cave, its originally black fur now showing signs of graying, and the bone mask on its face was equally bloated. A mutated species. A hint of sternness appeared in Shia Chen's eyes. According to the information, ordinary ghost beasts, even in adulthood, could only grow to human size at most. The bloated beast before them was undoubtedly a mutated species among its kind. In an instant, the glowworm that had rolled to its feet was crushed by a massive paw, and a fierce howl echoed throughout the cave. It was enough to unnerve anyone. What is that thing? Gu Shiyu exclaimed in panic, clearly startled by the ugly and bloated ghost beast. It's a mutated species among the ghost beast clan, Shia Chen replied while pulling out another glowworm from his backpack. Don't panic, it seems to be stuck in the cave for now and shouldn't be able to get out. Although the light from the glowworm only lasted a moment, Shia Chen observed carefully. This mutated ghost beast was too bloated and had become wedged in the increasingly narrow cave, full of ferocity but unable to move. Shia Chen shone the glowworm at his feet and saw that the cave floor was indeed littered with bones and corpses, various animals, and even some of its own kind. What a menace, Shia Chen muttered, while Gu Shiyu trembled and asked, "What should we do now?" After surveying the surroundings, Shia Chen could only shake his head helplessly and say, "There are no other forks in this cave, we can't retreat, we can only move forward. We have to take that thing down and see if there's a way out behind it." Take it down. Gu Shiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. Just the two of us? Shia Chen suddenly noticed a characteristic of this petite girl. She stuttered a bit when she was nervous. That's right, Shia Chen nodded. If we don't kill it, we'll really be trapped in this cave. With that, Shia Chen took out a real level 50 golden weapon, the King's Sword, from his backpack, then activated the ghost fire toxin. Instantly, a layer of dazzling flames ignited along the brilliant sword blade, illuminating the surrounding cave. Now that he had reached level 50, with half his body clad in golden gear and even wearing a brilliant ring, Shia Chen's output capability was already like night and day. The mutated ghost beast trapped in the cave before him was like a living target. Shia Chen could just test how far his output capability had come. With the water summoning step activated beneath his feet, Shia Chen's movement speed suddenly increased, raising the Junsho Wang sword and charging deep into the cave. The long sword, imbued with burning and poison effects, illuminated the face of the mutated ghost beast, and he launched a lightning thrust right away. 1957. A number close to 2000 suddenly exploded on the beast's chest. Wow, such high damage. The enormous damage number made Gu Shiyu gasp in surprise, and at the same time, the attributes of the mutated ghost beast appeared before them. Abominable ghost beast level, 55 golden tier boss health, 100,000 description. Once the strongest individual of the ghost beast race, after being infected and becoming the host of abomination, its greed and desire for power drove it mad, gradually turning it into a monster despised and feared by its kind. The mutated ghost beast's counterattack came swiftly and violently. Its bloated arms suddenly swung towards Shia Chen, sending a flurry of sharp stones flying. However, Shia Chen lightly stepped aside, precisely dodging this heavy blow. At the same time, his left hand instantly equipped the Tiger Fierce battle shield, completely blocking the barrage of sharp stones. He didn't take a single point of damage. Holding the sword in one hand, the damage bonus from the 50-level golden weapon made every hit from Shia Chen reach 4 digits. 1389, 1288, 1355. Under Gu Shiyu's astonished gaze, Shia Chen's attack speed grew faster and faster. The long sword with burning effects danced like a fire snake, each hit exploding with damage numbers exceeding 1,000 on the mutated ghost beast. Mixed with burning and poison damage effects, within just a few minutes, it visibly reduced a segment of its health bar. Wow, so strong. Gu Shiyu's eyes widened as she stammered, watching Shia Chen as if he were performing, each strike of his long sword precisely hitting the ghost beast's vital points. The terrifying and brutal counterattacks from the mutated ghost beast made her heart race, yet Shia Chen effortlessly dodged every one of them. This was practically a lesson in positioning. Gu Shiyu had never seen such a performance in her life. Under the glow of the fiery long sword, Shia Chen's figure resembled a dancer taking the most agile steps, precise and deadly. She felt that in these few short minutes, she seemed to have learned a lot. No wonder he had the confidence to say he would kill this mutated ghost beast. Because his output capability alone was enough, he didn't even need her help. The mutated ghost beast's health bar of 100,000 was visibly decreasing, soon dropping to half. At this moment, the bloated monster finally fell into a state of rage, and for the first time, a look of fear appeared on the bone mask on its face. Its immense strength became even more frenzied, and its thick arms swung wildly in the cave, each heavy smash causing tremors. Stones above them fell like rain, and even Shia Chen couldn't dodge the barrage of falling debris. Each stone, like a hidden weapon, scraped against him, dealing damage. 3947. Although the damage numbers were small, they were enough to affect Shia Chen's judgment and movements. Suddenly, a massive stone that was already teetering above him was violently shaken down. Be careful! Behind him, Gu Shiyu hurriedly reminded him. Shia Chen looked up and quickly dodged to the side. However, at that moment, the mutated ghost beast's thick arms suddenly swung towards him. One from above. one from the front. The attacks coming from two directions made it impossible for Shia Chen to evade them all. Instinctively, he raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield in his hands to withstand the blow from the mutated monster. 2158. In an instant, a massive damage number exploded above Shia Chen, and he was sent flying like a kite with its string cut. At that moment, the most critical scene unfolded. As the surrounding rocks in the cave shifted, the mutated ghost beast, which had been stuck in the cave, seemed to have freed half of its body. Only its two bloated legs remained trapped inside, suddenly doubling its attack range. Already ferocious, it was now in a state of rage. After sending Shia Chen flying with a punch, it lunged forward, raising both arms to strike at him again. Shia Chen sensed the danger and hurriedly tried to roll away, but it was already too late. He was destined to be unable to dodge this brutal strike from the ghost beast. He watched helplessly as those two thick arms, as sturdy as calves, came crashing down towards him. Suddenly, everything went dark before his eyes. Boom! A tremendous crashing sound echoed in the cave, deafening Shia Chen. However, the anticipated pain and damage did not come. Shia Chen suddenly opened his eyes to see Gu Shiyu standing protectively in front of him. Her petite and delicate body held up a shield larger than herself, unwaveringly standing before Shia Chen. The shield, embedded in the ground, along with her feet, was forced down, carving deep grooves into the earth, yet she did not take a single step back. Get back! Gu Shiyu gritted her teeth and said, just as the ghost beast's explosive strike came crashing down again. Like a meteor, it slammed into the large shield in Gu Shiyu's hands, forcing her back several steps. At the same time, a damage number appeared above her head, 1259. Shia Chen quickly rolled back and shouted to Gu Shiyu, get back! Move out of that thing's attack range. Gu Shiyu, clad in heavy armor and wielding a massive shield, moved slowly and clumsily, unable to retreat in time. Her small face was tightly strained, and suddenly she pulled the shield back, throwing herself to the ground and rolling backward. In an extremely comical manner, she rolled out of the mutated ghost beast's attack range. This awkward yet clever maneuver left Shia Chen momentarily stunned. However, after witnessing this, he couldn't help but look at the girl with newfound respect. She truly didn't just talk big, she acted when it mattered. Moreover, after she had just raised the shield to withstand the blow from the mutated ghost beast, the amount of health she lost was even less than Shia Chen's, indicating that her heavy armor was indeed effective. Her defense was likely higher than Shia Chen's, who was wearing half a set of golden gear. This girl's shield warrior profession level should at least be A grade. Huff! Gu Shiyu panted as she escaped, her eyes wide and her little face flushed with lingering fear. Shia Chen tilted his head and downed a health potion. After restoring his status, he raised the Jun Shou Wang sword and charged back in. Beast blood boiling was activated, and Shia Chen's damage and output surged to a new level. The attack speed of the Jun Shou Wang sword in his hands increased rapidly. This was the additional effect of the brilliant artifact Ghostman Ring Ghost Transformation. When attacking the same target, the attack speed continued to stack. Under Shia Chen's fierce assault, after several minutes, the remaining half of the mutated ghost beast's health bar was finally depleted. With a reluctant wail, it collapsed into a bloated corpse. In an instant, several beams of white light converged onto Shia Chen and Gu Shiyu. The experience gained from this level 55 golden boss was quite generous, allowing Shia Chen to level up 3 times in a row. Although Gu Shiyu didn't gain as much experience as Shia Chen, she too flashed with white light and leveled up once. What excited the two the most was that as the massive body of the mutated ghost beast fell, a faint ray of light came from the cave behind it. With light, it meant there was an exit. We're saved! Gu Shiyu couldn't help but cheer, while Shia Chen, holding the Jun Shou Wang sword, chopped off the 4 claws of the ghost beast. This level 55 golden boss was enough proof for them to clear the ghost beast valley. Shia Chen handed one of the claws to Gu Shiyu and said, don't celebrate too early. Don't forget that those who trapped us in this cave are probably still nearby. Gu Shiyu was taken aback, her face showing a furious expression as she said, those guys are really too much. After putting away the ghost beast's claws, Shia Chen suddenly looked at Gu Shiyu and asked, Gu Shiyu, can I trust you? Gu Shiyu was startled, seeing the seriousness in Shia Chen's eyes, and she nodded vigorously, saying earnestly, of course, my character has always been good. Besides, we've been through life and death together. Watching her so serious that she even raised a hand to swear, Shia Chen's lips curled into a strange smile as he said, that's good. Next, I need you to help me put on a show. Gu Shiyu was confused but still nodded. Shia Chen then pulled out 3 pieces of black equipment from his backpack and put them on, a wrist guard, a dagger, and a chainmail. Snake-scale wrist guard, ghost-breaking dagger, golden silk chainmail. These 3 pieces of equipment were stripped from the 4th young master of the Chen family of the Poly Group who died in the General's Tomb dungeon. Before leaving the 3rd hospital's inpatient department, Shia Chen had taken these 3 pieces of equipment from Hong Liang and the others. He originally intended to destroy them personally to eliminate future troubles. However, when he encountered Yuan Changha and Yuan Changting at the Bounty Association, Shia Chen suddenly changed his mind. Sometimes, leading trouble away is more effective than destroying the evidence. He had already seen through the brothers of the Yuan family's enthusiastic invitation to join them. There must be something fishy. The reason Shia Chen pretended to be deceived and followed them into the Ghost Beast Valley was to personally gift these troublesome 3 pieces of equipment to the greedy Yuan brothers. How can I help? Gu Shiyu immediately tensed her small face. The group of Yuan brothers outside were a pack of wolves with murderous intent. Even if they could escape from this cave, it was not absolutely safe. What could he possibly do? But then Shia Chen said something that made Gu Shiyu's heart race, word by word. I want you to dig up my corpse in half an hour. What? Gu Shiyu couldn't help but exclaim, what corpse? What do you want to do? Wasn't Shia Chen right in front of her, alive? Why was he asking her to help dig up a corpse? Although there was a faint ray of light in the cave, it was still incredibly dark. In the already eerie atmosphere, Gu Shiyu felt a chill run down her back and stammered, Are you dead or alive? Shia Chen was taken aback, then helplessly smiled, Of course I'm alive. If you don't believe me, you can touch and see. Shia Chen jokingly extended an arm, not expecting Gu Shiyu to actually take a step forward, tentatively reaching out her small hand to pinch him. She then let out a long sigh of relief and asked in confusion, Then why did you suddenly mention a corpse? You scared me. Shia Chen gave a strange smile, then suddenly his whole body stiffened and fell straight back, just like a corpse. Oh my god! Gu Shiyu screamed in fright, quickly rushing forward to touch Shia Chen's nose, only to find he had stopped breathing. Looking again, Shia Chen's health bar had completely dropped to 0. He was dead. You, don't scare me like that. Gu Shiyu's eyes turned red with anxiety, tears welling up as she whimpered, How could this happen? Weren't you just fighting that mutated ghost beast? Are you injured or poisoned? How could you just die like this? Suddenly, Shia Chen exhaled deeply from his mouth and nose, abruptly opening his eyes and sitting straight up. The sudden movement startled Gu Shiyu, causing her to lose her color again. You, how did you come back to life again? Shia Chen smiled faintly and explained, Relax. This is one of my innate skills, false death pupa. After using it, I will fall into a state of false death, looking just like a corpse. False death pupa is a tier A innate skill that Shia Chen obtained by sacrificing a monster called the withered leaf butterfly when he was leveling up to 50 in the wild. This type of monster is extremely good at disguise. When it is on the verge of death, it wraps itself into a pupa, appearing just like a dead body. Only after the enemy leaves does it regain its breath. A withered leaf butterfly in a state of false death is virtually undetectable to the naked eye. At that time, Shia Chen had also been deceived by this butterfly's false death technique several times, and unexpectedly obtained this skill during the sacrifice. In ordinary battles, false death pupa has no real significance. However, in certain special situations, it can become a bloodless weapon in Shia Chen's hands. Like now. Wait, I will go out first to seek revenge on that Yuan brother and his group. Shia Chen's expression became serious as he spoke clearly, Then I will use false death pupa to pretend to be killed by them. They will definitely strip me of my equipment and bury my body with earth-based spells. About an hour later, I need you to find their burial location and dig up my body. Gu Shiyu felt her head was about to explode, shaking her hands repeatedly, No way. This is too reckless, isn't it? What if you really die at their hands? What if they dismember your body? Gu Shiyu felt that her words were becoming a bit morbid and terrifying, and she hurriedly said, And what if I can't find your body? Don't worry. Shia Chen smiled and said, First of all, they can't kill me, their strength isn't enough. Secondly, when there are 2 earth-based mages in your team, using earth spells to bury a body is definitely the best way to destroy evidence. And if they really try to dismember me, then the plan is off. I will escape myself. Gu Shiyu was stunned, having just witnessed this person single-handedly take down a level 55 golden boss mutated ghost beast. She believed Shia Chen must have the ability to escape. Even if he couldn't fight multiple enemies, with his terrifying agility, he should be able to get away, right? But how would I know where they buried you? What if time passes? Gu Shiyu still felt a tingling sensation on her scalp as she asked, Shia Chen, what you're doing is practically handing your life over to me. She saw Shia Chen pull out 2 tubes of insects from his backpack, leaning them against each other, and he handed her 1 tube, saying, These insects are called mother and child insects. Once you release them, the child insect will follow the scent to find the mother insect's location. I'll keep the mother insect on me, and after an hour, you can use the child insect to find me. Gu Shiyu reached out to take the small tube of insects, her mind still buzzing. Hey, how did I agree to such a ridiculous plan? This is still too dangerous, right? Shia Chen smiled and said, Don't worry, I'm not that easy to kill. In fact, even if Gu Shiyu didn't find his corpse in an hour, Shia Chen could still deactivate the false death cocoon himself. Being in a state of false death didn't mean he lacked all 5 senses. Gu Shiyu was just a secondary assurance. As Gu Shiyu continued her mental struggle, Shia Chen suddenly used his sword to flip out 2 pieces of gleaming golden equipment from beneath the corpse of the mutated ghost beast. Just moments ago, they had both been immersed in the joy of escaping, and they hadn't even noticed that the ghost beast had dropped 2 pieces of equipment. One was a golden wrist guard, and the other seemed to be a fabric crown for a mage profession. Equipment dropped. It should be golden gear, you take it for now. Once we get out, we'll split it evenly. Shia Chen handed the 2 pieces of golden equipment to Gu Shiyu. She accepted them, feeling both joy and worry. Seizing the moment while she was dazed, Shia Chen also sacrificed the fire seed of the mutated ghost beast. Sacrifice of the abomination ghost beast fire seed successful. Fire seed value plus 50. A line of prompts immediately appeared, but unfortunately, no new attributes were gained. Shia Chen took off his own equipment and packed it into his backpack, then changed into the 3 pieces of equipment he had stripped from the 4th young master of the bully group: serpent scale wrist guard, phantom dagger, golden silk armor, and even put on a black hood. In the dim light of the cave, he resembled the mad assassin from the general's tomb instance. This scene made Gu Shiyu shiver unexpectedly. She saw Shia Chen trustingly hand his backpack to her, a smirk on his lips, saying, "The show is about to begin." After changing into his new gear, Shia Chen held the black, phantom dagger, and activated the water step, darting like a shadow toward the faint light in the cave. Gu Shiyu, watching from behind, was left dumbfounded. What profession is this guy? He can take hits and fight, and with a dagger, he runs faster than an assassin. After putting on those 3 pieces of equipment, Shia Chen's attributes had naturally decreased quite a bit. However, the 3 pieces stripped from the 4th young master of the bully group were all golden gear, and even with his current attributes, he was still far superior to Yuan Changha and the others. The faint light deep in the cave came from a hole in the ceiling, resembling a skylight. It was about 2 to 3 meters above the ground. Shia Chen nimbly leaped up, using his dagger to stab into the wall, easily climbing out. When he emerged, he found that this exit was in another part of the monster valley, several hundred meters away from the previous cave entrance. Shia Chen quietly crouched down, hiding in the bushes, and then activated ultrasonic targeting. Soon, several red moving targets appeared nearby in the west. Judging by their numbers, they should be the Yuan brothers and their companions. Shia Chen quietly made his way through the bushes, and from a distance, he saw a few people working diligently, each wielding a shovel and a pickaxe, seemingly trying to break a large piece of ore into smaller chunks. Embedded in a cliff face before them was a piece of hard ore, taller than a person. The faint blue glow emanating from the scratches on its surface confirmed that this was indeed a piece of spirit ore, though its color and purity left much to be desired. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen couldn't help but let out a cold smile. It seemed this group of Yuan brothers had misjudged the situation. True spirit ore veins were not found in such large chunks but were mixed within the ore like gold veins. What the Yuan brothers had discovered was likely a randomly occurring solitary piece of ore, not a true vein. The so-called dog head gold was just like this, formed as a standalone piece. It had some value, but it couldn't compare to an entire vein. Looking at the terrain of this Ghost Beast Valley, filled with massive ravines, it was possible that this place had once been an ocean millions of years ago. Thus, it seemed that true ore veins were impossible to trace. If the Yuan brothers had studied the principles of spirit ore formation like Shia Chen did back in high school, they would have known this. But unfortunately, not everyone was as inquisitive as Shia Chen about everything. Shia Chen stealthily approached, and as he got closer, he could hear their conversation. Yuan Changting, with 2 swords on his back, was smashing the ore with a pickaxe while revealing a sinister smile, saying, "Big brother, your idea is the best." Using the excuse of teaming up for the job transfer proof, we easily tricked 2 scapegoats from the Bounty Association. With them to block the mouth of that mutated ghost beast, we can mine the ore smoothly. Yuan Changha also sneered, saying, "Oomph, the 2 guys we tricked today were quite clever. We almost lost them. We need to be more careful in the future." Who would have thought that the mutated ghost beast stuck in the cave would be so troublesome? Every time it gets hungry, it calls for its kind. These ghost beasts really treat that guy like their king. Yuan Changting grinned and said, "Don't worry, big brother, at worst, we can go to the Bounty Association tomorrow and trick a few more scapegoats over. Every day, we can keep that monster well fed." The conversation among the few made Shia Chen's expression grow colder. These people were indeed habitual offenders. Before he and Gu Shiyu, there must have been other professionals who had fallen victim to their schemes. Those primate bones in the cave were probably not from ghost beasts but from human professionals. They had been tricking some professionals under the pretense of teaming up for job transfer proof to feed that mutated ghost beast before they started mining every day, such a cruel scheme. A hint of killing intent flashed in Shia Chen's eyes as he held his breath. Just in front of the bush where he was hiding, one of the Yuan brothers, an archer, was carrying a bucket of crushed ore, a fragile class, just right as the first target to strike. Without holding back, Shia Chen took action. As the man walked past him, he suddenly drew the breaking ghost dagger and swiftly stabbed it through the archer's back. In an instant, a huge number popped up, 2598. The high critical hit rate of the golden dagger delivered a critical strike, and the breaking ghost dagger was incredibly easy to use. If it weren't for the fear of exposure, Shia Chen would have wanted to keep it as a backup weapon. The high critical damage directly took half of that archer's health. The Yuan surname archer, already a fragile class, had only about 4 to 5,000 health points. This sudden damage left him stunned. The intense pain from behind made him turn his head, only to meet Shia Chen's murderous gaze. Woo woo! Terrified, he was about to scream, but the broken ghost dagger in Shia Chen's hand pierced straight into his mouth. Weak point damage, 2144. Another huge damage number exploded out, and the two critical hits instantly took down the archer clad in leather armor. Taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention, Shia Chen caught the archer's falling body and hid it in the bushes. The next target was another nearby wandering mage. For this group of desperate Yuan brothers, even if it was just a performance, Shia Chen had to kill a few of them to vent his anger first. Before long, an unsuspecting earth mage walked past the bushes where Shia Chen lay in ambush, and the sharp broken ghost dagger struck out again. This mage, dressed in a robe, had even thinner health than the leather-armored archer. Shia Chen swiftly delivered 2 strikes, slitting her throat. Bright red blood flowed from her neck, and she stared in disbelief at Shia Chen before slowly closing her unwilling eyes. Just then, a terrified scream suddenly came from a nearby hill. It was another Yuan surname mage. Having gone to relieve herself, she returned just in time to witness this heart-wrenching scene. Ah, Xiao Yu is dead. I will kill you. The mage's scream rang out like a warning bell, attracting the attention of the surrounding Yuan brothers. Under the piercing gazes, Shia Chen's figure suddenly split into two. Transforming into 2 identical black shadows, they fled in different directions. If you're going to act, you have to go all out. This skill was the ghost shadow clone that Shia Chen had obtained as a sacrifice from the 4th young master of the bully group, Xiao Yu. Not far away, Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting turned their heads and saw their sister Yuan Xiaoyu being stabbed through the heart with a dagger. Both let out a wail and rushed over. At that moment, they saw the culprit Shia Chen grinning wickedly at them, and the black figure suddenly split into 2. The 2 shadows dashed off in different directions. Ah, damn it! I will make you pay with your life. Yuan Changting shouted hoarsely, "Kill him! Kill him!" The surrounding Yuan brothers, including another earth mage woman, looked mournful and angrily picked up their weapons, surrounding the split Shia Chen. Yuan Changting drew the twin swords from his back and recklessly chased after one of the black shadows. The 2 long swords whirled like a storm, ruthlessly striking at the back of that shadow. Die for me! The sword blades swept across the shadow's back, but the expected damage numbers did not appear. The living shadow suddenly began to dissipate, vanishing right before his eyes. Damn it, big brother, this one is fake. Yuan Changting shouted in anger, turning around only to see another shadow being surrounded by several Yuan brothers, twisting and turning among them. With a dark dagger in hand, it swiftly took down another Yuan family member's neck, almost emptying his health bar again. Bao! Yuan Changting shouted anxiously, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as the shadow lunged forward and struck again amidst the siege of several people. It killed Bao's last bit of health. Ah! On the other side, the eldest brother, Yuan Changhe, was equally stunned, his eyes turning red. The brothers who had come out of Yuanjia village together had always stood united against any foe. In hopes of one day achieving great success, they had committed all sorts of ruthless acts together, killing, smuggling, and anything else that came to mind. But now, in just a few short minutes, 3 blood relatives had died right before his eyes. Xiao Yu, Erbo, lazy, I will avenge you. Yuan Changhe's eyes were bloodshot as he rushed forward recklessly. Meanwhile, Yuan Changting beside him showed a hint of fear in his eyes. That person was incredibly vicious. Almost every move was aimed at vital points. Eldest brother, be careful, Yuan Changting shouted, but his feet seemed to be stuck. He was afraid of becoming the next victim. Just then, another living Yuan family wood element mage cast the Earth Dragon technique, suddenly trapping the shadow. Opportunity! The 2 nearby Yuan brothers immediately rushed forward like madmen. Their knives and swords stabbed fiercely into the shadow. Yuan Changhe, with red eyes, raised his long knife and struck down hard, causing several large damage numbers to explode on the shadow. 953, 832, 1136. In an instant, more than half of the shadow's health was cut away. Seeing this scene, Yuan Changting instinctively felt something was off. given the shadow's agile movements just now. It should have easily dodged the slow earth dragon technique. However, Yuan Changha and the other Yuan brothers, blinded by rage, completely disregarded this and crazily attacked. By the time Yuan Changting rushed over, the shadow's health bar was completely empty, reduced to a corpse. It's him! It's that kid! Someone recognized that the shadow was the same kid they had sealed in the cave earlier. He actually escaped from the cave? Yuan Changting's eyes widened. This was impossible. They had already thoroughly explored that cave before. As long as they sealed the entrance, there should be no other exits. Unless he had killed the mutated ghost beast trapped deep inside. But that was a level 55 golden boss. If he truly had the strength to kill that terrifying mutated ghost beast, how could he have been killed by their group? Was it a case of capsizing in a ditch? At this moment, Yuan Changha was still immersed in the grief of losing 3 of his brothers in an instant, and with a choked voice, he said fiercely, "Damn beast! We should have killed him back then and fed him to that ghost beast." Just then, a nearby Yuan warrior stepped forward and pried a black dagger from the corpse's hand. After taking a look, he revealed an excited expression and said, "Eldest brother, a golden dagger. No wonder the damage was so high." Someone started, and the 2 nearby Yuan brothers greedily stepped forward to strip all the equipment from Shia Chen's body. The bracers are also golden. And there's chainmail. Damn it, this kid actually has 3 pieces of golden equipment, hiding it well. A group of greedy wolves had now directly obtained 3 pieces of golden equipment, and even the deaths of their blood relatives were cast aside. Even Yuan Changha's eyes showed a hint of excitement. 3 pieces of golden equipment. That was an unexpected income worth millions of dragon coins. In their village, it was enough to buy a person's life. Strip him of all his gear, Yuan Changha said coldly. Big brother, Yuan Changting, who was beside him, hesitated and said, "This kid has 3 pieces of golden equipment on him. He might be someone important. If we take his gear, will it bring us trouble?" Yuan Changha waved his hand, his eyes reddening as he said, "Who cares where he comes from? Did Xiao Yu and Air Bao die for nothing? Even if we don't use it ourselves, we can sell it in the black market later and send some of the money to Xiao Yu and Air Bao's families." With that, Yuan Changha made his point, and Yuan Changting had no choice but to remain silent, his gaze complex as he watched them strip the equipment from the corpse. He then carefully instructed another surviving Yuan family earth mage, Xiaoying, "Find a secluded corner later and bury this body with your earth magic. Make sure to leave no trace." This had always been their best method for killing and disposing of bodies. Earth mages were natural body handlers. However, there was only one left among their group now. Move quickly. Yuan Changha packed all 3 pieces of golden equipment into his backpack and said coldly, "Let's hurry with the ore. We need to finish everything before dark. For now, let's return to the village to avoid the heat. In a couple of days, Changting, you'll come with me to find a black market to sell these 3 pieces of golden equipment." Yuan Changting nodded, "Okay." Deep down, Yuan Changha felt some trepidation and guilt. The group hastily chopped up most of the precious ore and, as dusk approached, quickly left the Ghost Beast Valley. About an hour later, a swarm of glowing insects quietly flew out of the cave, hovering and searching within the Ghost Beast Valley. A petite girl in heavy armor anxiously followed the swarm, running to a patch of overgrown wilderness. As she watched the glowing insects hover over the soil, the armored girl raised her massive shield like a shovel, carefully digging into the earth. 1 foot, 2 feet. The soil showed no signs of yielding as she dug deeper, and finally, a bloodied hand emerged. Gu Shiyu hurriedly set down the shield and carefully dug out the person buried in the ground. "Hey, wake up! You can't really be dead, can you?" Gu Shiyu anxiously laid the body flat on the ground, noticing that the corpse was still intact, the scabs on the body beginning to fall off, and some scars on the arms had even started to heal. With a deep inhalation, Shia Chen suddenly opened his eyes, looking up to see Gu Shiyu staring at him wide-eyed. Even though she had witnessed Shia Chen's resurrection once before, Gu Shiyu was still startled by his sudden awakening. "You, how are you? You're not hurt, are you?" Shia Chen straightened up and moved his limbs. Under the powerful 5-fold healing effect of his photosynthetic recovery, his injuries had already healed. His health bar had also recovered significantly. "Don't worry, I'm fine." Shia Chen exhaled deeply, surveying his surroundings and quietly activating ultrasonic targeting. He saw that aside from a few scattered monsters, there was no sign of the Yuan brothers. "That's good." Gu Shiyu also sighed in relief, collapsing onto the ground. The past hour had been even more torturous for her than for Shia Chen. "I warn you, never let me do something like this again." Gu Shiyu pouted, her face filled with indignation. In just half a day, 2 people who had just met had experienced life and death together, even digging up a corpse. Gu Shiyu felt that the emotional journey she had gone through in this half-day was far more thrilling than her years of life. "Thank you this time." Shia Chen also sincerely thanked her. "When we get back to the capital, I'll treat you to a big meal. Then we have to go to Guiyun Tower. Gu Shiyu said, full of grievances. Guiyun Tower was the most famous restaurant in the capital, and the prices were quite steep. To her surprise, Shia Chen readily agreed, alright, let's go to Guiyun Tower. In the capital city, on the top floor of a half-finished building, many people had their hands and feet bound, hanging in midair like hanged ghosts, yet they were still alive. Uncle Chin sat on a stone slab, smoking, coldly watching the group of people he had hung up. His hair was somewhat disheveled, and the suit he wore was the same one from the banquet 5 or 6 days ago, already covered in dirt and grime. But the usually meticulous Uncle Chin no longer cared about that. Uncle Chin had been feeling very irritable lately because the fourth young master of the bully group had still not been found. No sign of life, no sign of death. The vague unease in his heart made him feel that the little beast who had been favored by the lady might already be dead. Yet he couldn't find a single clue. The people hanging on the rooftop were all those who had grievances with the bully group, and in just one night, Uncle Chin had managed to capture almost all of them. But no matter what methods he used, he couldn't pry out even a shred of useful information. The lady had already issued an ultimatum, giving him just 24 more hours. He, Qin Shan, had sold half his life to the bully group's Chen family, working diligently like the most loyal hunting dog, even a dog with many achievements. But in the end, just as he was about to retire, this incident occurred. Not only was his reputation at stake, but he might not even be able to live a quiet life as an ordinary person in his old age. He knew the methods of the bully group and the lady all too well. When everything was fine, he was the most respected Uncle Chin among all those who served the bully group. But once something went wrong, he was the first to bear the brunt of the anger. In his next life, he vowed never to be anyone's dog again. Uncle Chin chuckled self-deprecatingly. For him, the situation had already become a deadlock. His only thought now was to find out who killed the fourth young master of the Chen family. How could it be done so cleanly that even he, a veteran in this line of work, couldn't find a single clue? Just then, Uncle Chin's communicator received a message. It was from an informant he had stationed outside the capital, who seemed to have discovered someone wearing the gear that the fourth young master of the Chen family had worn while alive. Where are they? Don't alarm them. Wait for me to get there. As he connected the communicator, a sharp glint appeared in Qin Shan's bloodshot eyes, outside the capital, on the road to the countryside. Qin Shan muttered these words, then suddenly stood up. The stone slab he had been sitting on shifted, and ropes slid out from beneath it. The figures hanging from the top of the half-finished building fell like stones, and with several loud thuds, the wails abruptly ceased. Looking down from the high vantage point, several brilliant splashes of blood appeared on the ground below. Qin Shan, whose back had already begun to hunch, straightened up again, his eyes revealing a chilling coldness that sent shivers down one's spine. Notify all the brothers to get ready, leave 1 or 2 people in each area to keep watch. The rest gather at the North City Gate, prepare to leave the city with me. The subordinates following him looked at this pack of old wolves revealing their fangs once more, each one tensing up, responding loudly, yes. Below the unfinished building, vehicles were quickly mobilized. Qin Shan took out a map of the area around Shangjing City and lightly circled a road near the North City Gate with his fingernail. That road led from Shangjing City to the countryside, and following it down should lead to several affiliated counties and villages of Shangjing City, among which there was one particularly remote place with a notorious reputation for producing cunning people, called Yuanjia Village. Big brother, this golden dagger is truly something else. The design, the luster. One of the Yuan brothers was happily playing with the broken ghost dagger in his hand, its matte black surface adorned with terrifying blood grooves formed by streamlined patterns. This is simply art. A few of them huddled together, greedily toying with the 3 pieces of golden equipment while on the move. Yuan Changhe, however, was vigilantly watching the surroundings and impatiently reminded them, that's enough. Once you're done looking, put it away quickly, be careful not to poke someone's eye out. There weren't many pedestrians on the road to the countryside, and only they, who had come out from Yuanjia Village, were extremely familiar with this path. Alright, stop looking. Yuan Changhe stepped forward and stuffed all 3 pieces of equipment into his backpack, saying, we're not lucky enough to enjoy these 3 pieces of golden equipment. We'll have to sell them in the black market for cash to be safe. Do you really think they belong to you? Looking at the golden equipment that Yuan Changhe had taken away, the greed in the eyes of several Yuan brothers was barely containable. If they could equip these 3 pieces of golden equipment, their attributes would practically double. Big brother, how about we just give up our share of the money and keep 1 piece of golden equipment for us brothers to take turns using? One of the Yuan brothers joked, and Yuan Changhe shot them a fierce glare, dream on. If we keep it and someone sees it, none of you will live. The Yuan brothers immediately smiled awkwardly. Although they all came from Yuanjia Village, known for its wolves, Yuan Changhe still held a certain authority as the eldest brother. Yuan Changting also stepped in to smooth things over, Big Brother is doing this for your own good. Selling it for cash is more practical than anything. If we accidentally lose money, it would be troublesome." Unbeknownst to them, just a few kilometers behind the Yuan brothers, a convoy was pursuing them like vengeful spirits. As the sound of car engines drew closer, Yuan Changhe and the others had yet to react. In this era dominated by awakened professionals, luxury cars were still the playthings of the upper class. The Yuan brothers couldn't help but click their tongues in admiration at the uniform convoy of off-road vehicles. "Hey, so impressive. Big Brother, do you think if we sell those 3 pieces of golden equipment, we could get one of those too?" The group remained oblivious to the arrival of a soul-locking sickle until the convoy of off-road vehicles slowly surrounded them, trapping them in the middle. "What do you want? What do they mean?" Yuan Changhe was the first to react, instinctively hiding his backpack behind him, and asked warily as the off-road vehicles surrounded them like a city wall. The group of Yuan brothers finally panicked, exchanging glances and not daring to speak. Yuan Changhe and Yuan Changting felt even more uneasy. They looked at each other, fearing what they had dreaded. Could it be that these people were after those 3 pieces of golden artifacts? But how could they have arrived so quickly? When had they been exposed? To be safe, they had clearly not stepped into the capital city again. Instead, they had turned back to the countryside. Little did they know, outside the capital city, there were eyes of the Poly Group everywhere. The doors of the off-road vehicles opened simultaneously, and people in identical uniforms surrounded them, all professionals. From the lead vehicle, a middle-aged man in a wrinkled suit slowly opened the door and stepped out. Uncle Chin's gaze was like that of an old wolf, coldly sweeping over the faces of the Yuan brothers, making them too afraid to speak. "Who are you? What do you want?" Only Yuan Changhe gritted his teeth and asked. But Uncle Chin didn't even glance at him. Instead, he turned to one of his team members. A professional in uniform, signaled by Uncle Chin, hurriedly stepped forward, scanning the faces of the Yuan brothers, and pointed at one of them, saying, "It's him. It's him. Uncle Chin, I saw him playing with the 4th young master's dagger." This statement made Yuan Changhe's group feel a sudden drop in their hearts. These people were indeed after those 3 golden artifacts. Could it be that they had really provoked someone they shouldn't have? Hearing the mention of the 4th young master, how could they dare to call him that if it weren't for a significant family matter? The Yuan family member who was pointed out looked terrified, glancing at Yuan Changhe for help. I didn't. What golden artifacts? I don't know anything about it." However, Yuan Changhe wished he could kill him with his own hands. He regretted letting them play with the golden artifacts in the first place. Now they had really gotten into big trouble. Uncle Chin still looked coldly at the Yuan brother, lit a cigarette, and said, "Take off your backpacks." The group of Yuan brothers exchanged panicked glances, their eyes revealing their fear. The most anxious was Yuan Changhe himself, as he knew that the 3 golden artifacts were lying in his backpack at that moment. "On what grounds?" Yuan Changhe gritted his teeth and said, "What right do you have to search us? I don't even know you." However, Uncle Chin had no patience to play with them any longer. He had been searching for the 4th young master of the Chen family for so many days without a single clue. He wanted to see the 4th young master's golden artifacts, alive or dead. "Do it," Uncle Chin said flatly, then turned and got back into the car. The surrounding subordinates immediately closed in, each arming themselves with weapons, their expressions as if they were looking at corpses. What do you want?" Yuan Changhe shouted through gritted teeth. "Brothers, grab your weapons. Today, let me show you that we from Yuan village are not so easy to bully. Damn it, this isn't the capital city. If you dare to act, we'll break your arms." Yuan Changhe led the charge, and the group of Yuan brothers erupted like a swarm of angry wolves. In their eyes, there were no rules and no humanity. They didn't even know what fear was. A member of the Yuan family raised the long knife in his hand and viciously swung it at one of Uncle Chin's subordinates. However, he soon experienced what despair truly meant, for as the knife came down, a damage number appeared that he could hardly believe, -1. At that moment, the attributes and levels of his opponents were instantly revealed before his eyes, and to his shock, each of them was a second transformation professional above level 100. Their equipment was all elite gear provided by the Poly Group. The overwhelming difference in level and equipment meant that these Yuan brothers couldn't even break through their defenses. In the next second, the first Yuan family member who charged forward had his arms severed in an instant. Then another strike took off one of his legs. "This group of people from Yuan village are indeed a bunch of wolf cubs," Uncle Chin said slowly, taking a drag from his cigarette and sneering. "No wonder the 4th young master fell into their hands. These merciless wolves would do anything for money." In recent days, his informants had reported that a group of young people from Yuan village had already taken many lives. These wolf cubs from Yuan village didn't care about any rules, as long as there was profit to be made, killing was a common occurrence. Now, Uncle Chin was increasingly convinced that the fourth young master of the Poly Group had indeed died at their hands. Who in the capital would dare to lay a hand on someone from the Poly Group besides these wolf cubs? Ah, Chang Shun! A hoarse scream erupted from the mouths of the Yuan brothers, as they called out for Chang Shun, who had already been reduced to half a person. The bloody fate of their comrade only ignited the bandit nature that lay deep within them. I will kill you all. Yuan Changha's eyes were now bloodshot. Once the 3 pieces of golden equipment in his backpack were discovered by them, he too would not escape. Death was inevitable. Since there was no way out, he might as well fight to the death. Brothers of Yuan Village, attack! Avenge Chang Shun! A group of Yuan brothers, their eyes red with rage, charged forward recklessly, fully aware they were outmatched, as if they had gone mad. However, in front of this group of well-trained professionals from the Poly Group, their bravery only served to expose their weaknesses more quickly to the blades. A brutal massacre was underway. Uncle Chin did not speak. The one-sided slaughter would not cease. One after another, the Yuan brothers fell in front of Yuan Changha, their deaths tragic and swift. Despair, powerlessness, sorrow, a series of emotions that drove him to the brink flooded his mind. Yuan Changha wanted to know why. Why had a perfectly fine group of people nearly been wiped out in a single day? What had he done to offend someone? Ha ha ha. Yuan Changha suddenly erupted into a mad, frenzied laugh, pulling out the 3 pieces of golden equipment from his backpack and waving them at Uncle Chin, who was coldly observing from the car. He then equipped them on himself, laughing maniacally. Ha, aren't you looking for these 3 pieces of golden equipment? They're right here with me. Uncle Chin suddenly stood up from his seat, his gaze fixed like a hawk on the 3 pieces of equipment in Yuan Changha's hands. He recognized them clearly. These were the very items worn by the 4th young master of the Chen family. Among them, the golden item, the broken ghost dagger, was something he had personally bought at an auction and given to the 4th young master. The true culprit was indeed this damned group of wolf cubs from Yuan Village. What Yuan Changha said next made Uncle Chin's expression grow even colder. That's right. The person you're looking for is already dead at my hands. I buried him myself. You will never find his body in your lifetime. Yuan Changha laughed maniacally, then brandished a golden dagger and fiercely lunged at the nearest member of the bully group. The enhancement from the golden grade equipment finally broke through the opponent's defenses, inflicting a moderate amount of damage. 951. However, this damage, nearly 1,000, was merely a drop in the bucket compared to the opponent's tens of thousands of health points. The blade in the opponent's hand was already pressed against his neck, yet they hesitated to strike, instead turning to Qin Shu with a questioning look. Should they keep this person alive to present to the lady for judgment? After a brief moment of contemplation, Qin Shu coldly gestured, slicing his hand across his neck. Since the equipment had been found, he wanted this person to become a corpse, completely ending this matter. At this moment, nearly all the Yuan family brothers had perished, leaving only Yuan Changha and Yuan Changting. Watching the blade poised to slice across his own brother's neck, Yuan Changting fell to his knees in despair. Please, don't kill my brother. We really didn't know that person was. If he hadn't attacked first, we wouldn't have killed him. The plea from his younger brother elicited a hint of disdain on Yuan Changha's face as he harshly replied, "Get up, Changting. When have the people of Yuan Village ever begged for mercy from others? A head lost is just a scar the size of a bowl." Yet, deep down, Yuan Changting felt a flicker of unwillingness. He didn't want to die. Instinctively, he sensed something was off. These 3 pieces of golden equipment felt like death tokens delivered to them. Who were these people looking for? Was the person they killed in the Ghost Beast Valley really the one they sought? Wait, who are you? Why do you want to kill us? Don't you want to know the truth? I'll cooperate. I'll tell you everything. Yuan Changting suddenly grasped at this lifeline, speaking urgently, "Just don't kill me, spare my life. Even if I die, I want to die knowing the truth." He saw Qin Shu slowly step down from the vehicle, walking step by step towards the 2 remaining Yuan brothers. Observing one brother ready to face death and the other desperately clinging to life, Qin Shu suddenly grinned, but to the Yuan brothers, his smile appeared even more sinister and terrifying. "Why do we want to kill you?" Qin Shu said coldly, "Of course, it's because you harmed someone you shouldn't have. They say everyone from Yuan Village is a greedy wolf, but I never expected you to dare set your sights on the 4th young master of the bully group. You truly are tired of living." Yuan Changting froze at that moment. They had indeed heard rumors about the disappearance of the 4th young master of the bully group. Could it be that the person they killed in the Ghost Beast Valley was actually the 4th young master? No, that's not right. That person was definitely not the 4th young master. He had explicitly stated his name was Shia Chen. Yuan Changting's pupils widened in shock as he seemed to grasp something. His brothers had likely been set up as scapegoats. Wait, No, it wasn't us. Listen to me. We didn't kill your fourth young master. Yuan Changting pleaded anxiously, but Qin Shu's hands had already seized the throats of the two brothers, his fingers adorned with blade-like rings. For decades, countless lives had perished beneath these razor-sharp rings. It seems you still don't understand. Qin Shu sneered, shaking his head. Whoever you killed doesn't matter to me. What matters is that you killed someone, and I personally saw the 3 pieces of golden equipment belonging to the fourth young master in your hands. Yuan Changting's face froze, his eyes filled with despair. He suddenly understood. Uncle Qin wanted a result. He didn't care about the truth. Whether they killed the fourth young master or not, to Uncle Qin, the fourth young master was who they killed. The blade at Uncle Qin's fingertips sliced through, blood flowed freely, and from this moment on, all the Yuan family members had completely turned into corpses, dying on the road leading to Yuanjia village. When Uncle Qin delivered the 3 pieces of gold to the old mansion of the Boli group, the lady was standing by the window, holding a glass of red wine, her gaze blankly staring outside. There was a freshly dug grave waiting for a body. The figure of the current most powerful person in the Boli group appeared somewhat lonely and frail. This unruly fourth of the Chen family was her most beloved son, the only one who had grown up by her side. Have the murderers been identified? The lady's voice was a bit hoarse, yet still carried authority. For decades, Uncle Qin had witnessed this inexperienced girl from the countryside climb to the top position in the Boli group step by step. Yes, it has been confirmed that it was a group of people from Yuanjia village. Uncle Qin bowed respectfully. Humph. The lady snorted coldly, speaking as if in self-mockery. I knew that child's temperament would eventually lead to trouble. I didn't expect him to leave so early. It's better he died. Staying would have been a disaster for the group sooner or later. My son Chenli actually died at the hands of a bunch of country bumpkins. The colder the lady's words became, the more Uncle Qin understood the sorrow in her heart. Madam, please accept my condolences. Uncle Qin said solemnly, that group from Yuanjia village has already been dealt with, informants have been sent out, and once we find a reason, I will send people to take action against Yuanjia village. Let them bury the entire village with the young master. The lady smiled sadly, then turned to Uncle Qin and asked, Qin Shan, how many years have you worked for the group? Uncle Qin's heart sank instantly, and he answered respectfully, Madam, it has been 42 years. He saw the lady look up at the sky outside after hearing his answer, as if pondering what she was like 42 years ago. After a long while, the lady finally spoke, Qin Shan, you are from Sangshan, right? Uncle Qin's eyes widened in shock, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. He had realized what the lady's question meant, but could only nod and reply, yes, madam. The lady turned back to look outside, her tone returning to that of the powerful and cold leader of the Boli group. Sangshan is a good place, you are old now. Go back and take a look. Uncle Qin's pupils suddenly dilated, even though he had been mentally prepared. Hearing this made his mind go blank. He had come to the capital city as a teenager, using his knife and blood to work for the Boli group, climbing step by step to his current position. But now, with a single sentence, he was to lose everything. Just because of a sickly little beast? Unwilling, angry, regretful. A series of complex emotions surged in Uncle Qin's heart, but in the end, he could only bow and say softly, yes, madam. As he left the old mansion, a young man in an embroidered suit suddenly called out to him at the door, Uncle Qin, my name is Liao Yuan. The lady asked me to hand over some matters to you. Uncle Qin knew that this person was likely his replacement. Their eyes met, and Uncle Qin saw ambition and desire written all over the young man's eyes, yet he was not without caution, almost identical to his younger self. He. Uncle Qin couldn't help but laugh, as if mocking the young man's future fate, or perhaps laughing at himself. No rush. Uncle Qin leisurely lit a cigarette, then looked up at the sky and said somewhat recklessly, I'm hungry, I want to eat first. The young man named Liao Yuan was taken aback and asked, what does Uncle Qin want to eat? It's on me. Uncle Qin took a puff of his cigarette and replied nonchalantly, Guiyun Tower. At the north city gate of Shangjing City, Shia Chen and Gu Shiyu hurried back from the Ghost Beast Valley. First, the job change. Gu Shiyu's eyes sparkled. She had taken off her heavy armor and was bouncing around like a rabbit, rushing towards the Shield Warrior Association in the city center. She turned her head to remind Shia Chen, see you at Guiyun Tower later. You better not cheat. Unlike Shia Chen, Gu Shiyu's job change strength proof task was taken from the Shield Warrior Association, so she needed to go there first to exchange the Ghost Beast clause for her job change proof. The reason she was in such a hurry was also due to that news. The Shangjing City government had an extremely generous extra reward for the top 30 professionals who completed their first job change this time. As of today, no one had completed their first job change yet. The Ghost Beast clause in Shia Chen and Gu Shiyu's hands were enough to exchange for a valid job change proof. The top 30 spots should be secured. On the way back, Gu Shiyu excitedly chattered the whole time, and from her, Shia Chen learned that this girl indeed had an A-level profession, the Xuanjia warrior. Her special innate skill, Xuanjia shield force, could gather the heavy armor defense attributes she wore into her shield, doubling her defense. She could be considered a top-tier frontline tank. In terms of defense alone, she was comparable to an S-level profession. However, along the way, Shia Chen felt a hint of worry. Job changes were a tremendous boost for all professionals. Every professional could receive a chance for career advancement from the deity they followed, thus being granted more powerful job change skills. However, Shia Chen's own profession was God-forsaken, a person abandoned by the gods. Naturally, no deity would grant him a job change, so what kind of scene would he see standing on the job change platform? Since he could gain sacrificial abilities, he could obtain quite powerful innate attributes and skills from various monsters. Did that mean he would be unable to gain any enhancement from career advancement? Yet, everything could only be answered through practice. After bringing the mutated ghost beast's claws to the Bounty Association and successfully obtaining a stamped job change proof, he arrived at the city center of Shangjing. This was the place where the ancient stone tablet for the awakening ceremony existed, and it was also where all professionals held their job advancement ceremonies. Outside this magnificent hall-like building stood a tightly guarded military force. After checking Shia Chen's identity level and job change proof, the guarding soldier looked at Shia Chen with an approving gaze and allowed him to pass, saying, "Not bad, kid. No one from this year's Awakeners has managed to get a job change proof yet. You're the first. Hurry inside." Shia Chen's heart filled with joy as he stepped into the job change center, realizing that Gu Shiyu was a step behind him. Looking up, he saw that the floor of this resplendent hall was a massive formation, said to be established to communicate with the deities through the ancient stone tablet. Stepping into the formation, a familiar feeling surged in Shia Chen's heart, and the memory of touching that ancient stone tablet was still vivid in his mind. The shock brought by those deities made Shia Chen's heart surge with a wave of trembling and fervor. The transfer is finally coming. Shia Chen stepped into the teleportation array, and the entire hall was emptied, leaving only a priest in a robe, around 40 years old. Priests are a special profession, they do not possess any other combat attributes or skills. This is the only profession that can communicate with the deities. Each priest is a messenger of the deities and is responsible for facilitating career transitions. The priest looked at Shia Chen with a solemn expression and said carefully, "The transfer ceremony is different from the awakening ceremony. The deities will not descend, but you will be transported to the world of the deities. There, you will once again see the deity who grants you your profession, and the deity will bestow upon you the power to advance your career." Shia Chen nodded slightly. What would this solemn priest think if he knew that his profession was not granted by any deity? But before Shia Chen could ponder this, the light of the teleportation array beneath his feet shone brightly. A sense of chaos, reminiscent of the ancient stone tablet that had once overwhelmed Shia Chen, suddenly filled the entire hall. Shia Chen's vision gradually blurred, and in the next moment, the scene before him changed abruptly. The magnificent hall crumbled inch by inch, gradually transforming into a collapsed ruin. It seemed to be an abandoned temple, with collapsed walls and broken remnants in sight, a desolate and dilapidated scene. Shia Chen could even smell a pungent scent of gunpowder. The good news was that he had successfully crossed the teleportation array and was not unable to perform the transfer ceremony. The bad news was that it did not look like there was anyone here to guide him in his career advancement. Following the path beneath his feet, which was hardly a road, Shia Chen stepped over rubble and collapsed ruins, arriving at the center of the abandoned temple. Here, it was completely empty. There was nothing, no deities, nor the ancestor who had granted him the profession of the Forsaken during the awakening ceremony. All that remained was a letter placed on the steps. On the envelope, a hasty line was written, and just looking at the handwriting made Shia Chen involuntarily recall the ancestor who had been covered in wounds and in a sorry state during the awakening ceremony. The message contained only 4 words: to the later comers. Shia Chen's heart raced. It seemed that the key to his career advancement lay within. He gently opened the envelope and found a blood-stained letter inside, the writing appearing to be made with charcoal ash. "Later comer, when you see this letter, it means you have already walked a path that belongs to you. I am glad you did not die before level 50 and did not give up on this incredibly difficult road. The road ahead is still long. Forgive me for not being able to personally teach you the mysteries of career advancement, but I will impart to you some useful applications of fire seed values and sacrificial methods. You must have already discovered that using fire seed values can enhance some of your talent attributes and skills, but I want to tell you that this is far from the full use of fire seed values. By using the following ceremony, you can fuse the obtained talent attributes by burning fire seed values. Talent attributes can be fused." A wave of shock and ecstasy surged through Shia Chen's heart. Looking further down, he saw a special array mark drawn on the letter. Just a glance made him feel as if this array mark was engraved in his heart, so familiar that he instantly grasped it. "You have learned the fire seed fusion ceremony. By burning fire seed values, you can fuse some attributes to advance into new attributes. This was a tremendous discovery. For Shia Chen, it was like opening the door to a new world. So far, he had accumulated enough attributes, from the lowest D rank attribute, Barbaric, Focus, to the A rank, Ghost Fire Toxin, Soul's Grievance, and then to the S rank, Photosynthetic Recovery, Ultrasonic Targeting. Although there are many talent attributes, aside from some basic attribute enhancement ones, Shia Chen cannot fully utilize them in a single battle. After all, the timing of attacks in combat is limited, and he must use the most suitable and powerful talent skills. However, now with the ritual he has just learned, he can fuse some attributes to advance. Shia Chen can hardly wait to give it a try. Yet, the content of the letter is not finished. Flipping to the last page, he sees that the end of the letter actually leaves behind a gift. To the one who comes after, I regret that I cannot personally teach you some things. Here, I have left you a gift, hoping it will help you on your upcoming path. The hasty handwriting ends here, and the envelope doesn't even have a signature. However, it leaves Shia Chen with a gift, one he is all too familiar with. It is a flickering, ghostly blue flame. Unlike any flame Shia Chen has seen before, not only because of its color, but also because within that burning flame seems to be a strange eyeball. The moment Shia Chen's finger touches the flame, the sacrificial ritual automatically begins. Congratulations! The sacrifice of the flame of the illusory spirit is successful. You have obtained the talent attribute Eye of Illusion Breaking, SSS rank. In an instant, the scene before Shia Chen seems to become incredibly clear. He can see the patterns in dust on the distant ruins with perfect clarity, far exceeding normal vision. Next, a line of introduction appears before his eyes. Eye of Illusion Breaking, rank, SSS rank, effect, the pupil of the illusory spirit that traverses between illusion and reality. After use, it can see through the target's talent attributes, as well as hidden properties and weaknesses. Additional attribute, vision range increased by 300%. Additional attribute, can see through illusion effects below legendary level. Shia Chen can't help but take a deep breath. At this moment, he no longer feels envy or longing for the new skills that other professions can acquire upon advancement. For him, this, Eye of Illusion Breaking, is the best new skill. After use, it can see through the talent attributes possessed by the target. Just this alone is enough for Shia Chen to save a lot of effort in blindly sacrificing and killing monsters. From now on, Shia Chen can precisely hunt monsters with a target in mind, thus obtaining the attributes he desires. Not only that, this, Eye of Illusion Breaking, also adds a threefold increase in vision range, as well as the ability to see through the weaknesses of illusion targets. Truly worthy of an SSS rank, talent attribute. The gift of this flickering flame of the illusory spirit left by his predecessor, the God Forsaken, is certainly not a mere coincidence, but a deliberate act. It is precisely because this predecessor has walked the same path that they left such a flame for Shia Chen. Just by looking at the description of the illusory spirit, one can tell that monsters of this level are far beyond what Shia Chen can currently encounter. The predecessors plant trees, and the later generations enjoy the shade. Shia Chen respectfully bows to the envelope in his hand, and the next moment, the hastily written envelope ignites without flame, gradually turning to ashes, carried away by the wind. The scenery before him gradually shifts and dissipates. When he opens his eyes again, Shia Chen has returned to the magnificent job transfer hall. The radiance of the teleportation array beneath his feet gradually fades, and only the solemn-faced priest nods gently at Shia Chen. Congratulations! You have completed the job advancement ceremony. Shia Chen turned around and saw a line of text floating above the priest's head. Occupation, priest, level, 150, talent entry, divine servitude, S rank, divine servitude, a faithful follower chosen by the deity, bearing the key link to communicate with the deity, favored by the deity. It was indeed the effect of his Eye of Breaking Illusions. Shia Chen's heart raced, yet his expression remained calm as he saluted the priest. He never expected that his Eye of Breaking Illusions could even reveal the attributes and entries of a priest at level 150. Truly worthy of an SSS rank entry, it directly erased the invisible suppression of levels. While he pondered, a recording staff member in the transmigration hall suddenly approached with a smile and shook hands with Shia Chen, saying, "Congratulations, classmate Shia Chen, you are the first to complete the first transition among this year's Awakeners in Shangjing City." Even though the lighting was not bright at that moment, Shia Chen easily read the name on the staff member's badge. Name, Wang Song. Position, Transition Recorder. This recorder named Wang Song seemed even more excited than Shia Chen himself. As he shook Shia Chen's hand, he said, "I didn't expect the first person to complete the first transition to appear so quickly. Classmate Shia Chen's future is limitless." Faced with the fiery enthusiasm of Wang Song, Shia Chen could only nod with a chuckle. Realizing he was a bit too enthusiastic, Wang Song scratched his head and said, "Sorry, this is my first time working in the Transmigration Hall this year, so I'm a bit excited. By the way, did you know that this year, the Shangjing City government has a special reward for the first 30 professionals to complete their first transition?" Before Wang Song could finish, he was suddenly interrupted by a voice from the communicator at his ear, which belonged to his superior, Minister Lu. Two low murmurs echoed from the communicator, and then Wang Song's expression changed to one of shock and oddity. He looked at Shia Chen again, hesitated for a few seconds, and said somewhat helplessly, "Sorry, classmate Shia Chen. You can leave for now. We'll notify you about the reward later." Shia Chen sensed something unusual in his tone. However, he didn't dwell on it and turned to leave the Transmigration Hall. He still had to go to Guiyun Tower for an appointment. After leaving the Transmigration Hall, as he walked along the street bustling with pedestrians, Shia Chen couldn't help but activate his eye of breaking illusions out of curiosity. The talent entries attached to each passerby appeared clearly in his eyes: Iron Wall, C rank; See-Through, C rank; Precision, D rank; Swift as the Wind, B rank; Thunder Element, D rank. A variety of strange entries appeared above each person's head. At this moment, Shia Chen also noticed that most of the talent entries on these pedestrians were below B rank, with even A rank entries being rare, let alone S rank. After all, in this world, B and C rank professionals made up the majority, while only a few stood at the top of the pyramid. As the streets grew increasingly lively, Shia Chen arrived at the city center, where some of the most prosperous streets in Shangjing City were located, filled with auction houses, private hiring agencies, and luxurious clubs, a paradise for the wealthy. Among them, the most famous and luxurious was the Guiyun Tower, situated right in the middle of the district. Deep in the clouds, the Guiyun Tower in the capital. This Guiyun Tower was the best restaurant in Shangjing City, where a meal could easily cost several thousand dragon coins, which was just the minimum expenditure. Here, there was nothing you couldn't find, and no delicacy you couldn't taste. Even the rarest and most exotic delicacies could not escape the mysterious supply of the Guiyun Tower. At most, let that girl have $1,000. Shia Chen silently pondered in his heart. This Guiyun Tower was his first visit, but since he had promised Gu Shiyu, he had to keep his word. Although Guiyun Tower was expensive and luxurious, it was definitely worth the price. As soon as Shia Chen entered, he was greeted by a warm and polite waiter. "Sir, are you here alone?" The waiters at Guiyun Tower were all dressed in kipeos, graceful yet respectful, and their smiles made one feel at home. "Two people, please help me find a quieter spot." Shia Chen nodded in response, and soon he was led to a windowside table. Guiyun Tower was located in the very center of Shangjing City, and all the windowside seats on every floor were perfect for enjoying the view. At this time, the sky had darkened, and every household in Shangjing City had turned on their lights. From high above, it looked like gazing down at a brilliant galaxy of stars. Guiyun Tower, 11th floor. Shia Chen sent a message to Gu Shiyu via his communicator. Within seconds, he received a reply: "Got it. I've finished my job transfer. On my way, hee." This girl was in high spirits all the way. According to Gu Shiyu herself, she initially thought it would be extremely difficult to obtain her job transfer certificate solely based on her own abilities, and becoming one of the top 30 in this year's batch of professionals in Shangjing City was something she never dared to imagine. But unexpectedly, she had turned misfortune into fortune and obtained her job transfer certificate so quickly today. At this moment, Gu Shiyu had not yet arrived, and the seat opposite Shia Chen was empty. His gaze instinctively continued to look ahead, just in time to see another table next to him that originally had two people, but one of the young men had settled the bill and hurriedly left. Only a middle-aged man in a tattered suit remained, drinking alone and gazing out the window. His tall figure seemed somewhat desolate, but his eyes were like those of an aging wolf. This man was Uncle Qin. It was somewhat laughable. He prided himself on having made a name for himself in Shangjing City for half a lifetime, yet this was only his second visit to the most famous Guiyun Tower. The last time was 30 years ago when he had just begun to make a name for himself and was noticed by the Boli group. Back then, Qin Shan felt young and ambitious, never imagining that he would end up in such a situation today. Looking at the twinkling lights outside, reminiscent of a galaxy, this scene was no longer what it had been 30 years ago. Uncle Qin raised his glass and drank it all in one go. At this moment, he was no longer entangled in how he had fallen to this point. For someone like him who had navigated the underworld for half a lifetime, all problems ultimately boiled down to being outmatched. Uncle Qin turned his head and happened to lock eyes with Shia Chen at the opposite table. Shia Chen raised his glass in a toast, using tea instead of wine. Though they were strangers, Shia Chen felt an inexplicable respect for this middle-aged man before him. Uncle Qin also raised his glass. From the eyes of this unfamiliar young man, he saw a lion-like gaze that made him feel a bit odd. In an instant, Uncle Qin suddenly thought that perhaps what his wife said was true. he was indeed getting old, and a new generation surpasses the old. Uncle Chin continued to drink glass after glass. Today was the last time he would look out at the brilliantly lit Shanjing City. Sangshan was a desolate and remote little valley. If he hadn't been unable to fill his stomach, how would the young him have fought tooth and nail to come to Shanjing City to make a living? Over the decades, he had actually drunk very little. Alcohol would numb his senses, and for someone like him who licked blood off the edge of a knife, one moment of carelessness could mean never waking up again. But today, he wanted to drink to his heart's content, to get thoroughly drunk. Not for the group, nor for the brothers under him, but just for himself to get drunk once. The lights before him grew increasingly blurry, like a dreamlike illusion. It was time to go. Uncle Chin propped himself up on the table and stood up, swaying as he made his way downstairs. The car outside the city gate was already prepared. Tonight he would leave the capital city. The wine doesn't intoxicate people, but people intoxicate themselves. In a daze, Uncle Chin was walking down the stairs alone when, from a distant table on the same floor, a few people dressed in ordinary clothes quietly stood up and followed him down the stairs. On a normal day, Uncle Chin would have noticed these few with murderous intent trailing behind him, but today, in his drunken stupor, he was completely oblivious. However, this scene fell squarely into Shia Chen's eyes. Those people were going to kill that middle-aged man. Shia Chen keenly sensed the hidden murderous intent. Moreover, with his eye of breaking illusions activated, he could see clearly that all the people who stood up right after the middle-aged man were all professionals, and judging by their attributes, they should be wearing a full set of light armor, just hidden beneath their civilian clothes. Each person had extremely powerful combat type or assassin type talent attributes, and their levels were quite high, far beyond what Shia Chen could handle. Should he intervene or not? Shia Chen hesitated briefly before making a decision. This kind of audacious force that dared to kill openly in the capital city was definitely not ordinary people. He was just here to eat at Guiyun Tower, and there was no need to invite trouble. Yet, despite this, when the middle-aged man turned his head, Shia Chen still cast a discreet glance towards the group of assassins. If he were vigilant enough, he should have sensed his warning. But the middle-aged man, with his drunken eyes, didn't even look back and continued to sway down the stairs. A message from the communicator interrupted Shia Chen's thoughts. It was from Gu Shiyu. "Hey, I've arrived, Shia Chen, where are you? You're not going to stand me up, are you?" Shia Chen immediately stood up and looked around. In another direction on the 11th floor, a petite figure was tilting her head, scanning the area, sneaking glances at the faces of the customers. "Hey, turn around, over here," Shia Chen helplessly spoke into the communicator, and Gu Shiyu turned her body, finally spotting Shia Chen. Her face lit up with joy as she bounced over. "Hee, at least you kept your word." Gu Shiyu had changed out of her heavy armor and was now wearing a light yellow dress, making her already petite figure appear even more lively. "Sorry to keep you waiting. I went home to change." Gu Shiyu smiled, revealing two shallow dimples. To be honest, it was only under the lights of Guiyun Tower that Shia Chen saw her appearance clearly for the first time. After all, back in the Demon Beast Valley, Gu Shiyu had always worn a thick helmet, and her face was completely hidden behind a tightly fitted mask. Now, upon closer inspection, he found Gu Shiyu quite pleasant to look at. Although she wasn't a stunning beauty like Qin Yanran, who stood out in a crowd, this girl's smile always felt refreshing and full of vitality. "Here, order." Shia Chen immediately pushed the electronic menu over and said, "A budget of 1,000, okay? I won't pay a penny more." "Humph, stingy guy." Gu Shiyu wrinkled her nose, but the smile on her face couldn't be contained. 1,000 it is. I've never eaten at Guiyun Tower before." Hee. Gu Shiyu blinked her eyes, carefully patrolling the menu, while secretly calculating the prices in her mind. "By the way, how did your job change turn out?" Shia Chen suddenly asked. "My profession is godforsaken, cannot officially advance through the first transition, but it has also received quite a boost. I'm curious about what those ordinary professions gain after their first transition." As soon as he asked this, Gu Shiyu straightened her back and proudly said, "Of course, it was a smooth success. I am now a first transition, Xuanjia warrior, the first to change professions among all shield warriors in the capital." "Impressive, impressive." Shia Chen immediately gave a thumbs up in agreement and then asked, "Did you gain any new skills?" Gu Shiyu scratched her head and seemed to open her attribute panel, saying, "Wait a moment, let me check." Shia Chen couldn't help but facepalm. It seemed this girl was only focused on her successful transition and hadn't even looked at what new skills she received. I got an A-grade skill called Xuanjia Qi Formation, which immediately grants a shield equal to 30% of my maximum health, and it will slowly convert into health. There's also a skill called Thorn Shield Reflection, which seems to be able to reflect damage. The original skill, Xuanjia Shield, has also been enhanced, and the damage reduction rate is even higher now. Not bad, not bad. Shia Chen nodded in understanding. It seemed to be as he expected, that other ordinary professions would gain new skills after their first transition, and their previous exclusive skills would also be further enhanced. Gu Shiyu's profession was an A-grade Xuanzhou warrior, a frontline role with defense greater than offense. The new skill she gained after the transition looked quite powerful. Aha! I've made my choice. I want to eat these dishes. After carefully inspecting the entire electronic menu from start to finish, Gu Shiyu finally made her choice with satisfaction, elegantly waving to the waiter, then pushed the electronic menu across the table to Shia Chen, saying, "He pays." Shia Chen looked down and saw that the total on the electronic menu clearly stated, total, 1,000 dragon coins. Cough cough. Shia Chen couldn't help but cough. She really calculated it well. So this girl was just tallying up the bill all this time. Wow, you calculate fast. Gu Shiyu on the opposite side smiled nonchalantly, hee. "Miss Waiter, can I have a cup of free tea first?" Uncle Qin only noticed the tails following him when he walked through a narrow alley. The car back to Sangshan was waiting outside the West City Gate, and this narrow, deserted alley leading to the West City Gate was a path Uncle Qin often took when doing dirty work for the group. Someone had anticipated this. In an instant, Uncle Qin was half sober, and his eyes revealed a sharpness like an old wolf. "You've been following me for a while, come out." Uncle Qin sneered, and immediately a rustling of footsteps came from behind him. Not only from behind, but also from various corners of the alley ahead, several dark figures emerged, surrounding him completely. "So many people, you really think highly of me?" Uncle Qin laughed self-deprecatingly, but those shadows approaching him step by step did not dare to slack off. They knew very well who tonight's target was, an old hand who had been in this line of work for a lifetime, and if they weren't careful, they would become his prey tonight. "Humph, just a bunch of small fry." Uncle Qin squinted his eyes and scolded, "Where's your boss? Since you've come, why not dare to show your face?" After a moment of silence, a figure slowly emerged from the alley ahead, wearing a playful smile as he said, "Uncle Qin, you truly are an old hand. You can't hide anything from your eyes." Uncle Qin stared sternly at the figure before him. Although the alley was dimly lit, he recognized him clearly. This person was Liao Yuan, the replacement the group had found for him. "I want to know, is this the lady's idea, or yours?" Uncle Qin leisurely lit a cigarette and asked. Liao Yuan grinned, no comment. "You can only blame yourself, Uncle Qin, for knowing too much about the group's affairs." Upon hearing this, Uncle Qin's gaze sharpened slightly. He had already guessed that it was likely the lady who wanted him dead. Over the years, he had watched as the lady gradually became the decisive and ruthless mistress of the Poly Group. To seal the deal completely, only death would ensure silence. This principle was something Uncle Qin had personally taught her. He never expected it would come back to haunt him. What a twist of fate. Uncle Qin couldn't help but chuckle self-deprecatingly, but then Liao Yuan suddenly changed his tone and said, "However, if you are willing to cooperate, I can spare your life." "Oh?" Uncle Qin was somewhat surprised, took a puff of his cigarette, and asked, "How do you want me to cooperate?" Liao Yuan's eyes revealed an uncontainable ambition as he spoke word by word. "I can spare your life and create a fake death scenario for you. In exchange, I want you to teach me everything you've accumulated and your connections in this capital city over the past 40 years. Everyone knows that you, Qin Shan, are the underground king of the capital." "Ha ha, the underground king? You really flatter me." Uncle Qin grinned, then took a deep drag from his cigarette, his expression suddenly turning cold. "But what if I refuse?" Liao Yuan's expression instantly changed, and he said, "Uncle Qin, don't make the mistake of refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. It's always better to keep a life. Once life is lost, everything is gone." Uncle Qin coldly regarded Liao Yuan, who stood in the shadow. This replacement of his had even greater ambitions than he once had. He wanted to use Uncle Qin as a stepping stone, squeezing out the last bit of value. According to his values built over a lifetime, complying with Liao Yuan's wishes and keeping his life was indeed better than anything else. But he simply didn't want to. He. Uncle Qin extinguished his cigarette, revealing a hint of a sinister smile, and said word by word, "Then today, I'll give you your first lesson. My connections were all carved out with blood." In the dim light of the alley, this middle-aged man, like an old wolf, suddenly erupted with a murderous intent that sent chills down everyone's spine. Liao Yuan's pupils constricted sharply. "Qin Shan, then you can't blame me. Make your move." Shadows glinting with cold light surged forth in the alley. After Shia Chen and Gu Shiyu devoured their meal at Guiyun Tower, they parted ways. The girl, petite in stature, had an appetite that was no less than Shia Chen's. Before leaving, she reluctantly glanced at the menu of Guiyun Tower once more and left Shia Chen with a parting remark, "Next time there's such a good thing, remember to find me." After leaving the luxurious Guiyun Tower, Shia Chen made his way home, step by step from the bustling center of the capital city back to his dilapidated rental building in a remote area. The scenery of the neighborhood changed little by little. the vibrant world of neon lights gradually returning to reality. In the alley before him, even the streetlights were not all functioning properly. Under the flickering lights, stray cats darted by far more than pedestrians. At this time, not yet midnight, the nearby desolate streets were almost devoid of people. But Shia Chen had long since grown accustomed to the tranquility of this place. From this alley to his own rented room was still quite a distance. In the dim light, with the eye of broken illusions, Shia Chen could see everything around him clearly. The enhancement of triple vision allowed him to see distinctly even at night. Suddenly, he spotted a figure lying in a concealed corner ahead. The person was leaning against the wall, their abdomen rising and falling slightly, indicating they were still alive. Beneath them, a large area of the ground was soaked with thick blood, and a broken blade was even embedded in their leg. Shia Chen's gaze sharpened, for he recognized this person. It was the middle-aged man who had been drinking alone at the table across from him in Guiyun Tower. He had indeed been attacked, but how had he survived such a coordinated assault by a group of professionals? Despite such severe injuries that could take his life at any moment, he was still alive. Shia Chen instinctively activated his ultrasonic enemy detection. Waves of undetectable ultrasound spread out from him, covering a considerable area. Soon, the results came back. There was no one in the nearby streets. This meant that the middle-aged man had escaped from that group of professionals and had even managed to get a considerable distance away to safety. Shia Chen slowly approached, but saw that the middle-aged man's breath was already weak, with more exhalation than inhalation. Without hesitation, Shia Chen took out a vial of blood medicine from his backpack. Just as he was about to give it to him, the middle-aged man suddenly opened his eyes. His hands, like eagle claws, gripped Shia Chen's hand. In the next moment, with a gaze as sharp as an eagle's, Uncle Qin recognized that the boy before him was the one he had encountered by chance in Guiyun Tower. "It's you." Shia Chen looked directly into his eyes and said, "Your injuries are too severe. The blood medicine won't save your life. How can I help you?" Uncle Qin, looking at this boy he had only met once, took a hurried breath, clutching a fatal wound on his chest, and said, "Red Moon Hair Salon. Take me there." In the old city, shrouded in night, Shia Chen carried a person on his back, moving like a shadow through the alleys. According to the middle-aged man, the Red Moon Hair Salon was located in another dilapidated part of the old city, but to get there, they had to pass through a bustling district. Shia Chen didn't know who the pursuers were, but crossing that district meant exposing themselves to the gaze of countless pedestrians, and the chances of being discovered were certainly not small. At this moment, the breath of the man on his back was growing weaker, with only the beating heart proving he was still alive. In this state, even if they reached a hospital in the capital city right now, it might not save him. What kind of person in the Red Moon Hair Salon could save his life? Gritting his teeth, Shia Chen pushed these chaotic thoughts aside. Tonight was destined to be a sleepless night. If anyone in the capital could get this middle-aged man to the Red Moon Hair Salon under so many watchful eyes, it could only be Shia Chen, who possessed ultrasonic enemy detection. Shia Chen suddenly stepped forward, activating the water calling step, while a wave of inaudible ultrasound rapidly spread out around him. At this moment, the ultrasonic enemy detection functioned like a sonar. Once it detected any rapidly moving figures nearby, Shia Chen would immediately change direction. If someone could look down from above at this intricate maze of alleys, they would see Shia Chen, carrying a person, moving as if he had opened the eye of God, skillfully weaving through the interconnected alleys, precisely avoiding every person. Finally, the only thing left in front was that brilliantly lit street, teeming with countless pedestrians lingering and wandering. Shia Chen's ultrasonic detection had completely lost its effect in this situation. His gaze swept over the faces of the nearby crowd, but he could not distinguish which among them might be the pursuing assassins. If he rashly carried someone across the street now, it would only seem more suspicious and attract more attention. Shia Chen gently set the middle-aged man down from his back, propping up half of his body with his shoulder, and said, "Wake up, we'll reach the other side of this street soon. There are eyes everywhere, you need to stand up and walk with me." Uncle Qin struggled to open his dazed eyes, and upon seeing the familiar street before him, a flicker of shock and hope crossed his heart. He had no idea how this young man had managed to carry him and break through the heavy encirclement in that alley. But now, as long as they could reach the Red Moon Hair Salon, his life would be saved. "All right." Uncle Qin gritted his teeth and let out a low growl, the intense pain from his body forcing him to hold on to Shia Chen's shoulder and stand up. Shia Chen supported him, and without caring about the people around them, they stepped through the brilliantly lit street. One step, two steps. Just as they were about to step into the old town on the other side, suddenly, with his eye of the broken illusion activated, Shia Chen saw two plainclothes men rushing towards him from the crowd, daggers glinting coldly from their long sleeves. "Run!" Shia Chen suddenly threw the middle-aged man onto his back and dashed into the old town. Which way? Shia Chen shouted, asking, as the old buildings here, with a history of over 100 years, were as complex as a maze. The narrow alleys, big and small, could even lead directly through some dilapidated houses. Uncle Chin, struggling, raised a finger to point in a direction. The assassins behind them were hot on their heels, and in Shia Chen's peripheral vision, he could almost see them closing in. If they caught up, even his life would be lost here. Taking advantage of a dark corner ahead, Shia Chen suddenly activated Shadow Clone. A shadow identical to Shia Chen instantly appeared in the alley, while Shia Chen ran in the opposite direction with the middle-aged man on his back. At this moment, Shia Chen could not afford to look back to see if his trick had worked. He could only push forward with all his might. Fortunately, not far away, an old 3-story building had a somewhat aged neon sign flashing Red Moon Hair Salon. They had finally arrived. Shia Chen took 2 steps at a time and rushed over. It was already late at night, and the roll-up door of the Red Moon Hair Salon was only half pulled down. Shia Chen didn't bother to knock. He crouched down and squeezed in with the middle-aged man on his back. Then he turned and pulled the roll-up door down. "Who are you?" A crisp voice came from inside the room. Sitting by the counter was a girl with a delicate face, about the same age as Shia Chen, frowning as she stared at him. "Help! He's about to die." Shia Chen didn't have time to say more. He placed the middle-aged man onto a reclining chair and urgently said, "He has 4 fatal stab wounds. Can you save him?" The girl, showing no fear, stepped forward. When she saw the middle-aged man's face, her expression changed in shock. "Uncle Chin? I can't save him. Only San Yang can." The girl gasped, hurriedly rushing back into the room. "San Yang, come out quickly." In a moment, a woman in a red dress, graceful and alluring, hurried out, appearing to be in her 30s, with a hint of worldly charm in her eyes. The woman known as San Yang looked at Shia Chen with a somewhat surprised expression, but when her gaze fell on the middle-aged man, it was filled with an extremely complex emotion. There was heartache, resentment, and an incredulous shock. "Sanyu, bring me my needle and thread." The woman in the red dress took a deep breath and spoke to the girl beside her, her voice smooth and enticing like silk. Shia Chen stepped back in surprise, making space. Needle and thread? The middle-aged man's injuries had reached such a point that even if he were stitched up now, what good would it do? The eye of broken illusion swept over the woman named San Yang, and a line of text immediately appeared. Occupation, corpse stitcher, talent skill, resurrection stitching, SS rank. The girl hurriedly returned from inside with a set of needle and thread, and Shia Chen keenly noticed that this was no ordinary needle and thread, but a precious tool. At the very least, it was a brilliant grade tool. "Ashan, I told you long ago that following that woman would lead to this kind of end. But you just wouldn't listen," the woman in the red dress said with a hint of resentment, while Shia Chen, from this one sentence, seemed to catch a lot of gossip but pretended not to hear as he obediently stood by. At that moment, the woman in the red dress turned to look at Shia Chen, her tone charming and undeniably assertive. "You don't recognize me? People in the underworld call me Hong San Yang. It's not safe outside tonight. You should stay here at my Red Moon Hair Salon. I guarantee your safety." After taking the silk-wrapped needle from the young girl named Jiu Yu, Hong San Yang swiftly and precisely pulled out the broken blade that was lodged in Uncle Chin's leg with 2 fingers of her other jade-like hand, moving as fast as a fleeting shadow. The subsequent stitching of the wound by Hong San Yang left Shia Chen in awe. Several fine needles, as thin as hair, darted between her fingers, moving so quickly that even Shia Chen couldn't see clearly. The wounds on Uncle Chin's body were rapidly stitched up, and with each stitch, Shia Chen could see Uncle Chin's blood level steadily increasing. His rapidly fading life was slowly stabilized, and he seemed to regain vitality. "Is this the resurrection stitching?" The shock in Shia Chen's heart was evident on his face. The so-called masters are among the common folk. He had never even heard of the profession of corpse stitcher before, but now it truly seemed to possess extraordinary skill. The girl named Jiu Yu, seeing the astonishment on Shia Chen's face, chuckled softly. "Are you dazzled? San Yang's stitching technique is worth its weight in gold. Today, you've finally seen it." Hong San Yang shot a playful glare at Jiu Yu, her stitching movements not pausing for a moment, and said, "The stitching will likely take all night. If this young brother is tired, he can rest first. Jiu Yu, take this guest upstairs." Jiu Yu immediately nodded obediently, reached out to pull Shia Chen's sleeve, and shyly said, "This guest, please follow me." The guest referred to was himself, and Shia Chen felt an inexplicable flush of embarrassment. Since the host had spoken, he had no reason to wait here. Having carried the middle-aged man through heavy pursuit and brought him to this Red Moon Hair Salon, he had already done his utmost. As for whether the middle-aged man could survive, it was really none of Shia Chen's business. However, it seemed that he should be able to save his life. "Guest, this way please." Jiu Yu led Shia Chen lightly up a narrow staircase to the 2nd floor. This 3-story building was somewhat aged. The wooden floors, though old, were clean and tidy. The girl named Jiu Yu gently opened one of the small rooms in the corridor and said to Shia Chen, you can rest here tonight. Shia Chen leaned forward to take a look and found the room to be quite cramped, barely able to fit a single bed. The wallpaper on the walls depicted some seductive women, giving off a sense of nostalgia. However, when Shia Chen turned on the light, the entire room was enveloped in a pink glow, creating a somewhat strange atmosphere. Shia Chen was momentarily taken aback but didn't say anything. Beside him, Jiuyu caught his expression and covered her mouth, letting out a light laugh as she said, "What's wrong? Have you never been to a place like this?" Shia Chen was stunned by her question, scratching his head. He really had never been to such a place. Under the pink light, Jiuyu's every frown and smile appeared particularly alluring. She was not much older than Shia Chen, yet with a simple raise of her brow, her gaze made him dare not look at her face. Fresh melon seed. Jiuyu stared intently at Shia Chen's face, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she suddenly stepped closer, saying, "If you need anything, you can call me." In the already narrow room, the girl named Jiuyu stepped forward, almost pressing herself against Shia Chen's chest. Shia Chen instinctively wanted to step back but found himself against the wall. A faint fragrance wafted from Jiuyu, her face so close that Shia Chen could almost feel the slight flutter of her long eyelashes as she blinked. The girl's eyes were slightly upturned, resembling phoenix eyes, now sparkling with a playful smile as she looked at Shia Chen, so beautiful that he couldn't help but hold his breath. "No need, is there a place to wash my hands and feet?" Shia Chen steadied his breath and calmly replied. "Ha ha ha." The girl named Jiuyu immediately let out a tinkling laugh, stepping back a few paces out of the room, pointing towards the end of the corridor without looking back. "There's a bathroom over there." Shia Chen waited until the girl named Jiuyu went downstairs before heading to the bathroom at the end of the corridor. In the mirror, Shia Chen saw that his clothes were stained with large patches of blood, and there was quite a bit of mud on his exposed ankles. He took off his clothes and gear, turned on the shower, and carefully washed away the blood and mud from his body, easing the tension that had built up over the night. He had heard some rumors about this old district. It was the largest gray area in Shangjing City, not only housing the city's biggest underground black market but also many unspeakable items and even some wanted criminals. The military had tried multiple times to eradicate this place but had ultimately failed, simply because the interests involved were too great. Shia Chen didn't know who the middle-aged man he had brought back tonight was, but he was certainly connected to the hidden gray forces. The shocking methods of Hong San Yang had also reshaped Shia Chen's understanding of this old district. Compared to the strong figures active in the sunlight of Shangjing City, there were also hidden dragons and crouching tigers in the shadows. After washing up, Shia Chen returned to the cramped room, turned off the light, and spent the night resting with his eyes closed, not sleeping deeply but remaining in a state where he could wake up at any moment. Light from downstairs seeped through the crack of the door, remaining lit all night. Hong San Yang had spent the entire night stitching up the wounds of that middle-aged man. Until the next morning, a faint sound of footsteps came from the wooden stairs in the corridor, followed by a gentle knock on Shia Chen's room door. A familiar voice rang out. It was the girl named Jiuyu. "Get up, San Yang has something to find you." Shia Chen sat up, tidied his clothes, and followed Jiuyu downstairs. The floor of the first floor was covered with blood-stained gauze, and Hong San Yang was gently rubbing her temples with her fingers, leaning against the counter. The middle-aged man lying on the recliner had already woken up. His breathing was still weak but had stabilized. Both he and Hong San Yang turned their gazes towards Shia Chen, who was coming down the stairs, their eyes sharp with a hint of intensity. Suddenly, the middle-aged man spoke to Shia Chen. "Little brother, do you know who I am?" Shia Chen shook his head. Apart from their brief encounter at Guiyun Tower the previous night, he knew nothing about the man before him. "My name is Qin Shan. People in the underworld call me Uncle Qin." Uncle Qin couldn't suppress a cough, but his gaze towards Shia Chen held a deeper meaning as he slowly continued. "You saved my life last night. As a reward, I'll give you 1,000,000,000. Do you dare to accept?" 2 hours ago, Uncle Qin, who had been unconscious, gradually woke up. In a daze, he looked at the familiar scene before him and Hong San Yang, who was stitching up his wounds, and a long-lost sense of safety surged within him. He knew he had survived, even though he had no idea how that boy, whom he had only met once, had managed to help him escape from the deadly ambush. But in the end, he was alive. At that moment, Uncle Qin didn't dare to open his eyes. He felt a bit guilty and even somewhat afraid of the woman in the red dress. He continued to squint, pretending to still be unconscious. "Humph." Hong San Yang snorted coldly, suddenly pulling the thread tightly, causing Uncle Qin to flinch in pain. "If you're awake, say something. Don't pretend to be unconscious in front of me." Uncle Qin hurriedly opened his eyes, forced a smile, and called out to San Yang. However, Hong San Yang didn't even look up, and her grip tightened even more. "Ouch!" Uncle Qin cried out in pain, quickly saying, "San Yang, I still have injuries." Hong San Yang's face was as cold as frost. "Don't worry, you won't die." Uncle Qin hurriedly endured the pain, smiling apologetically. "I must say, when it comes to medical skills, it's still you, Sanyang. Those guys in the hospital and the Bright Society are just for show. Hong Sanyang had long since stopped falling for his flattery. Her expression changed, and she said sternly, "Stop talking nonsense. Who wanted to kill you last night? What kind of person could injure you like this?" Uncle Chin's face froze, then grew colder. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. It was the madam. Ha! Hong Sanyang suddenly revealed a cold smile. Madam, madam. Even now, you still call her madam? I told you long ago that Chen Li is nothing but a treacherous person. Being around her, you will eventually lose your life. Uncle Chin dared not speak, coughing a few times, his expression changing as he said, I just didn't expect. In the end, she wouldn't even leave me a way out. There is no greater sorrow than a dead heart. When Uncle Chin said this, his face bore an unmistakable expression of despair. Seeing his dejected look, Hong Sanyang swallowed the words she wanted to scold him with, but ultimately couldn't help but retort sarcastically, what else could you expect? You willingly sold your life for her. Uncle Chin suddenly laughed self-deprecatingly, both mocking himself and finding some relief. He had been serving the bully group since he was 14, and in the blink of an eye, 42 years had passed. From a small henchman wielding a knife, he had risen to a position where everyone had to respectfully call him Uncle Chin. He had even watched the girl who once showed him kindness rise from being a victim to the head of the bully group. He thought that no matter what, Chen Li would never kill him, but he was wrong. Chen Li even found a substitute for him, intending to take over all his operations and influence in Heisu City that he had built over the past 40 years. The unwillingness in his heart gradually turned into indifference. Liao Yuan was a talent, and he was ambitious, far more ruthless than the person he used to be. Unfortunately, this time, Uncle Chin did not want to comply with their wishes. I plan to hand over all my businesses, Uncle Chin suddenly said. Hearing this, Hong Sanyang was taken aback and asked, what do you mean? Uncle Chin smiled faintly, I'm getting old, it's time to retire. Being forced to retire is never as good as retiring on your own accord, especially since the group has long wanted to take over my brands. But this time, I won't give it to them. A hint of surprise appeared on Hong Sanyang's face as she frowned and asked, then who do you plan to give it to? Your businesses are a fortune, but they are also a disaster. Who can take them over? Uncle Chin narrowed his eyes, his gaze stern as he said, what do you think of the kid who carried me over last night? 2 hours later, as compensation, I'll give you 1 billion. Do you dare to take it? Hearing this sudden statement from Uncle Chin, Shia Chen raised his eyebrows, his face filled with astonishment. Is this person crazy? But judging by the demeanor of these two, they were definitely not crazy, nor were they joking. What is this? A windfall, or a trap? Shia Chen's face twitched for a moment before he slowly asked, 1 billion long coins? This question elicited a burst of laughter from Hong Sanyang, while Uncle Chin's face showed a hint of embarrassment as he said, it's not 1 billion long coins in cash. But then, Uncle Chin's expression turned serious, and his entire demeanor suddenly changed as if he had become a different person. In an instant, Shia Chen was reminded of that wolf-like figure in Guiyun Tower. What I mean is assets and businesses worth 1 billion. More than half of the gray businesses in the entire Heisu City, including this old district where you are now, belong to me. Uncle Chin spoke word by word, his tone calm yet carrying a sense of pressure. Someone wants to kill me, wants to take these from me, but I refuse to comply with his wishes. But even I, now, want to take back this 1 billion in business. I have to fight for it with blood and knives. Shia Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath and asked in a deep voice, who are you really? Uncle Chin's gaze sharpened slightly as he said, my name is Chin Shan. I was once the steward of the Chen family of the bully group and the underground king of this old district. Shia Chen's pupils suddenly constricted. He had thought that this middle-aged man's identity was definitely not ordinary and that he had an inseparable relationship with the hidden gray forces behind him, but he never expected that Chin Shan was actually from the bully group. Moreover, he was the steward of the Chen family president. Shia Chen's expression showed no signs of cracking, but the sharp-eyed Uncle Chin still saw the unusualness in Shia Chen's heart and pressed, do you know me? Shia Chen honestly shook his head, no. Uncle Chin immediately smiled playfully and said, then do you know who tried to kill me yesterday? Shia Chen shook his head again. That group of plainclothes professionals was extremely formidable, and their identities were anything but ordinary. Uncle Chin then smiled self-deprecatingly and said, I won't hide it from you. The ones who wanted to kill me yesterday were from the bully group. Last night, you truly saved my life, so I will honestly tell you that this 1 billion is not so easy to take, but I will teach you how to gradually take it back from the bully group. So, do you dare to take it? Uncle Chin's gaze was fixed on Shia Chen, as if he could see through him entirely. He then slowly said, no matter what, you saved my life. If you are unwilling to take this risk, I will find other ways to compensate you. But if you are willing, I'll personally teach you to become the new underground king of this capital city. At that moment, there was no hint of emotion on Shia Chen's face, but a storm was brewing in his heart. From Uncle Chin's words, Shia Chen keenly pieced together a complex and intricate story that even he could hardly believe. Why would the esteemed manager of the bully group, Uncle Chin, be silenced by someone from the bully group? Even if a cunning rabbit dies, the hounds must be cooked. There must be a reason. The recent upheaval in the bully group could only be linked to one major event, the unexpected death of the fourth young master of the bully group. And this incident was inextricably tied to Shia Chen, because it was he who killed the fourth young master of the Chen family. The butterfly effect, the cycle of cause and effect. Shia Chen's heart tightened suddenly. In a certain sense, was it not because he killed the fourth young master of the bully group in that Lulan general's tomb that led to Uncle Chin being discarded by the bully group and reduced to this state? And last night, by sheer coincidence, he saved this chance acquaintance, Uncle Chin, in that alley. He harmed him, yet he saved him. Shia Chen could easily bury this secret in his heart. Uncle Chin would never know that it was he who killed the fourth young master of the Chen family. Uncle Chin offered a business deal worth $1 billion as compensation for saving his life and promised to personally teach Shia Chen step by step to become the new underground king of this capital city. This was an irresistible temptation for anyone. But Shia Chen was a twisted person. If these words were not made clear, relying on concealment and hypocrisy to gain such a tremendous opportunity, he felt uneasy in his heart. He wanted to take a gamble. Uncle Chin, you were hunted down and silenced by the bully group, ultimately because of the matter of the fourth young master of the bully group being killed, right? Shia Chen said, his expression calm and composed. Uncle Chin was taken aback, his face turning indifferent as he smiled and said, how did you come to know about this? It seems this matter has already spread in the capital city. Shia Chen took a deep breath and said, I killed the fourth young master of the bully group. Uncle Chin's pupils suddenly constricted. What did you say? In an instant, the entire Red Moon hair salon fell into a terrifying silence. Even Hong San Yang beside them gripped the edge of the table tightly, her expression serious as she looked at Shia Chen and said, little brother, you can't say such things lightly. The one who killed that fourth young master of the Chen family was a group of people from Yuanjia village. Now that the words had been spoken, Shia Chen became even calmer, stating each word clearly, I killed him in the first level of the Lulan general's tomb. Uncle Chin, who had been reclining, suddenly sat up straight, staring at Shia Chen in disbelief and said, impossible. How did you kill him? Shia Chen replied straightforwardly, he wanted to kill me, so I killed him. Seeing that Shia Chen's expression was not one of jest, Uncle Chin's face grew increasingly stern as he pressed on, I personally led a team to search the Lulan general's tomb. How did you dispose of the body? Shia Chen extended a finger, and the burning effect of the ghost fire toxin suddenly appeared on his fingertip, a flicker of flame dancing at the tip. Burning the body to ashes naturally leaves no trace. At this point, a hint of shock appeared on Uncle Chin's face, but he still found it hard to believe and asked, you said you killed him in the first level, but the members of the Black Eagle and the Dominance Guild sought him in the third level while killing the boss. How do you explain that? Without a moment's pause, Shia Chen replied, diverting the disaster eastward. At that time, he was already dead. It was I who seized the territory and the Black Hawk boss and equipment on the third level. Uncle Chin couldn't help but gasp, the injuries on his body causing him to cough uncontrollably. However, having been immersed in the martial world for many years, his thoughts raced. He furrowed his brow and stared at Shia Chen, asking, what about that group from Yuan family village? Why do the 3 pieces of golden artifacts from the fourth son of the Chen family end up with them? Shia Chen continued, a golden cicada sheds its shell, using a knife to kill. Those 3 pieces of golden artifacts were personally delivered by me to the Yuan brothers. That pack of wolves is insatiable, naturally serving as scapegoats. Uncle Chin's eyes, sharp like an old wolf's, fixed on Shia Chen, as if trying to see through him. Shia Chen met his gaze directly, their eyes locked, reminiscent of their first encounter in Guiyun Tower. The entire Red Moon hair salon fell silent and tense once more. Suddenly, Uncle Chin grinned, laughing loudly, tears streaming down his face, coughing so hard he could barely catch his breath. The very culprit for his abandonment by the group, leading him to this state, was actually the kid who saved his life last night? Yet at this moment, Uncle Chin felt no resentment. Instead, there was an immense sense of relief. He had indeed chosen the right person. While coughing and struggling to breathe, he patted his chest and exclaimed, good kid, good skills. Beside him, Hong San Yang also laughed, looking at Shia Chen with charm, saying, Xin Shan, this kid has much more guts than you did back then. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen was somewhat confused, standing there until Uncle Chin finished laughing before asking, aren't you angry with me? Uncle Chin shook his head, his expression serious as he said, I, Xin Shan, have fallen to this point. The death of the fourth son of the Chen family is a cause, but merely one of the reasons. The bully group has long since been unable to accommodate me. Even without this matter, they would eventually take action against me. As for that fourth young master of the Chen family, he is just a sickly little beast. Killing him is no big deal. Uncle Qin looked at the young man before him, his gaze growing more appreciative. He resembled the person he was when he first arrived in Shangjing City, yet there were differences. Just as Hong Sanyang said, he had more guts than he did back then. To dare to kill is to dare to bury. Uncle Qin squinted and asked, since you've already guessed that I fell to this point because of the death of the Chen family's fourth young master, why still bring it up? Shia Chen replied candidly, one thing at a time. If I were to hide this matter and then accept your 10 billion compensation, it would never sit right with me. Well said, never sit right. Uncle Qin laughed again, suddenly realizing what set this young man apart from his former self. Back then, he had gained many things he shouldn't have, and his youthful spirit had gradually been corroded into a murky decay. So what do you plan to do now? Shia Chen asked, looking at Uncle Qin. Uncle Qin exchanged a glance with Hong Sanyang, then his expression changed as he looked at Shia Chen and said solemnly, previously, I gave you 2 choices, but now I've changed my mind. You have no choice, you must take this 10 billion business, whether you want it or not, because you are the heir personally chosen by me, Qin Shan, the new underground Black Emperor of Shangjing City. The bully group wants to reclaim everything I've accumulated over the past 40 years, but it won't be that easy. Within a month, I want you to reach the second transition, stand out among the dark forces in the entire old city. Reach the second transition within a month? As soon as Uncle Qin's group of old wolves opened their mouths, they spoke with shocking words. 1 month? Shia Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. It had taken him nearly a month to level up from level 1 to level 50. As levels increased, the experience required for each level would rise dramatically. The experience needed to go from level 50 to level 100 for the second transition was at least dozens of times, if not more, than that required for the first transition. How could that be accomplished in just a month? Even if one constantly took risks by challenging high-level dungeons, it would be unlikely to reach level 100 in a month. Unless they were wealthy young masters from prominent families, spending large sums to hire higher-level professionals to help them clear high-level dungeons and allowing them to take the final blow experience from the bosses. What? Can't do it? Uncle Qin noticed the shock in Shia Chen's heart and smiled slightly. He instinctively reached for a cigarette in his pocket but caught sight of the murderous gaze from Hong Sanyang beside him, and immediately chuckled awkwardly, retracting his hand back into his pocket. He turned to Shia Chen and continued, I know what you're thinking, but there are different ways for everyone to level up quickly. Those rich young masters can naturally spend money to hire people to help them level up quickly. But we, the ones who lick blood on the edge of a knife, also have our own methods. Uncle Qin's gaze suddenly narrowed as he looked at Shia Chen and slowly spoke a place, Heisu City. Only there can you reach level 100 for the second transition within a month, or even higher. Shia Chen's expression became serious. Heisu City? This was a place he had never heard of. Shia Chen prided himself on knowing all the human city-states around the capital city and various dungeon areas. However, whether from the textbooks of the first middle school or the classics in the library, he was certain he had never come across this name. Heisu City? What kind of place is that? Shia Chen asked directly, while Hong Sanyang chuckled lightly and began to explain. It's normal that you don't know about Heisu City. It's a place even more unmentionable than the underground black market, because 90% of the goods in the underground black market of the capital city come from there. Jiu Yu, bring the map. Hong Sanyang called out, and a young girl named Jiu Yu responded with a crisp voice, soon retrieving a carefully sealed map. Hong Sanyang spread the map out on the counter, revealing it to be densely packed with fine markings, each area annotated with a vast amount of information. With her slender finger, Hong Sanyang gently pointed to a location and said, This is Heisu City. Just a glance made Shia Chen feel as if his mind had exploded. He suddenly realized that what he had previously understood was merely the tip of the iceberg in this world, because the place Hong Sanyang was pointing to was a high pollution area that had long since fallen. According to the textbook map, it was a region marked in deep red for danger, already occupied by various high-danger monsters. The humans who originally lived there had all migrated out hundreds of years ago, and the military of the capital city had long since sealed it off, considering it a high-risk area. Now you tell me that in this area, which is almost the most dangerous near the entire capital city, there is actually a human city-state, and it is the source of goods for the entire underground black market of the capital city. The shock in Shia Chen's heart was evident on his face as he stared intently at Heisu City on the map. If there really is a human city-state here, then surrounding it are high-level dangerous monsters. Killing all those high-level dangerous monsters within a month to reach level 100 is not impossible, but the premise is that you have to stay alive, because this is practically a suicidal way to level up. However, a fierce determination gradually surged in Shia Chen's eyes. For people like them at the bottom of the pyramid, to climb step by step, they must exchange their lives for a life lived on the edge of a knife. I'm going, Shia Chen said decisively without hesitation. Red San Yang's eyes immediately showed a hint of surprise as she stared at Shia Chen and said, "Oh, you better think it over." She shot a glare at Qin Shu beside her and added, "You don't have to listen to everything he says. Even when he was young, he didn't dare to charge into Blackwater City right after his first transition." Qin Shu, somewhat unconvinced, stroked his chin and said, "I'm not sending this kid to his death. The situation is different now. Blackwater City is no longer that little settlement that couldn't even withstand a beast tide. Besides, we have our people on the other side to support us." Since Shia Chen had made up his mind, he would never turn back. Next, he had to do everything he could to gather all the information and accomplish this task. "How do I get to Blackwater City?" Shia Chen suddenly asked while looking at the map. The area where Blackwater City is located has been heavily polluted and has long been sealed off by the military. Ordinary people can't even get close, let alone venture into the central area. Seeing that Shia Chen had already started planning, Qin Shu felt a bit relieved and chuckled, saying, "Don't worry, those sealed-off areas are full of gaps for us. There are 4 routes with our people ready to support you. As long as you go, I will arrange everything for you. The question is, when do you plan to set off?" By now, the sky had brightened, and a ray of morning light shone through the cracks of the Red Moon Hair Salon's window into the room. After a brief moment of thought, Shia Chen said straightforwardly, "Today." "Good." Qin Shu's eyes sharpened at his words, and he straightened up from the recliner, saying, "I'll give you a day to prepare. Tonight at 10, I'll be waiting for you here. At that time, I'll arrange for someone to take you over." Red San Yang frowned as she looked at Qin Shu, then glanced at Shia Chen with some concern. The sunlight illuminated the side of the young man's face, and Red San Yang suddenly felt that this kid was just like Qin Shan when he first arrived in Shangjing City, equally decisive and bold, equally fearless. Red San Yang couldn't help but sigh. But given the current situation, if Qin Shu were to fall, it would lead to a massive crackdown from various forces, and behind them loomed the covetous Bali group. They truly needed a new leader. However, watching Shia Chen carefully studying the map on the counter, as if he were trying to memorize the entire thing, Red San Yang couldn't help but smile with a captivating curve at the corner of her mouth. A new generation replaces the old. This new leader, not bad. A night passed, and the door of the Red Moon Hair Salon opened again. In the early morning, many figures were already wandering in the old city area, with breakfast shops, handicraft stalls, and grocery stands. At this moment, Shia Chen realized that this gray area of Shangjing City, which everyone feared, was actually just filled with poor people. Shia Chen turned around and saw Red San Yang hanging the sign of the Red Moon Hair Salon outside the door, lazily stretching and smiling at Shia Chen. "See you tonight." Shia Chen nodded and turned to leave. As Shia Chen passed through one alley after another and returned to his old rental apartment, he found the entire living room cluttered with various documents and equipment, but Nie Xiaoyu was not home. From the numerous screens in the room, Shia Chen saw that besides the research on the obsidian dragon cub, Nie Xiaoyu was also working on several other research projects simultaneously, with many research meetings scheduled each day. It seemed she had returned to their military research base today. Shia Chen lay down on the worn-out sofa, wanting to ease the tension that had built up in him overnight. Too much had happened last night. However, just as he lay down, a teleportation array suddenly lit up in the cramped rental apartment, and a dark figure nimbly emerged from the array. It was the obsidian dragon cub. The little dragon seemed to sense it was home, sniffing around before letting out a series of cries directed at Shia Chen. Goodness, this little dragon was hungry again. Shia Chen sighed and reluctantly got up from the sofa, heading towards the kitchen. However, he suddenly noticed a note left for him by Nie Xiaoyu on the refrigerator. "I went back to the research base for a meeting. There have been some new developments in the research on how to tame the obsidian dragon. I'll tell you later. By the way, I left something good for you in the fridge, in case this shabby rental gets robbed." Nie Xiaoyu. Shia Chen was taken aback and opened the refrigerator door, only to see a scroll radiating a purple glow quietly lying inside the cold compartment, already covered with a layer of frost. A skill scroll. Shia Chen was immediately astonished. Apart from awakening and job changing, the only way for professionals to acquire new skills was through skill scrolls. However, making skill scrolls was not an easy task. It required specialized high-level engravers to assist. Moreover, the higher the skill level, the harder it was to create a skill scroll, making each skill scroll worth hundreds of thousands of dragon coins. The intelligent scroll glowing with purple light in the fridge was at least an S-level skill. Nie Xiaoyu was truly remarkable. Where could she have gotten something like this? Shia Chen hurriedly and carefully took the skill scroll out of the refrigerator. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Who would hide such a precious item as a skill scroll in the fridge? She claimed it was to prevent theft, taking an unexpected approach, yet she still left a note on the refrigerator. At the same time, the attributes of the skill scroll appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. Spirit Link Rank, S-Rank Description. The signature skill of the legendary spirit master Lin Suijie, it establishes a soul link with beasts through spirit taming techniques, achieving a connection of mind and spirit. Indeed, it was an S-level spirit taming technique. Shia Chen was secretly astonished. The value of this skill scroll in his hand had likely already exceeded 1,000,000 dragon coins. What position did Nie Xiaoyu hold in the Military Research Institute to be able to obtain something like this? Meanwhile, a prompt appeared before Shia Chen. Do you want to learn the skill, Spirit Link? At that moment, the obsidian dragon cub curiously leaned over, stretching its neck to gently sniff the skill scroll in Shia Chen's hand. Learn! Without hesitation, Shia Chen clicked confirm. The obsidian dragon cub in the summoning space was his greatest trump card. If he could establish a better link, the combination of one person and one dragon in battle would definitely unleash formidable power. Suddenly, the scroll, still covered in frost, sprang to life, and a warm current immediately surged from the palm of his hand into his body. At the same time, an extremely powerful mental force, mixed with a vast amount of information, flooded into Shia Chen's mind. This was the method of inheritance from the skill scroll. Only high-level spell sealers could gather the complex methods of skill usage into their mental power for preservation and then imprint them onto the scroll. Skill acquired, Spirit Link, S rank. This skill instantly appeared in his skill bar, and Shia Chen's heart filled with joy. He tentatively used the Spirit Link on the curious black obsidian dragon cub beside him. A delicate light bridge projected from his body, converging on the black obsidian dragon cub, which curiously reached out its paw to poke and nibble at it, but ended up with nothing. Suddenly, another scene appeared in Shia Chen's mind. The perspective was that of the dilapidated rental house in front of him, but the angle was significantly lower than his own. Just as he was puzzled, the perspective suddenly shifted, and a figure appeared before him. It was Shia Chen himself. Hiss! Shia Chen immediately understood the wonderful use of this Spirit Link skill. Now, Shia Chen could almost see through the eyes of the black obsidian dragon cub and hear what it heard. What a great Spirit Link! Shia Chen quickly realized the value of this skill. The greatest difficulty in establishing communication with a beast was the inability to empathize with it. However, this Spirit Link directly broke through that major barrier. From now on, Shia Chen could even view things from the perspective of the black obsidian dragon cub. This was practically an extraordinary reconnaissance skill. After all, the dragon cub could fly. Soon after, some feelings from the dragon cub also entered Shia Chen's mind. Hungry, hungry, hungry. Alright, I'll make it for you right away. Shia Chen immediately took out some meat from the fridge, skillfully starting the fire, heating the oil, and feeding the dragon. A series of familiar operations. In the end, Shia Chen specially pan-fried several new steaks, wrapped them in plastic wrap, and put them in the fridge. This was for Nie Xiaoyu. It only needed simple reheating to be ready. On the fridge door, Shia Chen also left a note for Nie Xiaoyu. I'm going out for a while. During this time, I will keep track of the dragon cub's changes and send them to you via the communicator. Thank you for your skill scroll. There are some steaks I cooked for you in the fridge. Just heat them up and you can eat. Shia Chen. After both the person and the dragon were well fed, Shia Chen returned to his room, lay on the bed, and closed his eyes to rest. The black obsidian dragon cub curled up obediently in the corner of the bed, its dark scales resting against Shia Chen's leg, exuding a comfortable coolness. Outside the rental house, the sun set, and the day slipped away in a blur. When Shia Chen opened his eyes again, it was already night. A thrilling sense of anticipation surged in his chest, and he couldn't help but softly murmur, Heisu City. Once night fell, the entire old town was immediately filled with a chilling atmosphere. The ordinary businesses that had been open during the day closed their doors early, while those shops that couldn't be displayed openly hung up their signs one by one. The sign of the Red Moon Hair Salon was still as bright as ever, nestled among a cluster of dilapidated houses, a three-story building standing out prominently. Shia Chen stood in front of the Red Moon Hair Salon, noticing that tonight it was particularly lively inside. The lounge chairs on the first floor were crowded with people, at least a dozen of them. You're here? Come in. With one hand propped against her face, Hong Sanyang spotted Shia Chen outside the door and waved at him. Shia Chen, not one to be polite, stepped inside. The moment he entered, he felt all the gazes in the Red Moon Hair Salon converge on him. Among those looks were not a few filled with hostility and suspicion, but Shia Chen, undaunted, swept his gaze across their faces. The eye of breaking illusions activated quietly, revealing that this group were all professionals. Judging by their attributes and talent descriptions, they were not at all inferior to the assassins who had chased Uncle Qin that night. Is this the person that Master Qin values? The kid hasn't even grown hair yet. A burly man with a scarred face immediately shouted in dissatisfaction. He. Another thin man, wrapped in a headscarf with only his narrow eyes visible, stood up and looked Shia Chen up and down with a hostile gaze, grinning crookedly. He looks quite handsome for a little brat. Could he be Master Qin's illegitimate son hidden away? Hong Sanyang, leaning on the counter, watched this scene with a smile but said nothing. Suddenly, a crisp voice rang out from inside the room. You lot better watch your mouths, or I'll cut out your tongues. The speaker was the girl named Zhou Yu, who stepped out with a brisk pace, her expression darkening. Upon hearing this, the scarred man's face changed instantly, and he forced a smile, falling silent, seemingly a bit afraid of Zhou Yu. Today, Zhou Yu had changed her outfit, swapping the casual long dress Shia Chen had seen yesterday for a set of sharp leather armor, with a dagger glinting coldly at her waist. Zhou Yu was also a professional. Judging by her gear, she seemed to be an assassin or a thief. What are you staring at? Zhou Yu's gaze landed on Shia Chen's face, and once again, she flashed a teasing smile that made Shia Chen's face flush. I thought you wouldn't dare come tonight. I didn't expect you to be so bold. Raw kid. Zhou Yu scolded playfully, causing the people in the room to burst into laughter at Shia Chen. Hong Sanyang lightly tapped the counter with her fingers and said, Alright, Zhou Yu, stop teasing him. Uncle Qin will be here soon. Then, Hong Sanyang walked up to Shia Chen and handed him an item, which was the detailed map he had seen yesterday. This map is a gift for you. Shia Chen's eyes lit up. This was undoubtedly an extremely useful gift. He hurriedly accepted it with both hands, saying, Thank you, Hong Sanyang. Hong Sanyang smiled at Shia Chen and whispered in his ear, Did that girl Zhou Yu tease you again last night? Shia Chen's cheeks flushed instantly, and the scene from the cramped room last night resurfaced in his mind, leaving him unsure how to respond. However, Hong Sanyang suddenly waved her hand and looked at Shia Chen with a somewhat meaningful gaze, saying, That girl just has a playful nature. But don't misunderstand, our Red Moon hair salon hasn't engaged in that kind of business for over a decade. Zhou Yu is a good girl. She'll be going to Blackwater City with you this time. Shia Chen was taken aback. Zhou Yu was almost the same age as him and should have just recently awakened as a professional. The journey to Blackwater City was fraught with danger, and while he had no choice but to go, why would Hong Sanyang let Zhou Yu accompany him to such a perilous place? Seeing the confusion in Shia Chen's heart, Hong Sanyang smiled and said, You don't need to worry about her. Zhou Yu is an S-rank undead thief. Not only do the visible forces in Shinjing have outstanding successors, but we dark forces also have our inheritors. A wave of excitement surged in Shia Chen's heart. He never expected Zhou Yu to be an S-rank professional. It seems that among these underground forces, there truly are hidden talents. In the entire capital city, there are certainly not just the few S-level professionals like Lin Xueming and Wang Biao reported on the surface. Shia Chen's gaze turned to September, just as September's eyes met his. Their gazes locked, and September's lips curled into a slight smile, but the pupils of her eyes suddenly turned blood-red pupils. This was indeed a characteristic of the undead. She was truly an S-level professional, a undead thief. At that moment, the roar of a car engine sounded outside the Red Moon hair salon, and a tall figure appeared at the door. Uncle Qin is here. It's Uncle Qin. In an instant, the group that had been lounging awkwardly in the salon stood up respectfully. As everyone turned their gaze to the tall figure at the door, there was a deep respect emanating from their hearts. Uncle Qin, are you all right? The scarred man hurriedly stepped forward, anxiously examining Uncle Qin from head to toe. Yet, the Uncle Qin who had been covered in wounds and lying on a recliner just last night was now standing firmly, whether due to his powerful recovery or the handiwork of the seamstress Hong Sanyang. It's nothing. Uncle Qin waved his hand, scanning the faces of those in the room before finally landing on Shia Chen's face. He gently nodded at him and said, No more idle talk. Everyone, get ready to set off immediately. This time, we will take the water route to Blackwater City. The people in the Red Moon hair salon immediately sprang into action. Except for Hong Sanyang, everyone quickly donned their gear and weapons. Uncle Qin had brought 3 off-road vehicles, just enough to accommodate everyone. Shia Chen was arranged to sit next to Uncle Qin, who pulled a cigarette from his pocket, placed it in his mouth, but did not light it, seemingly just to satisfy a craving. He then turned to Shia Chen and said, I will personally escort you out of the city, and then Scar and the others will escort you by water to Blackwater City. Once you arrive there, September will help you find our brothers waiting for you in Blackwater City. After that, it will all depend on you. A month later, I will send someone to pick you up. Uncle Qin rolled down the car window and waved to Hong Sanyang, who was standing at the door of the hair salon, saying, Sanyang, let's go. The engine of the car roared to life again, and under the cover of night, the convoy steadily made its way to the dock of the capital city. The capital city was a riverside city that once boasted many prosperous docks. However, with the increasing invasions of beast tides, the military had to seal off most of the docks to ensure the safety of the capital, leaving only the last 2 docks connected to the canal. Uncle Chin was heading to one of them. The entire convoy of off-road vehicles weaved through the alleys of the capital city before suddenly driving underground. Following a long passage down, they were met with a network of underground tunnels. In the dark tunnels, the headlights illuminated several iron tracks reflecting the light. Each platform even had quite a few people moving about, resembling an underground world. Is this an abandoned subway line? Shia Chen was amazed to see that these subway lines, which had been abandoned for hundreds of years, had become the underground passageways sought after by dark forces. That's right. Uncle Chin nodded and said, these underground tunnels were built to the standards of air raid shelters, and even 100 years later, they remain sturdy. But aren't there often unstable instances and high-level dangerous monsters lurking in these underground tunnels? Shia Chen asked, somewhat puzzled. Uncle Chin turned his head, a hint of cunning in his eyes, and said, guess who spread that rumor? Without deceiving the military and the majority of people, how can we, those hiding in the shadows, boldly occupy these well-connected underground routes? Shia Chen suddenly realized that Uncle Chin and his group of hidden forces were much smarter than they had imagined. About half an hour later, the convoy of off-road vehicles passed through dark underground tunnels and resurfaced. A dock with twinkling lights was right in front of them. The three off-road vehicles turned off their headlights simultaneously and slowly drove into a narrow path leading to the dock, quietly passing through the checkpoint, and then stopped beside a cargo ship. We're here, get out, Uncle Chin said softly into the communicator. The scar-faced man and the masked man hurriedly got out of the car and cautiously walked ahead. It seemed that a few figures were standing by the cargo ship, the people there to meet them. After a brief conversation, the scar-faced man waved to Uncle Chin from a distance. Let's go. Uncle Chin turned to Shia Chen beside him, ultimately unable to resist lighting the cigarette in his hand, placing it by his mouth but not smoking it. Once we reach Blackwater City, remember one thing. The danger isn't just from those highly polluted monsters outside the city. You must be wary of other human practitioners. Uncle Chin's expression was complex, but Shia Chen understood his meaning. I'll come to pick you up in a month. Shia Chen got out of the car. See you in a month. Under the guidance of the scar-faced man and the masked man, Shia Chen and Jiuyu were led onto the cargo ship hidden in the night. The space inside the cargo ship was very cramped, leaving Shia Chen with a small compartment less than a meter high. Sitting on the bed, he couldn't even straighten his back. Jiuyu was in the adjacent compartment, which was just as cramped. Not long after, Shia Chen heard a gentle knock on the partition between them, followed by Jiuyu's voice, Shangguazi, once the ship passes the checkpoint, let's go up on deck, it's too stuffy here. Seeing that Shia Chen didn't respond, Jiuyu knocked on the partition again. I heard you. Shia Chen couldn't stand the noise and replied softly, you heard me, but you didn't say anything? Don't call me Shangguazi, my name is Shia Chen. Shangguazi, Shangguazi. Soon, Shia Chen felt the cargo ship he was on begin to move slowly, but he was a bit worried about the checkpoint Jiuyu mentioned, as it was established by the military as a maritime blockade. If they were discovered, not only would they not be able to reach Blackwater City, but they might also be thrown into prison. However, it turned out that Shia Chen's worries were somewhat unnecessary. Uncle Chin and the others had already arranged everything. When the cargo ship approached the checkpoint, it didn't even slow down and pass through smoothly. After a while, the partition knocked again with a dong-dong, followed by Jiuyu's impatient voice, Shangguazi, we're leaving. Shia Chen got out of bed and slowly climbed up the dark cargo hold ladder. Jiuyu had already climbed up and turned around to glare at him, extending his hand and saying, hurry up. The moment Shia Chen crawled out of the cargo hold, he was greeted by a refreshing river breeze, a stark contrast to the cramped and stuffy cargo hold. He saw that the scar-faced man and the masked man were already on deck, and Jiuyu quickly walked over to the railing, taking a deep breath of the fresh air. At that moment, the moonlight was bright in the night sky, illuminating the flowing river like silver paint spilled across a galaxy. Shia Chen felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Jiuyu quietly walked over, punched Shia Chen in the waist playfully, and said with a smile, how's it going, Shangguazi? It's definitely much more comfortable here than in your cargo hold. Shia Chen couldn't deny it. Suddenly, a commotion erupted from the deck ahead, mixed with a person's scream. What's going on? Scarface on the deck growled, while the masked man beside him dashed forward like a shadow. A curved blade gleaming coldly was already gripped in his hand. What incredible speed! Shia Chen was taken aback and immediately became alert, activating his eye of breaking illusions to look towards the front of the deck, where many crew members had gathered, each wielding a weapon. Don't panic, September said calmly beside him, also gripping a dagger at her waist. It must be a monster from the river that has boarded the ship. But with Scarface and Huajian here, nothing will go wrong. Let's go take a look. Shia Chen was startled. Due to their living environment and the absence of hunters, monsters living in the sea and rivers were often stronger and more dangerous than those on land. At this moment, September had quietly moved closer, but Shia Chen dared not let his guard down, donning all his gear and following with the Tiger Fierce battle shield in hand. The two reached the front of the deck, where Scarface stood with a fierce giant axe, blocking the crew members. The masked man was protecting a crew member who was wailing, his lower body already missing a leg. In front of the crowd, a giant crab, covered in thorns and as large as 2 oxen, was dominating the bow of the ship. Its small, cruel eyes looked at everyone, while it waved 2 pincers like guillotine blades, tearing apart a blood-soaked leg piece by piece, greedily chewing it. The grim scythe crab, one of the most dangerous creatures of the sea tribe, the number of human professionals who die at its claws each year ranks among the top 10 of all monsters. This mutated giant crab possesses a thorny shell as tough as steel, with almost no natural enemies underwater. If not hunted, its size can grow almost indefinitely. In recent years, countries around the world have seen records of ever larger grim scythe crabs, with the largest nearly the size of a transport ship, reaching disaster-level danger. And the grim scythe crab currently occupying the bow had already exceeded the size of ordinary monsters, its thick thorny pincers measuring 2 meters long, making even Scarface's giant axe, which was taller than a person, seem somewhat small in comparison. With the Eye of Breaking Illusions activated, Shia Chen could see its attributes clearly. Grim Scythe Crab, level 95, talent attributes, Thorny Shell, Bloodthirsty, a level 95 elite monster, far beyond what Shia Chen could contend with at present. However, Scarface standing at the bow showed no fear, raising his giant axe high and striking fiercely at the crab's pincers, exuding an aura of invincibility. Scarface's attributes appeared before Shia Chen. Profession, Blood Mad Warrior, level 115, talent attributes, Blood Burning, Rage Surge, Axe Mastery. No wonder September said that with Scarface and the masked man around, nothing would go wrong. Scarface stood at the forefront, swinging his giant axe like a whirlwind. Each time the grim scythe crab raised its pincers to try and crush him, it was precisely countered by the powerful axe. Shia Chen had never seen such a heavy weapon as a giant axe wielded with such agility. The axe, as long as a person, seemed to have the weight of 1,000 pounds in Scarface's hands. This must be his talent attribute, Axe Mastery. Scarface suddenly stepped forward, turning defense into offense with his giant axe. Suddenly, he pried open the claws of the ghostly scythe crab and struck fiercely at its head. In an instant, a crack appeared in the thorny shell of the ghostly scythe crab, and the blade of the giant axe sank into the fissure. The scarred face gripped the axe handle tightly and pried with all his might. Green blood immediately oozed from the crab's shell, causing it to thrash wildly in pain, its massive and sharp limbs carving terrifying gashes across the bow of the ship. Suddenly, the already swaying ship tilted to one side. The scarred face slipped, his body leaning sideways, and the giant axe nearly slipped from his grasp. If this were on solid ground, the scarred face could certainly take down the ghostly scythe crab single-handedly, but this was on water. At that moment, the bright moon hanging in the sky was obscured by a dark cloud, and the once calm river's surface began to ripple. The ship creaked and swayed, and the scarred face kept stepping side to side to maintain his balance, but this made it difficult for him to swing the giant axe freely. In contrast, the ghostly scythe crab firmly embedded its sharp limbs into the deck at the bow, stabilizing itself, and its 2 massive claws came down like giant guillotines towards the scarred face. The scarred face couldn't dodge in time. Although he tried to block with the giant axe, he still took a solid hit, and a massive wound with blood holes instantly appeared on his arm. In that moment, the situation was dire. Beside him, the man wrapped in cloth who was protecting the legless boatman shouted urgently, "September, take over." "Okay." September quickly responded, rushing over to stop the bleeding of the boatman with medicine and bandages, while the wrapped man dashed towards the bow of the ship like a fleeting shadow along the railing. His agile figure seemed unaffected by the swaying of the ship, and 2 crescent-shaped blades had appeared in his hands. The wrapped man nimbly leaped and landed behind the ghostly scythe crab, the crescent blades transforming into a storm of sharp edges, striking at the crab's hind legs. Instantly, he helped the scarred face out of danger. At this moment, the other boatmen on the deck had also gathered, each equipped with crossbows and arrows. A rain of arrows shot at the ghostly scythe crab's shell. Although the damage was minimal, it effectively slowed its movements. The situation stabilized again, and at this rate, they should be able to drive away or eliminate the ghostly scythe crab at the bow soon. Just then, it seemed that one of the boatmen was an archer. A flare arrow shot towards the bow, illuminating the entire body of the ghostly scythe crab with its flickering light. They saw that the thorny shell was covered with terrifying red patterns resembling ghostly faces. This scene was clearly visible to Shia Chen, who had activated his Eye of Breaking Illusions. His eyes widened in shock as he shouted loudly, "Something's wrong." The ghostly scythe crab has red face patterns on its back. Only male ghostly scythe crabs in heat or mating season display red patterns. During this period, they do not hunt alone. There must be a female crab nearby. "Everyone, be careful." Shia Chen's loud warning reached all the boatmen on the deck, including the scarred face and the wrapped man who were battling the ghostly scythe crab at the bow. what is that guy saying? He says there's another female crab nearby. Is that true? Could he be bluffing? I think so too. What does a kid who hasn't even grown hair know? The boatmen began to murmur among themselves, but no one took Shia Chen's warning seriously. Only September looked at him in surprise, asking incredulously, what are you saying? Is there really another ghostly scythe crab nearby? No doubt about it. Shia Chen gritted his teeth and said fiercely, his gaze quickly scanning the deck. At this moment, the moonlight had dimmed, and the entire ship on the river was shrouded in darkness, visibility no more than 2 meters. Shia Chen looked up, then slung the tiger fierce battle shield on his back and climbed straight up the mast to the highest lookout point. He set up the searchlight on the lookout tower and began searching the entire deck, the bright beam of light illuminating the entire ship. There! Shia Chen suddenly shouted, pointing at the stern of the ship. The searchlight in his hand pierced through the sails and shone on the ship's rear, revealing a massive shadow slowly crawling up onto the deck. With 8 limbs and 2 pincers, the shadow stretched 2 to 3 meters long, terrifying like a ghost. The crew on the deck immediately fell into chaos, each one turning their crossbows toward the stern, but none of them had the skills of the scar-faced man to stand in front. The sound of the ghostly scythe crab's sharp limbs scraping across the deck made everyone's hearts tremble. At one end, it was like a demon. However, standing on the lookout tower, Shia Chen felt an increasing chill in his heart. Under the searchlight, he saw that the belly of the mother crab at the stern had already flattened, indicating that it had finished laying eggs. Shia Chen quickly turned the searchlight to the sides of the cargo ship and saw, in the pitch-black shadows, countless baby crabs the size of human heads crawling up the ship's hull, each shell adorned with a ghostly face. Crustacean monsters are extremely prolific, with each laying thousands or even tens of thousands of eggs. As the searchlight illuminated the ship's hull, everyone on board witnessed this spine-chilling scene. One by one, the baby crabs made creaking sounds as they desperately climbed onto the ship, each with ghostly patterns on their backs. In the light, they resembled a horde of vengeful spirits. Many crew members were so terrified by this horrifying sight that they clutched their heads and cried out in despair, while others simply collapsed on the deck, their eyes filled with hopelessness. Most of these crew members were ordinary people, either working for a living or from extremely disadvantaged combat professions, and they had come aboard this cargo ship just to make a living. How could they have ever seen such a scene? The scar-faced man and the rat-faced man, who were fighting the male crab at the bow, also witnessed this hair-raising sight. Damn it! We poked the crab's nest. The scar-faced man spat and cursed under his breath. That little brat really hit the nail on the head. The rat-faced man's eyes widened in horror, and his heart sank, realizing the gravity of the situation. The male crab at the bow was still not dealt with, and now a larger female crab was climbing up from the stern, surrounded by a swarm of baby ghost scythe crabs about to crawl onto the deck. If they managed to get up, it would all be over. He and the scar-faced man naturally had the strength to protect themselves, but those crew members were doomed. It wouldn't be long before everyone would meet their end at the claws of the crabs. Without the crew, the ship would never reach Blackwater City. The situation had reached a critical point. The deck was in chaos, and every crew member was on edge. One crew member, already terrified to the point of collapse, screamed and jumped off the side of the ship, trying to escape. Don't jump! Shia Chen shouted urgently, but it was already too late. The searchlight's beam followed the jumping boatman, and beneath the splashing sound that sent waves rippling across the river, countless tiny crabs surfaced from the water, pouncing on the boatman, their sharp pincers cruelly tearing him apart. A piercing and tragic scream echoed, and all the boatmen on the deck gradually fell into despair. At that moment, the searchlight high on the mast suddenly shone on their faces, the intense light momentarily dazing them. Standing on the lookout tower, Shia Chen roared, "Everyone, don't panic. We won't die. Those newly hatched crabs are just low-level monsters. Everyone on the deck, follow my orders, grab all the weapons you can find, and defend both sides of the ship." "Jiu Yu!" Shia Chen called out to Jiu Yu, who was already somewhat flustered and confused. In an instant, she understood his meaning, drew the dagger from her waist, and fiercely slashed at a tiny crab that had rushed onto the deck. The blade flashed. The tiny crab let out a shrill cry, split in half. Jiu Yu quickly shouted, "Everyone, don't panic. Listen to Shia Chen's commands. These little crabs are just minor monsters. We can kill them." In times of chaos and confusion, people often need someone to step up and straightforwardly tell them what to do. Shia Chen's words were like the searchlight in the dark night, reigniting hope in the despairing boatmen, who tightened their grips on their weapons and rushed to the sides of the ship. Fighting back was better than waiting to die. Jiu Yu was at the forefront, her dagger gleaming as she slaughtered each tiny crab that reached the deck, splattered with the thick, foul crab blood, uncaring of the mess. Jiu Yu's butchery, as easy as chopping vegetables, rekindled the courage of the boatmen, who stood at the edge of the deck, recklessly smashing and hacking at the tiny crabs until they were reduced to mush. Some let out furious roars to vent their anger, while others began to sing the boatman's shanty, "Yo ho ho! Yo ho ho! Through the fierce waves, stepping on the dangerous shoals, the boatmen are full of courage. The ancestral shanty echoed in the night, soothing the hearts of the people. The crisis on the deck was temporarily held off, but a greater crisis was already approaching. A massive ghost-sized female crab had slowly crawled onto the ship, its 8 sharp legs tightly gripping the stern. The sight of the dead offspring on the deck sent it into a rage, emitting a series of hissing roars from its mouthparts, its 2 side-like pincers waving as it raised its upper body, crawling towards the center of the ship as if standing. Ghost-sized giant crab, level 115, even higher than the male crab at the bow. Its size was even larger. The enormous figure cast a shadow over the ship, causing the boatmen on the deck to tremble. If it charged onto the deck, they would likely become a buffet in an instant. Joyu, fully aware that she was the only combat class on the deck, did not hesitate, gripping her dagger and charging forward fearlessly. She would delay for as long as she could. She had to stand up. The man at the bow, seeing this scene, couldn't help but shout urgently, "Joyu, don't go over there." He knew that with Joyu's agile but fragile class facing such a significant level difference, she could not possibly withstand the female crab at the stern. One hit could mean death. The rogue class was at a tremendous disadvantage against a formidable monster like the ghost-sized giant crab. The masked man wanted to rush to the stern of the ship, but it was already too late. The only thing he could do now was to quickly deal with the male crab at the bow alongside the scar-faced man. "Quickly finish it," the masked man shouted urgently. "Okay." The scar-faced man understood the dire situation, gritting his teeth as he wielded a giant axe and struck fiercely at the male crab, adopting a reckless fighting style. At this moment, September had already blocked the female crab at the stern, relying on the agility of a thief. Taking the initiative, she plunged her dagger into the shell of the female crab's abdomen. However, the damage was minimal, leaving her feeling somewhat desperate. The dagger, barely a foot long, couldn't even penetrate the thick shell of the female crab. Such a small, quick weapon was at a natural disadvantage against this heavily armored monster. The furious counterattack from the female crab was imminent. Seeing its offspring being slaughtered by the crew on the deck, it was determined to crush any obstacles into pulp. Just then, the wind and waves rose again on the river, causing the ship to sway once more. September, who had been nimble, lost her balance, and the massive crab claw, sharp as a guillotine, came crashing toward her. She couldn't dodge in time. "September!" The scar-faced man and the masked man at the bow shouted in alarm. Suddenly, a figure leaped down from the lookout of the ship's mast, precisely blocking in front of September. A shield adorned with the fierce pattern of a white tiger deflected the giant crab's strike in the blink of an eye. With a resounding clang, the immense difference in levels sent Shia Chen, along with the tiger's shield in his hand, sliding back several meters. However, he had blocked this fatal blow for September. "Leave this to me," Shia Chen shouted without turning his head. "Let the scar-faced ones deal with the male crab first." September's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Shia Chen, who stood in front of her with the tiger's shield. Although he had nearly executed a perfect block just now, the vast difference in levels and attributes still caused him to be knocked back several meters like a kite with its string cut. "Leave it to you? Are you crazy? How could you possibly?" September hurriedly said, wanting to pull Shia Chen up, but before she could, Shia Chen nimbly flipped over, once again facing the giant crab with the tiger shield. "You go and let the scar-faced ones deal with the male crab first," Shia Chen said without looking back. "Kill one first. We can't afford a war of attrition." September's expression was horrified, but she knew Shia Chen was right. The only ones on this cargo ship who could contend with the giant crab were the scar-faced man and the flower-faced man. However, both of them were at the bow. The distance from the bow to the stern was just over 50 meters, but under the current circumstances, it was a life-and-death distance. Even if they sent one person to the stern to hold off the more ferocious female crab, it would be too late. It was better to concentrate their efforts and kill the male crab first. "Okay, I understand." September bit her lip and nodded fiercely. Blood surged in her pupils again, and her speed suddenly skyrocketed. She wielded her dagger, cutting through the center of the ship, killing the young crabs that had breached the crew's defenses while shouting loudly to the scar-faced duo at the bow, "Hurry, kill the male crab first. Shia Chen can't hold out alone for long." Upon hearing this, the scar-faced man and the masked man turned to look at the stern, and indeed, they saw only Shia Chen standing there, holding the tiger's shield, becoming the last line of defense for the crew on the deck. "Damn it! Isn't this kid being reckless? He's courting death." The scar-faced man suddenly cursed, realizing that his and the masked man's mission was to escort Shia Chen safely to Blackwater City. If this kid died halfway, how would he report to Uncle Chin? The scar-faced man abruptly drew a finely crafted dagger from his waist and slashed it across his own arm, blood flowing as his muscles instantly bulged. This was his special professional talent, blood-burning berserker. At the cost of burning a significant portion of his life force, he gained an explosive surge of power and damage. The scar-faced man was risking his life directly. Meanwhile, the masked man also revealed a fierce expression, his crescent moon scimitars clashing together, his body spinning like a top, the blades slicing through the air towards the giant crab. With their desperate teamwork, the health bar of the ghostly scythe crab was rapidly depleting. On the deck, Jiu turned anxiously, only to see Shia Chen, wielding the fierce battle shield, was now just a few steps away from the female crab. A level 50 Shia Chen faced an elite monster with a staggering level of 115. Even with the extraordinary bonuses from his numerous talent entries, it was still far from enough to make up for the gap in attributes. However, Shia Chen remained increasingly calm, for what he needed to do was not to kill this terrifying ghostly scythe giant crab, but to buy enough time. As long as he could delay a little longer until the scar-faced man and the masked man at the bow killed the giant crab and freed their hands, the situation would be resolved. Shia Chen didn't even need to deal much damage, he just needed to attract its hatred and survive under the furious claws of the female crab. The ghostly scythe female crab's pincers came crashing down towards Shia Chen. He watched closely, activating the water step beneath his feet, nimbly moving to the inner side of the female crab, and in an instant, he flashed to its side, then without a moment's pause, he darted behind the female crab. He's in the blind spot of the ghostly scythe crab's vision. Jiu on the deck instantly understood Shia Chen's maneuver. The ghostly scythe giant crab's 8 sharp limbs plunged fiercely into the deck, stabilizing its body against the swaying ship, but it also fixed itself in place. This was its weakness. Shia Chen flashed to the back of the ghostly scythe giant crab, immediately switching to the king's sword, and activated ghost fire toxin. The attack, imbued with burning and toxic effects, struck the back of the ghostly scythe giant crab. Although it failed to penetrate its shell and, due to the significant level difference, did not successfully apply the burning and toxin effects, Shia Chen's actions successfully attracted the ghostly scythe giant crab's hatred. The enraged female crab shifted its gaze from the deck's crew to the unexpected guest behind it, turning its massive and heavy body to crush him. However, since its limbs were deeply embedded in the deck, every time it moved a limb, it had to pull it out from the deck first. The advantage of fixing its massive body on the swaying ship had now turned into its greatest disadvantage. In contrast, Shia Chen, who was constantly dodging and firmly positioning himself in the blind spot behind the ghostly scythe giant crab, was incredibly agile. The swaying ship had drenched the deck with water, and the ghostly scythe giant crab's sharp limbs kept piercing the deck. One limb suddenly slipped and missed. Although it was supported by its 8 limbs and was not affected, Shia Chen keenly observed this moment. Suddenly, he shouted loudly to Jiu and the crew on the deck, "Oil! Is there any oil?" September suddenly woke up, immediately searching the deck with his gaze. One of the old sailors also reacted quickly, hurriedly taking a barrel of oil used to lubricate the landing gear bearings from the storage box and handing it to September. September originally wanted to throw it high to Shia Chen, but seeing the female crab standing up, nearly as tall as a floor, brandishing its claws and blocking the entire airspace, he had a sudden idea. He bent down and slid the barrel of lubricating oil across the deck, right under the body of the ghostly scythe crab. "Shia Chen, catch it!" The barrel of oil flew through the gaps between the 8 legs of the ghostly scythe crab, and Shia Chen watched closely, stepping on it with one foot. He then reversed his grip on the Junsho wine sword and pierced the oil barrel with one strike. The golden oil immediately spread across the deck, making the already smooth and shiny surface incredibly slippery. The sharp legs of the ghostly scythe crab slipped on it instantly. The left half of its legs was almost entirely on the oil, and its whole body toppled over in an instant. Seizing this opportunity, Shia Chen activated the ghost fire toxin once again. In an instant, the left half of the ghostly scythe crab, now covered in oil, was ignited. 2-6. Although the burning damage was not much, it could even be said to be pitifully low. It instantly threw the ghostly scythe crab, which had lived in water all its life, into a panic. Having never seen fire before, half of its body was now burning, and its 8 legs were frantically moving, but they all slipped in the oil, igniting flames all over its body. The intense burning sensation, while not fatal, caused it to become frantic and enraged, neglecting the presence of Shia Chen beside it. This scene also caught the attention of the scar-faced man and the masked man at the bow of the ship. "Good kid, he really has it." The scar-faced man couldn't help but cheer. Under the combined assault of him and the masked man, the health bar of this male crab at the bow finally hit bottom. The scar-faced man suddenly swung the giant axe in his hand and brutally chopped the male crab's head in half. Then, exchanging glances with the masked man, the two hurried to the stern to save the situation. "Damn it, we're having roasted crab today. Shia Chen, stay back. Let me show you a thing or two." The scar-faced man chuckled, gripping the giant axe tightly and charging towards the stern. The heavy axe, taller than a person, spun around in his hands like a full moon blooming on the deck. Then, a massive axe blade phantom appeared out of thin air. It was at least 7 or 8 meters long, fiercely chopping down towards the female crab's tail. Shia Chen's heart trembled, and he quickly dodged into the nearby cargo hold. The massive axe-blade phantom struck hard against the female crab's shell. The already unstable female crab was directly chopped down by this solid blow, collapsing onto the deck, and the thorny shell on its back was torn open with a large gash. 21689. A damage number exceeding 20,000 suddenly burst out. Shia Chen was secretly astonished. This must be the scar-faced man's ultimate move. At this moment, the masked man's figure flashed, having somehow circled to the back of the female crab. "Kid, your task is complete. The next part is up to us brothers," the scar-faced man said without looking back to Shia Chen. Suddenly, the bandages that had wrapped around half of his body, including his head and face, unraveled. The long bandage in his hand seemed to have a spirit of its own, whipping towards the female crab and instantly binding one of its claws tightly. This bandage was actually a piece of equipment, or rather, it should be called a weapon. With one claw bound, the ghostly scythe crab's destructive power instantly halved, but even as it struggled desperately, it couldn't tear apart the bandage wrapped around it for a while. Unwrapping the bandages that had been wrapped around his face, the masked man finally revealed his true appearance. It was a thin face, adorned with a painted opera mask that seemed to be a dramatic representation of a Dan roll, perhaps to conceal the horrifying burns that marred his skin. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a jolt in his heart. What had this person gone through? At that moment, a hand suddenly pulled Shia Chen into the adjacent cabin. It was Jiuyu, who had rushed over. Seeing Shia Chen's gaze fixed on the masked man's face, Jiuyu whispered, "Brother Huamian was brought back by Uncle Qin from a pile of corpses. I heard he offended someone he shouldn't have, and his whole family was burned to death by a violent fire mage. Even San Yang couldn't fix his face, so he tattooed this mask on himself and has kept his face covered ever since." Shia Chen remained silent. These people were all just unfortunate souls. The two hid in the cabin, watching as the scarred-faced man and the masked man worked together, forcing the fierce female crab at the stern to retreat step by step. Their cooperation was remarkably seamless. The scarred man took the offensive while the masked man controlled the situation. Clearly unrestrained now, the two unleashed their full power, and it was only a matter of time before they took down the giant ghost scythe crab at the stern. There was no need for Shia Chen to intervene. He and Jiuyu made their way to the deck, helping the crew clear away the young crabs that had climbed aboard, still oblivious to their fate. Without the threat of the giant crabs, these lower-level young crabs, though still numerous, seemed less terrifying. The crew steadied their nerves, firmly guarding the sides of the ship, while Shia Chen and Jiuyu efficiently dispatched the crabs, one by one. Finally, with a furious roar from the scarred man, a massive axe shadow cleaved down at the stern, and the enormous female crab collapsed with a thunderous crash, completely lifeless. "Oh!" The crew on the deck waved their weapons, cheering for their escape from death. Shia Chen couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. At that moment, the bright moon in the sky broke through the clouds once more, casting silvery moonlight over the river, restoring tranquility to everything. The scarred man forcefully removed the giant crab's massive pincers, shouting about roasting it to eat, while the masked man seemed to be complaining about something. The captain on the deck held a list, counting the crew members one by one. Those called raised their hands slowly, but their faces showed little joy. In this crab disaster, 3 crew members had died, and 1 was seriously injured. The surviving crew members prayed to the gods, thanking them for their protection. Others stared blankly at the empty spaces beside them. When this voyage ended, the deceased crew members would leave behind a substantial compensation for their families. This was the life of the vast majority of ordinary people in this world. Shia Chen sat on the steps of the cargo hold, gazing absently at the scene on the deck. Jiuyu quietly sat down beside him and said, "By dawn, we should be nearing Heisu City." Shia Chen nodded gently in response. Jiuyu looked at the sight of Shia Chen's face, also lost in thought. She recalled how he had calmly shielded her during the frenzied attacks of the female crab. This person was somewhat like Uncle Qin, yet also different. Suddenly, Shia Chen turned his head and saw Jiuyu staring at him in a daze. He asked, "What's wrong?" Caught off guard, Jiuyu met his gaze, her cheeks flushing suddenly. She quickly turned away, saying, "It's nothing. I'm going to take a nap." Then she walked back to the cargo hold with light but somewhat flustered steps. After a while, the scar-faced man, holding a crab claw over a meter long in one hand and a charcoal grill in the other, plopped down on the deck near Shia Chen, seemingly determined to roast the crab claw. However, the grill must have gotten wet during the recent turbulence of the ship, and no matter how hard the scar-faced man tried, he couldn't get it lit. Frustrated, he sighed and turned to see Shia Chen sitting on the steps, his eyes lighting up as he said, "Hey, kid, didn't you just have a way to start a fire? Quick, help me get this grill going." Shia Chen felt a wave of helplessness and extended his hand to activate the ghost fire toxin, flames dancing at his fingertips as he said to the scar-faced man, "This fire is toxic. Are you sure you want it?" The scar-faced man was taken aback, looking at the strange green hue in the flame in Shia Chen's hand, and immediately grimaced, saying, maybe not. Shia Chen smiled and advised him, I think you should save yourself the trouble. The meat of a mature ghost scythe crab is tough and sour, not good to eat. The scar-faced man squinted at Shia Chen, skeptical. Really? Don't try to fool me. Shia Chen nodded helplessly. After hesitating for a while, the scar-faced man chose to trust Shia Chen, cursing as he carried the massive crab claw to the bow of the ship and angrily tossed it into the river. Damn it, stinky crab. Useless. At this moment, the eastern sky had already brightened with a fish belly white, and a few rays of the rising sun gently fell on the river's surface, revealing the distant silhouette of a grand city slowly appearing. Heisu City has arrived. As the morning light spread, the shadow of the city, resembling a mountain, drew closer. The once calm river visibly quickened its flow as it reached this point. The crew on the cargo ship even turned off the engine, yet the vessel continued to glide forward, as if being pulled by a tremendous force. As the morning mist gradually dissipated, Shia Chen, who had unconsciously stood up from the deck, finally saw the massive structure before him. It was a colossal dam. The rushing river was abruptly cut off at this moment, and as the dam released water like a mountain, the surrounding boats were naturally drawn along with the current. Beneath the shadow of the dam, the river water, already mixed with silt, appeared as dark as ink. No wonder this place was called Heisu City. It is said that this dam is only a third of its former glory. If it hadn't been destroyed by that calamity-level monster back then, it would be even more spectacular now. Hua Lian had somehow appeared next to Shia Chen, his face wrapped tightly as he seemed to explain to Shia Chen, almost as if talking to himself. But even with just one sluice gate left, it's enough to supply the entire city's electricity. At this moment, Jiuyu also came up to the deck, her face lighting up as she looked at the massive dam. We finally made it. The ships ahead had gathered into long lines, gradually entering the city that was almost built on the dam through the tributary sluice gate. The cargo ship docked at one of the piers. Let's go! The scar-faced man at the bow called out to Shia Chen and the others, jumping onto the shore first. Damn it, this solid ground feels so good to stand on. The scar-faced man muttered under his breath, stomping a few times on the ground to feel comfortable, then turned to the wrapped-faced man and asked, Hua Lian, where are the people we contacted? Where are they meeting us? At the Nightingale Tavern, the wrapped-faced man replied quietly, leading the way ahead. September quietly said to Shia Chen, actually, Scarface is also here for the first time in Blackwater City, but Huabian is not. He knows this place better than the old city. We just need to follow him. The path led by Huabian was narrow and winding, and they didn't encounter anyone else along the way. As the noisy sounds ahead gradually approached, the narrow path suddenly opened up, revealing that Huabian had directly brought them into the market of Blackwater City. At that moment, Shia Chen truly understood the weight of what Uncle Qin had said. 90% of the goods in the underground black market of the capital city came from here. Looking around, it was like a massive ghost market. The market was teeming with people, and the surrounding small buildings had interconnected self-built corridors, one corridor leading to another. Layer upon layer, it resembled a maze. Every shop displayed goods that left Shia Chen in awe. Equipment with bloodstains still on them, high-risk young beasts strictly prohibited by the military, and even humanoid monsters imprisoned in cages. It was noisy and chaotic, yet it filled one with dread. This was Blackwater City. The Nightingale Tavern, led by Huabian, was located in a relatively quiet neighborhood. Trendy neon lights were affixed to a wooden sign, displaying 4 large characters, Nightingale Tavern. The main part of the tavern seemed to be underground, with only an entrance built on the surface. Huabian and Scarface walked ahead, descending a staircase. Indeed, the underground was a different world. The entrance hall was as spacious as a factory, and further inside were numerous corridors, resembling a complete underground refuge. Huabian spoke to someone at the counter, and soon a woman with purple hair came over, leading Shia Chen and the others to a suite at the end of the corridor. You will stay here today. If you need anything, just tell the tavern staff. They are all our people, Huabian instructed Shia Chen in September. Scarface and I have some matters to attend to, so you two stay in the room and try not to go out. September quietly pouted at Shia Chen but obediently carried her luggage into the suite. Inside the suite, there were 4 rooms. Although it was underground, it was not cramped at all, at least much better than the cabin on the boat. September boldly opened all 4 room doors, then chose the one she liked best and pointed to the adjacent room, saying to Shia Chen, I'll take this one, you can have the one inside. Shia Chen didn't mind. After all, these rooms were all underground and had no windows. He walked in and lay down on the bed, closing the door. After a night of thrilling water travel, as soon as Shia Chen lay down, all his fatigue surged up. He could hear the sound of water splashing next door. It seemed September was taking a shower. Shia Chen sat cross-legged on the bed and opened his attribute panel. The experience from last night's battle on the deck, where he participated in killing the ghost scythe giant crab and over 100 young crabs, had allowed Shia Chen to level up 4 times. Moreover, while dealing with the corpses, Shia Chen had quietly sacrificed the flames of 2 ghost scythe giant crabs and countless young crabs. Even now, he could still recall that wonderful prompt sound in his mind: ghost scythe giant crabs flame sacrifice successful. Gained flame value, 489 points. The combined corpses of those ghost scythe giant crabs had provided Shia Chen with nearly 500 points of flame value, a windfall. Additionally, Shia Chen had successfully obtained a talent entry from the ghost scythe giant crab: Furious Dance Steps. Rank, Effect: the sharp, barbed claws of the ghost scythe crab are one of its most powerful weapons, allowing it to move steadily on slopes at various angles. Additional effect: movement speed increased by 15%. Additional effect: when standing firmly, immune to most force displacement effects. In the quiet room, Shia Chen suddenly activated this furious dance step. It seemed as if a fierce suction force gathered on his hands and feet. Each step felt as if it were firmly nailed to the ground, extremely stable. Shia Chen tentatively climbed onto the wall and leaped suddenly, able to take several steps even on a vertical surface. Moreover, his movement speed increased by 15%. What a great skill! Shia Chen immediately recalled another skill of his that increased movement speed: Water Summoning Step, which also had the additional effect of immunity to most control skills. He wondered what would happen if he combined these 2 skills. That very night, after successfully changing jobs, he encountered Uncle Chin and was subsequently drawn into a series of strange events. The talent entry fusion technique he learned from a letter left by a senior during the job change ceremony had yet to be used. At that moment, a thought crossed Shia Chen's mind, and a line of text suddenly appeared before him. Do you wish to consume 100 fire seed points to fuse the entries, Water Summoning Step and Furious Dance Step? Fuse. Without hesitation, Shia Chen chose to fuse. The large wave of fire seed points he harvested on the deck last night, combined with his previous stockpile, gave him over 900 fire seed points in hand. If not now, then when? Then a prompt appeared before Shia Chen: after fusion, you will permanently lose the talent entries, Water Summoning Step and Furious Dance Step. Do you wish to continue? Continue the fusion. Shia Chen nodded in affirmation. Out with the old, in with the new. Suddenly, 2 streams of fire seed burst forth from his body, like 2 intertwining fire serpents, gradually merging together to form a new, more dazzling fire seed. A line of text suddenly appeared: talent entry fusion successful. Gained S-rank talent entry, Title Spirit Step. It worked! Shia Chen was overjoyed and quickly opened his attribute panel, where a new entry had appeared in the talent section. Title Spirit Step Rank, S effect, summons the spirit of the tides, gaining agile power. Upon activation, instantly increases movement speed by 50%. Additional entry, when activated, immune to most slowing effects and control effects. Additional entry, when in a water environment, skill effects are enhanced by 100%. What a Title Spirit Step! Shia Chen couldn't help but show his joy. He never expected that a B-rank Water Summoning Step combined with an A-rank Furious Dance Step would yield an S-rank talent skill. Not only did it directly stack the immunity to slowing effects and control effects from the 2 original entries, but it also enhanced the movement speed increase to a full 50%. If he further stacked it with the additional skill of his Black Moon Cloak, Black Moon Time, which grants an extra 50% speed boost for 30 seconds, Shia Chen's movement speed as a power agility build would reach a terrifying level, capable of completely crushing pure agility classes of the same rank. The first fusion of skill entries yielded an exceptional result. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a high expectation for the fusion of other skills to come. He calmed down and carefully examined the more than 20 talent entries in his attribute panel. When Shia Chen used the fusion technique on the entries, he discovered that not every 2 entries could be fused together. For example, the D-rank entry, Brutality, which increased strength by 100 points, could not be fused with Focus, which increased spirit by 100 points, because there was no connection between the 2. However, the D-rank entry, Undead, which increased poison resistance by 100 points, could be fused with the entry, Corrosion Resistance, which also increased corrosion resistance by 100 points, because both increased resistance to abnormal attributes. Moreover, since both entries were D-rank, only 40 points of fire seed value were needed for the fusion. Without hesitation, Shia Chen chose to fuse them, and immediately obtained a new B-rank entry, Steel Body, with the effect, Iron Physique, significantly increases resistance to poison and corrosion effects. Additional effect, Defense plus 500. Not only did he fuse and upgrade both entries, but he also gained an extra effect that increased his defense. It was all gain and no loss. After understanding the rules of entry fusion, Shia Chen quickly searched through the talent entries. Suddenly, he was surprised to find that 2 unexpected entries could actually be fused. They were the A rank, Deathlike Cocoon, and the A rank, Phantom Clone? These two entries can actually fuse? Shia Chen was somewhat astonished, as the effects and attributes of these two skills seemed completely unrelated based on their descriptions. However, since both were A rank skills, fusing them into one entry would require a staggering 300 points of fire seed value. Shia Chen hesitated, as these two entries already held significant strategic value, capable of producing unexpected effects in battle. If the resulting skill turned out poorly, it would greatly weaken his combat power. After some contemplation, Shia Chen ultimately chose to fuse them. He decided to take a gamble. He believed that this fusion, which consumed 300 points of fire seed value, would not yield a useless skill. The moment Shia Chen made his choice, two strands of fire seed were drawn from his body, slowly merging together. Finally, a prompt appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. The talent entry Phantom Clone has successfully fused with the entry Deathlike Cocoon. Gained SS rank talent entry, Substitute Mirror. Effect, instantly summons a mirror clone within a certain range. The clone has a physical form and looks exactly like the host, possessing 50% of the host's attributes. Additional entry, the host can remotely control the clone within the effective range and transfer a single instance of damage received to the mirror clone, limited to once. SS rank talent entry. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel ecstatic. This time he hit the jackpot. The two A-rank skills with strong strategic significance had indeed paid off, as the Substitute Mirror allowed the clone to have a physical form. No longer just a shadow projection, having a physical form opened up many more tactical options for Shia Chen. Dual line operation, catching the enemy off guard. Plus, there was an excellent additional entry that allowed the mirror clone to absorb one instance of damage for him. This was simply a life-saving trump card. The 300 points of fire seed value spent were well worth it. Just as Shia Chen was overjoyed with the gains from this fusion, he suddenly saw another set of talent entries among the many that could be fused. A prompt appeared before Shia Chen. Do you wish to fuse the talent entries Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, and Soul Grudge? Shia Chen was instantly stunned. Could multiple talent attributes really be fused at the same time? He had thought about fusing the two poison attributes, Ghost Fire Toxin and Corpse Poison, but he never expected that the Soul's Grievance attribute could also be fused together. This attribute was one he obtained when he killed the thousand-legged soldier larva under General Lulan, and its effect, once activated, allowed attacks to carry the Grievance effect, which could ignore all physical defenses and magical resistances of the target, causing continuous true damage. Although the damage value wasn't high, there was one particularly disgusting aspect. The Grievance effect could not be removed by detoxification potions or other items, unless purified by a priest's holy light skill or similar. Now, these three talent attributes could actually be fused together, but it required a whopping 500 points of fire seed value. This was almost all the remaining stock Shia Chen had. This could be said to completely empty his savings. Although Shia Chen felt a pang of pain in his heart, he did not hesitate for a moment. He glanced over the other talent attributes on him. Aside from some basic D-rank resistance attributes that could still be fused, the remaining higher-tier attributes like photosynthetic recovery, sonar detection, crescent moonsweep, and lightning stab could not be fused for the time being. He decided to go all in. Gritting his teeth, Shia Chen said in a deep voice, "Fuse for me." 3 strands of different fire seeds suddenly emerged from Shia Chen's body. The one with a strange green light was the Ghost Fire Toxin, the one emitting wisps of white smoke was the Corpse Poison, and the one that occasionally flickered like a skeletal soul was the Soul's Grievance. The 3 fire seeds, representing different talent attributes, intertwined and fused in front of Shia Chen, producing a series of crackling and burning sounds, as if they were devouring and fighting each other. Finally, the 3 strands of fire shone together, merging into a more violent flame. Ghost Fire Toxin, Corpse Poison, Soul's Grievance fusion successful. SS level talent attribute obtained, Bone Deep Poison Flame. Another SS level attribute. Shia Chen couldn't help but hold his breath, hurriedly checking this new talent attribute. After all, the effects of Ghost Fire Toxin and Corpse Poison had been a significant boost for him up to this point. What kind of new talent attribute would be produced from this fusion? In the talent bar, the properties of the new attribute immediately appeared. Bone Deep Poison Flame rank, SS level effect, a bone deep poison that relentlessly haunts like a vengeful spirit. Upon hitting the target, it inflicts a poison flame effect, causing damage every second. After stacking to 10 layers, it converts to dealing 1% of the target's maximum health as damage per second. Additional effect, cannot be removed by ordinary detoxification potions, cannot be purified by ordinary purification spells. Additional effect, once the target is in the Bone Deep Poison Flame state, their resistance to dizziness gradually decreases, making it easier to inflict abnormal effects. Hiss! Shia Chen couldn't help but gasp. This was the SS level poison that fused Ghost Fire Toxin, corpse poison, and soul's grievance. As long as it hit the target, it couldn't be removed by ordinary means. Just this aspect was already enough to be domineering. Not to mention that after stacking to 10 layers, it would directly turn into damage based on the percentage of maximum health per second, continuously poisoning the target. Deadly poison. Deadly poison. Even Shia Chen himself was a bit shocked. In other words, as long as this bone-deep poison flame was stacked to 10 layers, the target would have no choice but to wait for death, unless they had a higher-level alchemical detoxification potion or a holy-level purification spell. However, who among ordinary people would carry a detoxification potion worth over 100,000 in their backpack? Not to mention a holy-level purification spell, which only ordinary priests could possess after reaching the third transfer. This thing was simply Shia Chen's trump card. It truly lives up to its name, bone-penetrating poison flame. Once it sticks, it's like a bone ulcer that one can never escape from. At this stage, it is nearly invincible. It is even a deadly means to single-handedly take down boss-level monsters. Unless facing some epic-level bosses far beyond Shia Chen's level, there is simply no way to resist this bone-penetrating poison flame. Now that Shia Chen has arrived in Blackwater City, it has become a significant boost for him to grind monsters and level up. The 500 points of fire seed value spent were simply worth it. If he had come here earlier, he would have directly emptied all the fire seed value he had accumulated so far. Next, not only would he grind for experience to level up, but sacrificing monsters to harvest a large amount of fire seed value was also imperative. Just as Shia Chen was carefully studying and trying to use the newly fused high-level attributes, a sudden knock came from outside the room. "Hey, are you resting?" Disturbed from his thoughts, Shia Chen initially didn't want to respond, but just a few seconds later, the door to the room was unexpectedly opened from the outside. There stood Jiuyu, smiling and leaning against the doorframe, playing with a delicate lock-picking tool in her hand. Her profession was a necromancer thief, a vocation born to seek out undead treasures. The unique lock-picking skill that came with her innate attributes was among the best even among all thief professions. Shia Chen looked at Jiuyu helplessly. "Don't you think that's a bit rude? Opening someone else's door without permission?" Jiuyu, however, smiled confidently. "Hee, my hands are getting rusty, so I thought I'd practice on your door lock." "Shia Chen, come on, don't be so stingy." Jiuyu boldly walked into Shia Chen's room, glanced around, and sat down on the chair by the bed. Then, with a sly smile, she asked Shia Chen, "Aren't you curious about what Scar and Flower Face are mysteriously up to?" Shia Chen shook his head and honestly replied, "Not curious." His only task in Blackwater City was to rapidly level up using all available resources within a month. Other matters, if Uncle Qin didn't mention them, had nothing to do with him. Jiuyu rolled her eyes at him, as if she had already anticipated Shia Chen's response, and continued, "I heard that Uncle Qin sent Scar and the others to Blackwater City for another matter. It seems to be about a batch of goods. Someone in Blackwater City has stolen a batch of goods that were supposed to be delivered to Uncle Qin, and now this batch of goods has mysteriously disappeared. I guess Scar and the others went to investigate this matter." Shia Chen listened clearly to every word, but showed no reaction. With an attitude of indifference, Jiuyu felt a surge of anger and stood up, glaring at Shia Chen. "Hey, aren't you even curious about what this batch of goods is?" Shia Chen shook his head again and said, "Not curious, Uncle Qin has his own arrangements." Jiuyu was instantly infuriated by Shia Chen's unyielding demeanor, gritting her teeth. "Then you can just stay in your room." Shia Chen remained unmoved, closing his eyes to rest. Instead, after pacing a few circles in frustration, Jiuyu couldn't help but walk up to Shia Chen and said, "I heard Uncle Qin talking to San Yang the other day. The batch of goods that was lost was a batch of high-level alchemical potions. Do you understand high-level alchemical potions? They are meant to be sent to the battlefield for saving lives." Finally, Shia Chen opened his eyes and suddenly asked, "Since it's Uncle Qin's potions, why are they being sent to the battlefield?" Jiuyu was momentarily taken aback and replied, "Well, I don't know either. I just know that this batch of high-level alchemical potions is quite valuable, and even Uncle Qin can't just sit by and watch this batch get stolen." Hearing this, Shia Chen once again returned to his previous state of resting with his eyes closed and said lightly, "Since that's the case, it's even less something for you and me to concern ourselves with. Your mission in Blackwater City should be the same as mine, right? It's to level up as quickly as possible within a month. These trivial matters will be handled by Scarface and the others." Jiuyu furrowed her brows but could only slowly relax them. The task that San Yang had assigned to her before leaving was indeed like this. Knowing her temperament, San Yang had specifically instructed her not to meddle in other matters. Jiuyu could only sigh and say, "I really concede to you. So tell me, when are we heading out of the city to level up?" Shia Chen squinted his eyes and accurately pointed to the map that San Yang had given him, which was placed on the bed, saying, "Outside Blackwater City, there is a high-level polluted area that used to be a jade mine, where the monsters range from level 50 to 90. We'll set off tomorrow at dawn. Until late at night, Scarface and Huajian had not returned. The night at the Nightingale Tavern was not quiet, but it was safe. The suite area where Shia Chen and Jiuyu stayed was separated from the outside corridor and hall by a concealed gate. As night fell, the tavern sent someone to close the gate, isolating the suite area from the outside, and brought dinner to Shia Chen and Jiuyu. The person delivering the food was still the woman with purple hair who had guided them during the day. Jiuyu wanted to strike up a conversation with her to ask where Scarface and the others had gone, but unexpectedly, the purple-haired woman ignored her and simply reminded, "Try not to go out at night. Someone will open the inner gate in the morning. It's all for your safety." The night in the Nightingale Tavern passed quickly. Shia Chen finally had a good night's sleep, easing his tense body and nerves. When he opened his eyes, it was just past midnight. Shia Chen reorganized his backpack. For this leveling trip in Blackwater City, he had prepared a considerable amount of high-grade blood potions and other recovery potions, detoxification potions, mother and child worms, illuminating insects, and a series of auxiliary items that might be needed, all to cope with the various situations that could arise in the high-level polluted area. With everything ready, Shia Chen gently knocked on Jiuyu's door. Just as his fingers touched the door, it was opened from the inside. There stood Jiuyu, already equipped and smiling brightly at the door, her tight leather armor making her look heroic, and her slightly red eyes gave off a dangerous yet alluring beauty. "You're up early for a leveling session." Jiuyu lightly stepped past Shia Chen, twirling a glinting dagger on her fingertips before she sheathed it back at her waist. "Let's go." Near the Nightingale Tavern was a city gate of Blackwater City, and the tavern had specially sent someone to guide Shia Chen and Jiuyu. Although it was just beginning to brighten, many merchants in Blackwater City were already busy, shadows flitting about in the morning light. The guide was clearly a living map, leading Shia Chen and Jiuyu through the market and houses with ease, quickly arriving at the city gate of Blackwater City. "This is the north gate of Blackwater City. Once you go out, you'll be in the high pollution area. You two must be careful." The guide had completed his task and cautioned Shia Chen and Jiuyu. The somewhat shabby city gate, compared to the majestic gates of the capital, looked like a makeshift defense, quite dilapidated. However, there were over 100 guards stationed in front of the gate. Their uniforms varied, but they were all organized, working together to firmly hold their defensive positions. "Who are these guards?" Shia Chen immediately asked. "They don't seem to be from the same faction." Jiuyu pondered for a moment and replied, "I've heard Uncle Qin and the others say that the city defenses of Blackwater City are maintained by the major factions within the city working together. Each faction sends its own personnel to participate in the defense, because they all understand that if Blackwater City falls, everyone's business will be finished. So, based solely on their interests, each faction will do their utmost in the city defense, not daring to slack off in the slightest." A shock rose in Shia Chen's heart. This Blackwater City, hidden behind various dark forces, was actually maintained by interests to uphold the city's defenses. There must be some wise individuals guiding them from behind. The guards of various factions at the city gate looked at the two young professionals, Shia Chen and Jiuyu, who were about to leave the city, with strange gazes, as if they were looking at dead people. However, they did not stop them. Their task was only to manage entry, not exit. Moreover, the number of dead outside Blackwater City never decreased daily. Stepping out of the city gate of Blackwater City, Shia Chen immediately felt the difference between this high pollution area and the ordinary leveling zones near the capital city. The monsters wandering here were far too many. The quantity was dozens of times greater than that of ordinary leveling zones. Moreover, the variety was bizarre, with ordinary monsters mixed with elite-level monsters. Just outside the city gate, within a distance of less than 100 meters, there was a pack of hideous-looking mutated hyenas, their crimson eyes glaring maliciously at Shia Chen and Jiuyu. However, as soon as they approached within 100 meters of the city gate, they were shot dead on the spot by the guards with a few spells and arrows. Yet, before they could catch their breath, another group of monsters, drawn by the scent from within Blackwater City, charged toward the city gate. The guards' work was not easy. Shia Chen couldn't help but exchange a glance with Jiuyu. Both of their expressions were tense, not daring to show any signs of slackness. Once they stepped out of the city gate, it was as if they had stepped into a tide of beasts, surrounded by monsters from all directions. One misstep could even lead to becoming prey. This was the high pollution area. Shia Chen took out the map from his backpack to confirm the direction once more, then pointed toward a seemingly abandoned road ahead, which led to the jade mine. However, not to mention the jade mine, even crossing this open area filled with wandering monsters was not an easy task. "We have to fight our way through." Shia Chen held the Tiger Fury battle shield in one hand and the King's sword in the other, fully prepared, and charged directly into the monster horde. As he passed by the corpses of the mutated hyenas shot by the guards, he casually finished off a hyena that was still alive and offered a sacrifice of fire to its corpse. Mutated hyena's fire sacrifice successful. Gained 50 fire seed points. A prompt sounded in Shia Chen's ears, instantly bringing him joy. The fire seed points from these high pollution area monsters were indeed much higher than those from ordinary monsters. Joyu, not wanting to fall behind, quickly caught up with her dagger in hand, being an agile rogue. At this moment, blocking their path was a giant rhinoceros-like monster, its body as large as a small house, with blood vessels bursting beneath its skin like molten lava, emitting white smoke. The giant rhinoceros took steps toward them, each footprint igniting with fierce flames. A body of a professional was impaled on its horn, which resembled a sharp knife. With the Eye of Breaking Illusions activated, Shia Chen immediately saw the information of the colossal creature before him. Lava Giant Rhino level, 60 high pollution monster health, 30,000 talent attributes, lava shell, magma blood, explosive horn, a high pollution level monster. Shia Chen couldn't help but whisper. This was the first time he faced a high pollution level monster in reality. According to the description in the first high school textbook, high pollution level monsters are different from ordinary monsters. Their entire bodies undergo more pronounced and destructive mutations due to extreme pollution. The lava giant rhino before him was a living example. Not only had its size increased several times, but its skin was also in a high temperature state, resembling lava. The horn on its forehead, sharp as a blade, was particularly terrifying. At that moment, the lava giant rhino tossed its head, flinging the corpse of the profession that was impaled on its horn to the ground. Its blood-red eyes immediately targeted Shia Chen and his companion as new prey, snorting 2 jets of hot air from its nostrils, its 4 sturdy hooves stomping on the ground, ready to charge. Strike first. I'll take the lead. Without hesitation, Shia Chen charged forward with the king's sword in hand. A wave of scorching hot wind rushed past his face. The closer he got to the lava giant rhino, the higher the temperature soared. Seeing Shia Chen rushing towards it, the lava giant rhino seemed to be enraged, snorting heavily, lowering its head, and charging at Shia Chen with its horn raised high. At the moment of collision, Shia Chen suddenly activated Tidal Spirit Step, his speed dramatically increasing, and he managed to pivot the king's sword into the ground, narrowly dodging the charge of the lava giant rhino. At the same time, the king's sword struck its leg. 896. A damage number instantly popped up. This giant rhino-type monster truly represented high defense and thick health. Shia Chen's originally high attack power of 1500 could only deal nearly 900 damage, but as long as he could break its defense, he could kill it. At this moment, Joyu behind him also moved, holding a cold gleaming dagger, nimbly dodging the residual force of the lava giant rhino's charge while enveloped in a blood-red haze. Her figure flickered and suddenly appeared behind it, her dagger dancing in a flurry of crimson, instantly dealing multiple hits, 351, 298, 344. Although the single hit damage was not high, her attack speed was incredibly fast. Joyu, an S-rank profession as an undead thief, was definitely not to be underestimated. The lava giant rhino felt a sharp pain in its rear, and its health bar dropped a notch, immediately turning its head with a fierce glare fixed on Joyu, its hatred now directed at her. The lava giant rhino spun its body, its horn like a spear sweeping fiercely towards Joyu. Joyu quickly retreated a few steps to avoid it, but then saw the lava giant rhino suddenly lower its head and charge at her again with great momentum. However, suddenly, a flash of blood-red light enveloped Joyu, and she abruptly vanished from its sight. This was the unique skill of the assassin profession, stealth. Suddenly losing its target, the lava giant rhino charged forward into empty space, raising its head and scanning the now deserted surroundings in confusion. In this moment of distraction, Shia Chen had already rushed behind it with the king's sword, delivering a critical hit with lightning thrust. 2583. Wow, such high damage. A voice suddenly rang in Shia Chen's ear, and he saw Joyu, her figure shimmering with blood, slowly appearing beside him, her eyes slightly surprised as she looked at the significant drop in the lava giant rhino's health bar. Shia Chen had no time to chat with her. Taking advantage of the heavy turn of the lava giant rhinoceros, he nimbly moved to its back once again. The Junsho Wang sword in his hand thrust out repeatedly, dealing several hits. Joyu was not to be outdone. Her figure flickered and appeared on the other side of the lava giant rhinoceros, her dagger slashing fiercely, causing damage to erupt on the creature's body. The lava giant rhinoceros was furious, turning its entire body to charge wildly, yet it was utterly helpless against the two agile figures. Shia Chen and Joyu took turns dodging, playfully maneuvering around the lava giant rhinoceros, drawing its hatred back and forth between them, unable to touch either of them, only able to roar in rage, while its health bar was already nearly depleted. Although it was their first time teaming up, they already displayed considerable tacit understanding. As the lava giant rhinoceros's health bar dwindled to a sliver, a flash of crimson appeared in Joyu's eyes, and with a smirk, she aimed to steal the last hit for the experience, but Shia Chen would not allow it. He suddenly stepped forward, thrusting the Junsho wine sword like lightning. The once mighty lava giant rhinoceros let out an angry roar, its eyes filled with hatred and unwillingness, as hot air erupted from its skin, and fiery blood surged forth. Suddenly, Shia Chen's broken illusion eye clearly saw a new entry appear on the lava giant rhinoceros, thermal self-destruct. Fall back. Shia Chen quickly grabbed Jiuyu, who was about to go in for the last hit. With the advantage of his strength attribute, he yanked her back and hurriedly retreated. You little brat, playing dirty. Jiuyu's eyes widened in shock, indignantly exclaiming, but before she could finish, the lava giant rhinoceros, which had only a sliver of health left, suddenly exploded behind them. A deafening roar shook her ears, and the massive body burst apart, scorching blood splattering everywhere, creating a huge pit where it once stood. Hiss! Witnessing such a terrifying scene, Jiuyu couldn't help but stick out her tongue, rubbing her slightly ringing ears, turning to Shia Chen with lingering fear and asking, "How did you know this guy had that move?" She could hardly imagine that if they had been caught in the blast, they would have been severely injured, if not dead, and would have to recuperate at the Nightingale Tavern for days. Shia Chen raised an eyebrow and said nothing, feigning indifference. In truth, he had also noticed the sudden change in the lava giant rhinoceros, but if it weren't for the broken illusion eye revealing the sudden appearance of the thermal self-destruct entry, his reaction wouldn't have been so decisive. After all, self-destruct entries typically only appeared on specific types of insectoid monsters, like the blade bee or explosive cricket. He never expected that the lava giant rhinoceros would suddenly have a self-destruct entry. Perhaps this was the special trait of high pollution level monsters. The damage from self-destruct often caused astonishing destruction beyond the monster's original tier. Looking at the massive pit that was at least 10 meters wide, he realized just how terrifying that move was. Even worse, the violent explosion attracted all the wandering monsters nearby. Run! Shia Chen quickly assessed the situation, turned, and fled, with Jiuyu hurriedly following. At that moment, two beams of white light surged from the remains of the lava giant rhinoceros in the pit, converging on Shia Chen and Jiuyu, and he could visibly see his experience bar lengthening significantly. Truly, as a high pollution level monster, the experience it provided was indeed several times that of ordinary monsters. At the moment when Shia Chen was fleeing, a faint ember suddenly emerged from the blasted pit and directly drilled into his body. Then, a prompt that even Shia Chen found somewhat unexpected suddenly rang in his ears. The ember sacrifice of the lava giant rhino was successful. Gained talent entry, thermal self-detonation, S rank. Ha! Thermal self-detonation. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of laughter and tears. He never expected to obtain this entry. Looking down at his talent bar, he indeed saw a new talent entry clearly lying there. Thermal self-detonation rank, S rank effect, burns one's own bloodline, unleashing an explosive force akin to magma, dealing 1000% of maximum health as explosive damage over a wide area, and adding a burning effect within the range. Additional entry, dies immediately after self-detonation. For a moment, Shia Chen felt both helpless and amused. While an explosion dealing 10 times maximum health was indeed terrifying, using this skill would mean his own death. What a life-ending technique. Suddenly, an idea struck Shia Chen's mind as he recalled another entry he had just fused, Doppelganger Mirror. The summoned doppelganger possessed 50% of his attributes and could be remotely controlled by Shia Chen to cast his own skills. This meant that the doppelganger could also use the thermal self-detonation skill. Even if the doppelganger only had 50% of Shia Chen's attributes, the damage would still amount to 500% of maximum health after stacking. That was quite a terrifying damage, and very unexpected. In an instant, Shia Chen's heart turned from sorrow to joy. The tactics available to the doppelganger had increased once again. At this moment, Shia Chen and Jiuyu quickly crossed the vast flatland, avoiding being surrounded by the monsters drawn by the noise. Crossing the abandoned road before them was the destination of their journey, the Jade Mine. However, the density of monsters in the high pollution area was indeed incomparable to those ordinary leveling zones. Just on this road, there were numerous high pollution level monsters wandering about. Mutated wild wolves, carrion vultures, black-striped human-faced spiders. These high pollution level monsters blocking the way were not merely ignoring each other. In the distance, a carrion vulture was circling low and suddenly clashed with a black-striped human-faced spider lurking by the roadside, diving down like a sharp arrow, its claws extending to try and capture the spider. However, just as the carrion vulture was about to grab the black-striped human-faced spider, it suddenly lost strength as if struck by lightning, falling awkwardly. In an instant, it was ensnared by the poisonous web shot by the black-striped human-faced spider, dragged down from the air, and soon let out a piercing scream. Shia Chen noticed Jiuyu beside him shudder suddenly, her face paling as she said, "Damn, I'm most afraid of spiders. How can there be such things here?" Unexpectedly, this girl, who feared nothing else, had a phobia of spiders. After the mutations in this world, one of the most unfortunate groups would likely be those with arachnophobia, as the various mutated spider monsters were dozens or even hundreds of times larger than their previous counterparts. Many successfully awakened professionals kept their distance from those spider monsters. Then I'll help you clear it out, Shia Chen said calmly. For him, all monsters were living experience in embers, especially since he saw many other monster corpses lying beside the massive black-striped human-faced spider. It was simply a windfall. September stared blankly at Shia Chen, who had already drawn the Junsho King sword and charged forward, frowning as he said, "Hey, be careful." However, with the broken illusion eye activated, Shia Chen could already see the information about the black-patterned human-faced spider before him. Black-patterned human-faced spider level, 65 high-pollution monster talent attributes, venomous silk, compound eye vision, hallucinogenic magic pattern weakness, hair weak to fire. The broken illusion eye directly provided the weakness hint, and at that moment, Shia Chen clearly saw the gray-brown fur covering the black-patterned human-faced spider, which meant it had hair and was weak to fire. A shiver ran through Shia Chen's heart. The newly fused attribute, bone-piercing venom flame, finally had a chance to be tested. Flames with a strange glow immediately attached to the Junsho King's sword in his hand, and he executed a lightning thrust, stabbing fiercely into the black-patterned human-faced spider. The dense fur on the spider's body was instantly ignited. Target has entered venom flame state. Damage numbers exploded one after another, 153, 176, 173. The continuous burning and venom flame damage reached over 100 points each time. The black-patterned human-faced spider, enraged, tossed aside the carrion vulture corpse it was about to eat and turned to spray silk at Shia Chen. Thick, sticky spider silk, as fine as string, shot towards Shia Chen. Once hit, it would be incredibly troublesome. However, Shia Chen's steps suddenly quickened, activating tight collar step. He became completely immune to slow and binding control effects, and with a turn of his body, he swung the Junsho King's sword in a crescent moon sweep towards the black-patterned human-faced spider, adding another layer of venom flame effect while dealing a high damage hit, 2864. The black-patterned human-faced spider, with only a layer of fur for defense, could not compare to the tough-skinned lava giant rhino. At this moment, the black-patterned human-faced spider seemed somewhat terrified, the flames burning on its body making it even more anxious. Suddenly, the fur on its back trembled violently, and the black patterns resembling a human face emitted a dizzying wave. Shia Chen's heart filled with vigilance, and a prompt appeared before him, immune to the target's hallucinogenic effect. So that's how it is. Shia Chen suddenly realized, this must be the special talent attribute of the black-patterned human-faced spider, hallucinogenic magic pattern. The carrion vulture that had just dived down from the sky must have fallen victim to this move. Unfortunately, with the SSS level effect of the broken illusion eye, he was immune to hallucinogenic skills. This ferocious black-patterned human-faced spider was completely restrained by Shia Chen. Shia Chen's Junsho King's sword dealt successive high-damage hits, 2381, 2455. Before the bone-piercing venom flame even stacked to 10 layers, the black-patterned human-faced spider was finished. Taking advantage of September not having arrived yet, Shia Chen skillfully sacrificed the black-patterned human-faced spider, along with the corpses of the surrounding carrion vultures and other high-pollution monsters. With the familiar prompt sounds ringing out, although he did not gain new attributes, Shia Chen harvested another 350 points of fire seed value. The fire seed value provided by these high-pollution monsters was indeed substantial. After the black-patterned human-faced spider fell, September rushed over, covering her eyes. After the two joined forces to kill a few more high-pollution monsters blocking their way, they reached the end of the abandoned highway. Before them lay a valley filled with mining traces, with several massive pits and a series of artificially mined caves scattered throughout, the grand scale enough to glimpse its former glory. We've arrived at the jade mine. However, what struck Shia Chen as somewhat strange was that, compared to the densely wandering monsters on the road just now, the jade mine before him seemed rather quiet. Not only were there no monsters wandering within, but even around the numerous mine entrances, both large and small, there was no trace of any monsters. Be careful, Shia Chen narrowed his eyes and warned. Originally about to grip his dagger and move forward, Jiao Yu obediently retreated to his side upon hearing this. After all they had been through, Jiao Yu now had immense trust in Shia Chen's keen senses. What's wrong? Did you see something? Jiao Yu followed Shia Chen's gaze and asked curiously. Shia Chen straightforwardly expressed his judgment. This jade mine is a heavily polluted area, and the number of monsters inside should definitely not be small, yet we haven't seen a single one. This indicates that the monsters here are likely light-averse and prefer darkness, so they must be hiding in the mines during the day. Shia Chen turned to Jiao Yu and asked, do you have any light-based damage skills? Jiao Yu scratched her head, her face filled with helplessness as she replied, well, I really don't. I'm a necromancer thief. I'm also afraid of light. Shia Chen could only nod helplessly. That was indeed the case. It was already a stretch to expect Joyu, a necromancer thief, to not be restrained by light-based skills, let alone have any light skills herself. What should we do? Joyu tilted her head and looked at Shia Chen, who pulled out a luminescent bug from his backpack and hung it at his waist, saying, "Since we're here, let's go in and take a look." Holding the Tiger Fierce battle shield, Shia Chen stepped into the mine and immediately felt a chill, not the ordinary coolness of a cave, but a bone-chilling cold. It seemed the monsters in this mine might even possess ice attributes. Shia Chen did not dare to be careless, raising the Tiger Fierce battle shield as he cautiously ventured deeper into the mine. The entire mine was eerily quiet, even the sound of dripping water could be heard. Although the light from the luminescent bug was weak, it refracted off the walls of the mine, revealing numerous translucent jade stones embedded in the walls, reflecting a bright light. Having just entered the mine for a few dozen meters, he was already surrounded by such high-purity jade. No wonder people had built such a magnificent mine here. Watch out! Be careful! Just as Shia Chen was pondering, a sudden scream from behind startled him. Joyu had swiftly lunged forward, her dagger stabbing fiercely into the wall beside Shia Chen. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the mine. Startled, Shia Chen turned to look, but aside from a deep mark left by the dagger on the wall, there was nothing else. What's going on? Shia Chen asked in confusion, only to see Joyu staring wide-eyed at the mark she had just made, saying, I clearly saw a jade-colored eye right here. Shia Chen immediately became alert, squinting to closely observe the bright mineral layer on the wall. But aside from the deep mark made by the dagger, there was nothing. You have to believe me. Joyu insisted earnestly. I really saw a pair of eyes moving just now, and they were staring at you. Shia Chen gently nodded, saying, I believe you. But if what you said is true, and there was indeed a monster in the wall just now, then it has vanished without a trace. That means the monsters here can move within the walls of the mine. Shia Chen's eyes revealed a hint of sternness as he quietly activated the ultrasonic detection. An imperceptible sound wave immediately spread out in all directions. In the narrow environment of the mine, the sound wave could echo and travel even further. Soon, he detected a rapidly moving target. The target's path was within the surrounding walls. Sure enough, it's within the walls, Shia Chen exclaimed. However, when all the results from the ultrasonic detection returned, Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The ultrasonic detection could not only probe for monsters but also the surrounding terrain. From the results of the soundwave detection, the walls around were filled with a dense network of passages, like capillaries, as if something had hollowed them out. These tiny passages were only about 30 centimeters in diameter, far too small for a human to pass through, clearly the work of the monsters in this mine. At that moment, Shia Chen detected a target rapidly approaching from the wall above. He urgently shouted, "Watch out above." He then raised the Tiger Fierce battle shield, shielding September's head like an umbrella. At the same time, a crisp sound of jade shattering echoed above them. A monster the size of a baby fell from the sky, landing on the Tiger Fierce battle shield. It resembled a winged, sharp-beaked monkey, radiating an emerald glow, with sharp claws gripping fiercely onto the shield. It let out a piercing scream. Shia Chen's eye of breaking illusions immediately activated, and lines of information appeared on the suddenly emerging emerald-colored monster. Emerald Stone Gargoyle, Level 55 High Pollution Monster, Health 5000. Description: the first Emerald Stone Gargoyle emerged from a jade embryo forgotten in the jade mine, having hatched countless offspring over hundreds of years. These deep emerald gargoyles have become the true masters of this mine. Attack! Its health isn't high, Shia Chen roared, raising the Tiger Fierce battle shield and smashing it against the mine wall. The emerald stone gargoyle clinging to the shield was knocked off and fell to the ground. The monster, with wings like a fleeing little demon, viciously attacked Shia Chen and September again. Quick-witted September swiftly turned her dagger, slashing at its abdomen. 1759. A critical hit damage appeared, and the emerald stone gargoyle's health dropped significantly. Shia Chen's Junsho Wine sword immediately stabbed in. Lightning thrust. It also dealt a high amount of damage. 1867. The emerald stone gargoyle, with a total health of only 5,000, was left with just a sliver of health, and September delivered the finishing blow. Two streams of white light surged into Shia Chen and September, visibly increasing their experience points. September exclaimed joyfully, "This emerald stone gargoyle isn't that impressive, it's just giving us experience for free." However, Shia Chen instinctively felt that things weren't that simple. At that moment, a series of faint, crackling sounds echoed from deep within the mine. Then came the sharp sound of stones scraping against the walls, like a torrential downpour. With the ultrasonic detection activated, Shia Chen immediately sensed a massive number of enemies continuously pouring toward them, at least tens of thousands. This This sound isn't right? September's expression changed gradually, and she cleverly turned to run. But Shia Chen grabbed her arm forcefully, catching her just in time. Don't rush. Let's wait and see. September's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Shia Chen as if he were a madman, saying, You, let go. You crazy person. Don't think you can harm me. Although a single jade-bodied gargoyle didn't deal much damage and had low health, a group was a completely different story. Even mosquitoes could kill if there were enough of them, and the chilling sound of sharp stones scraping in the mine suggested there could be thousands. I'm out of here. Facing multiple enemies was never a strong suit for an assassin, and September couldn't help but turn to run. However, strength was also not an assassin's forte. Her arm, firmly grasped by Shia Chen, felt as if it were locked in place, unable to move at all. Her feet slipped on the ground, and she couldn't break free even a little. Woo-woo, you madman, if you want to die, don't drag me with you, September said, on the verge of tears, but Shia Chen remained unfazed, his mind racing with calculations. The attack from that single jade-bodied gargoyle couldn't break through the defense he had when raising the Tiger Fierce battle shield. The mine they were in was only about 3 meters high and wide. Even if the jade-bodied gargoyle could fly low, at most 6 or 7 could attack at the same time. If there were more, even if they were agile, they would block each other, crowding together and unable to attack. This meant that in this narrow mine, Shia Chen only had to withstand the attacks of 6 or 7 jade-bodied gargoyles at once. Under a combined attack, even if Shia Chen used the Tiger Fierce battle shield to block, he would still take damage. But let's not forget that Shia Chen had the S-rank attribute, photosynthetic recovery, which provided a 5-fold recovery effect. As long as he continuously consumed recovery potions, he might just be able to withstand it. If he could hold out, this narrow mine would be an excellent spot for farming experience. That's why Shia Chen held on to September, who wanted to escape. After all, to speed up the monster clearing process, her output as an S-rank undead thief was absolutely essential. All calculations were merely theoretical. To see the results, they had to test it in action. As they struggled, a faint green glow began to rise from the depths of the mine, and one by one, the jade-bodied gargoyles came rushing towards Shia Chen and September like a startled swarm of bats. September, already anxious, grimaced in thought, my life is over. But Shia Chen stood firmly in front, holding the Tiger Fierce battle shield, fully prepared to block. I'll take the damage. You deal the damage. Shia Chen gritted his teeth and said. September stared at him wide-eyed, quickly understanding his intention. He wanted to use this narrow mine as a monster farming point. Madman. September bit her lip and cursed under her breath, but she could only dodge behind Shia Chen, gripping her dagger tightly, ready to strike at any moment. A flurry of wings mixed with dust approached, followed by powerful blows that struck the Tiger Fierce battle shield in Shia Chen's hands, the sound of sharp claws scraping against metal ringing out. Damage that exceeded the blocking effect burst forth from Shia Chen's body. 276, 315, 278. In an instant, nearly 1,000 points of health were lost, but for Shia Chen, whose health was already over 10,000, it was merely a tenth. I can take it, Shia Chen said fiercely, not daring to slack off as he pulled a health potion from his backpack, biting it open and downing it in one go. With the boost from photosynthetic recovery, the 5-fold recovery effect instantly filled his health bar. At the same time, Shia Chen equipped the king's sword again with his other hand and swung it fiercely forward. A strange flame wrapped around the sword's body, bone-piercing poison flame. At this moment, Shia Chen no longer held back, unleashing all his combat power attributes: Beast Blood Boiling, Full Moon Sweep, Thunder Strike. The king's sword bestowed by the monarch swung fiercely at the jade-skinned gargoyle clinging to the shield, and in an instant, a large area of damage numbers mixed with critical hits exploded forth. 3166, 2581, 3089. As damage was dealt, healing effects also burst forth one after another. Plus 861, plus 754. This was the lifesteal effect brought by the bloodthirsty attribute attached to Shia Chen, which originally had a 5% lifesteal effect, but under the enhancement of light and recovery, it was directly increased 5-fold. The recovery amount was quite considerable. Lifesteal, combined with the healing potions, was one of the reasons Shia Chen was confident he could withstand the onslaught. The scene before him left Jiuyu, who was hiding behind Shia Chen, dumbfounded. This guy is too tough, right? Can he really withstand the thousands of jade-skinned gargoyles rushing over? After the shock, Jiuyu regained her composure, and the dagger in her hand suddenly erupted with a blood-red glow. The dagger, originally only a foot long, extended into a 3-foot-long phantom, significantly increasing her attack range. This was her talent skill, Soul Lock Blood Blade. Standing behind Shia Chen, Jiuyu's dagger accurately stabbed at the jade-skinned gargoyles clinging to Shia Chen's shield, and high damage numbers also burst forth one after another. Jiuyu's attacks not only had an extremely high critical hit rate but also carried a bleeding effect. The jade-skinned gargoyles struck at their weak points would bleed to death in a short time, even if they didn't die immediately. The sounds of crashing and the slicing of blades through flesh echoed in the narrow mine. Shia Chen's feet were almost buried in the ground as he braced himself against the attacks coming from the fierce battle shield. As the number of jade-skinned gargoyles surged, just as Shia Chen had anticipated, they piled up one after another, losing their small and agile advantage. Often, the jade-skinned gargoyles that charged in had not even had the chance to attack Shia Chen before they were knocked off balance by their kind behind them, crashing onto the fierce battle shield. The jade-skinned gargoyles crowded into the mine more and more, and Shia Chen didn't even need to aim with the king's sword. He just had to keep swinging to deal massive damage among the monster pile. The bodies of the jade-skinned gargoyles fell to the ground like kites with broken strings, continuously piling up into a mountain, trampled by the later arriving jade-skinned gargoyles, continuing to meet their demise. Streams of white experience life flowed out from the bodies, merging into Shia Chen and Zhou Yu, and Shia Chen watched as his experience bar visibly continued to grow. In just 10 short minutes, he had leveled up twice. This is what monster farming is all about. Oh my god. This experience, the easily obtainable experience, made Shia Chen and Zhou Yu's spirits soar even higher. Both of them were driven by the pursuit of wealth, and the experience points surging in like a massive wave felt like a tremendous opportunity. Zhou Yu remained safely behind Shia Chen, her blood-red dagger rising and falling with precision. Shia Chen caught a glimpse of the smile at the corner of her mouth that simply couldn't be contained. Meanwhile, the king's sword in Shia Chen's hand never stopped harvesting, and with the activation of the demonization effect from the demon ring, Shia Chen's attack speed became faster and faster, even rivaling Zhou Yu, who was already an agile class wielding the most flexible dagger weapon. Suddenly, as Shia Chen's king's sword cleaved through a jade-skinned gargoyle, a golden light surged from the hilt of the king's sword. Like a ripple spreading outward, the jade-bodied gargoyles affected by this golden wave seemed as if struck by lightning, trembling in place, their previously fierce desire to attack suddenly halted, as if they were frozen in fear. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen was momentarily taken aback, and then a prompt appeared before him. Target has been affected by the intimidation effect, falling into a state of fear. Shia Chen suddenly realized that it was the weapon's additional effect triggered by the Junshou King's Sword Royal Authority. When killing a target, there is a chance to cause the surrounding similar targets to fall into a state of intimidation. All along, the triggering probability of this royal authority had been so low that Shia Chen had almost forgotten that the Junshou King's sword had such an additional effect. Yet now, the overwhelming jade-bodied gargoyles before him had triggered this extremely low probability effect. In an instant, all the jade-bodied gargoyles within several dozen meters of Shia Chen were stunned, trembling, with some even kneeling before him. What's going on? Zhou Yu beside him was also staring blankly at this scene, the jade-bodied gargoyles in front appearing dazed, some even trampled underfoot by their fellow kind rushing in from behind, yet still too fearful to advance. It triggered the weapon's additional effect, intimidation. Shia Chen explained while seizing the opportunity to take out a new set of blood potions from his backpack, and also used a military sharpening stone to hone the blade of the Junshou King's sword. Under such intense monster slaying, even the golden Junshou King's sword had become somewhat dull. Moreover, the tiger ferocity shield he held in his left hand bore numerous claw marks from the jade-bodied gargoyles. Seeing this, Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. This tiger ferocity shield was the first golden item he had obtained, undoubtedly a significant aid for him on his journey so far. Although it was just a level 30 golden shield, its attributes and additional effects were still formidable. However, with the pressing need to level up, he could only have this old companion hold on a bit longer. Although it had only been nearly an hour of monster slaying, half of the blood potions in Shia Chen's backpack had already been consumed. Despite having a high blood-sucking effect to restore his health, the rate of potion consumption was still beyond expectation. These jade-bodied gargoyles, despite some becoming stepping stones trampled underfoot by their kind, had no time to launch an attack on Shia Chen, yet the endless numbers still turned it into a war of attrition. This was the first time since awakening his profession that Shia Chen felt his backpack was too small, and the blood potions he carried were simply insufficient. Shia Chen's backpack was a beginner's military pack purchased from the capital city, with a total of 24 slots, each capable of holding a set of 12 bottles of blood potions. In the past, when entering dungeons, he often only needed to consume 1 or 2 sets of potions, leaving some slots empty for the equipment and materials that dropped. However, this time at the Jade Mine, Shia Chen had brought 10 sets of blood potions and 5 sets of blue potions. Now, only half remained, replaced by a massive amount of experience. This hour of high-intensity monster slaying had allowed Shia Chen to level up directly by 4 levels, reaching level 58. The results were remarkable, but judging by this rate of consumption, he could last at most another hour before the blood potions in his backpack would be completely depleted. Once the potions ran out, relying solely on the blood-sucking recovery would not be enough to withstand the reckless charges of these jade-bodied gargoyles. As Shia Chen was downing blood potions one by one, and his backpack gradually emptied, Jiuyu suddenly reached out from behind him, handing over a set of blood potions, saying, "Here, take these. I won't need them anyway." Hiding behind Shia Chen, she had hardly suffered any direct damage. Even the stray attacks that flew past Shia Chen's shield were swiftly dealt with by her quick reflexes, posing no real threat. "It's just a pity that I only brought 5 sets of blood potions," Jiuyu said regretfully, clicking her tongue. As a rogue, she needed to carry more items in her backpack than an ordinary class would. Lock-picking tools, trap tools, throwing darts, poison potions. All sorts of items took up quite a bit of space. "It's fine, we're almost done," Shia Chen replied as he took the blood potions, glancing at the battered Tiger Fury shield, nodding as he said, "Once we use up these potions, we should head back." The higher the intensity of monster hunting, the faster the wear and tear on weapons and equipment. Even the golden-grade Tiger Fury shield couldn't withstand such high-intensity consumption. Once they returned to Blackwater City, he would need to find a craftsman for some equipment maintenance and repairs. Grinding for levels had always been a costly endeavor. Whether it was the wear on equipment or the consumption of potions, ordinary players simply couldn't bear the financial strain. Thus, this was an invisible limitation. The stronger a player was, the more they could afford to consume, making them even stronger. Conversely, those who lacked strength and money could only watch as the gap widened. After about an hour, the 5 sets of blood potions Shia Chen had received from Jiuyu were nearly all used up. Yet, the jade-bodied stone gargoyles in the mine showed no signs of diminishing. "Retreat! We'll come back tomorrow," Shia Chen signaled, popping the last blood potion into his mouth, planning to fight while retreating to the entrance of the mine. Jiuyu immediately stepped aside, standing against the wall, worry evident in her voice. "You retreat slowly, I'll cover you." But Shia Chen smirked, not looking back as he said, "No need, you go first. I have a move to cover your retreat." Seeing her good intentions ignored, Jiuyu huffed in frustration, no longer caring about Shia Chen, and turned to head towards the cave entrance. Once Jiuyu was far away, Shia Chen tilted his head back and downed the last blood potion, directly activating Doppelganger. Instantly, a ghostly figure identical to Shia Chen appeared in the mine, and it had a physical form. Shia Chen quickly retreated, and the surrounding jade-bodied stone gargoyles immediately went berserk, attacking the doppelganger. Seizing this opportunity, Shia Chen controlled the doppelganger to move forward while he activated the tight collar's step, rushing towards the mine's exit. Just as he was nearing the entrance, Shia Chen focused his thoughts, and the doppelganger deep within the mine suddenly erupted with intense heat, as if magma-like blood was about to burst forth from its body. Then, a dull explosion echoed from deep within the mine. Without the doppelganger's perspective, Shia Chen couldn't see the explosion's effects, only witnessing countless experience orbs flying out from the depths of the mine, slowly converging on him. This wave of the doppelgangers, lava self-destruct, had at least killed 40 to 50 jade-bodied stone gargoyles. Wisps of ethereal flames also slowly emerged from the mine. The sacrifice of the jade-bodied stone gargoyles was successful. Fire seed value +5. The flames of the jade-bodied gargoyle. A line of prompts suddenly appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. Each jade-bodied gargoyle's flame could provide him with 5 points of fire seed value. Having already exhausted his accumulated resources, Shia Chen managed to reap a significant amount of fire seed value in just a few hours. For the first time, his fire seed value broke through 4 digits, reaching over 1,800 points. The experience gained from the last wave of self-destructing jade-bodied gargoyles also pushed Shia Chen's level to 59, with only a slight gap remaining to reach level 60. However, what puzzled Shia Chen was that despite sacrificing so many jade-bodied gargoyles, he had not received any attributes. In the past, even if the drop rate for attributes was low, killing a few more would usually yield something. Yet today, he had killed nearly hundreds of jade-bodied gargoyles in this jade mine, and why had he not received a single attribute? What exactly were these jade-bodied gargoyles? Shia Chen had no time to ponder this as he quickly exited the mine, taking advantage of the deterrent effect left by the self-destruction. September was waiting outside, her small face filled with anxiety. She only relaxed when she saw Shia Chen escape from the mine. "Hey, are you okay? What was that explosion inside the cave? Was that your trick? You're really reckless. Do you want to bury yourself in there?" Shia Chen smiled and replied, "Don't worry, I know what I'm doing." The self-destruct damage and range of the mirror clone were almost entirely within his calculations. The mirror clone only possessed 50% of Shia Chen's total attributes, and he had already observed that the walls of the mine were covered with extremely hard mineral textures, seemingly having undergone mutation. Even September's full-strength strike could only leave a shallow mark on the mineral. The explosion damage from the mirror clone's self-destruction would not affect the stability of the mine but was just enough to kill those jade-bodied gargoyles with their health bars of just 5,000. September pouted and shook her head in frustration. "You madman." Shia Chen suddenly handed her half a set of healing potions, saying, "Take this." Earlier in the mine, Shia Chen had not consumed all the healing potions but had saved a set in case they encountered monsters on the way back. Fortunately, they did not encounter too many wandering monsters on their return. After leaving the jade mine, the two followed the abandoned road back to Blackwater City. They noticed that the guards at the city gate had changed, each wearing different uniforms but all diligently guarding their posts. After a thorough inspection and registration that was no less strict than that of the capital city, they were finally allowed to enter. Now back in this human city built in a heavily polluted area, Shia Chen and September felt a slight sense of security. Inside the city and outside were like two different worlds. A careless step in the high pollution area outside could cost one their life, while the black market inside was bustling with crowds. When they returned to their suite in the Nightingale Tavern, they found that the scar-faced man, who had been missing for a whole day, had actually returned. As Shia Chen and September pushed open the suite door, they saw the scar-faced man with one shoulder bare, his arm covered in knife wounds, bandaging himself. He was alone, and the masked man was nowhere to be seen. "Scarface, what happened to you?" September rushed over, took the medicine from his hand, and began to bandage him. "How did you get such serious injuries? Where's the masked guy?" The scar-faced man smiled when he saw them, saying, "It's nothing, I'm fine. You two seem to have gained quite a lot." Shia Chen glanced at the wounds on Scarface's arm, which appeared to be from a knife attack. The wounds were not inflicted by the same person, but they were not fatal either. This indicated that although the opponent had many people, their professional levels were far inferior to Scarface's. In this battle, Scarface should not have suffered any losses. Joyu, both worried and a bit proud, said, "We went to the jade mine today and leveled up to almost level 6 in just one day." Scarface grinned and nodded, saying, "Not bad. Don't worry about Hualien. He has other matters outside and won't be back tonight." Joyu frowned and asked, "Brother Scar, who exactly hurt you like this? Aren't there quite a few of our brothers in Blackwater City?" Scarface shook his head and stubbornly said, "You two shouldn't get involved in this. Blackwater City has changed. It's a mixed bag now, not like before. And Uncle Chin said that your mission in Blackwater City is to level up. Besides, before the second transition, you two can't be of much help." Joyu immediately pouted and said, "Scarface, your words are just like what that raw melon said." Shia Chen shrugged and took out a cloth, carefully wiping the bloodstains from the Jun Shou Wang sword. He noticed that the blood of the remaining Phaetian stone gargoyle had dried and crystallized into tiny particles. Under the light in the room, it reflected a starry emerald glow. Suddenly, Shia Chen frowned and asked, "Brother Scar, what exactly happened at the jade mine outside Blackwater City? Why was such a large mine suddenly abandoned?" He knew that even in this era, jade was still a valuable rarity. "The jade mine?" Scarface scratched his head, looking confused. "I don't know either. It's my first time in Blackwater City. But Hualien should know, he's an old hand in Blackwater City. You can ask him when he comes back tomorrow." Shia Chen nodded and collected the crystals he had wiped off into his backpack. Scarface looked at the weary duo and grinned. "So, how is the leveling? Not easy, right? Tomorrow, I'll have the owner of the Nightingale Tavern introduce you to a gear craftsman. You should take some time to rest and replenish." Joyu's eyes lit up at this, and she curiously asked, "Brother Scar, is the owner of the Nightingale Tavern a woman?" A hint of longing appeared in Scarface's eyes as he said with some emotion, "Yes, she's quite a fiery character. You should be able to meet her tomorrow. Let's make sure to rest well today." Just as Shia Chen was about to get up and return to his room, the communication device he carried with him emitted a signal. It wasn't the one Qin Yanran had given him, but the military's mini-confidential communicator. Nie Xiaoyu was contacting him. At that moment, someone from the Nightingale Tavern knocked on the door of the suite, seemingly calling for Scarface. Joyu, unable to contain her curiosity, insisted on going out, leaving Shia Chen alone in the suite. He immediately returned to his room and closed the door. Bringing the military's mini-communicator to his ear, Nie Xiaoyu's voice rang out, "Shia Chen, where have you been?" Her voice sounded a bit muffled, as if she was eating something, most likely the meat he had left for her in the fridge. "I went on a trip and leveled up in a dungeon," Shia Chen replied softly. "Oh, leveling up is good. The higher the host's level, the stronger the contracted beast's power will also rise. How is the little dragon? Have you learned the skill scroll I left for you?" Shia Chen secretly used ultrasonic detection to scan the surroundings of the suite, and found that there was no one nearby. He immediately activated the spirit link, and with a thought, a teleportation array appeared in the room. An excited little obsidian dragon burst out, its curious vertical pupils surveying the new environment around it. Since learning the spirit link, the mental connection between Shia Chen and the little obsidian dragon had become much smoother. At least now Shia Chen could summon the little dragon from the summoning space. "Thank you for your gift," Shia Chen said into the communicator, then pulled out a large bag of jerky from his luggage and tossed it to the little obsidian dragon, saying, "Make do with this for now, it's all I have out here." The little obsidian dragon showed no signs of disdain, stretching its neck to catch it steadily and biting into it with gusto. Under the dim light in the room, it was evident that the little obsidian dragon had grown significantly since the last time, now standing tall enough to almost surpass Shia Chen. The dark scales on its body seemed to have deepened in color as well. Shia Chen couldn't help but recall what Nie Xiaoyu had said. The powerful defensive scales of the obsidian dragon seemed to be related to the laws of space. The little dragon must have grown a bit more, Shia Chen reported to Nie Xiaoyu while rummaging through his luggage for a soft tape measure to carefully measure the dragon's height and length. Being meticulous was something Shia Chen was particularly appreciated for by Nie Xiaoyu. After reporting the little dragon's growth in detail, Nie Xiaoyu on the other end stretched lazily and suddenly asked, "By the way, Shia Chen, you successfully advanced to the first rank a few days ago, right? Did the job transfer hall tell you about the ranking conference a month from now? This is an opportunity." Ranking conference? Shia Chen was taken aback. When he successfully advanced, the job transfer hall hadn't mentioned anything about a ranking conference. "What? They didn't tell you?" Nie Xiaoyu's voice sounded somewhat puzzled through the communicator. According to the rules, the top 30 who successfully advance in the entire capital city should qualify to participate in the ranking conference. "I remember you should be among the top few, right?" Shia Chen's brows furrowed. Not just among the top few, he was the first to advance in this batch of professionals. He suddenly recalled the strange expression of the recorder at the job transfer hall and the instruction to wait for a notification. Shia Chen chuckled lightly, thinking that the people at the job transfer hall must have learned that his awakened profession was just a blank profession, so even though he was the first to complete the advancement, they didn't want to waste the qualification for the ranking conference on him and told him to wait for a notification instead. "What does the ranking conference mean?" Shia Chen asked immediately, only to hear Nie Xiaoyu's voice become somewhat indignant and serious. "What? The people at the job transfer hall actually didn't tell you about this? They dare to ignore even the military's rules. These people are really bold." The ranking conference is a talent selection event organized by the military this year. A month from now, the strength of this batch of awakened ones will be tested, revealing the potential rankings of the awakened. According to the military's established rules, the first 30 professionals to complete their advancement will directly qualify to participate in the ranking conference. Nie Xiaoyu's tone regained its usual authority as she said sternly, "Don't worry, I will definitely get that spot for you at the unveiling conference. You are the person I have my eyes on. No one can take the spot that rightfully belongs to you." Her powerful words instantly warmed Shia Chen's heart. He wondered if he was somehow benefiting from this black obsidian dragon cub and promptly tore off a large piece of jerky to feed it. "Thank you," Shia Chen said sincerely, then shifted the topic, asking, "But what exactly does the potential green list mean? Is it useful?" Shia Chen was not someone who liked to stand out. Being on the list for no reason would only attract too much attention, which would not benefit him as he urgently needed to develop in a wild manner. He heard Nie Xiaoyu on the communicator pause for a moment before speaking. "The green list is related to the military's next plan, and I can't disclose the specifics to you. I can only tell you that this green list is very important. For you and for the black obsidian dragon cub. You must come back to participate in a month, and the higher your rank, the better. Right now, all the practitioners in the entire capital city are preparing for this unveiling conference." Shia Chen took a deep breath and replied into the communicator, "Okay." He believed Nie Xiaoyu's words, and a month later would just be the right time for him to return from this black water city. Wang Biao, Lin Xueming. Surely he would meet these former classmates again at the unveiling conference. On the other side, in Shia Chen's shabby rental apartment in the capital city, Nie Xiaoyu was carefully filling out the research file for the black obsidian dragon cub according to the data Shia Chen provided, while directly grabbing a hot pork chop with her hand, her slender fingers smeared with grease, unbothered by her image as she stuffed it into her mouth. After all, she was the only one in this rental apartment, and on the screen of the military confidential terminal she carried everywhere, there was a highly classified plan from the northern military district of the Dragon Kingdom, which was also the follow-up confidential plan related to the green list that she had just mentioned to Shia Chen. The cover page of the plan was meticulously inscribed with 4 large red characters, God Slaying Plan. In the evening, Jiuyu returned to the suite, and as soon as she came back, she excitedly knocked on Shia Chen's door. Shangwazi, Scarface has found a craftsman for us in Blackwater City. We should go and fix up our equipment. Since it was an important matter, Shia Chen quickly tidied up his gear and opened the door. Where is the craftsman? Shia Chen curiously asked, and Jiuyu rolled her eyes at him, saying, of course, the craftsman is in his workshop. Is he supposed to come here to fix your equipment? Besides, there's no furnace here. After finally getting Shia Chen to eat humble pie, Jiuyu couldn't suppress her smile, pulling Shia Chen along. Hurry up, Scarface is waiting for us outside. Under Scarface's lead, the two of them passed through the bustling black market and arrived at a small alley. From a distance, they could hear the crisp sound of hammering and the creaking of a bellows. The small black-painted building before them was the craftsman's workshop. Inside the workshop sat an elderly man with graying hair, bare-chested, revealing muscular arms that belied his age as he meticulously hammered a piece of iron with a hammer. Master Lon, Scarface greeted the old blacksmith cheerfully, but the old man continued to hammer away, not lifting his head or acknowledging him. Until Scar opened his mouth to say that he was introduced by the owner of the Nightingale Tavern, the old blacksmith had stopped his work, raised his head to size up Scar, and coldly asked, "Are you here to forge something or to repair something?" His attitude was not exactly cold, but certainly not warm either. However, Scar, who was quite unrestrained, didn't care about this at all. He grinned and handed over the axe in his hand, saying, "I'd appreciate it if Master Lun could help me fix this up. My axe has gotten a bit dull." Scar's giant axe was as tall as a person, yet the old blacksmith took it with one hand and placed it steadily on the workbench. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen was secretly astonished. The strength of this old blacksmith was definitely not low. Craftsmen are a type of life-oriented profession, and their attributes often cannot be compared to combat professions. Not to mention that Scar was not an ordinary combat profession. Even he had to wield this giant axe with both hands when fighting that ghostly sickle crab on the ship. Yet this old blacksmith, who was already over 50, effortlessly took the giant axe with one hand. The old blacksmith placed Scar's giant axe on the workbench, examined it closely, and then touched it before saying, "Cloud pattern steel, cold blade stone." Scar's eyes widened instantly, and he laughed, as expected of Master Lon. "You recognized the materials of my axe at a glance." The old blacksmith replied coldly, "I do have cloud pattern steel here, but I don't have cold blade stone. You'll need to buy some at the market." Alright, I'll go buy some right now." Scar nodded eagerly and turned to head to the market. The old blacksmith then set Scar's axe aside and turned his gaze to Shia Chen and Jiuyu, coldly asking, "Are you two here to repair equipment as well?" The old man's strange temperament made Jiuyu a bit apprehensive, and she immediately hid behind Shia Chen, signaling him to go first. From the earlier scene, Shia Chen could already tell that this old man definitely had real skills, so he respectfully placed the Junsho Wang sword and the Wuxiong battle shield on the workbench. "Master Lon, I trouble you." The old man grasped the hilt of the Junsho Wang sword with one hand, gently lifted the sword tip with the other, and examined it closely. His eyebrows slightly raised as he muttered to himself, "This sword has a bit of the flavor of the ancient Lulan kingdom." Those words deepened Shia Chen's respect. The Junsho Wang sword was indeed brought out from the tomb of the Lulan general, and this old blacksmith could tell with just a few glances. The blade is damaged, but not severely. It just needs some fine iron to be remelted and polished. The old blacksmith gently set the Junsho Wang sword aside and then picked up the Wuxiong battle shield. However, when his gaze fell on the unique white tiger pattern on the shield's surface, his expression suddenly became sharp. He looked directly into Shia Chen's eyes and asked, "Where did you get this shield?" Shia Chen was also taken aback. He had obtained the Wuxiong battle shield from the military depot in the capital city. However, he actually understood the origin of this shield. That special tiger pattern was the mark of a famous craftsman family from White Tiger City. The reason he chose this Wuxiong battle shield in the military depot was precisely because he was drawn to this detail. And this old blacksmith, with his superb skills, was clearly an old hand and must recognize the mark of that famous craftsman family. He just didn't know what connection he had with that craftsman family from White Tiger City. Was it enmity or gratitude? "I got this tiger-patterned battle shield from the military depot in the capital city." But Shia Chen answered honestly, after all, the way he obtained this Wuxiong battle shield was completely legitimate, and there was nothing to hide. As for the connection between the old blacksmith and the renowned family of craftsmen from White Tiger City, it had nothing to do with him. The armory. The old blacksmith stared intently at the fierce tiger battle shield for a long time, murmuring, I never expected to see you here." Was the old blacksmith talking to the shield? Shia Chen hesitated to speak, while behind him, Jiuyu couldn't help but whisper in his ear, "What a strange old man." Shia Chen turned back, frowning and glaring at her, but saw Jiuyu sticking out her tongue defiantly. When he turned back, he found the old blacksmith had raised his head, carefully examining him from top to bottom. The coldness and hostility in his gaze had vanished, replaced by a hint of warmth. With a face that hadn't smiled in a long time, he awkwardly spoke to Shia Chen. "Young man, do you know who forged this shield?" Without hesitation, Shia Chen replied, "The fierce tiger pattern is the unique mark of the famous craftsman family from White Tiger City. I chose it from the armory in the capital precisely because of this." Suddenly, the old blacksmith's eyes widened, his expression changed, and he asked in a deep voice, "Since you were born in the capital, why are you here in this chaotic Blackwater City instead of staying in the capital?" Shia Chen raised an eyebrow and replied without thinking, "Blackwater City and the capital are both human city-states, aren't they?" He. The old blacksmith grinned, but the smile on his face seemed a bit strange as he said, "Young man, this fierce tiger battle shield was forged by me when I was young. Over 40 years have passed in a flash, and I never expected to see it here in Blackwater City today." Youthful arrogance, sharp edges. Even a shield must have its edges sharpened. The old blacksmith chuckled at the fierce tiger battle shield, his words seeming to refer to both the shield and his younger self. However, Shia Chen, who heard this, felt a surge of respect. He never expected that his fierce tiger battle shield was crafted by the old blacksmith before him, who was actually a member of the famous craftsman family from White Tiger City. Yet, he wondered why he had come to Blackwater City. "Senior, you are indeed a member of the White Tiger City craftsman family?" Shia Chen asked respectfully, his eyes filled with reverence. The old blacksmith's face revealed a complex emotion as he waved his hand and self-deprecatingly smiled. "I am a member, but I am also a sinner." Forget it. You can leave your fierce tiger shield with me. I will reforge it for you. Come back tomorrow to pick it up." Upon hearing this, Shia Chen's heart filled with joy. This craftsman, with the surname Lan, was no ordinary artisan. The fierce tiger shield was crafted by his hands, and when he mentioned reworking it, it meant he would upgrade and enhance the shield. Skilled equipment craftsmen could upgrade and strengthen equipment through reforging, even advancing its attributes significantly. He felt as if he had stumbled upon a great fortune, never expecting that the fierce tiger battle shield he obtained from the armory in the capital would lead him to its creator in Blackwater City. "Thank you, senior." Shia Chen respectfully bowed, but the old blacksmith waved his hand impatiently, saying, "That little girl over there should leave the equipment you want to repair here too. I owe the owner of the Nightingale Tavern a favor. You can come back tomorrow to collect it." Jiuyu, standing nearby, cautiously took the dagger from her waist and placed it on the table in front of the old blacksmith, softly saying, "Thank you, old senior." The eccentric old blacksmith, however, did not lift his head and waved his hand, signaling them to leave. Shia Chen and Jiuyu understood that they should no longer be an eyesore here and quietly left. On the way back to the Nightingale Tavern, Jiuyu pouted and complained, "Raw melon seeds. Do you think that strange old man will roll up his bedding and run away? That dagger of mine is a golden artifact." Shia Chen shook his head with a smile and said, "Don't worry, he won't." Jiuyu blinked and asked defiantly, "How do you know?" Shia Chen replied helplessly, "Look at the thick layer of soot on the wall next to the stove in his workshop. It definitely didn't accumulate in just 10 days or half a month. This means his workshop has been running in Blackwater City for at least over a decade. How could someone with a workshop that's been open for so long just pack up and leave for 1 or 2 golden artifacts?" Jiuyu scratched her nose thoughtfully and said, Soot? How did I not notice that?" When the two returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they saw the rat-faced man who had been missing for almost 2 days finally back. He was sitting upright in a chair next to the tavern's front desk, chatting with a woman behind the counter. "Brother Huamian." Jiuyu ran over excitedly upon seeing the rat-faced man. "You're back. How was it? Did you get hurt?" The rat-faced man still had his entire face covered, revealing only his eyes, giving off a fierce vibe that kept strangers at bay, but in his small eyes, there was a hint of gentleness as he said to Jiuyu, "Don't worry. I'm not that Scarface idiot who would rush in despite being outnumbered." He then made a sarcastic remark about Scarface, and upon seeing Shia Chen walking closely behind Jiuyu, he nodded at him and stood up, saying, "Let me introduce you. This is the owner of the Nightingale Tavern, Jean Kyer." Sitting at the counter facing the rat-faced man was a woman with short, stylish hair, with a few fiery red highlights in her golden hair that looked extremely eye-catching. Her features were bold and striking, and her strong facial features exuded a unique charisma. Jean Kyer was the kind of person full of vitality in a crowd, younger than Hong San Yang, and at that moment, she was leaning against the counter, her beautiful eyes fixed on Shia Chen and Jiuyu, smiling warmly as she said, "Oh, are these two the juniors chosen by Uncle Qin and San Yang? At least they look quite handsome, much better than you and that Scarface." Jiuyu looked at Jean Kyer with curiosity and excitement, saying, "Your sister Kyer? Sun Yang often mentions you, saying that if I have even half of your qualities, she would be able to live a few more years. Ha ha! Upon hearing this, Jean Kyer burst into hearty laughter, her eyes turning into crescent moons as she said, Sun Yang said that? Back in the day, this sister of mine never praised me, she scolded me fiercely. The rapt-faced man explained to Shia Chen, Miss Jean and Sun Yang are sworn sisters. By the way, I heard Scarface say you went to the jade mine today? The rapt-faced man suddenly changed the subject and asked. Joe Yu eagerly replied, yes. We charged directly through 6 or 7 levels in the mine. If we hadn't run out of blood medicine, the rapt-faced man's gaze flickered, and he exchanged a glance with Jean Kyer before saying, did you encounter any monster groups that look like jade stones there? Phasian stone gargoyles. Shia Chen nodded immediately, then took out a cloth wrapped around jade-colored crystals from his backpack and spread it out on the counter, saying, these were extracted from their blood, these monsters seem different from ordinary ones. Brother Huamian, what exactly happened in that jade mine? Clearly, this mine is not far from Blackwater City and could easily be included in the defense line. Why was it abandoned by the people here? The man wrapped in cloth fixed his gaze like a torch on the crystal within the fabric and slowly spoke. These crystals are definitely the ones. That jade mine has been closed for hundreds of years. I heard about it from the elders in Blackwater City. At its peak, that jade mine had tens of thousands of workers continuously extracting jade, but one year, all the workers suddenly fell ill for some unknown reason. Emerald-colored crystals grew in each worker's blood, and their deaths were extremely tragic. Shia Chen immediately furrowed his brows, while September, upon hearing this, hurriedly extended her fair arm to check her veins and said, we won't catch this disease too, will we? The man wrapped in cloth smiled and said, don't worry, awakened professionals have much higher bodily resistance than ordinary humans. It has been confirmed that they won't be affected by this disease. September let out a long sigh of relief, while Shia Chen pressed on, was there any investigation into the cause of this illness later on? The man wrapped in cloth slowly replied, it is said that Blackwater City sent a few professionals to investigate deep within the jade mine, but at that time, awakened professionals were not as numerous as they are now. Repeated investigations yielded no results. Ordinary workers avoided the disease at the jade mine and fled from the place. Without laborers, this once glorious jade mine gradually turned into ruins. In recent years, some professionals, like you, have gone to the jade mine to level up, but they were blocked at the mine's entrance by groups of jade golems, and no one has been able to venture deep inside. Nowadays, no one knows what the depths of the jade mine are like. September pouted, Brother Huamian, we were planning to go to the jade mine tomorrow. Hearing you say this, the man wrapped in cloth smiled and said, actually, I have explored the jade mine once. If you only level up at the mine's entrance, it's a good place for monster hunting. Just don't recklessly venture deep into the mine. Shia Chen's mind quickly began to race. He had discovered that the jade in that mine was extremely hard, already completely different from ordinary jade. It seemed that there must be a source deep underground in the jade mine that caused the entire vein to mutate, leading to that initial disaster. This level of source had reached a quasi-catastrophic level. Was it an object or a monster? If it could be sacrificed, it would surely be a tremendous opportunity. A thought arose in Shia Chen's mind. Among Shia Chen's many talent attributes, there was one called homogenization, which he had accidentally obtained from a monster called crystal worm, while challenging a level 50 wilderness instance in the capital city. The effect was that upon touching the target's body, he could temporarily gain a small portion of the target's attributes and traits. However, the attributes rank was only the lowest D rank, and the attributes and traits gained were merely a very low percentage, lasting only a short time. It was a somewhat dispensable auxiliary attribute. Therefore, Shia Chen had never used this talent attribute and had never considered spending precious fire seed points to upgrade it. After all, the fire seed points consumed to strengthen from the lowest D rank attribute would increase exponentially. Naturally, Shia Chen wanted to use his precious fire seed points wisely, but now he had nearly 2,000 fire seed points to spare. Assuming that the strange source deep within the jade mine is the cause of the disease disaster that occurred hundreds of years ago, as well as the reason for the mutation of the ores, then the means by which it exerts its influence is likely an invisible radiation, which has led to the mutation of the monsters, humans, and even the ores within the mine. According to the man in the wrap, awakened professionals, due to their enhanced physical constitution, will not be affected on the periphery, but if they delve deep into the mine, it may not be the same. But what if Shia Chen uses homogenization to steal the attributes and traits of the monster, the jade gargoyle, within the mine? These monsters are born from the ore veins and naturally would not be affected by it. If the D rank, homogenization, does not steal enough attributes and traits, what about the A rank, the S rank? With the 2,000 points of fire seed value in Shia Chen's hands, he could enhance this D rank entry to S rank, or even higher. Should he bet all his assets on this homogenization entry? A bold thought suddenly arose in Shia Chen's mind. He wanted to see what kind of existence this quasi-disaster level thing hidden deep underground in the jade mine truly was. In any case, if you all plan to level up in the jade mine tomorrow, be sure to be careful. The man in the wrap finally advised, stood up, and said goodbye to Jean Kyer, as if he had other matters to attend to. Jean Kyer also waved her hand to Shia Chen and Jiuyu, saying, "You two should rest early. Leveling up in a high pollution area is not an easy task. If you have any needs, feel free to mention them to the tavern staff. We are all on the same side here." After returning to the suite, Shia Chen went straight back to his room. The sound of running water from next door could be faintly heard. Jiuyu was a clean girl, even somewhat obsessive about cleanliness. With no one to disturb him, Shia Chen directly initiated the fire seed enhancement ritual. With a thought, a line of prompts immediately appeared before him. Do you wish to consume 5 points of fire seed value to enhance the talent entry homogenization D rank? Shia Chen chose to confirm without hesitation, wanting to see in which direction this homogenization would be enhanced. A wisp of fire seed value surged from his body, swirling and then dissipating into the air. A line of prompts then appeared before Shia Chen. Consumed 5 points of fire seed value. Talent entry homogenization D rank has been enhanced to strong homogenization C rank. Shia Chen took a deep breath, carefully examining this enhanced entry. Strong homogenization rank C rank effect, when in contact with the target's body, can temporarily acquire 15% of its attributes and traits. Duration 10 minutes. Receiving a certain amount of damage will break the homogenization state, and breaking it will result in a weakened state. The acquired attributes and traits had increased from the previous meager single digits to 15%, and the duration had also increased. It was a good start, but it was still far from enough. A line of prompts once again appeared before Shia Chen. Do you wish to consume 18 points of fire seed value to enhance the talent entry strong homogenization C rank? The required fire seed value had indeed increased significantly, but Shia Chen chose to continue enhancing without hesitation. Soon, the success prompt reappeared before him. Consumed 18 points of fire seed value, talent entry, strong homogenization, C rank, has been enhanced to strong source homogenization, B rank. Strong source homogenization effect, when in contact with the target's body, gain 30% of its attributes and traits for assimilation, lasting a longer time. Can be voluntarily at any time. The homogenization state will not result in a weakened state. Continue enhancing. Consume 70 points of fire seed value. Talent entry, strong source homogenization, B rank, has been enhanced to low-level transmutation, A rank. Shia Chen's heart suddenly filled with joy. Indeed, when the talent attribute was strengthened to a rank, a qualitative change occurred. From an attribute assimilation type of attribute, it directly transformed into a shapeshifting technique. Low-level shapeshifting technique rank, effect, after contacting a monster, one can briefly transform into the target's appearance and physique, inheriting 50% of all attributes and traits. The shapeshifting state is broken after receiving a certain amount of damage. To think one could change their appearance. With this, the tactical significance of the low-level shapeshifting technique had undergone a qualitative change. Even if this gamble at the jade mine ultimately failed, this attribute could still be useful in the future. Shia Chen looked at the more than 1,000 remaining fire seed points he had. If he was going to gamble, he would go all in. Continue strengthening. Consuming 270 fire seed points, the talent attribute low-level shapeshifting technique, A rank, has been strengthened to high-level shapeshifting technique, S rank. The attribute had been strengthened to S rank. The next strengthening was destined to deplete almost all of Shia Chen's savings. Continue strengthening. Sure enough, a prompt that made Shia Chen's heartache appeared before him. Do you want to consume 1,100 fire seed points to strengthen the talent attribute high-level shapeshifting technique, S rank? Shia Chen gritted his teeth and chose to confirm. Immediately, strands of fire seeds surged from his body, swirling around the room like a burning hurricane, then dissipating into the air. A sense of emptiness surged within Shia Chen. This wave could be said to have emptied his savings, directly strengthening all the way to the end. A prompt floated before his eyes. Consuming 1,100 fire seed points, the talent attribute high-level shapeshifting technique, S rank, has been strengthened to golden cicada shedding its shell, SS rank. Golden cicada shedding its shell rank, SS effect. Golden cicada shedding its shell, a skill of exquisite transformation. No contact is needed. After a brief incantation, one can transform into the appearance of any target within sight, inheriting 100% of all attributes and traits. Additional effect, the state will only be interrupted when receiving fatal damage, can be voluntarily at any time, with no negative effects. Additional effect, the target of transformation can be any species, including human professionals. Hiss. Looking at the introduction of this SS-ranked talent attribute golden cicada shedding its shell, even Shia Chen couldn't help but gasp. No contact was needed to change appearance. Moreover, inheriting 100% of the target's attributes and traits, the target could even be a human professional. The strategic significance of this skill was no less than that of substitute mirror image. It was simply a must-have divine skill for stealing and killing. Furthermore, directly inheriting 100% of the target's attributes and traits was enough for Shia Chen to transform into a jade stone gargoyle and explore the depths of the jade mine. The next morning, Shia Chen got up early as usual and reorganized his equipment. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, and to his surprise, September had woken up even earlier than him. Shia Chen opened the door and saw her smiling as she held up a backpack, handing it to him. Here, this is from Brother Flowerface, a high-level military storage backpack, with a capacity several times greater than our previous shabby backpack. Shia Chen was immediately astonished and reached out to take it. The military green backpack was indeed much heavier than his current one, decorated with military green patterns on the outside, and lined with some spatial formations inside. It had a full 60 compartments. This thing must be worth a lot, after all. The price increases significantly with each additional compartment. How much is this high-level military backpack? Shia Chen asked seriously, but September patted his shoulder and said, "Don't worry, it's a gift from Brother Scar, just take it." That guy. I estimate he'll have to go back to Uncle Chin for reimbursement. Shia Chen lightly nodded, planning to turn back and personally thank Scarface. But this high-level military backpack with a capacity of 60 slots was indeed a great help. With more slots, he could carry more medicine, preventing him from exhausting his supplies too early and having to return to Blackwater City. Let's go. Let's see if that strange old man has fixed our equipment. September walked lightly ahead, while Shia Chen followed, saying seriously, Scarface calls him Master Lon, so don't just call him that strange old man. All right. September pouted, agreeing verbally, but clearly not taking it to heart. When the two returned to the blacksmith shop in the alley along the same route as yesterday, they saw the old blacksmith still working shirtless, wielding a large hammer with all his might, unafraid of the morning chill. You guys are here? The old blacksmith saw Shia Chen in September, temporarily set down his work, wiped his hands on his clothes, and then took the weapons that Shia Chen and September had left here yesterday from a nearby rack, handing them over. Everything's been repaired, take a look. September immediately took her dagger, examining it closely. The blade and body had been sharpened to their original sharpness, and she nodded with delight. Master Lon, you've worked hard. Shia Chen took his Junsho Wine sword, noticing that the slightly worn areas had been polished to a cold gleam. Truly skilled craftsmanship. At that moment, the old blacksmith took Shia Chen's Tiger Fury battle shield from a large vat filled with oil, rinsed it carefully with cold water, and then wiped off the remaining oil with a clean cloth before handing it to Shia Chen with a grin. Young man, see if it feels good. Shia Chen respectfully received the newly refreshed Tiger Fury battle shield, feeling it was much heavier and sturdier than before. Upon closer inspection, he saw that the entire shield had been reforged and polished, the originally sharp edges melted into a thick pattern. The shield's surface was embedded with a metal framework. Although it had lost some of its original killing intent, it felt incredibly solid, like a great bell. Shia Chen held it with one hand, swinging it in the air and making several blocking motions, feeling that the shield was indeed heavier than before, but it was even more manageable. It fit perfectly with Shia Chen's now significantly increased strength. Equipping the shield felt like wielding an unbreakable bell. A sense of invincibility surged within him, and at that moment, the attributes of this improved Tiger Fury battle shield appeared before his eyes. Tiger Stripe Battle Shield Mountain Tiger, level 75, grade, brilliant artifact, strength requirement, 450 points, defense, plus 2800, block effect, extremely strong damage reduction, attributes, constitution plus 150, strength, plus 180, health plus 3000, winky face, additional effect, unmoving as a mountain, after a perfect block, immune to most damage. Additional effect, Tiger Might, after each perfect block, accumulate a layer of might. When counterattacking, consume all accumulated might to unleash a terrifying counterattack. Such domineering attributes left Shia Chen both shocked and excited. A 75-level brilliant artifact. Although Shia Chen's level was still insufficient to fully utilize its attributes, it was enough to crush large numbers of golden artifacts. Master Lon had not just polished it for him, he had given him a substantial gift. The frame forged from Xuanwu steel, the shield eaves inlaid with shattered mountain stones. The old blacksmith watched as Shia Chen wielded the shield with vigor, a hint of appreciation gleaming in his eyes as he introduced his creation. A shield is a shield. Why adorn it with flashy blades? Only the weight of the forge gives it true meaning. A craftsman's mindset throughout his life shapes the weapons and equipment he forges. Especially for those master artisans, their understanding of weapons deepens with the accumulation of time. Master Lan's reforging of the Tiger Fierce battle shield also contained his life experiences and the skills he had honed over a lifetime. Shia Chen felt deeply the effort embedded within this shield. It had even surpassed the value that could be measured in money. "Thank you, Master Lan," Shia Chen said respectfully. "Your unique craftsmanship is unparalleled. Please name your price. No matter how much, I will do my best to meet it." The old blacksmith grinned and shook his head, saying, "Let's forget about the price. For me to see again the things I forged in my youth here in Blackwater City, it counts as a connection with you. Young man, just help me deliver a message, and consider it settled." Shia Chen's expression turned serious, listening intently. "Please, go on." The eccentric old Master Lan, his hair already white, slowly raised his head and looked at the still dim western sky, speaking with a hint of melancholy. "Young man, if you ever have the chance to go to White Tiger City, please convey a message to my kin. Tell them that the unfilial descendant, Lan Shiyuan, is still alive, and I hope my ancestors do not worry." Shia Chen was taken aback upon hearing this, then nodded vigorously. "I will definitely deliver the message." Lan Shiyuan looked deeply at the young man before him. Just as he had felt when reforging the Tiger Fierce battle shield last night, his life had been one of drifting, losing his sharpness in the end, but gaining a sense of weight. Yet this young man was different. Despite his youth, he dared to come to Blackwater City, destined for greatness, just like the newly carved fierce tiger on the shield. "Shia Chen, do you really think that strange old man is from that famous artisan family in White Tiger City?" After leaving the blacksmith workshop, Jiu asked curiously. "Master Lan." Shia Chen emphasized seriously. Yes, Master Lan. Master Lan." Jiu felt a newfound respect for the old blacksmith with white hair. After all, not everyone possessed such exquisite skills to restore their dagger to like new condition. If he weren't genuine, why would he ask me to deliver such a message to the artisan family in White Tiger City? Shia Chen nodded, repeating the name in his heart, Lan Shiyuan, though he did not know why this skilled master had distanced himself from White Tiger City to come to the chaotic Blackwater City. Surely, he must have his own reasons. White Tiger City, along with Qinglong, Zhuke, and Xuanwu, is one of the 4 major cities of the Dragon Kingdom. In terms of both scale and strategic significance, it far surpasses the secondary city of Shangjing. These 4 major cities are the true lifeblood of the Dragon Kingdom. The strength and number of professionals mingling in the major cities far exceed those in Shangjing by dozens of times, and they are also the headquarters of the 4 major guilds of the Dragon Kingdom. There, one can truly witness the top professionals of the Dragon Kingdom. For ordinary people, only those whose strength reaches the second transition or above are qualified to go to the 4 major cities. To fulfill Master Lan's request, he too must quickly elevate his level and strength. After obtaining his equipment and weapons, Shia Chen and Jiu followed the same path as yesterday to explore the jade mine. Some experienced players, having prepared double the potions and supplies this time, were brimming with confidence. "Shangguazi, today we must at least level up 10 times, September said, twirling the dagger in her hand, her excitement palpable. "I've brought a full 20 sets of health potions today. I guarantee you can be my human shield for a whole day." Shia Chen shot her an annoyed glance. As a strength-sensitive output warrior, he should have been a top-tier roamer, but instead, he was relegated to being a turtle shell in the front line. There was no helping it. After all, September was a fragile rogue with low health. At that moment, a figure flashed through Shia Chen's mind, Xuanjia warrior Gu Shiyu. If only that girl, who loved to wear heavy armor, were here, her specialization in defense would surely match Shia Chen's. However, she was likely busy preparing for the ranking competition a month from now in the capital city. The familiar abandoned highway, the eerily quiet jade mine that looked just like yesterday, and the several deep mine shafts. Shia Chen in September formed a formation, advancing skillfully into the mine. Currently, Shia Chen's level was only 59, but his strength had already met the requirements to use the tiger-striped shield, Mountain Tiger. Once equipped, it was enough to unleash 80% of its defense and attributes. Compared to before, Shia Chen's defense had soared to an impressive 3,588 points. His health had finally broken the 10,000 mark, reaching nearly 12,000. Even when compared to a group of heavily armored frontline classes, Shia Chen was certainly not lacking. Feeling the weight of the shield in his hand, a steady sense of security filled his heart as he continued to push forward. Before long, the familiar sharp sound of claws scraping against the cave walls echoed through the mine, and emerald figures surged from the depths. The Jade Stone Gargoyles, or rather, the Jade Stone Gargoyle Swarm. They're coming, Shia Chen said in a low voice, raising the tiger-striped shield, mountain tiger firmly in front of him. As the first jade stone gargoyle lunged at him, the shield vibrated with the impact, much lighter than yesterday. The additional effect, immovable as a mountain, activated immediately, blocking over 90% of the damage. Shia Chen felt only a minor sting, a 2-digit damage appearing on his screen, -59. This was the terrifying defense of a level 75 brilliant artifact. At the same time, a prompt appeared before Shia Chen: 1 layer of tiger momentum accumulated. The next block counter will increase damage and attack range by 10%. Tiger momentum could even enhance attack range. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a surge of joy and said, "Let's kill." He drew the Junsho Wang sword with his right hand but did not launch an immediate attack. Instead, he focused on blocking with his left-hand shield. Under the dim light of the glowbugs, Shia Chen continuously adjusted the angle of the shield, striving for perfection with each block. Behind him, September had already begun her harvesting spree. The dagger in her hand erupted with a crimson glow as she hid behind Shia Chen, accurately stabbing at a weak point on a jade stone gargoyle, dealing -3199, -3081. Each critical hit on the weak point was significantly higher than yesterday. As the anguished screams of the jade stone gargoyles echoed through the mine, a massive scraping sound came from the depths, and even more jade stone gargoyles surged forth in greater numbers than yesterday. Shia Chen hardly needed to block deliberately. The force of impacts against his shield came in waves, and the accumulated tiger momentum had instantly reached 18 layers. Shia Chen seized the opportunity, and after another perfect block, he swung the Junsho Wang sword down fiercely with his right hand, executing a block and counterattack. In an instant, all the accumulated tiger momentum was consumed, and the Junsho Wang sword in his hand suddenly radiated a massive phantom. Unstoppable, it cleaved downwards, and a tiger's roar echoed through the narrow mine. The enormous phantom struck down, and the jade-bodied stone gargoyles instantly shattered into dust. -5000, -5000, -5000. A series of damage numbers appeared before him, and the strike, which had accumulated a full 18 layers of tiger momentum, directly obliterated all the jade-bodied stone gargoyles within the attack range, each with a health of only 5000. The damage even overflowed. Shangguazi, what? What kind of damage is this? Not only was Jiuyu beside him stunned, but even Shia Chen himself was a bit dazed. Such terrifying area damage was actually dealt by him. This tiger momentum was indeed a killer move for a desperate counterattack. Waves of experience surged from the bodies of the jade-bodied stone gargoyles, gathering around Shia Chen and Jiuyu, and Shia Chen's level finally broke through to level 60. The two of them stood firm in the mine, advancing rather than retreating. With the tiger momentum as a damage-exploding area counterattack skill, their output efficiency had risen another level compared to yesterday. In less than an hour, the pile of jade-bodied stone gargoyle corpses at their feet seemed to have caught up with yesterday's results. Moreover, their levels had once again risen by 2 levels. Shia Chen clearly felt that after reaching level 60, the experience required to level up had increased significantly compared to before. The experience from these hundreds of jade-bodied stone gargoyles had allowed them to level up 6 or 7 times yesterday, but today it had only resulted in a 2-level increase. Unbeknownst to them, the sharp, ear-piercing sound of the stone grinding against the cave walls gradually lessened. As the group of jade-bodied stone gargoyles before them thinned out, they realized that the densely packed swarm of jade-bodied stone gargoyles had actually been wiped out by them. As Jiuyu drove her dagger into the last noisy jade-bodied stone gargoyle, the entire mine finally fell silent, with all the jade-bodied stone gargoyles reduced to corpses. "Is that it? We're done?" Jiuyu asked, somewhat incredulous, looking up at Shia Chen. "What level are you now?" Shia Chen glanced at his attribute panel. His level had just reached halfway through level 65, and he replied, "I'm level 65. Jiuyu nodded immediately and said, "Me too. I thought I could reach level 70 today. How did we finish off all these jade-bodied stone gargoyles?" Jiuyu, still somewhat unwilling, peered deeper into the mine, but a sly smile appeared on her face as she leaned closer to Shia Chen and said, "Shangguazi, should we go take a look deeper into the mine?" Shia Chen was taken aback. This aligned with his own thoughts. He had consumed over 1,000 fire seed points to enhance the golden cicada shedding its shell, precisely to explore the depths of the mine today. However, he didn't expect Jiuyu would want to go too. Shia Chen frowned and said, "Didn't Hualien tell us not to go deeper into the mine? Have you forgotten about those workers who contracted bad diseases? There's likely some strange radiation deep in the mine. Even professionals might not be unaffected." Jiuyu squinted her eyes and provocatively smiled, saying, "What? Are you scared?" Shia Chen pouted and candidly replied, "I do have a skill that should allow me to be immune to the effects in the depths of the mine. But what about you? Going down recklessly might cost you your life." However, Jiuyu smiled and said, "Hee, who do you look down on?" "Shangguazi, you better watch closely. Suddenly, Jiuyu's pupils turned blood red, and the exposed neck outside her gear transformed into a strange white, with veins and arteries clearly visible, resembling a dead spirit. Jiuyu smirked and said, "This skill is called Undead Body, an exclusive talent skill of my profession. Once activated, it can immunize against most abnormal states affecting living beings." Shia Chen squinted, carefully examining her from head to toe, secretly astonished. He had to admit that he had underestimated Jiuyu, this S-rank undead thief. The value of an S-rank profession should not be underestimated. Some unique talent skills are definitely not weak. Undead Body, as the name suggests, resembles an undead, naturally allowing immunity to certain abnormal states affecting living beings, and the radiation in this mine is no exception. Alright, then let's explore deeper into the mine. Shia Chen nodded solemnly. His original plan was to have Jiuyu wait outside the mine while he ventured deep inside alone, but now having an S-rank companion like Jiuyu by his side was definitely a good thing. Jiuyu's eyes also revealed a desire for exploration. As Hong San Yang said, in terms of courage, Jiuyu is actually quite similar to Shia Chen. The two used their weapons to clear a path through the overwhelming bodies of the jade-skinned gargoyles, moving deeper into the mine. So far, Shia Chen had not sensed anything unusual. However, the deeper they went into the mine, the more he felt a bone-chilling cold. Ultrasonic detection was quietly activated, and the complex terrain of the mine appeared in Shia Chen's mind. Suddenly, Jiuyu, who was walking in front of him, turned her head strangely to look at Shia Chen and asked in confusion, "Shangguazi, did you feel a wave? It keeps echoing back and forth in this mine." Shia Chen was taken aback and hadn't spoken yet when Jiuyu turned her head back, muttering to herself, "Strange, why does it seem to have disappeared again?" Shia Chen was secretly surprised. His S-rank ultrasonic detection had actually been sensed by Jiuyu, who was also an S-rank professional. It must be that after she activated Undead Body, her 5 senses became sharper. It seemed that every S-rank profession had its unique talent skills, and none should be underestimated. His proud S-rank detection skill, ultrasonic detection, should also be upgraded again. From yesterday's enhancement process, it would take at least over 1,000 fire seed points to upgrade an S-rank talent to SS rank. However, today when he killed the jade-skinned gargoyle, he also harvested a significant amount of fire seed points, comparable to yesterday's gains. At that time, it would be just right to use on ultrasonic detection. He wondered what kind of surprise upgrading ultrasonic detection to SS rank would bring him. While pondering, he noticed that the originally narrow mine gradually opened up, revealing a spacious underground area before them. "Ha!" Jiuyu, who was walking in front, suddenly exclaimed in surprise, and Shia Chen, who had activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions, also saw clearly. This huge underground space was supposed to be a transfer station within the mine, filled with many abandoned railcarts and a rusted giant lift platform. After hundreds of years, these mechanical facilities had long lost their functionality. However, strangely, these materials, originally mechanical equipment cast from steel, reflected patches of emerald light under the dim glow of the illuminating insects. Shia Chen couldn't help but step forward to observe closely, only to find that these steel frames had actually turned into jade. What on earth is this, that even steel can be transformed into such a form? Shia Chen couldn't help but furrow his brows. In the rust that covered every inch before him, the steel had already transformed into emerald-colored ore, blending seamlessly with the rust. At that moment, Jiuyu suddenly gasped softly, "Shia Chen, look, there's a person over there." "No, it should be a corpse." Following Jiuyu's gaze, Shia Chen saw a vaguely visible humanoid corpse half exposed in the rust-covered control room of the giant lift platform. Jiuyu, bold as she was, climbed up in a few steps and gently prodded the corpse with the dagger in her hand, exclaiming, "Come quick, you have to see this. This seems to be a worker from this mine." Shia Chen hurried over, only to see that the corpse was draped in a set of nearly decayed standard clothing, which could be identified as work attire. However, beneath the work clothes, the corpse was extremely bizarre. Given that this jade mine had been sealed for hundreds of years, the body deep within the mine should have long since decayed into bones, yet this corpse still retained a human form. Jiuyu gently poked the corpse's arm with her dagger, and the dried skin immediately began to flake away, revealing the white bones and dried flesh inside. Under the dim light, an emerald glow emanated from within, as the decayed flesh and bones beneath the skin had actually turned into jade. "Ah!" Jiuyu couldn't help but exclaim, and the two exchanged a glance, both showing a hint of shock in their eyes. Shia Chen squinted and uttered a chilling statement that sent shivers down Jiuyu's spine. "This person seems to have committed suicide." "What did you say?" Jiuyu was immediately startled. Shia Chen gently lifted the decayed clothing covering the corpse with his Jun Shou Wang sword, revealing a horrifying wound faintly visible on the person's abdomen. Not only the abdomen, but there were also several cracked scars on the chest, lungs, even the kidneys, legs, and neck. Beside this corpse, a decayed dagger was also found, which had similarly turned into jade. Shia Chen was filled with horror, while Jiuyu murmured in fear, "What kind of immense suffering did this person endure in life to stab every part of their body like this to end their life?" In fact, both of them had a faint answer in their hearts. Shia Chen raised his Junsho Wang sword and gently sliced through the half-jade decayed flesh on the corpse's chest, revealing that the chest cavity was already filled with sharp emerald crystals, like 1,000 needles piercing the heart. Jiuyu immediately turned her face away. Such a tragic death was enough to make one's scalp tingle just from a glance. Suddenly, Shia Chen discovered a corner of a notebook protruding from beneath the corpse. "Excuse me," he said softly to the corpse, reaching out to pull out the notebook. The paper had long since yellowed and crumbled, and the writing inside had become blurred with the passage of time. Shia Chen carefully opened it, finding that the contents of the notebook were not extensive, mostly consisting of work logs, but the latest few pages contained scrawled and shocking entries. "Someone started coughing up blood again yesterday. They left. Everyone has fled. Everyone is afraid of contracting this strange disease, but I can't leave yet. Damn company. Shui Yang has also contracted that strange disease. I saw him with my own eyes last night. It was terrifying. Why isn't the protective suit effective?" The handwriting became increasingly scrawled, and the last page of the notebook left only a line: "Help. I don't want to become a monster." Shia Chen felt a mix of emotions. According to the man wrapped in cloth, the incident at this jade mine occurred hundreds of years ago, during the early days of the Great Awakening era, when many inexplicable and bizarre events suddenly happened around the world. Instances of dungeons, monsters, and pollution began to emerge one after another. It was a disastrous time for humanity. The first batch of awakened professionals was few, and ordinary humans were like unarmed lambs in the face of various anomalies. The number of humans who died during that era was greater than at any other time. This jade mine was a living example. However, today, the mystery here should be unraveled. Shia Chen re-equipped the tiger stripe battle shield, mountain tiger, in his left hand. The monster described in this notebook caught Shia Chen's attention. The owner of these notes had ended his own life with a dagger, becoming the pitiful corpse before him. But what if he hadn't committed suicide back then? What kind of monster would he have become? September, be careful on the road ahead, Shia Chen suddenly reminded, and September was taken aback. Just then, a sound of stone scraping against the cave wall echoed from deep within the mine. It wasn't loud, but heavy and slow. "Jade golem?" September blurted out, but Shia Chen shook his head. The ultrasound targeting had already provided feedback that there was only one enemy deep within the mine. Unlike the agile jade golem that could fly low, that thing moved extremely slowly. It was probably not an elite monster, just a boss. A high pollution level boss would definitely not be easy to deal with. "Old formation," Shia Chen whispered, raising his shield in front of September. Fortunately, this place was not a narrow mine but a relatively spacious underground platform, allowing for some room to maneuver. The slow scraping sound grew closer, and a massive figure gradually appeared on the platform. It was a tall, bizarre humanoid monster, with arms and legs elongated like a monkey, standing a full 3 meters high. What made Shia Chen's nerves tense even more was that the entire body of this humanoid monster was wrapped in a thick layer of jade-colored crystals, like armor with spikes. Shia Chen activated his Eye of Insight, and a line of text appeared before him: Jade Crystal Man, Level 70 High Pollution Level Semi-Boss, Attributes, Crystal Skin, Polluted Corpse Pod, Gravel Storm. This should be the monster the notebook's owner referred to, transformed into such a terrifying form at the end of Jade Pollution. Shia Chen's gaze sharpened as he raised his shield in front of him. The giant crystal man's face was also covered in a thick layer of crystals, with no eyes or features. Its faceless visage appeared increasingly eerie. Suddenly, it seemed to sense the presence of Shia Chen and September. It charged towards them with a wild, monkey-like sprint that made their hearts race. Boom! With keen observation, Shia Chen's tiger stripe battle shield accurately met it, and in an instant, he felt a tremendous force hit him, causing his entire body to be pushed back. 958. Even though he had successfully blocked, he still took nearly 1,000 points of damage. This crystal man was indeed a high pollution level semi-boss, but at the same time, Shia Chen had already accumulated a layer of tiger might. Without hesitation, Shia Chen launched a direct block and counterattack, wanting to see just how strong this crystal being really was. The king's sword in his right hand, imbued with the power of a tiger, came crashing down directly. The blade struck the crystal being's skin, producing a crisp sound. A damage number that made Shia Chen's eyes widen immediately exploded forth. 77. How is that possible? Shia Chen couldn't help but be shocked. With his nearly 2,000 points of attack power, and after adding the tiger's might, how could he only deal a 2-digit damage? At the same time, the figure of Jiuyu behind him suddenly darted out, her blood-red dagger stabbing fiercely into the chest of the crystal being. Instantly, another damage number burst forth, 6-5. What? Jiao Yu's eyes widened in disbelief. What is going on? Jiao Yu was completely stunned, because according to the damage display, her recent strike had even been a critical hit. A critical hit only dealt 65 points of damage? Both of them prided themselves on being among the best of their awakening cohort. Whether in equipment or their own combat power, they couldn't say they were far ahead, but they were definitely top tier. Yet, with one strike each, their damage didn't even exceed 100? At that moment, the crystal being's counterattack came swiftly. Its long, monkey-like arms, tipped with crystal spikes, lunged fiercely at Jiao Yu. Fortunately, Jiao Yu reacted quickly, narrowly dodging the attack. Be careful! Shia Chen, wielding the tiger-patterned shield, once again positioned himself in front of her, but he had already sensed something was off. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for both of them to only deal 2-digit damage. It was likely due to the crystal being's innate talent, crystal skin. Shia Chen activated his eye of breaking illusions to take another look, and saw that the thick layer of crystal on the being's body acted like a natural protective layer, completely enveloping it without revealing even the slightest weakness. A prompt appeared before him. Target is in a crystalline state, defense greatly increased. Just how high is this guy's defense? Shia Chen couldn't help but furrow his brow. At that moment, the crystal being's health bar also became visible. Its total health wasn't high, only a little over 20,000, however, the damage dealt by Shia Chen and Jiao Yu's 2 strikes was like a drizzle, barely showing any reduction in the health bar. Now, the crystal being swung its long arms like a monkey again, reaching for Shia Chen. He raised his tiger-patterned shield and accurately blocked the attack, using the force to step back, while thrusting the king's sword forward. Shia Chen, not willing to back down, unleashed a lightning thrust. The king's sword stabbed fiercely into the crystal being's chest, and once again, a lackluster number appeared, 105. Goodness, even the lightning thrust could only deal just over 100 damage? This time, Shia Chen was completely convinced. He nimbly retreated a few steps while drinking a health potion. Fortunately, while the crystal being's attacks were incredibly fierce, its speed was not fast. Jiao Yu, being an agile class, easily dodged through positioning, and the tiger-patterned shield in Shia Chen's hands, after being reforged and enhanced, could block a significant amount of damage. With a nimble sidestep, Jiao Yu circled behind the crystal being, her dagger once again dancing fiercely, and several damage numbers burst forth, 4-4, 5-1, 4-7. Mommy! The damage dealt was so embarrassing that September couldn't bear to look, muttering, how am I supposed to hit this? Isn't this just a pure iron turtle? In fact, the health bar of this jade-colored crystal creature wasn't particularly thick, but its defense was absurdly high. Shia Chen was also feeling frustrated, unable to contain his anger. In this underground platform, which wasn't narrow but certainly couldn't be considered spacious, the two of them circled around the jade-colored crystal creature, constantly dodging its bizarre, monkey-like attacks. Although they hadn't encountered a life-threatening crisis yet, this situation couldn't continue. Their normal attacks barely dealt over 100 damage, akin to a mere scraping. 20,000 health points might not sound like much, but at this moment, it felt like an insurmountable chasm. Shia Chen stepped forward, and the king's sword in his hand suddenly wrapped itself in a strange flame, striking fiercely at the jade-colored crystal creature, bone-penetrating poison flame. However, a familiar prompt appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. Target is immune. Bone-penetrating poison flame effect failed to attach. Sure enough, even his trump card, bone-penetrating poison flame, was ineffective. This jade-colored crystal creature was no longer a living being, and its entire body of jade crystal was impervious to fire, completely immune to fire poison. Such a thick-shelled monster, akin to an iron turtle, often required blunt weapons like hammers to deal better damage, yet, both Shia Chen and September wielded blade-type weapons, which were precisely countered by this thick layer of crystal. Blunt weapon? Suddenly, an idea struck Shia Chen, and he shouted to September from a distance, "Hey, you retreat a bit." September was still a bit confused but hurriedly moved to the corner of the platform, mumbling, "What are you up to now?" But she saw Shia Chen's gaze locked tightly on the jade-colored crystal creature. Suddenly, a faint golden light enveloped Shia Chen, and his entire form began to change, his limbs gradually elongating and covered in a thick layer of jade crystal. It was the new attribute Shia Chen had gambled for with over 1,000 fire seed points, cicada shedding its shell. Since he didn't have a blunt weapon, he would become a blunt weapon himself. After all, was there a better blunt weapon than the body of this jade-colored crystal creature? A series of prompts immediately appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. Transformed into jade-colored crystal creature, due to own level being lower than target. Inherited attribute effect is 83%. Inherited health, 18,721. Inherited defense, 12,889. Inherited attack, 2791, inherited agility, 230, inherited. A strange sensation coursed through him, and Shia Chen felt his perspective suddenly rise. Looking down, he saw that his limbs had also elongated like that of the crystal creature, wrapped in a thick layer of jade crystal. Looking at his defense attribute, it had already reached nearly 13,000. This was only inheriting 83% of the attribute effect, indicating that the actual defense of the jade-colored crystal creature had reached 15,000. It far exceeded the current level of monsters. No wonder they couldn't break through its defense. Little did he know, this scene appeared incredibly bizarre and unsettling to September, who was nearby. September let out a sharp scream, pointing at Shia Chen and stammering, "Shia Chen, you also turned into that thing. Have you caught a disease?" Then she hurriedly looked down at her own body, her voice trembling. "It's over. Woo-woo. I'm going to turn into this ghostly figure too." At that moment, an even stranger scene unfolded. The jade-colored crystal creature that Shia Chen had transformed into suddenly raised an arm and waved at September. His original intention was to remind September that he had not mutated. But at this moment, Shia Chen's entire face was also wrapped in a thick layer of emerald crystal, making it impossible for him to speak. However, this scene appeared even more terrifying to September. September was stunned for a moment, then suddenly burst into tears, turning to run out of the mine, crying, "Wow, Shia Chen, you've turned into a ghost. Don't come looking for me, Shia Chen." Shia Chen had no time to care about September anymore. The emerald crystal figure was once again charging recklessly towards him. At this moment, Shia Chen's entire face was also covered in a thick layer of emerald crystal, and he could only see a vague shadow in front of him, which should be the perspective of the emerald crystal figure. He saw a figure with long limbs, like a monkey, rushing towards him like the wind. Shia Chen instinctively wanted to dodge, but suddenly realized his entire body felt as heavy as if it were filled with cement. Even jumping back a step was quite slow. There was no time. Shia Chen directly swung his equally long crystalline arm and struck hard at the charging emerald crystal figure. The two bodies, both covered in emerald crystal, collided, instantly shattering into a cloud of emerald dust, forming a mist in the air. However, this time, Shia Chen did not get knocked back by the blow. Instead, he and the emerald crystal figure were both jolted back, staggering. Despite the opponent having only 83% of his attributes, Shia Chen had already gained the capital to trade blows with it. In an instant, two damage numbers exploded simultaneously on each of them, 591, 481. Using its own method against it, he indeed dealt effective damage. In fact, the damage number that burst out from the emerald crystal figure was even lower. This was because Shia Chen's punch hit its face, while the impact was absorbed by his shoulder. Thus, with blood for blood, there was indeed a chance to kill it. Shia Chen felt a surge of energy in an instant, repositioned himself, one arm guarding his chest, the other arm gathering strength behind him, and suddenly stepped forward to deliver a swinging punch. It struck directly on the face of the crystal figure, 891. The heavy punch made the emerald crystal figure tilt back, seemingly dazed by the blow, but then it let out a strange scream from somewhere in its body, as if enraged, and charged back at Shia Chen. However, after just a few exchanges, Shia Chen was gradually becoming familiar with this heavy yet incredibly solid body. Although his overall attributes were only 83% of the opponent's, Shia Chen's fighting skills had been honed through rigorous training in the holographic simulation class, ranking first in the top school for 3 consecutive years. The emerald crystal figure lunged at Shia Chen again like a monkey, but Shia Chen ducked down to evade, then delivered a powerful uppercut from above, striking it in the face. The blow sent it crashing backward, looking up at the sky. At the same time, a piece of emerald debris fell from the face of the emerald crystal figure, and suddenly, Shia Chen saw that its face, covered in emerald crystal, seemed to be missing a chunk, revealing the flesh inside. This was because Shia Chen had landed 3 consecutive punches, all hitting its face. The crystalline layer could be shattered. A thought suddenly struck Shia Chen's mind, provided that enough damage was dealt to the same point. To confirm his guess, Shia Chen took the risk to chase forward, striking hard at the gap in the emerald crystal figure's face. With a solid punch hitting flesh, a huge number immediately soared out. 3211. Just as expected. Shia Chen couldn't help but shout in excitement, but all that came from his mouth, wrapped in the jade-colored crystal, was a series of muffled sounds. As long as the outer layer of the crystal was broken, the defensive power of the jade-colored crystal person would immediately drop significantly. However, before Shia Chen could feel the thrill, he clearly saw that the crystal layer on the face of the jade-colored crystal person, which was originally missing a piece, was rapidly growing back at a visible speed. What? The crystal layer can actually regenerate on its own? Shia Chen's heart raced, and he suddenly lunged forward, wanting to take advantage of its weakness. However, his movements were extremely slow and heavy, even throwing a punch took several seconds. If Jiuyu were still here, with her S-rank profession as a necromancer thief, her agility and explosive output would have been enough to slay it before that layer of crystal fully formed. Just then, a blood-red blade light suddenly struck from behind Shia Chen, slicing through the gap in the jade-colored crystal person's face before it could fully regenerate. Then, like a swallow returning, it flew back behind Shia Chen. A large damage number immediately exploded on the face of the jade-colored crystal person, 3871. Shia Chen quickly turned to look, only to see that Jiuyu had returned. Her eyes were still glaring at Shia Chen with vigilance, and there was a hint of redness around her eyes. Suddenly, she spoke, "Hey, if you are Shia Chen, nod your head." Shia Chen hurriedly nodded, but the hard crystal layer covering his neck prevented him from lowering his head. Shia Chen simply bent at the waist and bowed to her. All right, I get it," Jiuyu said somewhat speechlessly. Although there was still some disbelief and vigilance on her face, Shia Chen quickly extended a hand, pointing at the rapidly regenerating crystal layer on the jade-colored crystal person's face. Jiuyu instantly understood his meaning, her expression turned cold, and the dagger in her hand burst forth with a blood-red glow, spinning around to be gripped in her other hand. Then her figure flashed, like a blood-red afterimage, suddenly darting towards the jade-colored crystal person. This was the first time Shia Chen saw Jiuyu unleashing her full power. He watched as she took agile and swift steps, suddenly leaping high into the air like a hunting cheetah. The dagger gripped in her hand accurately stabbed into the face of the jade-colored crystal person. 3681. But that wasn't the end. As Jiuyu fell from the air, she stabbed the dagger into the chest of the jade-colored crystal person, using the momentum to spin away, unleashing a series of blood-red flashes that bloomed on the face of the jade-colored crystal person. 3191, 2985, 3381. In an instant, 3 explosive damage numbers completely emptied the jade-colored crystal person's health bar. This was the explosive power of an S-rank thief profession. As the heavy body of the jade-colored crystal person crashed to the ground, sending debris flying, Jiuyu gracefully landed, turned around, and Shia Chen raised his stiff arm to give her a thumbs up. As Shia Chen voluntarily cancelled the golden cicada shedding its shell state, the thick jade-colored crystal layer peeled away layer by layer, dissipating into the air, and his long limbs, which had resembled those of a monkey, returned to the appearance of a normal person. Watching this bizarre scene, Jiuyu's face once again showed a hint of vigilance as she said, Hey, what's going on with you, raw melon seed? One moment you're a crystal person, and the next you're a human. Shia Chen moved his stiff facial muscles and began to explain, this is one of my skills, I can temporarily transform into a monster. Jiuyu was silent for a moment before saying, is it similar to a high-level shapeshifting technique? Shia Chen nodded and said, pretty much. Suddenly, Jiuyu erupted, delivering a fierce punch to Shia Chen's lower back, gritting her teeth as she said, why didn't you say so earlier? You made me. Shia Chen felt a bit helpless and replied, I was planning to tell you after I transformed, but I didn't expect that after transforming, my face would be covered with a thick layer of crystal, and I couldn't say anything. This was indeed Shia Chen's own fault. Jiuyu was instantly filled with resentment, feeling that she had made a complete fool of herself. Looking at Jiuyu's reddened eyes, which seemed to have traces of tears, Shia Chen felt a mix of guilt and curiosity and asked, so what were you thinking outside just now? Jiuyu's lips twitched, I thought that even if I had to run away, I should at least come back to collect your body, take a piece of your clothing or something, so I could at least give you a proper burial. Shia Chen fell silent for a moment and said, I really appreciate that. You're welcome. At this moment, from a distance, the body of the fallen emerald crystal person began to shed its thick layer of crystal, revealing a somewhat shriveled human form. The body was still wearing a work uniform identical to that of the previous corpse. It turned out that these emerald crystal people and the corpse that left the notes had once been workers in the jade mine. It seemed that if they continued to explore deeper into the mine, they would likely encounter many more emerald crystal people. However, at this moment, 2 beams of white experience light surged from the crystal person's body, converging on Shia Chen and Jiuyu. Their experience bars visibly lengthened. Jiuyu, who had delivered the final blow, flashed and directly leveled up. Hey, I leveled up. Just a moment ago, Jiuyu had been filled with resentment, but now her expression turned from sorrow to joy as she cheerfully said, the experience from this emerald crystal person is surprisingly rich. Shia Chen was also taken aback. His experience bar, which was just over level 65, had increased by a full third. At this rate, they could level up every 3 emerald crystal people they killed. No wonder it was a high-pollution quasi-boss at level 70. Continuing deeper into the mine, there should be plenty more of the same emerald crystal people. As long as we deal enough damage to the same spot, we can temporarily break through its thick layer of crystal. Shia Chen's eyes lit up as he explained to Jiuyu, once we break that layer of crystal, its defense will be greatly reduced, and the two of us together could even take it down in one hit. Upon hearing this, Jiuyu's slightly reddened eyes brightened again. In fact, she had already vaguely understood this point when she had attacked earlier, and she eagerly asked, "How do we deal damage? How did you break it just now?" Blade-type weapons were not very effective against the crystal layer, and they had already tested this. Shia Chen recalled that he had smashed it open with his own fist, which was also covered in crystal, and after pondering for a moment, he said, "When I transformed into a crystal person, I also had a layer of crystal skin. Using fists against fists can break it. The cooldown time for my transformation is half an hour. But as long as I don't take fatal damage, the transformation can last indefinitely." Jiuyu immediately understood his meaning, her eyes shining as she said, "I see. Don't worry. With me around, you won't die." The two exchanged a tacit glance. They both understood each other's intentions. As long as Shia Chen transformed into a crystal person and destroyed the emerald crystal person's crystal layer, Jiuyu could use her explosive output to take it down in one hit. Shia Chen, having not sustained any fatal injuries, could maintain his crystallized state indefinitely. As long as he didn't encounter groups of crystallized beings, he could keep replicating this tactic and harvest the enormous experience from them. Without hesitation, after resting for half an hour, the cooldown for golden cicada escaping its shell was complete. Shia Chen transformed again into that tall, elongated figure wrapped in layers of crystal. September, who witnessed the entire scene, watched curiously while propping her face with her hand, seemingly judging something. She said to Shia Chen with a hint of seriousness, "Come on, spin around for me, let's see if the back looks like the crystallized beings too?" Without thinking, Shia Chen spun around, which unexpectedly made September smile and tease, "Hee, so ugly." Shia Chen. The two continued deeper into the mine. After leaving the underground platform, they entered a narrow tunnel again. Before long, they heard a heavy and slow footstep approaching. September, with her nimble steps, went ahead to scout. Soon, she returned with a joyful expression, signaling to Shia Chen, "Just one crystallized being. Let's go." Shia Chen immediately took a stance, loosening his stiff body, then charged forward heavily. Just as the emerald crystallized being peeked out from the depths of the mine, it was met with a punch from a counterpart that looked exactly like him. The collision of their thickly crystallized bodies sent a shower of emerald shards flying. Before the crystallized being could react, Shia Chen stepped forward and threw another punch. He had gradually adapted to this heavy body, landing 3 consecutive punches, all hitting the crystallized being squarely in the face. With a burst of emerald shards exploding in the air, a gap was once again carved into the crystallized being's face. Shia Chen instinctively shifted his body to the side, and a blood-red figure flashed past him. September's dagger ravaged the crystallized being's face like a deadly lotus. With several high-damage hits, the emerald crystallized being collapsed with a thud. The sounds of heavy stones colliding and the thud of bodies hitting the ground echoed throughout the mine, and similar scenes unfolded deep within. It was hard to remember how many crystallized beings they had taken down with this can-opening tactic. As September moved forward again to lure out more enemies, she suddenly froze in place, staring ahead in shock as if she had seen something astonishing. Woo-woo! Shia Chen wanted to ask what was going on, but the crystallized layer covering his face made it impossible to speak. He could only slowly approach to take a look. Just one glance made him gasp in shock. Ahead was a massive underground pit, at least several thousand meters wide. Within that pit, hundreds or even thousands of emerald crystallized beings were kneeling in a worship-like posture, completely still. Such a bizarre scene sent chills down their spines. So many emerald crystallized beings. September couldn't help but swallow hard, lowering her voice to Shia Chen, "This is too much, should we retreat?" San Yang said, "If you can't win, run. It's not shameful." Shia Chen also felt the urge to retreat rising in his heart. After all, their can-opening tactic was manageable against a single crystallized being, but if they faced multiple ones at once and couldn't break through their crystallized layers quickly, it would be troublesome. Not to mention that in this enormous underground cavern, there are hundreds or even thousands of jade-colored crystal beings. Moreover, the two of them have already killed over 20 jade-colored crystal beings while traversing the mine, and Shia Chen's level has risen to 71. This trip to the jade mine has already proven to be quite fruitful. Wait a minute. Shia Chen, who had just released the state of golden cicada escaping its shell, suddenly whispered, "These jade-colored crystal beings seem to be sleeping?" With the eye of breaking illusions activated, his vision was several times better than September's, allowing him to see clearly even in the dim mine. He saw that the jade-colored crystal beings kneeling in circles around the center were completely motionless, like stone statues, as if they had fallen into a deep slumber. What were they doing? What exactly was at the center that drew the worship of these countless jade-colored crystal beings? Due to the distance, even with the eye of breaking illusions, Shia Chen could only see a dark and blurry area at the center. Sleeping? September immediately pursed her lips, her eyes glinting as she said, "Are you suggesting that we can lure these sleeping crystal beings over and kill them one by one?" Shia Chen did not nod, but he did not shake his head either. This idea was indeed too risky. Who could guarantee that only one crystal being would awaken at a time? Although there was a considerable distance between the crystal beings gathered together, if one stone stirred up 1,000 birds, and all these hundreds or thousands of crystal beings were awakened, that would be disastrous. But if the plan was feasible, these nearly 1,000 crystal beings would be like walking massive experience bags. Killing them all could conservatively raise him to level 80, or even 90. September's eyes, tinged with a hint of red, gradually sparkled, clearly reluctant to miss out on the high experience from these jade-colored crystal beings. "How about we give it a try?" September said eagerly. "I'll sneak over and stab one from behind and then run. It shouldn't cause too much commotion." As a rogue, she was naturally skilled at aggroing monsters. Shia Chen immediately turned to look back at the mine tunnel they had come from. All the wandering crystal beings along the way had already been cleared by them. If September's attempt to lure failed, they could retreat the same way. The narrow mine tunnel would actually make it easier to escape. Even if there were many jade-colored crystal beings, they would crowd together like the previous stone gargoyles, entangling each other. It was worth a try. "Feasible," Shia Chen said in a low voice, replenishing his state, and returned to a corner of the previous mine that was easier to maneuver. He said to September, "Be careful, one at a time. Let's first see if it works." September cautiously activated her stealth, her blood-colored figure disappearing into the air. Shia Chen nervously watched the pit ahead, and soon, a flash of blood-colored light suddenly appeared from the air, striking the back of the closest jade-colored crystal being. -19. A very low damage number popped up, clearly indicating that September had held back. The dagger left a mark on the crystal being's back. Then, a slight ripple emanated from the crystal being. Indeed, she had successfully awakened it. Watching this scene, Shia Chen couldn't help but hold his breath in tension. He saw the jade-colored crystal being that September had awakened slowly stand up, the joints wrapped in thick crystal making a series of cracking sounds as it turned its faceless, eerie giant face towards September behind it. Then, it instantly launched an attack at September. However, this commotion did not awaken the other surrounding jade-colored crystal beings. Only this one crystal being had stirred. "It works!" September's face lit up with joy, and then she quickly turned and dashed towards the corner of the mine where she had agreed to meet Shia Chen. The jade-colored crystal being behind her also hurried after her. Shia Chen immediately activated the golden cicada shed its shell, transforming back into the thickly crystallized humanoid monster, clenching his fists and lying in wait at the corner. He would strike as soon as September's figure appeared, smashing down behind her. When the crystallized body collided, Shia Chen distinctly felt that this attack did not knock the crystal being over as before. Instead, it felt like crashing into a massive, heavy wall. No, this jade-colored crystal being was of a higher level than those that had been wandering in the mine before. -759. Sure enough, the damage from Shia Chen's punch was significantly lower. The attributes of the pursuing jade-colored crystal being appeared before him. Jade-colored crystal believer, level 75 high pollution class sub-boss, health 30,000. Indeed, the level had increased by 5, but now the arrow was knocked, and it had to be released. Having become increasingly skilled at controlling this body, Shia Chen threw punches in rapid succession, attacking from both sides. He struck fiercely at the crystal believer's face, causing clouds of jade-colored debris to explode, obscuring Shia Chen's already unclear vision. Suddenly, September let out a startled cry. "Shia Chen, watch out on the right." Shia Chen heard her and quickly reacted, stepping sharply to the left, just as a jade-colored crystal longsword swung out from the smoke, crashing down where he had just stood. This crystal believer actually had a weapon? Shia Chen's heart sank. When the smoke cleared, he saw that the longsword had actually grown from its hand. The originally slender arm had extended into a jade-colored crystal sword. A mutated monster. This crystal believer was indeed not so simple. Now transformed into an ordinary crystal being, Shia Chen's attributes were already at a disadvantage, and now the opponent had a weapon. The only advantage left was Shia Chen's own fighting skills. Although the crystal believer's arm had transformed into a long sword, greatly increasing its attack range, it also became more unwieldy in the cramped mine. Shia Chen steeled himself and executed a rather risky move, a body slam. He suddenly lowered his upper body, aiming for an opening, and charged directly into the crystal believer's embrace, his shoulder crashing into its chest. As a result, the 2-meter-long crystal sword arm could not reach Shia Chen, who was now pressed against it. Shia Chen tightly hugged it with one arm while delivering a series of uppercuts with the other, striking its chin. -816, -759, -1136. As clouds of jade-colored debris exploded, a gap finally opened up on the crystal believer's chin. Now was the time. Having developed a tacit understanding with each other, September swiftly darted out from behind Shia Chen, leaping onto his back, her dagger glowing with a blood-red light, and a blood-red lotus reappeared. 4661, 3981, 3996. The high explosive damage erupted on the crystal believer's head. The crystal believer let out a furious roar, thrashing wildly, but Shia Chen held on tightly, refusing to budge. September seized the opportunity to unleash a round of high explosive output. 4517, 3955. Even with the crystal believer's health at a staggering 30,000, once the defense of the crystal layer was broken, it crumbled like paper. This was the fatal weakness of such monsters. September sheathed her dagger and gracefully leaped off Shia Chen's back. The crystalline believer slowly fell from Shia Chen's embrace, transforming into a pile of crystalline fragments. Immediately, two beams of white light merged into Shia Chen and September, causing both of their experience bars to grow significantly. Although the crystalline believer had become more challenging, the experience points it provided were double that of an ordinary crystalline person. Shia Chen and September exchanged a glance. This tactic was feasible. The lure and kill plan began. September's figure darted through the mine repeatedly, successfully enticing one after another of the jade-colored crystalline believers trapped in the pits to the corner of the mine, where a ferocious counterpart, also wrapped in jade-colored crystals, awaited them. The lure and kill tactic was proceeding very smoothly, and Shia Chen also noticed something. The jade-colored crystalline believers closer to the center of the pits had higher attributes. Initially, the outermost jade-colored crystalline beings were only level 75. But as they moved inward, the levels increased 78, 81. After killing nearly 50 jade-colored crystalline believers, the level of the jade-colored believer that September had lured over had surprisingly reached level 85. Although Shia Chen would transform into the latest killed jade-colored crystalline believer using golden cicada shedding its shell every half hour to enhance his attributes, he still felt a slight sense of suppression in attributes before this crystalline believer. Jade-colored martyr, level 85 high pollution semi-boss, health 50,000, talent attributes, crystalline skin, jade sword body, jade shield. Lines of information appeared before Shia Chen's eyes, confirming that the level of this crystalline being had indeed increased, and even the name had changed. Jade-colored martyr, clearly a level higher than the believer. When it was successfully lured into the mine by September, the jade-colored martyr, who had just taken a punch from Shia Chen, had one arm transformed into a crystalline sword, while the other arm had morphed into a crystalline shield. Hey, this is the first time I've seen this. Shia Chen couldn't help but exclaim inwardly, yet he dared not let his guard down. As someone who used a sword and shield as weapons, he knew all too well how much a shield would enhance his defense. However, the experience gained from successfully executing the lure and kill tactic on nearly 50 jade-colored believers had allowed Shia Chen's level to soar from level 71 to level 79. The increase in level significantly raised the percentage of attribute inheritance when he used golden cicada shedding its shell to transform into a crystalline being. With the latest, jade-colored crystalline believer form replaced, Shia Chen could now use the skill to transform his arm into a crystalline greatsword. The moment the jade-colored martyr reacted, the crystalline greatsword formed from his right arm accurately lunged toward the martyr's face. In an instant, a burst of jade-colored stone smoke erupted, and the sword pierced a crack into the martyr's face. Shia Chen intended to follow up with another strike, but unexpectedly, the jade-colored martyr's movements were much faster than those of the previous crystalline believers. The crystalline shield formed by its left hand immediately protected its front. It seemed that the jade-colored martyr not only had significantly improved attributes but also enhanced combat awareness. It now displayed a standard defensive counterattack posture. Unfortunately for it, its opponent was Shia Chen, someone extremely familiar with sword and shield combat techniques. Shia Chen raised his leg and delivered a powerful kick directly to the center of the crystalline shield raised by the jade-colored martyr. Indeed, the most practical way to break through an opponent's shield defense was to deliver a strong kick. After all, the crystalline shield formed by the martyr's left arm was not a giant shield that could stand on the ground, but a small shield. With a sudden kick from Shia Chen, his entire body staggered and he fell backward, the main gate swinging wide open in an instant. All of this was within Shia Chen's expectations. He immediately lunged forward, his right hand conjuring a crystalline greatsword that struck again, targeting the unsteady jade-colored martyr. A gradually fracturing gap appeared on its face, and behind it, Jiuyu seized the opportunity, charging in like a blood-colored storm, her dagger precisely stabbing into the gap. 4136. 4758. In an instant, several massive damage numbers exploded forth. The jade-colored martyr hurriedly tried to protect its weakness, but with Shia Chen assisting, it was impossible to defend itself. One sword after another struck, leaving it unable to stand firm. After another round of combined attacks, the Jade Martyr finally collapsed, transforming into a flurry of jade fragments that gradually dissipated. A stream of experience points flowed into the two of them, and Shia Chen's level finally reached 80. After a day of intense monster hunting, both of them felt a hint of fatigue, but this weariness was overshadowed by the excitement of the high experience rewards, only now beginning to surface. Shia Chen promptly dispelled the state of golden cicada escaping its shell, stretching his stiff joints and said, "That should be enough. If we delay until evening, it'll be troublesome on the way back." Zhou Yu nodded, but her expression was somewhat hesitant, as if she wanted to say something. "What's wrong?" Shia Chen noticed the unusual look on her face and asked, only to see a glint of mischief in her beautiful eyes as she said, "Raw melon seeds. Actually, that last Jade Martyr we just defeated was the last crystalline being in that pit. It was only a few steps away from the center. When I was luring the monsters earlier, I didn't have time to look. Do you want to see what's at the center surrounded by these crystalline beings?" Hearing this, Shia Chen's curiosity was piqued. He had long been suspicious of the bizarre scene of the group of jade crystalline beings worshipping in the pit. It seemed like they were holding some kind of ritual. These crystalline beings, who were once employees in a jade mine, not only transformed into this strange form after death but also became what seemed like followers and martyrs. It was indeed quite eerie. The two of them quietly approached the end of the mine, peering into the pit from a distance. They saw that the crystalline beings, which had originally formed several circles, had been nearly halved on the side closer to the mine due to their lure and kill tactics, creating a huge gap that led directly to the center. "It really is worth taking a look." Shia Chen nodded and said. Zhou Yu, being a rogue, could use her stealth skills to approach unnoticed, and with Shia Chen's Tidecaller's step, his movement speed was also quite high. Even if something unexpected happened, they should be able to escape in time. "Let's go." Zhou Yu's eyes lit up, a flash of crimson light enveloping her as she entered stealth mode and slipped down into the mine first. Shia Chen followed closely behind, activating Tidecaller's step, though he found it a bit challenging to adapt to the speed that was much more agile than the crystalline beings. The two moved lightly, tiptoeing step by step toward the center through the gap. Along the way, the changing appearances of the kneeling crystalline followers further confirmed Shia Chen's judgment. The farther they were from the center, the higher the level of the crystalline beings. The last Jade Martyr they killed was among the innermost circle, and now with one less, the remaining 5 Jade Martyrs knelt in a circle around the center. At that moment, Shia Chen suddenly felt a chilling sensation piercing through him. "September?" Shia Chen was about to remind her when he saw Yu's figure already appearing a few steps away at the center, standing there in a daze, exclaiming, "Shia Chen, this seems to be a fetus?" This statement instantly made Shia Chen feel as if he had been pricked by needles, sending a chill down his spine. He hurried over to take a look, and indeed, what September said was true. At the very center of this group of crystal beings kneeling in worship was a piece of crystal-clear jade-like chalcedony, pure as if it were the most pristine thing in the world, resembling a silkworm pupa. It was tightly connected to the entire underground jade mine, like a source, and within the chalcedony, an extremely tiny fetus that had not yet fully taken on a human form was developing. Such an inexplicable and unspeakable scene, even carrying a hint of divinity, left both of them stunned on the spot. Nearly hundreds of years had passed, and this massive jade mine buried underground had actually nurtured a fetus? What would happen if this fetus hatched? A monster? A human? Or a deity? But Shia Chen instinctively felt that the hatching of the fetus within the chalcedony was not a good thing. If the birth of a deity required the lives of tens of thousands afflicted by a strange disease to welcome it, then what was the difference between this deity and a monster? Shia Chen immediately activated his eye of breaking illusions, his gaze penetrating the layer of crystal-clear chalcedony. Suddenly, he saw something he was all too familiar with within the fetus's abdomen, a flickering emerald flame. The chalcedony surrounding the fetus was so fragile that it could be blown away. If he killed it, Shia Chen could offer this strand of emerald flame as a sacrifice. Such a grand spectacle nurturing a flame must be extraordinary. Just as Shia Chen's hesitant thoughts raced through his mind, suddenly, September beside him let out a violent cough, even spitting out a mouthful of blood. September's face turned pale with shock as she slowly extended her blood-stained hand, revealing that the bright red blood contained crystalline emerald particles. "September, what's wrong with you?" Shia Chen's heart tightened, and he hurriedly supported September. At that moment, September's face was already ashen, desperately trying to suppress her cough, fearing to awaken the surrounding crystal martyrs. But the blood she coughed up clearly contained emerald crystals identical to those found in the miners' corpses. When did this happen? When exactly did September, who had activated the undead body, also become afflicted by this strange disease? But why was he not affected at all? Shia Chen quickly recalled their journey from deep within the mine, and suddenly, he seemed to understand. From the moment he stepped into this pit, he felt that the chill here was several times worse than in the mine. The closer they got to the fetus within the chalcedony, the more severe the influence became. September had come to this pit time and again to lure monsters, and the impact on her had long exceeded her undead body's resistance. The reason Shia Chen was not affected was that he had spent most of the time transforming into a crystal being. The golden cicada shedding its shell allowed Shia Chen to inherit all the attributes and traits of the target during his transformation, thus making him immune to most of the effects. "Let's go, I'll carry you out." In an instant, Shia Chen had September on his back. With their robust physical condition as professionals, as long as they quickly escape this influence, they should gradually recover. "There's no time." However, September, who was being carried on Shia Chen's back, suddenly weakly pointed ahead, her eyes filled with despair as she said, "You must go. You have to live." Shia Chen followed the direction pointed by Joyu and saw that the outermost crystalline believers had somehow been stirred up. One by one, they gradually stood up, shedding a flurry of jadeite fragments. Some of the crystalline beings that had awakened earlier slowly turned their heads towards the center where Shia Chen and Joyu were, then began to charge over with heavy steps. The situation changed dramatically in an instant. Once these crystalline believers blocked the exit of the mine, it would be a dead end. Joyu suddenly struggled to get down from Shia Chen, her face showing a stubbornness as she said, "Carry me. Neither of us can survive. I'll stay here to draw their attention. You must escape quickly. Hurry." Shia Chen looked at Joyu's eyes in shock, but saw her weak, pale face suddenly smile at him, just like that day in the narrow booth of the Red Moon hair salon. "Raw melon seeds, it was my stubbornness that brought me deep into this mine. You must go. I don't blame you. You have to live." Shia Chen suddenly raised his head, activating his eye of breaking illusions, urgently scanning the surroundings. His mind raced. When they descended into this pit, they had definitely not awakened any crystalline beings, let alone if they had committed any taboos. It would have started with the jade-colored martyrs nearby. So how were these outer crystalline believers awakened? There were no signs of any formations beneath their feet, nor any traces of human presence here. Yet those outer crystalline believers seemed intent on surrounding Shia Chen and Joyu, even trying to block the exit of the mine. It was as if they were being directed by someone. A thought struck Shia Chen like a bolt of lightning. "It's you, isn't it?" He suddenly turned around, his gaze sharp as he focused on the fetus hidden within the chalcedony at the center. If this fetus about to hatch within the chalcedony was the root cause of the entire jade mine's anomaly, then only it could control those crystalline believers kneeling outside. It was already too late to run out of the mine with Joyu. The only way to quickly eliminate the strange influence on Joyu was to kill this chalcedony fetus, sacrificing the emerald-colored flame within it. Once the flame was sacrificed, any lingering effects in the world would dissipate. In an instant, a series of consequences flashed through Shia Chen's mind. Once the fetus in the chalcedony died, the strange influences permeating the entire jade mine would vanish, and those already jade-like walls and machinery might also disappear. Would this already crumbling mine then collapse? A series of possible outcomes raced through Shia Chen's mind, but looking at Joyu's weak yet stubborn face, he had only one thought in his heart: he didn't want her to die. So Shia Chen equipped the king's sword, gripping it tightly, and aimed fiercely at the fetus within the chalcedony. In that moment, the entire mine trembled, and those jade-colored believers surrounding them seemed to sense a wave of fear, charging even more frantically towards Shia Chen. The nearby jade-colored martyrs also began to tremble, as if rapidly awakening. However, seeing this scene, Shia Chen revealed a cold smile. He knew he had made the right bet. The fetus in the chalcedony was afraid. The king's sword in his hand suddenly pierced through the translucent layer of chalcedony, encountering almost no resistance as it broke through the strange fetus, and then a wisp of emerald light flickered before Shia Chen's eyes. Sacrifice the flame. The sacrificial ceremony, which had already been held countless times, was skillfully initiated. A wisp of emerald flame suddenly followed the tip of Junsho's sword, scattering into the air, turning into specks of ash around Shia Chen. A piercing, unwilling voice howled past his ears, causing a buzzing in Shia Chen's ears. Then, terrifying cracks rapidly erupted on the ground around him, and the ore above emitted a sharp tearing sound, teetering on the brink of collapse, as massive stones fell one after another. The worst thing Shia Chen feared had happened. Without the support of the jade-like substance, the already corroded and riddled mine finally collapsed. Just before the entire cave wall above him came crashing down, Shia Chen quickly scooped up Joyu beside him and dashed into a giant recess ahead. The thunderous sound of the collapse buried everything, plunging the entire mine into darkness. Yet, a familiar voice rang in Shia Chen's ears. The sacrifice of the jade-like fire has succeeded. The incomplete divine essence has been slightly restored. Everything before his eyes turned to darkness. The sounds of collapse, the rumbling of falling debris, and the crashing of massive stones echoed around Shia Chen and Joyu, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Jiuyu, leaning against Shia Chen, coughed again. Shia Chen took off his black moon cloak and used it to shield her, as they temporarily hid in a recess within the cave wall. In that moment of crisis, Shia Chen noticed that this area had the least jade-like influence. Once that strange effect dissipated, it might hold for a while longer. However, the collapse of the mine exceeded Shia Chen's expectations. The sounds of falling continued for several hours before gradually subsiding. They were now likely at the deepest part of the mine, with the already decayed structure pressing down on them, and rubble nearly buried everything. The air around them grew thinner, but thankfully, it had not completely cut off. This indicated that there must still be some gaps within the collapsed mine, which was the only good news in this dire situation. The thunderous sound of the collapse had also caused the already weak Jiuyu to fall into a deep sleep. At this moment, the recess was extremely cramped, small enough to remind Shia Chen of the cargo hold of the ship he took to Blackwater City, barely allowing him to stand fully upright. Shia Chen could only hold the unconscious Jiuyu in his arms. As the sounds of falling debris gradually ceased, everything became increasingly quiet in the darkness. Shia Chen's mind raced as he realized the chilling sensation that had permeated his body was gradually dissipating, indicating that the strange influence here was also fading. With Jiuyu's robust physique as a professional, she should be able to recover slowly. It might take a few days, but at least it wouldn't be fatal. The problem now facing Shia Chen was how to escape from this grave-like, buried mine. It was pitch black before him, and he couldn't see his hand in front of his face, but Shia Chen dared not easily activate sonar detection again. In those structurally solid environments, ultrasound could be used to recklessly scout for enemies. However, in this precarious mine that had already collapsed once, Shia Chen's sonar detection could very likely trigger another collapse. How should he get out? Shia Chen took a moment to calm himself, forcing himself to remain composed. Although the air around was thin, it was not enough to suffocate the professional. He and September had enough food and water in their backpacks for at least 5 or 6 days, so they wouldn't starve or die of thirst in the short term. Shia Chen took off the communicator he was carrying and gently tapped it, but there was no signal at all. These mines, rich in various ores, were prone to signal isolation. The military communicator that Nie Xiaoyu had given him had a faint, almost imperceptible signal, but it was insufficient to send a distress message. However, this jade mine was not far from Blackwater City, and the news of the sudden collapse of the entire mine should reach Blackwater City soon. By then, the scar-faced men who knew that he and September had come to this jade mine to level up would likely come looking for them when they noticed the two had not returned for a long time. But even if they rushed to the jade mine, facing the collapsed site that resembled a ruin would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. To get out, they still had to rely on themselves. After coming to terms with the desperate situation they faced, Shia Chen became even calmer. The first priority now was to ensure sufficient stamina and a stable mindset, otherwise, mere claustrophobia could be fatal. Shia Chen took out a luminescent insect from his backpack and, using its faint light, carefully examined the situation they were in. He saw a massive rock had fallen from above, perfectly covering a nearby depression, creating a relatively stable small space. After cautiously checking the surroundings, Shia Chen smashed the luminescent insect in his hand. The tiny glowing insects immediately scattered in the space and gradually flew into a nearby crevice. Shia Chen bent down and sniffed the gap, sensing a flow of air within it. Insects had the most sensitive perception. This crevice must be the direction of the airflow. To get out, they could only start from this gap. Having a direction was better than having none. Shia Chen took out the tiger-striped battle shield from his backpack and wedged it securely under the massive rock as a precaution. After doing all this, Shia Chen suddenly felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. After eating some food and drinking water, he leaned against the cave wall and slowly fell asleep. When Shia Chen opened his eyes, it was still pitch black in front of him, but according to the time displayed on the communicator, it was already the next morning. If the scar-faced men returned to the Nightingale Tavern, they should realize that the two had not come back the previous day. The news of the jade mine's collapse should have reached Blackwater City by now, and at the latest, the scar-faced men would arrive here before tonight. But even if they got here, they might not be able to find the two buried deep underground in a short time. In the complete darkness, with day and night indistinguishable, Shia Chen took out another luminescent insect and stood it beside him, beginning to study the tiny gap that had a flow of air. Shia Chen had many skills, but none were applicable at the moment. Any brute force action could lead to a second collapse. He had to carefully dig forward along the crevice while ensuring the stability of their refuge, trying to find a way out, but this method was bound to be difficult and yield little result. September woke up the next evening. After a day and night of rest, her previously pale face had gained a hint of color. Her first reaction upon waking was a fit of violent coughing, but she no longer coughed up blood. Under the dim light of the illuminating bugs, September blinked her eyes obediently, looking at Shia Chen, who who was squeezed up against her. She softly asked, "Shengguazi, where are we?" Shia Chen gently picked up a tube of illuminating bugs and shone it on September's face, examining her closely. Under his intense gaze, September's cheeks immediately flushed with a hint of crimson, and she softly said, "Why are you looking at me like that?" Shia Chen raised an eyebrow and asked, "How do you feel?" September took a deep breath, followed by a fit of coughing, seeming a bit breathless, but she surprisingly said, Shengguazi, I feel much better. The excruciating pain in my chest seems to have mostly dissipated." Shia Chen also let out a sigh of relief. As expected, as long as the strange jade-like influence was eliminated, with September's robust physique as a practitioner, she would begin to slowly recover. But how did we end up here? Where is this place? It's so dark? Looking around at the narrow and dim space, September curiously asked. Shia Chen pondered for a moment and decided to tell her the grim reality. The entire jade mine has collapsed, and we are now trapped deep in the mine. The good news is that there is still some thin oxygen here, and we both have some food and water in our backpacks. The bad news is that we can only last 4 or 5 days, and to get out, we need to dig a way out. But if we make any significant movements, it could trigger another collapse. September's small face gradually shifted from joy to sorrow, and then she summarized it in one sentence, saying softly, "So, we are buried alive." Shia Chen. After September woke up, their positions changed from her leaning against Shia Chen's embrace to them sitting back to back. "Woo-woo, Shengguazi, I never expected that I would end up dying here with you." Shia Chen was instantly speechless and simply ignored her, focusing on using nearby pieces of rubble to support the gap to prevent a collapse while digging. Unexpectedly, in this dim groove, September seemed to have opened up and began to chatter endlessly. "At the brink of death, there isn't even anyone to collect the body, nor a coffin. San Yang said that when a person dies, they must have a good coffin, so they can be reborn well in the next life. Sigh, I wonder if the feng shui of this place is good." Shia Chen couldn't help but interject. With the Blackwater City Long River at its back and adjacent to a natural jade mine, the feng shui of this place is not bad. Upon hearing this, September perked up and turned her head, saying, "Hey, Shengguazi, you understand this too?" Shia Chen shook his head and rolled his eyes at her. "I'm just talking nonsense. With such heavy energy here, you might turn into a zombie after you die." September suddenly shivered and grinned. I don't want to turn into a monster like those crystallized people. Shengguazi, if I die first, you must collect my body." Shia Chen looked at her helplessly and said, "In such a small place, how am I supposed to collect your body? Can't you think of something positive, like how to get out?" September stuck out her tongue and tilted her head to look at Shia Chen, saying, "I'm just preparing myself mentally in advance. But speaking of which, is it the lighting, or am I seeing things? Shengguazi, why has your hand turned jade green?" The sudden mention of September startled Shia Chen, who quickly looked down. Under the dim glow of the illuminating insects, he saw that his hands, propping up the gap, had taken on a somewhat strange jade green color. It was just like that bizarre jade-like substance. Shia Chen's heart sank. Could it be that the strange influence beneath the mine had not yet faded? But he clearly felt no trace of that eerie chill anymore, and September's body was visibly recovering. Was it the light from the illuminating insects? Shia Chen immediately extended a finger, activating the bone-piercing poison flame. A wisp of ghostly fire ignited on his fingertip, illuminating the entire underground crevice. Shia Chen could see clearly. It was definitely not due to the light, but rather that his hands had inexplicably turned that strange jade color. Hiss! September behind him couldn't help but exclaim, "What's going on?" Shia Chen gently moved his fingers, feeling no stiffness or discomfort. His body showed no signs of abnormality either. Why was this happening? Suddenly, September pointed a finger at the gap Shia Chen had just touched, exclaiming, "Look, the place you touched has also turned into jade green." Shia Chen brought his flaming finger closer and saw that the fragments he had just touched, in that very gap, had also inexplicably taken on a jade green hue. Could it be that the jade-like ability had transferred to him? A thought that startled even him surfaced in Shia Chen's mind, yet he was not overly surprised. After all, he had acquired monster abilities countless times in recent days. Could it be that he gained a talent entry when he sacrificed that jade-like substance? Shia Chen hurriedly opened his attribute panel. After the mine collapse, although he had heard the prompt indicating the successful sacrifice, he had not had the chance to check, as he had been hiding in the crevice with September. As soon as he opened the attribute panel, he saw a new jade green entry quietly lying in the talent section. Glazed realm rank, epic description, a jade-like substance formed from the essence of underground jade mines, nurtured by extreme energy, inherently possesses the ability to jade crystallize all living things around it. Effect: once activated, the host can transform their body into a glazed form and jade crystallize objects within a certain range, creating an indestructible glazed realm that grants complete immunity to any damage for the duration. Additional effect, the host can jade crystallize surrounding living and non-living entities through touch, pulling them into the glazed realm, allowing them to enjoy the same damage immunity effect. The more targets that are jade crystallized, the shorter the duration of the immunity in the glazed realm. Additional effect, current maximum range, 10 meters in diameter, can increase with the host's strength. An epic talent entry. Shia Chen's heart surged with joy in an instant. This was his first true epic entry surpassing the SSS rank. Although there was only one rank difference between epic and SSS, everyone knew they were entirely different levels. Only those powerful talent entries that were remembered in human history qualified to be rated as epic. Any epic skill far surpassed 10 SSS skills. Yet now, this jade green entry lay within Shia Chen's talent section. Glazed Realm. Once activated, it grants immunity to any damage for the duration. Even the companions around and inanimate objects could be pulled into the invincible state of the glass realm. A true trump card that crossed the gap in combat power. Even at this stage, encountering a practitioner far beyond one's own level, one could completely withstand any of their killer moves. This is the might of an epic level skill. More importantly, this skill finally provided a way for Shia Chen and the others, buried deep in the mine, to break the deadlock and seek survival. What are you grinning about over there, raw melon seed? September, glancing at Shia Chen's silly smile, couldn't help but frown. Then, as she opened her own attribute panel, she suddenly exclaimed, "Huh? How did I level up to 87? Hearing this, Shia Chen also took a look at his level and found that he had unknowingly reached level 90. So that's it. Shia Chen suddenly realized that before they fell into this trap, when they had killed the crystal believer using a lure and kill tactic, they had both reached level 80. Unexpectedly, killing this jade-like strange fetus had directly granted them a tsunami of experience. September had jumped up 7 levels, while Shia Chen, having dealt the finishing blow to the jade-like strange fetus, gained even more experience, skyrocketing to level 90. Not only that, but Shia Chen's mind suddenly recalled the hint he had heard earlier: incomplete divine fragment has received slight completion. Looking down, he saw that the only blood-red special entry in his talent column, incomplete divine fragment, had unexpectedly gained a glimmering golden hue. Incomplete divine fragment received slight completion? What does this hint mean? What changes would a gradually restored divine fragment bring to him? But soon, Shia Chen was shocked to find the changes in himself. He suddenly realized that all his attributes on the entire attribute panel had significantly increased. These enhancements were not due to reaching level 90, but had occurred suddenly. Shia Chen seemed to suddenly understand something. The slight completion of the incomplete divine fragment had actually enhanced the overall strength of his profession. In other words, Shia Chen's profession, God-forsaken, had become stronger. In fact, the gap between different tiers of professions mainly lies in their respective potential for attribute growth. For example, Shia Chen's initial profession, God-forsaken, was merely a blank profession that was even worse than a D-tier profession. If it weren't for the lowest profession rating being D-tier, Shia Chen wouldn't even qualify as D-tier. Therefore, apart from the 5 free attribute points gained for each level up, his other attribute values had almost no growth. In contrast, S-tier practitioners have far greater potential for attribute growth than other practitioners. S-tier practitioners not only gain free attribute points for each level up, but all attributes also experience significant growth. Even the corresponding specialized attributes of their profession can grow by dozens of points for each level. For instance, agility for assassin and rogue professions, spirit for mage professions, strength and constitution for warrior and tank professions. This is why the gap in strength between S-tier practitioners and those of other tiers widens as levels increase. However, now, with the completion of the incomplete divine fragment, Shia Chen's profession, God-forsaken, was no longer that blank profession with no growth attributes. Therefore, at the moment he sacrificed the jade-like strange fetus, all the missing attribute growth in his level 90 was completely restored. Shia Chen occupation, God-forsaken level, 90 health, 17540, mana, 5430 attack, 4781, defense, 4310 constitution, 855, strength, 915 agility, 961, spirit, 631 initial talent, incomplete divine nature talent attributes, glazed realm, epic, eye of broken illusions, SSS, bone piercing poison flame, SS, skills, tide caller's step, S, mirror image, SS, spirit link, S, thermal self-destruct, S. Shia Chen estimated that his current occupational strength had already surpassed a rank and he was not far from S rank. This incomplete divine nature had only received slight supplementation, yet it brought about such terrifying advancements in occupational strength. In the future, surpassing S rank, even reaching SSS rank, would only be a matter of time. However, after enduring countless hardships and sacrificing the life-threatening jade marrow strange fetus, he had only achieved this slight supplementation. How would Shia Chen go about seeking the path to complete his divine nature next? A figure suddenly appeared in Shia Chen's mind. Surely his senior, also a godforsaken, would know something. Now that Shia Chen's level had reached 90, he was not far from the 100 level second transition, and he should soon be able to see that senior again during the job change ceremony. He wondered if he would be able to see that senior in person this time, or if it would just be another letter left behind. "Hey, you silly melon seed, what are you laughing about?" Jiu suddenly interjected. "Even if you reach level 100, if we can't get out, won't we just suffocate in here?" Jiu's words pulled Shia Chen from his thoughts. He took a moment to compose himself, then smiled at Jiu. "I'm happy because I found a way out." Jiu immediately sat up straight, her eyes brightening as she asked, "Really? What's the way?" Shia Chen didn't answer but instead pressed his hand against the narrow groove, activating the glazed realm. In an instant, the area his fingers touched transformed into emerald-colored jade-like ore. Crystal clear, yet unbreakable. "Hey, you, how did you learn this trick too?" Jiu quickly reached out to touch Shia Chen's forehead, saying, "You didn't catch some strange disease, did you?" Shia Chen shook his head, saying, "Don't worry, I'm fine. I'll tell you the details when I have the chance." Jiu was momentarily stunned. She was not a fool, and her clever mind was no less than that of Hong San-yang. Before she fainted in that pit, she had seen Shia Chen stab the jade marrow strange fetus with a sword to save her. The influence of that jade marrow strange fetus must have somehow transferred to Shia Chen. A complex emotion surged in Jiu's heart, a mix of pain, guilt, and gratitude, yet there was also an indescribable feeling. What girl doesn't have a crush? It was just a reflection of Jiu's current age. "Hey, silly melon seed." Jiu suddenly turned her head away, murmuring something. Shia Chen, focused on activating the glazed realm, did not notice her emotional shift. He only felt his hands becoming as cool as an iceberg, and the areas he touched immediately turned into jade-like ore. He was quickly exploring how to precisely control this glazed realm. The description of the glazed realm in the talent panel was very detailed. The larger the living beings and area drawn into the glazed state, the shorter the duration of the glazing. Conversely, as long as Shia Chen could minimize the area of glazing, he could maintain it for a longer time. Shia Chen raised his hands and slowly felt around the gap that exuded flowing air, gradually turning all the half-person higher surrounding this gap into jade. As long as he could transform the surrounding stone walls, which served as support, into indestructible jade, then when breaking the gap, it would not cause a collapse. After once again examining the jade-reinforced stone wall before him, Shia Chen directly equipped the Junsho Wang sword, gently inserting it into the flowing air gap, carefully prying it left and right. Fragments immediately fell down, but since the surrounding supporting stone walls had all turned into jade, there was indeed no overall collapse. Behind him, Jiu's eyes lit up at this scene, understanding Shia Chen's good intentions. "I'll help you." Jiu quickly took out her golden dagger and inserted it into the gap, carefully digging. The gap was slowly chiseled open into an entrance. Holding a luminescent bug, Shia Chen crawled in to take a look, and indeed saw that ahead were gaps formed by large boulders stacked together. The air was flowing in through these gaps. Shia Chen immediately crouched down and crawled in, with Jiu slowly following behind, using some stones to block the previous gap again. This was to prevent any collapse if the jade transformation failed. Ahead was still a dark expanse, with some gaps between the boulders wide enough for a person to crawl through, while others were so narrow that they could not accommodate anyone. They had to use the jade realm to transform the surrounding supports into jade again before chiseling open the passages one by one. The instinct for survival drove Shia Chen and Jiu to tirelessly encounter mountains and breakstones along the way. If they came across a relatively spacious and stable area, they would stop to rest. After 3 days and nights of this, as Shia Chen used the Junsho Wang sword to break through another boulder, a beam of ethereal moonlight suddenly shone directly on their faces. In an instant, both Shia Chen and Jiu couldn't help but squint, wanting to reach out and touch this intangible moonlight. "We finally made it out." Jiu's voice was a bit hoarse with excitement. Shia Chen gently nodded, not speaking, but was suddenly hugged tightly by Jiu, her cheek pressed against his neck. With unwavering determination, they pushed through the last boulder blocking their way, and a rush of fresh air finally greeted them. After emerging from the collapsed ruins, Shia Chen and Jiu realized just how much commotion they had caused. They saw that the entire jade mine originally built in this mountain, along with the surrounding area, had collapsed into a massive sinkhole, with various ruins and debris mixed together, completely submerging the already battered underground mine like a whirlpool. A round full moon hung high in the sky, even rounder than the one they had seen on the deck of the cargo ship when they arrived in Blackwater City. They had been trapped in this mine for 3 or 4 days. During this time, they had no way of knowing whether the scar-faced men had come looking for them, but they had ultimately escaped. Jiu's face was smeared with dirt and grime, but the uncontrollable smile on her face looked particularly beautiful under the moonlight. Shia Chen, Jiu called out cheerfully, and Shia Chen turned back, asking, "What is it?" Jiu smiled sweetly, "Nothing, just wanted to call you, hee." At this moment, Shia Chen was assessing their current location based on the nearby scenery. At this moment, the two should be located to the east of the jade mine, but since the entire jade mine has collapsed into a giant pit, the abandoned roads that once remained have long since disappeared. To return to Heisu City, they must take a long detour through the wilderness. Shia Chen quickly assessed the direction, pointed to the west, and said, "If we go around this mountain, it should be about 20 kilometers, and we should be able to get back to Heisu City." Jiu nodded obediently and said, "Hee, that's great." However, a hint of worry reappeared on Shia Chen's face, and his expression changed as he said, "But now there's another problem." Jiu was taken aback by his demeanor and asked, "What is it?" Shia Chen turned his gaze to scan the dark, wild mountain paths around them, took a deep breath, and said, "It's nighttime now, and we are currently in a highly dangerous, high-pollution area." Upon hearing this, Jiu realized the issue. The nights in high-pollution areas are far more dangerous than during the day. Although they were not too far from Heisu City, this stretch of night travel would not be easy at all. More high-danger level monsters would appear at night in high-pollution areas, even Lord-level bosses out hunting. If they encountered even one of them, the already exhausted duo would probably not be able to escape. "What should we do?" Jiu gasped, her gaze instinctively darting to the ruins beneath her feet. "How about we hide back and wait until daytime to come out?" But Shia Chen shook his head seriously and said, "No, these ruins still have the risk of collapsing again, and besides, the noise we just made has likely attracted the wandering monsters nearby." Just then, as if in response to Shia Chen's words, a series of rustling sounds suddenly emerged from the nearby wild forest, and pairs of glowing eyes, like will-o'-the-wisps, moved swiftly within. Not good. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen's face changed dramatically. He suddenly grabbed Jiu and fled in another direction. At the same time, Jiu also keenly sensed the figures hidden in the wild forest. She had never seen Shia Chen so flustered before, and immediately felt tense, asking while they ran, "Shia Chen, what are those?" Without looking back, Shia Chen uttered a name, ghouls. In an instant, Jiu's expression changed drastically. Ghouls are elite monsters with a level exceeding 100 and are classified as high-pollution creatures. They are nocturnal, hunt in packs, and have a high desire to attack all living beings, moving swiftly and lethally, bringing bloodshed wherever they go. They are one of the most dangerous types of monsters for human practitioners. Information about these monsters quickly flashed through Shia Chen's mind. On the detailed map that Hong Sanyang had given him, he had seen some areas marked with ghoul activity around the high-pollution zones near Heisu City, but none were marked near this jade mine. Why had ghouls come here, to a place so close to human settlements? Were they attracted by the commotion at the jade mine? But at this moment, Shia Chen had no time to ponder the reasons. Once ghouls lock onto their prey, they would quickly encircle and kill in a coordinated effort. The two must escape to a location close enough to Heisu City before being targeted as prey by the ghouls and pray that they do not dare to approach human activity too closely. Their figures darted swiftly through the wild forest, with the new red will-o'-the-wisps following closely behind, as if testing or tailing them. Heisu City was still too far away. At this moment, it was just approaching midnight, with a whole night left until dawn. Just out of the ruins, and into the tiger's mouth. Just as Shia Chen was feeling somewhat desperate, preparing to turn back and make a last-ditch effort, he suddenly saw the flickering lights of campfires in the distance on a mountain peak. "It seems there's a temporary camp of human professionals ahead," Shia Chen exclaimed with great joy. Sometimes, powerful human professional teams, when executing bounty tasks in the wild, do not have time to return to the main city and will set up a temporary camp in a suitable nearby location. They light campfires to guide other professionals who have not returned to the main city in time. The presence of campfires meant there were people in the camp, and there should be quite a few professionals. Shia Chen immediately tensed up, activating his tight collar's step in Black Moon's time, causing his speed to surge. Meanwhile, September, whose body had gradually recovered to a large extent, also displayed the high agility characteristic of a rogue. The two quickly fled towards the temporary camp. The campfires ahead grew closer, and the rustling sounds and ghostly lights that had been chasing them gradually faded away. The ghouls retreated, as they indeed did not dare to confront a group of human professionals head-on. Before them was a temporary camp built around an abandoned church, surrounded by a defensive line made of piled stones and fences, with bonfires blazing at each of the four corners of the camp. Within the camp, shadows flitted about, indicating there were at least 20 or more professionals. An archer guarding the camp entrance keenly spotted Shia Chen and September approaching, and immediately shot a flare arrow from a distance, illuminating the area around them. "Who goes there?" the vigilant archer shouted loudly. Shia Chen also shouted back, We are professionals from Blackwater City, lost in the woods and didn't make it back to the city in time. The archer turned to speak to the professionals in the camp, then waved at Shia Chen and September from afar, calling out, "Come in, hurry up!" Shia Chen and September hurriedly entered the temporary camp, and the previously vigilant archer gracefully jumped down from the platform, opening a makeshift defense door covered in iron thorns from the inside of the camp. Upon closer inspection, the archer was a rather slender man, but the marks left by beast claws on his gear proved that he was definitely an old hand who had spent a long time in the wild, and the longbow in his hand was indeed a fine bow. The slender man urgently waved his hand at Shia Chen and September, saying, "Quickly, it's not safe around here tonight." Just as Shia Chen and September were about to step into the temporary camp, a burly man suddenly blocked their way at the entrance. Bald, broad-shouldered, and with a face so fleshy it seemed to be one solid mass. This man squinted his eyes and ruthlessly sized up Shia Chen and September, sternly saying, "Wait a minute." The bald man turned to glare at the slender man and said fiercely, "Why are you letting anyone in? There's no room for so many people in the camp." Shia Chen noticed that the uniforms worn by the two men were not the same, suggesting they were not from the same group. Sure enough, the slender man showed no leniency, frowning and retorting, "Why shouldn't they be allowed in? The temporary camp is open to all human professionals. That's been the rule since ancient times. Moreover, whether this camp can accommodate them is not for you to decide." The bald man immediately showed a fierce expression, glaring fiercely at the thin man, but he seemed somewhat afraid of the bow and arrow in his hand, so he could only turn around and spit on the ground, cursing, "Damn it, what kind of broken rules?" Shia Chen didn't even glance at him, pulling Jiuyu into the temporary camp, and said to the thin man, "Thank you." The thin man waved his hand, glancing at the dust-covered Shia Chen and Jiuyu, and said, "It's just a small matter, come in quickly. Find a place to rest, it will be safe when dawn comes." He then returned to the high platform, keeping a vigilant eye on the wild forest surrounding the camp. Shia Chen surveyed the temporary camp, noticing that there were more than 20 people in this not-so-large camp. Among them, 2 groups wore the same standard clothing. One group, like the thin man, had a flowing flower shield emblem embroidered on their chests. They should be from the same guild, with some people on guard in another direction of the camp, while others were cooking some soup by the campfire. The other group wore the same standard clothing as the bald man, with a black poisonous snake emblem on their sleeves. This group occupied the only room in the abandoned church that still had a roof, and many of them were glaring at the newcomers, Shia Chen and Jiuyu, with unfriendly looks, especially the bald man, who was staring at Shia Chen without even trying to hide his gaze, seemingly muttering curses under his breath. Shia Chen activated his Eye of Illusion, and saw that the bald man was a level 95 berserker, while his companions occupying the church were mostly between level 90 and 80, all combat professions. The other group, the thin man's companions, had lower levels, with quite a few between level 50 and 60, and only the thin man was a level 108 archer. The thin man's group seemed to be a mix of combat and life professions, acting as merchants. Shia Chen and Jiuyu found a spot near the campfire on the outskirts of the temporary camp, keeping a distance from the bald man's group. They sat on the ground around the campfire, and Shia Chen took out some portable cooking tools, pouring the remaining water from his backpack into them, adding some jerky. Using the campfire, he cooked a simple bowl of soup. After being buried in the ruins of the mine for 3 or 4 days, this bowl of hot soup was better than anything for Shia Chen and Jiuyu. Jiuyu gulped it down eagerly, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, and gave Shia Chen a thumbs up, saying, "Not bad. Raw talent, I didn't expect you had this skill." Shia Chen curled his lips, thinking that this girl really hadn't eaten anything good. At that moment, the thin man seemed to have been replaced by a companion, walked over to his group, chatted for a few words, and then slowly approached Shia Chen and Jiuyu, taking the initiative to speak. "You two aren't hurt, are you? There's a healer in my team. If you need, she can check on you." Shia Chen shook his head and said, "No, thanks for what happened earlier." The thin man smiled and said, "It's just a small matter, nothing to worry about. This temporary camp was left by those before us. We just arrived a bit earlier than you. Any adventurer who can't return to the main city has the right to come in and take refuge. My name is Yufeng, and I am the leader of this merchant team." The thin man introduced himself, and Shia Chen replied honestly, "My name is Shia Chen. The two of us are adventurers leveling up from Blackwater City." Yufeng looked at the two of them, covered in dust and looking quite disheveled, and smiled as he said, "I can see that, but for your age to dare to level up near Blackwater City, that's quite brave. However, next time, remember to return to the city before nightfall. These temporary camps in the wild are not foolproof." At this point, Yufeng discreetly glanced at the bald men occupying the church and lowered his voice, saying, "Be wary of that group. I've been trading around Blackwater City for 7 or 8 years, and I've never seen those faces before. Shia Chen nodded in understanding. After saying this, Yufeng returned to their group. Meanwhile, Shia Chen's gaze quietly scrutinized the bald men who were brazenly occupying the church. The black snake emblem on their sleeves was something Shia Chen was sure he had never seen in the capital city. They were likely from an outside force. Shia Chen's eyes intentionally and unintentionally swept around the abandoned church, and suddenly, his expression changed as his gaze fell on a haystack exposed outside the church. It was a tightly packed haystack, and although the bald men were lounging around in disarray, they were all intentionally or unintentionally guarding that haystack. Shia Chen, what's wrong? Jiuyu noticed the change in Shia Chen's expression and casually leaned over to ask in a low voice. Shia Chen lowered his voice and said, Jiuyu, do you remember the mission that Scarface and Huailian had when they came to Blackwater City? Jiuyu was taken aback and whispered, you mean the batch of potions that Uncle Qin lost? Shia Chen subtly signaled to Jiuyu, who followed his gaze to see a corner of the haystack being guarded by the bald men, revealing a glimmering metallic surface, covered with a layer of frost, seemingly a portable low-temperature storage box. Jiuyu's eyes widened slightly in surprise, and then she quickly turned her head as if nothing had happened, whispering to Shia Chen, are you saying that the batch of potions Uncle Qin lost is right here? Shia Chen nodded, just a guess. Although Shia Chen didn't know what kind of potions Uncle Qin had lost, it was clear that only some high-grade special potions would need to be stored in a low-temperature environment. If it were just a batch of ordinary potions, Uncle Qin wouldn't have sent Scarface and the others to go through so much trouble. Then Shia Chen used his peripheral vision to assess the bald group occupying the church and said, look at those people. Their clothes are covered in dust, cooking tools and bedding are scattered around, and the campfire and dirt on the ground indicate that they have definitely been in this temporary camp for more than a day or two. The bald man earlier didn't want us to come in, he was worried about too many eyes. What kind of people would stay in a temporary camp for several days without wanting to return to the nearby Blackwater City? Jiuyu's expression changed as she whispered, if that's the case, it's probably 9 out of 10. No wonder Scarface and the others found nothing after searching for days in Blackwater City. I didn't expect that this batch of potions would be hidden in a temporary camp outside the city. Jiuyu gently tapped her communicator, but due to the collapse of the entire jade mine, the signal around them had completely disappeared, and the communicator still couldn't be used normally. Looks like we'll have to wait until morning. Shia Chen looked up at the night sky and said, regardless of whether what the bald men were hiding in the haystack was the lost batch of potions, as long as they could wait until dawn and return to Blackwater City to inform Scarface and the others, they would be able to investigate and find out. However, Shia Chen felt a faint sense of worry. Once daybreak arrived, it would likely not be easy for them to leave the camp with those merchants. If the batch of potions that Uncle Qin lost was truly in their hands, then to prevent the news from leaking, they would certainly resort to killing to silence them. If they were to act, it would definitely be at dawn. The bald man's group only feared the leader of the other group, Yufeng. The rest were mostly non-combat professions without fighting power. In contrast, the bald man's group consisted entirely of combat professions, giving them a crushing numerical advantage. If a fight broke out, Yufeng and his group would likely suffer losses. September, when it's almost dawn, you should leave the camp first and return to Blackwater City, Shia Chen suddenly said, his gaze scanning the walls surrounding the temporary camp. He noticed a gap in the fence nearby, just big enough for September's slender figure to slip through. However, upon hearing this, September frowned. What do you mean, raw melon seeds? With her keen mind, she quickly guessed Shia Chen's concerns and whispered, are you afraid they will make a move against us? Shia Chen nodded, saying, better safe than sorry. When it's almost dawn, you should return to Blackwater City and inform Scar and the others about the situation here. September stubbornly shook her head, saying, no. If we're leaving, we should leave together. Leaving you here is even more dangerous. Shia Chen shook his head. Don't worry, that group fears the news leaking out. As long as I don't leave this temporary camp, they won't directly confront me. Besides, someone has to stay here to keep an eye on them. A hint of worry reappeared in September's eyes as she hesitated, but Shia Chen interrupted her, saying, moreover, the fact that they were able to snatch that batch of goods from Uncle Qin indicates they have support outside. If we wait until their people arrive and they move the goods in advance, it will be troublesome. September knew he was right and could only bite her lip and nod. All right. In the remaining hours of the night, Shia Chen and September took turns standing guard, leaning against each other to rest, seizing every moment to recover the tense nerves and bodies that had been strained for days. As dawn approached, Shia Chen quietly gestured to September, then pulled out a blanket from his backpack and covered her with it. In an instant, September's figure suddenly entered a stealth state, and beneath the blanket were several ordinary pieces of equipment arranged in a human shape, resembling a person curled up and resting. After doing all this, Shia Chen stretched lazily, using his body to shield the human shape behind him, creating the illusion that September was still asleep under the blanket. At that moment, September had already quietly slipped out through the gap above the fence. As the sky began to lighten, Shia Chen saw that the bald man and his group were not only glancing over here intentionally or unintentionally but seemed to have noticed that both of them were still obediently in the camp. They then turned their attention to Yu Feng and his group. Would they take the initiative to strike first? A hint of tension arose in Shia Chen's heart. Just then, the bald man walked out of the church, his gaze fiercely fixed on Yu Feng, provocatively whistling. Yu Feng turned his head to give him a cold glance but ignored him entirely, wiping the bow and arrow in his hands, quietly waiting for dawn to arrive. They were a group of merchants and would leave this temporary camp at daybreak. Yu Feng was unwilling to clash with the bald man's group. However, the bald man walked straight towards him, trampling on the blankets laid out by the vendors and casually kicking over some cooking tools. "Hey, you with the bow and arrow." A sinister smile appeared on the bald man's face as he provocatively said, "Weren't you quite arrogant last night? If it weren't for the fact that I still have some use for a bowman at night, I would have chopped you up long ago." Such blatant provocation changed Yu Feng's expression. Although he could keep his cool, as a team leader, losing face in front of his people was also disgraceful. "What do you want?" Yu Feng coldly stared at him. The bald man grinned, revealing a row of ghastly white teeth, and said, "Nothing much, just want to see what goods you're carrying. Let my brothers have a look." As he spoke, the bald man's gaze shifted greedily towards the cargo boxes beside several vendors, showing no signs of concealment. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen couldn't help but frown. Just last night, this bald man had shown considerable caution towards Yu Feng. Why was he so arrogant now that the sun had risen? Unless their reinforcements were already on the way. Sure enough, as the daylight gradually illuminated the surroundings, groups of figures appeared on the abandoned road leading to Heisu City outside the temporary camp, heading towards the camp. The vendor team leader, Yu Feng, also sensed something unusual, his expression suddenly turning cold. He drew his bow and nocked an arrow, aiming at the bald man, and said sternly, "We are all just professionals taking refuge in this temporary camp. Once the sun rises, we all go our separate ways. Are you trying to rob us while the fire is burning?" Yu Feng's actions immediately put the entire vendor team on high alert, waking their still sleeping companions, each one drawing their weapons. However, this display did not intimidate the bald man at all. He grinned maliciously and said, "Rob, today, I not only want your goods, but I also want your lives. Blame yourselves for barging into this temporary camp last night. You chose to enter hell when there was no door. Brothers, attack!" With a command from the bald man, a group of combat professionals armed with weapons rushed out from the church. It seemed they had already made plans last night to act as soon as daylight broke. Yu Feng's expression grew colder as he said, "In this temporary camp, we don't interfere with each other. You are breaking the rules of Heisu City. You will face divine retribution." The bald man, however, laughed as if he had heard the greatest joke, grinning, "What broken rules? The world is vast, and I am the biggest. Charge!" Yu Feng suddenly drew his bow and released a volley of meteoric arrows that landed in front of the bald man, the sharp rain of arrows immediately creating a series of gashes in the ground. "Let's see who dares." Yu Feng knew he was almost the only fighting force among the vendors, but after years of wandering the martial world, he was not afraid at all. The bald man looked at the precise row of arrows before him, a hint of caution returning to his eyes. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly drew a large curved knife and sliced through the arrows in front of him, saying, "You're ruthless, but I want to see how many people you can protect." In an instant, the two groups clashed. A berserker wielding a hammer charged towards Shia Chen with a fierce look, his greenish face clearly belonging to a ruthless character who danced on the edge of a blade, saying to Shia Chen, "Kid, I'll take you down first today." Seeing this, Yu Feng anxiously called out to Shia Chen, "Little brother, you two come over here quickly. This group is a pack of wolves." At this point, Yu Feng still thought about protecting both Shia Chen and the others, truly a chivalrous figure. However, Shia Chen did not move at this moment. If he did, it would expose the fact that Jiu Yu had already escaped. The Eye of Breaking Illusions was activated, and he saw that the berserker charging towards him was at the same level as him, exactly level 90, just right to use him as a test stone. In the temporary camp, a chaotic battle was about to erupt. Yu Feng could no longer care about Shia Chen, life and death were fated, and he could only protect his companions. With a bent bow, he shot arrows, the fierce projectiles making every one of the bald man's subordinates tremble in fear. Some seasoned veterans among the merchant group immediately drew their weapons, forming a defensive line. Under the control of Yu Feng's arrows, the situation stabilized for a moment. A series of rapid-fire arrows forced the bald man at the front to desperately defend himself, and several massive damage numbers exploded from his body. The bald man gritted his teeth and suddenly swung his knife at a nearby merchant with a civilian profession, growling, "Damn it, you useless trash, chop them to death." His subordinates dodged Yufeng and charged at the civilian merchants, swords and knives flying, blood flowing like a river. "You sons of bitches! If you have the guts, come at me!" Yufeng was instantly blinded by rage, and a series of rapid-fire arrows struck one of the bald man's subordinates, each massive damage number immediately draining that person's health bar. However, at this moment, Yufeng could no longer control the situation. Only those merchants who were closer to him relied on their weapons to form a makeshift line of defense. Many of his companions who were too far away had already met a tragic end under the bald man's blade, while the rest were held at knife point, becoming captives. "You damned dog thieves!" Yufeng's eyes turned blood red, already contemplating a desperate fight. Yet, the sound of footsteps outside the temporary camp filled him with even more despair. A group of professionals dressed in the same uniform as the bald man, with a black poisonous snake tattooed on their sleeves, charged into the camp. As soon as they entered, they swung their knives without a word, attacking the merchants. Yufeng then realized that this group was not after their goods, they were here to kill and silence them. In an instant, they were caught between enemies, and the merchants, mostly civilians, almost immediately collapsed their defense. Some merchants were already covered in blood, crying out for mercy. "Captain, we can't fight anymore, we can't win against them. If we keep fighting, we'll all die." Yufeng felt a sense of unwillingness, gritting his teeth and asking fiercely, "Who the hell are you?" The bald man squinted and laughed maniacally. "I'm someone you can't afford to mess with." Suddenly, Yufeng put down his bow, lowered his head, and gritted his teeth, saying, "I beg you, gentlemen, please spare us. We are just small merchants here to make a living in Blackwater City. If you want, we can give you all the goods we have. Money, equipment, take whatever you want. Just spare the lives of my brothers." Yufeng was the leader of this group of merchants. He knew that if they continued to fight, it wouldn't be long before all his companions would die here. He could only lower his head and plead with these wolves. Even if he had to appeal to a shred of non-existent sympathy in their hearts, he had to do it. Not everyone was like him, willing to die fighting here. Upon hearing this, the bald man grinned wickedly, rushed over, and forcefully snatched the longbow from Yufeng's hands, kicking him hard and cursing, "Spineless coward, weren't you quite tough last night?" Yufeng's face was brutally pressed against the ground, yet he dared not resist in the slightest. He had no choice. If enduring such humiliation could save his merchant companions, what did it matter how much he suffered? At that moment, a voice suddenly spoke up, "Enough. Baldy, the higher-ups have instructed that the main business is urgent. Tie these people up first." The speaker was the leader of the later group marked with the black snake emblem. Although Baldy showed a hint of displeasure upon hearing this, he seemed reluctant to defy the man's words. He kicked Yufeng hard again and said, "What are you dawdling for? Tie them all up. We'll deal with them tonight." A group of people surged forward, binding Yufeng and the merchants inside the church. No one noticed that in a corner of the camp, Shia Chen and his companion had suddenly vanished, leaving behind only a blanket wrapped around two bloodied corpses, discarded outside the camp's fence. Meanwhile, a level 90 berserker marked with the black snake emblem casually blended into Baldy's group. This berserker was Shia Chen, who had activated the golden cicada shedding its shell. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed, nor would anyone have thought that the level 90 berserker could be silently killed by Shia Chen. The battle ended swiftly. The berserker was an anomaly among melee classes, boasting higher output and burst damage than other warrior classes, but their defense was significantly lower. So when the berserker raised his hammer to smash down on Shia Chen unleashed his maximum damage output in an instant. Beast blood boiling, bone poison flame, lightning stab. The berserker was merely a C-class profession, with his best equipment being just a piece of silver gear. Under the overwhelming advantage in equipment, attributes, and skills, Shia Chen resolved the battle in just a few minutes. The ferocious berserker hadn't even reacted before his health bar was completely eroded by the bone poison flame. When Shia Chen's sword tip pierced his throat, the man couldn't even let out a cry for help. Then, Shia Chen activated golden cicada shedding its shell, transforming into the exact appearance of the berserker, wrapping his body along with the humanoid gear used to impersonate September in a blood-stained blanket, and tossing it outside the temporary camp's fence. After the deed was done, no one even noticed the swift end of the battle that had taken place in the corner of the temporary camp. Even Baldy never considered Shia Chen and his companion a threat, just two kids from Blackwater City leveling up, easily disposed of. Wrapping the corpse in a blood-stained blanket and throwing it over the temporary camp's wall would raise no suspicions. Thus, Shia Chen successfully infiltrated Baldy's ranks and followed the group into the abandoned church. "Stop dawdling, move quickly." At Baldy's command, his subordinates hurriedly stepped forward to clear away the haystack. Shia Chen quickly joined in, and after moving aside the hay, they indeed found portable low-temperature storage boxes hidden inside. There were 5 storage boxes, lined up together like a large coffin, emanating a slight chill. At that moment, the leader of the later group also entered the church. He was tall and thin, with a hawk-like nose, and his gaze swept over the low-temperature storage boxes before signaling Baldy to open them. Baldy's face immediately broke into a fawning smile as he hurriedly told his subordinates, "Open them up. Let Brother Ian take a look. I'm not saying anything, but you still don't trust me to get the job done?" A group of subordinates immediately opened all 5 low-temperature storage boxes. Standing aside, Shia Chen took the opportunity to glance over and saw that these storage boxes were indeed filled with rows of meticulously preserved potions. Inside the chilling low-temperature storage boxes, each potion was placed in crystal test tubes. It was a liquid potion with a hint of ghostly blue, along with some light golden sediment. Shia Chen couldn't help but be startled. High-level purification potions. This was an extremely precious alchemical potion, specifically a detoxification potion. And it was not just for ordinary toxins, but designed to combat disaster-level pollution. Not only could some monsters be contaminated, leading to even more terrifying mutations, in areas of high pollution, even human practitioners could be affected, their bodies corroded and decayed to death, even becoming the souls of the deceased. For example, on the front lines of the battlefield. No wonder September said this batch of potions was originally meant to be sent to the battlefield. Now, the front lines of the Dragon Kingdom's soldiers were in an area with pollution levels higher than ever recorded. In this light, the significance of this batch of high-level purification potions was not just valuable, but practically priceless. After the hawk-nosed man finished inspecting all the goods in the storage boxes, he nodded in satisfaction and said, "Keep your eyes sharp. Someone is already investigating the whereabouts of this batch of potions in Blackwater City. This afternoon, someone from above will come to transfer this batch of potions. There must be no mistakes." The bald man immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry, Brother Ian. This matter is in our hands." He then respectfully escorted the hawk-nosed man out, gesturing to his subordinates behind him to put the potions away and guard them closely. Shia Chen, transformed into a berserker, also consciously stayed in the church to guard this batch of potions. At noon, another group would come to transfer the potions. He didn't know if September and Scar would arrive here before then. Earlier, Shia Chen had used the Eye of Broken Delusion to investigate the profession of the hawk-nosed man, who was a level 118 assassin, the highest combat power among this group. Facing them directly was too risky. Just then, a piercing scream suddenly echoed. He saw 2 of the bald man's subordinates dragging a female merchant, a civilian profession, forcibly into the abandoned church. The female merchant was a woman in her 30s, quite attractive, and all her defensive gear had been stripped away, leaving only some scant clothing, revealing a glimpse of her figure as she struggled. The intentions of these 2 bald men were already obvious. The other guards in the church immediately erupted into beastly howls, making the woman's desperate cries even more despairing. Although the walls of the abandoned church had many broken spots, there was still some cover. People outside the camp couldn't see what was happening inside. Shia Chen quickly scanned the church and saw that besides himself, there were 4 guards in total, including the 2 beasts who had just entered. All 4 were around level 80, and none of them had even a single piece of silver equipment. They were all equipped with bronze gear at best, but they could be killed. Shia Chen currently had no idea when September and Scar would arrive. Once noon came, and the reinforcements the hawk-nosed man mentioned came to transfer the potions, it would be impossible for Shia Chen alone to stop them, unless he quietly released the bound Yufeng and his group, and they teamed up to assassinate some of them first. Starting with the 4 people inside the abandoned church, Shia Chen transformed into the berserker, wielding the large iron hammer that originally belonged to that man. He quietly approached a corner within the church, lowering his head as if inspecting something. Then he waved to another guard in the church, signaling him to come over. "What's wrong, Brother Chen?" The man walked into the corner with a puzzled expression, looking down at the ground where Shia Chen was pointing. Meanwhile, Shia Chen had already equipped his Juinsho King sword in his other hand. With a soft sound of the blade piercing flesh, he executed a lightning thrust. A massive damage burst forth from the man's back. 7879. After completing the divine attribute enhancement, Shia Chen's attributes had significantly increased, with a base attack reaching nearly 5,000 points. With the boost from lightning thrust, he dealt almost 8,000 damage. The man's eyes immediately showed a hint of terror and disbelief, but Shia Chen quickly covered his mouth with one hand. With 2 swift strikes of the Juinsho King sword, he easily finished off the man's remaining health. Shia Chen gently lowered his body to the ground without making a sound. Then he peeked out, waving again at another guard in the church who was leering at the scene. 2 corpses lay silently in the corner of the church, while the other 2 beasts inside remained completely unaware. The woman's final desperate struggles only excited them further. In a flash, Shia Chen had quietly approached them from behind. The woman, pinned down by the 2 men, had nearly all her clothes torn off, her face filled with despair and struggle, but she was already out of strength. 1 against 2, in order to quickly end the fight, Shia Chen cancelled the golden cicada escape state. Flames immediately ignited around the Juensho King sword. The woman, who was being held down, stared blankly at Shia Chen, who had suddenly appeared behind the two beasts. Shia Chen acted decisively, executing a crescent moon sweep that accurately struck the exposed bodies of the two beasts. In their desire to indulge, the two beasts had removed their gear, and without any defensive equipment, the sword blade of the Juensho King sword pierced through their bodies as if they were nothing. 7583, 9451. 2 high damage numbers erupted. One of them was a fragile agile class, and having stripped off all his gear, his already low resistance was instantly obliterated by Shia Chen's sword. The other turned around in shock, only to see Shia Chen, with a murderous intent, standing right in front of him. The fright caused his previously flushed face to turn pale in an instant. With another strike, Shia Chen completely wiped out his remaining health and casually sacrificed the flames of these two men. Shoo! Shia Chen made a gesture to the still terrified woman, who now recognized the young man before her as one of the two who had been let in by their leader, Yufeng, the previous night. Shia Chen turned back to cautiously glance outside the church, noticing that no one had yet realized the changes happening inside. He hid the two remaining corpses in a haystack and took off a piece of clothing, handing it to the shaken woman. "Where are the others tied up?" Shia Chen asked in a low voice. The woman trembled, helplessly wrapping the clothing around herself, her face still in a daze. After a long pause, she finally pointed towards the back of the church and said, Back there. Yufeng and the others are all locked behind the church." Shia Chen nodded slightly and said to the woman, "You stay hidden here and don't move. I'll find a chance to rescue them." Okay. The woman's emotional breakdown seemed not to have subsided yet. Shia Chen stepped forward, hid her in a corner, and covered her with a pile of straw. In this dilapidated, hole-ridden abandoned church, there was a worn-out back door leading to the rear. Looking through the hole in the door, he saw that Yufeng and the others were indeed tightly bound with iron chains to the railing at the back, which had many sharp spikes. Each person had been pierced, blood oozing from their wounds, their faces contorted in pain and howling. However, in this backyard, the bald man had left only one person to guard. Shia Chen activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions, and saw that this person was a level 90 shield warrior, leisurely leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette, with a large shield propped beside him. Sending a shield warrior to guard the captives? The bald man's group was indeed just a bunch of rabble. Shia Chen slowly opened the back door and stealthily approached the guard. The bound Yufeng's eyes flashed, and he immediately spotted Shia Chen. Seeing that Shia Chen was still alive, Yufeng's eyes first showed shock, then a surge of hope like a lifeline. Shia Chen acted quickly, the king's sword thrusting forward with bone-piercing poison flame, and in an instant, a damage number popped up, -6523. However, to Shia Chen's surprise, this strike, which included the damage bonus from lightning thrust, only took away a quarter of the shield warrior's health. Could it be that the shield warrior's health had exceeded 20,000? This indicated he must have at least one piece of golden grade equipment, or he was at least an A-class professional. The shield warrior suddenly felt a sharp pain, turned his head to see Shia Chen, and instinctively looked shocked as he reached for his shield. Unexpectedly, Shia Chen stepped forward and kicked the shield away. It's you! The shield warrior's face turned pale with fear, but Shia Chen didn't give him a chance to react, thrusting his sword toward the warrior's face again, instantly applying another layer of bone-piercing poison flame. The dual effects of burning and poison ignited on him, and the already clumsy shield warrior moved even slower under the influence of the toxin. Shia Chen danced around him with a playful step, applying layer after layer of bone-piercing poison flame. -178, -235. The effects of the poison and flame stacked up. Even with his health bar of 20,000, he couldn't withstand such dual burning. Just before the shield warrior died, he desperately wanted to let out a wail to attract his companion's attention, but Shia Chen directly thrust his sword into his mouth. Shia Chen had practiced this move countless times when he was killing crystal people deep in the mine. After swiftly reaping the last bit of health, Shia Chen casually offered the spark from the corpse. A prompt immediately sounded in Shia Chen's ear. Human professional spark sacrifice successful. Gain talent entry, iron body, a rank. A talent entry dropped? Shia Chen was surprised, but at this moment, he couldn't afford to look closely. He hurried to Yufeng's side, and with a swift motion of the king's sword, he cut the iron chains binding him. "Little brother, how did you?" Yufeng's face was filled with both shock and the joy of being saved. He never expected Shia Chen to still be alive. Even more surprising was that the shield warrior guard had been killed by Shia Chen with such fierce methods. Who exactly was this seemingly young boy? Shia Chen handed the dagger he had taken from the corpse in the abandoned church to Yufeng and said, "There's no time to explain, let your people go first." Yufeng's expression changed immediately, and he quickly turned to his companions, signaling them to be quiet. The two of them worked together and swiftly freed the group tied to the fence. "Thank you, little brother," Yufeng said sincerely to Shia Chen, his face filled with joy. "I can't repay you for saving my life." Shia Chen replied solemnly, "It's not that simple. We need to escape this camp first." Just then, a loud curse echoed from the abandoned church, as if the bald man's people had noticed something unusual. Not good. They must have realized. Shia Chen's expression changed, and he said to Yufeng in a low voice, "They have the numbers. We must join forces." As he spoke, the dilapidated back door of the church was kicked open. The bald man, wielding a machete, charged into the backyard with a group of people. Seeing Shia Chen and the rescued Yufeng, the bald man's face showed a moment of shock, then he spat and cursed, "Damn it, you little brat, you're still alive. You almost let them all escape. You really can't have a moment's peace, since you're tired of living. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Kill all these brats." Shia Chen immediately equipped the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield, Mountain Tiger, positioning himself at the front, and without looking back, said to Yufeng and the others, "Quick, find your weapons, I'll hold them off." Shia Chen had observed last night that although most of the merchants, including Yufeng, had life-related professions, their job distribution was quite comprehensive, including healers and several support roles. As long as they were behind him healing, Shia Chen, with the Tiger Stripe Battle Shield, could hold the front line, allowing Yufeng, the archer, to deal damage from the back. The bald man was the first to swing a large machete at Shia Chen, the blade shrouded in a layer of dark energy, clearly a high-level offensive skill. However, Shia Chen did not retreat a single step. He needed to buy enough time for Yufeng and the others to arm themselves. Seizing the moment, Shia Chen stepped forward, perfectly blocking the blow with his Tiger Stripe Battle Shield. Not only did he take no damage, but the impact also caused the bald man to stagger. At the same time, Shia Chen accumulated a layer of tiger momentum, and with a swift motion, the king's sword in his right hand counterattacked, unleashing that layer of tiger momentum. However, the target was not the bald man but one of his subordinates rushing in beside him. In an instant, a prolonged sword shadow slashed out, directly cutting half of that person's health bar, 8547. The massive damage filled the eyes of the attackers, including the bald man, with fear. Seizing the opportunity, Shia Chen executed another crescent moon sweep. The king's sword danced, creating a storm of crescent-shaped sword blades, instantly pushing back several of the surrounding attackers. "Isn't it done yet?" Shia Chen couldn't help but shout, but a strange feeling began to stir in his heart. With Yufeng's seasoned experience, finding their weapons and organizing the team shouldn't take this long. At that moment, the bald man's small eyes suddenly revealed a hint of mockery as he looked behind Shia Chen, sneering as if watching a joke, and said, "Hee, little brat, your companions probably don't care about you anymore." Shia Chen suddenly turned his head to look, only to see that Yufeng and his group had already armed themselves with their weapons. Yufeng had drawn his longbow, preparing a powerful shot, but he was not aiming at the bald man and his group. Instead, he was targeting the fence wall of the temporary camp behind him. In an instant, Shia Chen realized his intention. He wanted to break through the wall and escape. While Shia Chen held off the bald man and his group in front, Yufeng planned to lead his companions to flee from the back. "I'm sorry, brother Shia Chen," Yufeng shouted to Shia Chen without looking back, his face bearing an unusual determination. "I'm the leader. I must ensure my people survive." Shia Chen's eyes narrowed, and after a moment of silence, he said, "There's a woman in your team still in the church. Don't you care about her life or death?" Yufeng's expression suddenly froze, then he gritted his teeth and said, "One death is better than everyone dying here." Yufeng roared, and the longbow in his hand let out a thunderous sound as an arrow, like a fire dragon, whistled out. The temporary camp's fence could not withstand it, exploding to create a gap wide enough for a person to pass through. A group of merchants immediately surged out, fleeing outside. Yufeng followed, glancing back at Shia Chen with a complex look, his eyes filled with guilt but more so with determination for his choice. "You are a good leader," Shia Chen said coldly, then suddenly turned around, his tiger-striped shield firmly blocking several of the bald man's subordinates who attempted to take advantage of the situation. Yufeng's betrayal instantly shattered Shia Chen's entire plan, and the situation changed dramatically. Now, Shia Chen had to face an assault from 7 or 8 people, including the bald man. The bald man sneered, saying, "Ha ha ha, aren't you a tough little brat? Now I want to see how tough you are with just yourself left." With the threat of the archer Yufeng gone, the bald man's expression hardened, and the machete in his hand erupted with a dark light, swinging towards Shia Chen. "Damn it! Kill this little brat!" A group of subordinates around him rushed in to surround and kill Shia Chen. Most of these people were melee fighters, and in an instant, various weapons were slashing and stabbing towards Shia Chen. Shia Chen calmly used his tiger-striped shield to fiercely block the bald man's frontal attack, then precisely dodged the side attacks, countering with a block that struck one of the enemies in leather armor. 8869. The block and counterattack, combined with the damage bonus from the tiger's might, instantly took away more than half of the leather-armored fighter's health. Then, Shia Chen suddenly stepped forward, following up with a lightning thrust. The king's sword pierced through the leather-armored fighter. 5423. Surrounded by multiple attackers, he immediately killed one with ruthless methods. This scene infuriated the bald man, who spat on the corpse of the leather-armored fighter and cursed, "Damn it, what a waste." Immediately, the king's sword in Shia Chen's hand was once again enveloped in a seductive poison flame. Crescent Moonsweep had cooled down, and the blade ignited with bone-penetrating poison, instantly afflicting everyone around with the bone-penetrating poison status. The toxic effect erupted on them, causing a series of continuous damage and dizziness from the poison, catching them off guard. Seizing this opportunity, Shia Chen charged forward again, catching one of the fighters off guard. The king's sword swung fiercely, wreaking havoc upon him. 6187, 7156. In an instant, several damage numbers exploded, and Shia Chen killed another person. The bald man glared with narrow eyes and shouted, "Everyone, attack together." In an instant, several long knives swung down onto Shia Chen's tiger-striped war shield. Although Shia Chen had done his best to perfectly block many attacks, numerous strikes from different directions and angles still landed on him. 2811, 1877, 2414. Damage numbers exploded one after another, and Shia Chen's health bar was instantly reduced by nearly half. A murderous glint flashed in the bald man's eyes as he said fiercely, "You little brat. I want to see what kind of waves you can stir up all by yourself." The glinting blades surged toward Shia Chen like a killing formation. Shia Chen raised his tiger-striped war shield and suddenly stepped back, creating some space. Looking at the bald man and his group, Shia Chen suddenly let out a cold laugh. In his heart, he called out, and a shimmering teleportation array suddenly appeared beside him. In an instant, a dark and swift figure burst forth from the teleportation array, like a ghostly shadow of death, rampaging through the crowd of the bald man's group. "Haha, I've never been alone." The shadow flickered, and its sharp claws tore through flesh and bone. Massive damage numbers erupted on the bald man's subordinates. 9816, 9133, 9817. In the blink of an eye, this shadow had shredded 3 of his men. Fear and confusion appeared in their eyes, but when the group turned to see the shadow clearly, their terror multiplied several times over. It was a dragon, covered in dark scales, swift and deadly, with vertical pupils that regarded them like prey. A dragon? Dragon disaster. How is this possible? Panicked cries echoed through the crowd. Dragon disaster is a term humans use to refer to dragon species with fear and reverence. Every untamed dragon is inherently a disaster-level monster. Wherever they go, it is a catastrophe with no survivors. At this moment, the obsidian dragon cub had grown twice its previous size, standing 3 to 4 meters tall with its head held high. The contracted beast rapidly grew as its host's strength increased. Shia Chen's incomplete divine essence was restored, allowing the obsidian dragon cub to achieve astonishing growth. A dragon? How is this possible? How could there be a dragon here? The bald man was momentarily stunned, even though he had just witnessed Shia Chen activate a teleportation array. But he never imagined that this dragon would be Shia Chen's contracted beast. Dragons are an extremely noble race, but their nobility is built on the power of destruction. The earlier scene of slaughter was also the first time Shia Chen had witnessed the wild side of the obsidian dragon cub. As a dragon, the inherent brutality erupted in an instant. It was like a shadow of death. Swiftly weaving through the crowd, its sharp claws were like the sharpest blades, precisely piercing through their chests. The obsidian dragon is the swiftest among dragon species, and combined with the terrifying defense provided by its powerful magic-resistant scales, it became the sharpest dagger among dragons. The obsidian dragon cub glared fiercely at the bald man and his group, then snorted at Shia Chen, 2 columns of black smoke billowing from its nostrils, as if showing off or protecting its master. Spirit Link. Shia Chen immediately activated this special skill, and in an instant, a telepathic connection appeared in his heart, sharing the vision the obsidian dragon saw within his mind. Dual line operation. Kill. As the dragon cub rampaged among the bald man's subordinates, Shia Chen stepped forward with his tiger-striped battle shield and thrust his sword towards the bald man's throat. The bald man, still immersed in the shock of being in close proximity to a dragon species, was caught off guard by Shia Chen's attack. He hurriedly swung his large cleaver to block, but it was too late. Shia Chen's thunderstrike had cooled down again. The king's sword of Juanshou pierced forward like lightning, aiming straight for the bald man's chest. In an instant, a critical hit erupted, dealing 9853. The bald man's health bar plummeted, and for a moment, his face turned pale with fear, losing his composure. In a panic, he grabbed one of his subordinates and pulled him in front to take the blow. Shia Chen's follow-up strike pierced right through this subordinate, dealing 7691. This strike didn't crit, yet it still drained the man's health bar. Damn it! Everyone, stay calm. The bald man, in his fright, gritted his teeth and shouted, regaining his composure, "It's just a young dragon, kill it for me." The bald man called out, swinging his cleaver towards Shia Chen, but it was blocked firmly by Shia Chen's tiger-striped battle shield, a layer of tiger power building up. Shia Chen had no intention of waiting for the tiger power to accumulate further. He immediately launched a counterattack with the King Sword of Junsho. One layer was enough. He struck down so fiercely that the bald man couldn't withstand it, retreating step by step. The bald man realized that if this continued, he would surely die at the hands of this young kid. Gritting his teeth, he suddenly gripped his cleaver with both hands and charged towards Shia Chen, slashing at his lower body. The cleaver was enveloped in a layer of black mist, a blood-for-blood tactic. This was his killing move, A-rank skill Mountain Collapse Star. It had an effect that could break through shield defenses, and it was his last desperate gamble. However, as the life-threatening strike cloaked in black mist came swinging in, Shia Chen's eyes flashed, and he discerned the intent. Instead of using his shield to block, he nimbly retreated several steps, creating a significant distance. At the same time, he softly uttered, "Dragon Breath." In an instant, the obsidian dragon cub among the crowd spread its wings and hovered in the air, coiling its neck back to gather power, and unleashed a torrent of flames that spanned 30 to 40 meters. The scorching heat wave engulfed the entire crowd. The bald man felt an intense heat behind him, but it was already too late to dodge. In a rush, he saw a mocking smile on Shia Chen's face. Then, immense burning damage erupted from the bald man and his subordinates. 15639, 19637, 17561. This was Dragon Breath, a unique fiery breath technique of the dragon species, causing high burning damage while ignoring burn resistance. Always on the edge, Shia Chen had to raise his tiger-striped battle shield to withstand the searing heat rushing towards him. After the raging sea of flames extinguished, the bald man's subordinates were all dead, turned to charred remains, leaving only a sliver of health for the bald man. Just at that critical moment, he had pulled a subordinate in front of him to take the hit. However, before he could rise, Shia Chen's king sword had already landed on his neck. "No, don't kill me." The bald man had lost all his bravado and ferocity, his ugly face now only showing desperation. "I was just doing a job for someone." In his final moments, he couldn't understand why he had encountered this god of death, Shia Chen. Suddenly, a hoarse voice came from a distance behind Shia Chen, "Stop." Shia Chen turned his head to take a look and saw the hawk-nosed man he had encountered earlier. However, this hawk-nosed man and his group of subordinates had actually come from the rear of the temporary camp. A group of people held weapons that were still dripping with blood. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. It turned out that just as they discovered the anomalies in the church, they immediately split into two groups. The bald man led his subordinates in pursuit from the church, while the hawk-nosed man took his men to chase down the fleeing individuals from behind. Unfortunately, despite Yu Feng's meticulous planning, he still couldn't escape the fate of being silenced. If he hadn't betrayed Shia Chen at that moment and instead stood on the same front with him, at least he wouldn't have died so quickly. When the hawk-nosed man saw the black obsidian dragon before him, his eyes also showed astonishment, but it was quickly replaced by greed as he hoarsely laughed. "A dragon species? I didn't expect such an opportunity to be here, hee. This is far more precious than that batch of potions." The bald man, who was being stepped on by Shia Chen, saw the hawk-nosed man and immediately cried out as if he had seen a savior. "Brotherine, save me." The hawk-nosed man coldly glanced at him, as if looking at a useless waste, and cursed, "Useless fool, if it weren't for the orders from above, I wouldn't bother saving you." The hawk-nosed man then raised his head, his eyes threateningly fixed on Shia Chen, saying, "Kid, let him go, and hand over that dragon cub in your hand, and I will show mercy today and spare your life." Shia Chen said nothing. In front of the hawk-nosed man, the Junsho Wang sword suddenly pierced through the bald man's neck. The bald man died, the sword piercing straight through his entire neck, blood gushing out, dead beyond recovery. In his last moments, he stared with his narrow eyes, filled with unwillingness, unable to believe that Shia Chen actually dared to kill him in front of the hawk-nosed man. The hawk-nosed man couldn't believe it either. Seeing this scene, his already narrow face darkened to the point of almost dripping with water. Although he viewed the bald man as nothing more than a foolish pig, as a colleague working for the higher-ups, having one die before his eyes meant he would also face dire consequences from above. "Kid, you're ruthless enough. I want to skin you alive," the hawk-nosed man said fiercely, revealing 2 layers of pale teeth. He held a dagger in his hand, the end of which was attached to a chain that wrapped around his wrist. The hawk-nosed man swung the dagger with the chain, and with a gesture of his left hand, a group of subordinates immediately scattered and surrounded Shia Chen. At this moment, Shia Chen also noticed something unusual. The hawk-nosed man was an assassin himself, and his subordinates were all agile assassin types as well. It seemed this was a reconnaissance team. Facing so many stealthy assassins was not an easy task, especially since they could all go invisible. The hawk-nosed man immediately revealed a cold smile, saying, "That dragon species contract beast of yours is probably just in its juvenile form, right? What a pity, if it were an adult. Even if you gave me 100 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to act. But since it's a juvenile, don't blame me for being rude. That dragon cub of yours can sell for $1 billion. Kill this kid for me, but don't harm my precious dragon." With a command from the hawk-nosed man, nearly all the subordinates surrounding Shia Chen entered stealth mode, their figures disappearing into the air. Any practitioner facing so many stealthy assassins would probably feel their scalp tingle, unsure of how to respond, but not Shia Chen. Shia Chen held the tiger-striped battle shield to protect his entire left side, while the Junsho Wang sword in his right hand waited for the right moment to strike. Through the spiritual link, he communicated with the black obsidian dragon cub, positioning it back-to-back with him to guard his rear. 1 second, 2 seconds. Shia Chen had practiced countless times against stealthy assassins in the holographic combat simulation class. He knew that once these assassins entered stealth mode, their favorite tactic was to first launch a probing attack. They would never risk exposing their position with a direct assault. Based on Shia Chen's experience, the first 15 seconds were all about testing the waters. His killing move would be saved for after those 15 seconds. Silently counting in his mind, it was no surprise when a sudden sound of a blade slicing through the air erupted from behind him to the left. The tiger-striped shield swiftly adjusted its direction and easily blocked the attack. It turned out to be a flying dagger, a thrown skill rather than the actual position of a person. Following that, the sound of blades slicing through the air came from all directions. Shia Chen, wielding his shield, managed to block most of the attacks, but still, several blades pierced his body, dealing hundreds of damage. However, the damage from these ranged throwing skills was already part of Shia Chen's plan. They were hardly painful, and some that struck the dragon cub's dark scales didn't even produce a spark. The surroundings fell silent once more, and Shia Chen's mental count of 15 seconds reached its end. He knew that the real killing moves from this group of assassins were about to come. Ultrasonic targeting suddenly activated. In an instant, an undetectable ultrasonic wave spread out from Shia Chen, revealing the positions of the assassins in stealth mode. 2 to the left front, 1 to the right, 2 to the left rear, 1 directly behind. In that split second, Shia Chen made precise judgments, and these positions were relayed to the dragon cub through their spiritual link. In the blink of an eye, both man and dragon moved. The Junsho Wang sword, entwined with bone-piercing poison flame, thrust forward, creating a splash of blood in the air. A stunned figure was instantly exposed, and Shia Chen followed up with a lightning-fast thrust, striking directly at his throat. 8719. The critical hit took him out in one blow. 1. Shia Chen said coldly, then suddenly dodged to the side, sweeping his right hand in a crescent arc, knocking out the two figures on his left. The effect of bone-piercing poison flame spread over them, turning them into two fiery figures. The tiger momentum accumulated from the earlier shield block erupted, and Shia Chen swung his sword down. A massive phantom sword blade, accompanied by a tiger's roar, instantly killed one and severely injured another. 2. Shia Chen counted coldly again, and at that moment, the fate of the assassins attempting to attack from behind was even more tragic. After pinpointing their locations, the black obsidian dragon cub smashed one assassin, who was equipped with nothing more than bronze gear, with a claw. A sweep of its tail, like a raging wind, sent the remaining two thieves flying. 2 massive damage numbers exploded on them. 7819, 12556. One of them, unable to dodge in time, had their throats sliced open by the dragon's tail, leading to their immediate demise. This was the powerful strength and physical weaponry of the dragon race. 4. Shia Chen counted indifferently. Among the 6 subordinates with hooked noses that rushed in, were swiftly taken down by the combined efforts of Shia Chen and the dragon cub, leaving the remaining 2 either dead or severely injured. Seeing the scene before him, the hawk-nosed man revealed a fierce and wary expression on his elongated face. He finally understood why that bald waist had so easily fallen to this young boy. This young dragon had already developed a combat synergy with the kid, and was not just a brute with raw strength and dragon breath. What made him sweat slightly was that he still couldn't figure out how the boy had discerned the positions of his subordinates who had entered stealth mode. Once an assassin's stealth was seen through, they lost all advantages, like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. As an assassin himself, he was all too aware of this, yet the hawk-nosed man was unwilling to be defeated here. Whether it was the batch of potions he had been ordered to escort or the valuable dragon cub before him, he was not willing to give up. Desire overcame reason, especially since he was a true desperado. The hawk-nosed man reached behind him and signaled to his remaining 5 subordinates, a gesture agreed upon by their scout team, meaning everyone would strike from one point and break through head-on. Even if the boy could see through their stealth, if they all attacked from the same direction, not even he could block it, no matter how many arms he had. Moreover, this time, the hawk-nosed man planned to take the lead himself, as the first blade. In an instant, the hawk-nosed man and all his remaining subordinates entered stealth mode, their blades disappearing into the air as they rushed towards Shia Chen. There was no probing, they were coming for his life. Shia Chen's expression sharpened, keenly sensing that this attack was anything but ordinary, and sonar detection was still on cooldown. There was only one path forward. The hawk-nosed man's speed was astonishing, so fast that Shia Chen felt a sudden surge of murderous intent in the air. However, just as the dagger with a chain in his hand swung towards Shia Chen, he saw that the boy had suddenly transformed into two identical figures, a shadow clone. Both figures held a tiger-striped shield in their left hand and the king's sword in their right, identical in appearance, movements, and even the bloodstains on their weapons. Body duplication technique? The hawk-nosed man abruptly halted his movement, and all the stealthy figures in the air froze, everyone stunned. Which one was the real body? The hawk-nosed man, having fought for most of his life, keenly focused on the position where Shia Chen had originally stood, silently marking in his mind the one that came out later must be the fake. However, at that moment, both Shia Chens moved. The two identical figures swiftly retreated behind the obsidian dragon cub, and at the same time, the obsidian dragon cub suddenly spread its wings and pounced forward fiercely. Its sharp claws viciously slashed through the air, forcing the stealthy figures, including the hawk-nosed man, to hurriedly dodge. Meanwhile, the two Shia Chens took the opportunity to nimbly switch positions, dazzlingly exchanging places. The hawk-nosed man merely ducked to avoid, but when he looked up again, he found that the two Shia Chens had already switched positions several times. Damn little beast! The hawk-nosed man cursed inwardly. At this point, he could no longer tell which was the real body and which was the fake. However, the obsidian dragon cub suddenly flicked its tail spikes, inadvertently revealing a stealthy figure in a sorry state. 7814. The massive damage left the hawk-nosed man's subordinate with a severely depleted health bar. The two Shia Chens immediately charged forward, the king's sword in each hand, directly piercing through the revealed assassin. The black obsidian dragon cub viciously lunged forward and added another claw strike, leaving the hook-nosed subordinate in a tragically gruesome state. Even the hook-nosed man was taken aback by the scene before him. Three-line operation? This is impossible. He quietly retreated behind the crowd, secretly lurking and observing. He couldn't believe that the young cub in front of him could manage a three-line operation without revealing a single flaw. At this moment, Shia Chen's attention was highly focused, his nerves taut. Three images appeared simultaneously in his mind: the main body, the clone, and the black obsidian dragon. Shia Chen was controlling three bodies at once while facing the remaining enemies still in stealth, uncertain of when they would strike. And the greatest threat, the hook-nosed man. The clone only had 50% of the main body's attributes. If it acted alone or took damage, this seasoned enemy would surely catch on. Shia Chen had to ensure that every strike was executed simultaneously by both the main body and the clone. In an instant, another assassin lurking in the shadows could no longer hold back. A blood-red dagger suddenly appeared from the air, aimed at Shia Chen's back. This person was quite clever, positioning himself perfectly to exploit two of Shia Chen's blind spots. However, he could never have imagined that Shia Chen had another perspective in his mind, that of the black obsidian dragon established through the spirit link. Just as he thought he was about to succeed, both Shia Chen suddenly turned around, the Jun Shou Wang sword piercing accurately into his chest. Even the wound was in the same spot. The combined damage exceeded 10,000 points, killing another person. Trash! The hook-nosed man, hidden in the shadows, felt a mix of anger and urgency upon witnessing this scene. He had thought he was dealing with a mere child, yet this child had already killed nearly half of his subordinates right before his eyes. If this continued, his entire group would likely be wiped out one by one. Everyone, attack together. Even if it's just the clone, take one down first. Who dares to hold back? I'll chop him up later. The hook-nosed man issued a deadly command through the communicator, while simultaneously shifting his feet. Even if it cost a few more subordinates' lives, as long as he could take down this cub's clone, he would have the confidence to strike directly at Shia Chen. But at that moment, Shia Chen's ultrasonic detection had already cooled down. An undetectable ultrasonic wave spread out from Shia Chen, instantly revealing the enemies lurking in the shadows around him. This time, they seemed to be charging at Shia Chen recklessly, as if they were willing to risk their lives to take down one of his clones. Seeing this, a plan suddenly formed in Shia Chen's mind. The two Shia Chens, who had been standing together, suddenly separated. One raised a tiger-striped battle shield defiantly in front, the other stowed away the shield and swiftly fled backward. Cub, trying to escape? The hook-nosed man's eyes narrowed at this scene, instinctively turning his gaze toward the Shia Chen fleeing backward. Just as he was about to issue orders through the communicator, he suddenly stopped. No, it wasn't that simple. This cub was quite clever. The one standing still was likely the real body, while the one fleeing was just bait. Turn back, kill the one left behind. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of the hook-nosed man's mouth as he flashed forward, charging toward the Shia Chen who remained in place. As the enemies hidden in the shadows surrounded the Shia Chen left behind, the one who had fled revealed a barely perceptible smile, swiftly recalling the black obsidian dragon cub back into the summoning space, and his steps suddenly quickened as he darted into the broken wall of the church. Meanwhile, the dagger with chains in the hands of the hook-nosed man had already stabbed towards the back of the stationary Shia Chen. Suddenly, Shia Chen turned around fiercely and gave him a wicked smile. "Oh no, he's on to me." A wave of panic surged in the hook-nosed man's heart, and he turned to flee. However, a wave of scorching heat suddenly erupted from behind him. He saw the blood vessels beneath Shia Chen's skin bulging violently, the red veins resembling molten lava, and in an instant, the figure exploded. Lava self-detonation, inflicting 1000% maximum health damage over a wide area. Although the clone only had 50% of Shia Chen's full attributes, the current Shia Chen's vitality had reached over 17,000. Converted, that meant an additional explosion damage of around 80,000, enhanced by the lava burn. For a group of leather-armored assassin classes, including the hook-nosed man, it was like facing the Grim Reaper. A thick cloud of dust immediately exploded in the backyard of the temporary camp, and in an instant, flesh, corpses, and fragments of leather armor flew everywhere. This was also the first time Shia Chen witnessed the effect of his clone's self-detonation tactic, and he can only say he was very satisfied. When this tactic surfaced in Shia Chen's mind, he realized it was a game of wits. Clone and body, in a situation where the lines were already blurred, which one would the hook-nosed man choose? Shia Chen knew the hook-nosed man was a seasoned enemy. Simple tricks wouldn't fool him, only he could deceive himself. It had to be said that this was a high-risk gamble, because if the hook-nosed man was given a bit more time, he might unravel Shia Chen's scheme. But everything had happened too quickly. The hook-nosed man had to make a judgment in just a few seconds. So, just as Shia Chen had anticipated, the hook-nosed man took the bait. The clone's self-detonation tactic was successfully executed, and the vast area of lava self-detonation affected the hook-nosed man and all his subordinates. Meanwhile, Shia Chen, who had timely recalled the obsidian dragon cub to the summoning space, hid behind the wall of the abandoned church. The thick smoke gradually dissipated, and Shia Chen, holding the tiger-striped war shield, cautiously looked ahead. He knew that someone who could survive on the edge of a blade might have their own means of survival. Although the power of this lava self-detonation had far exceeded the health bars of those fragile classes, could it really kill the hook-nosed man as well? Shia Chen casually pulled out a bottle of recovery potion from his backpack and drank it, assessing his current state. His two trump cards, the self-detonation tactic and the obsidian dragon cub, had already been used. If he still couldn't kill the hook-nosed man, things would get tricky. Even if it was just the hook-nosed man left, he was still a level 118 assassin, with combat experience that was incredibly seasoned. At this moment, Shia Chen had one last move left, Glazed Realm. It was also his final life-saving trump card. As the smoke gradually cleared, Shia Chen activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions. He saw that the backyard of the temporary camp had been blasted into a large pit, with scattered bits of lava still emitting scorching heat. The thieves who had surrounded the clone had long been blown to pieces, with not a single complete corpse in sight. However, among them, there was no sign of the hook-nosed man, nor the dagger with chains in his hand. Shia Chen's eyes suddenly sharpened, his entire body tensed, vigilantly observing every movement around him. Suddenly, a voice came from the roof of the church above Shia Chen. Hee, what a troublesome little brat. Shia Chen suddenly looked up and saw that the hawk-nosed man had somehow hidden on the dilapidated roof of the abandoned church, watching Shia Chen from above with a gloomy expression. His entire outfit was stained with burn marks and ash, and he was currently pouring a recovery potion into his mouth. It was unclear what kind of means the hawk-nosed man had used to escape from the massive explosion, but it was evident that he was in a very sorry state. You little brat. The hawk-nosed man's eyes erupted with a mix of jealousy, hatred, and greed as he said fiercely, I really underestimated you. At such a young age, you possess such skills and temperament. If you were allowed to develop further, I really don't know how strong you would become. Too bad, you have no future. After saying this, the hawk-nosed man suddenly moved, diving towards Shia Chen like a falcon, the dagger in his hand slicing through the air with a whoosh. Today, he was determined to eliminate Shia Chen here. Shia Chen observed carefully, gripping his tiger-striped battle shield tightly, ready to activate the Glazed Realm to defend against the hawk-nosed man's deadly attack. Just then, a huge, familiar axe shadow suddenly appeared behind the hawk-nosed man, swinging down fiercely towards his back. Realizing the murderous intent behind him, the hawk-nosed man couldn't care less about Shia Chen and hurriedly dodged to the side in a panic. A familiar voice rang out behind him, Yin Tong, what are you doing bullying these half-grown kids with your reputation? If you have the ability, come play with your grandpa Scarface. Shia Chen looked back at the hawk-nosed man and saw a man standing tall, wielding a giant axe, grinning mockingly at the hawk-nosed man. It was Scarface. Beside him stood the masked man with a crescent moon scimitar, Jean Kyer, the owner of the Nightingale Tavern, and a petite figure on tiptoe looking anxiously at Shia Chen. Only when she saw that Shia Chen was still alive did September finally reveal a charming smile. They had finally arrived. In an instant, Shia Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, finally able to breathe easy. At that moment, the hawk-nosed man, seeing Scarface and the others, turned pale in an instant. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned and fled. The fear of death could unleash a person's maximum speed for escape, and the hawk-nosed man dashed away like a shadow. Where do you think you're going? Scarface swung the giant axe in a wide arc, blocking his escape route, but the hawk-nosed man quickly turned and fled in another direction. That was his true objective. Scarface, being a strength type, couldn't keep up with his speed. The hawk-nosed man's scheme succeeded, and he flickered away towards the camp's exit. Unexpectedly, a white figure suddenly sprang into action, closely pursuing him. It was the serious masked man, also an agile type profession, whose speed was no less than that of the hawk-nosed man, perhaps even better. Seeing this, Shia Chen immediately put away his tiger stripe battle shield and prepared to chase after them, but Scarface reached out to stop him, grinning as he said, "Don't worry, leave it to him. If even that Gain Tong can't be caught, then Huajin might as well not come back." Jean Kyer, the owner of the Nightingale Tavern, nodded and said that Gain Tong was already defeated by Huajin years ago. At this moment, Scarface also saw the brutal scene in the backyard of the temporary camp and exclaimed in shock, "Good kid, did you do all this?" Shia Chen's tense nerves finally relaxed, and the fatigue and pain in his body surged at that moment, causing him to lean weakly against the crumbling wall of the church. A figure suddenly rushed over lightly, helping Shia Chen up. Her watery gaze was filled with both concern and a hint of resentment as it swept over the wounds on Shia Chen's body. Unable to hold back, she scolded, "You fool. What are you trying to prove all by yourself? If I had known, I wouldn't have left." Shia Chen smiled slightly and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Jiu immediately took out some medicine from her backpack and carefully helped Shia Chen clean the bloodstains on his body, asking with some worry, "We saw the bodies of those merchants on the way here, including the leader, Yufeng. What exactly happened?" Shia Chen sighed with a complex expression and asked, "Are they all dead?" Jiu nodded silently. "It's hard to explain." Shia Chen gave a self-deprecating smile and said, "I let them out, thinking we could team up against the bald guys, but they only thought about saving themselves." Upon hearing this, Jiu's expression changed, and she said coldly, "They betrayed you and ran away?" Shia Chen nodded, but Jiu's face turned icy as she said fiercely, "Then they deserve to die. I thought Yufeng was a man of principle. I didn't expect him to be such a petty person." Shia Chen fell silent. People are complex, and one cannot judge solely based on one side. Scar rushed into the church, opened the 5 low-temperature storage boxes, and then his face lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Found it! All 5 boxes of medicine are here." Scar, grinning from ear to ear, came over and patted Shia Chen on the shoulder, saying boisterously, "Good kid, I owe you a big favor this time." However, Jean Kyer, who had entered the church with Scar to search, suddenly gasped and then helped out a disheveled woman whose face was pale with shock. From Yufeng, Shia Chen learned that this woman's name was Ear. The entire merchant team was now left with only her alive. "You were with those merchants, right?" Jiu's eyes turned cold upon seeing the woman, and one hand had already moved towards the dagger at her waist. She was not an ordinary girl, having been raised by Hong San Yang. Jiu was not squeamish about killing. The fact that Yufeng and a group of merchants betrayed Shia Chen made her hate them all, and her gaze turned icy as she glared at the woman. The already dazed woman trembled again. "Jiu." Shia Chen stopped Jiu, saying, "Forget it, she's just a poor soul who was abandoned." This woman had endured such humiliation, barely saved her life, and was then abandoned by her companions. Now, she was the only one left alive from the entire merchant team, with everyone else dead. It was likely that she would struggle to recover for a long time, perhaps even for the rest of her life. Scar made a gesture to his subordinates, and a group of people immediately surged forward, carefully searching the entire temporary camp, including the dilapidated church. Scar and Jean Kyer had brought quite a few people this time, seemingly all from the Nightingale Tavern, but each one was a high-level combat profession, and the distribution of roles was quite complete, forming a formidable force not to be underestimated. Under Jean Kyer's command, the group cautiously moved the 5 low-temperature storage boxes out of the church. Suddenly, Shia Chen remembered something and hurriedly said to Scar, "Scar, I heard that Hawk-Nosed Guy mentioned that at noon, they have another group coming to pick up the supplies, seemingly to transfer this batch of medicine." "Don't worry, I got it." Scar nodded upon hearing this, then grinned at Shia Chen and said, "Good kid, don't worry, you've done enough, leave the rest to us." Scarface chuckled and then said, the group of people that Ian mentioned probably won't be able to come. Upon hearing this, Shia Chen was momentarily stunned, and he heard Jiu explaining beside him, in the past few days, Scarface and Huajian have found some clues in Blackwater City. Those snakes that infiltrated the city. Our people have already started to take action. So that was it. Shia Chen suddenly recalled the black snake emblem on the sleeves of the bald man and the hawk-nosed man. Scarface, where did this group of people come from? Shia Chen immediately asked. The merchant leader, Yufeng, had mentioned that these people were all unfamiliar faces around Blackwater City. Scarface kicked aside a nearby corpse, his gaze landing on the black snake emblem on its sleeve, and said, "This group is not a force within Blackwater City, nor are they from our northwest region. If it weren't for Huajian having some connections with them a few years ago, probably no one in Blackwater City would recognize them." Scarface reached out and tore off the black snake mark from the corpse, smirking, "Here. This group is called the Viper Mercenaries. They used to be a bunch of people operating on the border. As long as you pay, they'll take any job. Their reputation has long been ruined. I never expected to encounter them here in Blackwater City." Shia Chen keenly picked up on the keywords in Scarface's words and immediately pressed on. "Are you saying this group is just a bunch of lackeys, and someone is hiring them from behind to rob Uncle Chin's goods?" Scarface nodded seriously. "We need to investigate who is behind this group, who dares to set their sights on Uncle Chin." Shia Chen also felt that this matter was not so simple. Previously, Jiu had mentioned that this batch of high-level alchemical potions was to be sent to the battlefield, and these Viper mercenaries had been active on the border? It was hard not to think there was some connection. "Alright, check the goods, and get rid of the bodies here." While directing his brothers to completely erase the temporary camp, Scarface looked at Shia Chen and Jiu with some helplessness and said, "You two kids, how could you make such a big commotion at the jade mine? These past few days, Huajian and I have been frantic. Even if we can't find this batch of goods, we can't afford to lose you too. What if something happened to you in Blackwater City? When we get back, Uncle Chin and San Yang would skin me alive." Shia Chen and Jiu exchanged glances, clearly realizing that the incident had happened suddenly, and Jiu hadn't had the chance to tell Scarface about what had occurred at the jade mine. At that moment, Jean Kyer approached with a curious and scrutinizing look, asking, "So the collapse of the jade mine was really caused by you two? In the past few days, it's been all over Blackwater City that the jade mine, which has stood for hundreds of years, unexpectedly collapsed, and there are many rumors about a great beast tide coming." Jean Kyer frowned, grabbing one of each of their heads and rubbing them vigorously, saying, "I really can't understand how you two kids could cause such a big stir." Jiu immediately stuck out her tongue and said, "This isn't really our fault. We just went to explore deeper into the mine. Who would have thought we would encounter such strange happenings?" Jiu exchanged a glance with Shia Chen and then casually replied to Jean Kyer, "This is a long story. I'll tell you in detail when we get back. Anyway, we were buried in there for 3 days and 3 nights. Upon hearing this, even the boisterous Scarface showed a hint of fear on his face and said, "Hey, didn't you two hear what Huajian said? Just level up around the outskirts of the jade mine, and absolutely don't go deep into the caves? Look at you, almost buried yourselves. Kids these days are more rebellious than ever." Jean Kyer shook her head, laughing and scolding, "Scar, don't you see who brought them out? Kids raised alongside us, how could they learn anything good?" Scar's face immediately fell, mumbling a few words. What was wrong with us back then? Jean Kyer then turned her expression and said to Shia Chen and Jiu, "Alright, you two hurry back to Heisu City with us, wash off the dust and dirt on you, and take a break. Now that this batch of goods has been found, let Scar accompany you to level up in the coming days. And keep a good eye on you two little ancestors. Don't cause any more trouble for me. If you do, I'll have to send you both back to San Yang and Uncle Chin in one piece." While Scar and Jean Kyer were loading the 5 portable low-temperature storage boxes onto the transport vehicle, Shia Chen returned to the pile of corpses in the temporary camp, quietly sacrificing all the flames of those bald men and hook-nosed subordinates under the pretense of helping to deal with the bodies. Even a single flame would not be spared. The flames quietly gathered around Shia Chen without a trace, and lines of notifications rang in his ears. Human profession flame sacrifice successful. Flame value plus 80. Human profession flame. The flame values given by these high-level professionals were even more than those from high-pollution monsters. Coupled with the flames from the jade mine's deep area where he had killed those jade-skinned gargoyles and crystal beings, Shia Chen suddenly realized that his flame value had reached nearly 10,000. This was the most affluent moment since awakening his profession, and a significant portion of the flame value must have come from the jadeite strange fetus. Just as Shia Chen began to ponder how to use this large amount of flame value, a notification suddenly rang in his ears: acquired talent entry, stealth, B rank. An entry had appeared. Shia Chen's heart leaped with joy. Most of the hook-nosed subordinates' crew were assassins and thieves. He hadn't expected that the accumulation of numbers would finally yield the specialized skill of the assassin profession. Stealth skill. It could be said to be the foundational skill for assassins and thieves. Although it was just a B rank skill, Shia Chen could enhance and upgrade it with flame value. While the flame value from human professionals was high, the drop rate for entries was somewhat unpredictable, sometimes even lower than that of monsters. He hadn't expected to strike it rich today. He had to thank the entire team of assassins brought by the hook-nosed man, and earlier, Shia Chen had also obtained an A-rank entry called Iron Body from one of the bald man's subordinates, which was quite an unexpected gain. Shia Chen didn't have time to carefully check the talent bar before hearing Jiu calling him from the front of the vehicle. "Xiaoguazi, let's go." "What are you still doing there?" "Coming." Shia Chen quickened his pace to catch up, planning to look into the entries in detail after returning to the Nightingale Tavern. The journey back to Heisu City went very smoothly, and they did not encounter the batch of Viper mercenaries that the hook-nosed man had mentioned. With the two masters, Scar and Jean Kyer, stationed there, even the guards at the gate of Blackwater City showed a bit more respect. Scar had a cigarette dangling from his mouth, leaning against the car window with an air of arrogance, but Shia Chen felt that this was mostly due to the influence of Jean Kyer, the owner of the Nightingale Tavern. At the city gate, he saw quite a few groups of professionals bustling about, moving in the opposite direction to them. Unable to help himself, Shia Chen asked Jean Kyer, "Where are these people going? I didn't see so many here a few days ago." Jean Kyer shot him a glare and scolded with a smile, "Isn't it because of you two troublemakers? You blew up that jade mine, and now many people think a new dungeon has appeared there, planning to go dig for gold." Shia Chen was instantly at a loss for words, while Jiu looked out the window at the throngs of eager professionals and chuckled. "They're going to be disappointed. The jade mine is probably just a pile of dirt now." Finally, back in the suite at the Nightingale Tavern, Shia Chen suddenly felt that this underground room, with no windows, was surprisingly wonderful. Although Jiu had returned to Blackwater City earlier, she hadn't even had time to take a shower. As soon as she entered, she dashed into the bathroom, shouting, "Raw melon seeds! Don't you dare steal from me!" Shia Chen could only shake his head helplessly and sat down on a chair in his room, covered in dust. Closing the door, he checked his talent panel and saw two brand new entries quietly lying there. Iron Body rank. A description: a body tempered like steel, naturally possessing a physique far superior to others. Effect: passive effect, maximum health increased by 20%. So it was a passive entry. Shia Chen suddenly realized why he felt that the health of the shield warrior guarding the backyard was absurdly high when he assassinated him. It turned out he had this entry, and the bonus effect of Iron Body increased by percentage, meaning it could continuously enhance as his attributes improved. In a sense, it could be considered a growth-type talent. Shia Chen reopened his attribute panel and, as expected, his health bar, which was around 17,000 before, had now surpassed 20,000. This was quite a pleasant surprise. Following that, Shia Chen also clicked on the long-awaited assassin specialization talent entry, stealth rank, B description, a gift from the shadow god to his loyal subordinates, allowing the manipulation of shadow power to conceal the entire body within an illusion. Effect: upon activation, immediately enter stealth mode, making the body undetectable to the naked eye, lasting for 5 minutes. Any damage received will immediately break the stealth state. Cooldown: 10 minutes. Just as Shia Chen had imagined, the B-rank stealth was exactly as described in the textbooks, the essential skill for the assassin class. Whether for reconnaissance, escape, or ambush, it provided them with a significant advantage. However, the drawbacks were also evident. Any damage would immediately break the stealth state, meaning that wide-area damage skills from mages or arrow rain from archers could directly disrupt their stealth with proper prediction. Especially archers with skills that can see through stealth, like Illuminating Arrow, were natural enemies of thieves and assassins. But as the class rank increased, their stealth state became harder to detect and break. For example, the first formidable assassin enemy that Shia Chen encountered after awakening his profession was the Perverse Killer, the fourth young master of the Chen family, from the ancient Gulyulan general's tomb. If Shia Chen remembered correctly, he was an A-rank assassin. His stealth skill came with an additional effect that allowed him to forcibly re-enter stealth after breaking the stealth state, Strong Stealth. At this moment, Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a bit excited about what effect his B-rank, stealth, would have after spending his fire seed points to enhance it. A prompt immediately appeared before him. Do you want to consume 50 fire seed points to enhance the talent entry, stealth, B-rank? Holding nearly 10,000 fire seed points, Shia Chen did not hesitate at all and directly chose to confirm. Enhance! Streams of fire seeds suddenly surged from Shia Chen's body, swirling around him, burning, and dissipating. Soon after, a prompt floated before Shia Chen's eyes. consumed 50 fire seed points. Talent entry, stealth, B rank, has been enhanced to advanced stealth, A rank. Shia Chen immediately took a closer look. Advanced stealth, rank, A rank. Description: a high-level stealth technique mastered only by seasoned rogue professionals who have undergone rigorous training, possessing a more secretive stealth state that is also harder to break and detect. Effect: immediately enter stealth state upon activation, immune to low-level detection skills, and only breaks the stealth state after receiving a certain amount of damage. Duration: 10 minutes. Cooldown: 7 minutes. Equivalent to a fully enhanced stealth. The stealth state was also more stable, only breaking after receiving a certain amount of damage, preventing it from being easily disrupted by a mage's area damage skills. But that wasn't enough. Based on Shia Chen's previous experience of using fire seed points to enhance talent entries, the rank of the entry had to reach at least S rank for a qualitative change to occur. And what Shia Chen wanted was certainly not just to stop at this advanced stealth. He decisively chose to continue enhancing. Do you want to consume 450 fire seed points to enhance the talent entry advanced stealth, A rank? Shia Chen did not hesitate. Based on previous experience, the fire seed points consumed for each advancement of entries above S rank increased nearly tenfold. To enhance a strong entry, a large amount of fire seed points was required. Moreover, this entry specialized for the assassin profession clearly consumed more fire seed points than ordinary entries. Continue enhancing. Streams of burning fire seeds once again erupted from Shia Chen's body, burning and dissipating around him. Consumed 450 fire seed points. Talent entry, advanced stealth, A rank, has been enhanced to Shadow Stealth, S rank. Shadow Stealth, rank, S rank. Description: some exceptionally talented rogues can comprehend the method of applying the path of shadows to their stealth techniques, and these individuals can also gain the favor of the Shadow God, receiving the protection of shadows. Effect: immediately enter Shadow Stealth state upon activation, movement speed increased by 30%, immune to detection skills except for light-based ones, and has a higher damage reduction effect against area damage. Duration: 30 minutes. Additional effect: when in a shadow environment, the movement speed increase effect and duration are additionally enhanced by 50%. Cooldown: 5 minutes. Shia Chen looked at the lines of skill descriptions before him, feeling secretly astonished. Indeed, the S-rank entry represented a qualitative change. As long as the stealth state was not broken, it could last a full 30 minutes, and when in a shadow environment, it was as agile as a fish in water. Shia Chen initially estimated that this shadow stealth technique should be similar to the exclusive stealth skill of the September's undead thief profession. With this skill, Shia Chen could even adopt some tactics typical of rogue classes. The question before Shia Chen now was whether to continue strengthening it. According to the prompt in front of him, further advancement of the shadow stealth technique would require a full 4,350 points of fire seed value. This would mean depleting half of Shia Chen's resources. However, based on the strength of the previous SS tier attributes, the transformation from S to SS tier was an obvious qualitative change. Forget it, if I'm going to gamble, I might as well go all in. Shia Chen gritted his teeth and made his choice. He was already following a strength and agility build, so the stealth skill was not just for reconnaissance or escape. Shia Chen could fully utilize this rogue's specialized skill to execute some strong single-target burst tactics. For instance, when facing a situation like being surrounded by multiple enemies at a temporary camp, Shia Chen would not be completely passive in a one-against-many scenario. Continue to strengthen. As soon as Shia Chen's words fell, streams of fire seed value surged out from his body, swirling around the room like fireworks, before dissipating into ashes. Suddenly, a prompt appeared before him that Shia Chen had never seen before. Please choose the enhancement direction for the attribute. Shadow Stealth Technique, S tier. 1. Active Spores, SS tier. Nurture active spores with your body, wrapping yourself in them to blend into the environment as camouflage. You can hide an unlimited number of times until the spores are exhausted. Spores will continuously reproduce over time. 2. Void Concealment, SS tier. The elite among past rogue professions have been exploring the power of the void, allowing them to briefly enter a state of concealment within the void, making them undetectable and untraceable. Shia Chen was momentarily stunned. This was the first time he could directly choose the enhancement direction for his talent attribute. Could it be that his incomplete divine personality had received some form of compensation? The two enhancement directions before him left Shia Chen in hesitation. The first, nurturing active spores with his own body. Although it sounded a bit unsettling, the ability to hide an unlimited number of times before the spores were exhausted meant there was no cooldown time. After breaking the concealment state to kill someone, he could once again enter a hidden state. In a battlefield with multiple opponents, especially in chaotic situations, it was an incredible skill. However, the second option, Void Concealment, also made it hard for Shia Chen to decide. a complete state of concealment that could not be detected or perceived. Although it was noted that the duration was short, it pushed the concept of stealth to its limits. It sounded incredibly reassuring. Moreover, as Shia Chen knew, the term void referred to a high-level spell or even a rule, a mysterious power that many powerful mages in the Dragon Kingdom were deeply exploring. Now, this mysterious power lay before Shia Chen, within reach. After a brief hesitation, Shia Chen made his choice. I choose 2 void concealment. A line of text immediately appeared before Shia Chen, consuming 4,350 points of fire seed value. Talent attribute, Shadow Stealth Technique, S tier, has been enhanced to Void Concealment, SS tier. Void Concealment, tier, SS tier. Description: a skill comprehended by a rogue pioneer who first touched the barrier of the void. The clever use of hiding in the void has allowed him to escape death multiple times in the encirclement of top-tier professionals. Effect: after activation, tear through the barrier of the void and hide within it, during which time you are completely immune to detection skills and cannot be perceived. Duration: 5 minutes. Additional effect: each use grants 1 instance of Void Leap, allowing instant movement to any position within the nearby area. Cooldown: 10 minutes. After seeing the full skill introduction, Shia Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. He had made the right bet. This is the SS tier stealth skill, Void Concealment. Although the duration of the stealth state is shorter compared to other skills, it still lasts a full 5 minutes, during which Shia Chen is in a state completely undetectable and imperceptible. 5 minutes is enough for Shia Chen to handle most situations that could be considered dead ends. Moreover, it comes with an additional effect of Void Leap, allowing him to directly leap to any position within the surrounding area, marking Shia Chen's first mobility skill. Previously, although Shia Chen had skills like Tide Caller's Step that significantly increased movement speed, he did not possess a true mobility skill. The most he had was the Barbaric Charge, which barely counted as a semi-mobility skill, but its movement speed was too slow, making it easy to be seen through when facing human practitioners. Now, this Void Leap also gives Shia Chen an unexpected means of surprise attack. His nearly 10,000 points of fire seed value were instantly halved on this stealth entry, indicating that the more specialized the skill is for other practitioners, the more fire seed value is required for enhancement. However, Shia Chen felt no regret at all, because among the career plans he made for himself during his 3 years in high school, one of the top 3 professions was the assassin class. Back then, Shia Chen had made considerable preparations and tactical studies targeting the assassin class. Although he hadn't truly become an assassin now, with this Void Concealment, he could at least be considered half an assassin. Looking at the remaining 4,500 points of fire seed value in his hand, Shia Chen already had a rough plan for usage in mind. First is the echolocation, the detection skill he uses most frequently. When he was almost detected by the S-tier practitioner, September, in the underground mine of the Jade Stone Square, Shia Chen realized it was time to upgrade this detection skill. The bald man, the hawk-nosed Dean Tong. The enemies he would encounter in the future would only grow stronger. If he were detected while using a detection skill, he could easily fall into a trap, and even higher-tier skills could directly locate Shia Chen's position. Upgrading the echolocation was imperative. With a thought, a prompt immediately appeared before him. Do you wish to consume 2,440 points of fire seed value to enhance the talent entry, echolocation, S-tier? Since echolocation was already an S-tier entry, the fire seed value required was directly over 1,000 points. Shia Chen did not hesitate at all and chose to enhance it. He was very curious about what further advancements echolocation could achieve. Originally, this entry was obtained from the corpse poison bat and had been upgraded from A-tier sound wave detection to S-tier echolocation, having nearly reached its limit in sound wave type skills. If he enhanced it further, in which direction would it advance? As streams of fire seed value surged out from Shia Chen once again, the answer finally appeared before him. Consumed 2,440 points of fire seed value. Talent entry, echolocation, S-tier, has been enhanced to Wraith's Lament, SS tier. The result of the enhancement left Shia Chen momentarily stunned. From the names alone, these 2 entries seemed vastly different. Could it be that the investigative skill had been completely lost? Shia Chen hurriedly examined it closely. Ghostly Grudge Rank, SS rank description, wandering between heaven and earth, an immortal ghost that can only eliminate its thick resentment by entangling its target until it turns to ashes. Effect, releases ghosts into the surroundings. The ghosts, filled with deep resentment, will automatically seek out all nearby targets and mark them with a grudge mark, tracking their movements for a period of time. Additional effect, can mark targets in stealth or hidden states. Additional effect, targets marked with resentment cannot be detected except by holy light spells, but can be cleared by purification spells. In an instant, Shia Chen suddenly realized that the upgrade from S rank to SS rank was indeed a qualitative change. The previous effect of using ultrasound to probe targets had directly evolved into ghosts. These ghosts sounded quite tricky. After marking a target, their movements could be tracked for a period of time, which was far more precise than the previous results obtained through ultrasound probing. Previously, the position obtained through ultrasound probing was a one-time use, so if the target moved too quickly, the results would not be accurate. Moreover, targets marked with grudge could only be cleared by purification spells, meaning unless there was a priest in the opposing team who could promptly notice the grudge mark, Shia Chen could directly monitor them for a considerable amount of time. The over 2,000 seed points spent were definitely worth it. Additionally, with Shia Chen's void stealth being completely immune to probing, combined with the targeting effect of ghostly grudge, it was simply a case of allowing him to stealth while preventing others from doing so. The combination of the two made Shia Chen's current rogue class a dimensional strike. Unable to resist, Shia Chen directly used ghostly grudge in the room. With a faint, mournful scream, countless ghosts, visible only to Shia Chen, instantly spread out towards the surrounding walls, and even penetrated through them. In an instant, through the shadow that returned after being attached by the ghostly grudge, Shia Chen vaguely saw a lazy figure through the wall. It was September, who was taking a bath. Pfft. Shia Chen was suddenly startled, realizing that the moment the ghostly grudge attached to a target, it would project the surrounding scene into his mind. That hazy image made Shia Chen's heart race, a wave of guilt washing over him. He hadn't expected the tall and slender September to be so alluring. Ahem, Shia Chen shook his head, casting aside those distracting thoughts. After checking, he found he still had about 3,000 seed points left, just enough to barely upgrade another entry to the qualitative change of SS rank. In fact, aside from ultrasound targeting, there was another entry he had long wanted to enhance, which was the skill he had first upgraded with seed points, Beast Blood Frenzy. Beast Blood Frenzy rank, a rank effect, a talent skill possessed by high-tier bloodline orcs. Activating it increases damage and attack speed by 50%. After the effect ends, the user enters a brief state of weakness, with defense reduced by 30%. Additional, killing a target can extend the duration. For Shia Chen, this was a high-output skill that had once helped him defeat high-health Undying Trent and several bosses. However, due to the high-risk dungeons and monsters that Shia Chen has been facing recently, he did not dare to gamble on the 30% reduction in defense from the weakened state when uncertain about the upcoming circumstances. For example, in the underground mine of the Jade Quarry, if there wasn't enough time to recover from the weakened state in the following situations, a direct 30% drop in defense would put Shia Chen in a highly dangerous position. But now, Shia Chen had accumulated enough fire seed points, allowing him to take a gamble on this unique talent entry of the orc monster. As long as he could eliminate the negative weakened state, this skill would be a qualitative change. With a thought, a prompt appeared before Shia Chen's eyes. Do you want to consume 300 fire seed points to enhance the talent entry, Beast Blood Boiling, a rank? Indeed, each different entry required a different amount of fire seed points for enhancement. However, it was foreseeable that, aside from the talent entries specialized for other professions that required a large amount of fire seed points beyond the ordinary entries, the higher the fire seed points consumed for enhancement, the more powerful the resulting entry would be. The fire seed points required to enhance Beast Blood Boiling to S rank were already higher than many of Shia Chen's other entries, indicating that the enhancement prospects for Beast Blood Boiling were quite promising. Shia Chen directly chose to confirm, and familiar strands of fire seed points surged from within him again. The result of the enhancement appeared before Shia Chen. Consume 300 fire seed points. Talent entry, Beast Blood Boiling, a rank, has been enhanced to Frenzied 8 form, S rank. Frenzied 8 form, rank, S rank. Description: the orc monster activates the primal 8 bloodline within, causing its body to swell and transform into a Frenzied 8 form, unleashing terrifying destructive power. Effect: upon activation, the body transforms into a Frenzied 8 form, significantly increasing strength, constitution, health, and other attributes by 200%, with a devastating increase in damage. Additional effect: the Frenzied 8 form causes the body to swell beyond that of an ordinary human, greatly enhancing defense. However, due to the transformation, weapons and other skills cannot be used while in this form. In an instant, Shia Chen experienced a shift from great joy to deep sorrow. When he saw that almost all attributes had increased by 200%, he felt an overwhelming joy. What was this if not a Frenzied 8 form? It was practically a diamond form. However, when Shia Chen saw that he couldn't use weapons or other skills while transformed, he froze instantly. Unable to use weapons and skills, relying solely on his bare hands and feet as weapons, didn't that mean he had turned from a human into a giant ape boss? Although both destructive power and defense were greatly enhanced, for Shia Chen, it was equivalent to a significant weakening. This Frenzied 8 form felt like a joke to him. Xiao Chen's greatest advantage was having a wide variety of talent skills, and the combinations of various entries and skills could create countless strategies. Now, because of one skill, he had abandoned all skill combinations? That was simply too foolish. I've ruined it. Xiao Chen felt a wave of despair, wanting to cry without tears. After so long of enhancing and merging talent entries, he had finally messed one up. Even though this, frenzied ape form, was an S-rank entry, Xiao Chen was destined not to use it. Even when grinding monsters in the next dungeon, he couldn't bear to think about how he would be laughed at by Jiuyu if she saw him in this form. What should he do next? Should he spend more fire seed points to enhance and gamble again? Or should he stop here and save those fire seed points for future use? Xiao Chen's heart began to waver, but a sense of unwillingness and frustration still occupied the heavier side. Xiao Chen decided that if he was going to gamble, he would go all the way. He was all in. At worst, he could expend some effort later to earn back the fire seed value. Gritting his teeth, Xiao Chen directly chose to continue strengthening. Do you want to consume 3,000 fire seed points to strengthen the talent attribute, Savage Ape Form, S rank? A full 3,000 fire seed points, neither more nor less. After this round of strengthening, Xiao Chen would only have a few leftover points. Confirm. Xiao Chen's expression remained unchanged, his heart steady, and his mindset extremely calm. Even if this strengthening failed, life would still go on. In an instant, a massive amount of fire seed energy surged from Xiao Chen, swirling throughout the entire room. Xiao Chen simply closed his eyes, not wanting to witness the scene, until a familiar voice rang in his ears. Consume 3,000 fire seed points. Talent attribute, Savage Ape Form, S rank, has been strengthened to Primal Bloodline, SS rank. Primal Bloodline? Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes and hurriedly opened his talent panel, only to see a new SS rank attribute quietly lying there. Primal Bloodline, rank, SS rank. Description: this rare ancient primal bloodline is contained within only a few extremely rare orc monsters, harboring terrifying power. When activated, it feels as if one has returned to the era when the orc race dominated the planet during the Primal Age. Effect: after activating the primal bloodline, physical attack damage is significantly increased by 75%, and attack speed by 75%. Duration decreases with the continuous consumption of rage points. Additional effect: attacks inflict a tearing effect, causing bleeding damage to the target over time. Additional effect: rage after activating the primal bloodline, gain rage points. Killing targets and receiving damage will accumulate rage points, and when rage points peak, gain a high critical hit chance. Hiss! Xiao Chen couldn't help but gasp, repeatedly confirming the effect description of the attribute until he was sure it hadn't transformed into some other orc form with additional effects, finally feeling relieved. However, immediately after, a wave of ecstasy surged within Xiao Chen, because he knew that unlike the historical trajectory of humans, the glorious moment of the orc race was actually during the primal period thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago, when the ancestors of the orc race possessed terrifying strength and were the true rulers of this planet. Yet as history rolled on, the bloodline of the orc race became increasingly thin and weaker. Some rare orc monsters with ancestral traits could occasionally possess some bloodline from the primal ancestors, far surpassing their peers in strength. Now, this precious attribute had appeared on Xiao Chen, directly increasing physical attack damage and attack speed significantly, equivalent to a threefold increase in output. Although the duration would decrease with the consumption of rage points, killing targets could also accumulate rage points, and reaching peak rage would grant additional critical hit chances. Undoubtedly, the new primal bloodline was the strongest trump card Xiao Chen had at this stage. Just as Xiao Chen was still immersed in his ecstasy, voices suddenly echoed in the suite, belonging to Scar and Jean Kyer, seemingly indicating that the flower-faced one who had gone to capture the hawk-nosed Ding Tong had returned. When Xiao Chen opened the door, he saw that September was also peeking out with a curious look, her eyes sparkling with curiosity and gossip written all over her face. The two just happened to see Scar and Jean Kyer walking out of the suite with serious expressions. Has the flower-faced one returned? September immediately asked Scar with curiosity, "What happened? Did you catch that guy?" Scarface nodded and then waved his hand at Xiao Chen and Jiuyu, signaling them to return to their rooms, impatiently saying, "The person has already been captured, and there's no business for you two anymore. Just stay in your rooms and rest." Jiuyu immediately retorted, "What do you mean it's none of our business? If it weren't for us, would you have found that batch of goods or that hook-nosed guy?" At that moment, Jean Kyer turned her head and smiled meaningfully at Jiuyu, saying, "All right, little Jiuyu, it's not that we're not letting you two get involved, but some dirty work is better left to us. It's not yet time for you to get your hands dirty." Upon hearing this, Jiuyu's expression froze, and she suddenly understood something, awkwardly saying, "Oh, got it." Xiao Chen also caught another layer of meaning from this, and he saw Jiuyu giving him a distant glance. After Scarface and Jean Kyer left the suite, Jiuyu quietly slipped into Xiao Chen's room, dressed in a light nightgown, wrapped in a blanket. As soon as she entered, she pouted at Shia Chen and suddenly said with a smile, "Raw melon seed, don't you still understand what Jean Kyer just said?" Shia Chen politely shifted his gaze away from Jiuyu, nodding in agreement to avoid dampening her spirits. However, Jiuyu insisted on sitting right in front of Shia Chen, her expression turning serious as she said, "Since Hu Lian has already brought that guy back, we naturally need to get information from him to find out who's behind this. So Scarface and Jean Kyer must be going to interrogate that Yin Tong." Raw melon seed, you probably didn't expect that, did you? Sister Jean Kyer is famous for her ruthless methods of torture. As Jiuyu spoke, her face was filled with excitement. In fact, Shia Chen was not unprepared for this. The Nightingale Tavern could stand firm in this black water city because everyone inside was a formidable combat professional. If they didn't have some means, how could Jean Kyer become the owner of the Nightingale Tavern? That day, Jiuyu had stayed in Shia Chen's room gossiping about Jean Kyer all night. However, regarding the hook-nosed Yin Tong, no matter how much Shia Chen and Jiuyu inquired, Scarface remained tight-lipped. All they knew was that when Scarface and Hu Lian returned to the suite, both of their faces were unexpectedly heavy, and after that, they never heard the name Yin Tong again. In the following days, Shia Chen rested peacefully in the Nightingale Tavern for 3 days, easing the tension from escaping the jade mine and encountering the hook-nosed group at the temporary camp. During this time, Shia Chen also continuously experimented with the new entries he had obtained in his room. There was even one time he activated Void Concealment and quietly made his way to the tavern's off-limits cellar. To his surprise, he once again saw the hook-nosed Yin Tong there. However, by then, he had already become a corpse, or rather, a tortured body that was hardly recognizable. The cellar also contained other chilling torture devices, perhaps revealing the true face of Blackwater City hidden beneath the bustling surface during the day: darkness, pain, slaughter. This was the true nature of Blackwater City and its inhabitants. And Shia Chen realized that, unbeknownst to him, he had quietly changed as well. Perhaps it was when he saw Yin Tong's corpse in that cellar that the first thought that flashed through his mind was to see if the spark of life still lingered in the body, and whether it could be sacrificed by him. Unfortunately, the spark within Yin Tong's corpse, which had been dead for several days, had long since faded, and Shia Chen was no longer the same Shia Chen from a month ago. 3 days later, after both Shia Chen and Jiuyu had fully recovered their spirits and conditions, under Jean Kyer's arrangement, they were personally led by Scarface to level up near Blackwater City. In just 10 days, the two had exceeded their planned leveling progress. Jiuyu had reached level 87, while Shia Chen had even ascended to level 90. The remaining time to complete their leveling plan was more than sufficient. With Scarface personally leading the team, their leveling efficiency increased once again. For the first time, Shia Chen experienced what it was like to be guided by high-level professionals. Scarface took them to high-risk dungeons with monsters over level 100. Although Scarface himself would take some experience, he often left the final blows on elite monsters and bosses for Shia Chen and Jiuyu to finish off. As a result, with just a week left before the planned month was up, Shia Chen had already exceeded his level 100 goal. However, Shia Chen did not slack off. He continued to rise early and return late, sweeping through the nearby high-pollution areas. This relentless drive impressed both Scarface and Hua Jian, while Jiuyu, filled with confusion yet unwilling to back down, followed Shia Chen every day, even with dark circles under her eyes. Finally, with only 1 day left in the month, Shia Chen's level was fixed at 107. Perhaps it was because he hadn't returned to the capital city's job transfer hall to complete his second job change, but after reaching level 100, the experience required for each subsequent level felt insurmountable. Yet, this period of intense leveling had allowed Shia Chen to harvest a significant number of new high-tier attributes, and his equipment was completely renewed. On the last day, while Shia Chen was organizing his recent gains in his room, he suddenly heard a commotion outside his suite. It seemed the entire Nightingale Tavern was buzzing with unusual activity. Not just the tavern, Shia Chen keenly sensed that there seemed to be some undercurrents stirring throughout Blackwater City lately, as if something significant was about to happen. Regarding this matter, Jean Kyer, the tavern owner at the counter, seemed a bit tipsy. With a charming smile, she looked at Shia Chen, personally mixed him a drink, and said, "Want to know what's happening? Because a few days ago, Scarface and Hua Jian already spread the news. Now the whole Blackwater City knows. Xin Shan is coming back. The former king of Blackwater City is returning. The real reckoning is about to begin. Everyone who has touched that batch of goods must die. Some people in Blackwater City are going to be restless." The month-long period was over, and Uncle Qin was coming to Blackwater City. Shia Chen had known from the beginning that Uncle Qin had Scarface and Hua Jian bring him to Blackwater City for more than just leveling up in this high-pollution area. He must have his own purpose. Now it seemed that this hub of black markets situated in the high-pollution area was indeed a mixed bag, with various forces intertwined. Who exactly was the current puppet master behind Blackwater City? Who was really pulling the strings behind the Viper mercenaries that stole that batch of potions? Why was Uncle Chin the former king of Blackwater City? Now that he was returning to Blackwater City, what was his purpose? A multitude of questions arose in Shia Chen's heart, yet there were no answers to be found. But there was no doubt that the day Uncle Chin returned to Blackwater City would surely stir the murky waters of this deep pool once again. In the final days, the usually curious and lively September had become much more obedient, focusing entirely on leveling up. Perhaps it was because she learned that Hong Sanyang would be coming to Heisu City with Uncle Chin, while her level still lagged far behind Shia Chen's, which made her feel a bit anxious. On the contrary, the man wrapped in bandages, who had been elusive for a while, suddenly seemed to have time on his hands. Shia Chen often saw him sitting alone at the bar in the night camp tavern, with only a cup of wine on the table, which he would often sip throughout the day. His bizarre and frightening appearance, combined with his unapproachable aura, made ordinary people dare not speak to him. Only the tavern owner, Jean Kyer, occasionally approached him to chat, but even then, the wrapped man would merely nod lightly and respond with a few brief words. On the last day, when Shia Chen sat down beside him at the bar, he was surprised to find the wrapped man turning to look at him. The eyes peeking out from his bandaged face showed a hint of softness, and he unexpectedly spoke to Shia Chen, saying, "It's the last day. Would you like me to take you out for a stroll?" Shia Chen was taken aback. He never expected this usually aloof and solitary wrapped man would invite him. Since Shia Chen had no other plans for the day, he nodded and said, "Sure." Little did he know that the stroll the wrapped man mentioned was indeed a quick tour through the bustling market of Heisu City. Many times, even when Shia Chen spotted interesting goods and vendors, the wrapped man showed no signs of stopping, forcing Shia Chen to give up and keep up closely. However, during their wandering, Shia Chen keenly noticed the oddities in the market of Heisu City. Many areas had vendors closing their shops, and the market seemed to have suddenly divided into distinct zones. Each area had different vendor powers. Some people looked worried, as if a storm cloud hung over them, while others appeared frantically excited, creating a stark contrast. The wrapped man, who had been silent beside him, suddenly spoke. "Those who closed their shops are packing up and preparing to flee. They are all in the wrong line." Shia Chen squinted, pondering the meaning behind the wrapped man's words. "Ha!" The wrapped man let out a cold laugh, saying, "They are clever. Today is their last chance to leave. If they don't leave by the end of today, when Uncle Chin returns, they won't be able to leave. Do they really think the current leader of Heisu City can protect them? It's simply wishful thinking." Shia Chen was taken aback but seized the opportunity to ask the wrapped man, "Brother Huamian, what does leader mean?" The wrapped man explained in a calm tone, "With so many forces in Heisu City, one must be chosen to lead. The leader is the head of the largest force, and every few years, a new one is selected, equivalent to the decision-maker in Heisu City." And Uncle Chin? Uncle Chin was the last leader of Heisu City and the one who ascended to that position in the shortest time. But that was over 20 years ago. For the past 20 years, the leader of Heisu City has been the same person, known on the streets as the priest. When Uncle Chin returns to Heisu City, the first thing he will do is find him. A hint of a cold smile appeared in the wrapped man's eyes as he fixed his gaze on a street ahead. Following his gaze, Shia Chen saw that the street was filled with black market equipment vendors, but today they were not displaying blood-stained weapons. Instead, they had bowls of steaming porridge and various buns and hot foods laid out. Someone was standing nearby shouting, seemingly giving away free food. A black market equipment dealer had turned to charity? Shia Chen watched in confusion, but what puzzled him even more was that not far from these stalls distributing hot food for free, there stood a group of dirty, hungry orphans. Each of these orphans had a sallow complexion, their eyes involuntarily gazing at the hot food being given away by the equipment dealers, yet not a single one reached out to take any. As Shia Chen looked closely, he saw that the expressions in the orphans' eyes were not filled with desire, but rather with determination and hatred. Suddenly, an older orphan took the lead and shouted, "Only a spineless coward would eat your food. Uncle Chin is coming back. We won't eat your stuff." "Right, we won't eat." In an instant, the orphans threw the stones they held at the hot food displayed by the equipment dealers. Shia Chen was deeply shocked by this scene. "Ha!" The masked man beside him spoke coldly, shaking his head in mockery. "Now you realize the false benevolence, putting on this act? These people have turned the once fine Blackwater City into this mess, and Uncle Chin's rules from back then have become mere whispers. Now they finally know fear." Shia Chen's pupils suddenly constricted, not only because he heard the weight of the masked man's words, but also because he recognized the symbols on the backs of these pretentious vendors. They were symbols he was all too familiar with: the Red River Chamber of Commerce, the Fengnan Forging Pavilion, Yidong Protective Gear. These were all well-known chambers of commerce in the capital. He never expected such dark dealings to be happening in Blackwater City. Heh, Uncle Chin is back this time to kick them all out of Blackwater City, the masked man said coldly. Then he suddenly whistled loudly towards the group of orphans. Upon hearing the sound, the orphans turned around, their faces lighting up as they ran towards the masked man, calling out Brother Huabian, Brother Huabian. The masked man turned to Shia Chen and waved his hand, saying, "Let's go, it's time to eat." That day, Shia Chen, Huabian, and a group of orphans had a lively meal at an outdoor food stall. It was clear that these orphans had eaten with Huabian before. They looked at his strangely bandaged face with no fear, but rather with great familiarity. Shia Chen didn't know whether Huabian's decision to take him around Blackwater City that day had a deeper meaning or was just a spontaneous whim. He didn't have time to ponder this question, because the very next day before dawn, a convoy arrived at the gates of Blackwater City. Uncle Chin, the former leader of Blackwater City, had returned. Blackwater City, a human city-state established in a highly polluted area, was filled with forces and people who could only hide in the shadows, engaging in unspeakable businesses. Shia Chen was eager to know what leadership truly meant for such a city-state. So that morning, Shia Chen witnessed for the first time just how much influence one person could have over a city-state. As Uncle Chin's convoy entered the gates of Blackwater City, the guards stationed at the entrance stood respectfully to the side, their weapons sheathed, and no one dared to show even a hint of hostility. As the convoy drove into the main street of the city, it was still dark, yet nearly all the people of Blackwater City were already on the move. Everyone was bustling around the streets, watching the procession that passed through the middle, straining to see, their heads craned and toes lifted. In the darkness, shadows flickered, yet no one made a sound or stirred. The entire street was eerily quiet until the convoy slowly came to a stop. A tall middle-aged man pushed open the car door and stepped down, walking at the front of the procession. He did not wave to the crowd, nor did he even glance around, simply moving forward with a steady gaze. But in an instant, the entire street erupted with deafening shouts, "Dragon Head! Dragon Head! Dragon Head!" The initial chaos gradually transformed into a synchronized chant. Many figures from the convoy also stepped down, closely following Uncle Chin's side. Shia Chen noticed that right next to Uncle Chin was a figure he recognized, Red Third Mother, along with several people he had never seen before. Among them was an extremely burly man and an old man with a cane, both drawing attention. Despite leaning on the cane, the old man's pace did not falter. With each street Uncle Chin passed, countless people joined the ranks behind him, and the procession grew increasingly formidable. Shia Chen thought to himself that the painted face had indeed been right. The first thing Uncle Chin did upon returning to Blackwater City was to seek out the current dragon head, the priest. Uncle Chin led the way like the edge of a sharp sword, as the entire procession moved through block after block, the crowd behind erupting in deafening cheers and frenzied roars, suddenly smashing shop stalls to pieces. It was not a chaotic destruction but rather a precise targeting of one or several shops from the rows. Some shops on either side were smashed to bits, yet the one in between remained unscathed. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen suddenly understood. The shops being destroyed had all been marked. Scarface, Painted Face, and their men had already investigated these shops thoroughly. Which shops to smash and which to spare were all clear in Uncle Chin's mind. This was the real reckoning. Shia Chen couldn't help but recall what Jean Kyer had said: everyone who had touched that batch of goods had to die. At this moment, Shia Chen couldn't help but wonder, was the batch of goods that Uncle Chin lost truly worth its weight in gold? Or was it merely a bait thrown out by Uncle Chin to draw out the true faces of those mingling in Blackwater City? As the crowd passed by the Nightingale Tavern, Scarface, Painted Face, Jean Kyer, and the rest of the brothers pulled Shia Chen and September into the ranks. They were certainly to walk at the very front of the procession, closely following Uncle Chin, a group of people like a sharp sword heading straight for the heart of Blackwater City, where the current dragon head, the priest, resided. Before them stood an extremely magnificent church, its walls and golden dome shining as if made of pure gold, with all the skylights embedded with emeralds, radiating a dazzling brilliance when the first rays of dawn shone down. However, surrounding the church was a high fence, making it seem like two worlds apart from the chaotic Blackwater City outside. At this moment, the crowd had completely surrounded the church, yet inside, it was eerily quiet, with not a single figure in sight, nor could they see the so-called dragon head, the priest. Scarface took the lead, swinging an axe to break open the gate of the surrounding wall. He opened his mouth and let out a loud roar, and the crowd behind him surged in like a pack of hunting dogs, determined to find the priest hiding within. Shia Chen's companion, the Painted Face, suddenly laughed and cursed softly. That fool Scarface is just a dog. As long as Uncle Chin is around, he would dare to bite even the King of Heaven. Scarface, leading the charge, kicked the church door open and rushed inside. Amidst the sounds of chaos and rising smoke, Scarface stormed back out of the church a few minutes later, his face filled with anger as he said to Uncle Chin, "Uncle Chin, no one is here. The priest has already run away." Uncle Chin said nothing, picking up a torch and personally setting the magnificent church ablaze. As thick smoke billowed up, cheers erupted throughout the entire Blackwater City. The priest has fled. This Blackwater City no longer belongs to him. Uncle Chin is back. From now on, Uncle Chin is the new leader. Uncle Chin announced his return to the entire Blackwater City in such a high-profile manner. Shia Chen did not know what Uncle Chin, who had been the leader here over 20 years ago, had done to make this chaotic city remember his name for just over 20 years, to the point where the priest, who had been the leader for 20 years, did not even dare to show his face and vanished without a trace. It was only later that he learned from the painted face that all the rules in Blackwater City were set by the previous leaders, and after Uncle Chin became the leader, he established only one rule: to close the city and not allow any outside forces to settle in the markets here. It is said that during the years Uncle Chin was the leader, Blackwater City resembled a true human city-state, where everyone followed the rules, and no one went hungry. Later, when Uncle Chin left, the priest who took over broke this rule. Thus, outside forces discovered this unknown sanctuary and reached into Blackwater City, turning it into a dark and filthy place. The priest profited immensely, and Blackwater City became the chaotic state it is now. There was another rule in Blackwater City, established by a former leader. The goods in the hands of the leaders were under absolute protection within Blackwater City, and no one was allowed to touch them. Anyone who violated this rule had the right to kill the current leader and appoint a new one. A few months ago, a batch of priceless high-level purification potions quietly arrived in Blackwater City, immediately stirring up a tremendous wave, causing various forces to become envious and scramble for them. The chaos and revelry in Blackwater City that day lasted from dawn until nightfall, and it was not until late at night that Shia Chen saw Uncle Chin again in the Nightingale Tavern. Red Third Sister, the limping old man, and the extremely burly man were also present, and they followed Uncle Chin directly down to the tavern's cellar. Scarface and the painted face followed them in, but during this month in Blackwater City, Shia Chen and September were not allowed to enter the cellar. However, this time, the tavern owner, Jean Kyer, waved to the two, signaling them to come down together. In this secret cellar hidden at the very bottom of the Nightingale Tavern, Shia Chen saw a corpse once again. It was a body dressed in a pure white robe, but stained with a patch of fresh blood on the chest, and a golden cross hung around its neck. Shia Chen couldn't help but gasp in shock. Could this corpse be? Jean Kyer smiled slightly and directly answered the question in Shia Chen's mind. That's right, that is the priest. 2 days ago, Huolian killed him. It's really too easy for that old man to die like this. Shia Chen suddenly realized that before Uncle Chin brought people to burn the church in the center of Heisu City today, he had already known that the priest was dead. That church was nothing but an empty shell. Burning it was merely a signal to the entire Heisu City. Uncle Chin had returned. So everything was actually part of Uncle Chin's plan, seamless and foolproof. Shia Chen looked at Uncle Chin's figure standing beside the priest's corpse, feeling that words like shrewd, meticulous, and courageous were far from sufficient to describe him. He couldn't help but recall the first time they met in Guiyun Tower, that solitary figure drinking alone, lonely like an old wolf. Perhaps from that moment, all these plans had already taken shape in his mind. This trip to Heisu City was not about a wolf returning home, but about reclaiming the old territories. At this moment, everyone who could enter this cellar was someone Uncle Chin could trust. Huolian took out several contract-like papers from a locked safe nearby and handed them to Uncle Chin, saying, "These were found in that old man's church." Uncle Chin's expression remained unchanged as he lowered his head to examine the contents of the contracts without saying a word. However, from a distance, Shia Chen saw a familiar emblem on those contracts, the Bali Group. It was the very group that had made Uncle Chin do dirty work for half his life, yet now wanted to reclaim everything Uncle Chin owned. He wondered if they would regret letting go of Uncle Chin, whom they viewed as an old dog. But now the top wolf returning to the scene was a force to be reckoned with. The fangs they had released would now be aimed back at them. The Bully Group wanted to extend its reach to the source of Uncle Chin's rise, Heisu City, so the first place Uncle Chin aimed to reclaim was this Heisu City. Just as the night gradually faded and a new day was about to dawn, Uncle Chin arrived at the suite where Shia Chen was staying, accompanied by Hong Sanyan, a burly man, and a limping old man. Uncle Chin sat on the sofa, instinctively wanting to light a cigarette, but stopped midway. Shia Chen noticed that the thick layer of smoke stained yellow on his fingernails was gone. Uncle Chin had quit smoking. "You did well." Uncle Chin fixed his gaze on Shia Chen, nodding as he spoke. This was the first thing he said to Shia Chen after arriving in Heisu City. "Scars said he could find that batch of goods, and you played a part in it." Shia Chen, however, did not take credit, saying, "I just happened to run into it at the temporary camp. It was luck." Uncle Chin suddenly grinned and said, "Luck? Huolian didn't say that about you. In a month, level 107. You can't achieve that just by luck." Then Uncle Chin turned his gaze to Jiuyu beside him, smiling as he said, I heard you and Joyu caused quite a stir at the jade mine? Joyu's expression changed instantly, cautiously looking at Uncle Chin and Hong Sanyang, lowering her voice to say, That was also unintentional. Who would have thought that a mine that had been around for hundreds of years would collapse? Uncle Chin remained silent, but Hong Sanyang shot Joyu a fierce glare, scolding, still arguing? What did I tell you back then? Be careful in everything. I still need you to lead Shia Chen well, and look at you. Even a newcomer like him is more sensible than you. Joyu immediately lowered her head, not daring to speak, while Shia Chen saw clearly that deep affection brings sharp criticism. Hong Sanyang regarded Joyue as her own daughter. Uncle Chin waved his hand and teased Hong Sanyang, saying, Don't you know this girl's temper? It's exactly like yours when you were young. Hong Sanyang shot Uncle Chin a glare, her brows furrowing. Then, Uncle Chin's expression suddenly changed, his demeanor regaining the authority and depth he had during the day. He pointed at the burly man and the limping old man, introducing them to Shia Chen, Wang Laojiu, Moe. Shia Chen nodded seriously, understanding that Uncle Chin bringing these two here meant they were definitely close friends. The burly man named Wang Laojiu remained silent, his eyes wide as he scrutinized Shia Chen, seemingly trying to memorize his appearance. Meanwhile, Moe took out his pipe, grinning as he looked Shia Chen up and down, saying, Kid, you look like someone of substance. No wonder you caught his eye. Upon hearing this, Uncle Chin burst into hearty laughter, then fixed his piercing gaze on Shia Chen, saying, Good kid, do you remember our agreement? Since you've managed to reach level 100 in a month, it's time for me to fulfill my promise. Heisu City is my route, and now it's your backing. The various factions in Shangjing City should be reclaimed one by one. Shia Chen recalled Uncle Chin's words. He wanted to support Shia Chen in becoming the new underground king of Shangjing City. But Shangjing City was not like Heisu City. It was a military city that could not tolerate reckless slaughter and chaos. Uncle Chin seemed to see the confusion in Shia Chen's eyes and spoke clearly. Shangjing City is not Heisu City. There are more rules and powers there. But there are rules for both the white and the black. 20 years ago, when factions clashed, there was only one way to resolve it: gambling on treasures. Each faction would choose a practitioner they favored as their bet, and each chosen practitioner would fight in an underground boxing ring. Whoever survived would win. But now, there's no need for those low-level fights. This year, Shangjing City has a new natural betting event. That is the Revealing the List conference, hosted by the military themselves. At that time, there will be a huge betting pool for this conference, and all underground factions in Shangjing City will participate. Uncle Chin spoke with the sharpness of an eagle. This betting conference will be unprecedented in scale. You don't need to worry about the outside methods. I'll handle everything else. You just need to remember, for every match you win, we can reclaim one faction's resources. If you can win until the end of the Revealing the List conference, we can reclaim at least half of the underground factions in Shangjing City. Shia Chen was stunned. The Revealing the List conference. This term was not new to him. He had first heard it from Nie Xiaoyu through the communicator, but he never expected that the military's conference would involve so many interests. Even many underground factions in Shangjing City were betting on this event. Uncle Chin's words were clear. The Revealing the List conference was an unprecedented betting event that all underground factions had to participate in, and Uncle Chin's bet was placed on Shia Chen. At that moment, Zhou Yue suddenly whispered to Hong Sanyang, But Sanyang, how can we ensure that those underground factions will participate in this betting? Hong Sanyang revealed a meaningful smile and said, The betting conference is an opportunity for a turnaround. No underground force would willingly let go of this chance to rise to the top in one step. Even if some people want to keep a low profile, we will find a way to make them bet everything and participate. This is our method. Shia Chen felt a chill in his heart. What a good method. Even if you don't want to participate or bet on this treasure, Uncle Chin and Sanyang will use various means to force you to stake everything you have on this gamble. This is Uncle Chin's plan. At that moment, Uncle Chin suddenly gestured to Moe behind him. Moe immediately took out a long, slender box and handed it to Shia Chen, saying, This is the first gift from Uncle Chin. We in the underground business may not have much, but we definitely have plenty of weapons and equipment, so we can't let people think we're stingy. Shia Chen took the slender box with both hands and opened it. Inside lay a long spear, entirely black and silver. The spear body was as dark as night, adorned with shimmering patterns of killing intent, and the spear tip was made from star-breaking stone, black and translucent with specks of radiant gold. Shia Chen reached out to take it, and the attributes of the spear immediately appeared before his eyes. Lustrous star rank, brilliant artifact level requirement, level 105 description. Shen stone and radiant gold are not meant to be connected, yet by the wonders of heaven and earth, they were born in the same place. An unknown craftsman accidentally discovered this material and forged it into a spear, exuding a murderous aura, as fierce as a lustrous star. Attack power, plus 7,900 attributes, strength plus 550, agility plus 700, Spirit plus 450, additional effect, Star Intent, critical hit rate increased to 35%. Additional effect, Star Piercer, when hitting a weak point, gain extra physical penetration, causing higher true damage. What a brilliant artifact spear! Shia Chen couldn't help but feel overjoyed. The 50-level golden artifact, the King's Sword of the King of Gifts, which he had been using, was already battered and bruised after a month of intense battles, and its attributes had long fallen behind Shia Chen's current level. A brilliant artifact spear with a level requirement of 105. Just the rank of this weapon alone would be worth tens of millions at an auction in the capital city. Not to mention, this lustrous star is a top-tier item even among brilliant artifacts. The additional attributes and effects are all focused on output. It could be said to be extremely powerful. Thank you, Uncle Qin. Shia Chen's joy was evident on his face as he respectfully thanked Uncle Qin, who then fixed his sharp gaze on Shia Chen's equipment and said, "Your equipment is passable with the bracers and chest armor. The rest is simply not up to par. When we return to the capital city, let MOE find you a new set to change into. We can't afford to be at a disadvantage in the ranking conference." Shia Chen was taken aback. Uncle Qin's insight was incredibly sharp. The equipment he was currently wearing, aside from the bracers and chest armor, which were new gear obtained while leveling up with Scarface, was either old gear from level 50 or some patched-together silver and bronze items. Everything was aimed at immediate combat power during the leveling phase, and Shia Chen had planned to reconsider his equipment after returning to the capital city. MOE also scrutinized Shia Chen's gear and said, "There are a few good items left in the warehouse in the West District, kid. When the time comes, come with me to pick some out." Shia Chen thanked him first. "Thank you, MOE." After sending that Star Slayer to Shia Chen, Uncle Qin and the group led by Scar hurriedly left the Nightingale Tavern without resting for even a moment. The hearts of the people in Blackwater City had stabilized. Uncle Qin's arrival had completely announced the change of ownership of the entire Blackwater City. However, the next steps would be even more complicated. Various factions and merchants needed to be reallocated and planned anew, and the hostile forces left in Blackwater City had to be completely eradicated. Furthermore, Uncle Qin's strong entry into the city directly eliminated all the shops that external forces had established in Blackwater City, an act that undoubtedly declared war on those outside forces. For quite a long time to come, Blackwater City would likely not be very peaceful. Naturally, Uncle Qin would personally oversee everything in Blackwater City. The ones who first took Shia Chen and Jiuyu back to the capital city were Scar and Lord Mo. Compared to the secrecy and caution in Blackwater City, the journey back was incredibly smooth, even avoiding the need to dodge anyone's watchful eyes. The convoy grandly escorted Shia Chen and the others back to the capital city. As the convoy drove through the city gates, it headed straight to the old district where the Red Moon Hair Salon was located. Shia Chen was shocked to find that the surrounding old district had completely changed its appearance. It was as if it had been cut off from the other neighborhoods, becoming a sealed-off area. The guards outside were all Uncle Qin's and Hong San Yang's people. It seemed that during this month, Uncle Qin and San Yang had not been idle, reclaiming many of their forces, including this old district. San Yang's exact words were, "The old district and the nearby streets have been completely cleared. Even the military doesn't dare to enter easily. After you return, just stay there peacefully." Having returned to the true human city-state of the capital, looking at the familiar and bright scenery around him, Shia Chen suddenly felt that his month in Blackwater City was like a somewhat unreal dream. After a brief farewell with Jiuyu, Shia Chen decided to return to his shabby rental apartment first. Nie Xiaoyu was still waiting for him there, or rather, waiting for him to summon the little obsidian dragon from the space. Although during his month in Blackwater City, Shia Chen had been sending some growth data of the little dragon to her via communicator, seeing it in person was different. Moreover, Nie Xiaoyu found it hard to believe because, according to the data Shia Chen sent back, the growth rate of the dragon was astonishingly fast. In just a month, the little dragon's growth alongside Shia Chen had nearly surpassed a year at the research base. How could that be possible? Therefore, Nie Xiaoyu insisted on meeting him on the very first day he returned to the capital. After leaving the old district, Shia Chen followed the narrow alleys back to the shabby rental apartment where he had lived for 3 years. Despite the dilapidated building that hardly had any residents, it was still far better than most buildings in Blackwater City. In comparison, that place was practically a paradise of illegal constructions and dangerous buildings. Shia Chen made his way up the stairs to his door, gently knocking. Not even a second had passed when Nie Xiaoyu quickly rushed over to open the door, still in that familiar research outfit, her slightly disheveled hair held up with a pen, and her delicate face bore an expression of excitement and impatience as she stared at Shia Chen, then pulled him into the room and closed the door. "Hurry, hurry!" Nie Xiaoyu's gaze eagerly searched Shia Chen, saying, quickly release the little dragon for me to see. Shia Chen's gaze swept around the room, and for a moment, he was stunned. He found that the shabby rental house he had lived in for 3 years had become somewhat unrecognizable. The once bare living room, with only a broken sofa, was now furnished with many exquisite pieces, and even the walls, which had long been covered in cracks, had been freshly painted. The rickety support beams had even been reinforced with steel plates. Air conditioning, a large refrigerator, and electric stove. Wait a minute. Shia Chen instinctively wanted to push the door open to see if he had walked into the wrong place, but he was stopped by Xiaoyu, who explained, "Oh, you mean the furniture? This is all from some unused research funds, so I just had them come here to improve the living conditions." Shia Chen was immediately at a loss for words. Just the branded furniture alone was probably enough to buy this rental house. "Sister, if you have this kind of spare money, can't you rent me a better place elsewhere?" Xiaoyu was momentarily taken aback, then scratched her head and said, "That seems to be true, but I quite like it here. It's peaceful. Of course, there aren't many people living around here, so it's naturally quiet." Shia Chen couldn't help but retort, while also feeling a bit amazed at just how ample this sister's research funds were. "Enough chit-chat, quickly let the little dragon out so I can see it." Xiaoyu's gaze became fervent again, and Shia Chen stopped being verbose. With a thought, a familiar teleportation array suddenly appeared in the shabby rental house. Then, a figure with dark scales excitedly and nimbly emerged. It was the obsidian dragon cub. However, its size had increased 3 to 4 times compared to a month ago. Especially in this cramped rental house, it looked even more astonishingly large. The dragon cub curiously sniffed around, seemingly aware it had returned to its old place, lazily spread its wings, and stretched, but the tips of its wings had already touched the walls of the living room. Holy crap! Seeing this scene, Xiaoyu's eyes widened, and she couldn't help but curse. Her face filled with disbelief, and her eyes immediately revealed a fiery research desire. She hurriedly took out her measuring instruments to roughly measure the dragon cub's current size. Wingspan is 3.5 meters. No, when fully extended, it should be 4 meters or even longer. Body length is about 3.5 meters, from head to tail. While measuring, Xiaoyu chattered on, and Shia Chen knew she had once again entered her oblivious research frenzy. So he retreated to a corner and set down some of his luggage. Then, he saw Xiaoyu even pressing her eyes against the dragon cub to observe its dark scales, meticulously taking notes. After about an hour, Xiaoyu finally finished measuring the dragon cub to her satisfaction. Looking at the data on her recording sheet, she concluded that this dragon cub had achieved a terrifying growth rate in just 1 month. This growth speed had almost surpassed all the records of their research base. Under normal natural conditions, such growth was impossible unless its host had significantly advanced in strength during that month. "Shia Chen, what on earth have you been doing this past month?" Xiaoyu couldn't help but cast a research-driven gaze at Shia Chen and asked, "What level are you now?" While tidying up his things, Shia Chen casually replied, "Level 107. What?" In an instant, Xiaoyu couldn't help but curse again, her gaze sweeping over the majority of the new equipment that Shia Chen had already changed into. Then, in disbelief, she asked, "Are you kidding? In just a month, you're already about to undergo your second class change?" Shia Chen replied calmly, "Something like that. The second class change ceremony hasn't been held yet." Unexpectedly, as he turned his head, he collided with Xiaoyu's gaze, which was filled with intense curiosity. Xiaoyu stepped forward, carefully observing the changes in Shia Chen. As the chief researcher of the Military Research Institute, her insight was exceptionally sharp, and she quickly sensed the changes in Shia Chen. The new equipment he wore was definitely not ordinary low-level gear. His current strength far surpassed that of the child who had just awakened his profession a month ago. Moreover, it wasn't just his strength. Xiaoyu seemed to notice that Shia Chen's entire demeanor had changed, appearing more mature, like a soldier who had been through battle. Unable to help herself, Xiaoyu furrowed her brows and blurted out, "It seems you've been through quite a lot this past month." "But that's just right. I've managed to get your qualification for the ranking conference back. Those who dared to disregard the military's rules in the class change hall have all been dismissed. You must remember, this ranking conference is extremely important. The higher your final ranking, the better." The ranking conference. Indeed, it was the ranking conference. Given the level of importance that Xiaoyu, a senior military researcher, placed on this matter, it was clear that this ranking conference was anything but ordinary. Shia Chen tentatively asked, "What exactly is the military's purpose in holding this ranking conference? Is there some special equipment reward?" Xiaoyu shot him a glance and said, "This ranking conference is only for this year's newly awakened individuals, essentially ranking the potential among all the newcomers. As for the rewards you're thinking about, I can only tell you that compared to the returns from this ranking conference, equipment rewards are nothing. Alright, I can't reveal too much to you, but I can tell you that this ranking conference is closely related to a confidential plan of the military. Whether you can catch this train to success depends on your final ranking." While eagerly looking at the growth data of the black obsidian dragon cub she had just obtained, Nie Xiaoyu meaningfully looked at Shia Chen and said, "However, I personally hope you can achieve a good ranking. After all, you are bound to this black obsidian dragon. The faster you grow, the faster the dragon cub grows. But I can't help you much. Don't even think about any backdoor deals." Shia Chen scratched his head, realizing that he still owed Nie Xiaoyu a favor. Those people in the class change hall had deliberately erased his qualification to directly participate in the ranking conference, and it was Nie Xiaoyu who had fought to get it back for him. "Thank you for the qualification." Shia Chen immediately expressed his gratitude to Nie Xiaoyu. "That's unnecessary." Nie Xiaoyu replied without looking up, "That qualification was originally yours. Those guys in the class change hall actually thought they could line their pockets by reselling it. Now they can just wait to reflect in jail. Moreover, that qualification only allows you to advance directly to the group stage." Nie Xiaoyu glanced at Shia Chen and said, "With your current strength, even participating in the preliminary selection would allow you to easily stand out and qualify for the group stage. After all, at level 107 with a second class change, there shouldn't be many in the entire city of Shangjing, right?" Shia Chen's gaze flickered, and he immediately asked, "The preliminary selection. What does the group stage mean?" Nie Xiaoyu shot him a disbelieving glance and said, "You can't possibly not know the rules of this ranking competition, right? Where have you been for the past month? Is it like you've been cut off from the world?" Shia Chen scratched his head awkwardly. In fact, as soon as he returned to the capital city, he noticed that the streets were almost covered with promotions for this ranking competition, and discussions about it were fervent. This ranking competition had clearly become a hot event for everyone to participate in. However, having just returned from Blackwater City, Shia Chen didn't have time to study the rules of the competition in detail. Nie Xiaoyu's delicate hands quickly tapped on the keyboard, and soon a large set of rules for the ranking competition appeared on the screen. "Here, take a look for yourself." The rules were clearly written. All newly awakened professionals were eligible to participate in the preliminary selection of this ranking competition. Those who passed the preliminary selection would then enter randomly assigned group matches. The group matches would use a point system, where each professional would compete against other opponents in their group, with the winner earning a point and the loser losing a point. Ultimately, the professional with the highest score would stand out from their group and enter the actual ranking competition. That is, the knockout stage. All professionals who emerged from the group matches would face an extremely brutal one-on-one elimination system until a winner and rankings were determined. This ranking competition had a total of 2 formats. In addition to the one-on-one individual matches, there was also a 5-on-5 team match. The advancement method was still the same as the individual matches: preliminary selection, group matches, and finals. Nie Xiaoyu continued to explain, "The individual matches and team matches do not conflict. Each contestant can register for both events simultaneously. However, this team match is essentially set up for those top guilds, and the final champion will most likely be determined among the 4 major guilds." "I see." Shia Chen nodded lightly. Whether it was the individual matches or the team matches, the start date was just 5 days away. In these 5 days, the most crucial thing for Shia Chen was to promptly receive and complete the job transfer task to achieve a true second transfer. The second transfer was a threshold. Completing the transfer ceremony would lead to a qualitative change in his overall strength. Besides that, Shia Chen also had to fulfill a promise. A month ago, right outside the door of his shabby rental apartment, a girl named Qin Yanran had invited him to join her guild. Now that the month had passed, it was time for Shia Chen to honor his commitment. He wondered how that stubborn and tenacious girl's newly established guild was doing, but regardless, Shia Chen would join her guild as promised. The individual matches were for himself and Uncle Qin and the others. As for the team matches, Shia Chen would also give his all for the promise he made. And one more thing. Nie Xiaoyu suddenly looked at Shia Chen with a hint of playful amusement and said, "While you were away from the rental apartment, a girl came looking for you 7 times. She loitered downstairs and peeked 15 times. From the looks of it, she's quite a beauty. You better not let her down." Shia Chen was taken aback, knowing that only Qin Yanran was aware of his stay in this shabby rental apartment. It had actually been a month and 7 days since their initial agreement, and in the end, it was he who had broken the promise. Moreover, ever since the jade mine near Blackwater City collapsed, the communication signals within the entire Blackwater City have been jammed. Only the military-grade communicator that Nie Xiaoyu gave to Shia Chen can occasionally receive signals, while the communicator Qin Yanran gave to herself cannot send or receive any messages. Oh no! Shia Chen couldn't help but stand up suddenly, a wave of guilt washing over him. Having stood up the beautiful boss for so long, he wouldn't be fired, would he? That's 50,000 dragon coins a month. Right, there's something interesting. This is the odds chart voted on by the people of Shangjing City. It roughly reflects the strength of the participants this time. Nie Xiaoyu gently tapped the keyboard, and the screen displayed a participant odds chart. Biting her nails, she exclaimed, "Wow, it's been a long time since Shangjing City has been this lively." Odds chart? Shia Chen leaned over to take a look. It was a large, real-time fluctuating web page created by someone, with the top 10 participants' odds prominently marked in red, the largest font, Zheng Fanyang, profession, Sunflowerwalker, S-rank, guild, Blaze, Gusang's Woma, profession, Cold Domain Hunter, S-rank, guild, Nun, Huaqinlong, profession, Beast Spirit Ancestor Shaman, S-rank, guild, Nun, Lin Shueming, profession, Frostblade Swordsman, S-rank, guild, dominance, Xing Qingshan, profession, warrior, B-rank, guild, Nun, Tang, Jianchuan, profession, Thunder Prison Mage, S-rank, guild, Blaze, Wang Biao, profession, Coiling Dragon Monk, S-rank, guild, Black Hawk, Sime, profession, Bone Priest, S-rank, guild, Flowing Cloud Pavilion, Wang Chuxian, profession, Holy Shield Knight, A-rank, guild, Nun, Liaoyuan, profession, Soul Lock Envoy, A-rank, guild, Nun. What? Not knowing was one thing, but seeing it left Shia Chen in shock. He never expected that more than half of the top 10 names on the odds chart were unfamiliar to him. S-rank professional Wang Biao was only ranked 7th, and Qin Yanran, for some reason, didn't even make it into the top 10. Only Lin Shueming was in 4th place. 3 local S-rank professionals from Shangjing City couldn't even make it into the top 3. The top 3 names, Zheng Fanyang, Gusang's Woma, and Huaqinlong, were ones Shia Chen had never even heard of, especially the first place, Zheng Fanyang, whose odds were shockingly low. This meant that in the eyes of the people of Shangjing City, he had the highest chance of winning, almost a sure thing. Who is this Zheng Fanyang? Shia Chen couldn't help but ask. Nie Xiaoyu lightly tapped her temple with the pencil in her hand and said, "He was originally a professional from an affiliated county of Shangjing City, discovered by the Blaze Guild, and recently made quite a stir. On his first day in Shangjing City, he issued challenges to the top 3 on the odds chart, Lin Shueming, Wang Biao, and others. Then he fought 3 matches in the arena, winning all 3. Since then, Zheng Fanyang's odds have remained at the top." Shia Chen couldn't help but narrow his eyes. Had Lin Shueming and Wang Biao both lost to this Zheng Fanyang? Although Shia Chen had beaten both of them countless times during his 3 years in high school and had never lost, he understood their personalities better. As key training seeds of the guild, they would never let up in matters concerning honor and reputation. This could only mean that Zheng Fanyang was a genuine dark horse. Sunshine Walker. Shia Chen softly murmured the name of this profession, realizing that he needed to gather some information to study what kind of faction this was. Zheng Fanyang was destined to be a formidable opponent for Shia Chen at the leaderboard conference. Shia Chen's gaze followed the names down the leaderboard: Xing Qingshan, Sime, Liaoyuan. Among them, one name caught Shia Chen's attention: Xing Qingshan. It was simply because behind his name was clearly marked that this person was a B-rank warrior. In the top 10 of the leaderboard, almost all were S-rank professions, making his presence particularly striking. However, his ranking was not low at all. He was even in 5th place, ahead of Wang Biao. Xing Qingshan. Shia Chen exclaimed in surprise, "You mean Xing Qingshan?" Unexpectedly, Nie Xiaoyu beside him suddenly took over the conversation, her expression calm yet carrying a hint of confidence as she said, "Xing Qingshan is a contestant sent by our military. This person is very strong. Don't be fooled by his B-rank profession. His combat skills have been personally recognized by the Commander-in-Chief as a once-in-a-century genius." Shia Chen silently noted this name. Throughout the history of Long Country, there have indeed been low-rank professionals who established dazzling achievements. In the military, there are always some talents whose strength is terrifying. That's about it. Nie Xiaoyu's eyes curved into crescent moons as she looked at Shia Chen and said, "Once the group matches start, I believe it won't be long before your name appears on this odds list. I'm quite curious about how far you can go in this leaderboard conference." Shia Chen squinted. To be honest, when he saw the names on the list, a long-lost strong desire to win surged within him. It was a competitive spirit that had gradually been buried by reality after graduating from first high school. But now, as this list reappeared before Shia Chen, the feeling of being the once dominant prodigy who suppressed first high school for 3 years surged back into his heart. A person who is used to winning cannot accept any failure. Next is the odds list for the team matches. Nie Xiaoyu lightly tapped her fingers, and another list appeared on the screen. First place, Finghua; second place, Bei; third place, Heiying; fourth place, Ludyang. The 4 major guilds firmly occupied the top 4 spots, with the Finghua guild holding the lead with a significant odds advantage. This list isn't surprising at all. Nie Xiaoyu pointed to the Finghua guild on the leaderboard and said, "In the top 10 of the individual list, 2 are from the Finghua Guild, Xing Fanyang and Tang Jianchuan, so the championship of this team match will likely be taken by the Finghua Guild. Nie Xiaoyu turned to Shia Chen curiously and asked, "By the way, are you part of a guild?" Shia Chen nodded. Nie Xiaoyu immediately became interested and curiously pressed on, "Oh? Which one? Is it one of the 4 major guilds? With you, this list might have some changes." Shia Chen then lowered his head and quietly opened his long-closed communicator. To be honest, he still didn't know what Qin Yanran's guild was called. Sure enough, as soon as he opened the communicator, dozens of messages popped up, and some voice messages began to play automatically. Qin Yanran's familiar voice immediately rang out, "Shia Chen, are you busy lately? Have you gone to level up in a distant dungeon? Please reply if you receive this." "Shia Chen, where have you gone? The 1-month deadline is about to pass." "Shia Chen, when can you come back?" "Woo woo, Shia Chen, something hasn't happened to you, has it? Please reply to me." Shia Chen. "Shia Chen, there's going to be a ranking conference in Beijing. Will you come and participate with me? You haven't forgotten our promise, have you?" One voice message after another echoed in the rental apartment, revealing Qin Yanran's varying emotions, anxiety, concern, and a hint of resentment. As the messages progressed, her mood seemed to grow increasingly despondent. Nie Xiaoyu, who was listening nearby, cast a meaningful and ambiguous glance at Shia Chen. "Tisk tsk. You scumbag." Shia Chen. Late at night, in Beijing, within the Qin Group's holographic combat simulation arena, with a sudden halt of mechanical sounds, a large red failure gradually appeared in the simulation arena. Qin Yanran removed the data reading device she was carrying, biting her lip, and said to her teammates, who were also equipped with data reading devices, "Deputy Tank, you go down first and switch to a double healer setup. We'll try again." Qin Yanran's expression was somewhat disappointed, but she quickly adjusted her mood and commanded her teammates in the simulation arena, "This time it was my command error. I miscalculated the opponent's damage output. We can definitely do it again." Her words were firm, yet the entire new simulation arena was silent. Only the deputy tank, with a relieved expression, was removing his reading device, while the others wore looks of disappointment and fatigue. Standing next to Qin Yanran, a girl dressed in a robe, a mage class, furrowed her brows, both pained and worried as she looked at Qin Yanran. Finally, unable to hold back, she ripped off her reading device and threw it on the ground, saying, "Yanran, don't bother anymore. Don't you understand? You've commanded well enough, everyone has done their best. But the problem lies in the lineup. Our front line simply can't withstand the opponent's output. Our output advantage can't be utilized at all." The girl speaking was Qin Yanran's best friend, named Ning, the only other S-Class sound domain mage in the entire guild besides Qin Yanran. The double S-Class output they formed was supposed to be their greatest advantage. However, due to the guild's inability to find a front line that could withstand the opponent's firepower, the entire team became a glass cannon, powerful but shattering at the slightest touch. Qin Yanran's eyes were somewhat vacant as she stubbornly said, "Let's try again. This time we'll use a double healer setup with one front line and see if we can hold up." And Ning shook her head again, looking at the already exhausted main tank in the team. "Forget it, Yanran. Whether it's a double front line with one healer or a single front line with double healers, we've tried countless times. The B-Class Shield Warrior is already the best front line we can find in our guild." And Ning took off her data reading device, pouting as she walked over, gently rubbing Qin Yanran's delicate cheek, both pained and somewhat indignant as she said, "I think we shouldn't waste time on team matches anymore. Both of our levels have been stuck at level 98. How long has it been since we reached level 99? There are only 5 days left until the ranking conference. If we keep delaying like this, we won't even complete our second class transfer. By then, we won't even have a chance in the individual matches." Qin Yanran sighed softly, knowing that Ning was right. Whether it was herself or Ning, neither of them had any issues with tactics or operations. The lack of a reliable front line was their fatal flaw in the lineup, and it was something that couldn't be resolved at all. A newly established guild inevitably faces a shortage of available talent. Even with the financial backing of the Qin Group and the appeal of Qin Yanran, an S-rank professional, they simply couldn't compete with the established guilds of the 4 major associations. Any professional above A rank would not choose to join their newly formed guild for the sake of their own future. All the talent they could find were those left behind by others. Even though Qin Yanran managed to bring her S-rank professional friend Ning from White Tiger City, without a front line, they couldn't even form a lineup capable of securing a spot in the elimination rounds. Moreover, the difficulties faced by the Qin family meant that there were still many business matters for Qin Yanran to learn and resolve, leaving her overwhelmed and even somewhat neurotic. Seeing her friend in such a haggard state, Ning felt a mix of concern and anger. She walked up and pulled Qin Yanran out of the simulated combat arena, scolding her. Qin Yanran, you didn't sleep at all last night, did you? You need to go rest. While others are conserving their energy, you're here exhausting yourself. And Ning said, both anxious and helpless, you go rest first, and I'll take everyone to practice a bit more, okay? The other teammates nearby echoed her worries. Yeah, President, you should go rest. Aren't you supposed to lead everyone into the dungeon tomorrow? Hurry back, President. Qin Yanran suddenly slapped her forehead. The recent fatigue had made her a bit dazed. She almost forgot that she was supposed to lead everyone into the dungeon tomorrow. All right. Qin Yanran finally bit her lip and nodded. Pushing into a dungeon was a dangerous task, and she needed to be in the right state of mind. Let's go, let's go. And Ning coaxed and persuaded until she managed to get Qin Yanran into the Qin group's car and sent her home. Back in the new simulated combat arena, and Ning looked around at her teammates with a sense of helplessness. 2 B-rank shield warriors, 1 B-rank aura master support, 1 B-rank assassin, and 1 A-rank priest healer. This was the most reliable combat power they could muster in their guild. Team competitions required 5 participants, and no matter how they arranged or combined their members, they couldn't form a truly capable lineup. Sigh. And Ning couldn't help but let out a sigh. She knew in her heart that this wasn't a tactical issue, it was simply a matter of insufficient strength. Without a solid front line, even with her and Qin Yanran's S-rank output professions, they wouldn't have any opportunity to deal damage. Alright, it's getting late. Everyone should head back and rest early. And Ning waved her hand and let everyone leave work directly. Looking at the relieved expressions on her exhausted teammates' faces, she shook her head helplessly. It was tough for them, after all. They had to deal with such a demanding president as Qin Yanran. One by one, the guild members were packing up and leaving. The area designated for the guild base in the Qin group building, specifically allocated for Qin Yanran, gradually dimmed. Lights turned off one after another. Just as Ning was about to tidy up her things and leave, she suddenly heard a polite knock on the door. She looked up and saw a figure standing at the entrance of the guild base, gazing up at the newly installed neon sign above, a large sword suspended high. The person was Shia Chen. After searching through the recent news section, Shia Chen learned the name and address of the guild established by Qin Yanran. The main reason was that he felt too embarrassed to directly ask Qin Yanran through the communicator. He felt guilty. The guild created by Qin Yanran was not named after the Qin group but was called Suspended Sword, a judgment sword hanging high above the heads of the people. Shia Chen followed the address to the guild base, looking up at the huge neon sign overhead, the suspended sword exuding a chilling murderous intent. He wondered who designed this sign? It was already late at night, but seeing that there were still people inside the guild base, Shia Chen gently knocked on the door. A girl in a pale yellow dress came out, looked at Shia Chen, then at the already late sky, and asked with some confusion, "Who are you?" The girl was Ning, and at that moment, she felt both puzzled and a bit impatient. Who was this person knocking on the door in the middle of the night? She had finally managed to get off work. "Hello," Shia Chen immediately greeted politely, saying, "I'm here to report. I'm also part of our Suspended Sword Guild. Previously, classmate Qin Yanran, invited me." Shia Chen hesitated for a moment and added, "Previously, after all, he was the one who broke the promise first. What if she didn't want him now?" He tried to put on a harmless smile, but Ning instantly became alert, frowning as she scrutinized Shia Chen and said, "Huh? Who comes to report in the middle of the night? And you were invited by Yanran. I think you're just a creepy pursuer of hers." Shia Chen was taken aback, quickly pointing to the lights still on inside to explain, "I saw there were still people inside, so I came to ask. I really was invited by Qin Yanran." Before he could finish, Ning frowned at him, looking more suspicious by the moment, narrowing her eyes and interrogating him. "You say you were invited by Yanran to join the guild, then tell me, what is our guild's training? What is our purpose? What was the original intention of its establishment?" And Ning's rapid-fire questions left Shia Chen dumbfounded. He stared wide-eyed, quickly thinking in his mind, and tentatively answered, "The sharp sword hangs high, judging all the evils of the world?" "Wrong." And Ning immediately pouted in response, then paused, her mind finally catching up. "But that sounds pretty good. Where did you copy it from?" "Shia Chen, I just made it up." Ning. The two fell silent, each eyeing the other with a hint of mutual disdain. Shia Chen turned and left, deciding to come back tomorrow during the day. At least he could find someone with a normal brain, right? However, at that moment, a figure suddenly rushed out from the guild base, a liaison officer with a communicator clipped to his ear. Every guild has personnel specifically responsible for coordinating and communicating actions within the base. The liaison officer, upon seeing Ning at the entrance, let out a long sigh of relief and said, "Great, Sister Ning, you haven't left yet. Ji Chen's team has run into trouble. it seems there are mutated monsters in the dungeon. The team just sent a distress signal. It seems Ji Chen and the others are trapped inside the dungeon and can't get out. What? And Ning's expression changed instantly, and she hurriedly asked, when did they go in? Aren't Ji Chen and the others supposed to be out of the city on a mission today? The liaison officer explained anxiously. A new dungeon suddenly appeared in Heisu City this morning, right in the northern district. Ji Chen took the team in privately, hoping to earn some exploration rewards, but as a result, and Ning was both angry and anxious, saying that Ji Chen, always acting on his own. The liaison officer, worried, asked, Sister and Ning, what should we do now? Should we inform the president? And Ning felt a rush of urgency. At this time, Xin Yanran was probably just getting home and hadn't had a moment to rest. No, don't tell Yanran, let her rest for a while. I'll take people over. You quickly help me notify the nearby teams in the northern district to gather by that newly appeared dungeon. At this moment, Shia Chen, who had been overlooked standing nearby, suddenly said in a deep voice, newly appeared dungeons are often unstable, and the threat level is hard to determine. Given the current situation, we should promptly inform the military to arrange for a rescue. And Ning glanced impatiently at Shia Chen and said, there's no time. Since mutated monsters have appeared in the dungeon, by the time the military evacuates the surrounding residents and goes down to rescue, it will be too late. After saying that, and Ning casually mocked, didn't you say you were invited by Yanran to join the guild? Then why don't you come with me to rescue them? To her surprise, Shia Chen nodded seriously and said, okay. This time, it was Ning's turn to be stunned. She didn't expect this person to actually agree. Going down to the dungeon to rescue people was an extremely dangerous task, especially without knowing the true situation inside. Could it be that he really was invited by Yanran to join the guild? And Ning still found it hard to believe and frowned, saying, then let's go quickly. Shia Chen had a habit of carrying all his equipment with him at all times, even in Heisu City. Any consumed potions and supplies, no matter how minuscule, were immediately replenished whenever he had the chance, always maintaining the perfect state. So when he nodded to go with Ning to rescue, he was already prepared for any unexpected situations. Although newly appeared dungeons weren't necessarily of high danger levels, they were often the most unpredictable and difficult to gauge. That's why the officials of Heisu City offered a large bounty specifically for those who were the first to enter the dungeon for exploration. However, earning this bounty was not easy, as there were too many unstable factors in the newly appeared dungeons, causing casualties not only from the monsters inside but also from some unheard of traps, teleportation arrays, and even more inscrutable rules, leading to even more terrifying losses. The casualty rate for the first batch of professionals entering the dungeon was often the highest. As the two hurried towards the northern district, Shia Chen asked Ning, what is the exact location of the dungeon? And Ning was listening intently to the communicator at her ear with one hand while reporting a coordinate to Shia Chen. The entrance to the instance is in North District Guanyin Building E-Zone, the underground parking lot. The underground parking lot? Shia Chen's expression suddenly turned serious, and his steps faltered as he said, could it be a spatial instance? Most instances that appear in the world are divided into two types. One is the real regional type, formed from the corruption of actual areas, such as the northern wastelands around Beijing City, the Gale Cemetery, and so on. The second type is the spatial instance that suddenly appears in a certain area. This type of instance often has only one unstable entrance, like a teleportation array, where explorers entering will be directly transported to another space. Spatial instances are also the most troublesome. Due to their instability, many instances cannot accurately predict their opening and closing times. If an instance closes prematurely, any explorers who haven't managed to exit will be trapped in the instance space forever. However, so far, the fastest recorded closure of a spatial instance has been after 3 to 4 days. Since the spatial instance in the underground parking lot appeared only this morning, it is highly unlikely to close too quickly. After the two followed the directions to the underground parking lot of Guanyin Building E-Zone in the North District, the scene before them indeed confirmed Shia Chen's guess. It was a writhing spatial rift, about the size of a soccer goal, illuminating the entire dim underground garage with its flickering, eerie light. From the size of the rift, the internal space scale of this spatial instance should be medium to small, and judging by the degree of distortion of the rift, its current state should still be relatively stable. Shia Chen made his judgment in an instant, and Ning was taken aback upon hearing this. He seemed to be much more professional than she had imagined. She knew some knowledge about estimating the internal conditions of spatial instances through the size of the rift, but she could never confidently make such a judgment. Is this guy trying to bluff? And Ning looked at Shia Chen with a mix of doubt and belief, only to see him equipping a shield with his left hand, checking the potions and items in his backpack's portable section. She was still in contact with the guild members through the communicator. To be honest, she didn't trust this person who had suddenly appeared in the middle of the night and didn't have high hopes, but now it seemed like he was quite capable. After checking all his gear and items, Shia Chen, with a serious expression, said to Ning, "From the degree of pollution of the rift, we can only roughly assess the danger level of this spatial instance. So I suggest that before we go in, it's best to inform the military about our rescue mission, and also let your guild leader know." His tone was so assertive that it made Ning hesitate, stammering, Is that so?" Shia Chen's unwavering gaze prompted Ning to open the communicator channel and speak to the liaison at the guild base. "We have reached the entrance of the instance and are preparing to go in for the rescue. Please notify the military and also inform Qin Yanran." After doing all this, Shia Chen showed no hesitation, directly raising his tiger-striped shield and stepping into the rift of the instance. "Hey, wait for me." And Ning was suddenly anxious. This person, whose name she didn't even know, just walked in like that. No matter whether he was actually invited by Yanran to join the guild or not, if something happened to him, it would still be his own responsibility. And Ning hurriedly followed him in. The moment he stepped into the spatial rift, an extremely blinding light appeared before him, causing Shia Chen to instinctively cover his eyes with his hands, and he had to directly activate his eye of illusion to resist the strong light. It turned out that this instance was indeed another space. In stark contrast to the dark underground parking lot, this place was actually a scene of broad daylight. Surrounding him were ancient primitive ruins, with broken walls and remnants everywhere, their edges smoothed by wind and sand. The damp wind that hit his face carried a salty taste, as if he were near the sea. He couldn't even determine what this place had once been. Not far away, several corpses of monsters lay stiffly on the ground. They had slender limbs like humans, but their faces resembled a terrifying deep-sea fish, with a menacing appearance and gills all over their necks. "Fishmen?" Shia Chen frowned, and at that moment, a clumsy figure suddenly appeared behind him, crashing directly into his back. It was Ning, who had chased after him. Hiss! The sudden bright light also made Ning instinctively cover her eyes, and after a moment, she adapted to the light before her, the sight before her surprising her as she murmured, "What on earth is this place? Why is there even a sea? Could it be the western sea border?" Shia Chen replied seriously, "In a spatial instance, due to the influence of irregular positions, it's impossible to determine direction using the rules and common sense of reality. So we can't tell where this is at all." And Ning was slightly surprised but still stubbornly said, "I know that without you telling me." However, her gaze fell on the corpses of the fishmen monsters around them, and she began to anxiously look around, then forcefully tapped her communicator by her ear, but there was no signal at all. The ripples of the instance rift are periodic, so sometimes after entering the instance, you can't receive signals from the communicator. Shia Chen's voice came again, and Ning felt a surge of frustration. Clearly, she had seen these things in textbooks, yet she couldn't think of it herself. "So what do we do now? Without a communicator signal, how do we find them?" And Ning asked defiantly, but she saw Shia Chen suddenly looking at her with a somewhat doubtful expression. Then he said word by word, "Of course, we look for footprints." And Ning was taken aback, her face turning red with embarrassment. Why did being around this person always make her feel like a fool? But Shia Chen had already stepped forward, clearing away some scattered rubble, and on the thick layer of sand-covered ground, there were indeed some chaotic footprints, probably belonging to 4 or 5 people, leading deeper into the ruins along a small path. "Let's go!" Shia Chen immediately raised his tiger-striped shield and quickened his pace, having just used his eye of illusion to scan the attributes of these fishmen monsters, discovering that their levels were all above 90. And the names of these fishmen monsters were merely Fishman Scout, which indicated that there must be more elite monsters behind them, even high-level bosses. If those people rashly ventured deeper to investigate, they would likely be in grave danger. Shia Chen moved quickly, so fast that Ning could barely keep up with his pace. However, whenever Ning questioned whether she was on the wrong path, Shia Chen would always produce some convincing clues for her. Some were fresh marks from newly cut stone walls, some were discarded empty potion bottles, and some were ashes left by magical fires. Was this person awakened as a detective? And Ning couldn't help but silently scoff in her heart, unaware that these minute details left after battles were incredibly important in Shia Chen's eyes. It was through these subtle traces that Shia Chen keenly noticed the increasingly chaotic footsteps left by the small team, and the growing number of discarded potion bottles on the ground indicated that their situation was becoming more dangerous. Finally, after navigating through a chaotic thicket of rocks, the sounds of battle and urgent shouts came from ahead. "It's Ji-chan and the others!" And Ning immediately recognized the voices, her face lighting up with joy as she hurried toward the source of the sound. Shia Chen also rushed after her, easily surpassing Ning, who was a mage, thanks to his current agility. As they passed through the last thicket of rocks, the scene before them suddenly opened up. A team of professionals was surrounded by a group of ferocious fishmen monsters. Unlike the Fishman Scouts Shia Chen had seen before, these fishmen were larger and more brutal, wielding bizarre iron weapons in their scaled arms. The professional team consisted of 5 members, with only 2 melee fighters holding shields, protecting the other 3 members in the middle. Their situation was extremely dire. It was evident that one female professional in the center had sustained serious injuries, collapsed on the ground, one hand pressing hard against her abdominal wound while the other continued to wave her staff, casting spells at the approaching fishmen monsters. However, the number of fishmen surrounding them far exceeded their own, and it was only a matter of time before they broke through their formation. The sounds of screams and desperate cries were faintly heard. Ji Chen, Ying, and Ning couldn't help but shout anxiously, rushing toward them while skillfully waving her staff. An invisible sound explosion erupted from her staff. Then, an arrow, almost invisible to the naked eye, suddenly shot toward the fishmen monsters surrounding the professional team. In an instant, it pierced through one fishman's abdomen, spraying blood and dealing a high amount of damage, 9863. Such high damage. With the Eye of Breaking Illusions activated, Shia Chen saw it clearly. It seemed to be an invisible sound explosion arrow. Although it was already apparent from Ning's robe that she was a mage, he didn't expect her output method to be so unique. And the damage was quite impressive. She was a bit reckless, though, because according to Shia Chen's plan, they should have quietly approached and launched a surprise attack from behind the fishmen. However, her eagerness to save was understandable, and Ning's shout and sudden attack immediately attracted all the surrounding fishmen monsters, and the professional team also noticed the arriving reinforcements. The faces of the professionals lit up with joy at the prospect of escape, and some hurriedly waved at Ning, crying out, "Sister Ning, you finally made it. We're saved, Sister Ning is here." At the same time, Ning waved her staff again, creating a circular mark, and an invisible sound explosion erupted around the professional team, instantly pushing back all the fishmen monsters surrounding them. Once again, it was a sonic blast skill, and a forceful repulsion-type control skill at that. Shia Chen observed closely, yet he couldn't help but regard this somewhat reckless girl with newfound respect. Although she was a bit impulsive, her control over the skill was incredibly precise. The previous skill had perfectly encircled the professional team, repelling the surrounding monsters without harming her teammates. Among the professional team, the leading warrior let out a loud roar, seizing the opportunity to charge out of the encirclement of the merman monsters, breaking through towards Ning's direction. "Hurry, come over here!" and Ning shouted anxiously from the platform amidst the rocky terrain. This was a high-ground platform. As long as the professionals could reach here, they would be half safe. However, things were not that simple. Suddenly, huge bubbles began to rise from the surrounding beach, and then grotesque merman monsters emerged from the sea, emitting a strange and piercing cry as they chased after the professional team. This place was essentially a monster spawn point, or rather, the merman monster's lair. The densely packed monsters completely cut off the escape route for the professional team. Suddenly, a giant weapon resembling a harpoon was hurled through the air like a siege crossbow. In an instant, it struck down the last warrior in the team who was responsible for covering their retreat, nearly grazing one of his arms, yet it exploded with over 10,000 damage, almost emptying his health bar in an instant. However, the giant harpoon did not lose momentum, narrowly brushing past the corner of a robe worn by an already injured female professional in the middle of the team, creating a cloud of dust upon impact. Everyone turned back in fear, only to see a colossal merman, several times larger than an ordinary merman monster, suddenly appear on the beach not far away. An elite boss. The harpoon-like weapon just thrown had come from it, and what made the professional team feel utterly hopeless was that this strange weapon was accompanied by 4 or 5 more on the back of the giant merman. They watched as it menacingly retrieved another harpoon from its back, aiming it at the professional team. "Watch out!" and Ning shouted in alarm upon seeing this scene, but as a mage, she felt utterly helpless. Just then, she suddenly noticed a figure beside her leap off the high platform, charging towards the professional team with a shield in hand. Was it him? And Ning was momentarily stunned. Wasn't he jumping off the high platform to seek death? But Shia Chen moved with incredible speed. Despite being a heavily armored warrior with a shield, his steps were as nimble as an assassin's. He skillfully dodged one merman monster after another blocking his path, and in just a few breaths, he reached the formation of the professional team, standing in front of the last heavily injured warrior. At the same time, the giant merman's harpoon, resembling a siege crossbow, was hurled again like thunder. Shia Chen boldly raised his tiger strike shield, his gaze piercing as he faced the rapidly approaching harpoon, executing a perfectly timed block. In an instant, he was knocked back several steps by the tremendous force, yet despite the successful defense, the damage number that erupted made the entire professional team and Ning on the high platform widen their eyes in shock. 958. How could this be? That harpoon, capable of breaking down city walls, only managed to take away a little over 900 health from him? In that moment, a single word flashed through Ning's mind: top-tier frontline. Was she seeing things? And Ning found it hard to believe, for she recognized the warrior from the professional team who had stayed behind as the last line of defense. That warrior's name was Yuan, a B-rank melee class, equipped quite well, and he was also one of the frontline candidates for their upcoming team competition. However, just moments ago, a giant harpoon, akin to a siege crossbow, had struck Yuan, dealing over 10,000 damage. It had nearly killed him in an instant, yet the same giant harpoon, when it hit that other person, only dealt over 900 points of damage? It didn't even break his shield? What incredible defense! What astonishing strength! And Ning couldn't help but widen her eyes, staring intently at Shia Chen, who stood defiantly at the back of the team with a tiger-striped shield. She saw Shia Chen holding a bottle of recovery potion in his mouth, tilting his head back to gulp it down, quickly restoring the small amount of health he had just lost. Then, he casually handed a potion to Yuan, who had just suffered a heavy blow. Yuan's arm was already a bloody mess, his shield had been knocked away, and he lay on the ground, his health precariously low, his face filled with fear and his mind somewhat dazed. "Hey, how are you? Can you still walk?" Shia Chen's voice snapped him out of his daze. Yuan looked at the stranger suddenly appearing beside him, instinctively wanting to reach out and take the recovery potion Shia Chen offered. However, as he extended his hand, he saw his own mangled arm with bones protruding. Yuan gasped in shock, letting out a piercing scream, feeling utterly hopeless as he collapsed to the ground, repeatedly crying out, "My hand! My hand!" Seeing this, Shia Chen sighed lightly, quickly stowing his shield and shoving the recovery potion into Yuan's mouth to stifle his cries. Just then, the elite boss, the fishman giant beast, let out a strange cry and pulled a massive harpoon from its back. This time, from a closer distance, Shia Chen could see clearly that the fishman giant beast's scales had faded, its thick arms muscular, clearly a mutated monster. Once again, that giant harpoon, like a siege crossbow, tore through the air towards Shia Chen. Not daring to be careless, Shia Chen equipped the tiger-striped shield again, steadied his stance, and collided fiercely with the oncoming harpoon. The sound of metal clashing rang out as Shia Chen once more blocked the earth-shattering harpoon. At the same time, another damage notification popped up, 988. Again, it was damage under 1,000. This time, and Ning saw clearly that this person not only had terrifyingly high defense but also possessed exceptional skills in blocking with the shield. That last move was definitely a perfect block. So strong. Who on earth was this person? When did such a figure appear in the capital city? This person was undoubtedly a top-tier frontline fighter among this generation of awakeners. No, they were the ceiling of the front line. However, before Ning could process her shock, the situation became critical again. The giant fishman, seeing that its two attacks had failed, let out a strange cry and charged at the professional team, holding the harpoon with both hands. Its massive size and charging speed were incredibly fast. "Watch out!" And Ning couldn't help but shout urgently, her staff waving silently in the air, seemingly gathering some kind of spell. Shia Chen's gaze sharpened as he watched the giant beast merman charging towards his group. He tightened his grip on the tiger-striped battle shield and shouted to the line of professionals behind him, "He can't walk anymore. Who's going to help him?" At Shia Chen's reminder, the terrified professionals finally came to their senses. An archer hurriedly turned back and supported the collapsed Yuan. With the addition of the previously injured female mage, the team now had 2 wounded members, and their movements slowed even further as they helped each other. However, more merman monsters began to appear around them, surrounding them in droves. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the high platform behind them. "Quick, cover your ears!" As soon as the 5 members of the professional team heard this, they all instinctively covered their ears as if trained. The archer anxiously gestured to Shia Chen, who was momentarily confused, as the giant beast merman was now just a stone's throw away. In a split second, Shia Chen chose to trust in Ning, dropped his tiger-striped battle shield, and tightly covered his ears with both hands. The next moment, a booming sound, as powerful as thunder from the heavens, erupted from the center of Ning's staff, sweeping outwards like a tsunami. Wherever it reached, the ears of the merman monsters burst with blood, leaving them all stunned and terrified, including the giant beast merman boss. Even Shia Chen, who had tightly covered his ears, felt a deep rumble in his head. What a powerful area control skill. Shia Chen estimated that the skill's range exceeded 300 to 400 meters. All the merman monsters fell into a daze, and a significant damage value appeared above each monster's head. Seizing the opportunity, Shia Chen suddenly stood up and shouted to the professionals beside him, "Run!" However, when Shia Chen opened his mouth, he couldn't hear his own voice. Although the professionals had covered their ears, they still looked dazed, indicating that their physical attributes were much lower than Shia Chen's. Thus, this indiscriminate area sound explosion skill had temporarily put the professional team into a state of dizziness. Shia Chen simply hoisted the injured Yuan onto his back, grabbed the last archer with his other hand, and sprinted towards the high platform where Ning was. He knew that there was another individual with a likely high physical attribute, namely, the elite boss giant beast merman. Along the way, the other three professionals, who were gradually coming to their senses, followed Shia Chen in their escape. Suddenly, a heavy tremor came from behind. Shia Chen didn't need to look back to know who was chasing them. Quick, quick! As they reached the high platform, Shia Chen pushed the severely injured Yuan up, and Ning reached out to pull him, and the other professionals quickly began to climb. However, it was already too late. The giant beast merman boss had furiously caught up from behind. Shia Chen suddenly stepped back, using his tiger-striped battle shield to protect the last professional climbing the high platform. With his right hand, he drew the spear star piercer and delivered a lightning-fast thrust, accurately piercing the merman's neck between its gills. Weak point damage. Additional effect, star piercer trigger successful. Minus 15,988. That damage just now. And Ning's hand trembled in shock, nearly dropping the warrior Yuan she had just pulled up. How much? 15,000. The other professionals, who were climbing the high platform with their backs to Shia Chen, didn't see it, but Ning, standing on the high platform, saw it clearly. That person dealt 15,000 damage to the giant beast merman boss with a single shot. At this moment, Ning not only began to doubt her own eyes but also questioned her sanity. A heavy armor frontline class wielding a shield dealt 15,000 damage in one strike? Is that reasonable? Just then, the giant beast merman, pierced through its gills, let out a sharp, anguished scream and furiously thrust its massive harpoon towards Shia Chen. Yet, Shia Chen did not retreat an inch. His tiger-striped battle shield met the attack with precision, executing another perfect block. His right hand's star piercer retaliated with a thrust, a counterattack. The 3 layers of tiger might he had already accumulated were unleashed together. Another damage output broke 10,000, 14989. Shia Chen had long since become accustomed to such damage values. After all, with the dazzling weapon, Star Piercer, equipped, his base attack power had already surpassed 10,000, and with the skill effects boosting it, dealing nearly 15,000 damage was nothing to be surprised about. Moreover, this was not even Shia Chen's full output form. After activating his current ultimate move, Savage Bloodline, his output could even double. However, the damage numbers that fell into Ning's eyes completely overturned her worldview. A heavy armor frontline class could have such high output? This damage was even comparable to her and Qin Yanran, both S-Class dedicated damage dealers. This guy was simply capable of both tanking and dealing damage. What does it mean to be a top-tier frontline? This is what it means to be a top-tier frontline. As the saying goes, the defense of a team's frontline class determines the team's lower limit, while the output capability of the frontline class determines the team's upper limit. The higher the output of the frontline class, the more aggro they can hold. Only then can the backline class's output recklessly without fear of losing aggro. At this moment, Ning's gaze towards Shia Chen had changed. Such a ceiling-level frontline must be tricked into joining their guild, even if it meant deceiving him. At this time, below the high platform, only Shia Chen remained. The 2 shots he had fired, each breaking 10,000 in damage, had already depleted the health bar of the giant beast merman before him. Mutated merman vanguard, level 110 elite boss, health 800,000. Indeed, it was an elite level boss. With 800,000 health, it wasn't too much. If Shia Chen unleashed his full firepower, he should be able to take it down in about 10 minutes. However, the main purpose of entering this spatial dungeon was still to rescue people. The situation of the 2 severely injured players was still unclear. They needed to be taken out of the dungeon first. Shia Chen suddenly withdrew and executed a crescent sweep aimed at the giant beast merman's still partially undeveloped legs, dealing another over 10,000 damage and causing the giant beast merman to stagger. Seizing this opportunity, Shia Chen slung the tiger-striped battle shield onto his back and agilely climbed up the high platform, which could hold off these merman monsters with their underdeveloped lower limbs for a considerable time. Quick, retreat! After climbing up the high platform, Shia Chen glanced back. He saw that the beach below was already swarming with groups of densely packed merman monsters. Looking deeper along the beach line, he could vaguely see many peculiar underwater structures partially exposed above the water in the shallow area behind. This place was practically a merman kingdom. The scale of this spatial dungeon exceeded Shia Chen's expectations. The beach before him was merely the tip of the iceberg. Go! Escape towards the exit! Shia Chen shouted, and several players quickly lifted the 2 injured ones, hurriedly fleeing back in the direction they had come from. However, Ning, who was leading the way at the front of the group, suddenly stopped in her tracks, looking a bit flustered as she gazed ahead. The chaotic rock forest before her resembled a massive maze. Clearly, she and Shia Chen had just walked out of this rocky labyrinth, but now, as she turned back, she had completely forgotten how to return? Right in front of her was a 3-way intersection. I forgot which way to go. and Ning instinctively cast her gaze towards the back of the group where Shia Chen was. She saw that he remained silent, quickly stepping forward with his tiger-striped shield on his back, and bent down to pick up an empty potion bottle at the edge of one of the paths at the intersection. "Let's go this way," Shia Chen pointed and moved to the front of the group, and Ning was stunned to see that he had already marked the way back with the empty potion bottles he had casually dropped on their way here. The sharp howls of the fishman monsters behind them echoed again, and the group hurriedly followed Shia Chen through the rocky forest, returning to the abandoned ruins where the instance had begun. In the center of the ruins, a massive void crack was continuously writhing, seemingly larger than when they had arrived. The few heavily injured professionals present also showed signs of joy at having escaped with their lives, were saved. When Shia Chen and Ning, along with a group of professionals, escaped the instance space and returned to the underground parking lot of the Guanyin building, they found that some military personnel had already arrived, sealing off the entrance to the instance space. Many members of the Suspended Sword Guild, who lived nearby, also rushed over, and upon seeing Ning and the group of survivors, they excitedly waved their hands. "Sister Ning, you finally made it out." Two seriously injured professionals were sent to the nearest hospital, while the others, though injured, were not severely hurt. After a simple bandaging, they were left there by the military to be questioned later about the information regarding the instance space. Shia Chen quietly sat to the side, waiting for the military personnel to come and ask questions, and Ning quietly approached him, biting her lip as she asked, "So, you really were personally invited by Yanran to join the guild?" Shia Chen nodded and raised his eyebrows. "Of course it's true." At that moment, Ning had no doubts left in her heart. Instead, she looked at Shia Chen with a fiery gaze, sizing him up from head to toe, and then extended a hand, saying, "I'm Ning," and as in quiet, Ning as in lemon. "Welcome to the Suspended Sword Guild." Shia Chen also extended his hand, giving it a gentle shake. "I'm Shia Chen. So, what exactly is our guild's motto?" And Ning lazily sat down next to Shia Chen, a smile playing on her lips as she said, "There's really no motto. I was just kidding." Shia Chen and Ning pouted and said indignantly, "What's wrong? Yanran hasn't had the chance to think of one yet, and the one I came up with she won't let me use. So what's the motto you came up with? For 1,000 autumns and 10,000 generations, unify the martial world. What are you laughing at? It's nothing. I think it's pretty good." Before long, a military personnel approached with a recording device in hand, walking towards Shia Chen and Ning. He saluted Shia Chen and said, "You are the professionals who just went in, right? I heard that mutated monsters were discovered inside, and the scale of the instance has also changed?" Shia Chen stood up, returning the salute seriously, and said, "Yes, based on preliminary observations, the space within this instance has already taken on the form of a medium-sized or even large instance, with a danger level of at least S rank." The soldier meticulously recorded Shia Chen's words, then his expression turned serious as he said, "An S-level instance. Appearing in a residential area is not a good omen. Just this morning, when this instance was first discovered, it was assessed to be only a small B-level instance based on the level of contamination. I didn't expect it to change so quickly." Shia Chen furrowed his brows. "Is it a growth-type spatial instance?" He turned to look at the instance crack still floating in the underground parking lot, and it seemed to have expanded a bit more since they first arrived. Inside the instance is an ancient coastal ruin, and the monsters are mutated fishmen. "I wonder if your database has any records of such creatures?" Shia Chen earnestly reported what he had seen and heard, and after the military recorder finished documenting everything, he shook Shia Chen's hand amicably and said, "Thank you for the information. This is very important to us, and I will report all of this. And I will issue an investigation task to the Bounty Association at S level and above." "You're welcome." Shia Chen nodded. The military recorder was very responsible and took Shia Chen's report seriously. At that moment, a hurried-in striking figure appeared in the underground parking lot. It was Qin Yanran, the official president of the Sword Hanging Guild, who had rushed over after receiving news from the liaison. Qin Yanran was already fully equipped, clearly prepared to rush into the instance to rescue people. Upon seeing Ning and the three slightly injured professionals who had already been rescued, Qin Yanran finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked Ning, "What about Yuan and Luengying? How are they?" And Ning gently patted Qin Yanran's back and said, "Don't worry, they have already been sent to the hospital. Although they are injured, their lives are not in danger. But this time, it's all thanks to that mysterious guy you invited. Yanran, with such a powerful frontline candidate, you should have brought him out earlier. Why do we have to spend every day in the simulated combat arena?" Looking at Ning's strange expression, Qin Yanran was puzzled and asked blankly, "What mysterious guy?" And Ning pointed her chin towards Shia Chen, who was reporting to the military, and said, "That guy." Didn't you personally invite him? Xin Yanran turned around and saw that Shia Chen had just finished reporting to the military recorder and was turning back. Their eyes met, and seeing the beautiful yet slightly haggard face of Qin Yanran, Shia Chen awkwardly waved hello. He noticed Qin Yanran's expression shift from dazed to surprised, and then a smile that she couldn't suppress suddenly blossomed on her previously haggard face, like fireworks suddenly blooming in the dim underground room. Shia Chen? Qin Yanran lightly rushed towards Shia Chen, carefully studying his face, and asked, "Where have you been these days?" Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a bit guilty as he scratched his head and replied honestly, "I went to a highly polluted area to level up for a while, and then there was an accident there. The communicator's signal was cut off, and I couldn't receive any messages." "Oh." Qin Yanran nodded gently, her smiling eyes never leaving Shia Chen's face, and she softly asked, "So, you weren't hurt, right? I heard that the high pollution area is filled with extremely dangerous monsters." "I'm fine, just delayed for a bit and came back late." Shia Chen immediately replied with some regret, "We agreed on a month." Before Shia Chen could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted by Qin Yanran. "It's okay." At this moment, Ning and the other 3 professionals who stayed behind also walked over. "President!" The 2 professionals had expressions of joy as if they had escaped from death, while one of the lightly injured warrior professionals had a hint of guilt and regret on his face, lowering his head and remaining silent. Qin Yanran turned around, looked at the injuries on the 3 of them, and sighed, "As long as you're okay." However, when she looked at the warrior professional with his head down, a hint of anger appeared on her face as she reprimanded, "Ji Chen, it wasn't your turn to take on a mission today. Who allowed you to bring the guild members to the dungeon without permission?" It turned out that this warrior professional was the leader of the small team, Jixia. Jixia also wore a look of regret on his face, lowering his head awkwardly and saying, "I'm sorry, President, I didn't expect there to be an anomaly in that dungeon. The bounty for newly appeared dungeon investigation tasks is usually more generous than other tasks, and the team members wanted to earn some extra money." Upon hearing this, Qin Yanran immediately furrowed her brows, biting her lip, hesitating to speak. However, at this moment, Shia Chen had already understood the whole situation from these few words. He. Shia Chen suddenly laughed, staring directly at Ji Chen, and coldly said, "So it was you who incited the other team members to enter this uncertainly dangerous new dungeon with you?" Ji Chen was instantly stunned. The same situation, when put into Shia Chen's words, became a completely different matter. "You?" Ji Chen stared blankly at Shia Chen, wanting to explain but unable to find the words. Unexpectedly, Shia Chen turned his gaze to Qin Yanran and said in a deep voice, "Is this the guild you built? A subordinate can actually take your members into a dungeon with an unknown danger level without your consent? Then aren't you just a hollow president?" Shia Chen's every word left Qin Yanran stunned. She stared wide-eyed at Shia Chen, her pretty face frozen as if struck by lightning, and Ning beside her was also taken aback, quickly reaching out to pull Shia Chen, softly saying, "Hey, why are you saying that about Yanran?" But Shia Chen coldly turned away, walking straight past Qin Yanran, saying, "If it's such a lawless organization, where even the president has no authority, then you shouldn't invite me to participate anymore. I'm not interested in playing house with a guild that can't go far." "Wait!" Qin Yanran suddenly called out to stop Shia Chen, her eyes slightly reddening as she stubbornly looked at Shia Chen and said, "My guild is not like this. You can't just look at the surface and ignore the inner workings. To deny my entire guild based on a single incident is too hasty, don't you think, Shia Chen?" And Ning immediately glared at Shia Chen angrily, saying, "That's right. You have no idea how much Yanran has sacrificed for this guild. In less than a month, the Suspended Sword Guild has climbed 138 places in the guild rankings of Heisu City from scratch. Yanran hasn't had a good night's sleep in this past month." Shia Chen stopped in his tracks but did not look at Ning. Instead, he said without turning back, "Only those who fail will keep emphasizing what they have given. Successful people only need results." Qin Yanran immediately felt a surge of anger, her beautiful eyes narrowing as she said, "If you, Shia Chen, always speak so reasonably, then why did you still breach the agreement? According to our agreement, you are the first person I invited to join the guild, and you are the vice president of the Sword Hanging Guild." At that time, classmate Shia Chen also agreed. Upon hearing this, Shia Chen immediately turned around, still wearing a cold expression, and said, "If I am the vice president, then things will be even simpler." Shia Chen coldly looked at Ji Chen and said, "From now on, immediately expel the guild." In an instant, Ji Chen's face froze. The 2 fellow professionals beside him were also stunned, exchanging glances before pleading for Ji Chen, "President, we all made it out alive, let's just forget about this." Yes, Ji Chen meant well. Yuan's sister is sick, and the family urgently needs money. But Shia Chen raised an eyebrow and glanced at the 2 of them. "You 2 must have misunderstood my meaning, right? What I mean is not just him, all 5 of you are expelled." The faces of the 2 professionals suddenly changed, turning pale. What? And Ning, standing nearby, also looked at Qin Yanran in disbelief and said, "This is too chaotic. They aren't even the leaders." But Shia Chen coldly said, "Without the president's permission, privately listening to others' instigation, such team members probably don't see you as the president at all, and they certainly don't see themselves as part of the guild." And Ning was immediately left speechless, and the two professionals were also at a loss for words, while Ji Chen looked at the suddenly appearing vice president Shia Chen with a face full of shock and guilt. Just moments ago, they had witnessed Shia Chen's terrifying strength in that dungeon. For the guild, a powerful professional like him was worth 100 of them. Moreover, it seemed that he and President Qin Yanran had an extraordinary relationship. It was obvious how the president would choose. "President!" Ji Chen suddenly covered his wound, stood up straight, and deeply bowed to Qin Yanran, his head nearly touching the ground. "Tonight's incident was all because of me. I instigated them to join me in this dungeon. I, Ji Chen, am willing to take all the responsibility. President, please expel me. I beg you not to expel the other four." At this moment, Qin Yanran's face was as cold as frost. Shia Chen's words echoed in her mind like thunder. Had she forgotten the original intention of creating this guild while being so focused on work for the past month? For a guild to go further, strict rules and regulations are essential. "Ji Chen, if I remember correctly, this is not the first time you've taken guild members into a dungeon without permission, right?" Qin Yanran said coldly, "I already warned you last time, but instead of learning from it, you once again put my guild members in danger. Without rules, there can be no order. From today on, you are no longer a member of the Sword-Hanging Guild." Ji Chen's head hung low, his entire figure appearing incredibly desolate as he nodded. "I understand. I'm sorry, President." Ji Chen, supporting his injury, limped away towards the garage. The other two professionals looked at Ji Chen's departing figure with complex expressions. "If I were you, I wouldn't feel sorry for him." Shia Chen frowned and said to the remaining two professionals, "I wouldn't even forgive him for bringing you into that dangerous dungeon without any assessment. He never considered your lives at all." The two professionals also lowered their heads, thinking that they were undoubtedly facing dismissal as well. However, at that moment, Qin Yanran took over the conversation and said, "Your teammates Yuan Yuan and Lu Yingying are still lying in hospital beds. According to the rules, the guild is not responsible for any injuries you sustained while entering the instance without permission, but I will cover their medical expenses. You can continue to stay in the guild until they recover. However, you are not allowed to take on any missions for 3 months, and a full year's bonus will be deducted. As for whether you can remain in the guild, that will be discussed later. Are you willing?" The two professionals suddenly looked up, their faces showing joy, and they nodded in unison, "I am willing." "Thank you, President." "All right." Qin Yanran waved her hand and said softly, "Go back and bandage your wounds." Watching the two professionals leave with gratitude and joy, and Ning, who had witnessed the entire process from the side, felt something was off. Wait, something's not right. Just now, these two were playing off each other, one taking the red face and the other the white face, right? "Hey, you two." And Ning blinked, looking at Shia Chen and then at Qin Yanran. These two clearly had no communication, yet they were so in sync. Qin Yanran then smiled and looked at Shia Chen, saying, "Oh, Shia Chen, aren't you leaving the Suspended Sword Guild?" Shia Chen, with a calm demeanor, replied without a hint of embarrassment, "That won't do. We agreed on 50,000 dragon coins a month." "But President Qin, when did I become the vice president?" Qin Yanran then took out a badge of the Suspended Sword Guild from her backpack and handed it to Shia Chen. When Shia Chen took it and looked, he saw that the badge, engraved with a finely crafted suspended sword, had a number on the back, number 0002. Shia Chen couldn't help but smile knowingly. "By the way, can the vice president get a raise?" Qin Yanran shot him a sideways glance, a hint of a smile on her lips as she said, "It depends on your performance, but I'll have to deduct a month's performance bonus first." "Ah." And Ning was left dumbfounded, and it wasn't until the two walked a bit further, side by side, that she reacted. Laughter and playful banter suddenly erupted in the underground parking lot. "Good one, Qin Yanran. Didn't you say number 0002 is your uncle? You still let him be the vice president? Let's cut ties." Qin Yanran. The strange rapport between Shia Chen and Qin Yanran was likely established back in their first high school. Although they had hardly spoken a word to each other at school and had no interactions, there was one place where they often met, the duel arena of the comprehensive combat simulation class. Every year during the chaotic duel assessments, the well-connected rich second-generation Wang Biao would secretly gather a group of students, trying to eliminate Shia Chen and other competitors like Qin Yanran in advance. However, often with just a glance, the two, who were not used to forming cliques, would tacitly and intentionally team up to pick off the students that Wang Biao had painstakingly gathered one by one from the duel arena. After leaving the spatial rift instance in the underground parking lot, Qin Yanran finally had her first good sleep in a month when she returned home. She buried her head in sleep like never before, until the sun was high the next day. However, after Shia Chen left the underground parking lot, he did not return to his shabby rental room but instead went to the old town. The old town was more vibrant than ever in the late night, with trucks covered in tarpaulins coming and going at this time. In the surrounding alleys, the sentinels quickly spotted Shia Chen. After the guards confirmed Shia Chen's identity through the communicator with Master Mo, they let him in. It was still the familiar Red Moon hair salon, but this time the person sitting at the counter was not Hong San Yang, but Master Mo. Master Mo set aside his cane, and his scholarly attire looked somewhat out of place against the pink decor of the Red Moon hair salon. Shia Chen is here. Sit. Master Mo seemed to be looking at some news, glanced up at Shia Chen, and gestured for him to sit in front of him. Shia Chen stole a glance and saw that Master Mo was looking at nothing other than the odds leaderboard for the unveiling competition. Interesting. This year's unveiling competition is quite intriguing, Master Mo said, his unlit pipe swaying as he looked at the names on the odds leaderboard. What do you mean by interesting, Master Mo? Shia Chen asked curiously. Master Mo pointed out the information of the guilds associated with the names on the leaderboard to Shia Chen, then grinned and said, "Look, among the top 10 on this odds leaderboard, surprisingly, 5 of them have no affiliated guilds. Everyone in Shangjing knows about the talented kids. How could they not have guilds vying to recruit them?" Shia Chen was taken aback. In fact, he had the same question when he first saw the top 10 list on the odds leaderboard. How could such talented individuals not have affiliated guilds? So what do you think, Master Mo? Shia Chen asked in agreement. Master Mo tapped his pipe and pointed at the names on the odds leaderboard one by one, saying, among the top 10, the 5th place, Xing Qingshan, is a military kid, so naturally, he has no affiliated guild. Shia Chen was shocked. He didn't expect Master Mo to have such sharp information, even knowing about the military personnel sent by Xing Qingshan. Master Mo continued, the 2nd place, Gasang Zhuama, is from the Kele tribe, so it's understandable that she has no affiliated guild. But the 3rd place, Hua Qinlong, the 9th place, Wang Chuxian, and the 10th place, Liao Yuan, having no affiliated guilds is hard to explain. Shia Chen frowned and asked, what does it mean to be from the Kele tribe? Master Mo leisurely refilled his pipe and explained, the Kele tribe was originally a nomadic people from the west of Longwa. Due to pollution in their original territory, they gradually could not survive and migrated near Shangjing. The Kele people have always been independent and do not engage in any dealings between guilds. I have also heard from people in the field that the Kele tribe has produced a formidable girl this year named Gasangzhuama. Shia Chen, if you encounter her in the unveiling competition, be sure not to underestimate her. Shia Chen nodded cautiously, committing this Tibetan name to memory. Suddenly, Master Mo's expression turned serious, saying, I have already sent someone to investigate the backgrounds of the other individuals without affiliated guilds. But there is one person you must be particularly wary of, and that is the one ranked 10th on the odds leaderboard, Liao Yuan. Master Mo's face was grave as he continued, this person is someone Uncle Qin specifically instructed me to remind you about. Liao Yuan is not an ordinary person, he is someone the Bali group has set their sights on. Originally, he is a few years older than your cohort of awakeners, but for some unknown reason, he waited until this year to participate in the awakening ceremony. You must be very careful of Liao Yuan. Shia Chen narrowed his eyes, carefully staring at the last line of the top 10 on the odds leaderboard. 10th place, Liao Yuan, profession, soul locking master, profession rank, a rank. Suddenly, Master Mo picked up the cane beside him, stood up, and said, Alright, let's not think about anything else for now. I've found you a whole new set of gear. Come take a look. Shia Chen's heart leaped with joy, and he hurriedly followed. The gear Master Mo mentioned must be the new equipment he had found for him. Although Master Mo leaned on a cane and walked a bit crookedly, his steps were incredibly steady, even slightly faster than an average person, and he navigated the stairs without any trouble. Shia Chen followed Master Mo to the 2nd floor of the Red Moon Hair Salon, where he saw a room filled with all sorts of equipment, from helmets, chest plates, and leg guards to daggers, crossbows, and a series of secondary weapons. There were over 100 pieces of equipment on the floor, with the least being golden grade. Among them were even some dazzling pieces that shimmered with a cold light. For a moment, Shia Chen was dazzled by the sight, but he heard Master Mo tapping his pipe and saying, if you want to stand out at this ranking conference, you need to prepare at least 2 to 3 sets of equipment to deal with different opponents. Shia Chen was momentarily stunned. He knew that when facing opponents of different professions, it was essential to switch to targeted equipment to gain an advantage. Against mages, one needed to stack magic resistance gear. Against tanky blood cow types, one needed to stack damage output. He just never imagined he would be able to fight such a well-equipped battle. Shia Chen originally thought that having a set of golden-grade equipment would be enough to barely handle all situations, but he didn't expect Uncle Qin and Master Mo to prepare so much more than he had imagined. The value of the golden-grade weapons and equipment before him was simply immeasurable. However, Shia Chen also noticed something unusual. Many of these pieces bore some marks, even bloodstains. Master Mo took a puff from his pipe and grinned. Shia Chen, don't be picky. In our line of work, the equipment we have is naturally stripped from corpses. There's nothing new for you to use. After a sleepless night, with Master Mo's assistance, Shia Chen selected a main battle set and 3 backup sets specifically for dealing with mages and other various professions. Experience speaks volumes. Master Mo's occasional guidance often opened up new ideas for Shia Chen. For instance, in Shia Chen's subconscious, it was only natural to stack magic resistance to the highest when facing mages. However, Master Mo guided Shia Chen to assemble a set of equipment that included 2 displacement skill effects. Although this set's magic resistance wasn't particularly high, combined with Shia Chen's own displacement skill, Void Leap, he had a total of 3 displacement effects. With 3 stages of displacement, no mage at this stage could escape. Master Mo tapped the ash from his pipe on the ground and said, for a mage, once they are closed in on, the match can be declared over. With his mind opened, Shia Chen immediately agreed. He couldn't help but be curious about what Master Mo had done in the past. When Shia Chen asked about his previous experiences, Master Mo just smiled and didn't answer. In addition to the several sets of equipment he had chosen, Shia Chen also picked up a short crossbow from Master Mo as a secondary backup weapon. It was a level 90 golden grade weapon. Since Shia Chen didn't have any proficiency in crossbow weapons, the damage wasn't particularly high, but it compensated for his lack of ranged attack options. As he was leaving, Shia Chen carefully counted and realized he had selected as many as 20 pieces of equipment from Master Mo. All of them were golden grade or above, and there were even 2 valuable dazzling pieces. As Shia Chen joyfully packed the equipment into his backpack to take away, he noticed that Old Mo's mouth twitched in pain. The black market gear was his business chain, and these were all top-notch items picked from his stock. Old Mo, puffing on his pipe, repeatedly reminded Shia Chen, these outfits are all borrowed from you. After the competition, they must be returned. Shia Chen grinned widely and nodded, got it, Old Mo. Seeing him agree so readily, Old Mo felt a bit embarrassed and muttered softly, but if you like a few pieces, it wouldn't be a problem. When he returned to his shabby rented room with a fully loaded backpack, Shia Chen felt for the first time how right Xiaoyu was to have completely renovated and reinforced the entire room, adding a security door as well. Unable to resist, he took another look at the shiny golden equipment in his backpack and simply leaned against it, lying on the sofa for a short rest. Before long, he was awakened by a message from his communicator. Upon opening it, Xin Yanran's voice rang out, Hey, when does Vice President Xiao plan to come to work today? Just a friendly reminder, there's free breakfast at the guild base before 9 a.m. Shia Chen suddenly opened his eyes wide. He had to grab the free breakfast. He had long heard that the Qin group treated its employees very well. He had to check it out today. 15 minutes later, in the cafeteria of the Qin group building, Shia Chen held a plate and carefully took one of each item from the dazzling array of breakfast options. Finally, he sat down with 3 or 4 plates in front of Qin Yanran. Just then, and Ning also came over with a plate of breakfast. Seeing the small mountain of plates in front of Shia Chen, she couldn't help but exclaim, Hey, are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Yanran, this guy is really taking advantage of your family's generosity. Xin Yanran, however, looked at Shia Chen with a beaming smile and said, It's fine, go ahead and take advantage. Eat more. Is it enough? Shia Chen, which one do you like? Should I ask the chef to add another portion? Shia Chen, who was focused on savoring his food, suddenly froze, looking up at the charmingly smiling Qin Yanran. He couldn't help but choke a bit. This girl was smiling so happily. She definitely had no good intentions. Shia Chen patted his chest and cautiously asked, President Qin, does our guild have any activities today? Xin Yanran's smile grew even brighter as she replied, Of course. The guild has long decided to tackle an S-level dungeon today, and Ning and I are just a bit short of the experience needed to reach level 100. With only 5 days left until the leaderboard conference, we need to hurry and advance to the 2nd class. Vice President Xiao coming to report at this time must mean he cares about the guild's fate. This dungeon is bound to showcase the Vice President's skills and establish his reputation among the guild members. Shia Chen patted his chest. He had delayed the 1-month agreement for so long. It was only right to contribute something to the guild to make up for it. However, he didn't expect that Qin Yanran, the only daughter of the Qin group, had countless resources yet was still stuck at level 100. This showed that during this month, she had indeed devoted herself wholeheartedly to the guild. Shia Chen nodded and replied, No problem. Which dungeon has the guild decided to go to? Xin Yanran's expression became serious as she took out a terminal device beside her and said, to obtain the job transfer proof for a level 100 second transfer, one needs to defeat a dangerous S-level boss above level 100. And Ning and I are just a step away from level 100. So we plan to directly challenge a dungeon above S-level. We can level up and complete the job transfer proof at the same time. Shia Chen nodded while eating a piece of cheesecake with a spoon, saying, no problem. I also need to get my job transfer proof, so it works out well for us. And Ning then curiously asked, Shia Chen, what level are you now? Shia Chen casually replied, level 107. And Ning's eyes widened in surprise as she exchanged a glance with Qin Yanran, exclaiming, level 107? My goodness! Didn't they say that after reaching level 100, the experience required for each level increases tenfold or even more compared to level 90? How did you manage to reach level 107? That's even higher than Zhang Fanyang on the leaderboard. Shia Chen replied nonchalantly, high pollution area, the monsters there give more experience. Upon hearing this, and Ning couldn't help but swallow hard, looking at Shia Chen with a strange expression. This guy is really a freak, talking about the high pollution area so casually? Who would go there to level up? At this moment, Shia Chen had finished his breakfast, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and said, but I do have an idea about the dangerous S-level dungeon. Maybe we can earn some extra investigation rewards. Qin Yanran immediately understood Shia Chen's meaning and said, you mean the spatial dungeon that appeared yesterday in the underground parking lot of Guanyin building? Exactly. Shia Chen squinted his eyes. Before leaving the spatial dungeon, he had turned to gaze at the entire coastal shallows, the underwater buildings partially exposed above the sea, the peculiar ancient totems, and the mutated merman monsters. Everything indicated that there was much to explore in this dungeon. What do you think, Enan? You also entered that dungeon yesterday. Xin Yanran turned her gaze to Ning and asked, and Ning rested her chin on her hand, pondering seriously before saying, the strength of the merman monsters in that dungeon is indeed not low. If we had arrived a bit later yesterday, Ji Chen and his group would have likely been wiped out. However, and Ning suddenly changed her tone, giving Shia Chen a knowing look, and said, since we now have a top-tier frontliner, it might not be impossible to give it a try. Top-tier frontliner? Xin Yanran looked at Shia Chen in surprise, a hint of a smile in her eyes, and said, oh, it seems our Vice President Shao has made rapid progress in strength this past month? Shia Chen waved his hand without any embarrassment, saying, after all, how can one take people's money without some strength? President Qin, tell us, how is our suspended sword guild doing now? When Xin Yanran heard Shia Chen say our guild, her eyes sparkled like crescent moons. She then took out her terminal and said, the suspended sword guild currently has a total of 455 members, with 322 combat professionals, all above level 70. There are 105 professionals above level 80, and 23 above level 90, including Ning and me. Today, the highest level elite members joining us in the dungeon are the top 30. Once we gather, you'll see them. Shia Chen nodded. A team dungeon action of around 30 people is the most commonly used team size for professional guilds. The number is neither too many nor too few. To avoid causing trouble in command and scheduling, they could concentrate the top combat power within the guild to tackle some high-risk dungeons and bosses. The top 30 individuals in a guild often symbolize its highest combat strength. However, even with 30 people, a significant level of synergy is required in terms of output and team coordination. Fortunately, Qin Yanran, who majored in team command during her time at the first high school, should perform well in this regard. Half an hour later, the top 30 members of the Xuanjian Guild gathered in front of the base. Shia Chen carefully scanned the group from head to toe and noticed that the distribution of professions among these 30 individuals was very balanced, with frontline warriors, mages, archers, and other damage-dealing classes, as well as healers and assassins, each occupying a portion. The equipment on each person was top-notch. It was evident that these 30 individuals were indeed the elite that Qin Yanran had put considerable effort into cultivating. Before we enter the dungeon, I have an announcement to make. At this moment, Qin Yanran had also changed into her professional gear. Her profession was S-rank blood pattern hunter, belonging to the light armor category. A tight-fitting leather armor wrapped around her graceful figure, and a bone-made skeletal longbow on her back exuded a chilling aura, which was likely her main weapon. Standing in front of the entire team, Qin Yanran's expression turned serious, and she immediately radiated the powerful aura of the soul heir of the Qin group. Shia Chen is our Xuanjian Guild's vice president. This decision was made at the establishment of the guild. Due to some delays, Shia Chen is only now meeting everyone. A wave of gazes turned toward Shia Chen, who stood beside Qin Yanran, filled with curiosity, skepticism, and naturally, a hint of discontent. It is often difficult to gain the trust of the crowd when a vice president is parachuted in. However, Shia Chen didn't mind and greeted everyone with a smile. Qin Yanran also smiled faintly, offering no explanation. She knew there was no need for her to worry. Soon, these 30 individuals would witness Shia Chen's formidable capabilities. Once fully prepared, the 30-member team headed towards the underground parking lot of the Guanyin building in Area E. As they approached the entrance of the spatial dungeon, they found that several other teams of professionals had already gathered there. It seemed that they were not the only ones aiming to claim the first investigation bounty. When Qin Yanran spotted one of the guilds, a hint of gloom appeared on her face. Shia Chen, standing nearby, keenly noticed her change in emotion. Taking the opportunity while Qin Yanran reported to the military personnel at the dungeon entrance, Shia Chen quietly asked Ning beside him, "What's the background of that team dressed in blue and white uniforms?" And Ning followed Shia Chen's gaze and her expression darkened immediately. Gritting her teeth, she said, "Those are professionals from the South Bank Group. I didn't expect them to come too. This South Bank Group is already a rival to the Yanran family business. Relying on the early establishment of their guild, they have suppressed us quite a bit during leveling in the wild. The leveling areas outside of Beijing City are so vast, yet we encounter them everywhere we go. I think they are doing it on purpose. Because of their monopolization of leveling areas and boss hunting, our Xuanjian Guild has had numerous conflicts with them." Yanran is furious. Shia Chen's gaze sharpened, and he already had a plan in mind. He noticed that the leader of the South Bank Group was a warrior holding a spear, and that person's gaze was intentionally or unintentionally directed towards them. Just last night, the news of a new dungeon appearing in the underground parking lot of the Guanyin building had already spread. Since it was a dungeon, anyone had the right to explore it. It seems that today in this instance, it is destined to encounter this group of professionals from the South Bank Group. Qin Yanran, as the president of the Suspended Sword Guild and the only heir of the Qin family, often cannot afford to tear her face apart personally. But Shia Chen is different. As the vice president who disappeared for a month and suddenly reappeared, it is time for him to find an opportunity to show his sword. After about 10 more minutes, the military personnel guarding the crack at the entrance of the instance made a gesture, withdrawing the blockade around the entrance. A wave of professionals surged in, eager not only to compete for the generous investigation bounty but also tempted by the unknown treasure chests in the newly appeared instance. "Let's go!" With a command from Qin Yanran, she led the Suspended Sword Guild into the crack of the instance. At this moment, Shia Chen also noticed that this spatial crack had expanded significantly compared to last night. Upon entering the spatial instance crack, a strong light illuminated the surroundings, revealing the familiar sight of abandoned ruins by the sea. However, the corpses of the fishermen scouts that had been left nearby last night had now turned into stark white bones. Having been here once, Shia Chen and Ning quickly took on the role of guides, soon finding the rocky forest they had visited yesterday, preparing to retrace their steps and explore the entire coastal ruins from this direction. A group of over 30 people energetically headed towards the rocky forest, but Qin Yanran's gaze fell to the back of the team. She noticed a few thieves in blue and white uniforms sneaking around, seemingly wanting to follow them quietly. A hint of worry appeared in Qin Yanran's eyes. Just then, Shia Chen strode past her, turned around, and looked towards the back of the team, saying in a deep voice, "A punch to open the way saves 100 punches later. Don't worry, President Qin. How strange. When we came to this rocky forest yesterday, it didn't feel this big, like a maze." And Ning, leading the way at the front of the team, was soon bewildered. Yesterday, she had been eager to save people, and with the sounds of fighting ahead guiding her, she had managed to pass through the rocky forest. Now, with the surroundings quiet, she lost her sense of direction. At that moment, Shia Chen, who had walked over from the back of the team with Qin Yanran, casually walked at the front, pointing to a left fork in the path, saying, "This way, follow me." And Ning was taken aback and asked in surprise, "Wait, how do you remember the way?" Shia Chen lightly tapped his head with his finger, not looking back, and said, "Of course, I used my brain." The familiar tone, the familiar words, yet at this moment, and Ning stared at Shia Chen's back in astonishment, without a hint of discontent, then quietly asked Qin Yanran beside her, "Yanran, how much do you pay this guy a month?" Qin Yanran also quietly extended a hand, whispering, 50,000 dragon coins, hee. Worth it, right? And Ning silently gave Qin Yanran a thumbs up, softly saying, "Awesome. No wonder she's the eldest daughter of the Qin family. This guy is like a living map. Shook, keep it down, don't let him hear." Under Shia Chen's leadership, the group quickly traversed the maze-like rocky forest. The familiar shallow water appeared before them again, and beneath the high platform of the rocky forest, fishman monsters wielding peculiar iron weapons were wandering about. Qin Yanran's expression tightened, signaling, "Everyone, form a team formation." Front row professionals prepared to descend from the high platform. Suddenly, the warrior class from the 30 professionals stepped forward, forming the front line of the team. They were the first to jump down from the high platform, creating a shield formation on the shallow ground, clearing a space. This commotion immediately attracted several nearby fishman monsters, who, with their fierce faces, brandished weapons and let out a series of shrill cries as they charged over. Output classes, prepare. Xin Yanran raised one hand, and the mages and archers in the team took advantage of the high ground, getting ready to unleash their attacks. As the fishman monsters rushed towards the warriors at the base of the platform, Xin Yanran suddenly waved her hand, and a barrage of magical arrows fell like raindrops, mixed with flames and lightning, each one exploding with damage numbers on the fishman monsters, 6513, 3519, 4561. The damage numbers varied, but the overall output was quite impressive. After several rounds of attacks, the health bars of the first wave of fishman monsters that had charged to the front were completely depleted, and they let out a series of wretched screams as they fell. The frontline warriors below the platform advanced in unison, while the remaining mages and other output classes also jumped down from the high platform. The priests in the back waved their staffs, and beams of holy healing light fell upon the frontline warriors, instantly replenishing their lost health. The cooperation between the various classes was seamless, clearly indicating they had practiced many times before. The formation of the entire team gradually spread out on the shallow ground, and this commotion once again attracted more wandering fishman monsters. Huge bubbles rose from the sea surface, and then a familiar massive figure appeared before Shia Chen's eyes, a mutated monster, a giant fishman vanguard. It still had that enormous, robust body, with several uniquely shaped tridents strapped to its back. Its fierce fish eyes scanned the area, and then it slowly reached back to grab a giant harpoon, suddenly hurling it towards them. Mutated monster, be careful, and Ning quickly warned, having witnessed the destructive power of such a giant harpoon, akin to a siege crossbow, the night before. She then turned her gaze to Shia Chen, only to see that he was making no move, seemingly not intending to intervene. Shia Chen's eyes were fixed on the frontline warriors. Judging by their equipment, these individuals were significantly stronger than the professional team from the previous night, not likely to be defeated in one hit. The frontline warriors raised their shields in a defensive stance, forming a shield wall. Among them, the tallest warrior named Deng Wei was the one with the highest defense attribute in the sword-hanging guild. In past dungeon runs, Deng Wei had always been the guild's first choice for the main tank. However, the sudden appearance of this vice president today stirred a sense of crisis in Deng Wei, as this vice president was also a warrior class based on his equipment. Deng Wei suddenly gritted his teeth, determined to perform well in front of the guild leader. He then let out a loud roar, raising his shield to the front. As a sound of breaking air approached, the giant harpoon struck the shield wall formed by the group like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, it kicked up a cloud of smoke. Within the smoke, Deng Wei, who was at the forefront, was sent flying back like a kite with a broken string, and several surrounding frontline warriors were also knocked apart. A high damage number appeared above Deng Wei's head, 15374. Although it was not fatal, it had already taken away more than half of his health. What damage? Deng Wei was instantly shocked, feeling a wave of fear wash over him as the shield in his hand was directly knocked away several meters. However, more importantly, their frontline formation had been breached. Nearby, two fishman monsters took the opportunity to charge into the formation, breaking through the defensive wall of the frontline warriors, and these ferocious fishmen were only a few steps away from the fragile mages in the team. Deng Wei wanted to scramble up to defend, but it was already too late. In this critical moment, a figure burst out from the team, holding a shield adorned with white tiger patterns, firmly standing in front of the mages. The two fishman monsters that had charged into the formation were immediately cut off from them. Under the barrage of spells and arrows, the two fishman monsters quickly fell to the ground as corpses. However, at the same time, a terrifying sound of something slicing through the air approached rapidly. Deng Wei looked up and saw a giant harpoon, resembling a deathly executioner, whistling towards the formation again. "Hey, get out of the way!" Deng Wei shouted urgently, but the figure beside him did not retreat. Instead, it advanced, stepping forward with the white tiger-patterned shield, positioning itself at the very front of the entire team. A deafening clash of metal rang out. The figure only slid back half a step, and that ordinary harpoon was blocked just like that, as a damage number popped up above his head, showing 756. Deng Wei truly realized that he and this airborne vice president Xiao were not on the same level at all. Shia Chen felt the immense force vibrating through his hand. After acquiring a full set of golden gear from Lord Mo last night, his defensive power had reached a new level. With one hand raised holding the shield and the other picking up the shield that had been knocked to the ground, he tossed it to Deng Wei, saying, "Catch." Deng Wei instinctively caught the shield with both hands, but his face was filled with astonishment as he stared at Shia Chen, still unable to believe his eyes. That giant harpoon, which had dealt him 15,000 damage, had only taken away a few hundred of his health? How is that possible? Dang Wei's mouth twitched slightly, incredulously asking, "Was that a perfect block you just did?" Shia Chen casually nodded, saying, "Yeah." However, that simple response struck Dang Wei's heart like a thunderclap. A perfect block. This was the coveted skill that all shield warriors dreamed of, yet even in a close one-on-one situation, it was difficult to achieve. Not to mention this long-range throwing technique that came at him like thunder. Dang Wei couldn't imagine what kind of reaction and skill it would take to achieve a perfect block. How did you do that? Dang Wei asked, somewhat unwilling to accept it, but Shia Chen replied without looking back, "Practice more, and you can do it too." Dang Wei fell silent, not realizing that Shia Chen's words were not empty. He had practiced the blocking technique for 3 whole years, day and night, tirelessly. At this moment, it wasn't just Dang Wei who was shocked. The surrounding frontline warriors, including the few mages who had almost been charged at by the fishman monsters, suddenly looked at this airborne vice president Shao with new respect. Among them, a mage girl who had just been frightened to the point of losing her color couldn't help but exclaim, "Oh, Vice President Shao is so handsome." Several priestesses waved their staffs, and beams of healing white light fell upon Shia Chen, instantly overflowing with healing effects. However, a few more beams of white light continued to flash, as several warriors nearby, whose health bars were not yet full, looked eagerly at Shia Chen. Yet among the entire team, the one whose smile was the most uncontainable was President Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran happily pulled up the calculator on her communicator, silently calculating, and an Dang Wei's defense has already reached over 7,000, right? If that's the case, our Vice President Zhao's defense must be over 10,000. Looking at the slyly calculating Qin Yanran, and Ning raised her eyebrows and said, "This isn't even the most outrageous part. You'll see in a bit." Qin Yanran's peach blossom eyes were filled with joy as she stared at Shia Chen, who was at the front of the team, and cheerfully said, "Vice President Shao, is there any surprise that I don't know about yet?" "Yanran, you look like a tyrant right now." "Hee, really?" Shia Chen's arrival instantly filled the gaps in the front line of the entire team, and in a short time, he rallied several frontline warriors. The surrounding fishman monsters were quickly cleared away, and the mutated fishman vanguard in the distance slowly stretched its strong arms behind, wanting to try its old tricks again. However, this time, Shia Chen had no intention of giving it a chance. He activated the tide collar step beneath his feet. His speed skyrocketed, charging directly at the mutated fishman vanguard. Seeing this scene, Qin Yanran decisively ordered, "Everyone, quickly follow Vice President Shao as the arrowhead." At this moment, Shia Chen had already rushed in front of the mutated fishman vanguard, swiftly equipping the Starpiercer spear in his right hand, and launched a lightning-fast thrust. He stabbed fiercely into the mutated fishman vanguard's arm, forcefully interrupting its movement. A high damage number immediately burst forth, 17569, and Ning, watching from behind, couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling that in just one night, this guy's damage had increased again. Meanwhile, Qin Yanran also widened her eyes, her beautiful gaze fixed on Shia Chen, exclaiming in surprise, "Such high output." Shia Chen Qin Yanran and Ning exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other's thoughts. The higher the output of a frontline profession, the more aggro they could attract from monsters. In the past, due to the frontline professions in the team always being a weak point, even though both Qin Yanran and Ning were S-class output professions, they could never unleash their full potential to avoid drawing aggro. But now, with Shia Chen's arrival, this constraint was completely lifted for the two of them. "See, that's why I said this guy is a top-tier frontline." And Ning pouted, her staff quietly waving, and a charged sound explosion arrow shot towards the mutated fishman vanguard. Qin Yanran also took down a white bone longbow from her back, bending the bow and nocking an arrow. The moment she held the arrows, they were covered in blood-red patterns. The invisible sound explosion arrow and the arrows entwined with spiral blood patterns flew past Shia Chen, striking fiercely at the mutated fishman vanguard. Two massive damage numbers immediately exploded, 7593, 9563. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine, turning to glance at Qin Yanran and Ning from a distance, and said in the team channel, "Hey, you two, aim better." Shia Chen could see that the arrows with blood-red patterns were almost all aimed precisely at the vital points of the fishman, undoubtedly shot by Qin Yanran. Meanwhile, the erratic shots from the left and right, sometimes nearly hitting Shia Chen's sonic arrows, were clearly the work of Ning. However, the output from both of them was absolutely not low. Right in front of him, Shia Chen could clearly see that the blood-patterned arrows shot by Qin Yanran were not ordinary arrows. Each one carried a high piercing bleed damage. The thick skin of the mutated fishman vanguard could not withstand it at all. And Ning's sonic arrows were a strange damage type that lay between physical and magical, causing a brief stun to the mutated fishman vanguard with every hit. Together, their output accounted for almost half of the entire team's damage, of course excluding Shia Chen's output. With Shia Chen standing firm at the front, the entire team unleashed a barrage of attacks, and in just 3 or 4 minutes, the health of the mutated Fishman Vanguard plummeted. With a piercing wail, it fell to the ground as a scarred corpse. Streams of experience points flowed from the Fishman Vanguard's body, merging into each member of the team. Although the experience gain was not much for Shia Chen at this point, it was quite substantial for those in the team still at the 90s level. Shia Chen noticed several people in the team flashing with white light, some even leveling up directly. At that moment, Shia Chen, standing closest, clearly saw a faint spark of fire slowly emerging from the Fishman Vanguard's corpse. He quickly stepped forward and casually offered the spark as a sacrifice. Unexpectedly, just after the sacrifice, and Ning, who had followed the team closely, noticed and curiously asked, "Shia Chen, what are you doing?" Startled, Shia Chen jumped slightly, immediately putting on an act as he rummaged through the Fishman Vanguard's body. "Oh, I'm just checking if any equipment dropped." He pretended to reach under the Vanguard's corpse, and to his surprise, he actually found 2 pieces of equipment. Hey, there really is! Successfully defeating the first mutated boss encountered in this dungeon was a huge morale boost for the entire team. More importantly, they had dropped equipment. As Shia Chen held up the 2 pieces of equipment he had found from the Fishman Vanguard's body, everyone in the guild erupted in cheers. Wow! Equipment dropped! Great! I wonder what class the dropped equipment is for. The first boss dropped equipment. This is a great start. In an instant, even Shia Chen was swept up in the joyful atmosphere, holding the equipment and looking at Qin Yanran questioningly. "How do we divide this equipment?" Qin Yanran smiled and explained to Shia Chen, "The rules of the Xianyan Guild are that the capable get to choose first. The dropped equipment is selected by the player of the same class who contributed the most in this mission first, but after choosing one piece, the next piece will be selected by the second person, and so on in rotation." Shia Chen nodded. "That makes sense." He then looked at the 2 pieces of equipment in his hands. One was a level 100 silver leg armor, the sea stone leggings, and the other was a level 95 golden staff, the Staff of the Sea's Healing, which from the name seemed to be for the priest class. Qin Yanran immediately turned her gaze to Shia Chen and said, "The first piece is heavy armor class equipment, so it makes sense for you to choose first." Without hesitation, Shia Chen shook his head and said, "I forfeit." Shia Chen was equipped with a level 95 golden weapon with exceptional attributes that he had obtained from Lord Mo, so he naturally looked down on the level 100 silver leg armor. Seeing that Shia Chen didn't want it, Deng Wei's face immediately lit up with joy, and he quickly raised his hand, saying, "President, I want it." Deng Wei was a frontline heavy armor class, and apart from Shia Chen, he was undoubtedly the first choice. Qin Yanran promptly handed the leg armor over to him. The other heavy armor warriors had no objections either, their faces filled with anticipation. They knew that once the next piece of equipment dropped, it would be their turn. Deng Wei, overjoyed, thanked Shia Chen, saying, "Brother, thank you." No, I mean Vice President. Shia Chen, unfazed, replied, "It doesn't matter, you can call me brother." After confirming that the level 95 golden staff named Healing of the Sea indeed increased healing effects, it was immediately given to a priestess in the team named Yu Qing. The entire team set off again, and not long after, they saw huge bubbles rising up from the shallow waters nearby. One by one, grotesque merman monsters emerged from the sea. Unlike the previous merman minions, these merman monsters seem to have evolved more completely, moving faster on land. However, with the team maintaining a unified formation, these merman monsters could not break through the frontline warriors' defense and were slaughtered one by spells and arrows. As the team continued to advance along the beach, more and more monsters appeared, and once again, mutated merman vanguards showed up. Not just one, but a full 7 or 8. Each mutated merman vanguard carried a giant harpoon on its back, instilling fear in the eyes of several warrior classes, including Deng Wei. Shia Chen, however, nodded to Qin Yanran, "Don't panic, draw them over one by one to kill." Qin Yanran immediately composed herself and commanded, "I'll pull the monsters." She then took out an unusual arrow from behind, knocked it on her bow, and pulled the bone longbow into a full moon shape. When clearing monsters, there are generally 2 methods to initiate combat. The first is for a more agile assassin class to go alone and draw the monsters over one by one. The second is for a ranged class in the team to use skills with a longer attack range to attract the monsters. Qin Yanran was clearly using the second method. The bone longbow suddenly vibrated, producing a resonant twang. A blood-red feathered arrow shot through the air like a meteor, arcing perfectly to hit the closest mutated merman vanguard. 5963. Despite the distance, the damage remained unchanged. This was evidently one of Qin Yanran's trump card skills. The mutated merman vanguard felt a sharp pain, its grotesque fish eyes scanning the surroundings, and it quickly spotted the culprit. Its noseless face snorted angrily and charged fiercely at Qin Yanran. Qin Yanran drew her bow again, firing 2 rapid shots to solidify the aggro. As the mutated merman vanguard charged over aggressively, Shia Chen stood firm with his tiger-striped shield, perfectly blocking its path. Go for the kill. With a commanding shout from Qin Yanran, Dang Wei and several melee classes surrounded Shia Chen. The mages, archers, and other damage-dealing classes in the team unleashed their full firepower. Waves of damage numbers erupted from the mutated merman vanguard, 3468, 5692, 2346. In just a few minutes, they had once again slain a merman vanguard. Next, they naturally employed the same old trick. Qin Yanran drew her bow and shot arrows from a distance to lure the monsters, while Shia Chen stood at the front, and everyone focused their fire to take them down. They cleared out one mutated merman after another. For the first time, Shia Chen enjoyed being cared for by numerous priest professionals. Often, just as his health bar was slightly reduced, several white healing spells would flash by, keeping his health bar almost full. Dang Wei and the other warrior professionals around him looked on with envy and jealousy. Unbeknownst to them, the group had already advanced nearly a kilometer along the coastline. Qin Yanran habitually turned back to check on the rear of the team. Shia Chen knew she was worried about being followed by the professionals from the Southern Shore Group. President, I have a plan. Shia Chen suddenly spoke to Qin Yanran, who was momentarily taken aback and then curiously asked, "Oh, what brilliant idea does Vice President Xiao have?" Shia Chen's gaze turned to one or two mutated merman vanguards that had emerged again from the depths of the beach. It seemed that the underwater world here was teeming with various monsters and mutated merman vanguards. Even the path they had cleared was now crawling with monsters that had appeared out of nowhere. As Shia Chen quietly counted the number of mutated merman vanguards appearing on the beach, he said to Qin Yanran, "Lure the trouble east." "Lure the trouble east? How do we do that?" Qin Yanran blinked at Shia Chen, and at that moment, a platform partially exposed above the sea was about 100 meters ahead as the tide receded. "You take the team to that platform first, and then leave the rest to me," Shia Chen said immediately. Qin Yanran was still a bit confused, but she saw that Shia Chen had already begun to act. After putting away his tiger-striped battle shield, Shia Chen's speed seemed to surge once more as he agilely darted toward the nearest mutated merman vanguard. And Ning beside him anxiously and curiously asked, "What does Shia Chen want to do?" Qin Yanran bit her lip and gestured, "Get the team to the platform first." The group of over 30 people arrived on the platform that had emerged after the tide receded, where strange totems were scattered about like an altar. Qin Yanran stood at the edge of the altar, looking into the distance, where Shia Chen was already nimbly stepping around to the back of a mutated merman vanguard, suddenly thrusting his spear forward. "Ah!" Qin Yanran was taken aback, and the group gasped in unison, "What does Vice President Xiao want to do? Is he going to take on the merman vanguard alone? Isn't that too dangerous? Captain, should we go down to help?" Qin Yanran couldn't help but furrow her brows, her beautiful eyes filled with concern. After Shia Chen thrust his spear into the rear of the mutated merman vanguard, he turned and ran. The mutated merman vanguard let out a furious roar, and after scanning the area with its fish eyes, it quickly spotted the culprit and angrily chased after Shia Chen. "Is he trying to lure the monsters?" Qin Yanran immediately realized what was happening, as she saw Shia Chen in front and the mutated merman vanguard behind. The two figures engaged in a chase on the shallow beach. But that wasn't the end. Shia Chen, who had been running straight ahead, suddenly turned sharply and dashed into another group of merman monsters, skillfully dodging their attacks with precise movements, heading toward another mutated merman vanguard in the tide of monsters. "No way! Ah!" And Ning exclaimed in surprise as she saw Shia Chen thrust his spear into the back of the mutated fishman vanguard again. With a damage output exceeding 10,000, he successfully attracted the hatred of a second mutated fishman vanguard. Then he turned and ran again. Everyone on the platform, including Qin Yanran, was dumbfounded, as if watching a thrilling chase scene. They gasped and expressed their amazement from time to time, watching Shia Chen employ the same trick again, darting through the waves of fishman monsters like a nimble fish, drawing the hatred of all the mutated fishman vanguards without missing a single one. In just a few minutes, over a dozen mutated fishman vanguards were chasing after Shia Chen. Giant harpoons were hurled at him like siege crossbows, yet he skillfully dodged them with precise movements. Shia Chen led this group of mutated fishman vanguards straight towards the high platform at the entrance of the rocky forest. Hiss! At this moment, Qin Yanran on the high platform finally realized Shia Chen's intention. He wanted to lure all these mutated fishman vanguards near the Diamond Forest's high platform. These terrifying mutated fishman vanguards were like high-caliber artillery. Several fishman vanguards threw their giant harpoons together, and no one could withstand that. As long as the South Bank group members wanted to follow them with ill intentions, they could only stop at the high platform of the rocky forest. However, Xin Yanran soon discovered that she had underestimated Shia Chen's ruthlessness. After leading the group of mutated fishman vanguards close to the rocky forest, Shia Chen did not stop. Instead, he continued to rush forward until he was right next to the edge of the high platform. This high platform jutted out, and below it was a slanted blind spot. Shia Chen intended to lead all these fishman vanguards there. This way, those standing on the high platform of the rocky forest would be unable to see the fishman vanguards hidden in the blind spot below. However, once they jumped down from the high platform, they would be greeted by a dozen giant harpoons like siege crossbows. Wow, what a vicious plan! And Ning couldn't help but light up with excitement, saying, I really like it. This time, those members of the South Bank group who like to chase after us will have a good time. Xin Yanran shook her head, yet a smile couldn't help but appear on her lips. But her beautiful eyes gazed far at Shia Chen, suddenly filled with worry. If he led them so deep, how would Shia Chen escape himself? As an archer, Xin Yanran had passive enhancements, and her vision range was much farther than that of ordinary people. She saw that Shia Chen, who had already entered the blind spot under the high platform, suddenly flickered and disappeared from her sight. The mutated fishman vanguards that Shia Chen had led to the blind spot below the high platform immediately lost their target of hatred, looking around in confusion. The next second, Shia Chen's figure reappeared on the high platform of the rocky forest, holding a board he had somehow acquired, busily setting it up on the high platform. A few minutes later, Shia Chen's figure vanished from Xin Yanran's sight again, and when he reappeared, he was right in front of her. Xin Yanran was startled, blinking as she scrutinized Shia Chen in disbelief, asking, Do you have a stealth skill? Aside from the stealth skills specialized for assassins, Xin Yanran couldn't think of any other way to silently escape from the encirclement of more than a dozen mutated fishman vanguards. However, Xin Yanran herself had a passive skill that could sense nearby stealth, yet just now, she clearly felt nothing. At this moment, and Ning, who had been grinning widely, rushed over excitedly and punched Shia Chen, saying, Shia Chen, you're too clever. This move is so insidious. I love it. Curious, Xin Yanran asked, Shia Chen, what exactly did you do up there on that high platform? Shia Chen squinted his eyes and replied, I set up a wooden sign there with a line of text on it. Xin Yanran and Ning immediately asked in unison, what did it say? Shia Chen calmly answered, danger ahead, please do not approach. But, and Ning couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, saying, Shia Chen, you're so bad. The best way to entice someone to do something is to tell them not to do it. Shia Chen shrugged innocently and said, what's wrong? I clearly warned them. Xin Yanran also laughed, saying, that's right. If it were other ordinary adventurers, they would be cautious upon seeing that sign. But if it's those scheming adventurers from the South Shore group, they would definitely think we are trying to trick them. They would jump right in. Shao Vice President, what a clever tactic. Ha ha. A joyful atmosphere filled the team, as if the sudden arrival of Shao Vice President had activated the entire group's style and mood. At this moment, two paths lay before Shia Chen and the others. The first path was to continue exploring along the coastline. The second was to explore the underwater ruins leading deeper into the sea from the massive platform before them. What does Vice President Shao think? Xin Yanran asked habitually. Shia Chen carefully observed the ancient totem-covered platform they were on, noticing a man-made staircase leading down into the water. However, half of this path was submerged, seemingly connecting to another underwater structure. The tide seems to be receding, and the sea level should continue to drop, Shia Chen pondered and said, I suggest we take this route. The deeper we go into the sea, the higher the chance of encountering a more advanced boss. Don't forget our purpose for this trip. The task requirement for the job transfer certificate is to defeat a boss with a threat level of S that is above level 100. Upon hearing this, Xin Yanran nodded, I think so too. For our mission, there's no need to explore the entire dungeon. Our goal is to kill a boss with an S-level threat. Everyone, take a 10-minute break, and we'll continue forward after that. With Xin Yanran's command, however, all the guild members did not rest on the spot but instead gathered at the edge of the high platform, each looking expectantly towards the direction of the rocky forest. Seeing this scene, Shia Chen chuckled and asked in Ning, it seems our Hanging Sword Guild has quite a feud with the South Shore group. And Ning's expression darkened as she said, you can say that again. Previously, in the leveling area around Beijing, it almost led to a fatal incident, if it weren't for. Xin Yanran's gaze swept over, and in Ning, who had just opened her mouth, hurriedly shut it. Shia Chen immediately understood and stopped asking further. After a brief rest, Shia Chen, holding the tiger-striped battle shield, led the way at the front of the group, continuing to explore deeper along the path that had emerged from the sea. At this moment, the soldiers beside him looked at Shia Chen with different eyes, practically following his lead. Deng Wei, in particular, remembered the favor Shia Chen had done for him by lending him equipment, and he kept calling him Vice President Shao, willingly acting as Shia Chen's assistant while holding the shield. As they walked, the totems on both sides of the path that had risen from the sea became increasingly dense. Shia Chen had crouched down to study them closely and discovered that they were an extremely ancient form of writing, likely not even human. Some were pictographs, while others were incomprehensible scribbles. Only the carvings mixed among the texts suggested that this place might have been used by ancient indigenous people for some kind of ritual. This path led deep into the ocean. The further Shia Chen walked along this path, the more cautious he became, his steps gradually slowing. "Shia Chen, what's wrong?" Xin Yanran, following behind him, noticed his unusual behavior and immediately asked. Shia Chen suddenly walked to the edge of the path and looked down, saying, "We've already walked nearly a kilometer toward the center of the sea. If it weren't for the tide receding, we would have already left the shallow water. I'm wondering what this path is actually for," he continued. Xin Yanran followed his gaze to the edges but remained silent, lost in thought. Unexpectedly, and Ning behind them suddenly chimed in, startling Shia Chen. "This long path looks like an altar." Shia Chen was taken aback and quickly asked, "And Ning, what did you say?" And Ning innocently replied, "An altar. I've seen quite a few photos like this at the Mage Practitioners Association. They all show a long path, some at the edge of cliffs, others in volcanoes. Those early awakeners believed that by offering sacrifices to the deities residing in these places, they could enhance their magical powers. Every mage practitioner should know this, right?" Shia Chen and Qin Yanran exchanged glances, and whether it was the eerie path leading to the center of the sea or in Ning's words, it sounded like continuing down this road wouldn't lead to anything good. What lay at the end of the sacrificial path? For whom had those people built this structure, half hidden beneath the sea level? Perhaps only by moving forward could they find the answer. Shia Chen heightened his vigilance, raising the tiger-striped battle shield and continuing to lead the way. The surrounding sea level seemed to be continuously dropping, the tide receding, with no sign of when it would return. However, this path ahead seemed to have no end. Gradually, many in the group began to express confusion and complaints. "Why haven't we reached the end yet? It didn't seem that far when we were looking from the shore." "Yeah, I feel like we've already walked several kilometers. President, is there really nothing ahead? Should we turn back?" Seeing Deng Wei sweating profusely under his helmet, Shia Chen quickly took out a towel from his backpack and handed it to him. Deng Wei waved his hands repeatedly, wiping the sweat from his forehead with a laugh. "No need, no need. We're rough men, it's strange to say. Back when I was in school, I never sweated this much during long runs. I only sweat this much during exams. When I'm nervous during exams, the sweat just pours down my forehead." But then, Shia Chen noticed Deng Wei staring at him with a strange expression, suddenly muttering, "Nervous? Nervous." Deng Wei, with his robust physique, was already stronger than most, and after awakening as a professional, he had become even more powerful. How could he be sweating so much after just this short distance? Unless there was something strange around that was indirectly affecting Deng Wei's mind. Could it be an illusion? Shia Chen was startled by this thought, a chill running down his spine, and he immediately activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions. The moment it was activated, a cold sweat broke out on Shia Chen's back as the scenery before him suddenly changed. The path they were walking on was not a straight line at all, but a continuously looping ring. No wonder they could never reach the end, everything was an illusion. The strange runes they encountered along the way were the traps that formed this illusion, and they had fallen into it the moment they stepped onto this path. In the center of the ring, on the surface of the water, floated a gigantic, ancient octopus, its skin peeling off in patches. The enormous octopus had a single, wheel-sized black eye on its head, which was now fixed intently on Shia Chen and his group. "On Ning!" Shia Chen suddenly shouted, startling An Ning beside him, who asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" From the bewildered expressions on An Ning and Qin Yanran's faces, Shia Chen realized that what they saw was completely different from what he was seeing. The enormous, ancient octopus's single giant eye seemed to turn and fixate directly on Shia Chen. A sense of foreboding washed over Shia Chen, and he urgently said to An Ning, "Do exactly as I say next, and don't ask why. Quickly use the wide-range sound wave skill you used yesterday. Control the power to half. Hurry!" And Ning looked even more confused and anxiously explained, "But that skill will also harm our teammates." Shia Chen quickly interrupted her, looking into her eyes and saying, "And Ning, do you trust me? Hurry!" And Ning hesitated for a moment, biting her lip, and began to channel her staff. She raised her staff high in the air, drawing a complex seal that Shia Chen had seen yesterday. After completing the incantation, a violent sound explosion erupted from the staff and in Ning's hands, spreading outwards. In an instant, all the guild members, including Qin Yanran, were stunned by the sharp sound, covering their ears, and each of them even suffered a significant amount of damage. After the intense sound explosion, the echoes gradually faded, and the expressions on everyone's faces shifted from confusion to bewilderment, followed by shock as they finally saw the situation they were in the circular structure beneath their feet and the ancient giant octopus floating in the center of the ring. Everyone finally saw the true nature of what lay before them. Ah, and Ning let out a sharp scream, staring at the terrifying and bizarre giant octopus. Where are we? What is that monster? After a brief moment of shock and confusion, Qin Yanran quickly grasped the situation and asked Shia Chen, what on earth is going on? Shia Chen replied as if facing a great enemy, do you remember the altar Ning mentioned? This entire bridge is actually a massive altar, and we who walked onto the bridge are the sacrifices. The offering is that giant octopus. Shia Chen felt a wave of fear in his heart. If it weren't for the eye of breaking illusions, they might still be moving forward, and the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone, wake up and quickly restore your state. After coming to her senses, Qin Yanran calmly commanded, the priests should cast purification on each person, starting with themselves. Qin Yanran's approach was quite cautious. Purification could remove all curses and other effects from them, to prevent them from being affected by something other than the illusion. Shia Chen, this old octopus should be the boss of this area, right? A serious expression appeared on Shia Chen's face, for his eye of breaking illusions, which could usually see through monster information and even the attached attributes, could only reveal limited information about this old octopus. Deep sea touch, aging phase, level 130 elite, health 3 million, attributes unknown. This is a level 130 elite monster, Shia Chen said in shock. Elite. Qin Yanran's face turned pale. Elite monsters are far beyond the ordinary danger level. Monsters rated as elite are often the kings of their respective areas. Each elite monster usually requires top guilds to expend all their efforts to defeat, and sometimes even the military has to intervene to eliminate them. Qin Yanran looked anxiously at Shia Chen. As long as he nodded, she would immediately order a full retreat. However, Shia Chen suddenly spoke up. Wait, although this old octopus was once an elite monster, it is now in its aging phase. We can try. What if we can kill it? Qin Yanran hesitated. As the guild leader, she should prioritize the safety of all members, but she trusted Shia Chen's judgment. Qin Yanran then voiced what Shia Chen had not said. If we can kill it, the proof of defeating an elite monster would be enough to elevate our guild's rating by 1 level. Every guild, since its establishment, continuously improves its rating through achievements and overall strength, from D level to the highest S level, and the 4 top-tier guilds recognized above S level. The current rating of the Sword Hanging Guild is B, and it has reached this rating in just a month, entirely due to Qin Yanran's hard work and the resources of the Qin group. Killing an elite monster would be enough to elevate the Sword Hanging Guild's rating to A level. Not only would the guild's ranking significantly improve, but they would also qualify for higher bounty missions and continue to expand. Qin Yanran was tempted. This was an opportunity she had to seize. If she missed this chance, it would take at least another year to slowly raise the guild's rating through other means. Attack! Qin Yanran immediately commanded, equipping her longbow in hand, biting her silver teeth, and turning to the 30 elite members of the Sword Hanging Guild behind her. This old octopus is an elite monster, but it is in its aging phase. This is an opportunity for us. As long as we can kill this elite boss, the Sword Hanging Guild's rating can directly advance to A level. The opportunity is right in front of us. I, Qin Yanran, do not want to miss it. What about you? Qin Yanran's powerful voice quickly inspired the morale of the entire Sword Hanging Guild team. This female guild leader, who was no less than any man, exuded an incredible resilience and a hidden ambition full of vitality. This kind of president will always gain the most followers. Qin Yanran turned her head, looking extremely trustingly into Shia Chen's eyes and said, the next battle will be commanded by Vice President Shia Chen. Everyone, including me, will follow orders. Shia Chen's expression also became serious as he tightly gripped the tiger-striped battle shield in his hand, quickly laying out a clear plan. All team members, line up around the circular bridge. Melee classes, spread out and protect the ranged classes behind you. Place 1 priest healer among every 5 people. I will draw the greatest hatred. Everyone else, be ready to deal damage according to my commands. Shia Chen raised the Star Slayer in his hand and slowly pointed it at the ancient giant octopus on the surface of the Central Sea. Attack! The Lord-level monster known as Deep Sea Touch floated on the surface of the sea at the center of this circular structure, so there was no need to summon it. The 30 people in the team quickly lined up around the circular bridge according to Shia Chen's commands. As Qin Yanran suddenly shot a blood-red arrow from her skeletal longbow, it signaled the start of the attack for everyone. In an instant, spells mixed with arrows rained down on the ancient octopus in the center of the sea. Damage numbers quickly exploded on it: 569, 699, 963-2198. The defense of this level 120 Lord level monster was indeed terrifying. The spells hit, and none of the damage exceeded 1,000. The only damage that broke 2,000 came from Qin Yanran beside Shia Chen. This Lord level monster has such high defense. Qin Yanran couldn't help but frown. At this moment, everyone stood on the circular structure, so the output naturally fell to all the archers and mages, while the few melee classes led by Shia Chen could only hold their shields and guard the edge of the bridge. But Shia Chen dared not show any signs of slackness. This ancient octopus, known as Deep Sea Touch, had lived for who knows how many years to reach Lord level. Besides its extremely bizarre mental illusion attacks, it must have many terrifying methods. For example, those 8 tentacles hidden in the depths of the sea, whose lengths were impossible to discern. The spells and arrows struck the ancient octopus, causing its already aged skin, resembling old tree bark, to peel away in pieces. The octopus's head, floating on the surface of the sea, seemed to react very slowly, and after a while, it finally showed a hint of pain and rage, its huge, pitch-black eyes suddenly turning to fiercely glare at the surrounding human professionals. Be careful, it might be a mental attack. Shia Chen hurriedly shouted a warning. All priests, cast a purification spell on yourselves first. The priests protected in the back immediately obeyed, waving their staves to sprinkle holy light upon themselves. Among them, a beam of purification light directly fell on Shia Chen's head. Shia Chen turned in surprise to see that it was the priestess Yu Qing, who had previously taken the 95-level golden staff. This priestess then waved her staff again to cast a purification spell on President Qin Yanran. Using purification multiple times in a short period? This girl, ranking first among priests in the guild, truly had some skills. At this moment, Shia Chen also felt a wave of relief, but the people around him did not show any unusual reactions. Just then, the giant ancient octopus's head suddenly retracted, and a dark current surged across the surface of the sea. Shia Chen immediately shouted in alert, all frontline classes, be ready to defend at any time. The old octopus is about to attack. As soon as the words fell, waves surged into the sky. 8 tentacles, as thick as human bodies, suddenly burst forth from the surface of the sea, fiercely curling towards the people standing on the circular bridge. However, thanks to Shia Chen's earlier warning, every melee class member at the edge of the bridge steadily raised their shields, protecting the mages, archers, and other fragile classes behind them. The massive tentacles crashed violently against the shields. Instantly, huge damage numbers exploded on the frontline fighters, 5863, 4536. Yet, the priests who had already positioned themselves behind the frontline warriors immediately began healing, the soft green glow of healing spells spreading above everyone's heads, rapidly restoring the health of all frontline fighters. Shia Chen's tiger-striped shield also firmly protected Qin Yanran and Ning beside him. Looking at the enormous tentacles slamming against the shield, he noticed the skin and suckers of the already aged tentacles bursting with cracks. Suddenly, an idea struck Shia Chen, and he shouted, "Melee fighters, take the chance to attack the tentacles." After saying that, knowing this opportunity was rare, Shia Chen unleashed all his power, directly activating Savage Bloodline. His right-hand star piercer, along with a layer of accumulated tiger might, suddenly stabbed into the massive and aged tentacle. The sharp tip of star piercer met little resistance as it plunged straight into the tentacle. Instantly, a huge damage number exploded, 25637, piercing through an entire tentacle. The surrounding melee fighters quickly followed Shia Chen's example, raising their melee weapons and striking fiercely at the extending tentacles. Damage numbers erupted on these tentacles, and the warriors, who had been frustrated watching the ranged classes deal damage, finally released the pent-up anger in their hearts. Damn it! Is this old octopus trying to eat me? Dang Wei shouted while swinging his great sword down hard on a tentacle. What kind of trickery is this illusion? Just watch me chop your hand off. With the addition of the melee fighters, the entire team's output surged significantly. The ancient giant octopus in the center of the sea let out a strange wail of pain, trying to retract all its tentacles. However, unexpectedly, one tentacle that reached out towards Shia Chen was directly pierced through by Shia Chen's spear star piercer, nailing it to the bridge surface. Only this one tentacle remained unable to retract on the bridge, and Shia Chen decisively commanded, "Everyone concentrate fire on this tentacle." In an instant, spells and arrows bombarded the tentacle nailed to the bridge, and even Dang Wei rushed over angrily to slash at it. As damage numbers exploded one after another, the skin on the thick tentacle began to peel away, and it was even directly severed into 2 pieces. One severed piece was still nailed to the bridge surface, and the ancient giant octopus let out a furious wail, with a massive damage number exploding on its body. 286391. A total of 286,000 damage. This was the effect of a severed limb. The octopus's health bar, originally at 3 million, visibly dropped significantly in an instant. Combined with the damage dealt by the team earlier, they had nearly taken away 1/6 of its health. In that moment, everyone saw the hope of defeating this boss-level monster, and the entire team's morale soared. Suddenly, the ancient giant octopus in the center of the sea retracted all 7 of its remaining tentacles deep into the water, its one enormous, deep black eye fixed intently on Shia Chen, seemingly wary of him. Keep outputting your professions. Use your best recovery potions. Xin Yanran, seizing the surge of morale, loudly encouraged her team. Good steel is used on the blade. The highest grade recovery potions allocated to you are meant for this moment. Don't hold back. This group of 30 was made up of the top elites of the Suspended Sword Guild, so Qin Yanran had invested a significant amount of resources in them, distributing each person a batch of the best high-level recovery potions available on the market for critical moments. At her command, many mages whose mana bars were nearly depleted quickly pulled out bottles of high-level recovery potions from their bags, while the priests led by Yuqing also rapidly restored their mana to prepare for the next fierce attack from the deep-sea touch. Shia Chen looked down at his backpack, feeling a bit ashamed. Because he had the photosynthetic recovery effect, which provided a 5-fold recovery boost, Shia Chen had always bought the cheapest low-level recovery potions. However, since entering the dungeon, as the focus of attention for the priestesses, his health bar had almost always been at full. Nevertheless, to be safe, Shia Chen still popped a potion into his mouth. And Ning glanced at the recovery potion in Shia Chen's mouth, her face filled with disbelief. Over level 100 and still using low-level recovery potions? Shia Chen, you're so stingy. Shia Chen pouted, too lazy to explain. A low-level recovery potion restores 2,000 health points, and with the 5-fold boost from photosynthetic recovery, it perfectly matched the effect of a high-level recovery potion that restores 10,000 health points, except it lacked the subsequent slow continuous health recovery effect. Just then, the ancient giant octopus suddenly retracted its entire head into the water, causing ripples to spread across the surface, radiating towards the people on the surrounding circular bridge. Mental attack? Shia Chen instantly heightened his vigilance and shouted, "Everyone be careful. Frontline warriors, restore your status and protect your teammates." Meanwhile, Shia Chen kept his eye of breaking illusions activated, closely watching the ancient octopus at the center of the sea. In the next second, the 7 massive, thick tentacles suddenly burst out of the water again, but this time they were not coming from the inner side of the circular bridge. They had circled around from the sea to the outer side. They came crashing down towards the people on the bridge. All frontline warriors, prepare to defend. Shia Chen observed carefully and quickly turned his direction, raising his tiger-striped shield to block the outer side of the circular bridge. However, he suddenly noticed that he was the only one moving. All the other frontline warriors, including the nearby Deng Wei, were still holding their shields up against the inner side of the circular bridge as if facing a great enemy. Yet the 7 massive tentacles had already quietly emerged from the water on the outer side of the circular bridge. What are you all doing? Shia Chen suddenly realized that everyone except himself had fallen under an illusion again. To Deng Wei and the other frontline warriors, those 7 thick tentacles appeared to be extending from the inner side of the circular bridge, so they all tensed up, raising their shields against the empty inner side. This is bad. Shia Chen's heart sank in shock. This old octopus had become cunning. In the blink of an eye, Shia Chen suddenly shouted loudly, "All frontline professionals, follow my orders immediately. Close your eyes, turn around, and defend your backs. Other professionals, lie down and avoid." This sudden command from Shia Chen left the frontline warriors momentarily dazed. People often do not doubt their own eyes, but perhaps due to Shia Chen's previous performance and those critical commands, many team members had established a sufficiently authoritative image of the vice president in their minds. After a brief moment of confusion, quite a few frontline professionals chose to trust Shia Chen's words, turning around to point their shields at the empty outer side of the circular bridge in their line of sight. Meanwhile, other damage-dealing professionals also lay down on the circular bridge. In the next second, 7 massive, thick tentacles came crashing down from the outer side of the circular bridge. A few frontline professionals who managed to react in time successfully blocked this wave of attacks with their shields just as they turned around. Although some frontline professionals who did not manage to turn in time exposed gaps, they narrowly avoided this unexpected assault thanks to the timely actions of other damage-dealing professionals like mages and archers who had already lain down. Shia Chen, what's going on? Even Qin Yanran and Ning, who were nearby, were pressed down by Shia Chen, narrowly escaping this attack. Priests, purification spell. Shia Chen shouted urgently. Waves of purification spells immediately manifested on the circular bridge, and the chaotic crowd stared in astonishment at the thick tentacles gradually retracting from the seawater outside the circular bridge. Although the team members on the bridge were in disarray and many were injured, none suffered fatal wounds. Strange. How did those tentacles suddenly appear behind us? Deng Wei exclaimed in shock, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. If he hadn't just gritted his teeth and chosen to trust Shia Chen, the consequences would have been unimaginable. That old octopus has probably lived for hundreds of years and has long since become a spirit. Shia Chen's expression revealed an unprecedented seriousness. Indeed, a lord-level monster was not something that could be easily dealt with. At that moment, he noticed that the giant eye on the head of the ancient giant octopus seemed to be intentionally or unintentionally staring at him. Just now, you all fell into an illusion again. Shia Chen explained loudly, that old octopus deliberately made you see its tentacles extending from the inside, while in reality, they circled around to our backs from the seawater. Upon hearing Shia Chen's explanation, Qin Yanran and Ning felt a chill run down their spines. If Shia Chen hadn't discovered this in time and ordered the front line to turn around, this tactic could have dealt a devastating blow to their entire team. The octopus, as a species, was once the most intelligent after humans, not to mention this old octopus that had lived for who knows how many hundreds of years. As Shia Chen locked eyes with the old octopus at the center of the sea, he said solemnly, in a moment, all frontline professionals, listen to my command. Do not trust your eyes. Trust me. Okay. Dang Wei gritted his teeth and shouted, I will close my eyes right away. I will do whatever Vice President Xiao commands. Although the other frontline warriors were still somewhat apprehensive, hearing Dang Wei take the lead, they all raised their shields and shouted, Vice President, you just command us. We all trust you. Shia Chen nodded, his expression growing increasingly grave. He couldn't bear to think about what would have happened to the entire team if he hadn't had those eyes of breaking illusions. Shia Chen raised his tiger-striped war shield and approached the edge of the circular bridge, locking eyes with the ancient octopus that floated at the center of the sea. He could see its enormous, well-like eyes fixed intently on him, and Shia Chen knew it was contemplating. Indeed, a lord-level monster had already surpassed the intelligence of ordinary monsters, and it was the first creature he had encountered since his awakening that could be considered a strategic opponent. He had already discerned its next move. What kind of attack would it launch next? Where did that bizarre illusion attack originate from? Was it sound waves, or from the giant eye atop its head? Qin Yanran, can you hit its eye from this distance? Shia Chen suddenly asked the Qin Yanran beside him, but to his surprise, she frowned and shook her head, saying, I can hit it, but I just tried, and for some reason, whether it was a skill or a normal attack, any arrow shot near its eye was blocked by an invisible wall. As she spoke, Qin Yanran drew an arrow from her quiver, bent her bow, and aimed at the ancient octopus's eye. A blood-red arrow shot through the air, but just as it was about to strike the enormous eye, it suddenly lost all momentum and fell straight into the sea. See, my blood-piercing arrow can usually pierce through steel armor, but now, Qin Yanran said, her eyes filled with worry. Shia Chen, do you suspect that the old octopus's mental attack comes from its eye? Shia Chen remained silent, deep in thought. Just then, the ancient octopus at the center of the sea moved again, its massive head slowly sinking beneath the surface. Everyone, be careful, Shia Chen shouted, his piercing gaze scanning the inner and outer sides of the circular bridge. Everyone felt the tension. Beside him, Dang Wei even closed his eyes, waiting for Shia Chen's command. A slow ripple spread outward from the octopus's head. Another mental illusion attack. Shia Chen observed closely, and suddenly, the sound of water splashing erupted as its thick 7 tentacles surfaced once more. However, this time, some tentacles were on the inner side of the circular bridge, while others were on the outer side. A mixed attack from both sides. All of them surged toward the people on the circular bridge. This was its strategy. It seemed to understand Shia Chen's words, attacking from both sides simultaneously. Even if the frontline warriors closed their eyes and completely followed Shia Chen's orders to defend inward or outward, they could only block one side of the attack. Shia Chen's pupils constricted in an instant. What a troublesome monster! A creature could be so intelligent, it was truly frightening. At this moment, all frontline classes, including Dang Wei, tightly closed their eyes, waiting for Shia Chen's command. With a stern gaze, Shia Chen took a deep breath and shouted, Li Yuanliang, Zhang Wei, Wang Jidong, Chen Ke, maintain your defensive positions, do not move. Dang Wei, Chen Xianwu, Wan Shan, immediately turn around and defend your backs. Shia Chen's commands were precise and direct. The frontline warriors he named immediately sprang into action. Some stood firm like mountains, raising their shields to defend the inner side, while others quickly turned to face the outer side with their shields. All the tentacles were accurately countered. In the next second, the thick tentacles violently slammed down onto the people on the circular bridge, but each one struck against the shields like iron plates. The frontline warriors, now in defensive stances, suffered massive damage, but they were quickly healed by the surrounding priests. Everyone, unleash your full power. Shia Chen immediately raised the luxing in his hand, launching a swift thrust, and strange flames began to swirl around the spear. Let this old octopus taste the bone-penetrating poison flames. Seizing this opportunity, everyone on the circular bridge unleashed their full firepower against the nearest tentacles. Beside him, Xin Yanran, with her white bone longbow, never stopped shooting, and in surprise, she asked Shia Chen, how do you know each of their names? Without turning his head, Shia Chen replied, as the vice president, I did do some homework. A smile involuntarily appeared at the corner of Xin Yanran's mouth as her white bone longbow erupted with blood-red arrows aimed at the ancient octopus in the center of the sea. Ha! Xin Yanran suddenly exclaimed, noticing that one of the arrows aimed at its eye, although obstructed again, had come much closer than before, almost reaching its eye. Shia Chen, its mental defenses seemed to be weakening. Shia Chen keenly observed this scene. Indeed, the previous 3 large-scale attacks using illusions had taken a significant toll on this ancient octopus. After all, this creature was in its aging phase. Under the relentless firepower from everyone on the circular bridge, the skin of the old octopus in the center of the sea cracked and shattered once more, and the damage dealt by everyone had unknowingly increased significantly. 1536, 1756, 1253. The damage that had barely broken 1,000 now all reached 4 digits. Everyone, keep it up. This old octopus is done for. And Ning shouted excitedly, her staff swinging sharply, unleashing invisible sonic arrows that exploded on the ancient octopus's head. With everyone's persistent output, the health bar of this boss-level monster Deep Sea Touch, which had been at 3 million, finally dropped below half. Moreover, it was decreasing at a visible speed. Compared to the high morale of the people on the circular bridge, this ancient octopus in the center of the sea seemed to be struggling to survive, unable to launch another attack for a long time. The health bar kept dropping lower. Killing this boss-level monster was within reach. However, just at that moment, a commotion erupted from the distant shallows, accompanied by several piercing screams. Shia Chen and Xin Yanran turned to look, only to see that the source of the noise was the high platform in the rocky forest. The South Bank Group's professionals had indeed followed them with ill intentions. A deep worry appeared on Xin Yanran's face. With the kill of this boss-level ancient octopus imminent, if that group of South Bank Group professionals arrived at this moment, they would surely take the opportunity to disrupt them. However, Shia Chen, who had remained calm, suddenly spoke, don't worry, just focus on outputting with your team. Leave the rest to me. Half an hour earlier, in the rocky forest, the professionals from the South Bank Group looked exhausted, with Lu Hui, the leader of this group, showing a face full of anxiety. Although they had sent someone to figure out the direction the Suspended Sword Guild was exploring as soon as they entered this instance, and had been quietly following behind them, who could have anticipated that this rocky forest was like a giant maze? Just as the people from the Suspended Sword Guild entered this rocky forest, they vanished without a trace. Anxious, Lu Hui led his team, like headless flies, wandering around the rocky forest for a long time before finally emerging near this high platform. Lu Huiying first sent the assassins from the team ahead to scout the path and look for traces of the Suspended Sword Guild, while he himself sat down on the ground to rest for a moment. The vice captain, Shen Hai, took this opportunity to cautiously approach and ask, Brother Hu, do we really have to waste time with the Suspended Sword Guild? This is a new dungeon, and I see many teens have already found treasure chests. Lu Huiying shot Shen Hai a glare and replied irritably, do you think I want to? This is a task assigned from above. Can't you see that President Li from the South Bank Group wants to acquire the Qin Group? If that Qin girl really manages to establish this guild and revives the deadlock of the Qin Group, won't President Li's acquisition plans be completely ruined? Shen Hai scratched his head and said, got it, so we're here to hold back that Qin girl, heh, but that Qin girl is really a beauty. Lu Huiying coldly glanced at him and said, nonsense, but that Qin girl is not someone you should be thinking about. Otherwise, do you think President Li is only interested in that scattered Qin group? Shen Hai immediately smiled apologetically and said, I see. Brother Hu, I understand, heh. Just then, the rogue he had sent out to scout finally returned. The rogue reported to Lu Huiying with some suspicion, Brother Hu, there are indeed some monster corpses on the shallow ground beneath the high platform ahead. The Suspended Sword Guild most likely took this route. But, Lu Huiying was instantly overjoyed and quickly stood up to ask, but what? I knew they were heading this way. Tell the brothers to get ready to move. The rogue's expression was strange as he said, but there's a wooden sign on the high platform ahead. I don't know if it was left by them, and it has a line of text on it. Lu Huiying raised an eyebrow and asked, what does it say? It says there's danger ahead, please do not approach. Pah! Lu Huiying spat on the ground and sneered, danger ahead. As if the Suspended Sword Guild would kindly remind us. If it weren't for President Li's orders not to cause any casualties, I would have dealt with them days ago. Brothers, follow me. Lu Huiying immediately took the lead, leading the group of professionals from the South Bank Group to the front of the high platform, bending down to take a look at the wooden board stuck on the high platform and the line of text on it. Ha ha! Danger? Lu Huiying sneered, kicked the wooden board to pieces, and with a running start, jumped down from the high platform, followed closely by Vice Captain Chen Hai, who widened his eyes and shouted, "Brothers, jump with Brother Hu." Half an hour later, 4 brothers were lost. Lu Huiying and Chen Hai finally escaped from the encirclement of the mutated merman vanguard, covered in dirt and panic-stricken. After finally escaping the aggro range of the mutated merman vanguard, listening to the cries of the team members behind them, Lu Huiying's face turned ashen, and he remained silent. Chen Hai, meanwhile, was pouring a bottle of recovery potion into his mouth while suddenly pointing at a movement on the sea, urgently saying, "Brother Hu, look quickly, it seems there are people on the sea. Could it be the Suspended Sword Guild?" Lu Huiying suddenly stood up, his shadowy eyes scanning the sea, and coldly said, "Damn it, it's probably those brats from the Suspended Sword Guild. The bastards set a trap for me here. Brothers, let's chase." As figures gradually appeared on the nearby shallows, Shia Chen and Qin Yanran's expressions turned vigilant. At this moment, the ancient giant octopus at the center of the sea had less than 1/10 of its health remaining, and as its health bar dwindled, the ancient giant octopus seemed to grow weaker, unable to launch another large-scale attack. At this rate, it wouldn't be long before they could successfully kill this Lord-level boss, Deep Sea Touch. However, just then, figures in blue and white uniforms appeared on the shore. Sure enough, it's those people from the South Shore group. They've come after us again, truly relentless. Qin Yanran gritted her teeth in anger and said, while Shia Chen narrowed his eyes and remarked, "Those people are tough. They actually managed to break through from that group of mutated fishman vanguards?" Qin Yanran expressed her concern. The strength of these South Shore group professionals is not to be underestimated. Their company has invested a lot of resources in them. The leader is called Lu Hui, an A-class heavy armor knight, with a thick health pool and decent damage. As they spoke, the South Shore group professionals drew closer, about to leave the shallows and step onto the circular bridge where everyone was. Lu Hui, the leader, squinted his eyes, carefully observing the situation ahead. Suddenly, a gleam of excitement flashed in Lu Hui's eyes as he grinned. "I didn't expect it. They are fighting a boss. Looks like we arrived just in time. Let them work hard for a while, and we'll come in to take the spoils. Brothers, grab your weapons." A group of South Shore group professionals immediately drew their weapons without hesitation, their eyes gleaming with greed as they looked at the Sword of Suspense Guild, which was hastily harvesting the last bit of health from the ancient giant octopus. Chen Hai was even more excited, saying, "Brother Hu, look at this situation. This boss must be extraordinary. It will definitely drop good loot." Hearing this, Lu Hui was overjoyed and stepped forward to shout at Qin Yanran, "Sister Yanran, I see you guys are struggling a bit. How about my brothers come to help you out? Ha ha ha." Listening to the laughter and malicious whistles from the South Shore group professionals by the shallows, a chill suddenly appeared on Qin Yanran's pretty face as she turned her skeletal longbow to shoot at Lu Hui. But she was stopped by Shia Chen. As the ancient giant octopus had only a sliver of health left, there could be no accidents at this critical moment. "Do as I say. Keep your team focused on dealing damage. Leave the rest to me," Shia Chen said in a deep voice. He then suddenly stepped out from the team and walked to the junction between the circular bridge and the shallows. Looking at Lu Hui and the group of South Shore group professionals with malicious intent, Shia Chen drew his spear, Star Slayer, and directly marked a boundary line on the wall, isolating the circular bridge from the shallows. With a playful smile on his face, he looked at the disheveled Lu Hui and the group of South Shore group professionals and said, "I told you there was danger ahead. Yet you still insist on coming over?" Shia Chen's words acted like a fuse, instantly igniting Lu Hui's fury. Lu Hui exploded in rage, shouting, "Kid, was that sign in the rocky forest put up by you?" Shia Chen squinted and smiled, "That's right, but didn't I warn you that there was danger ahead? Look at how disheveled you are. What, didn't you see that sign?" Shia Chen didn't say much, but as soon as that name was mentioned, Lu Huiying's anger flared up, and with a grim smile, he said, Those monsters hiding under the rocky highlands were deliberately lured there by you, right?" Shia Chen shrugged innocently and replied, "Hey, don't make wild accusations without evidence. I was kind enough to put up a sign to remind you." The fire in Lu Huiying's eyes seemed ready to burst forth as he spat, "You ignorant fool. Even Qin Yanran can't save you today." As soon as Lu Huiying said this, Chen Hai, standing nearby, charged forward like a hunting dog given a command, swinging his long knife towards Shia Chen's neck. Shia Chen activated his Eye of Breaking Illusions, and saw that Chen Hai was a level 93 berserker, and among his gear was even a piece of golden equipment. "Where did this little bastard come from? I'll take your life." Chen Hai cursed, flames swirling around the large knife in his hand, clearly ready to kill. However, Shia Chen suddenly dodged, causing Chen Hai's strike to miss entirely. The fiery blade struck the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. With Shia Chen's current agility stats, he was far beyond the level of an ordinary berserker. In the next second, the star-piercer spear in Shia Chen's hand stabbed fiercely into Chen Hai's back. In an instant, a massive damage number exploded above Chen Hai's head, 13693, dealing over 10,000 damage and instantly reducing Chen Hai's health bar to a critical state. Shia Chen had donned a set of gear today, a complete main battle set he had picked from Lord Mo. It was originally prepared for the leaderboard event, and he had put it on early to get accustomed to it for this dungeon run. With Shia Chen's terrifying attributes, he was not someone of Chen Hai's caliber could contend with. The star-piercer spear pierced right through Chen Hai's back. Looking at the spear tip protruding from his chest and his health bar that had vanished in an instant, Chen Hai's previously fierce face turned pale. In a moment of panic and disbelief, Chen Hai let out a scream, desperately trying to retreat, but Shia Chen pressed him down to the ground, the glinting spear tip aimed at the back of his neck. All of this happened in just a few seconds, and Shia Chen's precise and ruthless actions instantly stunned Lu Huiying and the other professionals from the South Bank group. Chen Hai's health bar still had a sliver left, but with his professional body strength, as long as he was healed in time, he could recover. However, if the spear tip in Shia Chen's hand slid down just 1 centimeter, Chen Hai would die on the spot. Shia Chen's face bore a cold expression, one foot on Chen Hai's body, while the other pointed at the line he had just drawn on the ground with the star-piercer. He spoke each word clearly. This time, I'll remind you once more. This line, whoever crosses it, dies. In an instant, Lu Huiying and the professionals from the South Bank group exchanged glances, their faces filled with shock and fear, while Chen Hai continued to wail, "Brother Hu, save me! Brother Hu!" Lu Huiying suddenly swallowed hard, his eyes fixed on Shia Chen. You dared to kill? Upon hearing this, a humorous expression appeared on Shia Chen's face. If this question had been asked before he went to Blackwater City, he might have hesitated. But after returning from that filthy place, he already had an answer in his heart. "Why don't you try?" Shia Chen suddenly kicked Chen Hai, sending him tumbling in front of Lu Huiying, and said playfully, "I'm a man of rules. This guy came over before I said that, so spare him a life. From now on, anyone who wants to give it a try, just cross the line." Chen Hai hurriedly crawled up from the ground, frantically chugging a recovery potion while covering his wound and shouting, "Where's the priest? Where's the priest? Hurry and heal me." Lu Hui, furious, kicked him hard from behind and cursed, "Useless, get to the back of the line." Hearing this, Chen Hai felt a sense of relief and quickly fled to the back of the group. However, at that moment, looking at Shia Chen standing behind the line with a long spear, not a single practitioner from the South Bank group dared to step forward. Even Lu Hui felt a twinge of fear. He knew Chen Hai's strength well, yet just now he hadn't even seen clearly, and Chen Hai had already become a prisoner under Shia Chen's spear. When did the Sword Hanging Guild get such a person? Who the hell are you? Lu Hui glared at Shia Chen, unwilling to back down. Shia Chen pointed to the emblem of the Sword Hanging Guild pinned to his chest and said, "I am the vice president of the Sword Hanging Guild." Ha! A sinister smile suddenly appeared on Lu Hui's face. He suddenly equipped a long spear, stomped his foot, and lunged at Shia Chen, shouting, "Everyone from the South Bank group, charge together. A bunch of people can't take down this kid? No one gets to work after we go back." With Lu Hui leading the charge, the surrounding practitioners from the South Bank group hesitated for a moment but still rushed forward. After all, they all relied on the South Bank group's salary to live. Lu Hui thrust his spear at Shia Chen, and despite being clad in heavy armor, he moved with surprising lightness, clearly possessing a special talent. Shia Chen observed closely, his gaze suddenly turning cold. He quickly equipped the tiger-striped shield in his left hand, perfectly blocking Lu Hui's thrust. Perfect block. 769. Lu Hui's sudden attack only dealt a few hundred points of damage to Shia Chen. Lu Hui's face changed in shock, but Shia Chen's counterattack, enhanced by the Yi Tiger Might, was already coming at him. Lu Hui also had a shield, but he couldn't react in time to block Shia Chen's powerful counterattack. Slaughter Star sliced through the shield like a bolt of lightning, piercing into his chest. 15637. Massive damage exploded above Lu Hui's head, but it was evident that his health bar was much thicker than Chen Hai's. Meanwhile, several practitioners from the South Bank group also crossed the line, rushing to surround Shia Chen. Yet, Shia Chen did not retreat an inch. With a sweeping motion, the Slaughter Star spear drew a crescent arc, instantly knocking back several practitioners from the South Bank group, massive damage numbers exploding on them. 13691, 16974, 15613. But that wasn't the end. Shia Chen stepped forward, thrusting his spear at a fragile archer who was about to retreat in panic. With a lightning-fast stab, he hit the archer, who was so frightened that he didn't even dare to check his health bar and rolled back in a flustered retreat. Shia Chen turned the spear tip back, aiming again at the nearest Lu Hui, only to see Lu Hui's face turn pale with horror as he turned and ran outside the line. even forgetting to drop his shield at his feet. One man, one spear, and he killed a team of South Bank practitioners who dared not cross the line. Vice President, did he single-handedly block those professionals from the South Bank group? Oh my god, the Vice President is amazing. Many members of the Suspended Sword Guild nervously stole glances at Shia Chen on the shallow beach. Seeing him stand firm like a lone warrior, they all excitedly shouted. In fact, Xin Yanran had been quietly paying attention to the battle on Shia Chen's side. She knew that Lu Hui, the leader of the South Bank Group's professionals, was not an easy opponent. It wasn't until she saw Shia Chen casually holding his spear, standing at the front line, while not a single one of the South Bank Group's hunters dared to step forward, that she finally breathed a sigh of relief. She suddenly felt that her worries had been somewhat unnecessary because he had said to leave the other matters to him. He would definitely be able to do it. Everyone, focus on outputting damage and take down this boss. Then go support the Vice President. Xin Yanran's gaze turned cold, and her white bone longbow let out a sharp twang once again as she shouted loudly. In an instant, the morale of the entire Suspended Sword Guild surged once more. Countless spells and arrows, infused with flames, lightning, and various elements, burst forth like a torrential rain upon the head of the ancient giant octopus rising from the sea. The health line of this Lord-level boss, Deep Sea Touch, finally began to dwindle. As the battle on Xin Yanran's side approached its conclusion, the situation on Shia Chen's side was surprisingly more relaxed. Lu Hui and his team of professionals from the South Bank Group stood outside the line, both wary and unwilling, glaring fiercely at Shia Chen. However, not a single person dared to take a step forward. Shia Chen glanced back at Xin Yanran's side, then turned to look at Lu Hui and the others in front of him. Although the boundary line drawn by his spear, Star Slayer, had become somewhat blurred due to the recent chaos, none of Lu Hui's group dared to approach. When Shia Chen lowered his gaze to the boundary line, that group anxiously watched the line beneath their feet, fearing they were too close. Shia Chen smirked and suddenly stepped outside the line. Lu Hui's group immediately panicked and retreated several steps, looking up at Shia Chen with indignation. You. Lu Hui struggled to hold back his frustration but couldn't muster a single word. However, Shia Chen quickly pulled his foot back, casually gesturing to them and saying, "Is that enough? You don't dare to come in. What are you still doing here? Are you waiting for our guild to finish off the boss and then come and clean you up?" Lu Hui's face showed a hint of frustration, but his team of professionals all appeared somewhat jittery. Together, they couldn't even send one person over. Once the guild's many members were free, wouldn't they be easily dealt with? "Huge brother, why don't we just?" someone said with a trembling voice, and immediately, many agreed. Lu Hui's face turned ashen, but he suddenly felt that Shia Chen's words made sense. Gritting his teeth, he said, "Retreat. Damn it, as long as we have the Green Mountains, we need not fear a lack of firewood." As soon as he finished speaking, the professionals from the South Bank Group immediately turned to flee, especially the Vice Captain Chen Hai, who was the fastest, infuriating Lu Hui, who cursed behind them. After sending off this unwelcome group, Shia Chen's expression grew increasingly calm. He knew very well that just a moment ago, he had almost killed that archer from the South Bank Group. At that moment, his spear, Star Slayer, had already been poked against the man's back. With just a little more force, the archer's thin, paper-like leather armor would have been utterly useless, and the damage from lightning strike would have taken his life. But just at the last moment, Shia Chen suddenly held back, which allowed the rolling and crawling archer to save his life. This was a dungeon within the capital city, and Shia Chen had almost killed someone in this dungeon. Although there were various unexpected situations beyond the law and rules in the dungeon, there were still so many people present, and behind him were Qin Yanran and the others. A complex emotion surged in Shia Chen's heart. Ever since he escaped from the Black Water City, he felt as if he had become a different person. But this was the capital city ruled by the military, not the lawless place of Black Water City. Even those professionals from the South Bank Group were just people earning a salary to support their families. Shia Chen had learned from Ning that the sword-hanging guild had so many conflicts and grudges with the professionals from the South Bank Group, yet it had only almost led to a loss of life. If this had happened in Black Water City, or to Uncle Qin and the others, it would have long been a matter that could not be resolved with just one life. Now, Shia Chen felt like a wolf that had returned to the sheepfold. Just then, a wave of cheers pulled Shia Chen back from his thoughts. He turned around to see that Qin Yanran's side had finally defeated the boss-level creature, the Deep Sea Touch. Streams of experience light floated up from the sea surface, merging into the crowd, and instantly, countless people glowed with the light of leveling up. A strand of white light also surged towards Shia Chen from afar, and he could visibly see his experience bar rise significantly. It seemed that this boss-level creature indeed provided abundant experience. Qin Yanran excitedly waved at Shia Chen from a distance and said through the communicator, "We did it! Boss-level monster certificate. Now the sword-hanging guild can directly upgrade to an A-rated guild." Shia Chen held the communicator at his collar and chuckled softly, "Congratulations, President Qin, you've worked hard." Qin Yanran smiled at Shia Chen from afar and said, "Vice President Xiao is the one who has worked hard, fighting the boss in front and blocking the enemies behind. Whose general is so brave? With General Xiao, great achievements are within reach." Shia Chen couldn't help but laugh and put away the communicator. Just then, Ning, standing high at the edge of the platform, suddenly pointed at several flashes in the center of the sea and shouted excitedly, "Look! Equipment dropped! Equipment dropped!" The excitement erupted again among the members of the sword-hanging guild. "President, I'm going to fetch it." Deng Wei even threw down his shield and dove straight into the sea, excitedly scooping up a handful of equipment, shouting, "President, we struck it rich. There are at least 7 or 8 pieces of equipment. Golden gear. No, brilliant gear. It's brilliant gear." One by one, the dazzling pieces of equipment were lined up on the ground. Deng Wei and several other team members were still diving in the water, not letting any piece slip through their fingers. Although the deep-sea touch was in its aging phase, it was still a solid boss-level creature. A single boss had dropped more than 10 pieces of equipment, and just from their appearance, it was enough to determine that at least 3 of them were brilliant gear, which could be said to be quite valuable. As the president, Qin Yanran was beaming with joy and waved her hand, saying, "Old rules. Members of each profession select in order of contribution, and once an equipment is chosen, it cannot be selected again. After everyone has chosen, all members who did not receive equipment will be compensated with a special bonus from the guild." As soon as these words were spoken, the members of the sword-hanging guild present erupted once again. Even the members who had no hope of receiving equipment wore expressions of joy, which showed how generous Qin Yanran was as the guild leader. Even Shia Chen couldn't help but lean in for a look. He saw 3 brilliant pieces, an elegantly designed staff, a silver white cloak, and a ring glowing with deep red light. When Qin Yanran picked up the staff to examine it, and Ning, standing nearby, was already gazing at it eagerly. As the undisputed top mage damage dealer in the entire guild, the staff's ownership was naturally unquestionable. The brilliant staff, flowing wine staff, will be chosen by Ning first. Does anyone have any objections? Qin Yanran said with a serious expression, and clearly, Ning held a high reputation within the entire suspended sword guild, as all the mages shook their heads in agreement. "Give it to Sister Ning. She's our team's top damage dealer, and it won't go to waste in her hands." "Yeah, I agree." Amidst the chorus of agreement, Ning beamed and said, "Hee. Yanran, I won't be polite then." The next silver white cloak was a brilliant piece that significantly increased hit rate and critical hit rate, almost tailor-made for Qin Yanran, the archer. As the guild leader and the top damage dealer in the archer class, no one opposed her taking this silver white brilliant cloak. As for the final brilliant ring, Qin Yanran said solemnly, "According to our rules, all jewelry-type equipment is not divided by class, and everyone will choose in order of contribution value from this mission. So I suggest that Vice President Xiao choose this ring first." Before Qin Yanran finished speaking, Deng Wei raised both hands in agreement. "I agree. Being able to take down this lord-level boss, the Vice President deserves the credit. If it weren't for his crucial command, we would have suffered heavy losses." "Right. Vice President Xiao, you choose first." Everyone immediately echoed in agreement. During the thrilling boss battle, Shia Chen's decisive and unconventional command left a deep impression on everyone. Not to mention, he had just single-handedly blocked the South Bank Group's professionals from causing trouble from behind. For both emotional and logical reasons, this brilliant ring should go to Shia Chen. Shia Chen hesitated for a moment. To be honest, he had considered giving up this opportunity. After all, he had only just arrived a month late and hadn't participated in the guild's growth during that time. However, when Qin Yanran handed the brilliant ring to Shia Chen, its attributes immediately appeared before his eyes. Ring of the Sea Heartflame rank, brilliant peace level requirement, level 105 description, crafted from volcanic rock deep in the sea. It integrates the effects of sea demon fire, significantly increasing fire attribute damage. Attributes: strength plus 750, spirit plus 750, agility plus 750. Additional effect: demon flame burn. All burning damage effects are increased by 100%. Shia Chen couldn't help but feel excited. Originally, this was a ring that provided the highest enhancement for fire mages, but Shia Chen also had a hidden talent skill, Bone Deep Poison Flame. After merging with the fire seed, the toxin effect and burning effect had combined into one. Therefore, Bone Deep Poison Flame could fully enjoy the enhancement of this ring. A 100% increase in the effect of Bone Deep Poison Flame. That was incredibly tempting. Xin Yanran noticed the hesitation on Shia Chen's face and smiled. Do you want it? If you want it, just take it. Emotionally and logically, this brilliant ring should belong to you. Shia Chen immediately stopped hesitating and nodded, saying, then I won't be modest anymore. I'll take this brilliant level ring. The members of the Sword Hanging Guild all chimed in enthusiastically, and Xin Yanran wore a slight smile on her face. In fact, she had hoped that Shia Chen would accept this ring, as mutual giving and receiving would help him integrate into the guild. Otherwise, with Shia Chen's terrifying strength, the guild members might even suspect that he was just a hired mercenary. Shia Chen directly equipped the Sea Heart Flame ring, and his attributes increased significantly once again. Aside from the powerful additional effect of Demon Flame Burn, the high bonuses to 3 attributes were certainly worthy of this brilliant level ring. After taking the ring, Shia Chen naturally no longer participated in the selection of other equipment and retreated to the side with a Ning. Watching the guild members excitedly choose their next pieces of equipment in order, a lively and fulfilling atmosphere spread throughout the area. And Ning was still happily admiring the staff she had just received, saying, hee, this brilliant level staff is just different. I didn't expect this old octopus to be so generous. This is great. With the job transfer certificate and the guild's advancement credentials all in hand, plus these pieces of equipment, it's like hitting 3 targets with 1 arrow. And Ning couldn't help but curiously look at the quiet Shia Chen beside her and said, by the way, I really have to thank you. Now, Yanran can finally relax. Speaking of which, will you join us for the team competition at the leaderboard conference? And Ning still couldn't believe it. They had been searching for a frontline warrior for so long, and now a top-tier fighter had just dropped from the sky. Shia Chen nodded decisively, I will. Both the individual and team competitions were already part of his plan, and the leaderboard conference was approaching. Now, there was only one last thing to do, which was to go to the job transfer hall in the capital city to complete the second job transfer. He would finally see that senior who always left him in a mess again. He wondered what guidance he would receive this time. After all the equipment was distributed, those who received it were naturally overjoyed, while the remaining members who didn't get any equipment were not disheartened, as a generous bonus awaited them. Dang Wei jumped back into the water, saying, President, I'll go check if there are any missed pieces of equipment. I'll also cut off the certificate from the Deep Sea Touch. The so-called monster certificate was essentially cutting off some characteristic parts of the monster's corpse. After returning, they could take it to the bounty hall to exchange it for money, and there would be specialized appraisers who would issue a formal certificate based on that part. Since President Xin Yanran was a girl, Dang Wei had always taken on the task of cutting monster corpses. At this moment, Shia Chen hurriedly said, Dang Wei, I'll go with you. Dang Wei quickly waved his hand, saying, Vice President, this small matter can be left to me. You don't need to trouble yourself. It'll be faster if we go together. However, Shia Chen unceremoniously dove into the water. In fact, Shia Chen wasn't worried about any missed equipment. He had already noticed that although Dang Wei was carefree, he was meticulous when it mattered. Shia Chen's true goal was the embers on the corpse of the Deep Sea Touch. As a Lord-level boss, it was also the most powerful boss Shia Chen had encountered since his awakening, and the embers left on its corpse were definitely extraordinary. Shia Chen dove straight into the sea. Although it was a shallow area, it still had a depth of over 10 meters. The light beneath the surface gradually dimmed, and at this moment, he could only vaguely glimpse the full form of the Deep Sea Touch. He saw the corpse of an ancient giant octopus, its 7 tentacles stretching across the seabed, each measuring dozens of meters long. If it were not in its old age but in its prime, it would surely be a dominant force in the area. Amidst the seabed, bundles of kindling flickered like aquatic plants. Shia Chen moved quickly, taking advantage of the fact that Dang Wei had not yet caught up, and directly sacrificed all the kindling. A series of notifications immediately rang in Shia Chen's ears. Sacrifice of the kindling from the Deep Sea Touch successful. Seed value plus 3,750 points. Acquired talent entry Abyssal Eye, SS rank. The entry had appeared, and it was SS rank. Shia Chen's heart leaped with joy, thinking that this Lord-level boss did not deceive him. However, now was not the time to carefully check this entry. Dang Wei had already descended with a dagger in hand. Shia Chen no longer hesitated, equipping the Star Slayer and directly severing the head of the ancient giant octopus, along with several of its massive tentacles, to use as proof of his hunt. After obtaining proof from multiple body parts, Xin Yanran decided not to proceed further and chose to return the way they came, leaving the dungeon. The purpose of the Suspended Sword Guild's trip had been achieved. They had obtained both the job transfer certificate and the guild advancement certificate provided by the Lord-level boss, not to mention a batch of valuable equipment. This batch of equipment was enough to significantly enhance the combat power of the elite team of the Suspended Sword Guild. After leaving the dungeon in the underground parking lot of the Guanyin building, Qin Yan ran hurriedly to Kunning to handle the guild advancement certificate for the suspended sword guild. It was clear that the guild was more important to her than her own job transfer. After bidding farewell to everyone, Shia Chen went straight to the job transfer hall. The proof of killing the deep sea touch was sufficient for him to complete the job transfer task and qualify for the second transfer. Upon returning to the familiar, resplendent job transfer hall, Shia Chen noticed that almost all the staff around had changed. It seemed that Nie Xiaoyu was right. The previous batch of people who wanted to line their pockets through job transfer qualifications had likely ended up in prison by now. The job transfer hall now had many military personnel, and everything appeared more orderly. After one of the staff meticulously registered Shia Chen, they led him to one of the teleportation arrays. Shia Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath as the scene before him began to spin rapidly and blur. With a familiar sense of disorientation washing over him, the surroundings suddenly transformed once again. When Shia Chen opened his eyes, he found himself no longer in the dilapidated, burning temple ruins from last time, but in a completely different scene. It seemed he had arrived at the top of a high cliff, where the clouds appeared almost within reach. It seemed someone had built a massive altar here, though he couldn't tell what it was dedicated to. "Senior?" Shia Chen called out cautiously, feeling as if his voice was a drop of water falling into the ocean, with no response whatsoever. It seemed that this time, the senior still did not make an appearance. Shia Chen slowly walked forward, and in the center of the altar, he saw a tombstone that had been split in two, lying in disarray on the ground. Could this have been the work of his senior? Recalling the scene he had last seen, the temple, the altar, these two types of structures seemed to be vaguely related to something, that is, the divine. Could it be that this place was where his predecessor had once slaughtered the gods? Shia Chen couldn't help but tremble in his heart. As he looked closely at the tombstone, he saw that the words had been erased, and on the surface of the tombstone, a line of familiar yet chaotic characters seemed to have been hastily carved by someone. It was undoubtedly his predecessor. "To the one who comes after, if you can see these words, it means you are still alive. This path is like life, full of ups and downs. The future is uncertain, and I don't know how far you've come. Keep moving forward. On the altar ahead, there is a gift I left for you." The handwriting was still as messy, the tone still familiar, with some typos and smudges in the lines. Shia Chen couldn't help but picture his predecessor in front of the stone tablet, racking his brain to leave behind some profound words, scribbling and revising, and ultimately only managing to write these few lines. However, his predecessor had said something very true. This path is indeed like life, full of highs and lows. The last time in that temple, his predecessor seemed to have gone through a brutal battle, and even though he ultimately won, it was a complete mess. Now, on this towering cliff, his predecessor seemed to have easily slain the gods here, truly displaying unmatched bravado. Shia Chen continued forward along the altar, and at the edge of the cliff, he indeed saw a flame flickering gently. What shocked Shia Chen even more was the scene before him. Looking down from the edge of the altar, amidst the layers of overlapping peaks, there was a sea of golden yellow fallen leaves, resembling a vast mountain sea. This magnificent sight, at a glance, was enough to open one's heart. Shia Chen sat cross-legged at the edge, seemingly grasping a bit of the intention behind his predecessor leaving the flame here. Surely, that predecessor had once paused here, gazing down at this magnificent landscape.